Introduction asterisk. The thunderous roar of fate reverberates. A young man from Blue Star unexpectedly masters the formidable 72 techniques of earthly spirits, plunging into a hellish realm of intricate power struggles intertwined with fire and ice. The dragon's flames ravage the city, the queen falls, and only the mournful cry of a dragon bearing its shattered form remains in the vast sky. Is this the prelude to a rebirth from the ashes, or merely a pretext for a grand conspiracy? The Iron Throne, a symbol of supreme power in Westeros, has melted into a pool of crimson molten iron, the totem of authority crumbling. Will the colossal beast of ambition, lurking deep within the human heart, truly remain dormant and silent? As a traveler endowed with otherworldly abilities, wielding the 72 techniques of earthly spirits, can he navigate this fractured world rife with power struggles, where hope and despair coexist and pierce through the thick, blood-red fog to become the formidable hand that stirs the tempest of destiny? Chapter 1. The Company's Authority. The summer in Tianfu City is stifling, akin to a vast hot pot. The surrounding mountains act as the pot's walls, effectively blocking the wind as the city simmers in a wave of heat. Thick clouds hang overhead like a lid, yet a solitary beam of sunlight pierces through the glass of an office building, illuminating a bespectacled young man, deeply engrossed in researching data on his computer on the second floor. On the screen, a news report plays. Archaeological discovery. A new burial pit has been found near the tomb of the first emperor. Inside, layers upon layers of disc-shaped patterns are stacked. Even more astonishing is the smooth black stone used to construct the pit, glistening as if coated in oil. Hey Lulu, what are you looking at? The meeting has started. The boss is back from the business trip and might come to the conference room. Someone calls out, I'm coming, I'm coming. The bespectacled young man wearily raises his head and closes the webpage. He is not actually named Lulu. His surname is Zhou and his given name is Liu. His father bestowed this name upon him, hoping his future would be as leisurely as a Saturday. Little did he anticipate the unpredictability of life. As Zhou Liu rises, he recalls his father's drunken ramblings. Legal holiday Saturdays. Nevertheless, the number 6 is quite auspicious. He remembers the sight of his father, red-faced and boisterous after drinking. Zhou Liu manages to suppress the urge to share the current irony of being called Lulu. Shaking his head to dispel the memories, he yawns and rubs his eyes, dragging his weary body alongside his colleagues toward the conference room. Once the crowd gathers, it is inevitable that the little insider will spill some gossip. Hey, have you all heard? The boss had a great time at the client's place. In what way? The eager audience immediately chimes in. I'll let you in on a secret. The client treated our boss to the Ross Grand Carousel. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately scoffs. The little insider can't stand this level of ignorance. Do you even know what the Ross Grand Carousel is about? He quickly glances around, confirming that the audience consists of rugged men, and lowers his voice conspiratorially. The Ross Grand Carousel is full of beautiful. You know what I mean? Instantly, some catch on and chuckle knowingly. We don't understand. The little insider initially looks down upon those pretending ignorance. Then, with gleeful exuberance, he mimics a scene from a movie. Plush toys and teddy bears shaking incessantly at a checkout counter. When a carousel stops, the boss gets rewarded. After this, the little insider bursts into laughter. Zhou Liu and those around him immediately grasp the implication, erupting into playful banter. However, a few bright-eyed, innocent youngsters remain puzzled. What's on the carousel that's so beautiful? Please clarify. What kind of reward? A big red envelope? Ha! What a little cutie. What are you thinking? What else could there be? What beautiful things could possibly be on the carousel? Colorful squares. And what reward? A mouthful of saliva. Is that enough? You pervert. That's disgusting. Ha! The group devolves into playful chaos. In the conference room, Zhou Liu slumps into a chair, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the company's administrative head, Yang Yin, stands on stage, radiating energy as she announces new regulations. The back door will be locked. From now on, everyone must enter and exit through the front. Yang Jia, the back door is a safety exit. Someone timidly raises a hand. Yang Yin interrupts dismissively. Follow the rules. If there are any objections, go through the proper channels after the meeting. She wraps the table. Also, the rooftop will be off limits from now on. It's unsafe. Yang Jia, the rooftop is only 2 stories high. We usually go there to smoke. If there are any objections, follow the rules. After the meeting, go through the proper channels. Yang Yinyin fixes a gaze on the speaker, her smile unwavering, yet her eyes cold as ice. All rooftop gardening is also halted. Too hard to clean. The glass door will be locked. Yang Yinyin adds. Zhou Liu frowns at the unfolding drama, while the women beside him whisper anxiously, "What about my flowers? I paid for them. My succulents just adjusted to their pots. Let's just take them home after work. It's better than tossing them in the trash." Yang Yinyin then drops another bombshell. Attendance has also changed. The time from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. will count as meal and rest time. This is a benefit from the company. Therefore, the end of work will be pushed to 10 p.m. The conference room erupts into chaos. To Zhou Liu's left is the team leader, Liu Dazhuang, a towering figure, looking troubled as he clutches his thinning hairline. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Liu leans over. Brother Dazhuang, is Yang Jia the administrative head or the HR manager? Does she manage attendance too? Liu Dazhuang rolls his eyes, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Ah, it's a small company. Administrative and HR roles are indistinct. She's the total manager. Just then, a knock interrupts and the door swings open. A middle-aged man in a suit strides in. The once commanding Yang Yinyin springs to attention, her face blooming with a radiant smile as she ushers the man to the main seat. The newcomer is the company's boss, surnamed Liu, known for casually mingling with employees while sharing a smoke on the rooftop. It is said that he occasionally takes key staff to engage in deep exchanges at KTV. Zhou Liu secretly muses that this might be one reason why tech-savvy team leader Liu Dazhuang remains at this small company. Boss Liu clears his throat, a hint of fatigue in his voice. "Thank you all for your hard work. I just got off the plane and took a couple of puffs on the rooftop to ease my mind." He shifts the topic with a smile. "Hee, the flowers on our company rooftop are flourishing beautifully. Wow, truly gorgeous. Everyone has put in great effort. It's a sight for sore eyes." Zhou Liu feigns taking notes, his pen suspended midair. Suddenly, the entire conference room falls eerily silent. To his right, a colleague is engrossed in picking his nose, perhaps tugging at a stubborn hair. The sound of a sharp intake of breath pierces the silence, echoing in the quiet room. In an instant, everyone seems to awaken, their gazes honing in on Yang Yinyin, whose expression has momentarily stiffened. Boss Liu, looking slightly bewildered, blinks in confusion and turns to Yang Yinyin. Yang Yinyin's facial muscles twitch, but she quickly dons a professional smile, her voice dripping with sweetness. "I'm glad you like it, boss. Our administrative department is currently drafting a budget proposal to purchase the finest seeds and fertilizers, aiming to upgrade the rooftop garden. When the time comes, we would kindly request your signature for approval." Boss Liu nodded thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips without delving deeper. He began to articulate the demands of the client. The Qin and Han rivalry project team has a heavier burden. This time, the collaborating partner has insisted on incorporating several trending gameplay elements that must be implemented before the next milestone. The artistic workload has doubled, but the quality must not falter. Everyone should seek out artifacts and architectural references from the Qin and Han dynasties. Put in extra effort. Endure. The company will not neglect its contributors. Zhou Liu closed his eyes, his mind commencing a simultaneous translation. Overtime. Copy. No overtime pay. Having graduated from university 6 years ago, he had remained with this company. From ambitious research and development to becoming a cog in the outsourcing machine, work had piled up like a mountain while his salary stagnated. Zhou Liu felt an overwhelming fatigue surge from his soles to the crown of his head. These infuriating people and circumstances. This suffocating conference room. Should I resign and leave this place? Perhaps venture to the coast? Or should I indulge in an impromptu journey? Suddenly, the sky outside darkened, and a torrential downpour fell without warning. Zhou Liu turned to gaze out at the curtain of rain. The rooftops of distant buildings swayed in the rain, outlining a cold and oppressive urban skyline, while further silhouettes faded into the mist. Rain falls indiscriminately, indifferent to age, gender, or morality. It strikes all alike. This mercilessness, in a way, is fair. Yet, one's experience of the rain can be vastly different. The rain of Tianfu made Zhou Liu sentimental. At this moment, however, the summer deluge in Guangming district of Chang'an left the newly appointed archaeological team leader, Liu Zhongxian, feeling cold and irate. Clad in a raincoat, he stood amidst the downpour, the wind whipping the rain against his face painfully. Gazing at the chaotic archaeological site, he cursed the heavens for their unkindness. He yanked off his crooked hood, his graying hair instantly soaked and sticking to his forehead, cold water trickling down the wrinkles of his neck. A group of similarly rain-coated individuals trudged through the downpour, some stepping deeper than others. The bespectacled man at the front, drenched to the bone, approached Lu Zongxian, his voice strained. "Teacher, you're here. This rain is too heavy." He awkwardly wiped his glasses. "I'm sorry, we rushed over. Thank you for your hard work." Enough with the pleasantries. Lu Zongxian wiped his face, his gaze slicing through the scene. "How did I instruct you to protect the excavation site? Quickly report the situation." "Teacher." No one anticipated. Beneath the art college playground, connected to the adjacent open university and residential area underground, would lie a massive burial pit of the first emperor. At first, while repairing the road, a collapse revealed some black stones, and everyone thought they were ordinary rocks. Later, we discovered the underground was entirely filled with these peculiar black stones. Someone, in a moment of curiosity, dug down and opened up a large hole, which led to the discovery of what appears to be a burial pit. This is in the city center. News spread like wildfire, and overnight, treasure hunters and onlookers flocked in, turning the site into chaos. We had to request local government intervention to maintain order, and we urgently called you to take charge. And now, this cursed torrential rain hit us this morning. Before he could finish, a piercing siren tore through the rain. A fleet of police cars and military trucks arrived, swiftly erecting a cordon to seal off the street. A loudspeaker blared through the wind and rain. "Emergency evacuation. Everyone must leave immediately." Repeat. Watching as the scene was forcibly controlled, Lu Zongxian's tense expression relaxed slightly. He efficiently retrieved a waterproof bag from his raincoat and handed it to the man. "This is my appointment letter." "Teacher, you remain so professional." "Listen," Lu Zongxian interrupted decisively. "Add 2 points to the broadcasts, television, and evacuation notices immediately. Anyone who takes anything from here must return it. Establish a reception point. Those who voluntarily return items will receive a certificate of commendation, along with a 50 yuan reward." The middle-aged man receiving the document felt his hand stiffen. Behind him, the group exchanged furtive glances, subtly inching backward, almost as if to shield the middle-aged man. In that moment, it felt as if all eyes were upon him. Chapter 2. The world is vast, time to explore. If a place becomes unbearable, there is no need to endure it. Zhou Liu, like many of his peers, decisively resolved to resign. The next morning, he arrived early at his workstation, waiting for team leader Lu Dazhuang, while absent-mindedly scrolling through positive energy videos on his phone. News flash, firmly holding the position of the world's second-largest economy. A rare celestial event, a planetary alignment and solar eclipse occurring simultaneously. As soon as team leader Lu Dazhuang stepped into the office, Zhou Liu did not hesitate to approach him and submit his resignation letter. "Brother Dazhuang, I wish to resign. Please assist me in processing this. I would like to obtain my resignation certificate as soon as possible." "What?" Lu Dazhuang looked utterly bewildered. "Lao Lu, this is rather sudden, isn't it?" There were no signs at all. He stood up, familiarly putting an arm around Zhou Li's shoulders, lowering his voice. "Are you joking with me? Is it too much pressure lately? How about I accompany you to the internet cafe after work for some relaxation?" Zhou Li remained silent, his expression blank as he regarded him. Lu Dazhuang felt a bit unnerved under Zhou Li's gaze. He lowered his voice even further. "Hey, I'm not some pretty girl. Your stare is quite intimidating. All right, let's hit the internet cafe all night. I'll keep you company." Zhou Li still said nothing, even appearing somewhat exasperated. "Lu Dazhuang, I'll cover your card. You play DPS. I'll be your support. I'll bring the cigarettes. You can smoke mine tonight. I'll throw in 2 bottles of guojiao iced tea. The big ones. Ice cold. We don't need 2 people to share 1 bottle. How about this? You can have both. I'll even treat you to instant noodles, with marinated eggs and sausages included. Come on, brother, isn't that enough?" Zhou Li felt a headache coming on. "Brother Dazhuang, I'm not joking." Before he could finish, Lu Dazhuang interrupted through gritted teeth. "Let's go for a foot massage. Tonight, it's on me. By the way, which one did you pick last time?" Terrified, Zhou Li immediately grasped Lu Dazhuang's arm and plea. "Brother Dazhuang, my dear brother, please stop. I really am resigning, with no ulterior motives." "None of that moved you? Are you serious?" Lu Dazhuang now believed him, reaching out to take the resignation letter. "So urgent. Have you found another job? Come on, let's go through the process." "I'm quitting without another job lined up." Zhou Li felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Dazhuang paused, stopping in his tracks. "You truly are something else. All right. Youth is capital. Unlike me, at over 40, with mortgages and family responsibilities. He gestured for Zhou Liu to follow. What are your plans next? I plan to venture to the coast, but before that, I intend to spend a few days enjoying myself in Chang'an. Upon hearing relax, Liu Dazhuang straightened his back, shaking his neck. Relax, sounds good. Heading to the coast is nice too. Unlike me, if I were to be eliminated, I'd have to look for a security job at Lucky Three Treasures. Zhou Liu chuckled. Haha, brother Dazhuang, you'd probably find it hard to blend in with today's security teams. Why is that? Liu Dazhuang looked puzzled. Nowadays, security personnel are primarily older gentlemen, the type that collapses at a touch. In a crisis, a row of elderly men would simply lie down, and the opposition would have to back off, or worse, kneel and beg. Hey, with your physique, brother Dazhuang, that could be tough. Liu Dazhuang shook his head, laughing as he scolded, you sly one. I truly did not misname you. Let's hurry through the process. I cannot allow your mischief to linger any longer. After the laughter subsided, the resignation letter was swiftly obtained. Stepping out of the company's gates, Saturday cast a backward glance, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, there was little to miss. Team leader Liu Dazhuang playfully tried to retain him, speaking at length, yet curiously omitting any mention of salary raise. Saturday swiftly returned to his residence to pack his belongings. The items were astonishingly minimal, comprising merely a towel and a toothbrush. Without hesitation, he promptly purchased a high-speed train ticket to Chang'an for the same day. Liberated from work-related burdens, Saturday fully embraced the freedom within the ancient city of Chang'an. The historical depth of this city, once home to 13 dynasties, was palpable. The city walls, the big wild goose pagoda, the bell and drum towers, each corner steeped in history. He even acquired a set of hanfu, delighting in the experience of embodying a dashing young gentleman. The piece de resistance, of course, was visiting the eighth wonder of the world, the Terracotta Army. Having pre-booked his tickets, Saturday hailed a ride-sharing vehicle early that morning. By chance, at the pickup point, a young couple settled into the back seat. As the wife exited the vehicle, she chided her husband, burdened with bags, saying, "You must treat your wife well." A man who pampers his wife enjoys good fortune. A man who mistreats his wife faces misfortune in his career, poor health, and a miserable old age. Saturday cast a sympathetic glance at the man before promptly shutting the door. The driver, noticing Saturday's attire of hanfu, chuckled. The youth know how to have fun. Young folks visiting Chang'an love to dress this way. I envy their spirit. Just the other day, I picked up two lads clad in gleaming Ming Dynasty armor. Standing by the city wall, they looked just like city guards. Saturday chuckled, flicking the Terracotta Warrior window decoration on the car. Sir, entering the capital without permission while clad in armor is a grave offense. Doesn't that make you an accomplice to armor-wearing criminals? Indeed, indeed. The driver laughed heartily, suddenly recalling something. My memory. Young man, your scheduled visit to the Terracotta Army should still be quite early, right? News has reported a newly discovered burial pit. I passed by yesterday. Excavation scaffolding is all set up, surrounded by cameras. With a conspiratorial wink, he added, "On the way, shall I take you for a peek?" Since it was all in the spirit of exploration, Saturday naturally had no objections. The journey was somewhat tedious, so he took out his phone to scroll through videos. The alignment of the 7 stars alongside a solar eclipse will commence today at 10:15 a.m. Astronomers should not miss it. Items belonging to the state have been discovered among the ruins. Holders are urged to return them promptly. Certificates and a cash reward of 50 yuan will be issued. Hearing this, the driver burst into laughter. 50 yuan cash. He tilted his head towards Saturday. Hey, young man, do you think they know what they're talking about? Saturday chuckled. In this information age, what could possibly be new? Do you think they might guess that everyone knows what they are doing? The driver laughed uncontrollably. Wait, the place I'm taking you is exactly where they mentioned in the video. I need to take care of a pressing issue when we arrive. Young man, why don't you explore the area, and we can meet up in half an hour? Saturday checked the time on his phone. No hurry. It seems we won't be able to enter. I might as well enjoy the spectacle of the solar eclipse. However, if you don't hurry, sir, you might miss the eclipse. This elicited another round of laughter from the driver. Upon reaching the excavation site, a cordon had indeed been set up, leaving Saturday to wander nearby. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. He positioned himself on a slightly elevated spot to observe. Inside, vast plastic sheets obscured any view. Not wanting to press the issue, Saturday found a nearby cafe with an unobstructed view. On a weekday morning, the cafe was relatively empty. Under the sunshade outside, an elderly man and a young girl sat sipping coffee, both wearing sunglasses, evidently waiting for the solar eclipse as well. Saturday ordered a cup of coffee, politely inquiring before taking a seat under the umbrella, donning his sunglasses and occasionally glancing skyward. At that moment, a spirited young man with multicolored hair approached, wrapped in a long coat despite the summer heat. "Hey buddy, want to buy something?" He grinned at Saturday. Both Saturday and the elderly pair were taken aback. Hey buddy, don't misunderstand." The young man dramatically flung open his coat, revealing an array of pendants and jewelry. Seeing Saturday's speechlessness, the young man remained undeterred and enthusiastically urged, "Buddy, come choose. This Blackstone pendant has quite the backstory. Are you familiar with the burial pits of the first emperor? Let me let you in on a secret. These are treasures from inside." To make it easier for Saturday to select, the young man even laid the coat on the table. The elderly man, now intrigued, removed his sunglasses to take a look. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "You're quite the storyteller." The new pits contain either bronze artifacts or large, unique black stones. Yours are merely trinkets, and poorly made ones at that. "Oh dear." The young man appeared somewhat deflated. "If you don't understand, please refrain from commenting." The girl beside the elderly man was displeased. "Humph. My grandfather is a renowned professor and doctoral advisor in archaeology. He is highly respected. Are you attempting to show off in front of him?" Faced with the girl's mockery, the young man had no choice but to turn back to Saturday to continue his sales pitch. "Buddy, consider it my misfortune. 100 yuan each. Pick as you like." "Are you traveling, buddy? A souvenir would go perfectly with your hanfu for some lovely photos." Saturday smiled and nodded, not saying much, but indeed wished to purchase a keepsake. He directly picked up a black stone pendant encased in translucent crystal, scanned the payment, and did not haggle. The girl muttered beside them, "At most 50. The young man, agitated, raised his colorful hair, deliberately giving Saturday a thumbs up. "Friend, you're so straightforward. I'll even throw in a beautiful tassel for free." The last remark was clearly directed at the girl. With joy in his heart, Saturday attached the black stone pendant to his belt. At that moment, the clock struck 10:15. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's starting! It's starting!" Saturday quickly looked up, witnessing a small notch appearing at the edge of the sun, as if it had been gently bitten. The notch swiftly enlarged, and the sky darkened at a visible pace, as though dusk had abruptly arrived. Distant mountains blurred, and the shadows of trees danced. The calls of returning birds echoed with unease. Saturday hastily raised his phone to capture the moment, holding his breath in awe. Just then, a tremendous force surged from his waist. The black stone pendant he had just attached began to vibrate violently, tugging at his belt, and suddenly floated about 10 centimeters in front of his chest. The pendant appeared eager to break free, darting towards the direction of the ruins. It was firmly restrained by the belt. Saturday could no longer focus on the solar eclipse. His gaze was locked onto the pendant. He observed the seemingly chaotic patterns on the pendant's surface, now pulsating as if alive, radiating a mysterious and dazzling golden aura. Almost instinctively, Saturday extended his fingertip to make contact. Buzz! An indescribable, overwhelming force erupted suddenly. A shockwave surged outward from Saturday's center. The sunshade, tables, chairs, coffee cups, and even a nearby elderly man, the girl, and the colorful-haired youth were all propelled backward as if struck by an unseen hand, shrieking in surprise as they flew away. Chapter 3. A touch of defiance in the air suddenly. The Blackstone pendant erupted with brilliance. A cascade of golden light instantly engulfed Saturday. The radiance was as warm as the sun, yet it bore an ineffable, primordial power. Saturday felt a lightness in his body, as if he had been swept away into an ocean of pure golden light. Within this luminous expanse, shadowy remnants of colossal scrolls flickered across the starry sky, at the center of which lay the outline of a dilapidated palace. Boom! Deep within the excavation site next door, the 7 concentric Blackstone discs began to whirl violently. The stone's surface illuminated with a web-like pattern of silver lines, flowing as if alive. The intricate and enigmatic engravings resonated faintly with the pendant's patterns, which floated before Saturday's chest. Buzz! A terrifying, irresistible force erupted from the heart of the burial pit's relics. Saturday, ensconced in golden light, transformed into a radiant pillar that tore through the heavens, shooting upward toward the relics. The pillar solidified, reaching from the ground to the heavens. One end rooted in the relics while the other pierced the devoured sun. The clouds above, as if summoned, spiraled in layers, encircling this golden column. As the light momentarily dimmed, Saturday found himself suspended above the excavation site. This miraculous scene astounded the elderly man, the young girl, and the colorful-haired youth who had just risen. The colorful-haired youth's eyes darted, and he lunged towards a trench coat in the corner. He snatched it up and took off running. The elderly man, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his senses and excitedly pursued him. "Wait, young man. How much do you have?" "I'll take it all. Name your price." The youth, without looking back, retorted, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Not far into his chase, the elderly man became breathless and immediately shouted to the dazed girl, "Quick! Feifei, catch him!" The girl named Feifei snapped to attention at the call. Like an arrow released from its bow, she darted forward, hot on the heels of the colorful-haired youth. Though youthful, the boy's steps faltered, and despite his sweat, he could not shake off the determined girl behind him. The sun was obscured for the most part, casting a dim twilight over the scene. A faint corona of the sun appeared, both resplendent and eerie. The ground trembled more violently. The crowd, like a startled swarm of ants, surged out from the relics, creating chaos in the midst. A multitude of police cars and armed forces swiftly arrived, securing key positions and facilitating evacuations. Officers, officials, and military personnel congregated, engaging in fervent discussions, while reports flowed in and out with urgency. At this moment, Feifei finally caught up with the colorful-haired youth at the excavation entrance and kicked him down. The elderly man soon arrived, panting heavily. This commotion naturally drew the attention of the crowd at the relic excavation entrance. Several officers approached. "What are you doing? This place is dangerous now." The elderly man hurriedly explained, "That young man up there, I know him. I am a specially appointed expert researching the burial pit relics." His gaze shifted toward the arriving Lu Zongxian. "Director Lu can vouch for me. This is Professor Hu, an expert in ancient scripts and the head of the relic's textual studies." Lu Zongxian first gestured to the officer, indicating that he would handle the situation. He then eagerly questioned the elderly man, "Old Hu, do you truly know the person up there?" Taking a breath, Professor Hu quickly shook his head. "I merely shared a table in the cafe. He appears to be a tourist, and I do not even know his name." However, Professor Hu pointed to the colorful-haired youth on the ground. "The person above has purchased something from him using a QR code. We should be able to trace the information." Lu Zongxian immediately instructed those around him, "Hurry. Take him down and investigate." Professor Hu anxiously interjected, "Be cautious of what is inside the coat." That young man ascended after purchasing a pendant concealed within it. "Exercise caution." The crowd promptly and cautiously seized the coat for inspection, revealing only a collection of souvenirs, which yielded no significant findings. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, ultimately deciding to escort the incessantly murmuring youth and the items from the coat away. Lu Zongxian swiftly analyzed the situation, remarking, "This scenario resembles something out of a film featuring magic or unknown technology. It could be teleportation or some perilous ritual. If he has vanished, and we cannot locate him, it would constitute a grave loss for the nation. If it is indeed a dangerous ritual, the consequences could be even more dire. I propose utilizing firearms to attempt to bring down the suspect." Professor Hu, both startled and anxious, exclaimed, "Wait, Old Lu, you are mistaken. The young man in the sky is merely a tourist, not a criminal. Are you advocating for the taking of innocent lives?" "Calm down, Old Hu." Lu Zongxian pointed toward the heavens. "This individual's identity remains unknown, entangled in the enigmatic. Should this escalate into something more perilous, the repercussions could be unfathomable. We cannot allow this to continue." Professor Hu vehemently opposed, and a heated argument ensued. At that moment, a brand new bus, escorted by traffic police, approached. An official disembarked, surrounded by aides. The official, with graying hair and a crisp shirt, hurriedly perused documents while raising a hand to halt any attempts at greeting. A figure resembling a secretary stepped forward to introduce, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the chairman of the municipal hall, Li.com. I am his secretary, Jean." He pointed toward the extraordinary phenomenon above. "The news has spread. The entire city has witnessed it. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. And the chairman is here on site. Where is the excavation leader? What is the current situation?" Lu Zongxian promptly approached, succinctly outlining the circumstances, his proposal to use firearms, and the ensuing controversy. Just then, a soldier rushed forth to salute the officer, presenting a dossier. The officer quickly perused the contents, waving the documents in his hand. "The Military Intelligence Department has confirmed that the person in the sky is named Zhou Liu. His life history is straightforward, with records of his birth, education, and employment. All documented here, and there are no criminal offenses. My orders are to ensure the safety of the scene. As for the use of firearms, I require directives from my direct superior. The officer intended to pass the information to Li Dakong, but noticed him engrossed in his documents. Resolutely, he turned to hand it to Secretary Jean, saluted, and stepped aside. Li Dakong lifted his gaze, casting a deep glance at the departing officer. Subtly shook his head at Secretary Jean and resumed his focus on the documents. Secretary Jean understood the gravity of the situation, folding the information and inquiring of Lu Zongxian. What is the probability of transmission or the occurrence of a dangerous ritual? Lu Zongxian hesitated momentarily, but remained steadfast in his conviction. We lack the requisite knowledge. Yet the anomalies are unmistakable. We cannot dismiss this possibility. Immediate intervention is imperative. After a brief exchange with Li Dakong, Secretary Jean declared, "Let us proceed with your plan. For the safety of the populace, utilize a sniper rifle to disrupt the anomaly." He raised a hand to silence the anxious Professor Hu, adding, "Professor Hu, this is an excavation site, not a scholarly institution." Turning to the burly officer beside him, Secretary Jean continued, "The military has no jurisdiction over the municipal hall. But surely the police do? I recall that the SWAT team procured sniper equipment, Director Chi." The burly officer seemed taken aback, muttering to himself. Sniper rifle it was, as if he had just come to a realization. Chi Tongwei immediately saluted. "The SWAT on site should be equipped with sniper rifles. I will retrieve one at once. The estimated target altitude does not exceed 400 meters, and I am confident in my accuracy. Allow me to undertake this mission. If I can reach a higher vantage point, my confidence will be even greater." Secretary Jean shook his head. Time is too tight. There is no opportunity to ascend to the rooftop. Director Chi, return swiftly and target the suspect in the sky, Saturday. After Chi Tongwei hastily departed, Professor Hu appeared eager to voice his concerns, prompting Secretary Jean to frown slightly. "Someone, please escort Professor Hu to the detention center." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zongxian cried out in alarm, "Stop! Hold on." In a hushed tone, he urgently explained to Secretary Jean, "We cannot move Professor Hu. Every superior present here must salute him, even his son." Though his voice was low, the revelation startled everyone. Li Dakong quickly raised his head, dismissing the documents and sternly admonishing Secretary Jean. "This is absurd. We should invite Professor Hu to the city's guest house for rest." He then turned to Professor Hu, smiling as he elucidated, "Professor Hu, as you can see, we are currently managing an unexpected situation." He gestured toward the sky. "At this moment, no one can ascertain whether this is a ritual that could endanger the public." Professor Hu appeared conflicted, unsure of how to respond. "Professor Hu, it seems there are no perfect solutions." Li Dakong's expression grew resolute. "However, as the governing official, I cannot remain inactive. I must make a responsible decision for the safety of the lives and property of all citizens. I kindly ask you, Professor Hu, to rest for now. I shall personally apologize at a later date." Li Dakong gestured behind him. "Secretary Jean, please escort Professor Hu in my vehicle." Secretary Jean promptly stepped forward to show courtesy. "This way, Professor Hu." As he watched Professor Hu depart, Li Dakong reiterated to Lu Zongxian his intention to visit Professor Hu's home to apologize. "Please ensure I am taken there when his family is present." Lu Zongxian nodded in understanding, smiling in agreement. At 10:25, the pendant before Saturday trembled violently, exploding with a deafening roar. A tumultuous golden mist, visible only on Saturdays, erupted fiercely. A violent shockwave struck, forcefully propelling him from his corporeal form. The exploding golden mist suddenly enveloped him, pulling him back with great intensity. In the dizzying whirl, Zhou Liu was horrified to find himself transformed into a translucent light shadow of pale blue. "Do not look, it is truly feeble." A voice of authority thundered in Zhou Liu's mind. A figure of pale gold hovered before him, middle-aged, adorned with a crown, jewels swaying gently, exuding an inherent imperial majesty. Zhou Liu was so astonished that he stuttered. "A deity? A demon?" Instinctively, he pinched his thigh, but his fingertips passed through the semi-transparent, softly glowing blue knee. "I am Ingzheng." The figure flickered, the voice intermittent. "The first emperor. Is the pendant yours? A soul artifact." Soul artifact is indeed an apt description. The golden figure gazed upward at the sun, soon to be obscured. "Heaven Eswell." With that, he raised his arm. A massive, fragmented scroll radiating golden light slowly began to coalesce. With a wave of his hand, the scroll spun and merged into Zhou Liu's pale blue light shadow. The shadow instantly shimmered with golden brilliance. Zhou Liu, witnessing his hands transform into gold, exclaimed, "Has my skin upgraded?" He looked up to find the other's disdainful gaze, as if regarding a fool, and quickly clarified, "I misspoke." The scroll detached, the pale gold figure flickering more intensely. swiftly dissipating into the air, leaving only an echo. Heaven Eswell. 10:27 a.m. On the ground. Several buses formed a square encampment, obscuring the surrounding view. Chi Tongwei swiftly assembled a sniper rifle. Li Dakong, no longer perusing documents, surveyed the area, deep in thought. Hu Lao's words did hold some merit. Chi, do you think it possible to shoot only the suspect's limbs without taking their life? However, do not burden yourself with guilt. The interpretation of legal statutes lies within the court. I will have Director Chun provide the necessary legal basis for this operation. Chi Tongwei was momentarily taken aback, nodding silently. He positioned the sniper rifle atop a wooden crate, aiming at the sky. Strangely, through the scope, neither the pale blue nor the pale gold figures were visible. Only Zhou Liu's physical form remained suspended in place. 10:29 a.m. The sun was on the brink of being completely engulfed. Chi Tongwei pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet roared towards Zhou Liu. In the air, Zhou Liu suddenly saw his physical right thigh explode in a cloud of blood mist. A searing pain, emanating from his soul, erupted violently, causing him to howl in agony. Yet, those on the ground could not perceive this. They only saw Zhou Liu's body floating in the air, utterly still. Li Dakong, continue. The left leg. Chi Tongwei gritted his teeth, pulling the trigger once more. At the moment the bullet was fired. 10:30 a.m. precisely. The sun was entirely consumed, heralding a total solar eclipse. Darkness abruptly enveloped the world. Outside the atmosphere, the 7 stars aligned in perfect formation at this very moment. The radiant pillar of light erupted amidst the pitch-black expanse, blindingly brilliant and dispersing the clouds that encircled it in an instant. In that fleeting moment of illumination, the column abruptly contracted into a slender beam and, along with Saturday, vanished from the realm. Within the ruins, the 7 Blackstone discs shattered completely, the tremors subsiding. At the very moment the light disappeared, in the ancient structure of the capital, an elder perusing bamboo slips suddenly lifted his gaze towards Chang'an. How could there be such a violent disturbance from the abandoned formations foretold by our ancestors in the apocalyptic times? Deep within the Ileo Mountains, a stone-carved old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, his murky gaze piercing sharply towards Chang'an. On the other side of the globe, in New Jersey, midnight, a slumbering old man with a white beard stirred restlessly. By the window, under the starlit sky, a gentle breeze caused the pages on the desk to flutter. Yet one blank sheet remained steadfast, seemingly pinned in place. Chapter 4. What is the cost? The morning light gleamed like molten gold, casting an amber hue upon the icy peaks of the horizon. Beneath the low-hanging sky, a silver chain-like river meandered through the desolate frozen earth, flowing towards the distant iron-gray sea. Near the estuary, low wooden houses huddled together, forming a small town. At the town's edge, atop a low hill, stood a rugged stone fortress. The fortress silently loomed in the morning light, overlooking the bustling streets below, where tendrils of smoke announced the arrival of life. Yet, within the shadow of its wooden walls, another form of vitality lay hidden. A small brown mouse poked its nose through a crack in the bricks, sniffing the aroma of flour, and stealthily descended to the ground to quickly seize a crumb of rye bread from the corner. Soft sounds echoed from the wooden beams above, and pairs of eyes glimmered like black pearls in the shadows. The mouse grasped its morsel and scurried up the stairs, ready to squeeze through the brick crevice. Suddenly, a faint creak resonated from the distant iron door, causing it to perk its ears. But it was already too late. Whoosh! A stone sliced through the air with a sharp crack. Before the sound could fade, a perfectly round stone, propelled by a fierce gust, struck its little head with precision. Squeak! A chilling cry startled the wooden boards of the roof, causing countless tiny particles of dust to fall. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. This was the storage attic adjacent to the castle kitchen. A small breach in the wooden walls allowed the morning light to filter through, barely illuminating the dim room. A young boy clad in a small leather armor and draped in a tailored bearskin cloak stepped into the sunlight, his little boots making soft sounds. Above his furry collar, thick and silky silver-gray hair framed his face, and his blue-gray eyes reflected the fragmented sunlight, beautiful and lively. In his right hand, he clutched a wooden slingshot made of 3 rubber bands, while his left hand hovered near his mouth, exhaling a puff of misty white breath. Indeed, this young boy was Saturday. What once appeared to be a grand upheaval in the eyes of others, from his own perspective, ultimately felt like a moment of darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he had already been reborn into a strange new world. The diminutive mouse that met its unfortunate end was remarkably small, reminiscent of the mice from my childhood memories of the granary in my northeastern hometown. Its body, the size of a walnut, was covered in straw, resembling a lively pom-pom. Had this been before my time-traveling escapade, the young ladies would surely have been charmed beyond measure, inevitably condemning me for my ruthless actions. I approached, one hand gripping a slingshot while the other lifted the unfortunate mouse, casting my gaze towards the silent attic. With a sigh, I thought it would be quite challenging to achieve any further gains for the time being. It was not that I, Saturday, sought to be cruel to these adorable creatures. As a reincarnated traveler, how could I possibly lack the standard golden finger? This consisted of a mysterious fragment that had merged with my being prior to my journey. The 72 remnants of the earthly fiends. Reborn as an infant after my arrival, I was drowsy and immobile, which compelled me to delve into the enigma of this fragment. Through my explorations, I was astounded to discover that with but a single thought, my consciousness could enter this realm. In my previous life, I had heard of the legendary arts of Huaxia, the 72 extraordinary skills of the earthly fiends, imbued with the power of various rules. Truly, they were akin to divine sorcery. Within the fragment, these 72 skills had transformed into 72 secret halls of the earthly fiends. The walls of these halls bore inscriptions of various related mystical arts. However, these halls and their techniques were fragmented and dim, requiring spiritual energy for restoration and illumination. The 72 remnants also contained floating shards of memory, which I surmised were fragments of its former host's experiences. These shards revealed that, due to some unforeseen calamity, the fragment had fallen to the Blue Star, revered as a sacred object by tribes wielding stone spears. Some attempted to study and restore it. Yet the severe depletion of spiritual energy on Blue Star rendered their efforts futile. Eventually, it came into the possession of a group who called themselves Qi refiners, who were equally at a loss. In desperation, the Qi refiners decided to collaborate with the then unified Emperor Qin, presenting the fragment to His Majesty. Alas, the fragment was too severely damaged, and even the Emperor could do little in the face of the energy depletion plaguing Blue Star. Yet, fortune smiled upon us in an unexpected manner. The Imperial Seal, crafted from the He Shi Bai, miraculously activated the soul-capturing hull within the fragment. Moreover, there was surplus energy that allowed the Emperor to repair the devouring technique within the soul-capturing hull, enabling it to swallow living souls into its depths. The soul-capturing hull possessed the remarkable ability to transform living souls into spiritual energy, capable of storing it as well. Every living being has a soul: birds, beasts, insects, and even serpents, each varying in strength. The souls of humans are the mightiest. Perhaps this is why the laws of Qin were so stringent. Though there was no widespread slaughter, the harsh punishments covertly facilitated a continuous supply of living souls to the fragment through severe legal measures. However, the depletion of spiritual energy on Blue Star was dire, and relying solely on the devouring of living souls to restore the fragment was an exercise in futility. The Qi refiners turned to the great Qin Empire, secretly amassing a peculiar Blackstone. Under the guise of constructing a tomb, a clandestine array was meticulously crafted, its origins shrouded in mystery. The intent was to harness the enigmatic power of the fragment and the celestial forces to ascend to the fabled realm of immortals. However, uncertainty loomed large over their endeavors, for the spiritual essence of the Blue Star was on the brink of complete depletion, compelling the Qi refiners to stake everything on this gamble. Amidst this tumult, the alluring arcane arts within the soul-capturing hull proved irresistible. The sovereign, ultimately, managed to extract a considerable amount of soul energy, thereby restoring a particular secret technique within the hull: soul division. The soul division technique entails severing fragments of the host's soul and entrusting them to a specific artifact. Even if the host were worlds apart, they could still perceive the happenings surrounding these fragments. However, excessive fragmentation of the soul was perilous, risking severe damage to the primary soul, leading to weakness, mental collapse, or even death and obliteration of the soul. This knowledge rendered Zhou Liu hesitant to engage with the soul division technique. The earthly fiend's 72 fragment scroll, in itself, was an artifact of significance. The unifying Emperor Qin confidently assumed control, and with the depletion of the Blue Star's spiritual essence, even the Qi refiners were compelled to rely on him, negating the necessity of carrying the scroll at all times. Utilizing the soul division technique, the Emperor severed a portion of his own soul and affixed it to the scroll, covertly crafting it into a Blackstone pendant to be kept within the court or the military, thus aiding him in maintaining authority. This pendant allowed commanders in the field or the Emperor on his travels to exert influence over the realm. Fate, however, is inscrutable. No one anticipated that after the Emperor's fifth expedition, he would vanish without a trace. The pendant left in the court could no longer sense the primary soul, helplessly witnessing the return of power-hungry ministers who hastily buried the emperor's relic in the accompanying tomb. It was not until the eve of Zhou Liu's transmigration that this pendant resurfaced by mere chance. Perhaps this was what the golden silhouette had alluded to, fate. Holding a lifeless little mouse, Zhou Liu silently invoked Devour. From the deceased mouse, a small pale green orb of light emerged, soaring directly into his body. With closed eyes and focused mind, he followed the orb's essence as it descended into the fragment scroll. The orb first melded into the soul-capturing hull, transforming into a wisp of spiritual energy, which Zhou Liu then infused into the swordsmanship hall within the 72 earthly palaces. In contrast to the other dimly lit halls, the swordsmanship hall neared completion, radiating a faint glow. Reborn as a child, Zhou Liu found himself momentarily incapable of preying upon beasts, let alone human lives. Friends from his previous life in Changsha understood the difficulty of this endeavor. In this unfamiliar world, Zhou Liu could only rely on hunting small creatures like mice to extract soul energy for transformation. The realm he had traversed into appeared to harbor a modicum of spiritual essence. The earthly fiend's 72-fragment scroll had also grown more animated, autonomously drawing upon the sparse spiritual energy of the surroundings, while simultaneously augmenting Zhou Liu's physical form. Upon accumulating a sufficient amount, the scroll remarkably initiated the restoration and illumination of one of the earthly secret halls. However, it has taken a full 6 years, and the restoration is entirely random. The restoration illuminated the water entry hall among the 72 secret chambers of the Earth Fiend. The spiritual energy required for the numerous powerful secret arts within the hall is beyond discussion. The secret techniques in the water entry hall predominantly pertain to underwater combat or survival methods, enabling one to navigate through water with the grace of a fish. Yet this is not an immediate necessity. Surely, one cannot become the Sea King at this moment. Choosing to actively restore and illuminate the swordsmanship hall is a decision meticulously selected by Zhou Liu. The swordsmanship hall not only imparts exquisite sword techniques, but also conceals the legendary sword control technique. Naturally, the spiritual energy required for restoration varies greatly among the secret arts, and the vast energy needed to fully restore the sword control technique is daunting for Zhou Liu to contemplate. Nevertheless, he can at least begin by restoring its prerequisite technique, the sword manipulation technique. What is even more advantageous is that the secret arts within the swordsmanship hall are remarkably discreet. In this seemingly medieval world, Zhou Liu cannot afford to appear too extraordinary at this juncture. The little mice within the castle have almost been entirely hunted, with the remaining few hiding very well, making them exceedingly difficult to find. Perhaps it is time to consider alternative methods. Chapter 5. Winter's Resplendence. Upon exiting the attic, Zhou Liu soon passed by a standalone wooden house. Smoke was rising from the roof, and numerous servants were bustling in and out of the cabin, diligently preparing food for the castle. Many gazes drifted towards Zhou Liu. Not all were focused on him. Some were drawn to the slingshot and the small mouse he carried, their expressions reflecting amusement. A nearby maid smiled and gently bowed in greeting. "Good morning, young Master Dick." A nearby male servant, bolder than the others, did not even set down the wooden bucket in his hands, grinning broadly as he bowed. "Salutations, Mouse Exterminator Lord Dick." The earlier maid promptly retrieved a long piece of black bread from a nearby basket and playfully struck the head of the bowing male servant with it several times. Remarkably, the bread remained intact as she chastised him. "Your mouth is like a foul fish from a muddy ditch. Only knowing that young Master Dick has a good temper, you have no good words to speak." Yet, her smile could not be contained. Their playful bickering drew laughter from those around, adding a touch of joy to their busy work. Dick Karstark. This is Zhou Liu's new identity. He is the third child of the lord of this place, the head of the Karstark family. Above him are an elder brother and sister, while below him are a younger brother and sister. In terms of male heirs, he is the second son of the family. The Karstark family, which he recalls from watching the Game of Thrones series in his past life, is a branch of the Stark family, Guardians of the North. Their lands and ancestral fortress should be located in the eastern part of the north, in the city of Hurled. However, it is peculiar that the castle he finds himself in is situated beyond the Great Wall, north of the realm. Although many details of the narrative have become hazy, however, he distinctly recalled that beyond the Great Wall in the north lay a desolate land, perpetually encased in ice, where wild men roamed freely. What noble estate could possibly exist there? Perhaps the Stark family motto, "Winter is coming," now often accompanied by Eternal Castle Carho, harbors deeper implications. Dick. The urgent calls interrupted his reverie. He spotted a plump little fellow, draped in a furry shawl with gray-white hair, rushing towards him. Arriving in the blink of an eye, a chubby little hand unceremoniously reached for the slingshot in Dick's grasp. Yet Dick was quicker. In that fleeting moment, he raised the slingshot with his right hand to evade the approaching hand while deftly extending his left, placing a small mouse into the outstretched palm of the little rotund boy. This impudent little lad was none other than Dick's younger brother, Tormund Stark. At that moment, Tormund stood in a state of bewilderment, instinctively squeezing the mouse he had just received before suddenly coming to his senses. "Ah!" he exclaimed in frustration, discarding the mouse, and turning to unleash his anger upon Dick. However, upon meeting Dick's stoic gaze fixed upon him, he shrank back slightly. "Speak nicely, or I shall give you a beating." Dick's tone was calm, yet effective. Tormund, with a comically frustrated demeanor, appeared to simmer with suppressed rage, casting longing glances at the slingshot. Finally, his face flushed. He huffed and puffed, extending his hand. "Brother, let me play with the slingshot." Dick did not refuse. He simply handed the slingshot over. The moment it was in his grasp, Tormund sprang to life, turning to run. Quick as a flash, Dick seized his shawl, effortlessly lifting the little fellow off the ground, his feet dangling in the air, rendering him unable to escape. It was not that Dick wished for Tormund to express gratitude. He knew his reckless brother all too well. Without another warning, the slingshot would likely vanish without a trace. Let us make this clear. Dick fixed his gaze on Tormund, succinctly stating, "If you break the slingshot, I will punish you. You know I will, and no one will stop me." Seeing Tormund nod comically while suspended in the air, Dick finally set him down. Tormund, with his short legs, ran towards the castle hall, his demeanor noticeably less exuberant than before. Dick paid him no further mind, instead turning his attention to two figures approaching, one tall and graceful, a lovely maiden, who held the hand of a little girl, even smaller than Tormund. The little girl's short legs had significantly slowed the maiden's pace, but they eventually caught up with Tormund at Dick's side. Dick greeted the maiden first. "Aunt, good morning." No sooner had he spoken than the little girl excitedly broke free from the maiden's grasp, giggling as she dashed towards Dick. Her little head buried itself into Dick's embrace, her sweet voice ringing out, "Brother, Dick, brother, Dick." Dick quickly and carefully lifted his youngest sister, Jenica Stark, into his arms. "Dick, let us go. Dinner is ready." Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a clear spring flowing through the woods. The speaker was the beautiful young lady, Dick's aunt, Anna Stark. She stood tall and graceful, her heart-shaped face framed by a pair of clear, light brown eyes that sparkled with warmth and kindness. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her lips naturally bore a healthy, rosy hue. Her skin was delicate and smooth, radiating a warm, jade-like glow even amidst the harsh cold of the outer lands. Anna possessed a head of lustrous, silky, chestnut-brown hair that cascaded down her back, a trait inherited from her forebears, including Dick's father and uncles. In contrast, Dick and his siblings had inherited their mother's silver hair, though lacking the bright sheen, resulting in a somewhat grayish-white appearance. As they walked, they encountered servants and family knights, who respectfully bowed and made way for them. Several young knights, though their heads were lowered, could not conceal their furtive glances at Aunt Anna, their eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Dick turned to admire his aunt's exquisite visage. Truth be told, having traversed the vastness of the internet in his past life, he had encountered many faces altered by the art of retouching, yet few could rival the beauty of his aunt. She was still in her youth, not yet fully blossomed, and he could only imagine how breathtaking she would become in the years to come. Reflecting on age, he recalled his elder brother, Roger Stark, was of the same age as Aunt Anna, which left Dick in awe of his grandfather's vigor. The castle was modest, and it wasn't long before they arrived. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, a cacophony of sound enveloped them. In the center of the hall, a dozen tall, burly men with long hair and thick beards were seated at two wooden tables, all knights of the family. Servants bustled about, attending to the busy atmosphere. At the inner side of the hall, the ground rose slightly to form a small platform, on which a long table was set for the lord's family. The plump young boy, Torrhen, who had arrived early, was excitedly waving a slingshot in greeting. After settling his sister on a stool, Dick took his place at the long table. Adorning the wall of the hall was a massive banner of House Stark, featuring a white sunburst star against a black background. Beneath it sat the Lord, Dick's father, Carlin Stark. Even seated, his robust frame exuded an imposing presence, reminiscent of a mighty bear, with wild brown hair and a thick beard adding to his formidable demeanor. Beside Carlin sat Dick's mother, Helena Stark, whose shimmering silver hair outshone the grayish-white locks of Dick and his siblings. A simplified diamond-shaped eagle totem, painted in blue, adorned Helena's forehead. symbolizing her maternal lineage from a powerful tribe beyond the mountains. At that moment, Count Carlin Stark rose, his rugged voice echoing throughout the hall. "Lords and ladies," he proclaimed, and the bustling hall fell silent. "The sun will dispel the winter's chill, and in 3 days' time, we shall embark northward. My loyal knights, prepare the soldiers." He then raised his goblet high in a toast to hearty drinking. With that, he tilted back his head and drained his cup in one swift motion. Everyone raised their glasses in a toast, yet the boisterous knights responded in a cacophony. Some shouted, "Drink up," while others called out, "To your health." Astonishingly, a few even cried, "For Anna." This left Dick somewhat speechless, raising an eyebrow in bemusement. He signaled to a servant standing nearby, who promptly understood and fetched a damp cloth from a basin, presenting it to him. Dick leisurely wiped his hands, insisting that the servant provide him with a clean cloth afterward. He even compelled his unwilling brother, Torrin, seated beside him, to do the same. After all, having encountered little mice that morning, the habit of washing one's hands before meals, instilled in him from a previous life, had become second nature. This act immediately drew the scorn of his sister, Lysana Karstark. "Oh, Mouse Slayer is truly noble, adhering to such rituals even while dining." Just as she prepared to deliver another barb, she noticed their elder brother, Roger Karstark, frowning at her, his gaze silently urging her to be quiet. Reluctantly, Lysana picked up her knife and fork, stabbing at the smoked meat on her plate in frustration, muttering under her breath, "Smoked meat, smoked meat, smoked meat. It's always smoked meat." Roger chose to ignore her, instead contemplating Dick thoughtfully. The food on the table was indeed simple and monotonous: smoked meat, bread, of which nearly half was dark rye. The presence of dark bread, even on the Lord's table, indicated the Karstark family's lack of wealth. Aside from that, there was salt, broth, and some rather murky wine. Dick ate at a leisurely pace. He needed to grow, to nourish himself with sustenance and energy. Those around him presumed he lacked memories of his childhood. Yet, Dick remembered vividly. That night, Uncle Tony, accompanied by Aunt Anna and Sister Lysana, had fled with him, traversing the perilous Shadow Forest, ultimately reaching the North Keep, where his father, Carlin, was stationed. Winterfell, the very castle they inhabited now. Later, the Black Raven bore grim tidings. Their ancestral stronghold, the Moat of Stags, had fallen. Their uncle slain, and their grandfather had perished in flames, many family members taken captive. Whether the enemy needed time to consolidate their newly acquired territories or for other reasons, they did not pursue their advantage. The flames of war had not crossed the vast expanse of the Shadow Forest. Today, Father Carlin had ascended as the head of House Karstark, now a count, and their family had welcomed new siblings. In the past, when intoxicated, Father Carlin had often lashed out at the traitors, revealing hints about the enemy leader's identity. Remarkably, a cousin, a distant relative of their grandfather, who had betrayed House Karstark. Even more perplexing was their abandonment of the family name, adopting instead the title, House Silas. Dick had contemplated inquiring for more detailed information. Unfortunately, parents in any world seem to share a common refrain when faced with a child's questions: "You will understand when you grow up." Elder brother Roger surely knew the truth. Yet he had followed their father since childhood, mimicking adult behaviors, and could only offer Dick the same superficial responses one would give to a child. As for Sister Lyanna, she grew up under the indulgence of our grandfather, becoming quite haughty, and Dick had no desire to engage with her. As for the exceedingly beautiful Aunt Anna, Dick had feigned ignorance to inquire about her once, only to evoke tears from her. She was the youngest daughter of their grandfather, and since that moment, Dick had never broached the subject again. At that juncture, the gruff voice of Count Karen resounded once more, this time addressing his eldest son, Roger. "I have recalled my brother, Tony Stark, to oversee the transfer of castle guard duties. Tony will return to the castle by sunset at the latest. I have not only summoned him back, but also ordered the withdrawal of 8 knights from several outposts and forts, along with at least 200 soldiers." Count Karen took a hearty swig of wine and continued, "The northern tribes are numerous, lacking nobility. Strength alone prevails there. Thieves roam under the cover of night. And your mother and I must venture north with 10 knights and soldiers from the castle. The defense of the castle will be supplemented by the fine fellows Tony brings back. Consult with Tony on matters. He is trustworthy. We shall return promptly." The Count's voice deepened, imbued with an undeniable weight. "Remember, forever honor Castle Cahair. Never forget the fierce winter sun. We believe you will be a good lord in the future, caring for your younger siblings. This is a message from your mother, Helena." Roger Stark nodded solemnly in agreement. The lord and lady were embarking northward to the maternal clan of Dick's mother, Helena, the Falcon tribe, with the intention of seeking aid from Dick's grandfather. The black crows flying south from the phantom woods carried the scent of smoke. Time was of the essence for the Stark family. They urgently required reinforcements and must be prepared for the imminent resurgence of war. Chapter 6. Courteously delivering knowledge to speak frankly. Having been steeped in the opulence of the gourmet empire in a past life, the daily fare of smoked meat had become quite unpalatable. Observing the salt in the earthen jar, the grayish-brown powder mingled unevenly with granules, imparting a bitter taste. Yet, Dick remained unperturbed. His appetite had approached that of an adult. Enhanced by the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends, his body harbored strength surpassing that of an average man. Dick! Without lifting his head, Dick recognized the voice of the chubby Torrin returning. Torrin burst into the hall, slingshot in hand, plopping down onto an empty chair at the long table. Dick, are you going to the training grounds? Take me with you. I want to be a knight. Finishing the last piece of smoked meat on his plate, Dick picked up the damp cloth handed to him by a servant, wiping his mouth and hands. Without glancing at the chubby boy, he asked with mild curiosity, "Where's Aunt Anna? Aren't you and your sister with her?" The girls went off with the maid to pester the old woman for needle and thread. Torrin exclaimed, brandishing his slingshot, his eyes sparkling. Boys should wield swords. Dick swiftly wiped his hands and, in a flash, snatched the slingshot from Torrin's grasp, securing it into his belt. Seizing the moment while the plump boy was momentarily dazed, he grasped Torrin's greasy hand and vigorously wiped it with the damp cloth he had just used. Torrin struggled to withdraw his hand, but was easily held in place by Dick's single hand. "What do you mean, old woman? That is the instructor. A nun devoted to the 7 gods." Once he finished, Dick forcefully pushed the chubby boy aside. "Do not call me that again, or you shall feel my wrath. Now go play." Although Torrin did not comprehend the reasoning, he understood well the pain that Dick's fists could inflict. After all, he was Dick's younger brother. And with a sigh, Dick acknowledged his genuine care for his family, particularly in this era reminiscent of a medieval age, where the scarcity of medical supplies made him acutely aware of the importance of hygiene. He had indeed attempted to instill the concept of cleanliness within his family. However, the results were disheartening. Just look at his father, Count Karen. During their recent meal, the Lord had habitually scratched himself inappropriately before nonchalantly lifting his goblet to drink, even allowing a finger to dip into the wine. Dick found it incomprehensible. In the novels he had read in his previous life, protagonists, no matter how outlandish their claims, always had an audience. Some even taught ancient physics and biology. Yet, here he was, compelled to resort to brute force to care for his younger siblings, coercing them into maintaining hygiene. Regrettably, the overall environment was so adverse that his efforts yielded little fruit. Behind the castle, a training ground the size of half a football field lay barren, its weapon racks brimming with an array of arms. Yet, the field was sparsely populated, indicating the Stark family's knights were indeed in dire straits. Dick strode purposefully towards the children's table, separated by a fence, and lifted the heaviest wooden sword from the rack. After a brief stretch, he steadied himself, raising the sword above his head, and began to chop forward, again and again. After 100 strikes, a robust, bald elder clad in armor approached, nodding in approval. This elder was Dick's instructor. Dick promptly halted his chopping and greeted him respectfully. "Good morning, third grandfather." The instructor, a member of House Stark, was Rod Stark. "Be serious." The elder barked immediately. "Though you have trained for but a short time, I have already instructed you. The training ground is a battlefield. On the battlefield, there are no grandfathers, only instructors. Call me Instructor Rod." "Yes, Instructor Rod." Dick quickly corrected himself. The elder's expression softened slightly as he advised. "Every individual possesses different hand sizes, arm lengths, widths, heights, and weights. The sword is an extension of the body. Subtle differences in the body translate into vast disparities in combat. Do not mimic stances. Remember this: shatter your enemy. Strike with power, strike with precision. Continue chopping. I will not call stop. You shall not cease." Then, Instructor Rod abruptly turned towards the fence, shouting at a group of young knights who were laughing and watching. "What are you staring at? You little rascals, go train. Have you forgotten how, during your training years, I single-handedly brought you to tears?" The onlookers instantly dispersed. Coach Rod spat disdainfully, muttering, "A bunch of spineless cowards." After this, there was no scene reminiscent of novels or films depicting a lord's son being offended. Coach Rod did not allow Dick to practice any flamboyant techniques. Aside from brief respites, the remainder of the time was spent on a singular task: raising the sword, swinging it, then raising it again, and swinging once more. With his enhanced physique and the child's table weapon, Dick effortlessly completed his training, the monotony overshadowed by a fervent desire for strength. Coach Rod was greatly impressed and decided to adjust his training regimen. In this medieval-like world, Lunch was not a necessity and was more commonly found among the upper echelons of society. Even when it was available, it was far simpler than breakfast or dinner. Typically, the castle would only provide salt, bread, and clear water at midday. If one felt hungry, they would often venture to the kitchen to grab something to tide them over. Thus, the hall was not set for a grand midday feast. In the afternoon, a scholar would come to the castle to teach Dick the common tongue of Westeros. Based on previous experience, his arrival was expected in about 2 hours, the equivalent of 2 hours in his former life. Yes, even in a different world, lessons still had to be attended. However, unlike in his past life, now it was the scholar who respectfully delivered knowledge to educate the noble offspring. Dick swiftly finished his modest lunch and then implemented a plan he had long contemplated, to sneak out of the castle. Since the hunting within the castle yielded little, it was better to try his luck outside. Of course, he was not reckless. Being young, he had no intention of delving alone into the chaos of a medieval town. And seeking help from his father, Count Carlin, to arrange for someone to accompany him to hunt small rodents was out of the question, given the Count's temperament, which did not seem favorable. Dick's aim was the September of the Seven, located at the base of the hill adjacent to the castle. Firstly, he had visited it numerous times with his family, making the environment relatively familiar. Secondly, the nuns and monks there recognized him, ensuring his safety. Most importantly, the scholar who taught him resided at the September. What better reason to greet his teacher? As Dick stealthily climbed the tower, descended the castle walls, and made his way down the hill, he immediately spotted his prey just 10 steps away. The mice outside the castle, clearly unaware of the exterminator's reputation, were plump and sluggish. Without hesitation, Dick raised his slingshot and began to shoot. Amidst the squeaks of their distress, he continuously harvested fresh souls. After circling the exterior walls of the sept, he contentedly stepped inside, having hunted more than 20 of the adorable souls in that brief span. This is far more bountiful than what I gathered within the confines of the castle. The nuns and monks in the monastery soon took notice of him. Several of them hurriedly turned and raced toward the church. It was evident that they were reporting to the bishop of this Seven Gods monastery. Dick had no intention of concealing his actions, continuing to wield his slingshot as he searched for prey. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the church with haste, even exhibiting a hint of urgency, yet it was not the bishop as he had surmised. Instead, it was the bachelor, Biscottoin, who was to teach Dick the common tongue of Vistral that afternoon. The middle-aged bachelor, clad in a heavy gray robe, quickened his pace upon seeing that Dick was alone. Dick could even discern the beads of sweat forming on his balding Mediterranean crown. Biscottoin approached Dick, glancing anxiously over his shoulder. "Child, are you by yourself? Where are your attendants?" Dick, with a cheerful smile, tucked the slingshot behind his belt and bowed slightly. "Teacher, I came to welcome you early. Is that acceptable?" "I told no one." Biscottoin gazed at Dick's playful antics in disbelief. "The guards allowed you, a mere child, to roam free?" Dick feigned ignorance, diverting the conversation in a childlike manner. "Teacher, what of the bishop and the old bachelor? Should I not pay them a visit to express my greetings? They have gone to the frost-cold river. A poor soul has fallen in and requires assistance." Biscottoin ceased his inquiries and swiftly led Dick back to their quarters, seizing 2 hefty tomes before hastening toward the castle. Chapter 7. You will get used to it. When Biscottoin and Dick appeared at the castle gates, a stir ensued. Several guards, clad in leather armor and resting on their spears, nearly had their eyes pop out upon glimpsing Dick. "By the gods! Is that Dick? Master Dick!" they exclaimed in astonishment. "Good heavens! Who saw the young master slip out?" The exclamations rippled through the air like stones cast into a pond. Soon, more soldiers emerged, accompanied by 2 robust knights in iron armor, their crimson capes fluttering dramatically as they strode forward. In an instant, the gates were effectively barricaded. The 2 knights approached with sharp eyes akin to hawks, scrutinizing Dick from head to toe, confirming without a doubt that this child was indeed the Lord's younger son, Dick. A swift exchange of glances occurred between them, and one knight immediately grasped the hilt of his sword, wordlessly turning on his heel to hasten toward the Lord's keep, evidently eager to report to the Count. The other knight remained, his towering figure blocking the entrance as he gestured for them to pass, allowing Bachelor Biscottoin and Dick to enter the castle. Once inside, the remaining knight furrowed his brow in disbelief. "Young master, how on earth did you manage to leave the castle?" The incredulity in his tone was palpable. Dick maintained his innocent demeanor, blinking his large eyes innocently as he replied with childlike nonchalance. "I simply walked out, my lord." The knight was momentarily taken aback by those words, a surge of frustration rising within him, yet he could not express it. With an irritable wave of his hand, he summoned a passing servant. "You, accompany the scholar and young Master Dick to the library." Do not stray a step. Keep a vigilant eye. As Dick obediently followed Master Weiss out, he distinctly heard the knight's cold voice echo behind him. All guards on duty today, step forward and stand at attention. He silently offered an apology to the unfortunate guards about to face dire consequences. There was no other option. Dick needed everyone to gradually adjust to his elusive prowess. The library of the Castark family resembled more of a cluttered attic than a sanctuary of knowledge. Along the dust-laden walls stood several rudimentary wooden shelves, sparsely adorned with a few parchment scrolls and a handful of books. Dick and Master Weiss settled at a large wooden table in the center of the library, its surface marred by countless carvings. The moment the scholar's bottom touched the chair, the gentle, benevolent expression on his face dissipated like mist in a chill wind, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Child, you have always been so astute and sensible. I cannot fathom why you would engage in such reckless behavior today. You are still quite young, and perhaps do not comprehend the dangers of sneaking out of the castle alone. Promise me, there must not be a next time. Dick understood all too well. The secret of the 72 remnants of the earthly demons must never be divulged, not to anyone. He was well aware of how deep the waters of this world could be, having seen it portrayed in dramas. With a pure smile lingering on his face, he cleverly shifted the topic. Teacher, I have completely mastered the writing of the common tongue of Westeros. I have read the entire Chronicles of Westeros in the library from cover to cover. The seriousness on Master Weiss's face was instantly replaced by astonishment, his eyes filled with skepticism, as if Dick had claimed the sun was made of cheese. What? That is impossible, child. That book. Dick swiftly rose, drew a blank parchment from the shelf, and on tiptoe, retrieved the weighty tome, its cover so weathered it seemed ready to fall apart. Finally, he took up a quill, returned to his seat opposite the scholar, and arranged his paper and pen with calm confidence. Teacher, feel free to open the Chronicles at random and select a passage. I will transcribe it for your review. Master Weiss, uncertain, accepted the book and awkwardly flipped through the yellowed, frayed pages. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped the book shut with a thud. Tentatively, he inquired, Child, have you truly read it all? Memorized every part? Can you transcribe it? Then try writing about the founding of the Citadel. It need not be word-for-word accurate. Just convey the cause and effect clearly. Without hesitation, Dick dipped his quill in ink, flicked the excess droplets away, and began to write fluidly on the coarse parchment. The Citadel, located in the old town at the southwestern corner of the continent of Westeros, gradually emerged as an academic center following the conquest by the Undulls. In Dick's eyes, the written form of the common tongue bore a striking resemblance to the Latin alphabet of his previous life. Uncertain whether it is the fortune bestowed by time travel or the enhancement effects of the fragment, his memory has become remarkably astute. 2 years prior, he had already mastered this language and script with such proficiency that it surpassed even his previous life's ability. Where he would forget characters the moment he put down his input method. The meager collection of books in the library had long since been worn to tatters. He had previously concealed his talents, not wishing to attract undue attention. However, now that his family stands on the brink of peril, Dick is compelled to uncover the truth, particularly why the unfolding narrative starkly contrasts with his memories. The teacher before him is undoubtedly the most suitable person to consult. With the quill dancing across the parchment, his handwriting was both neat and fluid. The scholar, Vis, became increasingly astonished, his initial shock transforming into an uncontrollable delight. Unable to restrain himself, he approached Dick, leaning in for a closer examination. That's enough, my child. Vis finally interjected as Dick filled nearly half the sheepskin with his writing. He picked up the parchment, his fingers gliding over the ink, so precise, it hardly resembles a child's script. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he murmured to himself, how could his handwriting be so exquisite compared to when I taught him before? Though his voice was barely audible, Dick caught the remark and raised an eyebrow, pondering how to explain that he was merely concealing his extraordinary abilities for fear of discovery. Scholar, you see, I have not deceived you, have I? Dick paused, gesturing towards the tome titled Chronicles. However, I have noticed that the Chronicles of Westeros only records events from the Dawn Age through to the Baratheon dynasty. What follows is absent. Are these details documented elsewhere? The expression of Scholar Vis grew slightly strained. His eyes flickered as he awkwardly averted Dick's gaze, his voice vague. Perhaps this matter is better left for another time. My child, tell him. Viscadin, a voice, deep and resonant like winter thunder, erupted at the door of the library. Dick's father, Count Carlin Stark, with a bear-like stature, nearly filled the doorway, casting a shadow that engulfed the already dim light of the attic. His low voice, imbued with an undeniable authority befitting a lord, struck every word like a hammer upon an anvil. Since I have entrusted you with the education of my bloodline, do not hold anything back." The heavy thud of his boots on the wooden floor echoed ominously, his piercing gaze sweeping over the scholar's pale face. Scholars' betrayal of their oaths is a vile conspiracy. The chilling tone of Count Carlin reverberated, each syllable steeped in frost. Chapter 8. Power is the cornerstone of authority. Count Carlin Stark's imposing figure filled the doorway of the library, instantly casting the room into shadow. Behind him, Dick's elder brother, Roger Stark, entered as well, dragging along their chubby younger brother, Torrhen Stark, who was squirming like a fledgling chick. Catelyn first turned to Dick, his weathered and rugged face breaking into an approving smile. "Young man, I hear you slipped out of the castle? Well done." He laughed heartily, the sound reverberating in the cramped attic. "But you're still a bit behind my time. I succeeded at 6, no 5. Then there was silence. No foreseen warnings or reprimands followed. In fact, there was even a hint of encouragement in his smile. Yet, in the next instant, the warmth on Count Caelin's face vanished as abruptly as a winter storm, replaced by a chilling coldness. He turned to Bachelor Weiss. His gaze as piercing as ice. "Weiskitten, tell me." The Count's voice was low, like a dark current beneath frozen earth. "In all of Westeros today, apart from the eaves of House Hightower, how many families dare or are willing to offer you scholars shelter?" His words struck like ice picks, harsh and unforgiving. Bachelor Weiss quickly rose and bowed deeply, nearly folding in half, cold sweat beading on his bald head. "My lord, the misunderstanding of scholars runs too deep," he stammered, lifting his head, his voice trembling. "Not all scholars have yielded to Hightower." Count Caelin's voice suddenly rose, echoing like furious thunder in the attic, causing dust to rain down from the shelves. "But all scholars hail from Old Town. Hightower's Old Town." He stepped closer, his imposing form exuding an oppressive aura. Fixing his gaze on Weiss, each word deliberate and heavy, like hailstones falling. "Those miscreants helped Hightower devour the entirety of the Riverlands, occupying the West like ravenous wolves. Invading the Riverlands. They have even extended their claws into the sands of Dorne. This is a complete betrayal of ancient oaths." Count Caelin's glare seemed capable of piercing through Weiss. "And traitors," he growled, "deserve to die?" Weiss felt as if he were the target of an enraged ice bear. His legs trembling, the parchment in his hand crumpling under his grip. He bowed deeply once more, unable to meet the fiery gaze of Count Caelin. Beside him, Dick suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief. What had he just heard? This was entirely at odds with the plot of the television series. A monumental secret. His curiosity ignited like wildfire, burning with an insatiable itch in his heart. Seeing this, Dick's elder brother Roger stepped forward, earnestly attempting to mediate. "There is no need for the bachelor to be anxious. What father refers to are those scholars in the South who have betrayed their oaths and serve as Hightower's lackeys, not you or Bachelor Valentine." Count Caelin let out a heavy grunt, his chest heaving as he struggled to suppress his boiling rage. "Enough," he said, his tone still stiff but seemingly less fiery. "I know you, and that decrepit old man Valentine. Unlike those sycophants of House Hightower in the South." He pointed a finger, thick as an ancient oak branch. "At Bachelor Weiss, though there may be no place for you within the castle, you shall continue to benefit from the protection of House Stark." With that, he extended his hand and lifted the fidgeting Torrhen, who was standing beside Roger, presenting him before Master Viss. "My lady and I are about to lead our troops north. And this young lad," Count Carlin shook the squirming little plump one in his hand, "cannot be left to his own devices all day. Starting tomorrow, he shall spend each afternoon learning alongside Dick. Ensure he receives proper guidance, lest he become nothing more than a barbarian who knows only how to wield a sword." "At your command, my lord." Master Viss responded with a tremor in his voice, as if granted a reprieve from a great burden. Carlin grunted and casually tossed the still wriggling Torrhen into Roger's arms, turning to leave with the two of them. As his massive figure pivoted, he murmured to Roger, "I never noticed before, but this lad is quite the handful, just like you were in your youth. Keep a close watch on him. As for Dick," the Count's voice echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away, "he is a source of relief. Quiet, uncompetitive, and unobtrusive. Had it not been for someone informing me that he slipped out of the castle." The heavy footsteps finally vanished at the corridor's end. Dick could only see his elder brother Roger leading Torrhen out, along with the sight of Roger delivering 3 firm raps upon Torrhen's head. Dick withdrew his gaze, returning to his seat, his eyes shining with an astonishing brightness, like searchlights directed at the startled Master Viss, brimming with curiosity ready to overflow. Master Viss let out a long sigh, retrieving a cloth to wipe the gleaming cold sweat from his bald forehead, finally drawing his attention back from the empty doorway. Noticing Dick's eager, insatiable thirst for knowledge, As if he wished to unearth all secrets immediately, he wearily settled back into his chair, sighing deeply once more. My child. The scholar offered a bittersweet smile, his voice carrying a post-exertion rasp. You heard everything I just said and must be filled with questions, bursting to know more. Am I right? Fear not, for the Count has commanded that I shall not conceal anything from you. Master Vis picked up the crumpled and nearly torn piece of parchment. Carefully attempting to flatten its deep creases, his gaze wandering, lacking focus. Where shall I begin? He murmured, as if sorting through chaotic thoughts. I believe I must first offer you an apology, Dick. Master Vis lifted his head, his eyes reflecting genuine remorse. The reason is, he again took hold of the old tome, the Chronicles of Westeros. My dear child, you are quite astute. Having perused this book, you should have noted the details concerning scholars. Scholars don metal rings symbolizing their knowledge. The greater their achievements, the more rings they possess. Just as my own mentor, Valentine Johnson, is the doddering old man the Count mentioned earlier. You have encountered him before. He adorned himself with 6 metallic rings, each a testament to the breadth of his lifelong knowledge. Subsequently, Bachelor Vis, with a touch of self-deprecation and profound bitterness, gestured towards the emptiness of his own robe's chest. But he paused, his voice growing somber. You see, I possess not a single one, Dick. For I have never crossed the threshold of the academy, and thus have not undergone any assessments in the disciplines, let alone earned the metallic rings that signify the status of a bachelor. Strictly speaking, I am not a true bachelor. I am merely a student taken in by my teacher out of compassion long ago. Although my instructor has tacitly permitted others to call me bachelor, I remain, ultimately, not a genuine scholar. He candidly regarded Dick. My strengths do not lie in historical knowledge. Rather, I am far more intrigued and adept at the craft of crafting tools and pondering the principles of nature's workings. At this juncture, a flicker of unfulfilled yearning and desire sparkled in Vis's eyes. I am confident that, were I to sit for examinations in the academy, I could secure at least 3 metallic rings. Alchemy, astronomy, mechanics, these are my true passions. His expression shifted to one of immense anguish. The academy, where boundless knowledge resides. Child, knowledge to me is power. True power. Yet, I fear I may never have the opportunity to behold the vast ocean of knowledge that the academy holds. Witnessing the profound sorrow etched upon the scholar's face, Dick felt a tremor within, as the familiar adage, knowledge is power, resonated with newfound, weighty significance. For the scholar, knowledge represents power. For the knight, valor and martial skill embody power. For the merchant, wealth signifies power. Each individual pursues their own power, yearning for more and greater. And power is indeed the cornerstone of authority. The Old Town Academy stands as the heart of knowledge, education, and scholarship in the realm of Westeros. To Bachelor Vis, it represents the coveted golden finger, a treasure that may forever remain out of reach. At last, Bachelor Vis emerged from the depths of his anguish, his tone lightening slightly, as though a long burdening stone had been lifted from his heart. The Chronicles of Westeros document history, and the subsequent historical details I have merely learned through hearsay, grasping only a rough outline. I cannot impart to you anything absolutely precise, which is why I had to sidestep your question earlier. I owe you an apology. Bachelor Vis reiterated his regret. Dick straightened his back, sitting upright, gazing at the somewhat embarrassed scholar with sincerity and earnestness. Teacher, you need not feel guilty at all. As long as you have imparted knowledge to me and guided my understanding of this world, you are, in my eyes, a scholar worthy of respect. The youth's gaze was both clear and resolute. I am eager to learn about the history that follows the Chronicles of Westeros, and what truly transpired with the scholars. Why do you say that there is little chance to attend the academy? Please, consider it a tale you tell me. I am truly eager to know. Dick's eyes sparkled with an urgent light, almost ablaze with anticipation. Scholar Vis, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a considerable time, seemed to be organizing his thoughts, pondering how to approach this topic. He could not merely begin with the treachery of the scholar, as mentioned by the Lord Count. Finally, he spoke, his voice resonating with a solemnity akin to that of recounting ancient legends. To understand, one must first delve into the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty, that tempest, which rent asunder the very fabric of Westeros. Chapter 9. Legends and Rumors Within the Library of Winterfell. The voice of Viscount echoed slowly and clearly. In the year 302 of the Aegon calendar, approximately a century prior, Queen Daenerys Targaryen seized King's Landing. She commanded her dragons to incinerate the Red Keep, leaving much of the city in ruins. Amidst the wreckage of the Red Keep, she briefly claimed the Iron Throne before vanishing alongside her dragons. Speculation regarding her fate abounds. Some allege she was slain by Jon Snow, a bastard of the north, while others assert they witnessed a dragon whisking her away. In any case, the formidable dragon queen faded into obscurity, with even the Iron Throne melted into molten iron. Whether this signifies the successful restoration of the Targaryen dynasty or its utter failure remains a matter of debate. A wave of despondency surged within Dick. The scholar's description unmistakably mirrored the conclusion of the television series Game of Thrones. A century ago, he had indeed traversed time rather late, rendering him incapable of foreseeing the future. Following the Dragon Queen's disappearance, her army disbanded. In the aftermath of the tumult, the remaining great lords convened in King's Landing and collectively elected Bran Stark as the new king of the Six Kingdoms. He, being physically impaired, was referred to as Bran the Broken. This finally smoothed the crumpled parchment. Why the Six Kingdoms? Because the North had declared its independence, and Bran's sister, Sansa Stark, became the Queen of the North. At this juncture, the Stark family nominally ruled the entirety of Westeros, thus establishing the Stark dynasty, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in the scholar's tone. Dick found himself at a loss for words. What do you mean by established? The chaos had arrived swiftly. Scholar Viss's expression turned grave. The Targaryens possessed dragons, the Baratheons had alliances and allies, yet the Stark family. Within a few years, Westeros descended into disarray. There were neither rulers of sufficient renown nor anyone to meticulously document this bloody period. It is known that thereafter, various regions were embroiled in relentless conflicts. Viss instinctively countered, can this truly be deemed a dynasty? In contrast, the North seemed comparatively stable, merely engaged in an ongoing feud with the Vale. The North and the Vale are at odds, Dick exclaimed in astonishment. Noting the scholar's confusion, he hastily clarified. The chronicles state that the North and the Vale are steadfast allies. Viss blinked. I am quite aware of the reasons behind this. It stemmed from the Vale nobility demanding the North's queen fulfill her promises regarding the Bastard War. After their demands for land were rebuffed, they dispatched troops to forcibly invade the Isles of the Three Sisters and White Harbor. Since that moment, the disputes between the two regions have persisted unabated. Speaking of the Bastards' War, one cannot overlook its victor, Jon Snow. Most assert that he is the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark. The scholar shifted his tone, mentioning rumors that the disappearance of the Dragon Queen was orchestrated by him. However, her followers did not kill him. Instead, they compelled him to don black attire and venture beyond the wall. This has led many to speculate that the Dragon Queen may still be alive. Dick privately scoffed, recalling how in the television series she was indeed slain by Jon, a conclusion that sparked considerable ire towards him. Jon Snow, once the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, donned the black cloak once more, and many Night's Watchmen rallied to his side. In his earlier days, he had also aided the free folk in their flight from the army of the dead, and many of them returned with him beyond the wall. Scholar Vyse hesitated briefly. Regarding the army of the dead, there are numerous tales and accounts throughout the North. Yet, some now express skepticism, as there exists no tangible evidence of White Walkers or Whites. They surmise that this could be a fabrication devised by the Dragon Queen in the North to garner support for a Targaryen restoration. Noticing Dick's lack of reaction, the scholar elaborated. In the chronicles, it is noted that the North is bitterly cold, while the lands beyond the wall are perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. And the White Walkers and Whites are said to originate from the land of eternal winter beyond the wall. The text contains descriptions of the White Walkers. Child, are you not afraid? Such tales are merely the old wise fables meant to frighten children. Dick replied outwardly thus, yet inwardly pondered. Although the conclusion of the television series was hasty, the White Walkers and Whites were utterly vanquished, reduced to ashes. Rather than fret over things turned to dust, it is far more pragmatic to contemplate the potential existence of gods in this world. Do not judge hastily, Vyse admonished, shaking his head. Not everything in books is true, nor are all legends false. After the wall's collapse, the climate beyond began to resemble that of the North, no longer perpetually locked in frost. The scholar continued, recounting how Jon Snow amassed numerous followers beyond the wall, ultimately becoming the de facto ruler of that realm. Later, when turmoil erupted in the south, the Queen of the North unexpectedly declared her acceptance of fealty from the lands beyond, bestowing upon Jon Snow the title of Protector of the Beyond and granting him a ducal title. Jon accepted this and participated in the delineation of territories. Your ancestor was one of the recipients of such honors at that time, a topic we shall discuss in detail later. The scholar's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Now, let us address the matter that has incensed Count Caron, a truth I cannot conceal, the betrayal of the scholar. Following the collapse of the Baratheon dynasty, Westeros was engulfed in years of chaos, and nearly all were left battered, Yet the Hightower family emerged largely unscathed. No one anticipated their depth of concealment. Perhaps they had been amassing power beneath the shadow of dragons since the Targaryen era. The nobility had long grown accustomed to the service of scholars. Yet nearly all scholars hailed from the Hightower's domain, Old Town Citadel. The scholar's expression turned bittersweet once more. Despite the Academy's persistent claims of being crownless and clanless, emphasizing neutrality, the scholars nonetheless pledged their allegiance to various lords. However, amidst the chaos, many scholars exploited the lords' reliance on ravens for communication, covertly aiding the Hightowers. It is crucial to understand that, at that time, the training of ravens and the transmission of messages were entirely under the scholars' control. Dick suddenly realized that the great houses had entrusted their vital intelligence to these outsiders. To his recollection, there seemed to be no oversight. This was tantamount to courting death in wartime. Observing Dick's epiphany, Scholar Viss nodded in pained agreement. Have you deduced it? Initially, the Hightower family seized the opportunity to oust the Highgarden's acting lord, Oron, capturing both Highgarden and the Reach. At that time, no one suspected the scholars until they effortlessly took Castle K and advanced into the Riverlands, their forces swiftly approaching King's Landing. Only then did everyone realize that the scholars were using the Raven network to relay messages to the Hightowers, disrupting the war. The tone of the scholars grew filled with sorrow and indignation. From that moment on, scholars became pariahs in Westeros. Yet, not all scholars were traitors. Many scholars, driven from their positions by furious lords, refused to bow to the Academy, now under Hightower control, choosing to bear the stigma of betrayal rather than submit, resolutely fleeing northward. We swear in the name of heart and knowledge that we are not traitors. Scholar Viss fell silent, his emotions tumultuous. Dick promptly rose to pour half a cup of wine, offering it to him. Scholar Viss trembled as he accepted, taking a sip. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply. The Lord abhors traitors, and we carry this label of traitor. It is no wonder the Lord is so furious. There is indeed a terrifying rumor regarding the Hightowers. A monstrous creature resembling a large bird has been sighted on the battlefield, not as colossal or ferocious as dragons, yet capable of carrying men aloft. Scholar Viss set down his cup, his expression grave. Furthermore, there is an uncertain report. A black dragon was seen on the battlefield between the Hightowers and Dorne, destroying Hightower's fleet. Some claim the dragon belonged to the Free Cities, while others assert it was Drogon. They believe this serves as proof that the Dragon Queen yet lives. However, the black dragon has only appeared once. This is all I know. Many details elude me. Scholar Viss downed the remainder of his wine, taking a moment to collect himself. Compared to these fragmented pieces of information about Westeros, I am quite familiar with matters concerning your family. Child, would you like to hear about it? Perhaps you already know? Dick eagerly shook his head, then quickly changed to a vigorous nod. I want to hear. Teacher. Scholar Viss nodded, his voice low and solemn. Winter's son is your family's tongue. House Karstark is a branch of House Stark from Winterfell. Over 1,000 years ago, due to the merits of their ancestors in quelling a rebellion, they were granted the title of Lord of Hurled. However, by the late Targaryen dynasty, your family nearly faced extinction. The calamity stemmed from 2 acts of loyalty to their liege lord. The scholar's voice bore a tinge of sorrow. After the death of the usurper Robert Baratheon, Westeros plunged into the maelstrom of the War of the Five Kings. House Stark responded to the call of their liege lord on 2 occasions, mustering their forces to march south. In doing so, your family endured tremendous sacrifices. During that time, the Count of Castle Hurled, the eldest son Harrion Stark, was captured, while his 2 younger brothers perished in battle. The anguish of losing his sons drove the old Count to madness, remarked Maester Vyse with a solemn tone. In a fit of rage, the old Count executed 2 young Lannister captives in the city of Riverrun, an act that ultimately led to his own execution by his liege lord. Consequently, the army that followed the old Count southward rebelled against the northern forces. This was a grave error on the part of House Stark, a profound betrayal of their loyal vassals. With the Lord of Castle Hurled gone and heir Harrion imprisoned in the south, the land swiftly descended into chaos. Vyse noted with a chill in his voice. It was not until after the War of the Bastards that Jon Snow wed the surviving daughter of the Count of Castle Hurled, Alika Stark, to the wildling Magnar of then. This effectively rewarded the then family with Hurled and its lands. Jon Snow, bearing the blood of Stark, committed a blatant betrayal against his loyal subjects. Many northern nobles who had marched south with House Stark suffered grievously. However, Queen Sansa and Duke Jon did not aid these families in their restoration. Rather, they stood by, even allowing their followers to seize the family's estates. Such short-sightedness from House Stark. Maester Vyse remarked. They did not anticipate that those loyal vassals who were captured would endure countless hardships to return to the north after the Lannisters' defeat. Among them was the rightful heir of House Hurled, Harrion Stark. Dick's voice turned icy, laden with certainty. Surely, the seized lands have not been restored? Naturally not. Maester Vyse shrugged, a bitter mockery in his demeanor. Why would one relinquish a prize once grasped? The North at that time was a veritable feast of opportunism. Thus, Dick's voice carried a chilling undertone. Queen Sansa's sudden announcement to accept fealty from beyond the wall and to elevate Jon Snow to Duke was, in truth, a ploy to dispatch my ancestors and other returning troubles to the desolate lands beyond the wall. A clever calculation indeed. Maester Vyse nodded deeply. My child, your perceptiveness is commendable. Eternal remembrance of Castle Hurled. Each generation of House Stark has strived to reclaim their ancestral lands. Yet there are exceptions. At the Horn of Winter, a faction has taken root. Once vassals of House Hurled, and a branch of your own family, they have suddenly rebelled. They seized the lands of Hornvale and Horncastle, cultivated by your forebears for generations. Now they lurk to the south of the haunted forest, setting their sights on the north. The traitors your father despised most are these base usurpers who have forsaken their bloodline and self-styled themselves the Sarah's family. Dick murmured, I know. As for the comforting words from Maester Vyse about Count Carlin's assured victory in reclaiming Horncastle, Dick could no longer absorb them. A profound sense of urgency seized him. Not to mention the potential existence of deities, the ephemeral dragons of the south, or the colossal birds of Hightar capable of carrying passengers. The impending flames of conflict within his family compelled him to take action. Yet, Dick's knuckles tightened discreetly beneath the table. His youth rendered him a vexing burden. Chapter 10. Not your concern. Dick was uncertain whether every castle's night mirrored the eternal winter of Winterhold at this moment. Outside the iron bars, the flickering torchlight danced in the darkness, casting distorted shadows upon the frigid stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of burning firewood, the chill of the stones, and a faint, unpleasant odor emanating from the thick fur blanket beneath him. The slate floor exuded a biting cold, making the unwelcome scent somewhat bearable compared to the warmth provided by the fur. The conversations of the day lingered in Dick's mind, preventing him from finding sleep for a long time. With no better alternatives, he was grateful there was still time. Possessing the 72 remnants of the earthly fiend's scroll was his greatest source of confidence. The endeavor to hunt the souls must persist, even necessitating an expansion of its reach. The Ratcatcher Dick? Such a title bore little significance. As dawn broke, Dick scattered black bread crumbs in various corners of the castle, even mixing in some finely chopped smoked meat. Regrettably, after a thorough search, the hunt yielded disappointingly meager results. He could only pin his hopes on the outside of the castle. In the training grounds after breakfast, Coach Rod altered the training regimen. He procured a sturdy wooden shield bound in metal, gesturing for Dick to engage him in a sparring match with the large wooden sword from the previous day. As Rod parried, he instructed Dick on the techniques of force and angle. To Dick, this was far more engaging than merely swinging his sword through the air. He felt a surge of excitement as he raised the wooden sword, striking against Rod's shield with resounding thuds. The loud clatter attracted a number of onlookers in the training yard, and applause erupted intermittently. An impressive strike. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out from outside the training ground. A tall, robust man with brown hair and a thick beard approached, clad in black chainmail and draped in a heavy black bearskin cloak. He strode towards the two combatants. Hearing the voice, they paused. Indeed, it was a fine display, yet it lacked a certain ferocity. Coach Rod's tone remained steady. Go meet your uncle. He appreciates your youthful valor. He paused. That will be all for today. Remember to eat well tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave, but his hand, concealed behind the shield, trembled slightly. The armored giant was none other than Dick's uncle, Tonica Stark. Dick politely expressed his gratitude in the direction Rod had departed, set aside his training sword, and excitedly rushed towards Tonica. After all, he was his savior. Dick could never forget the kindness of the man who had fled with him at the tender age of 2. Tonica Stark appeared weary yet invigorated. You've grown taller, lad. I heard you snuck out of the castle. Well done. Ha. He laughed heartily, patting Dick's shoulder with enough force to leave an impression. Come, let us see the gifts I have brought for you and your companions. Before even entering the grand hall of the castle, Dick could already hear the excited shrieks of little chubby Torrent Stark, with a golden-painted wooden helmet perched atop his head and a matching sword brandished in hand. Torrent bounded across the long table in the hall, mimicking the gallant charge of a knight. His sister, Lyanna Stark, anxiously tried to usher him away, fearful he might topple the open jewelry box on the table, within which various gemstones sparkled brilliantly. Meanwhile, their aunt, Anna Stark, cradled her sister, Jenica Stark, beside her, smiling as she plucked at a harp-like instrument. With Dick's older brother and parents absent, the children reveled in their freedom. Little Torrin leaped in front of Dick, proudly displaying his antics while exclaiming, "I am a knight, a brave knight," in childish exuberance. Although Dick did not particularly anticipate a gift, he scanned the hall for new treasures and could not help but cast a questioning glance at his uncle. "What about mine? I thought you could hold out." Tony burst into laughter and lifted Dick under his arm, declaring, "Come with me. I assure you will enjoy this. Put me down." The weight of adulthood made Dick feel a tinge of embarrassment in such a position. Yet, this earned him a resounding slap on the backside from his uncle. "Behave yourself." Once outside the hall, Tony hoisted Dick onto his broad shoulders, laughing heartily. "Embarrassed, are we? Your little unfeathered egg. I had plenty of fun with back in the day, shame." Indeed. With that, he strode purposefully toward the castle gates. They encountered many soldiers and knights along the way, more than usual, some appearing weary from travel. Groups of armed men rested against the walls, rising to salute as they passed. "These soldiers returned with you, right?" Dick inquired. "Will their return affect the front lines?" Tony, taken aback, chuckled in response. Little Dick has truly grown up, worrying about the front lines. "Fear not. The rabble from the south won't be upon us so swiftly. Just grow strong, and one day I shall take you to the battlefield to wield a sword." As they stepped through the castle gates, 2 soldiers awaited with horses in hand. Tony waved them off, continuing to carry Dick as the soldiers hastily followed with the steeds. Outside the castle, the main road, a winding path of dirt mixed with gravel, lay strewn with deep ruts. On either side stood the quarters of knights and soldiers, enclosed by fences or low walls. The wooden houses, though not elaborate, appeared more respectable than the dilapidated shanties further back. The road was desolate, with only an occasional traveler entering or exiting the solitary inn and tavern, enhancing the sense of emptiness. The sun melted the lingering snow, rendering the ground a treacherous mire. Unfazed, Tony trampled through the muck, splattering mud upon his boots and cloak. Perched upon his uncle's shoulder, Dick failed to notice the fleeting seriousness that crossed Tony's face. As he surveyed his surroundings, he asked, "Uncle, are we leaving the castle? You just returned. Shouldn't you be discussing the troop rotations with father?" He mentioned he and mother would depart at dawn tomorrow. Sometimes, being too clever can be a burden. Tony patted Dick's leg, laughing as they walked. "The change of guards concerns your brother as much as it concerns mine. It is not merely your affair or mine. I hear you slipped out of the castle? Well done. Far superior to what your father and I accomplished in our youth. The rat catcher? What a splendid title. A passion for hunting is indeed commendable. When you are older, your uncle shall take you to hunt bears, wolves, and those truly ferocious beasts." As he spoke, Tony turned towards a grand wooden gate. A servant had been waiting and promptly opened the door upon their arrival. Tony set Dick down, and in the courtyard stood a beautiful lady. However, Dick's attention was already captivated by the tall, magnificent horse that the servant was tending to. The horse stood like a statue of obsidian, its proud head bowed under a thick black mane, front legs straight as columns, tail gently brushing the grass, ears twitching, and bright, intelligent eyes gleaming. Tony, too preoccupied to notice Dick, laughed heartily and rushed towards his beloved, arms wide open. "My dear, have you missed me?" The lady met him with a beaming smile, embracing him, though a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. What began as a tender moment turned unexpectedly bold as Tony, in front of everyone, leaned down and passionately kissed the lady, prompting her to squirm and protest. This spectacle finally drew Dick's gaze back from the horse. "Ouch!" Tony exclaimed, clutching his groin and spinning around, muttering coarse phrases about finishing her off tonight. Dick rolled his eyes, feeling that the lady's knee was still rather lenient. "Huh. Is that all you've got?" The formidable lady retaliated with a swift kick to Tony's calf, then smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, smiling and nodding at Dick. "Hello, Dick. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Julie Christie. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Lady Christie," Dick replied politely. Once composed, Tony leaned in with a playful wink. "Perhaps we should refer to you as Baroness?" Alas, the poor Baron was slain by traitors from the south. May the 7 gods curse those scoundrels. He grinned as he wrapped an arm around Lady Christie's waist, raising an eyebrow at Dick. "You must understand, my dear boy. Your uncle cannot bear to see such a lovely lady alone. She requires someone to look after her, does she not?" Dick, utterly unimpressed, rolled his eyes. "So, dear uncle, which of the 7 gods has guided you to care for this lady?" Tony's eyes sparkled with mischief as he clapped his hands, taking up the conversation with feigned earnestness. "Indeed, Dick, you are astute. It is the 7 gods who have led me to temporarily reside at Julie's estate, and to attend to some matters." Dick, uninterested, walked directly towards the black horse. Tony hurried after him, proudly patting the horse's back. "Do you like your gift, Dick? Such a robust Highland mare is hard to come by. Your uncle spent a considerable sum to acquire her. She is a mare, a lady, so you must treat her with the utmost gentility." He examined the saddle, suddenly furrowing his brow. Turning to Lady Christie, "Did I not instruct you to prepare a beautiful saddle this morning? Why is she still equipped with this old, shabby one?" Tony tugged at the frayed leather reins with a hint of reproach, remarking, "These rags hardly befit a noble steed." Lady Christie sighed in response. "Tony, you dashed into the castle this morning, tossing the horse to the servants. How could I have had the chance to speak with you?" She paused, her tone growing somber. Resources in Winterfell were becoming increasingly scarce. While timber and food were manageable, other supplies were critically lacking. This stronghold had always been a bastion of House Stark in the north, with few craftsmen available. The pelts from hunts could not be properly processed. In the past, aid could be sought from the southern Dreadfort, but now that it had fallen, everything was in short supply. Ropes, fabrics, even iron goods were becoming hard to come by. "Those damn traitors! I shall flay them alive," Tony exclaimed angrily, striking the saddle, causing the horse to snort. "What of those boastful merchants who claim to seek adventure? Why won't they come?" Lady Christie shook her head. "The outlook is grim. The Frostflow River is neither as wide as the Hornwood nor navigable year-round, preventing the establishment of a major port. They remain obstinate, only unloading at the mouth of the Hornwood River, at best arranging a few small boats to the Frostflow. And their prices have more than doubled. Those greedy scoundrels." Tony spat vehemently. It was then that Dick truly grasped the dire circumstances outside the castle. In recent years, he had taken castle life for granted, never contemplating the hardships of the world beyond its walls. Chapter 11. A gold dragon having departed from Lady Christie's home. Tony Stark gazed in admiration at the sleek black steed ridden by Dick, exclaiming, "The horse trainer must be a master. This majestic creature is muscled and powerful, yet it moves with a gentle grace along the muddy thoroughfare." This time, Tony accepted the reins offered by a soldier, mounting his horse to ride alongside Dick. "Child, you shall surely become a fine knight. Mount it, and remember to bond with the lady daily." "Uncle, it shall never be named the lady." Dick protested with discontent. "Huh, young Dick has grown." Tony Stark beamed with delight. "You still have much to learn about the charms of women. But fear not." He lowered his voice, winking conspiratorially at Dick. "In time, your uncle shall take you to the realm of tenderness, where you shall truly understand." A roguish laughter escaped Tony, leaving Dick speechless. As they passed the tavern that also served as an inn, Tony's throat tightened. Dismounting, he grasped the reins of Dick's steed. "I must indulge in a couple of drinks to reward my belly." "Dick, you return to the castle first." Unable to resist a jab, Dick retorted, "My dear uncle, you are indeed fond of your nephew, bringing him out but neglecting to take him back. Oh, we are but a few steps away, and have arranged for 2 fine lads to accompany you." Tony gestured to the 2 soldiers trailing behind. "See, your uncle has not abandoned you." After his retort, Tony lowered his voice again, raising an eyebrow at Dick. "Do not think I did not notice how Rod was trembling at the training grounds after being bested by young Dick. Truly, the blood of Carol runs strong." He chuckled as he patted the black stallion beneath Dick, signaling it to move forward, while he turned with the reins in hand, heading toward the tavern. Dick quickly tightened the reins, exercising careful control over the steed. The horse trotted at a leisurely pace, prompting the 2 accompanying soldiers to remain on foot, flanking him on either side. In truth, Dick had ridden horses in the castle since childhood, though he had not undergone formal training. The rough-hewn men of the castle delighted in tossing him and little chubby Torrin onto horseback for amusement. Consequently, Torrin had always boasted, "I am a knight, a powerful knight." Not far into their journey, the castle gates came into view. Suddenly, from a fork in the main road, 2 figures, one large, one small, burst forth in a frantic manner. Dick promptly tugged at the reins, signaling the horse to halt, while the 2 soldiers swiftly moved to assist. This unexpected turn of events failed to startle the black stallion. Instead of stopping, the robust horse, seemingly invigorated, continued to carry Dick forward, dragging along the 2 soldiers, until it approached the pair who had fallen onto the main road. The 2 figures, wrapped in somewhat soiled animal hides, comprised a youth and a child. They appeared anxious, glancing back toward the alley behind them. The black horse tossed its head, snorted loudly, and affectionately leaned its neck toward the 2, who were struggling to rise. Observing this situation, Dick began to form a suspicion. However, the soldiers, momentarily staggered by the horse's pull, muttered a couple of curses, 2 wildlings, bastards, and were about to confront the children when Dick intervened. Signaling the soldiers to loosen their grip on the reins, allowing the horse to circle around the distressed pair. Following the direction of the children's tense gazes, Dick caught sight of several elusive figures disappearing into the alley, pondering to himself, could this be a scenario of ostentatious bravado? Yet, events did not unfold as Dick had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to Dick's noble attire, or the familiar recognition of the Count Carlin's offspring in the small town, or perhaps the imposing presence of the soldiers beside him. Whatever the reason, the shadowy figures vanished as if they had never existed. The boy and child, still wrapped in their animal hides, finally exhaled in relief. But upon noticing Dick atop the horse and the unfriendly countenance of the soldiers, their anxiety returned. The slightly older boy instinctively shielded the child behind him, awkwardly inching towards the roadside while hastily bowing. "Forgive us, sir." The black horse, evidently familiar with the two, seemed perplexed as to why they were ignoring it. Eagerly, it followed closely behind them, its head stretching forward. Amused by their simultaneous desire to approach the horse, yet their hesitance, Dick chuckled softly. "Enough of the charade. Your attempts at eye-care exercises are far less convincing than you think." Ignoring their evident confusion at his teasing, he found himself momentarily captivated by the sturdy steed beneath him, feeling a spark of interest. He pointed at the horse and asked, "Do you recognize it?" The youth hesitated, while the child could no longer contain himself and shouted towards the black horse, his accent somewhat peculiar. Dick barely caught it, mishearing it as Abiao. Abiao? What a splendid name, yet it requires a slight alteration. A grin spread across Dick's face, relishing in his own mischievousness. Henceforth, it shall be known as Sang Biao. He paid no heed to whether the two understood, bending down to tease the child. "What do you think of Sang Biao?" "It's called Abiao, not Sang Biao," the child retorted, puffing up in indignation, only to be firmly restrained by the youth behind him. Bowing his head respectfully to Dick, the youth remarked, "Sir, Sang Biao is indeed splendid." "Of course it is, but I am not." The thrill of acquiring the magnificent steed was swiftly overshadowed by the youth's awkward demeanor. "I have been awaiting your response." Dick pointed once more at the black horse, inquiring again, "Do you recognize it?" Having already resolved that if the other continued to exhibit such reluctance, he would instruct the soldiers to escort them away and ride off himself. The youth cast a furtive glance at the increasingly impatient Dick and the soldier who had been watching them intently, forcing a wry smile. "Sir, you are correct. It once belonged to us, but it no longer does. It has already been sold." Seemingly relieved, he cautiously extended his hand to stroke the large head that had been nuzzling against him. The horse finally received acknowledgement, whinnying joyfully and ceasing its circling around the two. Dick too patted the horse's neck, declaring, "This is a fine steed and indeed the best gift I have received today. You do not appear to be city children. What are your names?" "Sam, sir, just call me Sam. This is my brother Cody. We hail from the tribe across the frost-cold river." The youth maintained his lowered gaze. "Sold for quite a sum, I presume?" Dick gestured towards the alleyway. "Otherwise, no one would be pursuing you." Sam stole another glance at Dick and the soldier. "Sir, I do not wish to deceive you. 1 gold dragon." "Pardon? How much?" "What did my uncle offer?" Dick blurted out, incredulous, thinking his uncle far too unscrupulous, even without a grasp of the local price levels. The exchange of 1 gold dragon for a quality horse seemed utterly implausible. "Who is your uncle?" Sam hesitated. Dick gestured for them to look towards the tavern entrance. As they turned, they beheld Tonica Stark preparing to enter the tavern. At times, events unfold with remarkable serendipity. Just then, a waitress emerged from the tavern, apron tied around her waist, cradling a small wooden barrel. As Tony passed, he unexpectedly slapped her ample backside with the gloves he had just removed. The waitress's startled scream mingled with Tony's raucous laughter, echoing through the street. Dick shrugged. "As you can see, that is my dear uncle." Sam was initially taken aback, then quickly shook his head. "I saw this gentleman in the morning, but it was not he who purchased the horse. He is not your uncle." Noticing Dick's confusion, he continued to elucidate. "In the morning, your uncle passed through the outer market with many knights and soldiers, not stopping at all. It was another gentleman who took some people away from the group to purchase a horse." Dick was still astonished by the horse's remarkably low price. "So, this gentleman acquired the splendid steed for merely 1 gold dragon? And my father's life, along with mine and Cody's?" Sam, bowing his head, spoke with a hint of resentment. "Sir, that is the true worth of this horse." Dick was taken aback. He had never imagined the situation was thus. He believed such a fine horse could command a high price, envisioning that they were being pursued for a substantial sum of money. "They are chasing you over just 1 gold dragon?" Dick even suspected Sam was deceiving him. A nearby soldier could not help but murmur, attempting to make Dick comprehend how perilous it was for 2 wild children to enter the city with a gold dragon. "Young master, they can easily discern that they are from a savage tribe, and they lack an adult's company. Dick began to grasp the situation and shifted the topic. What brings you into the city? You mentioned your father. Why isn't he with you? Sam candidly revealed with a bitter tone. We hail from the Wild Horse tribe, a small clan that has now been scattered by a hostile tribe. Sir, being scattered is not so significant. Cody and I initially had a tribe to shelter us. However, our father sustained grave injuries, rendering his right hand useless and leaving him with a limp, and no tribe would take him in. We were unwilling to part ways. And after much effort, we managed to capture this black horse on the plains, hoping to trade it in Everwinter City for some provisions to survive. But now, Sam's expression turned troubled. We had no choice but to leave our father resting outside the city while Cody and I sought work within. While I sympathize with your plight, Dick stroked the black horse. This steed is a gift from my uncle, and I cannot part with it. Your predicament is not attributable to my uncle, and moreover, I have no money to provide you. He spread his hands. During these years in the castle, he indeed had no need for money. Sam and Cody dared not protest, their faces still etched with bitterness, when they heard Dick's cheerful tone shift. However, if you seek work, I can indeed assist you. I believe you would be capable of performing the duties of grooms. In contrast to the surprise of Sam and Cody, the two soldiers hastily attempted to dissuade him. Young Master Dick, they are wild folk from outside the city, and the Count. I know, do not worry. I will speak with my father, and of course, it requires the Count's approval. With that, Dick winked at Sam and the others. Come, let us fetch your father. Sam and Cody were naturally overjoyed, quickly bowing in gratitude and immediately leading the way to retrieve their father. The two soldiers exchanged wry smiles, trying to dissuade Dick. Young Master Dick, if we were in the city, we would be more than happy to accompany you on a stroll. They awkwardly explained to Dick. We are under the orders of Lord Tony to escort you back to the castle, not to venture outside. Perhaps you should return to the castle first? The soldiers pointed towards the nearby castle gate. You see, it is not far. The outside world differs from the city. It is best to return to the castle and gather some assistance before venturing out, as danger may arise at any moment. I have been remiss. I appreciate your reminders. Brave and loyal warriors. Dick promptly acquiesced to the council. He observed a subtle detail. Although the path back to the castle was brief, the two soldiers, seemingly casual, consistently positioned themselves between him and his brother Sam. Upon returning to the castle, Dick did not enter. A knight took the initiative to inform Count Karen. In deciding to accept the two wild men, Dick felt not only sympathy for their plight and a desire to find a good groom for his beloved horse, but more importantly, he sought an opportunity to venture beyond the castle walls. What of youth? He feared no dangers outside. In this life, he could be considered part of the privileged class. He merely needed to concoct a suitable reason, and a knight or soldier would surely accompany him on his outing. Chapter 12. Not out of your pity on the road leading to the Lord of Everwinter, mud and snow splashed beneath the hooves of the horses. The procession surrounded Dick as it advanced, with Sam and Cody at the forefront, cloaked in filthy animal skins. As Dick had surmised, as long as he refrained from using the childish excuse of hunting mice, his father, Count Karen, would undoubtedly send someone to accompany him outside the city. This time, the trusted squire by the Count's side was Sir Payne Brown. The knight silently rode beside Dick, his hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his sword, his gaze steadily surveying the surroundings, only tightening the reins when Dick's curiosity led him to gaze too eagerly. For Dick, this was a rare opportunity for observation. Aside from the hazy memories of a flight during his infancy, he had never truly set foot beyond the confines of Everwinter. Now, his hunting grounds must expand. As the party crossed the drawbridge, Dick reined in his horse to glance back. Shadows moved upon the castle walls, soldiers maneuvering their spears. Likely in the midst of a change of guard, his father and mother were set to depart northward on the morrow. Traversing less than half a mile along the banks of the frost-cold river, a makeshift camp enclosed by a wooden fence came into view. Dilapidated tents and low wooden shanties were scattered about. This was the market outside the city. Sir Payne, Dick halted his horse and pointed towards the river. Why is there no bridge across the frost-cold river? The river was not wide. Only a few small boats bobbed upon its surface. By the shallows, figures were spearing fish, ice shards flying about. Payne shook his head, his voice deep as stone. There are no bridges across the frost-cold river. Long ago, there were many disputes with the various wild tribes on the opposite bank. Eventually, the two sides agreed. The south bank belongs to House Stark, while the north is the eternal land granted to the old gods tribes. He succinctly concluded, nudging his horse forward. Ahead, Sam and Cody suddenly quickened their pace, charging towards a gaunt figure at the entrance of the camp. The individual limped as he rummaged through a pile of debris, his hands, purple from the cold, futilely clawing at the rags. Upon seeing Sam and Cody, A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. But upon catching sight of the mounted Pain and the soldiers behind them, his expression paled dramatically. In a frantic motion, he seized a wooden board studded with nails from the debris, gripping it tightly, a mix of despair and feral fury swirling in his gaze. Sir Payne's left hand silently pressed upon the hilt of his sword, while his right subtly raised, signaling the soldiers behind him to halt. He reined in his horse, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a seasoned understanding evident in his demeanor. Dick urged his horse forward, standing alongside Sir Payne, as they observed Sam and Cody gesturing anxiously towards the gaunt figure. Moments later, the emaciated man discarded the wooden plank, pulling his two sons down to their knees in the mud before Dick's horse. He then produced a sharp flint from his bosom, making a fierce incision across the palms of his own and his son's right hands. Blood immediately welled up, dripping onto the cold, muddy ground. The trio tilted their heads back, their eyes fiercely fixed upon Dick's face, their voices hoarse yet resolute. Old gods bear witness. We, Saya, Sam, and Cody, swear our flesh and souls to the man before us, who shall henceforth be our lord for all our days. May the ice wolves gnaw upon the bones of the betrayer. May the stones of the river weigh down their souls. Let flesh and blood dissolve, never to find peace. At the utterance of flesh and blood dissolve, Dick's fingers instinctively brushed the worn leather edge of the saddle. A fleeting discomfort regarding this bloody rite, reminiscent of ancient civilizations, crossed his mind, yet his expression remained unfaltering, maintaining a calmness uncharacteristic of a child. Sir Payne had quietly stepped back while they took their oath. And only after the vow was sealed did he speak, his tone still flat. Young Master Dick, they are acknowledging you as their lord. You may choose to accept or reject this. The Earl had previously accepted many tribal savages as his vassals, most of whom were now hunting across the river. Fearing Dick might not comprehend, Sir Payne elucidated with subtle implications. Though the northern bank is a land bestowed permanently to the tribes by the old gods, those who have acknowledged a lord are equally blessed, enjoying the bounties of the northern shore. Dick nodded, taking a deep breath to suppress the tumult within. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to replicate the tone of a lord from the stories he remembered. I accept your oath. You shall partake of my provisions, and there will be a place for you beneath my roof. The seven gods bear witness. Joy erupted instantaneously upon the faces of the three men. They scrambled to their feet, heads bowed, humbly and eagerly trailing at the end of the procession. Sir Payne murmured aside, no heart tree, no chapel. Yet this oath feels genuine. Observing the trio's eyes, the wariness had noticeably lessened. In this harsh and frigid land, oaths were never taken lightly. Dick managed a wry smile, feeling the weight of the gravity surrounding the situation. They had made this matter so solemn. Yet it had not even received the Earl's consent. He had initially sought to find a former master for his beloved horse, a renowned horse trainer praised by his uncle. At first, he had been confident in persuading his father, but now unease settled within him. With a heavy heart, Dick returned to the castle, unknowingly unaware of the two knights stationed on the battlements, their expressions dark as they observed the procession. Father, it is those three savages. One remarked. I believe they are the ones Master Dick brought back. Just a few savages. No need to concern ourselves, another replied. Upon returning to the castle, the Earl and Lady Helena were directing servants and soldiers in packing their belongings, saddles, provisions. Dick approached his father with the three anxious tribal men, gesturing and attempting to explain the circumstances. Mother Helena discerned his tension and approached him with a reassuring smile, embracing him. My child, do not forget whence I come. This is hardly a matter of great significance. Count Karen waved his hand dismissively. Since you have pledged to be their master, arrange things as you see fit. I shall allocate 3 servants in the stable. After a moment's contemplation, he quietly warned Dick. When you approach the 3 tribes, be they noble savages or destitute wanderers, do so with your knights and soldiers. Remember, my child, they acknowledge you as their lord not out of pity, but because you are a Stark. Observing the Xi'an family devouring coarse black bread and meat soup with ravenous appetites, Dick instructed a servant to escort them for washing and settling in. He understood well that the compassion of the weak bore no significance. He had not forgotten his own reliance on the tome, the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends. The monks and nuns near the monastery had grown accustomed, or perhaps numb, to seeing Dick alone wielding his slingshot with deadly prowess. The murmurs of the vermin slayer drifted by, but he chose to feign ignorance. When Viscount Kodo summoned him, the initial panic on his face had given way to resignation. He nodded toward the grinning Dick. Let us return to the fortress. Torrin is on the verge of turning the parchment into a sieve. The guards at the castle gates, upon seeing Dick's return, erupted into a flurry of activity. Dick grimaced inwardly, thinking these guards lacked the composure of the monks. Yet, he recognized that their duty was to safeguard, and thus their defenses could not be easily breached. At the table, Torrin was diligently attending to the parchment with an ink-stained quill. Noticing Dick idly perusing a scroll he had long since memorized, Scholar Vis sighed and rubbed his polished head. Dick, I am aware you have perused every tome here. You are remarkably intelligent and learn at an astonishing rate. He gestured dramatically towards Dick, exclaiming, so swiftly that I scarcely have time to prepare. Today, I shall attempt to answer some of your inquiries. But do refrain from being overly perplexing. Scholar Vis winked at Dick. You know, as your teacher, my expertise is rather limited. Dick's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Master, do not the monks and nuns vow to serve the 7 gods? Yet I see them chopping wood and tanning hides, perpetually busy. When I accompanied my father, I do not recall witnessing such activities. Scholar Vis breathed a sigh of relief, for this was a question within his grasp. Oh, even the blacksmith of the 7 gods must wield the hammer, otherwise his forge would grow cold. We mere mortals cannot afford to be lazier than the divine, can we? He continued, I cannot ascertain the veracity of their vows to serve the 7 gods, for many scholars have sworn fealty to their lords, and among those who swear, there are many who lie. With a shake of his head, Scholar Vis lamented, nevertheless, monks and nuns must don garments and procure sustenance. If they do not labor, shall they simply subsist on air? Dick nodded. Do they tan hides to trade for supplies? Perhaps elsewhere it may yield a return. Scholar Vis chuckled ruefully, yet in Winterfell, we lack everything. This is your Stark family's stronghold in the north, where commerce is scarce. The entire city of Everwinter exists to serve Everwinter Fortress, including the monastery. They are tanning leather for your family's hunting party. Meanwhile, House Stark offers shelter, food, and essentials. It seems I have heard similar words, Dick murmured, even fabric, belts, ropes, and iron are in short supply. The library fell silent, save for the sound of Torrin's quill scratching the paper, resembling the movement of crawling insects. Master. Dick's gaze fell upon the slightly roughened hands of the bachelor, accustomed to handling tools. You have mentioned your proficiency in crafting instruments, have you not? Vague memories of survival videos from a past life swirled in his mind, and several rudimentary, yet practical ideas began to take shape. Indeed, a fleeting look of pride crossed the face of Bachelor Weiss, quickly replaced by a furrowed brow. The new blacksmith shop and the production of bows were both too ambitious and urgent for the Earl's desires. The sinew for bowstrings required soaking for 30 days, while iron needed to be heated to a glowing red to be shaped, and the same applied to bows. The logic was evident, yet the timeline was daunting. Dick chose not to speak further. He pulled a blank sheet of parchment and removed a simple wooden caliper from the wall, leaning over the table to sketch. First, he outlined the contours of belts of varying lengths, adding holes and buckles. Given the shortage of rope, treated leather belts might serve as a temporary solution. Then, he recalled a method from the videos that involved braiding ropes from resilient vine bark, and a surge of ideas poured forth. The scratching of his quill on the parchment intertwined with Torrin's disgruntled murmurs, gently resonating in the still air of the library. Chapter 13. Strive, brother. The remnants of night were fading, and the chill seeped into every crevice of Everwinter Fortress. Count Carlin stood beneath the imposing archway, his dark cloak wrapped tightly around him. His light brown eyes gazed at the flickering torches in the courtyard, the dancing flames illuminating his taut jawline. Behind him, Lady Helena was enveloped in an opulent white wolf cloak, her shimmering silver hair complementing its elegance. The faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes could not obscure her grace, as her gaze lingered over her husband's broad shoulders. Resting on the steps of the castle hall, there, her 5 children silently watched their parents depart. Nearby, the warhorses occasionally exhaled puffs of steam, their iron hooves striking the cold stone. The sound startled a few birds perched atop the tower, sending them flapping into the dawn sky. Count Carlin turned, gently assisting Helena onto the white northern steed. He then swiftly mounted his horse, tightened the reins, and raised his hand. Let us depart. 10 knights clad in chainmail followed suit. The noble couple led the charge, galloping into the brightening morning light, with the knights trailing closely behind. As Dick and the others ascended the castle walls to gaze out, they saw soldiers and supply wagons outside the fortress forming a line, following the banners of their lord and lady into the distance. All right, children, do not be disheartened. It is merely a brief farewell. Uncle Tony of House Stark approached the battlements, affectionately ruffling the head of the pouting little Torrin. Wait a few days, and you shall receive gifts, ha ha ha. The departure of their parents cast a shadow of sorrow over Dick, while his elder brother, Roger Castle Stark, felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. The tension stemmed from his inaugural role as acting lord, while the exhilaration arose from his desire to prove himself. As Dick trained under the guidance of Master Rod, the training grounds felt particularly desolate. Most knights remaining in the castle clustered around Roger, surveying the defenses of Winterfell and Wintertown. At noon, a feast was held in the castle hall to honor the knights who stayed behind. Roger Castle Stark occupied the heavy lord's chair, receiving toasts from the gathered crowd. Roger was exceedingly diligent, spending each day with his uncle Tony, leading the knights and soldiers in managing the affairs of the Winter Domain. Soon, he issued a proclamation announcing that he would preside over the lord's court in the castle hall in place of Count Carlin. This was undoubtedly the essence of lordly authority, used to settle disputes and punish crimes. However, their father, Count Carlin, had shown little enthusiasm for such matters, delegating them to his subordinate knights. The news spread like wildfire throughout Wintertown and the surrounding villages. In the afternoon, the lessons of Bachelor Weiss were interrupted, as the bachelor was summoned by the bishop of the Seven Gods Church to provide counsel for the impending lord's court. Eager and industrious, Roger did not forget about family. Upon returning from a patrol, he brought back a traveling minstrel from the south. Every few days, the minstrel would perform in the hall for his younger siblings. With sweet words and captivating performances, he brought joy to the children. Due to Roger's industriousness, Dick found himself with ample free time. Lacking interest in the minstrel's songs, he chose to sneak out of the castle to hunt, and during this period, he experienced a bountiful harvest. As preparations for the Lord's court concluded, the day of the hearing arrived. Dick deliberately refrained from sneaking out, for he had never witnessed a real court in his lifetime, and was curious to see if it would indeed resemble the verbal duels depicted in films. His sister, Lyanna Castle Stark, showed no interest in the court proceedings and, full of enthusiasm, took her younger siblings to the back hall to watch the minstrel perform. In contrast, their beautiful aunt, Anna Castle Stark, was discreetly escorted by 3 young knights to seek a prime position in the hall, even having chairs brought for her. Observing this, Dick rolled his eyes and unceremoniously squeezed in beside Aunt Anna, plopping down onto the chair originally intended for her. The knight who had moved the chair was quite astute. He promptly fetched another one, courteously inviting Anna to take a seat while he stood upright, positioned just in front of her. The other 2 knights hastily followed suit, positioning themselves in front of Anna and Dick, standing tall and firm, striving to project their vigor. As Dick mentally scoffed at the display, Roger Castle Stark took his place in their father's lordly chair, his expression grave, with the bachelor and the bishop seated on either side. Uncle Tony Castle Stark, accompanied by several knights, pushed open the heavy oak doors of the hall, and the tumultuous murmur of the townsfolk surged forth. Approximately 30 to 40 subjects entered in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the soldiers, evidently having been screened outside the castle in smaller groups. The knights then formed 2 lines to maintain order. Lord Roger sat at the head of the table, his demeanor grave, flanked by silent, resolute knights in gleaming armor, their presence instilling a quiet intimidation that swiftly hushed the murmuring vassals. With heads bowed yet unable to resist furtive glances, their eyes darted around the imposing hall, a blend of reverence and curiosity. Not long after the tribunal commenced, Dick found his eyelids growing heavy, stifling yawns beside him, while his Aunt Anna appeared thoroughly engrossed. The cases being deliberated were mostly trivial matters, lost belongings and unpaid debts, with a fair share of brawls as well. What nearly tested Dick's patience was that many disputes revolved around who had triumphed in these scuffles. Even amidst grievous injuries, none were willing to concede defeat. What rendered him speechless was the seemingly unperturbed demeanor of the knights, soldiers, and vassals present. His elder brother, Roger, listened intently to the statements, stroking his chin in contemplation before solemnly declaring the victor. In Dick's past life, such a case would have been resolved with a verdict of mutual combat. As Dick contemplated slipping away from the hall, a rough-skinned fisherman, weathered by the sea, burst into the center of the chamber, dragging a young girl beside him. Her eyes red and swollen, trembling in fear. He glared at the young hunter, who was being ushered forward by 2 soldiers. The fisherman removed his greasy old hat and, with a thud, knelt on the cold floor before Roger, his voice trembling with fury. "Gracious lord, your loyal subject humbly beseeches you to intervene on my behalf." He pointed vehemently at the hunter, who knelt nearby, his neck flushed with indignation. "This beast has sullied my daughter's virtue." "I did not," the hunter retorted defiantly, though his gaze flickered nervously toward the weeping girl. "We are truly in love. I swear it." "Preposterous." The fisherman trembled with rage, his calloused finger accusingly directed at the hunter. "You have a wife at home." He anxiously turned to the surrounding crowd for support. "He is indeed a fraud." This constituted a grave offense. Roger furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with the scholar and bishop beside him. His attention then shifted to the weeping girl, tears cascading down her cheeks. In the presence of the old and new deities, tell me, my dear, Roger's voice softened, yet retained an undeniable authority. Do you wish to accuse this hunter of violating your will? The girl's frail shoulders trembled violently as she buried her head deeper, almost curling into herself, desperately shaking her head in silence. Roger Stark's brow knitted tighter. The fisherman, growing more anxious, inched forward to elaborate. Gracious Lord, I caught this beast in my daughter's own room. The neighbors witnessed it and can testify. I would never dare deceive you. Roger did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the sobbing girl. Listen, if your father's accusations hold true, this hunter shall face severe punishment. He will be mutilated and exiled from the territory, never to return. Let me ask you one final time. Do you concede to your father's accusations? The girl abruptly lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, her eyes brimming with fear and desperation. She fervently shook her head, pleading with her father, Please, I beg you. Father, don't. Dick clearly perceived the situation. This was not an instance of coercion, but rather a clandestine affair caught in the act. The solemn atmosphere of the hall subtly shifted. As many faces revealed expressions of realization and amusement, whispers and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd once more. The fisherman, now thoroughly agitated, repetitively voiced his accusations until, in a fit of rage over his daughter's betrayal, he struck her soundly across the face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed painfully in the hall. Roger, seated at the head, rubbed his temples, displaying signs of a burgeoning headache. He quelled the discourse, asserting, Enough? He turned to the fisherman, his tone conveying finality. Under the watchful eyes of the old and new gods, the truth is evident. Your daughter acted of her own volition. He paused, casting a cold gaze upon the kneeling hunter and the weeping girl. This hunter, already wed, knowingly engaged in an affair with your daughter. That is unequivocally infidelity. The word infidelity dropped like a stone into still waters, inciting a swell of murmurs, many nodding in agreement. Roger's voice rose once more. Infidelity is a grave moral transgression. It is an affront to the gods and the laws of our realm. He explained to the fishermen. Both shall be stripped of their garments and bound to the pillar of shame in the town square, where they will publicly endure 20 lashes. No, no, my daughter is innocent. The fisherman was now utterly disoriented, his words tumbling out in confusion. Dick's elder brother interjected, Punish this hunter severely and observe your daughter. She is unwilling. According to the rules, should we not also penalize these moral transgressors? His gaze swept between the fisherman, the despondent girl, and the hunter, who longed to offer comfort, yet dared not approach. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he gestured to the fisherman. Very well. Then, what kind of mercy do you seek? The fisherman's face turned a deep shade of purple, teeth clenched in determination as he shouted, That beast must compensate me. A substantial sum. Enough for my daughter's future marriage. Seemingly unsatisfied, he added with reluctance, And his wife. She must spend a night in my home. No, 2 nights. That is only fair. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the hall before it erupted into chaos. Initially, muffled snickers transformed into uproarious laughter that surged forth like a tide. Knights pounded their thighs and clanged their gauntlets against their armor, a cacophony of raucous laughter and coughs intermingling. Dick observed this absurd spectacle, shaking his head in disbelief. What a spectacle indeed. Roger, too, found amusement in this outrageous demand, leaning back in his chair, his hearty laughter overshadowing some of the mirthful uproar. After a considerable time, he managed to regain composure, waving his hand in an attempt to restore order. The buzzing discussions and lingering laughter gradually subsided. Ultimately, Roger decreed that the hunter must compensate the fisherman with enough game or furs to fill his daughter's room before the next winter snowfall. As for that night and the subsequent 2 nights, naturally no one spoke of them again. Dick had witnessed the territorial court of this world. What law was there? When the Lord was the law itself. Whether punishment was severe or lenient depended solely on the Lord's whims. Even though the bishop and some others appeared to be dissatisfied with the moral transgressions being overlooked, no one dared to voice their objections. The surrounding individuals had long since grown accustomed to this state of affairs. Chapter 14. Surprise. The morning chill enveloped the cold stone walls of Everwinter Castle like a reluctant ghost, lingering in the frosty mist. Dick Karstark, armed with his slingshot, habitually ventured into the dark, damp corners of the castle, the kitchen's back door, the storeroom's corner, the entrance to the old wine cellar. He meticulously scattered crushed black bread crumbs and a bit of dried meat, the favored bait of the mice, as part of his unwavering hunting ritual. However, When Dick confidently returned to the first baiting spot, he found it devoid of any remnants, not even a crumb of bread. Instead, there stood a rather sizable dog, a mottled gray and white creature that bore a striking resemblance to a wolf. Its piercing blue eyes, coupled with a rather foolish expression, made it resemble a silly husky. At that moment, it was fervently licking the stone slabs with its wet tongue, as if it wished to scrape the very ground to savor its flavor. Dick's temper flared. Had all his efforts in setting the trap merely resulted in breakfast for this foolish creature? He gave the dog's furry rear and a light kick. Howl! The dog, as if its tail had been stepped on, tucked its tail, and, with drooping ears, bolted past Dick like lightning. Dick angrily pursued it around the corner, only to see the silly dog circling his elder brother, Roger Karstark, nuzzling against his leg and emitting a plaintive whine, as if it had suffered the gravest injustice. Roger, clad in leather armor and a thick woolen coat, wore his signature smile, one that suggested he had everything under control. While patting the dog's head to soothe it, he waved to Dick, asking, "What's the matter, Dick?" He crouched down and playfully ruffled the dog's fur, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "From now on, you won't need to trouble yourself as the master mouse exterminator for these little nuisances in the castle." Dick huffed in irritation, muttering, "A dog chasing mice is quite the interference." "What did you say?" Roger inquired, having not heard clearly, a frown creasing his brow. Dick quickly cleared his throat, suppressing his frustration. "I said, brother, if we are to catch mice, it ought to be by a cat. Cats are the true nemesis of mice. How can this silly dog possibly interfere?" He gestured disdainfully at the still whimpering dog. Instead of being annoyed, Roger's eyes lit up. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "You're absolutely right. A cat has been brought to you." Only then did Dick notice the servant behind Roger, holding a wooden box. The servant stepped forward, and Roger carefully lifted the lid, revealing a fluffy little creature nestled inside. It was a plump kitten, its long, light golden fur resembling clouds and mist, with a belly as white as snow. It appeared as though it had just awakened, with round, amber-hued eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment, timidly gazing at Dick. Its chubby little nose quivered slightly, and a tuft of light-colored fur sprouted from the tips of its ears, lending it an air of remarkable cleverness. Dick found himself utterly frozen. He glanced at the innocent little kitten nestled in the box, then at the foolish dog by his elder brother's feet, its tail wagging like a windmill, before finally meeting Roger's smug expression that seemed to say, "Aren't you impressed by my exquisite arrangement?" At a loss for words, Dick stood speechless. Roger, unfazed by his daze, promptly thrust the wooden box into Dick's arms. "Here, I specifically selected this for you. Take good care of it." He gave Dick's shoulder a hearty pat, proclaiming, "The title of Mauser hardly befits a member of House Karstark, Dick. A knight's honor is found on the battlefield, not in a mouse hole." With that, Roger whistled, and the foolish dog immediately trailed behind him. The duo, accompanied by their servant, swiftly vanished into the castle's shadowy arcades. The cold wind whipped against Dick's face, laden with icy mist. Clutching the wooden box, he stood motionless, his mind swirling in chaos. Life had become unbearable. The kitten nestled in his arms tilted its head, its large amber eyes gazing at him in confusion, while its tiny paws gently scratched at the box's wall. It seemed Dick was destined to disappoint his elder brother. The reputation he had garnered as a Mauser was likely not just confined to the castle, but had spread beyond its walls. The mice within the castle, already dwindling due to his efforts, had become even more elusive with the presence of that keen-nosed foolish dog. The bait Dick set was consistently licked clean. Damn that stupid dog. Frustrated, Dick found himself compelled to expand his hunting grounds repeatedly. The vicinity around the monastery? Not enough. Recently, 2 watchdogs had been added there, constantly roaming and scaring the mice into hiding. He was left with no choice but to venture further into unfamiliar streets. Each time he slipped out, he used the pretense of going to fetch Master Viss. This excuse had become so overused that even he found it perfunctory. Yet he was too lazy to devise a new one. Sure enough, when he completed his hunting and stepped into the monastery, Master Viss was already waiting in the shadow of a stone pillar. The scholar raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping from Dick's face to the slingshot at his waist, as if to say, "Have you been fetching me again? How many did you catch today?" Dick felt a twinge of embarrassment, just as he was about to speak. Master Viss preempted him with a voice tinged with mystery. "Dick, I have crafted the drawing you made last time." "The drawing?" Dick paused, recalling the belt-cutting mold he had sketched days prior. Master Viss beckoned him, leading him through the corridor to a spacious room. Upon opening the door, a blend of wood and leather scents enveloped him. It was a workshop, adorned with tools hanging from the walls and several tables positioned by the windows. In the center of the room lay a square table, upon which Dick's drawing was spread out, Beside it, a wooden model significantly larger than his own dimensions. I created it according to your design, Master Vis remarked, patting the model. Dick's eyes instantly brightened. The model was impeccably square, polished to a smooth sheen, precisely resembling the caliper he had envisioned. The details were even more exquisite than he had sketched. Master, you truly brought it to life. He grasped the model eagerly, examining it from every angle, unable to part with it. Merely possessing the model was not sufficient. It needed to be tested for its practicality. Bachelor Weiss regarded him with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He called over a passing young monk, requesting, "Could you kindly fetch a piece of tan leather scrap, just enough to make a belt?" The monk swiftly returned with a substantial piece of deep brown, uniform leather. Dick carefully laid the leather upon the table, pressing the wooden mold down to secure it, and accepted the small knife handed to him by Bachelor Weiss. He steadily cut along the grooves of the model's edge. The crisp sound of the blades slicing through the leather resonated clearly. Once the model was removed, the leather's edge was straight and smooth, the angles precise as if measured with a ruler. "It is simply perfect, teacher," Dick exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he held the leather. With this tool, crafting belts would be both efficient and exquisite. The frustration from days of unsuccessful rat catching was washed away by the overwhelming joy brought forth by the new tool. As he gazed at the wooden mold and leather in his hands, an idea suddenly struck him. "Teacher, could we perhaps create several more of these wooden molds and enlist the help of the nuns and monks at the abbey to craft them into belts? If we punch holes at intervals and add buckles, they would surely fetch a higher price than selling whole pieces of leather." Bachelor Weiss stroked his beard thoughtfully, pondering. "You must consult the bishop about this. I cannot make such decisions unilaterally." He then shifted the conversation. "However, have you considered whom you might sell to?" Dick scratched his head, a fleeting image of someone flashing in his mind. Chapter 15. In Your Name beneath the frost-laden river downstream. A cluster of low wooden houses formed what was known as the eternally frigid city of Everwinter. The snow on the rooftops had melted, yet the cold remained biting, exhaling breath as fog. One day, Dick Castack slipped away from the castle for a hunt. Instead of heading to the usual place at the abbey, he wandered near the residence of his uncle's old acquaintance, Mrs. Christie. He recalled her from their previous visit, where she had spoken at length about the scarcity of resources and the challenges of trade in the territory. Perhaps she could be of assistance. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he approached the house with a small courtyard belonging to Mrs. Christie. He hesitated, contemplating whether to present a formal visiting card like in the dramas, but then remembered that such customs might not be prevalent in this medieval-like setting. Shaking off the thought, he grinned and knocked on the courtyard door. The maid who answered recognized him with surprise, exclaiming, "Young Master Dick, please come in." She hurriedly led the way. Calling out to the house, quickly informed the lady, "Young Master Dick has arrived." Soon, from the second-floor corridor of the adjacent two-story wooden house, Mrs. Christie's voice, tinged with curiosity, floated down. "Dick?" Dick looked up, a smile brightening his face. "Madam, it is I. Good afternoon." Mrs. Christie descended the creaking wooden stairs unhurriedly, clad in a deep green, thick woolen skirt, her curious gaze surveying Dick. This attention reminded Dick that he had only met her once before, and his solitary visit felt somewhat presumptuous. His cheeks flushed slightly as he resolved to get straight to the point. "Madam," he cleared his throat, "I was deeply impressed by your comments regarding the scarcity of resources and the challenges of trade in Everwinter City during our last discussion. Today, I would like to inquire about a few matters." Lady Christie smiled knowingly, gesturing towards the newly cleared table and chairs in the corner of the courtyard. She instructed a servant to bring forth warm honeyed water and bread. "Sit down, Dick, and speak slowly." Dick, however, did not touch the food. He leaned forward, an air of urgency about him. "My lady, are you engaged in trade? I can provide some goods. Well, belts." Lady Christie covered her mouth with a laugh. "Young master, you are still quite young, already dreaming of earning golden dragons." She looked at him with a gentle smile. "Moreover, the trade of Everwinter City and the entire territory is actually overseen by your mother, Lady Helena Karstark. I am merely assisting her with some specific matters." "My mother?" Dick's eyes widened in surprise. He truly did not know. "Yes, my child. If you desire golden dragons, wait until your mother returns and speak to her." Not for money." Dick quickly shook his head. "I have a way to process a batch of sturdy belts. Perhaps it could alleviate some material hardships for the territory. However," he shrugged, "but I'm still too young. I don't understand how to sell, to whom, or for how much." "I see." Lady Christie retracted her smile, sitting up straight, her expression turning to one of a discerning merchant. "Is the quantity substantial? Never mind. We will take whatever you have. If the quantity is considerable, I shall promptly go to the castle to discuss it with your elder brother, Roger." Dick scratched his head, I'm not sure yet. I need to consult with the bishop to see how many monks and nuns can assist with the processing. Lady Christie regarded Dick with a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Thinking of contributing to the territory at such a young age? What a considerate Karstark you are. She rose. Come along, my young master. Go. Where to? Dick was taken aback. To the monastery. Of course, Lady Christie replied with a smile. Let us see what my little adult can stir up. Additionally, I shall greet the scholar and the bishop. The two soon arrived at the workshop of Scholar Viscato in the monastery. At that moment, two nuns were using wooden molds to press and swiftly cut the leather into strips for belts, their movements far more proficient than Dick's. Scholar Viscato was nearby, attaching simple wooden buckles to the finished belts. An elderly man stood beside them, nodding in approval. He wore a thick, dark brown robe, and a necklace shaped like a seven-pointed star hung from his neck, exuding an air of solemnity. He was none other than the bishop of Everwinter City, Noel Morrison. As Dick and Lady Christie entered the room, everyone turned to them with friendly expressions. Look, it's Dick, along with Lady Christie. Bishop Morrison greeted them with a smile. Scholar Viscato also rose, waving them over enthusiastically. Lady Christie walked directly to the table where the newly made belts were displayed. She picked one up, examining it closely, pulling gently on both ends, a satisfied expression gracing her face. Not bad, quite sturdy indeed. Then her gaze swept over the neatly arranged pile of belts, inquiring, approximately, when did this quantity begin production? She mentally calculated the output, pondering whether it could meet the needs of the territory. Two nuns commenced their work this morning. Bachelor Weiss set aside the belt he was assembling and smiled at Dick, explaining, My child, though I suggested you consult the bishop, I could not contain my eagerness. Bishop Morrison happened to be at the monastery, so I invited him to come and assess the feasibility of your idea. Bishop Morrison, beaming with approval, picked up an assembled belt and praised Dick. What a clever child. This method is simple yet remarkably effective and swift. As he examined the belt from various angles, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Dick, feeling a surge of appreciation for various video creators from his previous life, glanced nervously at Mrs. Christie, who was deep in thought. After all, she was the expert in facilitating trade activities within the territory, and her opinion held immense significance. Turning towards Dick with a smile, Mrs. Christie remarked, The belt is commendable. However, to meet the demands of the territory at this production pace, we will need to add at least 8 more hands. Bishop Morrison's expression turned troubled as he lamented, The monastery has other pressing tasks. I simply cannot spare the manpower. He spread his hands in apology. Mrs. Christie frowned slightly, tapping her fingers gently on the table in contemplation. We could seek assistance from Everwinter Castle. I will speak to Dick's elder brother. He should be able to arrange for a few servants to come and lend a hand. Does this mean we can consider this matter settled? Afterward, it can be entrusted to you. Dick did not wish to remain entangled in such affairs. While he was pleased to contribute ideas for the family, his primary focus should be on training and restoring the 72 remnants of the Earth Demon. Mrs. Christie, Bachelor Weiss, and Bishop Morrison exchanged meaningful glances. It was Weiss, as Dick's mentor, who first spoke, his tone measured. Dick, you are still quite young. There are matters you may not fully grasp, and you must visit us more often. Furthermore, this endeavor can only proceed under your name for it to unfold smoothly. Upon hearing this, Dick understood perfectly well. Though he had traveled from another world and appeared younger, his mind was far from that of a child. Power, after all, remains a constant across realms. Moreover, when his elder brother Roger presided over the territorial court, Dick had realized that within this medieval-like domain, the Lord's word was law and absolute authority. Chapter 16. The limit of endurance. Everwinter Castle's monastery stood serene in the morning light, its ancient stone walls adorned with dark green vines. While the bell tower's spire pierced through the lingering mist, a cold wind swept across the stone path outside the monastery, and Dick Karstark tightened his bear fur cloak, his boots echoing crisply against the icy surface. Two soldiers, clad in leather armor and bearing long swords, shadowed him closely. As he passed through the weathered arches of the monastery, a potent scent of tanned leather assaulted his senses. This spacious workshop had been specifically arranged for him by his brother Roger. After examining the belt samples brought by Mrs. Christie, Roger had been overjoyed and generously dispatched 10 servants from the castle to assist with the work. Thus, Dick's daily morning hunting ritual transformed into a tour of the workshop. As it was run in his name, Roger thoughtfully arranged for 2 guards to accompany him. In his former life, as merely one among many beasts of burden, Dick had never imagined that owning a workshop could be so effortlessly attainable. With merely a sketch and a notion, the people around him instinctively gathered to assist in its realization. For the first time, he genuinely tasted a hint of power, not because he was a reincarnated traveler, but due to the formidable influence of the surname Karstark. His father, Carlin, his elder brother, Roger, and even his uncle, Tony. All the Karstarks were united in their efforts to uphold the family's legacy. This strength now manifested so tangibly. The daily operations of the workshop did not require Dick's direct involvement. He merely needed to communicate the castle's demands, since they could craft belts. Perhaps they could also create leather armor, or at the very least, repair damaged leather gear. He would relay this to the workshop and return with information regarding the materials they lacked: ropes, fabrics, threads, and so forth. Completing these communications sufficed. Occasionally, flashes of ideas from his previous life crossed his mind, combined with the survival skills he had witnessed outdoors, giving rise to some novel concepts. However, there was no urgency. The hunting of the castle and the monastery had been thwarted by a few meddlesome, foolish dogs. Dick ultimately relinquished that pursuit. The monastery and the main road no longer satisfied him. He began to explore the various narrow alleys branching from the main thoroughfare. The conditions here were far more dire. Low wooden cabins were tightly packed, the ground was uneven, and sewage flowed freely. A faint, unpleasant odor lingered, leaving one to wonder if it was merely an illusion or if the alleys, inherently narrower than the main road, contained even more people. The inhabitants of the alleys were clad in coarse attire and bore troubled expressions, yet they were far superior to the 3 wild tribesmen he had first encountered. These people clearly did not recognize Dick. However, there was an abundance of little treasures here. Dick could sense that the swordsman haul from the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiend scroll was nearing completion. Thus, he paid little heed to the harsh environment. Dick's figure began to appear more frequently in the filthy alleys. Initially, he was subjected to a few ill-intentioned glances that flickered over him, until one day, the patrolling guards spotted him and immediately requested his return to the castle with utmost respect. This incident was witnessed by many, and soon those piercing gazes vanished. The expressions of those around him transformed into awe and clarity, as they formed eager smiles from a distance, yet none dared to approach. However, Dick had no intention of acknowledging those guards. He deliberately acted like a little rogue, whimsically darting through the alleys with a slingshot in hand. Thus, a comical scene unfolded, a squad of fully armed patrolmen huffing and puffing as they chased after a noble boy, scurrying through the narrow streets. It was not until a guard, bearing news for the castle, arrived with a knight that Dick finally settled down. The knights within the castle were mostly of noble rank, far removed from the illiterate, coarse soldiers. They served the House of Stark, yet the sworn allegiance of the Iron Sword is pledged to his father, Count Caron, and his heir, Roger, rather than to him, the younger son. These noble knights, under the banner of ensuring the safety of the Stark progeny, act without the trepidation that soldiers might display. Should they continue to feign ignorance and act unruly? If they encounter one with a fiery temper, they might find themselves unceremoniously beaten in the street. Dick grimaced. He had no desire to be dragged and torn about like a mere chick under the scrutiny of the entire alley. Thus, he obediently followed the knights and the patrol back to the castle. On this day, Dick again slipped out of the castle, armed with a slingshot, prowling through the town alleys in search of prey. Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream shattered the somber air. The mouse he had been tracking scurried away in fright, on the verge of vanishing just a few paces ahead. In his haste, Dick took aim and missed. "Curse it," he muttered under his breath, his anger flaring. That damn scream. Following the unpleasant echo, he hurriedly turned around a cluttered corner. The sight before him made him frown. 4 half-grown boys surrounded an unusually corpulent figure, who squatted on the ground like a small hill, clad in a thick, patched tunic and tattered fur. The fabric was marred with numerous footprints and stains that were alarmingly conspicuous. Despite his youthful visage, he was exceptionally tall and stout. He was using one robust arm and broad back to shield a cowering girl behind him, while tightly clutching a round object resembling a wooden disc, desperately trying to secure it against his chest. No matter how the surrounding boys jabbed him with sticks, struck his head, or even jumped to kick him, he merely responded with a silly grin, repetitively mumbling, "Oh no, oh no, oh no." With each strike, his hefty body quivered slightly, yet he neither flinched nor retaliated, instead continuing to emit his monotonous laughter and syllables. At that moment, one of the boys revealed a malicious grin. He used a stick to lift a piece of filthy, indistinct cloth from the nearby stinking sludge, and as Ano opened his mouth in a silly laugh, the boy suddenly attempted to shove it inside. Ugh! The rag did not enter but splattered a wave of dirt and filth all over Ano's face and head. The mischievous boy, frustrated by his failure, grew enraged and, along with his companions, began to strike him more forcefully with their sticks, laughing and kicking with abandon. The girl behind Ano, appearing slightly older than Dick, began to scream again, her voice laced with terror. This outcry attracted curious onlookers from the alley entrance, yet their expressions revealed no astonishment. They merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily retreating, as if such occurrences were all too familiar. Bullying. The term surged into Dick's mind, a chilling remnant from a past life, causing a heaviness in his chest. Among the four tormentors, one leading figure, adorned in finely crafted leather armor and a thick fur cloak, had just finished kicking on No and turned away. His gaze swept across the alleyway, colliding directly with Dick's line of sight. Dick, initially taken aback, he called out the name. Soon thereafter a veneer of unabashed disdain crept across his youthful, yet arrogant visage. Ah, look who has graced us with his presence. Our esteemed rodent exterminator, Dick, has arrived. He elongated his tone, the sound reverberating through the narrow passage. The other three boys halted their actions, joining in the mockery, their eyes brimming with derision. Haha, you probably don't recognize me. I am Eli Brown, the eldest son of Sir Payne Brown, who serves Count Karen. Eli shrugged exaggeratedly at Dick. What's this? Our noble rodent exterminator finds himself intrigued by such amusement? He ostentatiously surveyed his companions. Alas, we have no desire to play with the rodent exterminator. Why don't you return to your castle and catch some mice? Ha ha ha. Dick's hands silently clenched the slingshot, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Eli noticed this, his contempt deepening. What's the matter? Upset? Humph. I'm not afraid of you, Dick. However, he theatrically spread his hands. I certainly wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Eli cast a glance at the screaming girl, his smile cruel. Rest assured, I won't treat you like this trash. At most, I might just beat you up. And I'd only earn a whipping from my father. It's not as if I haven't been whipped before. Thus, Eli mockingly gestured as if to invite him. Almost uttering the words get lost. Chapter 17. No more endurance in the afternoon of Everwinter City. A ray of sunlight struggled to penetrate the leaden gray clouds, bringing a modicum of warmth to the frigid air. Yet, Dick's heart remained icy and heavy. The instinct to retreat in the face of adversity, honed from his past life, urged him to turn away, mind your own business. Dick continued to persuade himself. Repairing the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiend scroll is the priority. Others are second-generation heirs. Why provoke them? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an inexplicable surge of anger ignited within him. Nonsense. Dick's heart roared. Here, I am the most prominent second-generation heir. Am I to avoid their glare? In that instant of turning away, Eli Brown and his companions nearly burst into laughter. However, Dick's movements were as swift as lightning. What appeared to be a departure transformed into a swift pivot, his figure instantly facing them once again. This sudden turn of events left the smug expressions on Eli and his cohorts frozen in astonishment. Even more bewildering was that Dick provided them no time to react. With a fierce motion, he thrust his right hand upwards, launching the slingshot, crafted from resilient oak and 3 strands of cowhide, high into the narrow sky above. What? The group of ruffians instinctively looked up, their gazes ensnared by the soaring object. In that fleeting moment when their attention was diverted to the heavens, Dick sprang into action, like an arrow released from its bowstring. With a fierce push from his left foot against the ground, Dick propelled himself diagonally upward like a gust of wind, aiming directly at the hapless fool who was foolishly gazing skyward. Harnessing the momentum, Dick swiftly raised his right foot and forcefully planted it squarely on the upturned face of the unfortunate soul. A muffled grunt accompanied by the sound of cracking nasal bones erupted as the unfortunate wretch was sent sprawling backward, unable to emit a single cry. Akin to a discarded sack, this was precisely the leverage Dick sought. Rather than retracting his foot from the opponent's face, he pressed down with renewed force. Utilizing this recoil, he sprang into the air, agilely leaping toward the adjacent brick wall. His movements flowed with the grace of a wildcat. With precision, both feet struck the rough surface of the wall, propelling him back with greater speed and at a more cunning angle, executing a dazzling spin mid-air. The centrifugal force was channeled entirely into Dick's right leg, transforming into a vicious, sweeping kick. Bang! The sound of a dull impact reverberated. This kick landed with the force of a heavy oak club upon the nape of another miscreant who had just begun to lower his gaze from the heavens. The unfortunate fellow emitted no sound, his head driven down violently by the tremendous force, his face plunging directly into a stinking puddle of black sludge in the alley. The muck splattered everywhere as Dick landed silently, his movements unimpeded. He didn't cast a single glance at the unfortunate soul whose head was now submerged in filth. In the very moment his feet touched the ground, Dick's left hand shot out like an eagle's claw, seizing the wrist of the third miscreant, the one still clutching a thick wooden club, similarly gazing vacantly at the sky. Damn it, Dick growled. his arms surging with astonishing strength as he yanked the miscreant toward himself. The wielder of the club felt an irresistible force tugging at him. Pain shooting through his wrist as he stumbled forward, his balance instantly lost. This was exactly what Dick desired. As the opponent lurched forward, Dick's left foot struck like lightning, delivering a fierce kick to the shin. The excruciating pain forced the club wielder to relinquish his weapon, letting out a scream as the wooden stick slipped from his grasp. With a swift release of his left hand and a powerful thrust of his right leg, the assailant was sent flying like a discarded rag doll, crashing into a heap of debris at the alley's entrance, stirring up a cloud of dust and muck. At that moment, Dick's left hand securely caught the commandeered, still warm wooden club. With a flick of his wrist, he positioned the sharp end, cutting through the air with a whoosh, firmly resting it against the throat of Eli Brown, who had just returned his gaze, his face drained of color, eyes wide with terror. The cold touch of the club's tip sent a shiver down Eli's spine. He stared in horror, his mouth opening and closing futilely. "You." Dick's gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. He had no interest in listening to his opponent's futile words. At the very moment Eli emitted his first fragmented syllable, Dick's left hand, which clutched a wooden stick, suddenly relinquished its grip without warning. With a clatter, the stick fell to the ground of the alley. Eli was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected action, his gaze instinctively following the descending stick. It was in that fleeting instant that Dick's right hand, the one that had just released the slingshot, shot upward with the speed of lightning, flawlessly catching the oak slingshot that spiraled down from the air. The motion flowed with such grace, it seemed as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Simultaneously, Dick's left hand, having let go of the stick, had already clenched into a fist, the knuckles whitening with pent-up energy. Utilizing the minuscule inertia from his forward momentum, Dick twisted his waist and hips, channeling strength into his left arm. With a decisive and unhesitating jab, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, he struck Eli Brown squarely on the right side of his loathsome face. A piercing, brief scream shattered the transient silence of the alley. Eli felt as if his cheekbone had been struck by a hammer. Stars exploded before his eyes, and excruciating pain instantly consumed all awareness. He cupped his face, his body collapsing as if his bones had been extracted, slumping backward until he thudded against the damp, decaying wooden wall of the alley, producing a muffled sound, before crumpling to the ground, left with only groans of agony. The alley was left with the rhythmic dripping of filthy water and the sounds of suffering. Dick did not spare a glance at the sprawled figure of the vanquished, merely weighing the unpretentious oak slingshot in his hand. The pouch of the slingshot swayed slightly, as if the swift battle just fought had been nothing more than a trivial diversion. A surge of exhilaration welled up within Dick. It was utterly delightful. This sensation far surpassed that of an adult's strength, yet was confined within the agile and supple form of a child. Each time he scaled the high walls to sneak out of the castle, each time he had to temper his strength during sparring sessions with Coach Rod, he distinctly felt this peculiarity. Today, however, dealing with these bullies did seem somewhat like using strength against the weak. But who cares? It was simply exhilarating. Oh, there was that chubby boy, perpetually wearing a bewildered, silly grin, still repeating his name, as if introducing himself, or perhaps greeting Dick. The girl behind him, though still holding her hands over her head, wore a face that was entirely overtaken by astonishment, staring blankly at the unfolding events. Dick approached them, attempting to soften his tone. "It's all right, you can get up." "Ah," was the response, still characterized by that carefree, silly smile. However, clumsily pulled something from his pocket to show Dick, a circular wooden disc. It was then that Dick discerned it was a makeshift creation, cobbled together from scrap pieces, roughly cut into a circle, adorned with crude lines depicting the shape of a shield. This object, rather than being a shield, resembles more of a mere pot lid. Pitifully rudimentary, starkly contrasting with the resplendent knightly toy shields of young Dick's peers, such as Torrin. Dick's gaze shifted between the face of Anno, adorned with stains yet radiating an untainted smile, and the meticulously polished, well-preserved shield in his grasp. Behind him stood a girl, her face dirty but her tattered clothing maintained in pristine condition. An indescribable emotion lodged in Dick's chest. His fingers tightened around the slingshot, knuckles whitening against the rough wooden handle as it pressed into his palm. At that moment, a disturbance stirred in the shadowed corner of the wall. Eli Brown, the very individual he had just chastised, clutched his swollen, throbbing right cheek with one hand while precariously supporting himself against the coarse wooden wall with the other. Swaying as he rose to his feet, his face, a mixture of dust, blood, and humiliated fury, painted a vivid picture of indignation. "Despicable wretch!" Eli shrieked, spitting blood-laced saliva. You cowardly rat, only capable of ambush. He abruptly dropped his hand from his face, trembling finger pointed accusatorily at Dick. Come at me openly. I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare face me? Just as the words face me lingered on his tongue, a cold stone projectile whizzed past his scalp and struck the wooden wall behind him with a resounding crash. A plank splintered, sending debris flying and leaving a gaping, jagged hole. Eli, as if grasped by an unseen hand around his throat, found his final syllable stifled in his throat, transforming into an unintelligible mumble. His complexion drained of color, leaving only a pallid hue of fear. Dick's attention remained steadfastly fixed on Anno and his treasured, yet humble shield. That pure smile. That meticulously safeguarded symbol of knighthood. It seared into his heart like a blazing iron, transforming the last vestiges of mockery into a cold fury. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing Eli like a blade of ice, his voice low, yet imbued with undeniable authority. A duel? Very well, I grant you this opportunity. At this time tomorrow. In this very place. The pent-up rage threatened to explode from his chest. Dick's voice rose sharply, slicing through the air like a whip. Now get out. Eli stumbled back. Frightened by that gaze and the roar, his final retort swallowed back, retreating with a few followers, scrambling away from the alley, leaving behind only muffled groans of pain and hurried footsteps. In the alley, only the sound of Dick's heavy breathing lingered, along with the carefree Anno and the dirty little girl peering out from behind him. Chapter 18. Do not overthink Dick, born the son of nobility, often found himself perplexed. Why did some individuals regard him with reverence, while others showed no fear? Years of experience compelled him to ponder a conundrum that had never crossed his mind in his previous life. Lacking the experience of such a reality, he found himself unable to fully comprehend it. Although he had yet to discover a flawless answer, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a profound truth. Once one has tasted the flavor of power, for certain individuals, it becomes akin to the insatiable thirst induced by the consumption of inferior ale, driving them to relentlessly ascend, heedless of the consequences. What people venerate is often not the individual, Dick, but rather the shadow cast by his identity, status, or resources. The higher one ascends, the more expansive and resplendent the cloak of power becomes, and the number of those who bow in deference increases correspondingly. Suddenly, Dick began to understand why some succumb to madness in their past lives. It is the insatiable greed for reverence that propels an unending quest for elevation. Power resembles a rough-hewn shield, reflecting the submission of others while distorting the climber's own yearning for control. The higher one stands, the more intoxicating the dizzying sensation of being revered, making it increasingly difficult to relinquish. Thus, Dick questioned himself. Do I desire more people to bow before me? No. His inner voice resounded with unwavering certainty. I merely wish to avoid bowing to more individuals. However, to compel others to lower their heads, one must ascend to the pinnacle of that tower of power. At its apex, his family awaited him, treating him as kin. In contrast, liberating himself from the need to bow was far simpler. Possessing sufficient strength to let the banner of his family soar higher, that alone sufficed. After dismissing the detestable Eli Brown and his companions, Dick turned away. The alley fell silent, leaving only the large, simpleton murmuring "Enua" and the filthy girl crouched behind him. Sighing, Dick wiped his face. He had noticed that something was amiss with the girl. She was not mute. She could emit sounds, her eyes bright. Yet she remained unresponsive to his words, clutching tightly to the hem of Enua. She could not hear. Dick sought someone to inquire, only to realize that the inhabitants of the alley had long since retreated, casting wary and fearful glances from doorways and afar. The earlier confrontation had instilled both respect and fear within this narrow passage. Never mind. Dick sighed, tucking the slingshot back into his cloak. He crouched down, gesturing extensively toward Enua and the girl, pointing to himself, then toward the towering spire of the Seven Gods Monastery at the end of the alley. Mimicking a gesture to signify movement forward, Enua merely stared blankly, mumbling his name repetitively. It was the girl who hesitated for a long while before timidly extending her small hand to grasp Enua's rough fingers, following Dick. The trio slowly made their way to the front of the monastery. Upon reaching the entrance, the girl halted, still clutching Enua. Dick found himself in a quandary when, fortuitously, Bishop Nor Morrison returned from afar, accompanied by two monks. Dick, Enua, and Yala? Bishop Morrison paused. He appeared to recognize Enua and the girl, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Dick's face. What are you all doing here? Dick succinctly elucidated that he had driven away the bullying Eli and discovered the peculiar circumstances surrounding Anno and the girl. Bishop Morrison listened intently, his weathered visage revealing profound compassion. He sighed deeply. Child, Your heart will be remembered by the 7 gods for this act of mercy." Yet, he shook his head, his tone heavy. "There are many more unfortunate souls like them in this city, far too many." He gazed at the innocent Anno and the girl behind him, his voice softening. "May the radiance of the 7 gods bring them solace. Come, Dick, let us bring them inside. Clean them up and offer them something warm to eat." Dick's tense shoulders finally eased a fraction. He nodded, signaling for Yara to lead Anno. So the simple giant was indeed named Anno, into the stone-carved doors of the 7 gods monastery. Perhaps it was the bishop's gentle and familiar demeanor, or perhaps it was his accurate calling of Yara's name that emboldened her to proceed without hesitation this time. It was then that Dick learned Anno was merely 10 years old, yet his physique was excessively mature for his age. If Dick possessed the strength of a child crammed into a normal body, Anno was the opposite, a colossal frame reminiscent of a grown man. Yet his mind remained that of a naive child. 12-year-old Yara, on the other hand, was naturally deaf. Bishop Morrison indeed recognized them, and sighed as he informed Dick that their mother was a frequent visitor to the church, often praying for these 2 exceptional children. As for further details, the bishop merely shook his head in resignation, indicating his lack of knowledge. He subtly commended Dick's kind-heartedness, but expressed that the monastery was currently ill-equipped to shelter these 2 who required special care. He even gently reminded Dick that the rigid regulations of Everwinter Fortress, with its multitude of servants, might not be suitable for children as unique as Anno and Yara. With that, the bishop departed with an air of regret to attend to other matters. Now, it was left to Dick to face the 2 troublesome children. With the assistance of a nun, the children underwent a brief cleansing. Anno, with a foolish grin, held a ceramic plate that had been licked clean, savoring the remnants with contented hums. His massive frame perched awkwardly on a small stone bench in the monastery corridor, appearing somewhat comical. Beside him, Yara delicately sipped from a bowl of an unidentifiable, somewhat viscous broth. Her attire was relatively clean, as Anno instinctively shielded her from filth. At that moment, with the dirt on her face and hair wiped away, Dick truly beheld her beauty. She was striking, especially with her pale green eyes, long lashes fluttering like tender leaves in a forest. Yet, the long-standing malnutrition rendered her excessively frail. As she ate, Yara occasionally lifted her clear eyes to surreptitiously observe Dick, her gaze a blend of curiosity, tinged with a barely perceptible wariness. Dick could not help but raise his hand to massage his throbbing temples. In his past life, he was well versed in the teachings of sages but remained oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, feeling compassion yet powerless to act, his emotions akin to a dagger that incessantly pierced his heart. However, the present was different. He was now Dick Castark of the Castark family. Gazing into Yara's expressive eyes and observing Aenir's innocent demeanor, an unprecedented impulse surged within his chest. To stand idly by? The monastery was unsuitable, and the castle was no better? Dick murmured to himself. Very well, since no one else will, I shall take charge. It was certainly not because Yara was beautiful. Let there be no misunderstanding. Chapter 19. Magic. The workshop was suffused with the scent of sawdust and leather. Ultimately, Dick enlisted Aenir and Yara to assist him daily. Aenir, a robust figure, effortlessly moved heavy timber and leather, toiling away with labored breaths, sweat soaking his back. Yara, on the other hand, was much quieter, diligently wiping tools or organizing scraps. Yet her silence stemmed from a world devoid of sound. She could not hear a thing. This, for Dick, was the true challenge. Afternoons were reserved for the lectures of Bachelor Viss. The bachelor, nursing a slight headache, attempted to impart the history of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros to the fidgety little chub Torrin Castark. Torrin squirmed in his chair, his mind already wandering outside. Occasionally, Dick would seize the opportunity to pose questions to the bachelor, but more often than not, the bachelor merely waved him off, permitting him to peruse books at his leisure. Thus, in recent days, Dick buried himself once more amidst piles of parchment. The nib of his quill scratched across the rough parchment. With the quill clutched between his teeth and his brow furrowed, he sketched rapidly. The paper was not filled with intricate mechanical designs, but rather simple gestures, accompanied by vocabulary in the common tongue of Westeros. Bread, water, come, thank you, good. Having worked at a gaming company in his past life, the instinct for drawing had long been ingrained in Dick's very being. Indeed, he sought to teach Yara sign language. Dick instructed a servant to tidy the corners of the leather workshop, arranging it simply in the manner of Bachelor Viss's workspace. A thick piece of leather laid atop a wooden table served as a workbench, and several wooden shelves were nailed up, finally granting him his own workspace. As for Bachelor Viss's lessons, the bachelor stated that there was nothing more to teach him at this stage. Consequently, After sneaking out of the castle for hunting at midday, Dick often plunged headfirst into the workshop, neglecting even bachelor vices classes. Naturally, the bachelor was at a loss as to how to handle the situation and resorted to informing Dick's elder brother, the heir of the Castark family, Roger. Roger's approach was straightforward. The two soldiers assigned to accompany Dick in the morning were to do nothing else at noon but stand guard at the workshop door, waiting for their playful young master to have his fill of fun. They would then escort him back to the castle. Dick paid no heed. He adorned the walls of his workshop corner with parchment inscribed with an array of gestures, creating a semblance of enigmatic sigils from a distance. In the afternoons, he dedicated his time to teaching Yara the intricacies of sign language. Yara's progress was slow, as those complex gestures appeared to her like an unfamiliar code. Dick displayed remarkable patience, commencing with the simplest of signs. Once the lesson concluded, he encouraged Yara to practice against the wall while he turned his attention to tinkering with various trinkets from his memory. In the workshop, leather was abundant for crafting belts. Yet Dick sought other materials: ropes, sturdy threads, and fabrics. He had sought assistance from the Everwinter fortress, yet his elder brother Roger merely shook his head in resignation, lamenting, "We cannot grow flax here, Dick. We must wait for the next caravan and hope for fortune." A caravan? How long must he wait? Meanwhile, flashes of ideas from his past life danced in Dick's mind, prompting him to embark on an experimental endeavor. He had previously observed some monks returning with bundles of logs bound with willow branches, which they would then chop into firewood at the monastery. His experimental subject would be precisely those willow bindings. He hurried to the monastery with his new apprentice, Anno, and returned with a substantial haul of willow branches. Soon, the workshop reverberated with the sound of thudding. Dick instructed Anno to wield a hefty wooden mallet, flattening the willow strips, while he busied himself peeling the softened bark from the core. The peeled bark was soaked in a large barrel of water prepared by a servant. According to Dick's hazy recollections, after soaking for a few days, it could be dried and used as material for rope making. Just as Dick was guiding Yara and signing thank you while contemplating how to recreate the wondrous hand-operated braiding machine from his memories, an unexpected event swept through Everwinter City like a chilling wind from the north. "Have you heard? The young master of House Stark, Dick, possesses magic." "Really? What kind of magic?" "The kind that allows a mute to speak." "By the seven, is that true? Such a small child?" "Absolutely. That mute girl, Yara, can now speak thanks to young Master Dick's magical touch." The rumors grew increasingly bizarre and widespread. Some claimed to have seen light emanating from Dick's fingertips, while others spoke of mysterious whispers echoing from the workshop. Yet, Dick remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. His daily routine continued unabated, training, sneaking off to hunt, teaching Yara, and experimenting with willow branches and the hand-operated braiding machine in his mind. Until one overcast afternoon, his brother Roger Stark arrived, accompanied by Uncle Tony Stark, Bishop Morrison, and several family knights. A throng of individuals burst into the bustling leather workshop, directly blocking the entrance to Dick's modest workspace. The clamorous workshop fell into an abrupt silence, with only the crackling of the fire remaining audible. Roger cleared his throat, wearing an expression tinged with awkwardness and resignation. "Ahem, Dick, my dear brother." He endeavored to make his voice sound as natural as possible, asking, "Could you perhaps demonstrate your magic to us?" The very mention of the word magic betrayed a hint of reluctance in his tone. Roger harbored no belief in his brother's purported magical abilities. Having watched Dick grow up, he was well aware of his capabilities. However, the rumors had spread too fervently, even prompting Bishop Morrison to inquire personally. Reluctantly, he brought along a group of onlookers, intending to dispel this absurd rumor on the spot. Dick, brandishing a vine strip, was startled by the commotion. He turned to survey the varied expressions of the crowd: Roger's exasperation, Uncle Tony's gleeful anticipation, Bishop Morrison's scrutinizing gaze, and the knights' faces, which bore a blend of curiosity and a barely perceptible tension. He opened his mouth to explain, but found it too cumbersome. Deciding to proceed directly, he first calmed the frightened Yara, who had retreated into a corner, reassuringly patting her shoulder to quell her fears. Then, he approached the wall plastered with parchment. Turning to face the audience, "Watch closely." His voice resonated clearly within the quiet workshop. He raised his hand, pointing to an image of two hands crossed over the chest. This signified thank you. He then mimicked the gesture precisely. Next, he indicated another sign, pressing his palm downwards. This meant quiet. He pointed to yet another, placing his fingers together near his mouth and mimicking the action of eating. This represented bread. Finally, he gestured towards a simple sign, giving a thumbs up. This indicated good. Upon completing his demonstration, he nodded at Yara. She timidly glanced at the distinguished figures surrounding her and, with great care, replicated each of Dick's gestures in order. Thank you. Quiet. Bread. Good. Although her movements were somewhat awkward, the meanings were unmistakably clear. Silence enveloped the small corner for a few seconds. A knight broke the stillness with a chuckle, revealing a dawning realization tinged with disappointment. So this is the magic that allows the mute to speak. He shook his head and laughed. What a clever child. Bishop Morrison's stern visage softened into a subtle smile of approval as he nodded. A remarkably astute method. This is a gift of wisdom, not sorcery. May the 7 gods bless your benevolence. By the 7. I've said it all along. Roger exclaimed, as if shedding an immense burden, his voice booming with a hint of triumphant indignation. The Castark family possesses no magic. Now you have all witnessed it with your own eyes. Merely a series of gestures, taught to the mute. Should anyone dare to spread further rumors, I shall not hesitate to remove their tongue. Dick thought to himself, oh dear brother, I truly possess magic. Perhaps even stronger than mere tricks. Uncle Tony, ever the disheveled figure, remained silent at the back of the crowd, his gaze flitting between Dick and Yara, wearing a knowing grin that men often share, and subtly winking at Dick while gesturing towards Yara. It is evident that the old rogue is projecting his own experiences onto others. Oh, 7 gods. Dick, for once, fervently prayed to the 7 gods. Chapter 20, Bad News. Good news. As the morning light ascended the castle's stone walls, Dick made his way towards the leather workshop accompanied by a guard. Before the familiar scent of leather could invade his nostrils, a scene at the foot of the stairs halted his progress. 2 poorly dressed vassals, accompanied by a similarly frail boy, huddled in a kneeling position upon the cold stone steps. Upon seeing Dick, they resembled startled sparrows, hurriedly burying their heads lower, their rough hands gripping the silent boy's shoulders tightly. Dick sighed inwardly. These lowly vassals were largely uneducated, making communication quite arduous. After much gesturing and speaking, he finally grasped their intent. Rumors throughout the town that Lord Dick can use magic to make the mute speak had spread like weeds in the impoverished streets. Although the knights and the bishop were well aware that it was a misunderstanding, that Dick had merely taught the mute girl, Yara, to express herself through gestures, this information had evidently failed to penetrate the thick walls of the castle and reach the ears of this couple. For them, any flicker of hope was akin to a lifeline. With a tremor in his voice, the man implored, "Please, great lord, let our child speak." The woman repeatedly bowed her head, her eyes brimming with humble supplication. A wave of helplessness washed over Dick. He bent down, intending to lift them, but the guard behind him immediately tensed, hand hovering over his sword hilt. Rumors, once set in motion, were as relentless as the cold northern winds, difficult to quell. How could he convey that he possessed not magic, but merely a modicum of compassion? Observing the parents, tormented by hope and fear, Dick ultimately nodded. "Leave the child with me," he said in a low voice. Instantly, joy erupted on their faces, yet Dick swiftly doused their elation with cold water, his tone brooking no argument. "Listen, I have no magic. I cannot teach him to speak. What I teach is a form of gesture, using hands in place of words. Do you understand? Even if he learns, he still cannot speak." After dismissing the bewildered couple, Dick led the newly arrived mute boy into the workshop, proceeding to his workspace. Adorned with blueprints, Yara sat quietly in the corner, practicing sign language with her nimble fingers. Upon noticing Dick entering with a strange boy, she looked up, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. "Yara," Dick gestured towards the timid boy, then signed to her, "He is new. You will teach him what you know." He patted Yara's slender shoulder and added, gesturing, "Just as I taught you." Dick was not inclined to start from scratch. The master had tasks to attend to while the apprentice shouldered the labor. After all, Yara could be considered his foremost disciple. In the afternoon alley, Eli Brown, the eldest son of Sir Brown, stood at the very spot where he had been beaten the previous day. A prominent bruise adorned his right eye, akin to a badge of shame. Gripping the hilt of his wooden sword tightly, with the tip resting on the ground, he puffed out his chest, closed his eyes, and focused, striving to emulate the composure of a knight. Yet, the panda eyes and the faint trembling of his calves betrayed his anxiety. Sweat trickled down Eli's forehead as he waited patiently. On the ground before him lay a wooden sword prepared for Dick. In the shadows at the alley's entrance, several bruised and battered youths cautiously inquired, "Do you think Dick will not show up?" "Impossible." Eli's eyes snapped open, his voice resolute as he endeavored to suppress the tremors in his calves. Having accepted this duel for the honor of knighthood, he dared not flee. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, he fixed his gaze on the alley's mouth, as if willing his opponent to appear. Meanwhile, Dick experienced a burst of inspiration at noon, successfully crafting a rudimentary hand-cranked rope-making machine from wood. Seizing the moment, He immediately instructed Arno to fetch the pre-prepared, dried vine bark fibers. He personally cranked the handle, working tirelessly throughout the afternoon. As he beheld the vine bark fibers transform into a sturdy rope, the thickness of a pinky finger, Dick erupted in joyful laughter. "Huh. It worked." However, he mused, this rope machine still requires some adjustments. His keen eyes scrutinized the contraption. Although functional, it was cumbersome and prone to jamming. Suddenly, Dick halted his efforts. "Have I forgotten something?" He murmured to himself. Yes. I need both thick and thin ropes. Right. I must also weave some fine lines." Bishop Viscato, rubbing his temples after an exhausting afternoon of tedious lessons, had just concluded his session instructing little chubby Terracotta in writing, a task that often resulted in the most basic sentences being written in a twisted manner. As he stepped out of the castle's gates for a breath of fresh air, Bishop Viscato spotted Dick leaning against the doorframe, grinning at him. Seeing this brightest of students initially brought him relief, quickly followed by familiar frustration. While struggling students were a source of concern, Dick's exceptional talent and boundless imagination could be equally troublesome. "What is it now?" Bishop Viscato sighed, cutting straight to the chase. "You need my help again?" Dick clapped his hands exaggeratedly. "As expected of my teacher. I hadn't even spoken, and you guessed it already." He, with a swift motion, he produced 2 items from the folds of his cloak. In his left hand, the wooden rope-making machine, and in his right, the coil of vine bark fibers. "Look, teacher, I made this." Bishop Viscato accepted the items, his gaze immediately drawn to the roughly edged yet ingeniously designed wooden apparatus. As a seasoned craftsman, he examined it briefly, manipulating a few moving parts, and instantly grasped its purpose. "For rope making?" he murmured in astonishment, his eyes filled with incredulous admiration as he looked at Dick. "Child, had it not been for the treachery that befell the old town, with your intellect, you would undoubtedly don the chain of a university scholar in the future." Teacher. "You flatter me," Dick chuckled. "However, while I've created this, it is still a bit clumsy in use. I was hoping you could help me see if it can be improved." "Absolutely." Master Weiss immediately acquiesced, his gaze fixed upon the spirited little machine, which dispelled Torrin's gloom. The principle was not complex. The modification should prove straightforward. "Thank you ever so much, dear teacher." Dick expressed his gratitude joyously, seizing the coil of rope and dashing away, the flowing cape billowing in the wind forgotten. Master Weiss observed his exuberant figure with a chuckle and a shake of the head. With a light step, Dick traversed the corridors of the castle, learning from a servant that his elder brother, Roger Castark, was in the conference chamber on the 2nd floor, engaged in discussion with their uncle, Tony Castark. Without hesitation, he raced up the stone steps and boldly pushed open the heavy wooden door of the chamber. Inside, Roger and Uncle Tony stood by the enormous stone window, frowning and whispering, their attention directed towards the direction of the Ghost Shadow Forest. The creaking door interrupted their conversation, and both turned in surprise. "Dick," Roger exclaimed, noticing his brother rush in like he had unearthed a treasure, tightly clutching a circle of gray-green material, momentarily taken aback. "Brother, uncle, look at this marvelous thing I've created," Dick exclaimed excitedly, presenting the rope. "What is this?" Roger asked, puzzled. "I crafted it from the vines in the forest." Dick spoke rapidly. "I made it just this afternoon, and I produced such a large coil." "In one afternoon?" Roger's eyes sparkled with delight as he took the rope. Examining the intricate weave, his face soon illuminated by immense surprise. "Well done, lad. You truly have a knack for this." Uncle Tony, a robust warrior bearing signs of fatigue, approached with keen interest. He strode over, seized the rope from Roger's hands, and without hesitation, exerted considerable force, yanking out a lengthy section. The rope emitted a taut creaking sound, but remained steadfast. "Hey!" Uncle Tony's rugged face broke into an expression of admiration as he released his grip and gave the rope a hearty slap. "This is indeed impressive. A fine creation. It surpasses what we've used before." Roger, unable to contain his excitement, continued his inspection. "Is the material genuinely vine? The kind that is so commonplace in the forest, and often a nuisance?" Dick shrugged, feigning innocence. "The material is indeed vine. However, brother, your dear sibling has yet to have the chance to stroll through the forest, so I cannot definitively say whether they are truly commonplace." Roger paused, then erupted into hearty laughter, pulling Dick into an embrace. "Ha! Well done, lad. This is splendid. This contraption will prove immensely useful." The sound of Roger's laughter echoed through the chamber, a welcome piece of good news. Uncle Tony, though weary, appeared revitalized. Dick, curious, inquired, "What has transpired?" Roger waved a hand dismissively, indicating all was well. "The ravens have brought news of our parents. Our grandfather's tribe has encountered a delay in their return." but they will resolve matters promptly. The troubling news is that there are disturbances among the traders in the south. Uncle has just returned from the fortifications and outposts along the Ghost Shadow Forest defense line. No wonder Uncle Tony had been absent from the castle these past few days. Uncle, you're back. Is everything all right on the defense line? Dick pressed further. Tony found it somewhat amusing. You young lad, why are you fretting over the defenses? Rest assured, those nuisances are merely testing the waters. He sighed, casting his gaze northward. However, my brother, you must act swiftly. The news from the south suggests that the situation is escalating. Chapter 21. The Announcement. The biting cold wind sliced through Winterfell. This fortress, long guarded by the Stark family at the edge of the realm, once instilled terror in the hearts of their enemies. Now, however, the inhabitants within were struggling to catch their breath. With the patriarch, Count Carol, absent, the immense burden had fallen squarely on the shoulders of his eldest son and heir, Roger Stark. Winterfell was so impoverished that it was reduced to mere stones and timber. As a former bastion of war, the storerooms contained some swords, guns, and armor. The most pressing issue was the lack of skilled craftsmen and workshops. In this desolate land, growing crops was more difficult than producing offspring. Previously, they had relied on Count Carol's unwavering determination. Now, Roger felt as if he had been stripped bare and cast into the frigid wilderness, tormented by sleepless nights. Thus, when Dick burst into the meeting hall, brimming with excitement over his discovery of rope, the news ignited a spark of hope in Roger's dim eyes. Can we produce more? In abundance. Also, can we make it finer? Roger eagerly inquired. Is it possible to collaborate with the leather workshop to create new leather armor? Or at the very least, patch up the tattered old pieces in the storeroom? The territory desperately needed anything that could bolster its strength, even if it was just a sturdy piece of rope. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of his older brother, Dick felt a weight in his heart. He forced a smile. Brother, the biggest issue is manpower. Roger's urgency swiftly transformed into regret and helplessness. He released his grip and sighed in resignation. There's none left, Dick, truly none. Not to mention skilled craftsmen, there are scarcely any literate individuals. He ran his fingers through his graying hair in frustration and quickly added, however, food, money. I can provide that. Dick, go consult Scholar Weiss. See if we can recruit some people in the town. It doesn't matter if they're clumsy. You can teach them. Any contribution is worth a try. This command was tinged with sorrow. Dick refrained from saying more and nodded. This time, he would not sneak out of the castle. He carried his brother's task, flanked by two silent guards, heading straight for Scholar Weiss. The scholar scratched his balding head, and upon hearing the request, the few lines on his face deepened, etched with concern. Child, his voice was low and weary, akin to worn-out gears. I can make arrangements. However, do not harbor excessive hopes. We both know the reason. In Winterfell, aside from the soldiers, there are only hunters, fishermen, and lumberjacks. Those who can work are toiling tirelessly to keep the territory from falling apart. Why is the street so desolate? Who has the leisure to learn new skills? Hope burst like a fragile soap bubble. Dick returned to his makeshift workshop corner, feeling a heavy knot in his heart. Slumped upon the chair, arms propped on the table, chin resting in her palm, her gaze vacant, Yara, the mute girl, quietly lingered in the corner of the workshop, where walls were adorned with gesture charts. Opposite her sat a small boy, lips sealed and eyes timid. With remarkable patience, Yara slowly demonstrated her signs, while the boy endeavored to mimic her. His movements stiff and awkward, beads of sweat forming on his brow in his frustration. Dick's eyes swept over them, initially indifferent. However, as he observed Yara's relentless demonstrations and the boy's earnest yet clumsy attempts, a spark ignited within his frozen thoughts, cleaving through the frost like a bolt of lightning. Human resources? Wasn't he this readily available? This could also provide them a lifeline, teaching them a craft that would secure their existence. Surely, in the city's nooks, there were more like Yara and this boy. What of those children, born or rendered mute by misfortune? What could they do, beyond being supported by their families or fading into silence? By the gods, Dick suddenly sprang from his chair, his eyes ablaze with fervor, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded him. Let those ludicrous rumors about him making the mute speak be damned. He would bear the burden. This was the finest advertisement. Whirling towards the door with his guards in tow, Dick's voice resonated with excitement. Listen, spread the word immediately. Throughout the city, any family with a mute child wishing for their offspring to learn to speak, come at once. Find Dick Castark at the workshop. Go now. The guards, momentarily taken aback by his sudden outburst, snapped to attention under his fiery gaze. Yes, Master Dick. They turned and hurriedly dashed out, the sound of their footsteps echoing briskly in the stone corridor. Dick gazed at Yara and the boy, whose faces were filled with bewilderment, and slowly clenched his fists. Perhaps hope lay hidden within these voiceless lives. In the grand hall of Winterfell, a lavish feast was being prepared for the returning uncle and knights. It was nothing more than slightly more watered wine than usual, yet the rough men were satisfied. Dick entered, cradling the kitten gifted by his elder brother, carefully handing it over to his eagerly awaiting sister, Jenny, who was utterly delighted. He settled beside Jenny, taking a damp cloth to leisurely wipe his hands, then turned to assist his sister in cleaning her hands, admonishing, "Don't touch Fatty while eating." Dick had named the kitten Fatty. The little girl nodded vigorously, anxiously keeping her legs together to protect the kitten, causing their aunt, Anna Castark, to stifle a laugh behind her hand. Anna's beautiful smile lit up the faces of several young knights who were stealing glances. Dick's manner of wiping his hands earned him a roll of the eyes from his sister, Lysana. No longer a rat catcher, now aspiring to be a sorcerer. Lysana taunted. "Oh, how noble." This remark displeased Roger, seated at the head of the table. "Lysana, this matter has been clarified. The Castark family does not practice magic." Lysana scoffed. "I know. I certainly know that it is not magic." She continued to mock. "The mute remains a mute. Is it not enough to be the master of 3 wild men? Oh, by the way, didn't someone mention this afternoon that Dick is not satisfied with just one mute and wishes to lead a whole group of them?" Roger furrowed his brow and raised his voice. "Dick is helping to resolve issues in the territory. He is not leading mutes." He glanced uncertainly at Dick. "Can it really be done?" Seeing Dick nod affirmatively, Roger's skepticism began to wane. Lysana, reprimanded, refused to back down. "I have important matters too. My clever brother. You cannot only assist our elder brother. Lend me a hand as well. My aunt has gifted me a harp, but this cursed place is too cold. The instrument feels icy. Have a servant from your workshop help me craft some leather protective gear." Her audacity reminded Dick of thoughtless relatives from his past life. "Working for a real estate company? That sounds splendid. Do help me find an affordable house." Dick shook his head, dispelling the distracting memories. He did not refuse his sister Lysana. He had already intended to assist his elder brother in experimenting with crafting leather armor, and the harp's protective gear would be simpler, providing a perfect opportunity for practice. Yet, Dick distinctly recalled that the harp was a gift from his uncle to his aunt, who cherished it dearly. He glanced at his gentle, smiling Aunt Anna, recognizing her as someone unlikely to refuse. Chapter 22. No one knows the sword better than I do. With the brave attempt of the Mute Boy's family to confront the legendary Dick, who is said to possess magic, alongside the messages disseminated by the guards and the undeniable authority of the Castark family in the territory, the next morning before dawn, about 10 families with mute children knelt before the castle gates. They did not go to the workshop, but chose to kneel here before daylight, perhaps as a gesture of sincerity. In this world devoid of entertainment, internet, and numerous teachers stored on hard drives, Dick usually retires early and rises with discipline at the break of dawn. However, today, he was unexpectedly awakened early. Upon arriving at the castle entrance and witnessing the shadows of people kneeling beneath the torches, he profoundly experienced the power of a feeling called hope. Under the flickering light of the guards' torches, Dick observed the mingled gazes of fear and anticipation, solemnly explaining and promising, "By the 7 gods, you need not fear. First and foremost, you must understand one thing. I, Dick Castark, do not possess magic. However, I will teach your children to speak with their hands. You may comprehend this now, or perhaps not. It matters not. In just a few sunsets, you will come to understand. Nevertheless, the children may speak with their hands. But that does not imply you will be able to understand them. If you wish to grasp the voices of your children's hearts, the best way is for you to learn sign language yourselves." The crowd immediately erupted into a clamor. Dick remained expressionless, patiently waiting. Sometimes, the power of silent waiting is profound, especially when one holds the reins of control. The murmurs gradually subsided. "I know you face various difficulties." Dick raised his voice. "Well, it should be said that this is too challenging for you all. Therefore, I have prepared gesture diagrams for you, illustrated ones. You can refer to these diagrams to comprehend the gestures of the children. However, this comes at a cost. The parchment and diagrams must be earned through your children's labor in the workshop." The crowd began to murmur once more. At that moment, Roger Karstark emerged from the shadows of the castle, adding, "The Karstark family will also provide lunch and dinner for the children working in the workshop." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. Long live the Karstarks. Dick was taken aback. It seemed that this was what the people understood best. Roger, the elder brother, laughed heartily and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Fortune seemed to be smiling upon him. After the good news in the early morning, Dick experienced an even greater surprise during his midday hunting escapade. After much effort, The 72 Fiends scroll finally showed signs of change. The swordsmanship hall had been restored. At that moment, in Dick's mind, the swordsmanship hall radiated a dazzling light. A subtle power began to manifest within him, growing stronger whenever he grasped a sword or any sharp object. However, to clarify this vague sensation, the feedback from the scroll indicated that certain secret techniques within the swordsmanship hall required unlocking and restoration, and some of these techniques seemed to demand little energy. A string of good fortune filled Dick with a sense of the world is united in strength. His hunting in the town's alleys during noon was filled with vigor. Yet, fortune, that elusive entity, often slips away quietly after reaching a peak. Just as Dick was joyfully hunting, he encountered Eli Brown, the eldest son of Sir Brown, whom he had previously dealt with. Brown stood there with a few bruised and timid lads, blocking Dick in the alley. Seeing the fire in Eli's eyes, Dick felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had indeed forgotten. After dealing with the bully who tormented Arno, he had promised to engage in a duel. It was hard to blame him. It had been quite some time. "Dick Karstark," Eli hissed through gritted teeth. Observing Dick scouring the streets for mice with his slingshot and his awkward demeanor, Eli immediately deduced that this fellow had completely disregarded their duel. "You have not upheld your promise. Do you possess any chivalric spirit? What of your virtue of honesty? You are unworthy of being a knight." "Oh, really?" Dick thought this was an opportunity for some verbal sparring. A long-lost thrill of confrontation surged within him, invigorating him. "You are mistaken. I am not yet a knight. You. Eli's already bruised right cheek darkened further with rage. "Don't think I am unaware. You have been receiving knight training at Winterfell. You should adhere to the chivalric spirit. But I am not a knight yet. I am merely in training. I can uphold those values once I truly become a knight." Dick shrugged. Eli was utterly incoherent, exclaiming, "How can you be so shameless?" Clearly, his mind was momentarily malfunctioning. Dick observed him and thought, is this all it takes to rattle him? This is merely the beginning. Nevertheless, in a good mood today, he found little reason to take offense at the sight of his former tormentor in such a state of frustration. "You wanted a duel, didn't you? Oh, and you've even prepared a sword for me. Let us begin." What was the name of that boy from the Brown family?" Eli Brown." He nearly screamed the name, his voice cracking. Dick, irritated, dug into his ear and replied, "I heard you. There's no need to shout." Eli trembled with rage as he forcefully drove a wooden sword into the cracks of the alley pavement, then stepped back, gripping another wooden sword, glaring at Dick with fiery intensity. The intent to battle was palpable. Frankly, these bullies were indeed despicable. When Dick witnessed them tormenting Arno, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate them. However, after having dealt with them once, much of his anger had subsided. Later, while teaching Yara Sign Language, he learned that they had ceased their bullying of Arno, and thus the desire for their demise had faded. Yet at this moment, gazing at the wooden sword embedded in the ground, a powerful urge to engage surged within Dick. The recently restored swordsmanship hall in the fragment had instilled in him an irresistible impulse towards such sharp instruments. Without hesitation, Dick tucked his slingshot back into his waistband and stepped forward to grasp the hilt of the wooden sword. An inexplicable sensation coursed through his body. He instinctively drew the sword, the wondrous feeling prompting him to close his eyes. In that instant, Dick yearned to declare, "No one understands the sword better than I do." In this world, the rules of dueling dictated that drawing a weapon marked the commencement of battle. Dick unsheathed his sword and, with his eyes closed in front of his opponent, appeared to others as the epitome of theatrical bravado. Eli completely lost his composure. After being easily defeated by Dick last time, he attributed it to a sneak attack, yet he no longer dared to underestimate this younger adversary. In a fit of rage, Eli raised his wooden sword and unleashed a powerful downward strike towards Dick. Years of nightly training compelled him to instinctively roar, "Rodent Exterminator Dick," both a warning and the signal to commence combat. Chapter 23, Perfection. As Eli Brown bellowed and swung his sword ferociously towards him, Dick remained resolutely with his eyes closed. Eli intended for the strike to be a mere test, but upon seeing Dick's closed eyes, he steeled himself and recklessly accelerated his downward slash towards Dick's outstretched arm, which held the sword with one hand. Amidst the gasps of several bruised onlookers, the anticipated scream did not materialize. Dick lightly tapped the ground with his toes, effortlessly gliding backward a step. This single step caused Eli's furious strike to miss entirely. Dick, even in his leisure, held the wooden sword aloft before his chest with one hand, while the other gently caressed the blade. His face adorned with an expression of rapture, as if he were stroking a masterpiece. Eli, with a swift motion, unleashed a strike that epitomized the rigorous training of a knight, exhibiting no hesitation. Harnessing the momentum from his downward slash, he contorted his body, twisting and preparing to deliver a powerful kick aimed squarely at Dick's chest. The kick was executed with remarkable speed and ferocity, seemingly destined to connect with its target. However, Dick maintained his stance, deftly pivoting to the side, allowing the seemingly inevitable kick to merely graze his clothing. Eli, in his fervor to deliver a faster and more forceful blow, had overexerted himself, and as he missed, his body lost balance, stumbling several steps forward. He quickly turned back, sword raised in a defensive posture, only to find Dick still lost in reverie, eyes closed and caressing his sword. Eli's defenses crumbled in an instant. "Are you merely scurrying about like a mouse?" This exasperated shout shattered Dick's concentration. He furrowed his brow, opening his eyes to cast a cold glance at Eli, silently vexed by the lack of understanding regarding the peculiar term "ac" between. Eli's face, marred by fury, now bore an additional layer of confusion, a sight that struck Dick as somewhat amusing. Having ventured out for hunting with only a slingshot, he was unprepared for Eli's challenge. Upon seeing his opponent wielding a wooden sword, the insights gained from the restoration of the swordsmanship hall flooded his mind, compelling him to draw his sword and savor the novel rhythm coursing through his body. This moment of immersion was now interrupted, igniting a flicker of annoyance within Dick. While it was not the profound epiphany often depicted in novels of his past life, the disruption of his focus was undeniably irksome. He suddenly felt a strong urge to strike someone. Determined not to hold back any longer, Dick declared, "Not dodging, are we? Then watch closely." Almost before the last word left his lips, he abruptly thrust the sword skyward, casting it into the air. The onlookers were taken aback by this sudden and strangely familiar action, with some instinctively looking up, while others stared in bewilderment. Eli regarded this duel with utmost seriousness. Resolved to redeem himself, his attention razor-sharp, he fought the urge to glance skyward, sneering derisively. "That trick again. Do you think I would fall for it? Dream on." At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. An opportunity had arisen. With Dick momentarily unarmed, Eli swiftly raised his sword, executing a rapid thrust aimed directly at Dick's chest. Too slow. To Dick, Eli's self-proclaimed swift strike appeared as if in slow motion, the trajectory clear and defined. Without the need to retreat, he merely leaned to the side, allowing the wooden sword to glide past him. In that very instant, his left hand shot out like lightning, deftly seizing Eli's hands that gripped the sword. Eli's eyes widened, filled with shock and terror. Without mercy, Dick's right fist clenched tightly and descended forcefully upon Eli's unscathed left eye socket. A dull thud resonated through the air. A piercing pain surged through Eli, prompting an involuntary scream as his body instinctively struggled backward. Yet, perhaps due to the years of training etched into his very being, his hands remained firmly clutched around the hilt of his sword, refusing to relinquish their grip. Dick had seized his left hand but did not immediately let go, as if sensing something, murmuring softly, 321. Only upon reaching 1 did he suddenly release his hold. Eli staggered back, pulled by the excruciating pain and the tension, retreating 2 unsteady steps. One hand pressed tightly against his left eye, which was quickly swelling from the severe blow, while his other hand instinctively brandished the sword in front of him, attempting to ward off any imminent assault. At that moment, a warning rang out. "Watch out." The startled cries of the onlookers erupted around him. The wooden sword, flung into the air by Dick, now descended with the hilt aimed downward, as if it possessed a will of its own, precisely targeting Eli's unprotected skull. Thud! The scream of Eli, who had covered his face, abruptly ceased. His body stiffened, eyes rolling uncontrollably, and he collapsed forward as if all the bones in his body had been extracted, falling to the ground, completely unconscious. A moment of silence enveloped the alley, quickly shattered by the collective intake of breath from the witnesses. Eli's companions turned pale with fright, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Dick paid them no mind. He stepped forward, first retrieving the wooden sword that had fallen beside Eli. Next, with a gentle flick of his toe, he rolled Eli onto his back, ensuring he lay comfortably. Narrowing his eyes, Dick extended 2 fingers, scrutinizing the bruised mark on Eli's right cheek, a bruise he had bestowed just days prior, and then assessed the fresh, swelling dark circle around his left eye. After measuring the symmetry a few times, Dick nodded in satisfaction, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Perfect. Now it's symmetrical. Delightful." With that, he casually twirled the wooden sword in his hand and turned his gaze toward the group of frightened boys huddled against the wall, wearing what he believed to be an exceedingly friendly smile. The sight sent them recoiling another step back in fear. He pointed at the unconscious Eli on the ground, his voice laced with lighthearted amusement. "Your big brother Eli truly excels at sleep, doesn't he? He just lies down and drifts off. but it's chilly here. Hurry and take him back to cover him up, lest he catch a chill." With those words, he dismissed them, turning away and humming an incomprehensible, whimsical tune as he strolled out of the dim alley. Sunlight bathed Dick, revealing that his spirits were quite high at that moment. In this buoyant state, he refrained from further hunting and instead meandered toward the workshop. 2 guards, already accustomed to his escapades beyond the castle walls, awaited him with weary smiles. "Young Master Dick, you must see this," they said, gesturing toward the crowd gathering at the workshop entrance. In the early morning, news spread that not only could the children from Mute families study here, but they would also receive 2 meals a day provided by the workshop. This announcement quickly circulated throughout the town. For those who could labor for their sustenance, the allure of working at the workshop for food might be limited. Yet for the disabled individuals struggling to survive in the town's corners, it was undoubtedly a lifeline, a tremendous source of hope. Dick had long wished to alleviate the burdens of his family and his elder brother, Roger. He possessed the capability, but was in need of manpower. Now, these disabled individuals, who typically hid in the city's shadows, might truly assist the family in overcoming some challenges. Dick even noticed that several haggard-looking disabled men harbored a burning desire in their eyes, yet concealed within them a glimmer of despair. He learned that they had once served as soldiers for the family. Indeed, in this vivid and perilous world, how could a soldier escape injury or death? To perish in battle might be less complicated, yet to be wounded and disabled, how were they to confront the remainder of their lives in such a primitive era? Dick could scarcely fathom the depths of their despair. Previously unaware, he now witnessed the reality with his own eyes, a surge of warmth filling his chest. He felt compelled to take action, and to do so without delay. "All who are willing to follow me." Dick's voice resonated clearly and powerfully above the murmurs of the crowd. "From this day forward, starting tonight, the workshop will provide food." A chorus of astonished cheers erupted forth. Chapter 24. The workshop's upgrade. Observing the gathered crowd, Dick Castark felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon his shoulders. Yet soon, he would realize the profound strength embodied in the name Castark. The formidable influence he wielded within his own territory was sufficient to inspire assistance from all quarters. That very afternoon, Visconti, accompanied by several monks, arrived with 10 improved wooden hand-crank braiding machines, which they delivered directly to the workshop. The scholar immediately began demonstrating the machines, patiently instructing the bewildered newcomers. Meanwhile, the initially timid Yara mustered her courage. Leading a group of speechless children for various reasons, she stood before a sign language chart, tirelessly teaching them the signs. Even more to Dick's surprise, his uncle, Tony Castark, arrived promptly at the behest of his brother Roger, leading a contingent of knights. They swiftly cleared out several idle wooden cabins nearby, and with a series of decisive strikes from axes, they opened up the space in an instant. The area expanded remarkably, more than doubling in size at an astonishing pace. The workshop buzzed with activity, yet Dick, the initiator, appeared almost leisurely. However, every passerby cast warm glances his way, gratitude, anticipation, and longing. These gazes were like invisible flames, igniting a fervor in Dick's heart. A profound sense of honor and responsibility weighed heavily upon him. Unable to remain still any longer, Dick sprang into action. He abruptly rose to his feet, startling those around him, before hastily retreating to the castle. Do not misunderstand. He was not seeking refuge. In the hall, Dick's sister, Lysana Karstark, was joyfully listening to a bard's melodious strumming. Without a moment's hesitation, Dick strode forward, seized the harp, and turned to leave. This unexpected action left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lysana regained her composure, her brows furrowing in anger as she shrieked, her sharp voice echoing through the stone corridor. "Dick, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Has the cold wind from beyond the wall scrambled your brain?" "My dear sister," Dick replied without glancing back, his voice resonating in the corridor, "were you not intending to craft a leather cover for this precious harp? I shall make it for you. No need to express such fervent gratitude." Before his words had faded, he vanished around the corner. A bold notion struck Dick like a lightning bolt. If he could create a cover for the harp, could he not also fashion a layer of leather for a person, essentially creating leather armor? While a living being is not akin to an inanimate object and requires substantial modifications, he would first practice on the harp to ascertain its feasibility. Dick returned to the bustling workshop with the harp in tow. He procured sheepskin parchment to wrap around the body of the instrument, meticulously tracing its shape along the edges. After cutting out the template, he laid it upon the leather and carefully executed the cuts. Several pieces of leather were perforated with heated iron nails, and with great precision, he stitched them together, resulting in a perfectly fitting leather cover. "It will work. It will absolutely work," Dick exclaimed, immediately summoning Arno to stand still with arms outstretched. He took the sheepskin parchment and began to outline the wrapping on Arno's body, his mind racing with ideas. Yes. Just like the Roman legionary armor from the games of his past life. The leather breastplate paired with leather shoulder guards would serve as the primary components. He would also create leather bracers, greaves, and a skirt. Moreover, by constructing the pieces separately, multiple components could be worked on simultaneously, enhancing efficiency, and should any part fail, it would be simple to replace. The downside, however, was that gaps would be exposed at the arms and thighs. Fortunately, due to the frigid climate beyond the wall, everyone typically donned thick furs, which would sufficiently cover these openings, preventing exposure akin to that of Roman soldiers. Another complication arose in the lack of sufficient material for an inner lining. Dick decided to use the leather's fur side to add thickness for better defense, while simultaneously providing warmth, achieving two objectives with one solution. Arno was an excellent model. He stood cheerfully still for most of the day. His height and robust physique ensured that the crafted components would fit an adult man perfectly. The leather armor was flexible and could be adjusted with belts to accommodate various body types. Dick carefully peeled away the adjusted parchment template, cutting and distributing the pieces. The servants promptly followed suit, cutting the materials, perforating them with heated iron nails, and stitching with great efficiency. By the end of one afternoon, a complete set of leather armor had miraculously come together. While waiting, Dick also took the liberty of adding some embellishments, hot-pressing the family crest onto the armor. He summoned the guards at the door and had one assist him in donning the new leather armor. "Ah, quite dapper," exclaimed Dick. As the guard moved his arms and legs, Dick stepped forward to make minor adjustments to the connections at the back of the breastplate, ensuring that the guard could bend and turn with ease. Dick handed the blueprints to the astonished bachelor Weiss, requesting him to swiftly craft a standard mold from wood. Dinner time was fast approaching. Accompanied by guards clad in new leather armor, Dick returned to Winterhold Castle, carrying a carefully wrapped harp. As he entered the hall, the servants had just set forth steaming dishes of food. The moment Dick stepped in, followed by the guards in their newly donned leather armor, their Roman-style attire immediately captured everyone's attention. His elder brother Roger and Uncle Tony promptly rose and approached, encircling the guards to scrutinize the armor, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Uncle Tony even drew a dagger, gesturing as if to test the armor on the spot, which left the guard frozen in fear, his throat tightening. Dick quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Uncle, we haven't properly tested the defense yet. At least let him take it off first." Tony, rather agreeable, seized the guard's wrist and unfastened the buckle, swiftly removing the leather bracers and slipping them onto his own arms. He then brandished the dagger and thrust it directly at the bracer. Dick instinctively touched his own wrist, grimacing slightly. To his relief, the bracer bore a clear puncture mark, yet it had not penetrated the thick padded lining. Uncle Tony nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Quite interesting. This level of defense will suffice." Roger stood nearby, nodding in approval. Dick handed the wrapped harp to his sister Lysana, informing everyone that this set of armor had taken merely an afternoon to complete. With practice, the craftsmanship would only improve in speed. This efficiency left Roger utterly astounded. He threw an arm around Dick's shoulders, his hearty laughter echoing throughout the castle hall. Even Lysana offered a mild compliment. "Well, at least it looks quite nice," as she casually plucked the strings of the wrapped harp. Chapter 25. Who did it? At the training grounds of Winterhold Castle, the monotonous sound of wooden swords clashing against shields reverberated. Dick engaged in practice with Coach Rod Stark, appearing rather distracted. He felt no strain, deliberately holding back his strength for fear of injuring the stubborn elder. Rod's hawk-like gaze immediately detected Dick's momentary lapse in focus, and he contemplated a surprise attack to teach him a lesson. Ever since Dick had restored the swordsmanship hall within the 72 remnants of the earth, his swordplay had acquired an ineffable fluidity. Even when his mind wandered, he instinctively parried the sudden shield strikes and nimbly dodged. The heavy wooden sword in his hand was sometimes wielded with one hand, executed with grace, producing a fierce whoosh of wind. This practice increasingly frustrated Coach Rod. Suddenly, he withdrew his shield and leaped, exclaiming, "Enough, Dick. I know you have talent. Are you bored with the training?" Breathing heavily, he assumed the boy's initial enthusiasm had waned. Rod, rubbing his numbed hand hidden behind the shield, declared, "That will do for today. Go prepare the saddle for your black horse. We'll be heading out of the city tomorrow to teach you riding skills." He lowered his shield and asked uncertainly, "What name did you give that black horse?" Dick's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's called Death Beast, Coach Rod." Dick was not idle. Rather, the training in swordsmanship had become excessively lenient under its legacy, a fact he could hardly express to the instructor. Thus, He navigated the training session while simultaneously contemplating his elder brother Roger's directive to enhance the production of leather armor. As he pondered reallocating manpower, he deemed a daily output of 10 pieces feasible. Lost in thought, he respectfully bowed to Roger's departing figure and made his way towards the stables near the castle gates. Upon reaching the stables, Dick caressed the smooth mane of the long-absent horse, Death Fong, contemplating the idea of acquiring a half-body horse armor. At that moment, his 3 wild servant companions, Saya, along with his son Sam, and Cody, approached, bowing their heads in greeting. Dick immediately sensed something amiss. The trio kept their heads lowered, avoiding his gaze. Enhanced vision from the remnants of his training allowed him to glimpse the dark bruises and bleeding abrasions adorning their wrists and necks. Furrowing his brow, Dick commanded, "Lift your heads." What met his eyes were 3 battered faces. Saya bore the most severe wounds, with swollen cheekbones and a split lip. He endured the pain and dutifully repeated his greeting. Sam and Cody, youthful and impassioned, wore expressions of grievance, their eyes reddened, struggling to hold back tears. Dick's intuition filled in the gaps, and fury surged within him. What transpired? Saya respectfully replied, "Master need not worry, it is nothing of consequence." The tone and posture echoed that of the 2 brothers he had first encountered in peril. In a fit of anger, Dick's laughter turned bitter. "Saya, do you believe your master is blind?" He despised such an attitude, as if questioning his ability to protect his sworn servants. What kind of master would he be? Accepting loyalty while remaining oblivious to the mistreatment of his subordinates? His piercing gaze swept across the other servants and stable hands, a total of 15 or 16, who stood in fearful silence. With a sudden roar, his voice reverberated through a significant portion of the castle. "Everyone, put down your tasks and come here at once. Stand in line." His furious bellow startled the knights guarding the castle gates, even drawing curious heads from atop the walls. The servants in front of the stables, shaken by his thunderous wrath, huddled together, some trembling, others numb, while a few cast furtive glances at the 3 wild men, their eyes flickering. Dick pointed at Saya and his son, his voice as cold as the winter wind. "Who did this?" A profound silence ensued. The crowd shrank back in fear, yet none dared to speak. In that moment, Dick realized that his usual gentleness might have been perceived as weakness, open to exploitation. "Haha, Dick, my dear nephew. This simply cannot do." A hearty laugh shattered the tension as Uncle Tonica Stark strode forth from the castle with purpose. Clad in the leather armor Dick had crafted just the day prior, evidently stripped from a soldier, he deliberately exhibited the armor before Dick, then slapped his shoulder with a broad grin. "Watch closely, Uncle will teach you." Tonica beckoned to a knight and a soldier observing from a distance, casually gesturing towards one of the servants lingering at the edge of the group. The knights understood the signal and immediately approached, dragging the paralyzed servant before Tony. The servant collapsed to the ground, trembling as he exclaimed, "And no, my lord, it truly wasn't he." Tony shrugged, a smile bordering on cruelty playing upon his lips. "My dear nephew inquired, 'Who did it?' And your response was, 'Not me.' A grave error." Before the words had fully escaped his mouth, he swiftly drew his sword from its sheath, lifting it high above his head, slicing through the air as he brought it down forcefully upon the servant's nape, with a resounding thud, accompanied by a sound of shattering. Dick's heart jolted. The onlooking servants gasped in suppressed horror, kneeling in unison, trembling as if caught in a tempest. The servant, however, uttered not a sound, collapsing to the ground, a dark crimson pool spreading beneath his head. Tony, without a glance at the fallen servant, leaned casually against his bloodied sword, gesturing to the nearby knight and the stunned guards. "Bring forth another." Before the second accused servant could be dragged to Tony's side, he struggled, bursting into tears. "My lord, I know who it was." Tony feigned interest, shaking his head regretfully. "Incorrect answer." With a swift motion, he struck again, delivering another heavy blow. He kicked aside the fallen body, roaring like a furious lion. "Who did it?" His voice reverberated, causing the ears of the kneeling crowd to ring. They completely unraveled, several shouting in a frenzy, pointing wildly at 3 or 4 other stable hands among the kneeling throng. "It was them, my lord. They did it. We swear." The accused quaked like leaves in autumn's chill. Finally, Tony turned his gaze toward the 3 men, father and son, revealing a benevolent smile as he inquired, "Is it these scoundrels?" The father and son, already drenched in cold sweat, nodded vigorously, unable to utter a sound. Tony laughed heartily, sheathing his bloodied sword and returning to Dick's side. "Dick, this leather armor fits me splendidly. What fine craftsmanship. Do procure a more distinguished set for your uncle, ideally adorned with some majestic patterns." He spoke as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Noticing the stunned expression on Dick's face, Tony clasped his hands firmly on his nephew's shoulders. Leaning in closely, "Child, you are far too kind. Remember, you are a Stark." His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the prostrate crowd. "All of them are born to serve the House of Stark." At that moment, Dick's elder brother, Roger Stark, emerged from the castle, a knight whispering reports at his side. Approaching Dick, Roger exchanged knowing glances with Tony. Roger spoke, his voice calm and unwavering, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "These individuals," he gestured towards the accused servants, "break their legs and cast them out of the castle. The two on the ground, dispose of them as well." His command was delivered with the nonchalance of ordering the removal of refuse from the stables. Once his orders were given, Roger turned to his bewildered younger brother, offering a brotherly smile filled with a unique blend of understanding and exasperation. He placed a comforting hand on Dick's shoulder as they walked toward the castle. "My dear brother, my clever brother, it seems there are matters you do not comprehend, yes?" He patted Dick's back soothingly, his tone both reassuring and inescapably cold. "You are still young. However, you will gradually acclimate. The members of House Stark must learn to adapt." Uncle Tony cast a knowing smile at the retreating figures of his two nephews, his gaze thoughtfully drifting toward the castle walls. There stood two knights, resembling a father and son. The elder knight furrowed his brow in stern disapproval, glaring at the younger knight beside him. The youthful knight appeared pallid, beads of sweat forming on his brow, too intimidated to meet his father's eyes. A sardonic smile curled at Tony's lips as he shook his head and turned back toward the castle. On the battlements, the knightly duo watched the Starks vanish from sight, releasing a collective sigh of relief. "They are merely a handful of wildlings, worthless creatures, unworthy of your concern. Did I not instruct you to disregard them?" The elder knight's voice was low, yet carried an oppressive weight. "Father, I did not directly command anyone to act," the younger knight stammered, his voice dwindling under the cold scrutiny of his father's gaze. "I merely conveyed a message, expressing my disdain for those three wildlings." "Foolishness." The elder knight spat through clenched teeth. "The rabble poses no threat to us. Are you prepared to lower yourself to suggest such a thing? How can you be certain that others who harbor ill will toward us seize the opportunity to do the same? Can you withstand the wrath of House Stark?" Chapter 26. The need for servants. Winter has long since passed. The snow melted away without a trace. Yet as Dick traversed the halls of Winterfell, a lingering chill enveloped him. Having lived two lives, Dick was no stranger to death. However, in his previous existence, the grotesque images were often blurred, only glimpsed in films and games, where bloodshed was merely a shadow of reality. To experience the brutal violence of bloodshed up close was a first. The metallic scent of blood lingered in his nostrils, stirring his stomach, while the air was filled with the echoes of screams and terrified cries, accompanied by the gurgling sound of some liquid flowing. His elder brother, Roger Stark, draped an arm around Dick's shoulders and sighed. "Dick, with our father absent and the traitors south of the haunted forest stirring, as the heir to our family, my duty is to strive for unity among us all." Roger's voice grew somber. "Father once told me that once someone swears fealty, they should be welcomed to the table as a guest. Initially, I adhered to this principle. However, one cannot grasp its difficulties without experiencing them firsthand." His expression hardened. "It was only when I truly assumed the mantle of protecting our family that I realized that even sincerity could be misconstrued as weakness. Thus, a change was necessary." "Dick, my dear brother," Roger halted, pressing his hands firmly on Dick's shoulders. "I see humility, bravery, and compassion in you, qualities that define a true knight. You shall undoubtedly become a noble knight. But Dick, you must understand one thing. You need sufficient strength for the world to recognize these traits as virtues, not frailties. Now, you may return to your chamber to rest, cuddle the little cat Fatty, or venture to the backyard to listen to the minstrel's performance." Upon returning to his chamber, Dick's thoughts were tumultuous. Would those two servants meet their demise? What kind of resentment must burn within the hearts of those whose legs were broken and who were cast out? Indeed, this was a barbaric era, reminiscent of a harsh medieval world. Was he truly prepared to confront all of this? Throughout the afternoon, Dick remained in his room, leaning against the cold stone window, his gaze drifting over the castle's towering walls to the eternally gloomy sky beyond. Fibo, his feline companion, rubbed against his leg, and noticing his master's lack of response, raised its round head, its eyes filled with confusion. Later, burdened with worries, Dick carried Fibo to the castle's library. Scholar Viscato was engaged in instructing his younger brother, Torlanka Stark. Upon seeing Dick, a flicker of surprise crossed Viscato's eyes. It had been a long time since the boy had set foot in the library. Observing the gravity etched on Dick's brow, the scholar gestured for the plump little Torlanka, who was bouncing around, to step outside for a while. As Torlanka passed by, Dick silently handed Fibo to him. The joyous little one embraced the kitten and scampered out of the library. "Child, what troubles you?" Scholar Viscato inquired with concern. Dick recounted the events that transpired in the stable, ultimately voicing his doubts. "Teacher, is such punishment not excessively harsh? Do those who have been expelled not harbor resentment and seek retribution?" The scholar gazed at Dick for a long moment before gently sighing. "Dick, your heart is kind. Truly. Child, you need not worry about their discontent or schemes of revenge. From the moment they were cast out of the castle gates, their fates were sealed. It is unlikely they will endure the night." "What?" Dick exclaimed in shock. Viscato raised a hand, signaling for him to quell his astonishment, offering soothing words. "These matters may seem too brutal, even cruel, for you at present. As you grow older, you will naturally come to understand the reasoning behind them." Then, lowering his voice, the scholar spoke earnestly to Dick. "Child, you must not easily accept the oaths of those three savages and become their master, let alone bring them into the castle." Viscato spoke with increased urgency, adding, "However, it is now too late to discuss this. Everwinter Castle has surely ascertained their backgrounds, since no action has been taken. It indicates they pose no immediate threat. Moreover, following today's events, they will be isolated within the castle for an extended period, one of the reasons for the severity of their punishment." "To isolate them?" Dick murmured to himself. Scholar Viscato patiently elucidated, "They are not subjects of the realm, and this castle is the very heart of your family's power." He glanced towards the library door, observing Torlanka in pursuit of Fibo. Returning his gaze, he lowered his voice further. "Dick, you require servants," he emphasized. "You must petition your elder brother for servants." Dick appeared somewhat distracted. "Teacher, I do not require a servant. I am unaccustomed to sleeping with someone following my every move." Bachelor Weiss gazed at this astute student with a sense of helplessness, ultimately letting out a sigh as he reached up to scratch his gleaming forehead. Meanwhile, in the conference hall on the second floor of the castle, Dick's elder brother Roger sat regally in the Lord's oak high-back chair, attentively listening to a knight's report. The knight was one of the old knights among the knightly lineage. Dick's uncle Tony lounged lazily by the fireplace, idly trimming his nails with a dagger. "The hunting party from the northern Frostcold River has returned with news," the old knight respectfully reported to Lord Roger seated on his throne. "There indeed existed a wild horse tribe, but they were recently defeated and scattered in a conflict." Roger nodded slightly, resting his chin on his hand. "Well, Sir Cohen Parker, let us leave it at that for now." He then shifted the topic. "Have you inquired about that Arno accepted by Dick in the workshop? And the mute girl named Yara? Are they subjects of Winterhold? What is their background?" A relaxed smile spread across Sir Cohen Parker's face. "My lord, I am quite informed in this matter, many are aware. Those two were indeed born in Winterhold, offspring of a harlot." Upon hearing this, Roger's brow furrowed slightly. Yet he remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. "Arno appears larger than most adults, yet he is not yet 10 years old. The mute girl Yara is his sister, perhaps around 12. Arno is naturally dim-witted, able to comprehend speech but only capable of uttering the word Arno, with a mind perpetually akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. As for Yara," Cohen chuckled, "she is not truly mute. It seems she is deaf and cannot hear her own voice. Hence she can only make sounds like ah." With a hint of levity, he added, "The daughter of a harlot is still a harlot. It won't hinder her from moaning in the future." Roger's gaze suddenly turned icy, piercing like a blade as he fixed it upon him. "A woman serving House Stark is no longer a harlot. It appears you have yet to grasp this distinction." Tony, who had been leaning against the fireplace, instantly straightened his posture, halting his nail trimming and casting a cold look in Cohen's direction. Realizing he had misspoken, Cohen broke into a cold sweat, instinctively kneeling on one knee. "My lord, please do not take offense. You know I meant no disrespect." Roger rose and strolled to the stone window, looking out with a slow, somber tone. "I certainly understand. Therefore, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. Disguise yourself, Sir Cohen Parker. Take your son and visit an old friend down south at the old place. Bring back valuable news for me, and let me witness your loyalty." "Yes, my lord," Cohen answered without hesitation, then bit his lip. "My lord, please allow me to go alone. Let my son remain here to continue serving you." Upon hearing this, Roger's lips curled into a cryptic smile as he nodded in agreement. Tony leaned back against the fireplace, leisurely trimming his nails once more. Chapter 27. The contest. The sound of horses' hooves shattered the icy morning light outside the city of Everwinter. A few horses galloped joyfully along the frost-bitten riverbank, leaving the diminishing town far behind. Once embraced by the wilderness, the horses seemed particularly exuberant. Leading the charge was a boy clad in leather armor, draped in a thick bear fur cloak. His thick, gray-white hair danced wildly in the wind, while his blue-gray eyes sparkled with fragmented sunlight, vibrant and lively. Though his face bore the semblance of youth, he stood remarkably tall. Indeed, it was Dick Karstark. "Dick, your hair seems even whiter." Trailing closely behind him was his mentor, Rod Karstark. He held the reins of his brown-gray Highland horse steadily, his gaze tinged with curiosity as he followed the fluttering ends of Dick's hair. Ahead, Dick's cheerful voice rang out, "Isn't that better? Just like my mother's beautiful silver hair." Haha. Having escaped the constraints of the castle and town, Dick felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Why ponder so much? He was favored by fate. As long as he diligently restored the volumes of the 72 fragments of the earthly demons, he would inevitably grow stronger, beyond anyone's control. Worries? They were entirely superfluous. Go. Dick mimicked the knights from his memories, leaning forward, squeezing the horse's belly, urging his steed, Deathfong, to accelerate. Deathfong surged forward eagerly. Yet Dick instinctively pulled on the reins to steady himself, only causing the horse to slow in confusion, snorting in displeasure. Rod's voice rang out just in time, imbued with a hint of amused exasperation. "Relax, lad. Loosen the reins. Keep your feet steady in the stirrups and your back firm. How can the horse unleash its full potential if you hold it back?" Understanding immediately, Dick complied. Deathfong then bolted forward like an arrow, swiftly distancing itself from Rod and the two guards trailing behind. Observing the jubilant figure ahead, Rod raised a hand to halt the eager guards. Let him enjoy himself. After reveling in his freedom, Dick rode Deathfong back, a radiant smile of anticipation for praise illuminating his face. "Rod, how did I do? Am I riding well?" "Quite well, lad." Rod smiled, affirming the performance of the second son of the Karstark family, before shifting the conversation. "However, riding into battle is an entirely different matter. When wielding a sword, you must feel the undulations of the horse's back, merging your strength with its momentum to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy." With that, Rod drew a bow from the saddlebag, demonstrating. "As for mounted archery, that relies on your legs applying pressure in the stirrups, dissipating the horse's jolting energy, while your upper body remains utterly still. The steadier one's body, the more accurately one can aim." Rod secured his bow and addressed Dick. "Since we are commencing your proper equestrian training, we shall also begin archery practice tomorrow." Feeling a sense of frustration, Dick decided to take a stroll, believing that shouting in an open space would serve as an excellent release. As for horseback riding, it was a luxury Dick had never dared to dream of in his previous life, and today he rode with great pleasure. With his spirits lifted, Dick slipped out of the castle, humming an off-key tune as he plunged into the alleys of the town, embarking on his little mouse hunt. The dojo of swordsmanship had been fully restored, and the next step was to gather some energy to acquire the prerequisite skill for sword control, a crucial component for mastering the art of swordsmanship. Once achieved, this skill would allow him to influence the trajectory of sharp objects, akin to wielding a lock. It was imperative to obtain it. However, luck has a way of waning, and once it begins, it can persist for quite some time. Dick scoured several streets and alleys. Yet not a single mouse appeared. Not even a trace of fur could be found. "Where could all my little cuties be?" he muttered in confusion. Typically, in these dilapidated and filthy alleys, mice roamed in droves. Undeterred, Dick ventured deeper into the more obscure alleys. After much effort, he finally stumbled upon something. Alas, it was not a living mouse, but rather a number of tragic mouse carcasses scattered in the depths of the alley. Kneeling to inspect, he found the demise of these little creatures was quite harrowing. Some appeared to have been killed by a barrage of slingshot projectiles, with stones embedded in their flesh. Others seemed to have been eviscerated by sharp objects, their intestines spilling forth. Goodness, such brutality. What grudge could inspire such violence? Dick pondered. Following the grim trail of the small corpses, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. After a bit more exploration, a cacophony of chaos reached his ears. "Brother Eli, over there. There's one." "Where? You fool. Where's over there?" A familiar voice shouted in exasperation. Following the sound around a few corners, Dick was taken aback by the scene before him. There was Eli Brown, the very individual who had challenged him to a duel and ended up with a pair of panda eyes for his troubles. Sporting his signature dark rings beneath his eyes and accompanied by several more followers, each armed with a slingshot. They were frantically shooting at a terrified mouse scurrying in the corner. Stones flew haphazardly, causing the mouse to squeal in distress as it darted about. The surrounding chatter from Eli's companions, "I hit it. No, it was me," added to the chaotic atmosphere. Dick stared in disbelief and could not help but exclaim, "What on earth are you doing?" For Eli Brown, The very sound of his so-called enemy was etched into his bones. Despite Dick's quiet tone, Eli managed to pinpoint the voice amidst the turmoil. He whirled around, his comical panda eyes glaring, as if ready to ignite with fury. Yet, to Dick, this anger was nothing but a source of amusement. Dick stifled a laugh and inquired once more, "What are you all up to here?" To his surprise, Eli not only refrained from further anger but instead beamed with pride, flaunting his discovery before Dick. "I must concede, Dick, you are indeed formidable." He puffed out his chest, raising his voice, "But I have uncovered your powerful secret." This revelation struck Dick like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his amusement and tightening his chest with anxiety. Damn it, has my identity as a traveler been exposed? Or has the fragment been discovered? What should I do? Should I silence them? How should I proceed? Just as alarm bells rang in Dick's mind, Eli unveiled the answer. "The reason you are so impressive is that you have been hunting mice since childhood, which has honed your remarkable skills. The mouse exterminator. I truly underestimated you before." Eli triumphantly brandished his slingshot. "Now, I have grasped the secret to becoming stronger. Just wait. I will work harder than you and surpass you. Soon, I shall challenge you again." Behind him, his entourage erupted in fervent cheers. "Get stronger. I truly feel I am becoming stronger." Dick, momentarily at a loss for words, covered his face. Rationality dictated that he should feel irate, as this was a crucial aspect of his plan to acquire soul energy, now disrupted by this rabble. Yet, observing the exuberant group before him, fervently pursuing mice and proclaiming their aspirations, he was overwhelmed by an absurdity that struck him as humorously ludicrous. However, Dick's exasperated gesture did not escape Eli's notice, who interpreted it as undeniable proof of his great discovery, further solidifying his conviction. Silenced and bemused, Dick could only sigh, grappling with an indescribable sentiment. "In a certain sense, you are not entirely incorrect. Very well, as long as you are happy." He yearned to distance himself from this group swiftly. Seeing Dick's demeanor, tinged with exasperation and a hint of retreat, Eli and his followers erupted in triumphant cheers. Hooray! It was as if they had won a grand victory. They then plunged deeper into the alleys, initiating a new round of hunting for the little mice. Undeterred, Dick attempted to take a longer route, hoping to discover any escaped mice. Yet, Eli's crew, though not directly approaching him, persistently made a ruckus in the streets surrounding him, their shouts of "Hit! Quick, chase!" echoing continuously. Ultimately, the cacophony and the disheartening reality overwhelmed Dick. He irritably concluded his day's hunting and walked toward the castle, mentally lamenting, "Damn it, what a bunch of adorable nuisances. Oh, the gods." Chapter 28. Bullying the younger brother must be timely. The sunlight beyond the borders was a rare sight. Yet today it reluctantly spilled over the gray-black stone walls of the castle of eternal winter, bringing little warmth and instead accentuating the desolate harshness of this bitter land. Dick Castark leaned against the frigid rock, his face more unsightly than frozen earth. A surge of frustration simmered within him, compelling him to pound the wall in exasperation. Just a fraction more. Just a damned bit of energy. This thought spiraled ceaselessly in his mind. The sword control technique seemed to beckon him through the final veil, waiting to be unlocked with the slightest additional energy. Yet he found himself trapped at this critical juncture, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, impossible to swallow or expel, leaving him breathless and suffocated. A scruffy dog, its coat a chaotic mess, sauntered past him, panting with its tail swaying lazily, frustrated and seeking an outlet. Dick raised his foot and playfully struck the dog's rear twice. The dog yelped in pain, darting away with its tail tucked, barking back at him, its voice echoing through the castle. Dick glared at the retreating figure of the dog, curling his lip in disdain. How utterly ungraceful. At that moment, his rotund younger brother, little Chub Torrin Castark, was vigorously wielding a precious gift from their Uncle Tony, a golden-painted wooden sword, pretending to engage the dry, yellowed weeds stubbornly emerging from the cracks in the stone wall, all the while providing his own enthusiastic commentary. Without a word, Dick strode over and snatched the sword from Torrin's grasp. "Dick, what are you doing? Give it back." Torrin's chubby face fell instantly, his feet hopping in agitation. Ignoring him, Dick took the lightweight wooden sword, flicked his wrist, and unleashed a flurry of strikes against the visible weeds in the wall's crevice. With the sword in hand, Dick transformed into a master swordsman. The sound of slicing filled the air as grass clippings flew in every direction. In a matter of moments, all that remained were the pitiful roots clinging to the ground. "There, I've cleared it for you." Dick nonchalantly tossed the sword back to the tearful Torrin, feeling inexplicably lighter, as though a clogged pipe had been forcefully unblocked. He even broke into a grin, waving at his brother with a buoyant tone. "No need to thank your beloved brother. Wow, My grass. My sword. Dick. Torrin gazed at his barren battlefield and the golden-painted wooden sword smeared with plant sap, unable to contain himself any longer. He plopped down on the ground and wailed at the top of his lungs, his cries louder than the previous dogs. Hearing the thunderous lamentation behind him, Dick shook his head and began to hum a dissonant tune, his steps lightening as he walked away. His gloom seemed momentarily washed away by his brother's tears. In stark contrast to Dick's vexation, his elder brother, Roger Carstark, basked in the glow of good fortune these days. The workshop formed by the disabled and children buzzed with life. After adopting Dick's idea of split production, the workshop assigned different people to specialize in various parts of leather armor. The leather cutters focused solely on cutting, while the seamstresses dedicated themselves to stitching. This method proved remarkably effective, yielding astonishing efficiency. Roger heard Dick refer to this as a production line. How long has it been? 300 sets of leather armor. A full 300. Roger gazed at the warehouse, where new leather armor was piled high, and he clapped Dick's shoulder heartily. My dear brother, your clever mind does serve a purpose at times. Soon, more exhilarating news arrived. The Raven brought tidings of their father, Count Carlin, and mother. They were finally concluding their long journey in the north and setting off for home. Moreover, they were accompanied by a formidable force from Mother S tribe, 500 fierce warriors, a gift of support from their grandfather. The entire Winterfell erupted in excitement. Immersed in a flurry of activity, Roger coordinated the manpower and began constructing a temporary camp outside the city to prepare for the arrival of this grand homecoming party and reinforcements. On this day, Dick accompanied his elder brother Roger and Uncle Tonica Stark outside the city to inspect the progress of the camp. The frost-cold river separated Winterfell from the northern shore, its icy waters carrying fragments of ice, flowing steadily and unhurriedly. The river was not particularly wide, yet the currents ran deep. In this harsh land, fording the river was a fanciful thought. Several sturdy flat-bottomed ferries were busily preparing at the shore as soldiers and sailors shouted commands, pulling together more boats to welcome the returning northern army. Observing the scene before him, particularly the few ferries that appeared especially frail in the cold wind, Dick could not help but frown and murmur, this is rather inconvenient. The river isn't wide, and the current isn't swift. Why not build a bridge? It would be a lasting solution. Roger, who was directing the transportation efforts, overheard him and turned, his expression a mix of helplessness and amusement. Build a bridge? My dear brother Dick, do you think constructing a bridge is akin to building a snowman? Our family has exhausted every ounce of strength to maintain this territory over the years. It is a miracle we can sustain the current situation. There is no surplus of funds or resources to erect a bridge. Noting his brother's expression of how hard could it be, he emphasized his words with a pointed question. Moreover, you think building a bridge is simple? Do you harbor some grand misconception about the term bridge construction? We do not even have a competent craftsman in our midst. Uncle Tony, a rugged middle-aged man with a weathered visage, caught wind of the conversation and approached. With a sword at his side and the unmistakable air of a seasoned warrior, Tony chuckled, instinctively reaching to pat Dick on the back of the head, only to have Dick nimbly evade the gesture. Huh, little Dick, a commendable idea. But your brother is right. That endeavor consumes money, effort, and skilled labor. Here, we have plenty of men for chopping wood, hunting, and fighting, but builders of bridges? Not a single one. Mere ideas count for little. Do you think bridge supports can simply be plastered with mud? They must be driven into the riverbed. In this wretched weather, with these icy waters, you'd freeze to death. He shook his head, evidently finding Dick's notion rather naive. Dick rolled his eyes, too weary to argue further. He gazed at the rushing, frost-bitten river before him, observing the industrious soldiers at work, as well as the indifferent expressions of his elder brother and uncle. A flicker of discontent surged within him. He could not comprehend the specifics, yet he felt an innate sense that he should not remain so helpless. However, contemplating these matters proved futile, for Dick was far more preoccupied with the sword control secret technique, just a step away from mastery, contained within the 72 fragments of earthly demons. That slight gap in energy pricked at his heart like a thorn, causing him far more discomfort than the biting cold of the river's wind. As he stared intently at the icy waters, his thoughts drifted back to the fragments. Sunlight danced upon the river's surface, reflecting blinding sparkles that compelled him to squint. Chapter 29. Aunt and Uncle. The chill wind by the frostbitten river had quieted. The drawbridge of Everwinter City had long been lowered, and the walls were packed with soldiers and townsfolk, all eagerly awaiting what was to come. Dick stood alongside his siblings, next to his elder brother, Roger Carstark, and their uncle, Tony Carstark, fixating on the increasingly distinct shadow across the riverbank. The sounds reached them first, thunderous hooves striking the ground, the creaking groans of wheels traversing the frozen earth, and the clattering of countless leather armors, chainmail, and weaponry. This was not the call to charge, but rather the heavy clouds rolling in from afar, laden with weariness yet exuding an indomitable spirit. The ferry began to shuttle across the river. The first to set foot on the southern bank were the soldiers of House Karstark, draped in thick cloaks, their worn leather and chainmail bespeaking the dust of the north. High above them waved the Karstark banner, a black field embroidered with a white sunburst star. The flag flapped in the biting wind like a beacon guiding them home. Instantly, the crowd on the shore erupted in thunderous cheers. "It is the Lord, the banner of the Count." Whistles and the sounds of weapons striking shields resounded from the walls. Next to cross were reinforcements from Dick's mother's tribe. 500 tribal warriors, though less organized than the Karstark soldiers, radiated a fierceness that surpassed them. Clad in patchwork furs, adorned with helmets featuring beastly teeth and bones, their faces and arms bore intricate azure war markings. Their weapons varied widely: massive bone hammers, long-handled curved axes, and enormous bone horns. The tribal warriors silently stepped onto the southern bank, their vigilant gazes scanning the unfamiliar land and its people, exuding an innate sense of distance and a ferocity that could erupt at any moment. The ferry continued its back-and-forth journeys, bringing more troops to the southern shore. The air was thick with the scents of sweat, horse manure, leather, and the cold, earthy aroma of the northern tundra. The cheers of the crowd crescendoed, drowning out the river's flow. Soldiers pounded their chests, calling out the names of their brothers. Women tiptoed on their toes, searching for their husbands and sons, while children wove in and out between legs. At last, the largest ferry approached the shore. Accompanied by a throng of sworn knights, a tall figure stepped onto the riverbank. Count Carlin Karstark had returned, draped in a heavy bear fur cloak, lined with fine dark gray chain mail, his helmet tucked under his arm. The frost and wind have etched marks upon his visage, yet his gaze remains as sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over his dominion and subjects. The weariness is hard to conceal, but the dignity of the Lord of Winterfell, the guardian of his lineage, is undiminished. Rather, it seems to have been tempered by the northern gales and snows, rendering him even more profound. Count Karen raised his hand with a gentle wave, and the clamor along the riverbank instantly subsided, leaving only the sound of the wind and the fluttering of banners. Behind him, stepping onto the shore, was Lady Helena, his wife, clad in a thick white fur adorned with tribal patterns, her stature regal. The biting cold did not mar her beauty. Her calm, yet piercing gaze exuded resilience and wisdom. Roger immediately strode forward, kneeling on one knee with a booming voice. "Father, Mother, welcome home." Dick and his siblings, along with all the bannermen and soldiers of House Stark present, promptly followed suit in a show of respect. The echoes of their cheers reverberated along the riverbank. "Welcome home, my lord and lady." Count Karen's gaze fell upon his eldest son, then swept over Dick and Torrin, finally resting upon the towering structure of Winterfell. At last, a flicker of warmth thawed the frost in his eyes. His deep, resonant voice rose above the wind. "All right, rise, children. We are home." The procession seamlessly merged into the camp that had been prepared in advance. Count Karen did not return to the castle, but instead immediately commanded the transport of supplies and provisions from the castle to the camp. Dick noticed that several supply teams vanished in the direction of the Shadow Forest. Following his father Karen and mother Helena, Dick entered the largest tent at the center of the camp, where he encountered his mother's sister and brother for the first time, Aunt Kalia and Uncle Daemon. Kalia sat beside the Lord's seat, one hand holding a wooden goblet, the other resting on the armrest, her expression impassive as she regarded Daemon. The latter was adorned in an elaborately decorated suit of leather armor, deliberately striking a pose. Dick recognized the craftsmanship of the armor as the work of their workshop. Upon the arrival of House Stark, both of their gazes turned toward them. As Mother Helena introduced her children, Dick discreetly observed his aunt and uncle. Uncle Daemon was young and robust, with a boisterous smile. Aunt Kalia, however, inspired a sense of awe. Her eyes were painted in a deep azure hue, accentuated with the depiction of a pair of sharp eagle eyes. When her gaze fell upon him, Dick felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fierce falcon. Uncle Daemon laughed heartily as he embraced Dick's siblings, meeting most of them for the first time, save for the eldest, Roger. Lifting the somewhat stiff Dick into his arms, he learned from Roger that the splendid armor he wore was indeed the handiwork of Dick's newly established workshop, eliciting delight as he hoisted Dick high. "Well done, my boy. Truly, you are Helena's son," Uncle Daemon exclaimed, his fondness for the armor evident. Aunt Kalia's gaze seemed to soften momentarily, yet it remained intimidating. "The armor is commendable, though the Stark sigil is somewhat conspicuous. Hearing this, Count Karen awkwardly rubbed his nose, remaining silent as he took his seat in the high-backed Lord's chair at the center. Beside the Lord's chair, Kalia shifted her body disdainfully. Lady Helena smiled, attempting to diffuse the tension. Sister, enough, the children are present. Kalia remained unsatisfied. Years ago, he promised to stay with the Falcon clan. It was only then that we consented to your marriage. And what has come of it? He eloped with the most beautiful eagle of our tribe. I must ensure the children understand that this man is a deceiver. Dick and his siblings exchanged glances, astonished at the familial drama unfolding before them. Lady Helena, feeling a touch of embarrassment, replied, I married Carlin of my own volition. Moreover, the Stark family greatly supported us, allowing the Falcon clan to rise among the many tribes on the frozen wasteland. When the Stark family was betrayed, how could my husband, Carlin, sit idly by? How could I not follow him south? All right, I understand. Kalia interrupted, her gaze sweeping over Dick's siblings. That is precisely why we are here. We have brought half the warriors of the tribe. The Falcon clan will forever be your home. Her voice was resolute, and it shall always be the children's home. Moved, Lady Helena stepped forward to embrace her sister. Count Carlin raised the wooden goblet on the table and drank deeply, the goblet creaking in his grip. Dick could discern the turmoil within his father. It was Uncle Damon who lightened the mood with a smile. Tomorrow we march south to deal with those ruffians. Let us enjoy our reunion today without such somberness. Dick, just released from his thoughts, was taken aback. Tomorrow? So soon? Count Carlin set down the slightly deformed goblet, his voice grave. Reports from the south indicate that the enemy will soon advance on the forward stronghold along the trembling coast. The Ghost Shadow Forest cannot accommodate a large army, but we must act differently. He turned to Kalia, who nodded slightly. We must deploy in advance. Tony and Roger would remain behind while the main army advanced. Count Carlin then spoke gently to his sister, and Stark, Anna, take the children back to the castle and await our good news. Upon hearing this, Dick excitedly stepped forward. Father, please let me accompany the troops. Rod has no chance against me now. You may inquire with him. The atmosphere in the tent lightened considerably. Mother Helena turned, wiping a tear from her eye, and embraced Dick warmly. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Dick felt a surge of frustration towards his own age. Please believe me. I can challenge any knight right now. Count Carlin rose and approached Dick, his imposing frame crouching down to place his hands firmly on his son's eager shoulders. Dick, listen. Your brother, uncle, and I are not in the castle. And Torrin is still young. He gestured for Dick to look at his younger siblings snuggled beside Aunt Anna, along with his tearful sister, Lysana. Promise me you will protect them. Chapter 30. The expedition. Dick stood upon the cold stone walls of Everwinter Castle, gazing at the bustling scene below. Is this what it means to embark on a campaign? The imagined scene is one of warhorses neighing, gleaming armor, and soldiers lined up in perfect formation, with the family banners fluttering in the wind, echoing the grandeur sung in ballads. Yet, before him, the camp was indeed stirring with departures. Some knights led the way on horseback. The soldiers clad in leather armor appeared somewhat respectable, but Dick's gaze transcended them, fixating on the large contingent streaming out of the city gates, causing his heart to plummet. What he beheld were not soldiers. Those wielding unsheathed longswords were the most proper among them. An even greater number clutched pitchforks, sickles, and even hefted hoes. They were clearly ordinary peasants, freshly pulled from their fields by conscription. A few mounted knights wove through the throng, cracking their whips and barking commands, striving to direct this chaotic mass in a singular direction. The cacophony of shouts mingled with the cries of livestock, amplifying Dick's concerns until they felt like a weighty stone pressing down. Beside him, his Aunt Anna, sister Lysana, and younger siblings seemed oblivious to the disarray around them. His brother Torrin even stood on tiptoe, excitement illuminating his flushed face. Only Dick furrowed his brow in distress. Dick, you are doing splendidly, remarked Coach Rodka Stark, who stood nearby observing the scene, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. This elderly mentor, his hair a crown of white, pointed to a group of relatively well-equipped leather-armored soldiers below, the product of Dick's workshop endeavors, to distinguish friend from foe. The customary practice was to don short cloaks or capes over the armor, embroidered with the family crest. Coach Rodka's tone brimmed with admiration. But your ingenious idea of etching the family emblem directly onto the leather armor. What a brilliant notion, saving so much fabric. Does the enemy think they can masquerade as us? Humph, unless they strip off the entire set of armor, which isn't an easy feat. Yet Dick could not muster a smile. He gestured toward the army comprised of farmers below, his voice laced with apprehension. Granduncle, he instinctively used a more familiar term. revealing his deep concern for the family's future. Do you truly believe these peasants armed with pitchforks and hoes possess any combat capability? Before Dick could finish his thought, a resounding and robust voice emerged from behind him. What do you mean they lack combat capability? Uncle Tonica Stark strode confidently onto the battlements, towering and imposing. His dark chainmail shimmered with a cold sheen under the dim winter light, while the heavy black bear pelt draped across his back added to his formidable presence. First, he surveyed the departing troops with a steady gaze, then turned to Dick, his brown hair and thick beard rustling slightly in the wind. Young Dick. Tony's voice resonated with the warmth of a seasoned elder, imbued with undeniable battlefield experience. There's much yet for you to learn. Defending positions, pursuing routed foes, clearing the battlefield, these tasks are within their capacity. Do not underestimate the farmers. When pushed to the brink, even a hoe can shatter an enemy's skull. You must quickly mature. He extended his large hand and affectionately tousled Dick's hair. Tony turned to Rod, his expression becoming grave. Uncle, I entrust Everwinter City to your care. The white-haired Rod nodded solemnly, his gaze resolute. Rest assured. Without further ado, he patted Tony's armored arm, cast a glance at Dick and the other children, and then turned, descending the city wall with a measured stride, leaving this fortress to the young Stark heirs. Tony's gaze shifted to his sister, the beautiful Aunt Anna Stark. The hardened demeanor of a battlefield commander melted away, replaced by profound guilt and tenderness. Anna stood gracefully, her brown hair billowing in the wind atop the city walls, a few strands brushing against her flushed cheeks, rendering her all the more enchanting. Anna. Tony's voice dropped, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. I have failed to protect our father, nor could I safeguard our elder brother. Now, I must entrust this heavy burden solely to you, to watch over all these children. His towering figure leaned slightly forward, as if attempting to shield his sister from the chilling winds of fate that howled around them. Anna lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet her voice remained remarkably clear and resolute, like a river surging beneath a frozen surface. Brother, do not worry for us. I shall pray day and night to the 7 gods, beseeching their protection for your safe and victorious return. You must take the heads of several traitors. Avenge our father, avenge our elder brother. Tony observed his sister, who bravely held back her sorrow yet remained steadfast, and he solemnly vowed, each word striking like a hammer on stone. I will. I swear I shall. Uncle, you really ought to take me with you. Dick chimed in, unable to contain himself, muttering softly, you know, I am far superior to those fellows down below. At Dick's words, the weight of the moment was instantly lifted by the child's boast, and Tony erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha! Yes, I know. Our little Dick is quite formidable. He half squatted down, playfully winking at Dick, his mustache twitching with mirth. If you grow a bit taller and stronger, you'd be even more impressive. You could take on 10 at once. Dick rolled his eyes in exasperation. Once Tony had finished laughing, his expression turned serious again. He lowered his voice, imparting a sense of shared secrecy. Listen, Dick, do not worry too much. I'll let you in on a little secret. Your Aunt Carlia is a powerful skin changer. A skin changer? Dick's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of pure surprise. He remembered the ancient tales and the stories of the Stark children and the three-eyed raven on the television. This was a mysterious power capable of controlling animals and peering into the distance. Only those with the blood of the ancients and who worshipped the old gods of the north might possess such a gift. Tony was pleased with Dick's reaction and continued to unveil the secrets. Indeed, the enemy boasts a formidable force, comprising over 60 knights and no less than 6,000 soldiers. In contrast, we possess merely 32 knights and a little over 2,000 soldiers. Pointing to the throngs still surging forth at the foot of the castle, he added, including them, along with the 500 valiant warriors from your grandfather's Falcon tribe. However, Tony's tone shifted, his eyes glinting with the sharpness of a hunter. The Wraith Shadow Forest is not a place where large armies can recklessly roam. They cannot, but we can. Your Aunt Kalia, a spirit of the eagle, is accompanied by an exceptionally noble hawk. She will guide the 20 elite knights personally chosen by your father, Carlin, along with 500 soldiers and 500 tribal warriors, to traverse that treacherous forest unscathed, striking directly at the enemy's vulnerable flank. He clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. Moreover, Tony continued, that old trickster, Cohen Park, has indeed accomplished something significant this time, bringing back crucial intelligence. Noticing Dick's bewilderment, he slapped his forehead. Ah, he's the one who exchanged a single gold coin and the lives of those 3 savages for the cursed beast. It dawned on Dick that the earlier conflict at the stable was entangled with this character named Cohen Park. According to several reliable sources, Tony lowered his voice. a trace of a chilling smile gracing his lips. The southern rabble has alarmingly lax defenses along the Wraith Shadow forest front. He winked at Dick. So, lad, do not wear a glum expression. This battle is as good as ours. After a brief pause, the ease on Tony's face vanished, replaced by a deeper contemplation. However, those scoundrels are advancing northward along the trembling sea's edge, skirting the Wraith Shadow forest. This front must be held by your brother Roger and me. We must indeed prepare for the worst. Leaning closer to Dick, he whispered, his voice soft as a gentle sigh. After we depart, there will be fewer than 100 soldiers capable of wielding swords in Everwinter Castle, counting every last one still able to breathe. Rod must take half the men to patrol the territory. Dick, you must understand, his tone heavy with iron resolve. Only 50 usable soldiers will remain in the castle. Such a meager force, in the face of dire circumstances, could scarcely defend the shadows of the walls. Suddenly, Tony raised his head, his gaze sharp as an icicle. Locking onto Dick's eyes. Listen, if, and I mean if, the situation collapses utterly, reaching an irreparable state, you must immediately take your aunt, sister, and younger siblings. And find Rod. Leave everything behind. Rush through the castle gates. By the Frostcold River, we have prepared boats to go directly to your grandfather's Falcon tribe. Only there will you be safe. He gave Dick's shoulder a firm pat, a gesture that conveyed both silent comfort and an undeniable command. Do not worry, child. This is merely our most dire contingency plan. The tone he shared with Dick bore the stoicism of warriors confronting the unknown fate. At the fortifications along the trembling shores, similar arrangements were made. No one dared to vow with absolute certainty that they would stand unyielding. Tony's expression was unusually grave, imbued with the weight of a solemn charge. Now, do you comprehend why your father entrusted you with the burden of guardianship? He does not underestimate you, Dick. He has entrusted this home, the future lineage of the Stark family, to you. Meeting his uncle's gaze, a profound sense of responsibility surged within Dick, becoming strikingly clear. He straightened his still slender back and nodded with determination. Well done, lad. A smile of relief blossomed on Tony's face as he ruffled Dick's hair, as if to impart courage and strength unto him. Rising, his black bear pelt cloak billowed in the wind. He did not look back, but strode purposefully down the city wall and gracefully mounted his steed. The magnificent warhorse neighed, bearing its armored master, joining the rear of the departing procession, swiftly disappearing into the swirling dust and throng. On the battlements, the cold wind seemed to bite even more fiercely. Dick gazed after his uncle and the mixed company of elite and farmers until they vanished beyond the horizon. The clamor gradually subsided, leaving an unsettling void and silence. Silently clenching his fists, he closed his eyes and directed the most devout and urgent prayer towards the seven gods, as well as the indistinct deities from his past memories. Victory must be ours. May the gods bless. House Stark must prevail. Chapter 31. The Deceiver. If life is a narrative without a predetermined conclusion, then waiting serves as the scattered punctuation, the elongated dashes, or the thought-provoking ellipses within it. These elements carry no substantive narrative content, yet dictate the rhythm and essence of the tale. It is within those seemingly blank pauses and silences that the potential for the story's turning points brews. Inside the icy high walls of Winterfell, the Stark family's waiting became a slow torment. Lord Rod Stark entered the great hall thrice daily to report on the state of the realm. Each of his appearances was akin to a small stone cast upon a still surface, a reminder that time continued its relentless passage. Aunt Anna Stark's vigil became a ritual. She ascended the castle's highest tower repeatedly, enveloped in a thick fur cloak, her gaze stubbornly cast towards the blurred horizon, as if she could penetrate the vastness and glimpse her kin upon the battlefield. Sister Lyanna Stark confined herself to her chamber. The once vibrant melodies of minstrels and the sound of harps had completely faded from the castle. Within her room, only a stifling silence remained. Even the most spirited little chub Tom had transformed. No longer boisterous, he was as quiet as a small shadow. Curled in the corners of the castle, by the hearth in the hall, at the stairwell's bend, and within the shadows of corridors. With his round, glistening eyes, he anxiously followed the heavy footsteps of his aunt and the furrowed brows of his siblings. The youngest, Jen Stark. It seems to have captured the pervasive unease lingering in the air. Whenever Dick lifted her, she would repeatedly call out Father Carlin and Mother Helena in a soft, tender voice. As for Dick himself, in recent days, he had entirely subdued his restless heart that yearned to soar. Thoughts of hunting and the latest inventions in the workshop had been cast aside. He was acutely aware that his family needed him now, not for any grandiose deeds, but merely to remain within the stone fortress. Of course, Dick was not entirely idle. He quietly prepared a few portable satchels and checked his water skins. The remaining time was almost entirely consumed at the training grounds, drawing the heavy longbow, knocking an arrow, aiming at the target, and releasing the string. The arrow would swiftly embed itself in the bullseye or, with a thud, bury itself into the wooden wall behind. He repeated the motions incessantly: knock the arrow, draw the bow, aim, and release. The frigid air condensed into white mist with each breath he took. Only this mechanical rhythm, the tension and relaxation of the bowstring, could somewhat quell the restless beast that stirred within Dick's heart. Days passed, 10 in total. On the morning of the 11th day, in the hall of Winterfell, the young Stark children sat in silence, consuming the smoked meat and dark bread served by the servants. The crackling of the fire in the hearth was the only sound that pierced the stillness. Suddenly, Dick raised his head sharply, his brow furrowed. He tilted his ear, resembling a vigilant hound. "Did you hear that sound?" He spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Aunt Anna and his sister Lyanna exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. Torrhen and Ginny remained focused on their plates. In a sudden burst, Dick leapt to his feet, his abrupt motion causing the stool behind him to clatter to the ground. Unconcerned, he dashed out of the hall like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the highest tower of the castle. Anna and Lyanna exchanged alarmed expressions, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation, and nervously gathered Torrhen and Ginny, following closely behind Dick. The narrow stone steps of the tower were cold and steep. Dick ascended 2 or 3 steps at a time, and upon reaching the top, he nimbly swung himself to grasp the edge of the stone window, climbing onto the rooftop. The biting wind immediately filled his cloak, yet he paid it no mind. With ears attuned and body taut, all his senses focused beyond the castle, towards the direction of the gates of Winterfell. At first, the sound was indistinct, akin to the distant roar of ocean waves. Gradually, it grew clearer, imbued with an irresistible joy and power, like rolling thunder approaching ever closer, louder, and nearer. It was a cheer, the cheers of countless voices. A radiant smile instantly illuminated Dick's face, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days. Leaning down, he excitedly shouted to his family, who had just reached the top of the tower, breathless and anxious. "It is a cheer of victory." In the narrow confines of the tower, Aunt Anna and her sister Lyanna were momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently engulfed by an overwhelming wave of joy. They embraced tightly, squeezing Torrhen in their arms, who let out a yelp, while Ginny erupted into giggles. Dick stood atop the roof, listening to the increasingly near and deafening cheers, and the heavy stone that had lodged in his heart finally fell away. The fierce winds continued to howl, but the prolonged wait for Everwinter Fortress had finally reached its conclusion. After some time, the returning army had triumphantly come back, and the entirety of Everwinter fell into a whirlpool of celebration. The cold stone streets were drowned in the cacophony of jubilant voices. Bonfires crackled in the square, illuminating every face flushed with excitement and spirits. Rugged songs, triumphant horns, and drunken cheers intertwined in a symphony of festivity. Count Carlin, brimming with exuberance, issued a decree. The smoked meats and hard black bread from the castle cellar were to be brought forth and piled high in various open spaces throughout the city. "Feast freely," he proclaimed, riding through the crowd with a booming voice. "As long as you can eat, there is plenty to go around. This is the reward for our victory." The spoils from this raid far exceeded everyone's expectations. Under the guidance of Dick's formidable aunt, the shapeshifter Kalia and her eagle companion, an elite squad had silently traversed the perilous ghost shadow forest, targeting the rear encampment of the traitorous Sellas family. In a sudden, lightning-fast assault, the laxly guarded camp crumbled in an instant. Food, salted meats, weapons, and armor were seized in mountainous heaps, far too abundant to transport entirely. Ultimately, Count Carlin ordered a great fire to consume the supplies that could not be carried away, incinerating the camp along with them. This blaze severed the Sellas family's logistical support along the trembling sea of attacks, forcing them into a hasty retreat. That evening, the hall of House Stark was ablaze with light and resounding with revelry. The long tables were laden with food and ale, the air thick with the rich aromas of roasted meats and honeyed wine. Count Carlin invited his most esteemed contributors, Kalia and Daemon, to the head of the table, placing them beside himself and his wife, Helena. At the far end of the table, a massive banner of House Stark hung proudly on the wall. Carlin abruptly rose, his imposing figure casting a long shadow in the firelight. His robust voice silenced the commotion. "Ladies and gentlemen," all excited gazes instantly focused upon him. "Here's to your loyalty. Here's to your valor. And most importantly, here's to our mightiest allies, the Falcon tribe. It is their keen eyes that have guided us to the enemy's vulnerabilities. Tonight, Let us drink heartily. Long live House Stark. Long live the Falcon tribe. The hall erupted in a deafening roar, goblets clashing violently as golden liquids splashed everywhere. Amidst the clamor, Kalia took a sip from her cup. Her gaze, sharp as an eagle's, turned toward the flushed Carlin beside her, her voice low yet piercingly clear amidst the tumult. Kaelin, do not rejoice too soon. The Sellas family may have lost their supplies to the flames, but their spirit remains unbroken. They will inevitably gather resources again. When the time comes, their forces shall return in full strength. The smile on Count Kaelin's face faltered for a moment as he swiftly scanned the exuberant crowd around him. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice. By the seven gods, Kalia, lower your voice. I am well aware. The trembling fortress along the coast has lost half its strength. I understand the implications. In just a few years, those wretches will return like starving wolves, and our disparity in strength remains. For the sake of the old gods, today, just today, do not dampen the spirits of our people. Kalia set down her goblet, her brow furrowed, her tone laced with an undeniable severity. Miracles do not happen twice. Kaelin, the next time will be even more challenging. The Falcon tribe is the safest stronghold for you and Helena's children. She did not continue regarding Everwinter Fortress, simply shaking her head gently. Lady Helena, seated beside Kaelin, reached out and lightly pressed her hand on Kalia's arm, softly imploring, Sister, it is enough. Today is a day of celebration for our victory. We can discuss these matters another time. Kalia glanced at her sister, ultimately sighing softly. Exhaustion from the argument evident in her demeanor. Very well, as you wish. She lifted her goblet once more, her tone returning to calm. The warriors of the tribe must return, leaving only a few behind. Of course, Daemon and I will remain temporarily. Additionally, my elder brother and second brother will each arrange for one child to come to Everwinter Fortress in due time to learn the art of the shapeshifter. Please prepare accommodations for us. Helena's face immediately lit up with joy, nodding excitedly. Wonderful. Of course, sister. Rooms have long been prepared for you, and the children will receive the best care. Count Kaelin thumped his broad chest with enthusiasm, his voice booming with assurance. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Everwinter Fortress will always welcome the kin of the Falcon tribe. However, just as Kaelin's grand declarations faded, Aunt Kalia slightly turned her head, her voice barely audible enough to be caught at the dining table, clearly uttering two chilling words that Dick heard distinctly. Liar. Count Kaelin's hand, poised in the air, abruptly halted, his once grand smile turning stiff and awkward, as though pierced by an invisible needle of ice. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately lifted the enormous horn cup before him and downed a large gulp of wine, froth clinging to his dense beard. Chapter 32. The Shapeshifter Everwinter Fortress, Morning. Upon learning that Dick wished to practice archery, his uncle Daemon, the renowned top archer of the Falcon tribe, eagerly approached to offer guidance. Under Daemon's focused gaze, Dick took a deep breath, steadily drawing back the longbow, concentrating intently. Releasing his fingers, the arrow shot forth like a swift shadow, striking the bullseye with precision. What a young lad. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Daemon's eyes as he clapped Dick's shoulder with vigor, his voice resounding. You truly ought to return with us to the Falcon tribe. I dare say, within a few years, you shall undoubtedly become the most esteemed hunter upon the plains. Dick merely lowered his bow with a calm demeanor, his face betraying no emotion. Such praise had been bestowed upon him countless times, rendering him impervious to flattery. His heart is tranquil as a still lake, unaffected by accolades or slights. However, another matter pricked at his heart like a thorn, compelling him to probe further. My dear uncle, Dick turned to Daemon, his tone laced with cautious inquiry. I can't shake the feeling that Aunt Kalia harbors particularly strong opinions about my father. Although her resentment towards him for stealing away the most beautiful eagle of the Falcon tribe, my mother, Helena, seems a sufficient reason, something feels amiss. Ha! Daemon erupted into hearty laughter, his booming mirth resonating through the air like a vibrant melody. There's nothing amiss, my child. He leaned in closer to Dick, deliberately lowering his voice with a conspiratorial glint. You may not know just how formidable your father, Karen, was in his prime, among the myriad tribes of the plains. Who hasn't heard the name Thunderbear Karen? Daemon straightened, his eyes glimmering with nostalgic reminiscence and a hint of mischief. Ah, he was the dream lover of many a young maiden. Though ultimately, it was my sister, your mother, Helena, who captured his heart. He winked at Dick. Yet, my other sister, Kalia, secretly admired him in those days as well. As Daemon spoke, he flexed his muscular arms, showcasing his sinewy strength. In our tribe, powerful men are always in high demand. See, Dick, just like your uncle. Look at this physique. Dick's lips twitched slightly, wisely choosing to disregard his uncle's exaggerated display of musculature. However, he found it rather delightful to hear tales of his parents' youthful escapades. The revelation that the formidable Aunt Kalia once harbored romantic notions was indeed intriguing to him. Yet, when he considered Aunt Kalia's current appearance, with half her face adorned in deep blue paint and a sharp eagle-eye totem outlined in white across her forehead, it was difficult to reconcile that with the notion of youthful innocence. She certainly appeared formidable. Daemon, evidently recalling his sister's imposing presence, saw his smile freeze into a tense expression. Gripping Dick's shoulder with a slight tremor, he cautioned, "Good child, listen to your uncle. This matter must remain strictly between us. Especially do not let my sister, your aunt, know that I revealed this to you. Not a word. Absolutely not." His exaggerated tone suggested a fear of being snatched away by a predatory bird. Dick gazed at his uncle's demeanor, momentarily rendered speechless. However, this exploration diminished some of the awe and reverence that enveloped the elders. Dick felt as if his curiosity about the shapeshifters was ignited, like a cat's claw scratching at his heart. Were animal companions truly so obedient? Could they share visions? Was it true, as the tale suggested, that one must roll their eyes to control animals? Countless questions swirled in his mind, driving him deeper into the castle, to the base of a solitary tower. It was said that this was the dwelling place specifically requested by his aunt, Kalia. At the entrance of the tower, several men from the Falcon tribe leaned casually against the stone wall. Upon seeing Dick approach, they merely flashed friendly smiles, showing no intention to obstruct or announce his presence. One of them gestured with his thumb toward the top of the tower. "Kalia is up there, on the highest floor." Taking a deep breath, Dick ascended the winding stone staircase. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door and reached the top floor, his gaze was immediately captured by the imposing bald eagle perched on his Aunt Kalia's arm. The eagle, sensing a stranger, fixed its sharp gaze on Dick like a blade. Almost simultaneously, Aunt Kalia turned her head. The pair of white eagle eyes on her forehead, seemingly alive, combined with the raptor's intense stare, directed a dual piercing focus on Dick. A wave of profound tension seized him. "Aunt Kalia," he felt a dryness in his throat. "I came to see you." Kalia merely lifted her arm slightly. The bald eagle, as if receiving a silent command, spread its wings vigorously, creating a gust of wind, and shot through the open window like an arrow, soaring into the vast blue sky. Only then did Kalia turn to Dick, the corners of her mouth seeming to twitch slightly, as if to smile. Yet, against the backdrop of the blue and white totem, this smile appeared somewhat austere. "Child, you are quite brave." Her voice was soft, carrying a unique rasp. "Few dare to approach me, and even fewer are children." Dick's gaze could not help but flit between the eagle-eye totem on his aunt's forehead and the soaring eagle outside the window. Kalia perceptively caught his glance. A flicker of understanding in her eyes. Curious about the shapeshifters? Indeed, Dick felt as if his innermost thoughts had been uncovered and nodded eagerly. "Aunt, could you tell me about the shapeshifters? What does it take to become one? After becoming a shapeshifter, how many animals can one control? And what does that sensation truly feel like?" The questions tumbled from his lips like a rapid-fire barrage. Kalia did not respond immediately. She walked slowly to an ancient wooden table by the window, picked up a ceramic jar, and poured herself a cup of dark ale. Then, she leaned against the broad armrest of a wide chair. As she sipped her drink delicately, she listened intently to Dick's rapid-fire inquiries, her gaze profound, as if peering far beyond him. Only when Dick finally concluded his barrage of questions did Kalia set down her glass and emit a vague, enigmatic hum. Her tone was calm, each word articulated with clarity and strength. "Child, your questions are abundant, which presents a dilemma for me." After a brief pause, seemingly to gather her thoughts, she continued, "You must have heard some legends about the shapeshifters, yes? Such tales abound in the lands beyond. In these stories, shapeshifters manifest solely among the descendants of those who revere the ancient gods, their most distinctive ability being the capacity to immerse their consciousness within the bodies of animals, perceiving the world through their eyes, hearing through their ears, and even manipulating their actions." Dick nodded vigorously, akin to a child eagerly awaiting the resolution of a tale, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. "However, to my knowledge," Kalia's gaze drifted toward the white dots swirling outside, her voice imbued with a hint of nostalgia. "This ability is not the exclusive domain of the devotees of the old gods. In the northern expanse of the Erosos, tales also circulate within the deep forests of the Nophos Mountains regarding individuals possessing similar talents. They do not necessarily worship the ancient deities." As for how to control one's animal companion, Kalia's gaze sharpened as it refocused on Dick, bearing an almost scrutinizing intensity. The method, while seemingly simple, requires closing one's eyes, inhaling deeply, and diving into the ocean of consciousness to seek that entity which resonates with the soul. Just like my companion, the eagle. When my consciousness brushes against it, its awareness envelopes me like a warm tide. In that fleeting moment, my senses are infinitely magnified. The subtle traces left by a hair darting across the ground, the intricate folds of distant hills, the quivering of every leaf as the wind caresses the treetops. The entire world unfolds before me with unprecedented clarity. In that instant, I am the eagle soaring freely beneath the vast sky. A trace of barely perceptible longing tinged Kalia's voice, yet it swiftly turned grave. But, child, when consciousness fully inhabits the body of the animal companion, one's own physical form becomes a vacant shell. The senses begin to dull, awareness grows hazy, and slips away. This is the most perilous danger. This threat does not arise from the outside, but rather from within. The longer one's consciousness lingers within the companion, the more one becomes enraptured by the wild freedom and acute perception, as if that were your true home. The deeper the enchantment, the weaker the will to return becomes. Until one day, the path back is irrevocably lost. At this juncture, Kalia shrugged, her tone imbued with a chilling tranquility, and thus, death descends. As for how to become a shapeshifter, she shook her head slightly, her expression obscured beneath the deep blue hues. To be honest, I cannot precisely articulate what the initial catalyst is. However, I do possess some insights on how to forge one's will, resist the allure of descent, and prolong the time of lucidity within the companion's form. Her gaze pierced sharply towards Dick. Do you wish to learn? Before Dick could respond, she waved her hand dismissively, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Forget it. I shan't tease you any longer, child. Even if you desired to learn, your mother, my sister Helena, would never permit you to tread this path. The shapeshifter. Kalia closed her eyes, as if bearing an invisible weight. Most outcomes are rather grim. She reopened her eyes, her profound gaze steeped in heavy memories. The world envies the shapeshifter's extraordinary ability to commune with beasts, yet remains oblivious to the fleeting lifespan that accompanies such power. Dick was taken aback. This notion completely upended all the legends he had previously heard. Short-lived? This was entirely new knowledge. Animal companions. Kalia softly echoed the term, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the rough rim of her glass. It may sound like companionship, but it extends far beyond that. It is the merging of consciousness and the symbiosis of souls. One might say it is the other half of our very selves. Child, she fixed her gaze upon Dick, her tone grave yet resolute. Barring the legendary dragon or certain magical beings in ancient forests, how many long-lived animals have you encountered? Enlightenment flickered within Dick, a chill creeping up his spine. Eagles, wolves, bears, their lifespans seemed rather short. Indeed, Kalia's voice bore the weight of resignation. The lifespans of animal companions are inherently brief, compounded by the myriad dangers lurking within the wild. The hunter's arrows, the scourge of disease, predatory foes, and the harshness of nature. Any misfortune could snatch away the consciousness and soul of our other half. Perhaps more accurately, it could lead to a profound disintegration and trauma of consciousness and soul. She paused. The aftermath is an excruciating agony that penetrates to the very marrow. Moreover, the vast majority of shapeshifters forge such deep bonds with but a single animal throughout their lives. Once we lose our companion, burdened with that incompleteness and torment, our lifespan dwindles, child. Ultimately, we shall traverse toward an end shrouded in endless suffering. The top of the tower fell into a profound silence, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind outside. Kalia's gaze bore down upon Dick like a heavy stone pressing upon his heart. Now, child, having heard all this, do you still wish to become a shapeshifter? Chapter 33. The Eagle Guards Its Young. No. Kalia exclaimed, my child shall never become a shapeshifter. Her resolute voice shattered the silence within the tower. The hurried footsteps echoed like a drumbeat upon the stone steps. The door to the tower's pinnacle was flung open with a force, ushering in a gust of cold air. It was Dick's mother, Helena Castark, standing there, her chest heaving, fury simmering in her eyes. Sister, you of all people know the truth about the shapeshifters, she began, but was abruptly choked by her own words, halting mid-sentence. She recalled the fate that Carlia bore. It was a brief, yet burdensome destiny. Aunt Carlia remained steadfastly seated in her high-backed chair, her face betraying no emotion. She did not immediately glance at her sister, but leisurely sipped from her glass of spirits. The amber liquid shimmered with a cold light in the dim surroundings. Indeed, my dear sister. Carlia's voice was calm to the point of being chilling as she finally lifted her gaze to Helena. We both know well that the fate of the shapeshifters is a fleeting one. A momentary silence enveloped the tower's peak, interrupted only by the wind's lament through the stone crevices. Carlia took another swig of her drink, her throat rolling as her voice suddenly rose, imbued with undeniable strength. Yet power is power. Look at this accursed world, Helena. Whether it be the kingdoms of those kneeling in the south or this land beyond the borders, which they contemptuously refer to as savages. What piece of ground stands firm without the backing of power? Carlia brushed her silver hair from her forehead, ensuring it did not obscure her piercing eagle-like gaze. Including this time, the formidable foes faced by the Stark family. Were it not for my assistance and that of my eagle companions, could they have breached their defenses? Carlia's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, mixed with a barely perceptible disappointment. Helena, have you been away from the tribe too long? Or have you lingered in the warmth of the castle for too long? You have forgotten. The eagle dreams of the shapeshifters are awakened only in the maidens. Only the soul of a girl has the chance to forge a bond with the soaring eagle spirit. She slammed her cup down onto the rough wooden table, producing a dull thud. And Dick is but a boy, Carlia scoffed, her tone laced with weary indifference. Helena, you are overly anxious, like a protective eagle. She waved her hand, as if to dispel the disturbance before her. Now, take your child and leave, for I am weary. Mother. Dick quickly rose, grasping Helena's arm. It was my curiosity about the story of the shapeshifters that prompted me to seek Aunt's counsel. Aunt Carlia did not say she would teach me. Please do not worry. Dick turned again to his aunt, his expression apologetic. Thank you for your story, and I apologize for troubling you. Helena, however, was overtaken by a deeper, more complex anxiety. She looked at her son, then at her sister's weathered, yet still sharp visage. Memories of those kin lost too soon for the tribe, the shapeshifters who had perished, flooded her mind. Her own sister, bearing the same curse, was the one who guarded them. Helena's voice softened, carrying a barely discernible tremor. Sister, I am merely afraid of losing him, just as we have lost so many of our kin. She refrained from naming them specifically, yet that heavy past weighed like a cold stone upon the hearts of the two sisters. In the depths of Kalia's gaze, something flickered momentarily, the steely resolve replaced by a weighty tenderness. As she looked at Helena, it was as if she beheld the stubborn and vibrant sister of yore. There is no need for apologies, dear sister. Her voice softened slightly. You and Karen's child are safe within my eagle's nest. Return now, for the winds are rising. She leaned back against her chair, her eyes drifting to the leaden sky beyond the stone window, falling into silence. Descending the spiraled stone stairs, Dick's astonishment had yet to fully subside. The chilling truths and costs behind the shapeshifter loomed. But what quickened his heartbeat were the correlations with the 72 fragments of the earthly evil. The shapeshifter shared a soul with its animal companion, while the soul division secret within the soul capture hall involved fragmenting one's soul. It was wise not to act hastily, without suitable mystical artifacts to contain the soul division, as the risks were perilous. The fragmented memories from the fragments resurfaced, cautioning against reckless consequences. The realm of souls was fraught with the unknown and danger. Yet, his thoughts galloped like untamed steeds into broader horizons. After all, the fragments also contained beast gathering and bird manipulation. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes shone. In the future, once restored, what if he attempted to combine it with the soul division secret? It might prove even more formidable than the shapeshifter. He vividly recalled that the previous master could also share the vision of soul division. His ideas grew increasingly extravagant. The chasing souls hall was also mentioned in the fragments. And if paired with the sword techniques hall's sword control, would it not be akin to a simplified version of a flying sword? Dick could hardly contain his excitement, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. The chasing souls hall possessed the secret art of soul vision, capable of seeing through walls and other barriers. The more he contemplated, the more he viewed the fragments as a treasure trove. The interwoven secrets within could yield endless possibilities. Immersed in his whimsical musings, his steps lightened. Just as he followed his mother Helena down the last step of the tower, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, Uncle Damon, lurking sneakily behind a few tribal warriors, peering out with an air of mischief. No wonder his mother arrived so swiftly. It must have been this fellow who spilled the beans. Observing his uncle's comical attempt to hide, the solemn filter he usually held for his elders shattered instantly. A thought sprang forth. Restoring the fragments required energy. Dick's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, and a charming smile blossomed on his face as he approached Damon, seizing his uncle's arm. My dear uncle. Dick's voice brimmed with youthful eagerness. You, the mightiest hunter of the Falcon tribe, come, allow your nephew to experience the true essence of hunting. Right now, let us venture beyond the city. Allow me to witness how you capture those formidable beasts. Daemon, flattered by his nephew's praises, felt a surge of pride and instinctively puffed out his chest, prepared to grandly accept the challenge. Of course, little Dick, your uncle. But before he could finish, a chilling sensation enveloped him. He stiffly turned his head and met the frigid gaze of his sister, Helena, whose eyes were devoid of warmth. Daemon swallowed hard. His boastful words lodged in his throat, giving way to a few awkward coughs. Ahem, well, you're still a bit too small. When you grow taller and broader, I promise to take you to hunt the fiercest ice wolves. His uncle's prowess? Oh, that was impressive indeed. However, Dick's eager smile quickly faded, as he had no interest in hearing about his uncle's glorious deeds any longer. Well, that plan's gone awry. Dick sulked, realizing he would have to sneak out of the castle today and venture into the town's streets to engage in a mouse-hunting competition with that insufferable Eli Brown. Chapter 34. The revived market. Dick's aspirations and goals for the future burned within him like a red-hot iron, igniting a fervor in his heart. Restoring the 7-2 remnant scroll to acquire its formidable powers. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. For it was an enticing notion that served as his greatest source of motivation at that moment. Aunt Kalia's words rang profoundly true. Power is power. Though a competitor had emerged in the town's mouse-hunting business, Eli Brown, Dick was undeterred. Why should he fear him? Ridiculous. Eli was merely a defeated foe from past duels. In the hunting grounds, Dick could not afford to falter. Observant onlookers would have noticed a remarkable spectacle unfolding in the town. A band of rambunctious youths, seemingly invigorated, dashed through the filthy alleyways, pursuing any mouse daring enough to show itself. The results were remarkable. The once bothersome gray shadows that scurried about the streets had nearly vanished. Initially, Dick had been filled with fervor. His body had grown noticeably stronger and swifter as it was gradually fortified by the remnants. Moreover, the title of mouse exterminator was not given lightly. It was earned through countless small mice. However, there were times when Dick had to begrudgingly acknowledge that sheer numbers, while unpleasant, did indeed constitute a form of strength. That Eli fellow, accompanied by his entourage, was increasingly resembling a formidable force in their mouse-hunting endeavors. Strangely enough, the number of little followers trailing behind him seemed to be growing. One could hardly believe that in this dreary, entertainment-deficient world, a gaggle of youngsters pursuing and slaying mice could be considered a form of amusement. The thought made Dick's lips twitch involuntarily, observing the raucous commotion in the streets. Akin to a pack of frenzied hounds chasing after the occasionally visible mice, now a rarity indeed, Dick irritably rubbed his temples. He sighed, deciding that ignorance was bliss, and resolved to ascend the city walls for a breath of fresh air. Were it not for the necessity of hunting mice to collect their souls, he would not wish to linger even a moment longer in these dilapidated, filthy medieval alleys, reeking of refuse and the noxious blend of sewage. As he climbed the stone steps on the inner side of the wall, the guards made no effort to impede his passage. Noticing a guard hastily departing, Dick smirked, guessing with a mere flick of his toe that he was off to alert the castle. Below him lay a labyrinth of chaotic rooftops, and in the distance, the ghostly forest loomed like a silent, dark green fortress. A gust of damp, chilly wind swept past, momentarily dispelling the foul stench that lingered at his nose, and rousing his mind from the incessant buzzing caused by the hunting party below. Such a cacophonous bunch of adorables. Dick muttered, leaning his elbows on the rough, cold battlements, shaking his head to banish the noise from his thoughts. The wind atop the walls grew stronger, tousling the white strands of hair that fell across his forehead. His gaze transcended the town's disorder, drifting towards the edge of the frosty river. What? Dick pointed towards the once desolate marketplace outside the city, his eyes widening in astonishment. What was the meaning of this? Why were there suddenly so many people? He turned to the guard station nearby, who was striking a pose but had been secretly observing him. The guard swiftly glanced in the direction Dick indicated, nervously yet somewhat obsequiously replying, "Ah, my lord. It seems the merchants from Pantos across the narrow sea have arrived. Even those wild tribes from the other side of the frosty river have come to trade." As Dick listened, nodding along, his attention was suddenly captured by the scene at the city gate. His youthful uncle, Daemon, was leading a group of fierce tribal warriors preparing to exit the city. "Thanks." Dick hurriedly called to the guard before sprinting along the wall towards the gate, leaving the guard in a state of bewildered astonishment, muttering to himself, "The noble young master thanked me? Good heavens! Uncle!" Dick shouted, his voice drawing Daemon's attention just as he was about to step through the gate. Under Daemon's astonished gaze, Dick appeared atop the high steps of the city wall, and without hesitation, he leaped down the steep staircase, seemingly soaring through the air with the wind at his back. This reckless act startled Daemon, who instinctively reached out an arm as if to catch a falling star. It was only when Dick landed before him with a steady stance that Daemon withdrew his hand, his face paling as he exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger, "Have you lost your mind, boy?" Dick, however, merely grinned nonchalantly. "Surely, the sight of my dear uncle is simply too exhilarating. Let me guess. You're off to the market." Daemon let out a resigned sigh, having grown somewhat accustomed to his nephew's audacity and cleverness. "What mischief are you concocting now? All right. I see through your intentions. You wish to tag along and witness the spectacle, correct? My uncle is truly remarkable. You deduced my thoughts even before I spoke." Dick immediately offered unabashed flattery. "Naturally," Daemon replied, puffing out his chest with a sense of pride. "Come along, lad. Your uncle shall expand your horizons." Amidst Dick's well-timed compliments, the duo made their way to the once desolate expanse outside the city. At that moment, it appeared to have been transformed by some enchantment. The narrow paths were thronged with people, the castle's subjects, fishy fishermen, hunters bearing bows, and a variety of figures jostling against one another. Even farmers from remote, dusty villages hurried along, their carts brimming with goods. Most striking were the wild tribesmen from across the Frost River, clad in coarse animal skins, their faces adorned with mysterious and fierce markings, casting vigilant yet curious glances at their surroundings. The market overflowed with an array of items clearly sourced from afar, timber infused with resin, undoubtedly from the lumber yards, fish writhing in buckets, reeking of the catch, various pelts, rabbit, deer, and even the rarer Arctic wolf and bear skins, likely from hunters or tribesmen, and heaps of muddy tubers, unmistakably cultivated by local farmers. The mingled scents of fish, livestock, spices, and sweat filled the air, accompanied by the lively cacophony of shouts, haggling, and animal calls, an exhilarating hubbub indeed. Daemon, however, showed little interest in the ordinary stalls on the periphery. With a clear objective in mind, he led Dick through the bustling crowd towards the heart of the market. There stood a distinctly refurbished wooden house, its doors and windows flung wide open, revealing an astonishing array of exotic treasures within, vibrant spices piled high, exuding rich, alluring fragrances, exquisite silks and velvets, their intricate patterns glistening enticingly in the sunlight, and further inside, rows of gleaming swords and spears, along with brilliantly polished armor. Undoubtedly, this was the core trading post of the prosperous city-state of Pantos, located across the narrow sea. "Welcome, friends from the wilds beyond," boomed a rotund merchant, swathed in thick furs and bright satin robes, his head adorned with a fur hat. "By the grace of the god of light, this wretched weather is unbearably cold." Before Dick and his uncle Daemon could step into the Pantos trading house, the merchant Richcar enthusiastically emerged to greet them. "I have brought ample gold dragons this time," Daemon called out boisterously, gesturing towards a warrior from the Falcon tribe behind him. The brawny man promptly stepped forward, placing a heavy leather pouch with a thud on the ground. "Spices. Replace everything with spices, leaving not a single coin behind." Daemon leaned closer to the stacks of spice sacks, inhaling deeply, his face instantly radiating rapture, his eyes shining remarkably bright. From a distance, Dick was overwhelmed by the rich aroma of pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg, making his nose tingle. Observing his uncle Daemon in such a state of ecstasy, he couldn't help but curiously inquire, "Uncle, is your nose perhaps marinated in spices? Can you still perceive other scents?" Daemon, momentarily interrupted from his reverie by his nephew, paused, waving his hand dismissively. "Away with you. What do you know, you little rascal? This is a treasure more precious than gold. Just a whiff, and it seeps through my very bones." Dick, sharp-eyed, noticed the plump merchant, Rich Carl, signaling to two men who resembled mercenaries behind him. The two immediately stepped forward, straining to lift a large leather pouch from the ground, which they then clattered onto a nearby wooden table, beginning to count the gleaming coins within. Gold dragons. Dick stared in astonishment, lowering his voice to ask, "Uncle, where on earth did you acquire such a vast sum of gold dragons?" His tone was filled with skepticism, his gaze fixed intently on Daemon. "Hey, you little rascal, what kind of look is that?" Daemon pretended to swat Dick on the head, but Dick nimbly sidestepped. "Oh, look at you, quick on your feet. Stop your wild guessing. I borrowed it from your mother, my dear sister Helena, right in front of your father Karen." "Ha ha." Daemon recalled the moment with such mirth that he nearly doubled over. "By the old gods, you should have seen Karen's expression then. Ha ha. A whole bag of gold dragons." His face was as green as a ripe lime, though the rotund merchant, Pantos, kept his gaze firmly on the clinking gold dragons on the floor, his ears perked up, keenly absorbing the exchange between the two. Upon hearing the name of the local lord, Karen, his small eyes lit up, and an even more fervent smile spread across his face. He bowed deeply to Dick, causing the flesh on his belly to jiggle. By the light of the gods, I am most fortunate. Oh dear, Brother Daemon, how could you be so remiss? Is this young master perhaps the esteemed lord's child? Rich Carl of Pantos extended his most profound greetings, my lord. His tone was melodramatic, filled with exaggerated flattery. Just call me Dick, he said, feeling slightly embarrassed by such ostentatious praise. Humility, what a noble quality. I must express my respect. Rich immediately shouted into the shop, quick, you fool, bring me that fine leather armor from the warehouse. I wish to present it to Lord Dick. Please graciously accept it. A servant-like figure hurriedly rolled out, clutching a piece of leather armor bound with rope. Hey, Rich, you cunning merchant. I am your best customer. This is my first visit to your shabby shop, and if I had no gold dragons in hand, you wouldn't be bowing and scraping like this. Daemon feigned dissatisfaction, exclaiming loudly, only to immediately recall something. A hint of mockery dancing upon his lips. Leather armor? Huh. I dare say that contraption has lost its market appeal, hasn't it? Are you merely attempting to fool people with it? You scoundrel. Oh, my dear Daemon. Cursed be my fortune by the gods. Richcal pounded his chest dramatically, his ample flesh quivering. By the light. In previous years, leather armor was all the rage. Who would have imagined that the esteemed House Stark could produce decent leather armor on their own? Alas, my considerable stock of premium goods lies in ruin. Oh, light. Why dost thou not offer poor Rich a glimmer of hope? Upon hearing this, Dick instinctively touched his nose, casting a sidelong glance at the so-called fine leather armor. Inwardly, he scoffed. It appeared considerably thinner than what his workshop would produce, and the stitching was rather coarse. His gaze swept across the shop, cluttered with goods, finally resting upon a sheathed long sword hanging on the wall. I appreciate your goodwill, Mr. Carl, Dick said in a flat tone, but there is no need for a gift. Better to keep your goods and earn some coin. He gestured towards the sword. What is your asking price for this blade? As Dick aged, he knew that his family would eventually bestow upon him a sword, yet he had no desire to wait. The portly merchant, sensing an opportunity like a shark catching the scent of blood, hastily ordered his servant to toss the leather armor into a corner and personally retrieve the longsword. Presenting it to Dick with an almost obsequious demeanor. With saliva flying, he extolled, my lord, you possess a discerning eye. This is the masterpiece of Pantos, the finest blacksmith. With a resounding clang, Dick drew the sword. The blade shimmered with a cold light, its patterns flowing smoothly, indeed appearing quite impressive. However, Dick was utterly unversed in the art of forging, and thus could not discern its deeper merits. Ignoring the merchant's incessant chatter, he flicked his wrist, angling the sword's tip toward the ground, and straightforwardly inquired, let us dispense with pleasantries. How many gold dragons? Richkel's grin instantly melted away like rendered lard, as he extended a pudgy finger, his voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Fair, absolutely fair, for your esteemed presence, merely 10 gold dragons, my lord. You are truly making a splendid bargain. Dick raised an eyebrow. Oh, that does not sound excessively dear. The rotund merchant's smile broadened, rubbing his hands together as he added. That is 10 gold dragons minted by the Iron Bank, my lord. Pure and flawless, with the unmistakable Iron Bank stamp. Richcal emphasized the last few words. Dick keenly caught the distinction in the merchant's words. Iron Bank gold dragons? Is there a difference from the ones we use? A vast difference, my lord. The corpulent merchant puffed out his chest, as if declaring a sacred truth. In the north and these frigid lands, it typically takes 3, or even 3.5 local gold dragons, to exchange for 1 Iron Bank gold dragon. And in those war-torn southern regions, where lords whimsically mint their own currency, 5, sometimes 8. Their shabby coinage may not even procure a single Iron Bank gold dragon. The quality, TSK, is vastly inferior. The rotund merchant shook his head in disdain. It was then that Dick realized, indeed, in this backward era, the purity and credibility of gold coins vary tremendously. During the unification and prosperity of Westeros, it was manageable. However, in these chaotic times, hoping for the nobility to mint gold coins of adequate value is akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Over time, the Iron Vault, with its transcendent status and reputation, has rendered its gold coins as hard currency, serving as the anchor for all valuation, a reflection of the financial hegemony that underlies it. Dick shook his head. It was too early to ponder such matters. Thus, he weighed the sword in his hand and gazed at Rich Carl. This sword, in fact, demands 30 of our common gold dragons, does it not? The rotund merchant's corpulent smile remained radiant as he nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. My lord, you are remarkably astute. You see right through it. that is indeed the figure. Chapter 36. Unable to be a good man. Even less capable of being a bad one outside Winterfell, in the marketplace. Dick turned away from the rotund merchant, Rich Carl, and instead focused his gaze on his uncle Daemon, who appeared bored, seemingly slightly congested from the potent spices, and was obliviously engaging in a contest with his nostrils using his fingers. Dick remained silent, folding his arms and observing him quietly. This made Daemon feel increasingly uneasy, a shiver creeping up his spine. "Why are you staring at me, you little brat?" he blurted out, involuntarily displaying a hint of fluster. "I have no gold dragons left. Not a single one. I exchanged them all for spices." A smile crept onto Dick's lips as he leisurely pointed to the large leather sack on the ground, which had just been counted and neatly tied again. "Dear uncle, the gold dragons in that bag have just been counted. No more, no less. Precisely 896. My mother and father lent you those gold dragons. Given their nature, they could not possibly be anything but a whole number, could they?" Thus, he deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze narrowing as he fixed it on Daemon. The only plausible explanation is that some honest and reliable uncle, before handing the sack to Mr. Carl, conveniently reached in and took a handful. "Wouldn't you agree, my dear, generous uncle?" "You." Daemon was caught red-handed, his face flushing crimson as he feigned anger, raising his fist. "A shrewd lad like you is bound to get a beating, you know? Not at all endearing." Dick remained unfazed, merely waving his sword lightly, murmuring in a tone just loud enough for Daemon to hear. "Alas, with all these spices, I suppose they are meant to be taken back to the Falcon clan, right? One wonders if Aunt will find out about this matter. All right, 30 pieces. You drive a hard bargain. I shall purchase them for you." Daemon, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly capitulated. With swift motion, he retrieved a warm gold coin from his trousers, gritting his teeth as he counted out 30 pieces, handing them over to the portly merchant, Rickrell. "Take it, you scoundrel. Consider yourself fortunate." The rotund merchant cast a disdainful glance at Daemon before hastily allowing his servant to accept the warm coins, then turned back with his eyes squinting in delight. "Thank you, Lord Daemon. Thank you, Lord Dick. You both are truly my benefactors." Satisfied, Dick sheathed his long sword with a swift motion. He relished the weight of the metallic coins in his hand, stepping back a few paces to observe the merchant's servant and mercenaries as they began to unload heavy bags of spices. At that moment, from the shadows of a corner in the marketplace, a throng of figures emerged. They pushed creaky wooden carts, clamoring to get closer, their voices tinged with desperate urgency. "Please, good sir, hire us to deliver goods. Just a morsel to eat will suffice. Have mercy, good sir. We are capable. Cheap, good sir." Dick's gaze sharpened, his heart tightening at the sight. Most of these individuals were disheveled, with several stumbling as they walked, clearly injured, and some were missing arms or legs, their empty sleeves or pant legs fluttering in the cold wind. The wooden carts they pushed were crooked, threatening to collapse at any moment. Daemon, seemingly unfazed, gestured for the tribal warriors to transfer the heavy spices into the rickety carts that looked ready to fall apart. Noticing the intense compassion mingled with shock in Dick's eyes, the last trace of ease vanished from Daemon's face. He lowered his voice and sighed heavily. "These are the survivors from the last great battle, the maimed warriors. Our crossing through the Phantom Woods was relatively manageable. The real carnage unfolded at the main battlefield along the trembling coastline at the edge of the Phantom Woods." His voice was low, resonating with the sorrow of the cold wind. "Your family's age-old adversaries, the Sellas family, amassed an army of over 6,000, striking down like a hammer. Your brother Roger and your uncle Tony managed to gather merely 2,000, piecing together their forces at the cost of their lives to defend. We had to fight and retreat, never allowing ourselves to falter too quickly. If the Sellas Xi'ans were to breach our defenses and rush upon Everwinter Fortress, our valiant troops, who fought through the Phantom Woods, would be rendered a mere jest, wandering spirits. They fought valiantly, bearing witness to the old gods. They truly excelled. They were men forged of iron." Daemon's tone brimmed with heartfelt respect and lament. He sighed heavily again, the sound tinged with a metallic rust, shaking his head. "Yet, casualties were inevitable. Even if we willingly relinquished those cursed outposts and fortresses, we still lost several hundred brave souls. To die in battle is, at least, a form of release. Yet those who survived the wounds," he gestured towards the silent soldiers laboriously pushing their carts, their eyes vacant. "Most of the survivors were rendered useless. It was said that the knights might receive some compensation, but what of the ordinary soldiers, those humble folk who laid down their plows in response to the call? Were we not, in essence, akin to them?" The last sentence was barely a whisper. As they made their way back to the city, the atmosphere grew exceptionally heavy. the cold wind seemingly weeping. Even the typically defiant men of the Falcon tribe, who feared neither heaven nor earth, gazed upon the wounded soldiers struggling against their burdens with profound respect and a subtle hint of compassion. Many stepped forward quietly, offering to take the handles of the carts, helping to share the load with gentle yet robust movements. Uncle Damon hastened back to the castle, soon returning with a generous supply of smoked meat and dark bread, distributing it quietly, striving to share as much as possible with the injured. In this harsh land, in an era marked by scarcity and the struggle for survival, this was the most direct and humble kindness they could offer. Dick's heart felt as though it were filled with cold stones, observing those hunched figures in the biting wind, exerting their last remnants of strength, even with their mutilated bodies, to push the carts laden with spices. He watched as they accepted the meager food, their eyes reflecting a blend of humble gratitude and profound apathy steeped in despair. A deep-rooted empathy surged within Dick, nearly suffocating him. In his past life under the Crimson Banner, he had not been molded into an exemplary good person, yet neither had he become a heartless villain. He could not endure such silent sacrifice, nor the bleakness of heroes who, having shed their blood, continued to struggle in the mire. As the wounded pushed the now empty carts, having unloaded the spices at the castle, preparing to disperse into the cold twilight with their scant provisions, Dick inhaled sharply. As if to quell the lump in his throat, he stepped forward, standing before the crowd, striving to straighten his back, allowing his youthful voice to cut through the cold wind, sounding clear and resolute. "Please wait," he called. The wounded soldiers halted their unsteady steps, gazing at the young lord with a mix of confusion and barely perceptible hope. Dick's gaze swept over the faces ravaged by frost, scars, and despair, and he raised his voice, enunciating each word with conviction. "Please convey this message. Relay it to all the warriors who have fought and bled for House Stark." His voice resonated with clarity in the stillness. "Tomorrow, at dawn, please come to the leatherworking shop outside the castle to find me. I, Dick Stark, will be waiting for you there." Facing their eyes, some filled with doubt, others with numbness, and a few ignited with a flicker of hope, he declared with all his might, "I promise you, I will do my utmost to arrange suitable work for every warrior still capable of wielding a tool. Your injured hands can still earn bread for your family. May the days to come provide you with a reliable support. The Stark family will never forget those who bled for him." The final words were nearly a roar from Dick, infused with the fervor unique to youth and an unwavering resolve. Chapter 37. Debate. The night at Winterfell was as bitterly cold as ever, seemingly capable of freezing marrow. Yet, perhaps it was the second youth bestowed by reincarnation. Dick Stark was ablaze with fervent blood coursing through him. At that moment, in the vast council chamber on the second floor of the castle, which felt especially empty due to the chill, he was fervently debating with his elder brother, Roger Stark. Dick sought to secure some form of support for the warriors who bled and sacrificed on the battlefield, even if it was merely the most basic sustenance. However, in this world, such thoughts were akin to fantasies. No lord had ever systematically and long-term compensated the injured and disabled soldiers. Moreover, in this harsh and unforgiving land, the Stark family was already stretched thin in terms of resources. This was precisely why his elder brother Roger, though sympathetic, held a firm stance against Dick's proposal. Count Carlin Stark sat silently upon the High Lord's throne, his weathered face as tranquil as the frozen stones of Winterfell's outer walls. His sharp gray eyes, shrouded in the flickering light of the hearth, surveyed his two quarreling sons with inscrutable depth. Uncle Tony Stark stood by the massive stone window, wrapped tightly in a heavy fur cloak, gazing out into the darkening night and the howling cold winds. Tony occasionally turned his head, his gaze laden with complexity as it fell upon young Dick, and he almost imperceptibly sighed. Dick's voice was tinged with urgency, rising in pitch. "I know this is difficult, brother." His mind raced, sifting through the hazy fragments of memories from his past life, attempting to find more compelling reasons. But at the very least, can we not provide food? The castle, the walls, our town, all need repairs. I can take them to do this work. They are still strong and capable. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, a new idea suddenly leaping forth. And roads. We can repair the roads, clean the town, and Frost River. There is not a single bridge across its surface. I can try to take them to build a bridge. We just need the family to provide sufficient food. It is far better than letting them starve or freeze to death in this biting wind." Dick nearly shouted, his gaze intensely fixed on his father Carlin, hoping for support. By the seven hells, Roger slammed his heavy oak table, producing a dull thud. He glared at his much younger brother, his face a canvas of incredulous anger. "Dick, have you lost your mind? How old are you? How many days have you wielded a real sword? Build a bridge? Do you comprehend the magnitude of this undertaking? The immense manpower and resources it necessitates? The multitude of skilled stonemasons and carpenters required? How much time it would take to withstand the torrents of the Frost River and the harshness of winter? I, too, desire to assist them, I swear by the gods. My heart is compassionate. Yet, how many times must I reiterate? This endeavor does not involve merely a few individuals, nor even dozens. There has never been a precedent for such an undertaking, and we lack the capability. Roger turned to his father, fatigue and a hint of pleading in his voice. Father, Dick is too young, too impulsive. This matter concerns the survival of our family, not a child's game. Dick disregarded his elder brother's harsh remark about a child's game, straightened his slender chest, and met their father Carlin's gaze with unwavering determination from his deep, pool-like eyes. Father, he inhaled deeply, striving to make his voice resonate with steadiness and strength. I once read a phrase in an ancient scroll: the true army consists of those who, with assurance behind them, can face battle with unwavering courage, embracing death without fear, while those who abandon and betray their companions are not but a rabble of brigands. Roger immediately countered, his tone imbued with a harsh realism. An army or brigands, Dick? Only a sufficient number of strong soldiers and armored knights can fell the enemy and claim victory on the battlefield. Compassion cannot fill a warrior's belly nor safeguard the lands of Castark. The injured, Roger's voice grew somber, tinged with an almost imperceptible pain, yet dominated by cruel reality. They can no longer wield swords or charge forth. Compassion is a virtue, but in this eternal winter, mere compassion cannot sustain us all. A profound silence enveloped the hall, interrupted only by the crackling of the burning logs in the fireplace and the relentless howling of the wind outside. Count Carlin's fingers, resting on his knee, moved ever so slightly. His bear-like frame rose, slowly approaching Dick, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. My child, his voice was deep and grave. Do you truly understand how to build roads and bridges? Dick clenched his teeth, meeting his father's scrutinizing gaze. Wooden bridges. Father, I can. I have seen the methods in books. It must be possible. Father. Roger stood up, eager to interject. Count Carlin raised a hand to silence him, his eyes seemingly piercing through to the depths of one's soul, and turned back to Dick. Child, I shall not inquire from which book you derive this knowledge. The Frost River indeed requires bridges, and our family needs connections to the northern wastelands. Carlin's words were simple and unadorned, yet carried an undeniable weight. Proceed with your endeavor. The food will be provided by the family. Then, he turned to his eldest son Roger, his tone soothing yet authoritative. Let Dick have his chance. It will not harm the family. Moreover, those who have bled and suffered for our family truly require assistance. The corner of your brother the Count's mouth twitched ever so slightly. It always manages to bring surprises, does it not? The supplies seized from the traders have yet to be fully transported, and the ghostly woods still conceal a considerable amount. For the time being, there is no shortage of food. Once a bridge can truly be erected over the frost-cold river, every effort will be worthwhile. The Count's gaze fixed intently on Roger. Leave this matter to Dick. You have more pressing concerns. A cold fury ignited in Karen's eyes. The scoundrel from the south wishes to exchange prisoners, using your uncle, the archers, along with the clansmen trapped in Hornburg, as leverage. The bargaining chips are the 6 knights we captured during this raid. Roger emphasized his words. I need you and Tony to meet them at the Trembling Sea. You must bring your uncle and the others back. Roger Karstark nodded solemnly. He glanced at Dick, though doubts lingered in his eyes, given their father's decision. He had no choice but to offer his support. He approached Dick, giving his brother's shoulder a firm pat, both as encouragement for Dick and as a source of motivation for himself. Chapter 38. Good fortune awaits the following morning. Roger, accompanied by his uncle Tony and a small contingent, departed from Winterfell, stepping into the weak and chilly morning sunlight. The backing of his father and the encouragement from his elder brother stirred a warm current within Dick, yet he also felt the weight of considerable pressure. Count Karen even entrusted him with Ser Payne Brown, a knight who had served loyally by his side for many years, along with a squad of 10 guards. Before dawn fully broke, the castle's servants, under Payne's direction, began transporting sacks of grain, smoked meats, and barrels of pickled fish into the workshop. As Dick approached the workshop accompanied by Ser Payne, the sight before him sent a shock through his heart. Before the workshop, a gathering far exceeding his expectations had amassed, no fewer than 200 souls. Most were clad in tattered garments, their faces grimy, many leaning on rudimentary crutches, others with arms strapped to their chests, and some having lost entire legs, relying on companions for support. Yet, within those countless eyes, clouded and weary, there remained a flicker of fervent hope, all fixated on Dick, causing the boiling blood within him to surge. Though numerous, the crowd was not chaotic. At the forefront, a robust man with empty trouser legs leaned on a sturdy wooden staff, straining to maintain order. A seasoned veteran of the battlefield, despite the disarray of the formation, the group managed to line up quietly in 4 ranks. As the burly man noticed Dick approaching, he adjusted his stance with the practiced poise of a trained soldier and stood tall. His demeanor and attire were considerably better than those of the most destitute among the injured. "Sir," the man's voice bore the rasp of one hardened by war, yet respectful. "I am Kalen Brown, formerly a centurion." He lifted his head, excitement shimmering in his eyes. "We have been summoned," heeding the call of House Stark. His voice resonated powerfully, as if still echoing across the battlefield. Behind him, the injured soldiers erupted in 3 deep, synchronized roars. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" Dick suppressed his own exhilaration and directed the 5 foremost men of the 4 rows to enter the workshop, procure sustenance, and distribute it among their respective squads. The modest workshop could scarcely accommodate everyone. As the wounded men released their restrained cheers upon receiving food, Dick beckoned Karen Brown aside. At that moment, Dick discerned from the complex yet proud gaze of Sir Brown that Karen was indeed his younger brother. As a knight's kin, even after losing a leg on the battlefield, Karen need not fret over provisions. Yet, upon hearing Dick's summons on behalf of House Stark, he persevered with his wooden crutch, responding to the oath of fealty he had once sworn under the military banner. An oath, Dick silently repeated. In the era of information overload he once inhabited, those 2 words seemed ethereal, even tinged with irony. Yet now, in this frozen north, before this ragged band of wounded warriors who still stood tall, he genuinely felt the weight of those words for the first time, a profound loyalty and responsibility that seeped into his very bones. A newfound respect glimmered in Dick's gaze towards Karen, and his demeanor grew notably solemn. "You are all true warriors, Captain Karen. However, I must confess that I remain unfamiliar with most of you. To me, you still hold the title of captain. Please lead these 200 valiant souls who have returned from the battlefield. As you command, my lord." Karen Brown thumped his right fist against his chest with a decisive motion, as if the absence of his leg had not dulled his warrior instinct. Dick nodded and promptly began orchestrating the arrangements. He instructed Karen to select 4 seemingly astute and reliable soldiers with relatively minor injuries to serve as aides. Subsequently, he roughly divided the 200 wounded into 4 squads, each comprising around 50 men. The tasks were swiftly allocated. 2 squads, with more capable legs, would embark on a journey to a distant lumberyard to gather timber for fortifying the walls and preparing for future bridge construction, led by skilled lumberjacks for guidance. Another squad would proceed to a stony beach by the Frost River, where they would establish a makeshift camp and develop a temporary quarry. The remaining 2 squads, hindered by their injuries and unable to undertake strenuous labor, would be tasked with clearing debris from the streets and assisting in the repair of the castle and town's crumbling walls. Most of these veterans had previously participated in constructing fortifications, making them familiar with the work. The lumberyard and wall repairs progressed relatively smoothly. The challenge emerged at the newly opened quarry. Initially, the wounded soldiers managed to gather scattered small stones on the riverbank. However, when confronted with the exposed massive rock formations behind the riverbank, they found themselves at a loss. Winterhold lacked skilled stonemasons, let alone the necessary tools and techniques to carve such colossal stones. At this moment, fragments of knowledge from Dick's previous life in the information age came into play. He commanded that thick bundles of dry wood and withered grass be piled around the selected massive rock, igniting a fierce blaze. The flames roared, heating the hard rock until it glowed a fiery red. Subsequently, buckets of water, drawn from the frigid frost-cold river, were hurled onto the scorching surface of the heated stone. With a resounding crack and a billowing cloud of steam, the relentless assault of heat and cold caused the resilient rock to shatter instantaneously into an array of fragments. The wounded soldiers erupted in astonished cheers, their gazes toward Dick filled with reverence. The dilemma that had plagued them was resolved by the young lord's son in such a magical manner. Fortune, indeed, can be wondrous. Perhaps it was an unseen connection to the deeds of Dick, or perhaps it was the serendipitous luck bestowed upon him by the unseen readers from realms beyond. His stroke of good fortune was only just beginning. In the town, the squad of injured soldiers tasked with clearing the streets inadvertently disturbed a multitude of hidden little creatures while dismantling the dilapidated walls of abandoned houses and clearing the mountains of debris. They scurried out in a frenzy from every corner. What more needed to be said? Dick's eyes sparkled with excitement. He resembled the most agile of hunters, his slingshot nearly a blur in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air was unceasing. There seemed to be no end to his shots. The soldiers, busy clearing the streets, soon discovered this young lord's peculiar interest, or rather, what they perceived as a remarkably brave hobby. They spontaneously organized themselves to drive the panicked mice into a confined area, facilitating Dick's precise strikes. "Over here, my lord. Another nest has been cornered. Quickly, block that exit. Don't let them escape." "Well shot, my lord." Observing these former warriors, now exhilarated as they assisted in the mouse hunt, a peculiar thought suddenly surged in Dick's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Am I really so foolish for having previously scoured the world alone for mice to hunt? Compared to this moment, where the wounded soldiers assist in the hunt, the efficiency of capturing souls is indeed on an entirely different level. Chapter 39. Well shot, my lord. Perhaps, at this moment, Dick truly stood on the cusp of a fortunate rise, with good news flowing in ceaselessly. Winterhold, though referred to as a city, was actually modest in size, with a single main thoroughfare traversing east to west and a few narrow alleys scattered about. The streets, once pockmarked and muddy, barely accommodated two wagons passing each other. However, the situation had transformed dramatically. The injured soldiers were diligently working alongside the stone materials transported from outside the city, fervently engaged in their task. The method of road construction is straightforward yet remarkably effective. Filling in the potholes, the men chant in unison, securing heavy stone slabs with ropes, lifting them high before letting them crash down, compacting the loose earth until it is as solid as iron. Subsequently, shallow drainage ditches are excavated on either side of the road, filled with gravel and cobblestones from the frosty riverbank, ensuring the rainwater flows away seamlessly. Finally, uniformly shaped and smooth stones are laid on the surface, with gaps filled with gravel and thick river mud. Voila! A rudimentary yet sturdy stone pathway has emerged, no longer a treacherous route of uneven footing. The restoration of the city walls is progressing at an astonishing pace. The walls themselves are not particularly tall, primarily constructed from large logs arranged closely together. Wounded soldiers collaborate with the troops of Count Karen, dismantling the decayed or pockmarked timber and replacing it with freshly cut logs just delivered from the lumberyard. The rhythmic sound of hammering fills the air as they reinforce the connections with remarkable efficiency. The entire city of Everwinter seems to shed a layer of grimy decay, revealing a rough yet vibrant new visage. The air is infused with the refreshing scent of wood and earth. The most daunting challenge lies in bridge construction. Dick adopts a bold and direct approach. Using 6 sets of logs, thicker than a man's waist, he weaves them together like a colossal inverted basket, interlacing and supporting one another. In a narrow segment of the frosty river, where the current slows slightly, he erects a semicircular wooden arch with sheer determination. This massive structure confidently spans the rushing waters below, which swirl and roar beneath it. Just as the construction is completed, a few audacious individuals, resembling monkeys, climb atop, bouncing and jumping about. It remains steadfast. Adults. It doesn't budge. Someone shouts excitedly toward Dick on the riverbank. Quality inspection? Dick stands on the icy riverbank, hands on hips, gazing up at the immovable wooden arch in the chilling wind, a confident grin almost bordering on arrogance spreading across his face. My eyes are the quality control. He is filled with an enigmatic self-assurance regarding the borrowed design of the wooden arch, ignoring the growing crowd on both banks, pointing and whispering. Doubts? Let the doubts go to the devil. With the bridge structure established, the most pressing task is to lay the decking. Dick is not willing to waste a single second. He swiftly mounts his horse, urging it onward toward the lumberyard. Sir Payne Brown rides closely behind with his guards, spurring their horses, kicking up a cloud of dust as they race toward the lumberyard on the edge of the shadowy forest. Dick needs to oversee the rapid production of a large quantity of planks that meet specifications. The bridge's usability hinges on the next batch of supplies from the lumberyard. Time waits for no one. The path to the lumberyard is merely a vague trail forged by human and animal passage across the wilderness. The lumberyard is situated at the foreboding edge of the shadowy forest, rumored to be riddled with traps for hunting animals. Dick has visited a few times before without incident. It seems fortune may indeed be on the rise. As Dick rides up to the lumberyard entrance, he hears excited commotion from within. It turns out a fierce forest wolf has been caught in one of the outer traps. The beast, ensnared by its hind leg, snarls with bared fangs, thrashing wildly. Dick immediately dismounts and pushes through to watch. Just as a burly lumberjack raises his axe to end the creature's life, Dick shouts urgently, "Wait! Don't kill it!" Amidst the astonished gazes of the Knight of Pain and those around him, Dick suddenly drew his sword, swift as lightning and with remarkable precision. thrust it deep into the gaping maw of the howling wolf. A splatter of blood erupted, staining Dick's hand and half of his cheek crimson. He displayed no hint of fear. Rather, as the wolf's blood splashed upon him, a near-maniacal exultation flickered across his face. To the onlookers, this expression bordered on the grotesque. Yet, within Dick's heart, a singular thought echoed, worth it. As the long sword pierced and life extinguished in an instant, a massive ethereal essence, woven of pale green and deep blue, surged forth, instantly merging with Dick's being. The dormant swordsmanship hall within the 72 remnants of the Earth Tome resonated with a thunderous quake, and the 3 dim ancient characters of sword control technique suddenly ignited, restoring and activating. An arcane flow of consciousness coursed through his mind. Dick stifled his overwhelming joy, wiping the wolf's blood from his face. After swiftly detailing the specifications for the lumber needed on the bridge, he felt buoyant. With a sense of accomplishment, he mounted his steed, Death Beast, and returned to the castle alongside the bewildered Knight of Pain and his guards, all under the watchful, yet strange gazes of the lumberjacks. Bathed in sunlight, he perceived a bright future ahead. However, it seemed that his elation had a potent after-effect. On the return journey, Dick's keen eyes caught sight of a small black dot soaring through the distant sky. Instinctively, an uncontrollable urge surged within him. Today he must shoot. Observing Dick suddenly rein in Death Beast, reverse his bow, the Knight of Pain and the guards tensed instantly. Everyone unsheathed their swords, fearing an ambush or a ferocious beast, scanning their surroundings warily. Yet, following Dick's gaze towards the sky, a minuscule black dot, hardly visible, left the guards' shoulders drooping, their expressions bewildered. Their looks translated roughly to, "What a show! Is he losing his mind?" Dick paid no heed to their silent derision. He inhaled deeply, the frigid air filling his lungs, and nocked an arrow. His instincts locked onto the target, but the newly activated sword control technique offered a novel sense of mastery, causing him to pause for 2 breaths. His sharp gaze remained fixed on the ever-diminishing black, his brow furrowing slightly. Why did this trajectory seem familiar? No matter. He had to shoot. He was losing control. Whoosh. The arrow was released with a faint quiver, hurtling towards the distant black dot in the sky. Initially, everyone regarded the scene with an air of detached amusement, a reluctant smile gracing their lips as they watched the young master go mad. Even the Knight of Pain shook his head, until that arrow, as if possessed of its own sight, struck the nearly vanishing black dot with pinpoint accuracy, right before their eyes. By the gods above, it hit. Truly. The entire entourage erupted into chaos. Gasps and incredulous cheers echoed in rapid succession. The Knight of Pain's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as the bewilderment of his previous assumptions was utterly overturned by sheer astonishment. He prided himself on being one of the castle's finest archers, yet this shot, he pondered, he could never have accomplished. I fear that only the most elite archers from the tales of the wasteland possess such extraordinary skills. How could this be possible? Sir Payne found himself engulfed in a tempest of self-doubt and cognitive disarray, while the astute guard galloped forth to retrieve the spoils. Before long, the guard returned, his initial excitement replaced by a palpable awkwardness, clutching a raven pierced through the head by an arrow. "Cough, my lord," the guard stammered, presenting the raven with a stiff demeanor. "What remarkable marksmanship! Your quarry." Sir Payne's complexion transformed from shockingly pale to an inky blackness in an instant. He gazed at the lifeless bird, then at Dick, his lips twitching, rendered speechless. Dick, momentarily taken aback, quickly touched his nose and forced a smile that exuded a false sense of control, declaring with conviction, "Ahem, this must surely be the enemy's raven. Come, let us hasten it to the castle. It may bear crucial intelligence." Without awaiting a response, fearing the scorching gaze of Sir Payne's darkened countenance, Dick spurred his steed into a brisk gallop towards the castle, leaving Sir Payne and the guard in a cloud of dust, exchanging bemused glances. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. As dinner approached, the Castark family gathered around the long dining table in the castle hall. The flickering candlelight and the warmth of the hearth dispelled the chill of the evening. Just as Dick slipped into his seat, his mother, Lady Helena Castark, circled the table and delivered a precise slap to the back of his head. Ouch! Dick recoiled, too apprehensive to evade. "You troublesome little rascal." Lady Helena's brows furrowed in ire, her voice brimming with frustration. "Your Aunt Caitlin has been meticulously managing her eagle companion, fearful of harming the messenger of the skies. We have scarcely a dozen ravens in the entire Everwinter Keep. Yet you, in your folly, have taken down the strongest of them." Her anger escalating, she delivered another sharp blow to Dick's shoulder. "And an enemy's raven, you say? What an excuse you've conjured." That raven was specifically released by your elder brother Roger from the trembling sea front line. It bore his message. Dick felt a wave of dread wash over him and hastily attempted to divert the conversation, forcing a conciliatory smile. Has brother received news? Is it good news, father? He looked to the expressionless Earl Carlin, seated at the head of the table, who was diligently slicing meat. Lady Helena, with an exasperated huff, answered on behalf of her husband. Indeed, Roger's letter states that in a few days he will return with Uncle Archer's family. She paused, exchanging a significant glance with Earl Carlin, the atmosphere in the hall growing tense. With a low voice laced with an imperceptible worry, Lady Helena added, accompanying him will be the eldest son of our family's bitter rival, the Sellas family. He will arrive as an envoy to Everwinter Castle. Chapter 40. Repair. The heavens looked down upon the vast, desolate lands beyond the frost. The frost-cold river, originating from the towering, snow-capped frost-toothed mountains, meandered gracefully, ultimately merging with the trembling sea. At this moment, along the narrow banks of the river near the trembling sea, throngs of people gathered. A brand-new wooden arch bridge had been successfully erected across the river. Excited children dashed about, while the more timid ones cautiously took small steps. Lord Count Carlin stood by the riverbank, his typically solemn expression unable to conceal the delight he felt at this moment. He commanded several knights to lead their war horses across the bridge. Watching the horses traverse successfully, Count Carlin abruptly turned, lifting his son Dick high above his head. Well done. Ha ha. The Count's voice boomed, filled with pride. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their voices echoing along the riverbank. Dick, of course, shared in the joy, yet a hint of pragmatic concern shadowed his elation. Father, the bridge is completed, but I am not well versed in the preservation and moisture-proofing of wood. I cannot assure how long this wooden bridge will last. Count Carlin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. The ghostly shadow forest harbors an inexhaustible supply of towering trees. Worry not about such matters, my child. He set Dick down and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Revel in the cheers that are rightfully yours. Dick offered a resigned smile, evidently still adapting to the crude philosophy of this world, as long as it is useful and functional. The bridge had been constructed, the city walls repaired, yet the pursuit of road building was an unending endeavor. Dick continued to lead the wounded soldiers in road maintenance, the scope of their work extending beyond the city limits. His ambitions were grand, aiming to lay down stone roads capable of accommodating horse-drawn carriages between the nearby villages, lumberyards, and quarries around the city of Everwinter. The genetic predisposition of a construction fanatic was deeply etched into his soul. However, in comparison to the engineering feats, the serendipitous repair of a person brought Dick a greater sense of accomplishment. One afternoon before the completion of the bridge, the eldest son of Sir Payne Brown, Eli Brown, returned to the workshop to seek Dick, demanding a duel. The location was the same alley where they had their first duel. That afternoon, Dick arrived as promised. Eli's expression was complex. He said nothing but stared intensely at Dick, drawing the wooden sword that was lodged in the ground, its tip poised menacingly ahead. At that moment, a new follower of Eli's suddenly spoke up with audacity. Eli, kill this bastard. Before the word bastard could escape, Eli furrowed his brow and turned. A powerful punch landed squarely on the new follower's mouth. The man flew back, several teeth mingling with blood as they splattered. Eli, annoyed, shook his hand and coldly shrugged at Dick. He was insulting himself. I merely did as he wished and dealt with him. He deliberately emphasized the verb, which prompted Dick to regard Eli with newfound respect. The follower, taken aback, rushed forward to kick the groaning figure on the ground a few times, muttering curses under his breath. His voice was muffled, but Dick's keen ear caught every word. If you want to die, don't drag us into it. You can insult him, but why involve the Lord and Lady? Are you seeking death? Dick shook his head, having no interest in engaging further now that the foolishness had been dealt with. Eli cast a complex gaze upon Dick, causing a shiver to run down Dick's spine. I remarked, raising an eyebrow. Is today's duel a contest of who can glare the longest? You. Eli retorted, his irritation visibly stirred. He inhaled deeply, confusion etched across his face, and began to speak. My father says I am no match for you. Gripping his wooden sword tightly, he continued. I have trained diligently these days and believe I have made significant progress. Yet my father insists that I am far inferior in strength. Dick suddenly recalled having seen Sir Payne witness him draw a bow to shoot a crow. Eli's expression regained its determination, his teeth clenched with resolve. But I refuse to believe that, even if it comes directly from my father. Dick, unleash your full strength. Let us engage in a fair fight. With the opponent so insistent, Dick decided to abandon any notions of holding back. Striking him a couple of times seemed futile, given the vast disparity in their abilities. However, Eli's stubbornness, rooted in a delusional sense of reality, compelled Dick to resolve the matter in a more direct and impactful manner. At the moment Eli raised his sword for a powerful downward strike, Dick moved. He sidestepped with remarkable swiftness, akin to a fleeting shadow. He mimicked this stunning scene from his memory, the moment when Ding Baying severed the spring embroidery blade in the Imperial Guard. The wooden sword in his hand struck first with a sharp whoosh, landing precisely on Eli's descending sword. A crisp crack echoed through the air as Eli's wooden sword shattered, leaving only half in his grasp. Eli froze, maintaining his downward stance, his gaze fixated on the broken sword. Dick no longer regarded him, effortlessly tossing his intact wooden sword into the air and turning to leave the alley. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the sword arced gracefully before landing squarely back in its original sheath. From that day forth, Eli Brown refrained from appearing before Dick. Occasionally, Dick would catch a glimpse of him in the distance, this former bully now assisting in the workshop or carrying burdens for the injured. Yet, the moment Dick's figure came into view, Eli would hastily abandon his task and vanish into the crowd. Dick truly grasped the concept of retreating 3 steps. Within the winter hold, Count Carlin commanded his soldiers and knights to be prepared for the arrival of the Celis family, insisting that they sharpen their weapons, polish their armor, and adopt a posture of utmost vigilance. Dick discerned that his father aimed to overwhelm the opposing family with sheer presence. His profound hatred for the Celis family was palpable, yet the formidable strength of his adversaries necessitated such seriousness from his father. Days later, a procession turned along the trembling coastline, making its way along the frost-bitten riverbank towards Winter City. Dick's elder brother, Roger Castark, returned leading the convoy. The pace of the procession was agonizingly slow. Though everyone had horses and carts, their speed matched that of a pedestrian. In the midst of the convoy, a young man clad in fine armor and draped in a crimson emblematic cloak rode leisurely, taking his time to gaze around as if on a sightseeing tour. This was none other than the Celis family's envoy, the eldest son, Cassio Celis. Roger furrowed his brow as he rode ahead, frequently glancing back with a mix of annoyance and helplessness at Cassio and his retinue of over 20 elite guards. He was acutely aware of their intentions, as they swaggered with an air of confidence, surveying the surroundings leisurely. Although the crucial fortress sentry had not permitted them near, their audacity in scrutinizing the area was both exasperating and unavoidable. This situation not only irked Roger, but also sparked a flicker of admiration deep within him. He was the firstborn of the Celis family, the future heir, and yet here was Cassio boldly venturing into enemy territory with such bravado. As the group set foot on the newly paved stone road outside the city, astonishment washed over everyone, including Roger. What astonished them further was the wooden arch bridge spanning the frost-cold river not far ahead. Cassio Celis, having detached himself from the group, approached the bridge with purpose. Roger made no effort to stop him, surprised himself, eager to behold the bridge constructed by his younger brother, Dick. Cassio paused at the bridge's edge, admiring the intricate wooden structure, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He turned to Roger, who had followed closely behind, and began to sing the bridge's praises. No supporting pillars beneath. What a clever design. After a moment, he inquired with a smile, "Is it your young brother, Dick, who built this?" Roger nodded, his expression grave, choosing not to elaborate. The depth of Cassio's knowledge about his family left him deeply unsettled, a harbinger of ill tidings. Chapter 41. Disturbing news that day. The Everwinter fortress was teeming with fully armed soldiers and knights, flanking the main hall from the castle gates, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere of impending battle. The enemies of the Castark family, the Celis clan, had arrived. A crimson banner flapped in the wind, emblazoned with the emblem of a shield and a black rose. Underneath the banner, 25 soldiers clad in gleaming metal armor, adorned with their family crest, escorted a young man into the castle hall. He possessed a thick mane of chestnut-brown hair, reminiscent of a chestnut shell. Dick stood half a step behind his elder brother Roger, covertly observing this traitor, whom their father despised with a vengeance, the heir of their rival family. To his astonishment, he perceived an inexplicable resemblance between this young man and his brother Roger. Suddenly, it struck him, they were once Castarks. Technically speaking, Cassio Celis was their distant cousin. In that moment, the gazes of the soldiers and knights in the hall, if transformed into swords, would have pierced Cassio into a sieve. The blood feud between their families had deepened to an irreconcilable extent. Yet, the young man appeared utterly oblivious to the predatory stares surrounding him. A hint of a flippant smile played upon his lips as he took a few steps forward and bowed slightly to Carlin, who sat high upon the lordess throne. "Cassio sends his regards, my dear distant uncle." Count Carlin emitted a derisive snort. "What? Are the Sellers planning to change their name back to Castark? Have you even considered whether we would accept a bunch of traitors? The last two words were almost spat out through clenched teeth. Cassio Sellers straightened up, his smile unwavering. Ah, indeed, such a heartless distant relative. Uncertain, do you not feel a similar coldness towards those Stark kin at Hornwood who have yet to depart? It is truly alarming. He feigned a gesture, retracting his neck. Spare me your nauseating theatrics. Count Karen retorted coldly. I can smell the stench of your profound fear from afar. Rest assured, I shall not slay you today. I merely hope that upon your return, you might cling to a shred of your pitiful sense of honor. Oh, your words wound the hearts of kin. Cassio spread his hands in exaggerated dismay, feigning innocence. I personally escorted your dear brother, Uncle Archibald's family, safely to Winterfell without a scratch. As for the remaining Starks, they simply require some time to gather their belongings. Moving is not a task to be rushed. Kin. Karen's voice suddenly escalated, fury surging forth. Your grandfather, that old rogue, led you traitors to ambush Hornwood, causing my father's demise. Is this what you term kin? Yet Cassio shook his head slowly, his tone deliberate in its correction. You are mistaken, uncle. Perhaps you are uninformed in the north. The Saris family has not stained our hands with the blood of kin. Your esteemed father perished in the great hall of Hornwood, igniting the flames of his own demise. As for your elder brother, indeed a commendable warrior, a tragic loss. What could I, a mere child at the time, have done amidst such tragedies? Furthermore, my grandfather has served the stranger for years now. Have we not coexisted peacefully since? He paused, noting Karen's icy gaze fixed upon him, void of any response. Cassio, seizing the moment, raised his voice to drown out the surrounding jeers and uproar. We could easily declare a truce. Indeed, we could go a step further and reunite as one family. As long as, he scanned the assembly, his eyes laced with provocation, as long as you abandon the cursed Stark name and adopt Sarah's instead, you, Karen, would remain the Count of Winterfell. All present would retain their positions. The workshops, markets, and ports of Hornwood would welcome all provisions to Winterfell. Karen's laughter resonated deeply. He raised a hand to silence the furious shouts of knights and soldiers, allowing Cassio to hear the angry roars clearly. Do you hear that, you wretch? This is Winterfell's response. Surrender to traitors? Dream on. You should thank the stranger for taking that old fool away early, sparing him from my sword. Karen. The forced smile vanished from Cassio's face, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Do they not comprehend? Do you not realize? Eternal Winterfell, never forgetting the son of winter. This damned slogan. Our family was placed at Stode's Corner, at Eastwatch, before the gates of Winterfell. When we served as shields, did you not consider our blood relation? Cassio's voice echoed through the hall, imbued with a cruel clarity. You cannot be unaware of the formidable strength that Caher City possesses. Surely, you recall the wild tribe of Cern from years past. The entirety of Seal Bay now lies within their dominion. The armored knights alone number over 200, and the soldiers are in the tens of thousands. Satisfied by the astonishment etched upon the faces of those gathered in the hall, Cassio unleashed yet another bombshell. The terrible fortress, to which the Cern family now pledges allegiance, wields a power that has decisively eclipsed that of the North's Winterfell. Their knights and soldiers are as plentiful as the grains of sand along the shore. Karen, tell me, with the surname Castark upon your brow, and the daily chant of eternal Caher City, how do we dare to exist beneath the watchful eyes of those colossal beasts? So, you have knelt before them in submission. Karen, seething with rage, slammed his hand upon the armrest of the Lord's throne. To turn the tip of your sword against your own kin. Coward, traitor, each word that spills from your lips tarnishes this castle. Depart. Take your worthless knights and leave my castle at once. Return with clean necks, awaiting my blade to send you one by one into the depths of hell. The fury on Cassio Solaris's face dissipated, and he shrugged indifferently. Speak as you wish. He suddenly turned to the sharp-eyed lady beside Count Karen, the aunt of Dick, Kalia. Donning a frivolous smile once more, he slightly bowed. You must be the esteemed Hawkeye of the Falcon tribe? Our previous encounter left quite the impression. Having said this, Cassio no longer regarded anyone else, and, with his visibly relieved and sweat-drenched soldier in tow, strode purposefully out of the hall of Winterfell. The hall descended into a stifling silence. The news Cassio had cast forth akin to a boulder dropped into a deep pool, sending forth ripples of cold dread. Count Karen rose, his gaze sweeping over the anxious faces of the knights and soldiers. Gentlemen, his voice resonated, dispelling the pervasive gloom. Do not let that scoundrel's alarmist words intimidate you. He has only uttered half the truth. Caher City and the terrible fortress are not without adversaries. Winterfell, The North's king remains the insurmountable wall we must confront. He paused, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. We have established contact with Winterfell. We, the Castarks, are indeed vassals sworn to the North's king. We shall ultimately achieve victory. His words blew through the assembly like a strong wind, scattering some of the doubts. And the soldiers stood a little taller. Count Caron waved his hand. Very well, you may disperse. The assembly bowed and withdrew, the hall gradually emptying. The count returned to his cold, lordly seat, gazing at the doorway through which Cassio had vanished, his brow furrowed. And he let out a gentle sigh. This little scoundrel is rather troublesome. Roger, who had remained silently standing before Dick, nodded in agreement and spoke in a hushed tone. My uncle and I encountered a formidable opponent on the trembling battlefield by the sea, and it is said that he is the one. Dick furrowed his brows and added softly, Father should not have allowed him to enter Winterfell. Calen shook his head, weariness tinged with helplessness. The Sellas family is adamant. Only if Cassio personally escorts them will they permit your uncle's family to return. There is no way to refuse. He gathered his spirits. Go, let your uncle Archer in. I have not seen him for far too long. At last, Dick was reunited with his uncle. Archer Stark was ushered in, one hand tightly clasping the pale hand of his wife, Peenia, while the other shielded their timid daughter, Layla, who hid behind them. Dick had met this uncle during his childhood at Hornwood, when Archer was tall and full of vigor. Now, standing before him was a frail, haggard man, his eyes heavy with profound fatigue, as if years of invisible burdens had bent his spine. Count Calen immediately rose, accompanied by his wife Helena and their children, to greet them. The two weathered men stood facing each other, emotions swirling in their eyes, a torrent of unspoken words lodged in their throats, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Ultimately, it was Calen who broke the silence, patting Archer's gaunt shoulder with fervor, striving to make his voice sound lighthearted. Archer? What has happened? I remember my brother was never so emaciated. Archer Stark gestured with his eyes for his brother to observe his own portly waistline, managing a bittersweet smile as he replied in a hoarse voice. I also recall my brother Calen as a warrior capable of wrestling bears. How has he transformed into a plump bear himself? Before the words could settle, the two men suddenly opened their arms wide and embraced one another tightly. That embrace bore the weight of countless separations, pain, and longing, nearly exhausting their strength. Within the austere hall of Winterfell, where the chilling air had yet to dissipate, there was now replaced a more resilient and warmer essence. The members of House Stark gathered, conversing softly, embracing, and comforting their long-lost kin, who had suffered so much. The scars remained, the blood feuds unresolved. Yet the bonds of kinship, in that moment, became a hearth against the chill of winter. Chapter 42. Cassio Sellas. The cold winds from beyond the wall lashed against the desolate main street of Wintertown. A procession advanced silently, the shield and black rose emblem on their banner starkly visible against the gray-white sky, marking them as the Sellas family, recently expelled from Winterfell. Except for the leading figure, Cassio Sellas, the eldest son of the family, the entire group was enveloped in a tense silence. The hooves clattered on the newly laid yet frigid stone pathway, producing a monotonous echo, while the tightly shut doors and windows, along with the empty streets, pressed upon them like invisible walls. Sir, a knight riding beside Cassio leaned in anxiously, lowering his voice. Why is there not a soul in sight on this street? However, Cassio's demeanor was in stark contrast, exuding an air of ease that bordered on serenity. He leisurely surveyed the desolate streets, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Isn't this wonderful, John? The tranquility, the absence of disturbance. Relax, trust me, there is no peril. He playfully posed a question, Sir Knight John. Let me ask you this. If you were the commander of an army, would you allow your soldiers to know that the enemy is more formidable than you? John shook his head vigorously, resolute. Impossible. That would shatter their morale like fragile ice. Exactly. Cassio's laughter echoed through the vacant streets, somewhat jarring, yet dissipating the lingering chill. Similarly, Carlin was apprehensive. He feared the implications of my words at Everwinter Fortress, wishing to keep such matters concealed. Preserving morale was undoubtedly a priority. And as for clearing the streets, it was clearly to prevent his soldiers from encountering us, thus exerting pressure. Look how frightened you all are, he mocked, glancing at the tense faces of the soldiers behind him. As long as we proceed directly out of the city, Cassio asserted with an undeniable conviction, there shall be no unexpected encounters to embarrass us. So, keep your worries at bay. Knight John seemed somewhat swayed, loosening his grip on the reins, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. He anxiously scanned the silent thoroughfare and lowered his voice, my lord. We have returned the Archer-Castak family, but what of our 6 captured knights? We have not seen even a trace of them. There's no need for haste, Cassio replied dismissively, waving his hand. They will be waiting for us outside the city, alongside those well-meaning souls who will escort us away. With that, he surprisingly reined in his horse and dismounted. His movements deliberate and unhurried. Cassio led his steed, the sound of his boots striking the pristine stone road resonating clearly. "Ah, look at this cobblestone path," he remarked as if uncovering a treasure, even crouching down to caress the smooth surface with his gloved hand. "It's quite splendid, indeed. That younger son of Carlin. What was his name? Dick? A remarkable talent. The lad who was peeking out from behind Roger in the hall. That must be him? Remarkably young." Cassio rose, his eyes betraying a mix of unmasked admiration and calculation. To be able to oversee bridge and road construction, should the opportunity arise, he must be captured alive. Such talent would be a pity to waste. The soldiers behind him exchanged glances, utterly unable to keep pace with Cassio's erratic thoughts, yet seeing him dismount. They too followed suit, causing the procession to slow significantly. John observed the unmistakable anxiety etched on the soldiers' faces and, steeling himself, urged again, "My lord, if I may speak frankly, this is, after all, enemy territory. It would be prudent for us to depart swiftly." Cassio shook his head, the smile on his face deepening, radiating an air of omniscience. "Why the haste? Did I not assure you that there is no danger?" He tapped his foot against the solid ground beneath him once more. Kaelin still harbored the hope of triumphing over us. He intended to rally the hearts of his kin with this hope, and thus would never dare relinquish those of our people still held captive. This was his Achilles' heel. "Yet, my lord, we have already secured our knights by exchanging the family of Kaelin's own brother. This transaction suffices. Why then must we also return the remaining distant relatives of the Castarks still in our grasp? Would that not be a loss?" "A loss?" Cassio chuckled lightly as if he had heard an amusing jest. "Why not return them? What purpose do they serve? Kaelin is now the head of the Castark family. If we do not retain his own brother, what use are those rebellious distant kin? Keeping them only squanders resources." Moreover, a glint of cunning flickered in Cassio's eyes. "My personal visit will only deter Kaelin from employing these individuals. Let him grapple with the dilemma himself. Is that not preferable?" Sir John was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. "You mean, your mere presence here can dissuade Kaelin from using his own kin? Have I not demonstrated my intimate knowledge of their affairs, even unearthing long-buried grievances? Is that not evident?" Cassio retorted, his tone laced with mockery. Kaelin must now be consumed by suspicion, fearing that a traitor lurks among him. The common soldiers, barely literate, could not possibly divulge such intricate details, especially those known only to the upper echelons. The Castark family, extending a gloved finger, casually counted. As it stands, only 32 knights remain. "Oh, but wait, did we not just slay 3 at the Trembling Coast?" Cassio paused, locking eyes with John, his tone resolutely assured. "So, if my calculations are correct," he cast a confident glance toward the approaching city gates. Outside, awaiting the handover of our knights and to see us off, would be none other than Sir Payne Brown. Only he, steadfastly loyal, had long served Kaelin. Kaelin would certainly instruct him to set aside all matters to specifically monitor our safe departure from his domain. John and the nearby soldiers exchanged dubious glances, their faces betraying skepticism. "Do you doubt it?" Cassio laughed heartily, unperturbed. "Fear not. The mystery will soon be unraveled. Once we cross that threshold, the answer shall be laid bare." However, Lord John's voice suddenly took on a note of concern. "If that is indeed the case, does it not place our old friend in a more perilous position?" Cassio regarded him with an expression of incredulity. "You might think that without my visit and those well-prepared words, Karen would remain oblivious, failing to investigate whether his subordinates were betraying him. Danger?" His tone abruptly shifted to a steely resolve. "Having chosen this path and taken that step, one must possess the courage to confront all that lies ahead. This is their choice." Cassio's voice, imbued with a near-cold calmness, asserted, "as long as we refrain from further contact, no longer disturbing our old friends in their unwavering service to House Stark." Cassio's gaze drifted toward the distant, overcast sky, murmuring as if he were delineating a vision of the future. "Our old friends shall undoubtedly multiply." Ignoring John's hesitance, he strode forward, leading his horse along the newly laid yet frigid stone road, striding purposefully toward the city gates. Cassio Sellers walked at the forefront of the procession, his figure shielding the inquisitive gazes of those behind him. The visage that had recently radiated confidence and control was now subtly veiled in profound concern. His tightly pressed lips parted slightly, and only the howling wind brushing against his cheek could capture the faint, nearly inaudible self-talk. "Father, We are moving too hastily. We should not launch our offensive just yet. We ought to wait. Allow our old friends more time to infiltrate and strategize. What we require is dominion over Winterfell. To seize the entirety of Wintertown. Not a catastrophic assault. Only then shall we possess the foundation of 100 knights and thousands of soldiers. A barely audible sigh dissipated into the breeze. Castle Carho. The Saran family. Arcellus family. We shall never remain mere pawns to be manipulated. At last, the imposing gates of Wintertown emerged clearly before the shield-bearing procession adorned with the Black Rose emblem. The gates swung open, akin to the gaping maw of a beast. Outside, a small troop awaited silently, led by an exceptionally tall and robust figure, clad in full armor and mounted upon an equally formidable steed. His visage beneath the helmet as unyielding as iron. It was none other than the most trusted knight of Cairn Stark, renowned for his loyalty, Payne Brown. Upon sighting the awaited figure beyond the gates, the last trace of worry vanished from Cassio Seles's countenance. He abruptly turned, nimbly mounting his horse, and, under the astonished and reverent gazes of the knights and soldiers behind him, erupted into a hearty laughter. Ha ha. Chapter 43. Youth. 5 years have passed. Fleeting as the rain cascading from a roof's edge. Initially, one could hear the tinkling sound, but in the blink of an eye, the entire roof has darkened and become drenched. Those moments, mistaken for centuries of dawn and dusk, are merely the sands of time deftly manipulated. In the training grounds of Winterfell, dust swirled in the air. Dick Stark and Torrhen Stark donned their training leather armor. The wooden swords clashed violently, producing a dull thud that reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. Each encounter sent a jolt through the spectators, leaving them momentarily dazed. Sweat streamed down Torrhen's taut jaw, dampening the grayish hair at his forehead. Though younger than Dick, he had already matched his brother in height. Among the 3 siblings, his physique bore the closest resemblance to their father, Carlin, robust and solid like a young bull. He caught Dick's gaze and nodded towards a gap at the edge of the arena, growling fiercely. The wooden sword sliced through the air with a fierce wind, descending at an angle as if to cleave the very atmosphere. Dick's reaction was astonishing. He did not shy away or evade. With a swift flick of his wrist, he expertly positioned the middle of his sword to block the attack. The impact was resounding, a heavy thud echoing in the air. Yet, the force merely caused Dick's arm to dip slightly. His stance remained as unwavering as a rock. All eyes were drawn to him. Dick, now a spirited young man, wore a mane of striking silver hair that shimmered in the moonlight, increasingly resembling their mother. Beneath the luxurious silver strands lay a handsome visage, almost sharp in its features. His chiseled profile appeared as if sculpted from stone, with a straight nose and clearly defined lips that combined to exude a sharp, yet elegant aura. His tall and athletic frame showcased muscles that flowed harmoniously beneath his leather armor, radiating strength without an ounce of bulk. "Well done, Torrhen," exclaimed Martha Hawkeye from the sidelines, her voice ringing clear and bright. "Ah, the boy is showing promise." Her sister, Erin Hawkeye, chimed in with a broad smile, revealing a set of white teeth. The 2 daughters of the Wild's Hawkeye tribe, adorned in form-fitting leather armor that highlighted their graceful figures, possessed eyes that sparkled with untamed wildness. As they observed the fierce combat, they occasionally nudged each other, exchanging comments. Upon hearing the cheers, Torrhen's spirits soared, his chest rising and falling more vigorously. He pulled back his wooden sword and unleashed a tempest of relentless strikes upon Dick. The whistling wind generated by his blows drowned out the murmurs from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Dick's sisters, Jenica Stark and Layla Stark Penia, stood elegantly side by side in exquisite gowns befitting noble women. As they witnessed Torrhen's almost desperate fighting style, they both furrowed their brows slightly. The gazes of those around them inevitably gravitated towards Dick's aunt, Anna Stark. She stood there like a wild rose in full bloom, fresh with dew. The gentle breeze playfully tousled a few loose strands of her brown curls, revealing her smooth forehead and eyes that sparkled as if filled with starlight. At this moment, her lovely face bore an expression of intense concentration. She instinctively took a half step forward, her delicate fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her gown. Yet, Dick remained remarkably composed. In response to his brother's forceful and unrelenting assault, he chose not to meet strength with strength. His feet danced with agility, akin to a deadly waltz. The wooden sword seemed to possess a life of its own, either blocking or skillfully deflecting, guiding Torrhen's furious energy into empty space. As Torrhen's relentless onslaught faltered, his breath grew heavy and labored, the veins at his temples throbbing with exertion, his movements becoming erratic and flawed. "Steady yourself, boy. Do not let your anger lead you astray." The veteran bystander, unable to contain himself, called out with a voice steeped in experience. As Torrhen once again unleashed his full strength, the wooden sword whistled down in a fierce strike. This was the moment Dick had been waiting for. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he lunged forward with sudden ferocity. The wooden sword slipped past Torrhen's blade like a nimble serpent. And with an astonishing twist of his wrist, the tip of Dick's sword struck with pinpoint precision against the tender inner wrist of Torrhen's sword hand. A sharp gasp escaped Torrhen as excruciating pain surged through his wrist, causing his fingers to go limp. With a resounding clatter, the heavy wooden sword fell helplessly to the solid earth, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Before Torrhen could recover from the shock of the pain, Dick had already closed the distance, his movements fluid and unbroken. The blunt edge of his wooden sword pressed lightly against Torrhen's throat, exuding an unmistakable finality. An icy sensation froze Torrhen's every action, enveloping the arena in a sudden silence, save for his labored, bovine breaths echoing in the stillness. His eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on the tip of the wooden sword poised before his throat, his face a canvas of fierce indignation and profound confusion. "Well done, Dick." Aerin broke the silence, clapping her hands with exuberance, her applause ringing out resoundingly. Martha quickly joined in, her face alight with unmasked admiration. The two cousins, clad in leather armor, radiated the vivacity and candor of wildling maidens. Meanwhile, Jenny and Layla, standing at the edge, offered polite applause, their expressions composed yet dignified, befitting noble ladies. Anna's face blossomed with a radiant smile, as bright as the sun, dispelling any lingering tension. She refrained from cheering, yet her genuinely proud smile drew all eyes. It was as if her smile illuminated the entire training ground. She exhaled softly, her tightly clenched fingers gradually relaxing. The soldiers and knights erupted into cheers and buzzing discussions. Such speed. Truly, the offspring of Lord Caron is formidable, each one more fearsome than the last. Young Master Dick's prowess seems daunting even for the seasoned veterans. Amidst the clamor, Dick deftly withdrew his wooden sword with a flick of his wrist, stepping back with an air of composure, not a bead of sweat betraying his brow. It was as if the fierce duel had been but a casual stroll. Turning to Torrhen, who stood stunned, Dick's voice was calm, yet carried the weight of a brotherly admonition. "Brashness is the privilege of beasts, Torrhen. Your strength is great, but wielding it with control is the essence of true power. Next time, remain composed." Torrhen bent down abruptly, nearly snatching the fallen wooden sword from the ground. He rubbed his throbbing wrist with a grimace, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment from defeat. He grumbled, almost shouting, "I don't need your guidance. Next time, I will certainly." His words trailed off as his gaze involuntarily darted toward the applauding Martha and Aerin, his eyes reflecting a mix of youthful admiration and deeper frustration. Then, lifting his head, he shot a fierce glare at his radiant, infuriating brother, Dick. His eyes brimmed with hatred and resentment as he stomped his foot in frustration. Turning away, he resembled a wounded beast, breaking through the crowd and fleeing the training grounds. Dick watched his younger brother's stubborn and disheveled figure fade into the shadows. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his brow and muttered under his breath, "By the seven, this cursed, restless yearning of youth." He was acutely aware of Torrhen's little schemes. This contest was entirely instigated by Torrhen himself. While others perceived it as a thrilling spectacle, for Dick, it felt as effortless as playing with his brother. To put it bluntly, he considered it merely a fraternal duty, serving as his brother's training dummy. Standing firm, Dick casually tossed the wooden training sword. It arced gracefully through the air before landing with a satisfying clatter back into the weapon rack. This seemingly careless action elicited a chorus of cheers from Aerin and Martha, who, like jubilant little birds, rushed towards Dick as he exited the center of the arena, chattering excitedly in adoration. Their sparkling eyes, brimming with unabashed affection, kindled a flutter of anxiety within Dick. Instinctively, he shook his signature silver hair, a wave of exhilaration washing over him, dispelling his earlier resignation. The sun bathed the scene in warmth, his youthful body radiated energy, the cheers from the sidelines, and the admiration of the young girls. All of it vividly reminded him of his youth, and this time, a second chance at it. Dick inhaled the crisp, liberating air greedily, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. Reborn into the noble house of Westeros with a golden finger, he now possessed a robust, powerful body. In his previous life, this would have been the ultimate dream start for a privileged heir. How could he not feel exhilarated? How could he not savor this sensation? Yet, as his gaze swept over the girls who were still exuberant, their eyes solely fixed on him, a deeper, more complex emotion enveloped his earlier joy. It was a feeling of awkwardness, tinged with a hint of heartache. They were not burdened by the same thoughts as Dick. The daughters of the Falcon clan were direct and intense in their emotions, like strong spirits by the campfire, unreserved and pure. Dick had made attempts to navigate this delicate situation, cautiously hinting at the notion of kinship to create some distance. Compared to the Targaryen siblings, this truly pales in comparison. He even sought his mother and Aunt Kalia's counsel in hopes of garnering their support to ease the tension, but was met with derision instead. During a private conversation, Aunt Kalia revealed to Dick the secret of the shapeshifters from the Falcon clan. Her gaze, filled with profound compassion and a hint of resigned indulgence, fell upon her two lively nieces as she confided, "Dick, you do not understand. When a girl from the Falcon clan shares her dreams with her eagle, when the eagle dream descends, that girl's heart will belong to the sky, to her eagle, and to the sacred duty of her clan. Their lives are short, and after the eagle dream, they shall not marry again, nor can they bestow this power upon outsiders. This is the fate of the shapeshifters of the Falcon clan." Her tone grew somber, laced with a weariness of acceptance. "So, let Aaron and Martha follow their own paths. I can sense that they are not far from the eagle dream." These words struck Dick's heart like a stone cast into ice. He gazed at Aaron and Martha, who were beside him, radiating joy and vitality. The thought that they would one day share their souls with the soaring eagles, severing ties of love, and devote their fleeting lives entirely to the tribe amidst wind and snow, weighed heavily upon him with an ineffable blend of tenderness and gravity. Did they understand? Dick's gaze lingered on the wild brilliance of their eyes. The answer was unmistakably affirmative. There was no naivety within their depths, but rather an unyielding resolve. Strength. To protect the Falcon tribe. To safeguard family. For them, this was not a matter of choice, but an indelible path stamped by their lineage. They had never contemplated resistance, nor would they ever harbor regrets. He inhaled gently, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. Offering his younger cousins a brotherly smile that was gentle yet subtly distant, he remarked, "All right. Ladies, covered in dust. I must wash up." Dick deftly maneuvered, unobtrusively extricating himself from their enthusiastic embrace. He strode purposefully towards the main castle, leaving behind the clamor of the training grounds and the fervent gazes of the young women for a brief respite. Chapter 44. The old scholar Dick's father, Count Karanka Stark, had seen little action from the traitorous Celis family in recent years. However, Dick keenly sensed that the pressure upon his father's shoulders had not lessened. Instead, it had intensified day by day. The return of the Castark clansmen through prisoner exchanges had become a heavy burden on his father's heart. His father's younger brother, Uncle Archer, fared better, having been entrusted with significant responsibilities upon his return, taking over trade matters from Dick's mother. The real dilemma for Count Karank lay with the children of his elder brother, a hero who should have inherited the title but ultimately fell in battle for the family. These were the offspring of a hero. The Celis family, having voluntarily returned Dick's cousins, harbored ulterior motives. Could they refuse? To decline or to encounter misfortune would only serve the Celis family's malicious delight. A pack of insidious schemers. Dick shared this sentiment with his father and brothers. Count Karank's elder brother had sacrificed himself for the family, and his children had resolutely chosen death over surrender. The Count was acutely aware that he must strive to reclaim them and ensure their safe settlement. This predicament greatly troubled Count Karank. He was, at heart, a pure warrior, thrust into the role of patriarch due to the family's tumultuous changes. Navigating the delicate balance within family dynamics was not his forte. Fortunately, Dick's cousins were ablaze with a desire for vengeance against the Celis family. They willingly cooperated with Count Karank's every arrangement, currently overseeing tax collection throughout the territory with utmost diligence, leaving behind the air thick with sweat and the scent of rust from the training grounds. Dick made his way to his room. Along the way, knights, soldiers, and servants paused to bow respectfully, acknowledging him. The once mocking title of Rat Slayer had long since faded into the annals of time. In recent years, Dick's reputation has spread to every corner of the Karstark territory. He has led the wounded and despairing, building a leather workshop from the ground up. He has directed incapacitated soldiers in repairing bridges, paving roads, and clearing waterways. These tangible accomplishments have firmly intertwined the name Master Dick with hope. Even in remote villages, the desperate disabled have journeyed to Everwinter City in search of him. Dick welcomes all, and when the desperate grasp hold of hope, the strength that emerges is astonishing. At the workshop, Yara has grown to be Dick's indispensable right hand. And the workshop continues to expand, with the territory flourishing. The number of people gathering around him has surpassed 1,000, their families and friends nearly encompassing the entire region. Accolades such as kindness and compassion sweep across the frozen lands like a gentle spring breeze. As he opened the door, a yellow shadow darted out like lightning, charging toward his face. Dick was quicker. He calmly sidestepped, deftly seizing the scruff of the yellow figure. With a graceful pivot, he absorbed the impact with ease. Fatty, you've used that trick 800 times. It won't work on me. Ha. Dick laughed heartily, pulling the fluffy bundle into his embrace and giving it a playful rub. Meow? Meow? The now plump cat nestled in his arms emitted a series of disgruntled yet contented sounds, its paws flailing about. After changing out of his training leather armor, he summoned a young maid, instructing her to clean Fatty's litter box, which contained finely filtered sand sourced from the frost-cold riverbank. Unaware of the slight blush on the maid's cheeks, he strode purposefully out of the castle. As Dick stepped beyond the castle gates, he was met with the enthusiastic greetings of the townsfolk, oblivious to the two pairs of eyes watching him depart from the shadow of the towering castle turret. He was under the scrutiny of his elder brother, Roger Karstark, and the old knight, Cohen Park. Their conversation seemed to have reached a conclusion. Sir Cohen Park bowed respectfully. My lord, do you have any further instructions? Yet Roger's gaze remained fixed on the distant figure of his brother, who was laughing and conversing with the commoners. Enveloped in silence. My lord, Cohen Park cautiously prompted again. Roger slowly shook his head, letting out a barely audible sigh. Father intends for you to be rotated to Trimble Sea Fortress as the deputy commander. Exercise utmost caution, Sir Cohen. The threat is not only from the enemies beyond the walls. We will expedite the rotation of the garrison. Once the rotation is complete, you will assume command. Cohen Park's expression turned solemn as he replied earnestly, Understood, my lord. I vow to defend the honor of Karstark to the death. Finally, Roger's gaze shifted back to the old knight, suddenly inquiring, What is your opinion of my dear brother Dick? This question clearly caught the old knight off guard. He cautiously raised his eyes, glancing at Roger's inscrutable face, and chose his words with care. The reputation of Master Dick's kindness and benevolence resonated throughout the territory, and I wholeheartedly concurred. However, Roger merely gestured for the old knight to take his leave. He turned once more, leaning alone against the railing, gazing towards the castle gates. A deep sigh merging with the breeze. What a grand reputation, my dear brother. Dick departed the castle to bid farewell to two scholars. One was his mentor, Master Visconti, and the other was the mentor of Master Visconti, Master Valentine Johnson. This venerable Valentine was of advanced age, adorned with 5 heavy iron rings around his neck, symbolizing his vast knowledge. Dick had only heard of him by name, never having met him in person. The reason was straightforward. This old gentleman was a complete devotee of astrology. He slept during the day and spent the entire night gazing at the celestial heavens. Naturally, Dick could not encounter the old scholar while he slumbered in the daytime, and by the time the old scholar was lost in the night sky, Dick was already deep in dreams. It was only recently that Dick noticed Master Visconti wearing a furrowed brow, which revealed that the old scholar was insisting on traveling north to the tribes of the wild folk, even proclaiming his intention to venture to the lands of eternal winter in the far north. This greatly distressed Master Visconti. How could an elderly scholar at such an age embark on a perilous journey to the treacherous wilderness and the potentially fatal far north? It was utterly absurd. Master Visconti had imparted much knowledge to Dick, and thus, he approached with concern. He learned that the old scholar had become somewhat obsessed with the stars. The old scholar kept muttering, In the north, one cannot see the celestial paths of the stars above the old town of learning. Beyond the borders, one cannot glimpse the star maps of the northern night sky. I must venture further north to see. With the meager geographical knowledge Dick had acquired in his previous life, he understood the reasoning behind this, though he was uncertain if this world followed the same principles. Yet, the people of this era found it challenging to articulate such astronomical and geographical laws. He dared not speak boldly before the old scholar about revolutionary ideas like the world is a sphere. Dick cautiously suggested, Master, perhaps you could also explore the connection between the movement of the stars and seasonal climate changes? It might provide some warnings and practical assistance to those beneath the stars, such as disaster predictions or agricultural guidance. What Dick had in mind were concepts akin to weather forecasts or seasonal farming. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the old scholar ceased to fixate on the wilderness and the far north. However, he still insisted on setting out. He changed his mind and decided to explore the entirety of the Kashtag territory. It felt as if he had been partially persuaded, but not entirely. Dick could only assist Master Visconti in arranging a carriage, since Count Carlin had yet to officially accept the allegiance of the two scholars. Dick had to request his father to send 2 strong and experienced servants to accompany and protect them. At the entrance of the Seven Gods Monastery, a sturdy yet simple carriage awaited. Yara was assisting Arno in transporting supplies and books for Master Visconti. Upon seeing Dick approach, Yara's face instantly blossomed with a joyful smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Years had passed, and she had grown into a graceful young woman. Yet, standing beside the towering and robust Arno, who exceeded 2 meters in height, she appeared remarkably slender. Yara swiftly communicated through sign language, indicating to Dick that the old scholar was waiting for him inside. Dick nodded with a smile, patting Arno's arm, who was grinning at him, signaling him to continue assisting. Seeing Dick, Scholar Weiss shrugged in resignation and gestured inside with his chin. Understanding the cue, Dick hastened into the temporary quarters of the old scholar within the monastery. Scholar Valentine Johnson was exceedingly aged. Time had etched deep lines on his face, and a thick fur cap concealed his sparse white hair. Hearing footsteps, the old scholar leaned on his oak cane and slowly rose. "Child, you have arrived." Dick instinctively stepped forward, intending to offer support. Scholar Johnson smiled gently, lightly pushing away Dick's outstretched hand. In response to Dick's somewhat perplexed gaze, the old scholar, using his cane, ambled steadily but slowly around the room. "You see, child," the scholar spoke with a serene tone imbued with the weight of experience, "I do not require your assistance. Of course, I understand this is entirely out of your kindness." "You are quite direct," Dick remarked, rubbing his nose awkwardly. "I have already accepted your kindness." The old scholar paused, his starry eyes meeting Dick's, playfully winking. "That carriage, and awakening a stubborn old man." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, tapping his cane on the floor with a significant tone. "Thus, for this old man who, for the time being, does not require support, to accept your assistance would seem somewhat excessive." He deliberately emphasized the word excessive. After a brief hesitation, he decided to speak candidly, his gaze penetrating. "Child, just as you assist those unfortunate souls, you have already done enough, more than enough to be noteworthy." In an instant, Dick comprehended the deeper implications. How could he not? The smiles of his father, Count Carlin, and his elder brother, Roger, had gradually transformed from comfort to complexity and entanglement. Dick was acutely aware of his position as the second son of the family. The firstborn inheriting everything was an unyielding law. Yet, deep within, he remained indifferent. Possessing the 72 remnants of the earthly fiend, Dick believed he could live freely and unrestrained. "A tall tree catches the wind," he remarked. "Scholar, I understand." Stepping forward once more, he gently grasped the old scholar's arm. This time, the old scholar did not decline. Dick spoke in a soothing tone, attempting to convey his own calm through his gaze. However, that nonchalance seemed to have not escaped the discerning eyes of the worldly scholar. "A tall tree catches the wind." The old scholar repeated this wise foreign adage, a flicker of understanding and deeper concern crossing his murky eyes. "Since you grasp such wisdom, why then does he allow Dick to support him?" As they slowly made their way to the door, "Why does he still appear so unconcerned?" Dick took the conversation, pushing open the door that led to the courtyard, where gentle sunlight poured in. "I simply wish to assist my family and help those in need. After all, I now possess the ability to do so." He gazed at Yara and Arno, who were busily engaged in the courtyard, his voice calm. "If it truly becomes unbearable, I shall relinquish it all. In any case, I never intended to gain anything from the outset." The old scholar turned his head to observe the young and vibrant Dick bathed in sunlight, his handsome visage reflecting sincerity and an unpretentious demeanor. He remained silent for a few moments, ultimately taking a deep, wordless sigh, swallowing back a multitude of unspoken thoughts. Chapter 45, A Blinding Sight Outside the City of Everwinter. Dick watched as the tracks of the carriage belonging to the old scholar Valentine Johnson disappeared into the snowstorm before turning back, leading Yara and Arno homeward. Yara eagerly communicated in sign language. "Sir, will you visit the workshop today? It has been far too long since your last visit." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I have been diligently cleaning your workspace. We, including the children, truly wish for you to come and see it." Dick smiled warmly and shook his head. In an instant, the brightness in Yara's eyes was overshadowed by profound disappointment and confusion. After escorting Arno and Yara back to the workshop, Dick returned to the castle. He swiftly donned his gear and retrieved his cherished longbow, leading his beloved steed, Deathbringer. Mounting his horse, he headed straight for the city gates, a routine he had maintained unwaveringly for nearly 2 years. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would venture beyond the city to engage in genuine hunting on the outskirts of the Ghost Shadow Forest. Now, Count Karen no longer restricted the tall young man Dick, only ordering him to remain near the forest's edge, which was more than sufficient. The young man rode out of the city each day with spirited enthusiasm, becoming a familiar sight in Everwinter. The townsfolk had grown accustomed to the 2 guards who awaited Dick's arrival at the city gates. Dick did not deceive the old scholar. He had indeed let go. He rarely involved himself in the workshop's affairs or the minutiae of road repairs, intervening only when matters became complicated. However, time possesses its own power. Even if Dick was merely the titular leader, every achievement of the workshop and the resolute wounded soldiers deepened their respect for this young man. In a moment of reflection, Dick grasped why those high-ranking executives in his past life could bask in accolades, as long as their subordinates produced results. The glory of accomplishment would invariably shine upon them. Yet, Dick's heart was not in this. What truly mattered to him was the enigmatic scroll of the 72 remnants of the earth fiends that lingered in the depths of his consciousness. As a robust young man, how could he resign himself to remain forever confined within the city as a mere vermin exterminator? Beyond the walls lay a vast expanse. A brutal world where humanity coexists with beasts. Countless animals roamed the forest's edge, including ferocious predators. The living souls acquired through hunting were, in both quantity and quality, far superior to those of mere rats. Years ago, in the lumberyard, the solitary wolf ensnared in a trap upon its death had released a sphere of light the size of a fist, enveloped in a pale blue glow. Only that solitary wolf spirit filled the final void of energy required for the sword control technique. In the ensuing years, Dick found himself confronted with an overwhelming array of remaining options from the 72 fragments of the earthly fiend's scroll. Invisibility? Soul chase? Clone? The multitude of choices left him in a state of indecision. Recently, the scroll emitted a sensing prompt, indicating that the stored spirit energy had reached a level sufficient to activate a new sanctuary. However, faced with this dilemma, Dick made a bold decision. He devoted all of his accumulated spirit energy deep into the sword technique sanctuary, specifically the sword mastery. Which valiant man could resist the allure of a sword immortal? Yet, the outcome left him so frustrated that he nearly spat blood. Apart from the sword technique sanctuary shining even more brilliantly, there was no further response. A clear thought echoed in his mind. Not enough. Far from enough. Goodness. Dick mentally gave a thumbs up of respect to the scroll. You have truly mastered the art of pay to win. After this encounter, he dared not risk everything again. However, there was a silver lining. Firstly, the resplendent sword technique sanctuary had elevated Dick's understanding of sword and sharpness to a new level. Although he had yet to reach the realm of plucking leaves or flying blossoms, his accuracy and penetrating power with the bow and arrow had reached a state of perfection. Even more surprisingly, after years of slowly absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, the scroll actively reactivated a secret arts sanctuary, the mighty strength sanctuary. An overwhelming surge of power instantly coursed through his body. The mechanism of the mighty strength sanctuary was simple yet brutal. Continuous infusion of energy would yield nearly limitless terrifying strength. Dick understood well that this limitless promise was undoubtedly fraught with the same pitfalls as the sword mastery, but the initial rewards were undeniably tangible. It was as exhilarating as when he first acquired the sword control technique. Dick had secretly tested it in the castle training grounds. The heaviest stone block, which even the strongest knight could barely lift, he could effortlessly hoist with one hand, even tossing and catching it. He had even snapped a discarded iron sword with just the strength of his fingers. The extraordinary abilities bestowed by the scroll seemed to possess the power to alter the very rules. Despite gaining this formidable strength, Dick's physique remained slender and upright, unchanged in its elegance. The only notable transformation was his silver hair, now even purer and more radiant, akin to the crystallized moonlight and frost. This only ignited Dick's fervor for hunting. At this moment, he had ridden his horse to the city gate, poised to spur Deathhound into action when a clear call rang out from behind. Dick. Wait for us, Dick. It was Aaron and Martha, the cousins from the Falcon tribe, also riding horses, followed by several robust tribesmen, hastily pursuing him. We just fed the little ones. Sister Aaron rode closer, her smile bright. Today, we're taking them outside the city to practice flying. Join us. I'll have the little hawk help you scout for prey. Her tone was warm and inviting. Dick, curious, responded, haven't you yet experienced the hawk dream? How can you dare to release the fledgling hawk? Sister Martha rode up beside Dick and, with a candid laugh, remarked, Oh dear, how fortunate you are to still possess half the blood of our Falcon tribe. Falcons, the art of falconry is our livelihood. Even fledglings must learn to recognize the winds and navigate their paths. Her words elicited good-natured chuckles from the men behind them, and the youthful merriment dispelled the chill of the northern wind. Hooves crushed the snow beneath them as the group, clad in vibrant attire, galloped toward the fringes of the phantom woods, painting a lively tapestry of youth. Two enthusiastic cousins insisted on accompanying Dick, who found no reason for discontent. Habitual thoughts from his past life urged him to maintain distance, yet upon reflection, what was there to be troubled about when a lovely cousin willingly joined you for fishing or gaming? Perhaps those who felt discontent were simply afraid their cousins would discover their inability to catch fish or their clumsiness in gaming. But would Dick harbor such fears? Ridiculous. Whether it be a startled hare from the thicket, a wild boar bursting forth from the underbrush, or the occasional encounter with a solitary wolf, none could escape within 200 paces of Dick. Arrows flew true, each shot a masterpiece of grace and fluidity. It was not that he could not shoot farther. The unfortunate raven from earlier was testament to that. But he deliberately kept his range within 200 paces for two reasons. 1. To conceal his extraordinary range, and 2. For the scroll of remnants to successfully devour the souls. The target must be personally dispatched by him, and within the specified distance. Even so, his remarkable archery skills were enough to astonish onlookers. The admiration in his cousin's eyes was almost palpable. The tribal guards assisting in retrieving the prey also expressed their marvel. Every quarry confronted by Dick met its end with arrows precisely piercing their eyes or open mouths. A swift death, preserving the integrity of the pelts to the fullest. As for those panicked creatures fleeing with their backs turned to Dick, well, the arrows protruding from their hindquarters were indeed a sight to behold. Yet, at least they too preserved their pelts intact. Dick observed the guards return with a plump hare and wild boar, arrows embedded in their posteriors, and he smirked, a sly grin typical of youth. Chapter 46. Scarcity of food. Dick's thoughts, like snowflakes scattered by the biting wind, perpetually lingered on the notion of becoming stronger. At this moment, even within the solemn family meeting room on the second floor of Everwinter Fortress, his mind wandered far beyond. Outside the window, heavy leaden clouds loomed low, as if freezing his thoughts in place. As the nominal leader of the injured and overseer of the workshop, Dick was invariably summoned whenever Count Carlin convened discussions regarding the affairs of the territory. After all, the injured were engaged in building bridges and roads, and the workshop produced leather armor, all of which substantially bolstered the strength of House Stark. Like his cousin, who returned from the prisoner exchange and is responsible for the territory's taxation, Dick typically remained as silent as a stone upon an icy expanse. At this moment, his uncle, Tony Stark, was reporting in a low voice about his observations during the territory patrol, while Dick's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the hardwood table. His gaze fixated on the gray mist outside, his thoughts drifting like a student daydreaming in a classroom. Dick. The Earl of Cairn's deep voice shattered the silence like a stone crashing into still waters, abruptly pulling Dick back to reality. He turned his head in confusion, meeting his father's resigned expression. The Earl, noting his second son's evident distraction, sighed and said, "What I just mentioned was a necessary measure. Do not take it to heart." He paused, his hawk-like gaze piercing into Dick. "Are you even listening?" A fleeting blush of embarrassment crossed Dick's face as he hastily replied, "Father, please arrange as you see fit." His words felt dry and devoid of substance. Observing his reaction, the Earl of Cairn realized that Dick had not absorbed a single word of the previous discourse. He sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. Beside him, his elder son, Roger Stark, quickly interjected to explain on behalf of his brother, his tone steady yet urgent. "Dick, Uncle has summoned 500 new recruits from various parts of the territory. We can manage with armor and weapons, but we are beginning to face a severe shortage of food." Leaning lazily against the back of his chair, Uncle Tony sank deeper into his seat. "The youngsters in the territory have grown into promising recruits, but we have also acquired a number of crying little ones. While a thriving population is a good thing, what can this cursed land yield? Snow and stones. Thus, we are running out of provisions, and it is a common plight, albeit to varying degrees." Roger took over, his fingers pressing firmly against the rough table surface. "The soldiers' rations must be prioritized. If those traitors, the Sellas, do not come to harass us, we should gather our strength and seize the opportunity to strike back. Therefore, Dick, the supplies allocated for the wounded divisions must cease. The workshop's provisions can continue, but they cannot stop." Dick straightened his back abruptly, his voice tinged with urgency. "We cannot stop now. They depend on this to survive." Roger furrowed his brow, shaking his head vehemently, his tone growing firm. "Dick, you have taken in far too many individuals who cannot wield a weapon. The numbers are overwhelming, but they rely on this meager sustenance to live." Dick argued, his hands unconsciously clenching, knuckles whitening. "Live." Roger's voice rose, tinged with frustration. "You even allow them to take double rations at night. Some are already trading the excess food in secret. The castle's granary is not a bottomless pit. It is nearly depleted." He leaned forward, his gaze sharp. "Throughout the territory, there are still countless individuals seeking your aid. Those with severed arms, crippled legs, and blinded eyes. You never turn them away. This group is nearing 2,000 now, Dick. 2,000 mouths to feed. The number of soldiers we can muster is nearly upon us." Our territory is facing a dire shortage of provisions. We must prioritize the sustenance of those who can wield arms to defend our homeland. Brother, the influx of newcomers has significantly dwindled, I assure you. I dare say these are nearly all the people we have left. Dick endeavored to imbue his voice with a persuasive timbre, laced with a hint of earnestness. With just a modicum of food, we could restore the bridges, smooth the roads, repair the towns, and even construct new fortifications and outposts. All these measures would substantially bolster our family's strength. Dick, fortifications? Outposts? Roger nearly slammed his hand on the table. Soldiers can build them themselves. No lord, unlike our House Stark, bears the burden of such a vast number of disabled individuals. We have reached our limit. This is not a matter of mercy. It is a question of survival. The very existence of our lineage is at stake. As the tension escalated between the two sons, the Count, seated at the head of the table, wore a grim expression, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Their uncle Tony cleared his throat, attempting to diffuse the situation, his voice tinged with a hint of mischief. Perhaps we could persuade the merchants who are soon to arrive? Those fellows from across the narrow sea have been transporting ships laden with flour, selling it here at prices akin to gold. Uncle Archer, who had remained silent until now, vehemently opposed. Absolutely not, Tony. Of course, it's exorbitant. We once had the Hornwood, where we could barely cultivate anything. Our Winterfell, aside from frozen soil and biting winds, nothing thrives. Flour, indeed, commands a staggering price. It is precisely because of the lucrative profits that merchants dare to venture into our bleak land. If you resort to coercion, they will thereafter avoid Winterfell as if it were the plague, perceiving us as mere savages of the wasteland. In such a case, we would suffer the greater loss. With trade routes severed, our last avenue of survival would be extinguished. Archer turned toward the Count, his tone softening as he proposed. Brother, might we exchange leather armor and fine hides for provisions at Castle Casterly to the southeast, or with the lords of the First Men? They may still possess some surplus. Tony scoffed openly, interrupting his brother with palpable derision. My dear brother, they are as impoverished as we are, a collection of destitute lords of frozen soil, starving as well. To rely upon them? By the seven hells, it would be a blessing if they do not attempt to raid our granaries instead. From the corner, the young cousin responsible for taxation, who had scarcely spoken, hesitated before voicing. Perhaps we could offer to waive a portion of the taxes in exchange, allowing the vassals to pay in food or game as tax. Roger shook his head in resignation, promptly dismissing the notion. The territory has already granted hunting rights in the forests to all vassals, which is the utmost mercy, barely allowing survival across the lands. Imposing additional taxes on pelts might be feasible, but food would indeed be a daunting challenge. He cast a glance at Tony. Hadn't the uncle just stated that the population was increasing in various regions, and that they themselves might not have enough to eat, let alone surplus grain for tax? The assembly hall once again fell into a heavy silence, the only sound being the occasional crackle of burning wood in the fireplace, as if accompanying this dire predicament. At last, the Earl of Cairn spoke, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority, sweeping over each person present. Enough. Despair will not resolve our issues. His gaze shifted to Archer. Archer, intensify our procurement of food. We can afford to relax the prices somewhat. Merchants seek profit. As long as there is still a chance to earn, they will find a way to deliver. Then, he turned to Roger. Inform our northern hunting party, as well as those venturing deep into the shadow forest, to increase their efforts. Furs, meat, anything that can fill our bellies must be brought back. Finally, the Earl's gaze returned to his younger son, a look as unyielding as the walls of Winterfell. Dick, be prepared to reduce or even halt provisions for your team. This is a command. The survival of the family supersedes all. Father, Dick exclaimed, eager to contest, his throat constricted as though gripped by a vice. Yet, upon witnessing his father's cold, unyielding expression, all arguments lodged in his throat. He opened his mouth, but ultimately no sound emerged, and he resignedly sank back into the hard chair. Surrender? No. At that moment, Dick's mind was consumed by a singular thought. There must be a way. There must be a solution. Chapter 47. Joy and woe. The biting wind cut like a blade, sweeping across the frost-bitten riverbank, penetrating to the marrow with its chilling bite. Dick Karstark stood upon the lofty wooden arch bridge, allowing the fierce wind to tug at his striking silver locks. His brows furrowed tightly as he gazed down at the murky waters below. Fragments of ice were swept along, weeping as they journeyed towards the distant, gray, trembling sea. The news of the family's food shortages weighed heavily upon his heart, a burdensome stone rendering him breathless. Surely, one cannot simply give up, he whispered to the howling wind, his words instantly shredded and dissipated. As this thought emerged, it pierced his heart like a poisoned dagger. Memories of the searing scene before the workshop surged into his mind. The war had just ended, the smoke had yet to clear, and the open space was filled with wounded soldiers retreating from the front lines. Men with missing limbs bore faces etched with exhaustion, their vacant gazes tightening his heart. The oaths sworn years ago pierced through the haze of recollection, erupting suddenly in his ears. I swear by the honor of House Karstark, I shall ensure that every warrior capable of wielding a tool is afforded meaningful work. Let your injured hands earn bread. Let there be a foundation for your lives. Karstark shall never forget those who bled for him. The workshop erupted with the roaring cheers of men, their eyes reigniting with the flames of hope. It felt like yesterday. But what am I to do? Dick clenched the icy railing of the bridge, his knuckles whitening. The most fundamental necessity, food, deprived of sustenance. Those men who had painstakingly regained their dignity, along with their wives and children, are they destined to plummet once more into the abyss of despair? Bowing his head, silver hair cascading onto his forehead, confusion etched upon his face. Beneath the bridge, a dilapidated fishing vessel navigates through the archway. The fisherman aboard glances up, catching sight of the striking silver hair, hastily removing his hat and bowing with an ingratiating smile. Dick struggles to form a bitter smile, offering a perfunctory nod. At that moment, a flash of inspiration strikes him like a bolt from the blue. He abruptly raises his gaze, his sharp eyes sweeping across the expansive river, scattered fishing boats laboring in the cold wind, most wielding rudimentary harpoons, with only a handful using tattered nets. "Hey, come ashore!" Dick shouts towards the drifting fishing boat. The small craft approaches the bank, and the fisherman, under the cautious escort of the guards, timidly steps onto the bridge, stammering his defense. "Sir, I am merely paying my respects." Dick shakes his head, softening his tone. "Do not be afraid. I only wish to ask a few questions. Do you usually fish with harpoons?" Yes, sir," the fisherman replies, lowering his head further. "What about nets?" Dick presses on, relieved that the inquiry pertains to fishing. The fisherman admits, "We rarely used them before, as the nets were easily torn and lacked sturdy lines. Now, the workshop has produced good ropes, and some fellows use simple nets to assist with the harpooning. Are there many fish in the frostbitten river?" The fisherman grows bolder, candidly lamenting. "Yes, but they are too cunning. The water is bone-chillingly cold, and the fish swim fast and skittishly, making them difficult to catch." A spark of brilliance ignites in Dick's eyes, and without hesitation, he swiftly mounts his horse to the workshop, his voice brimming with a long-lost fighting spirit. Indeed, fish, this long-neglected source of nourishment. He chastises himself for his sluggishness. There are fishermen on the frostbitten river, yet they continue to employ such primitive tools. Harpoons, rip nets, such a waste. It is time to demonstrate to this world what true fishing entails. In this realm, no one understands it better than he does. Dick begins to comprehend once more as he gallops back to Everwinter City, his chest filled with fervent hope and indomitable spirit. At the workshop, Yara gazes at him in astonishment as he bursts in with fervor. Dick, speaking rapidly, orders the most resilient fine ropes to be brought forth, selects the most skilled children for rope making, and rolls up his sleeves to demonstrate personally. No need for intricate nets. This size of the mesh will suffice. He gestures to the size of a child's fist. We will create long net enclosures, akin to vast intestinal pouches capable of holding fish. His mind races through the wilderness survival skills of his past life. The main river channel is impractical to drain completely, but numerous narrow tributaries upstream present the only hope. After days of relentless effort, Yara, Arno, and the children collaboratively weave several large and resilient long nets. Dick promptly seeks out Karen Brown, the head of the infirmary. Though this man limps on one leg, his physique remains as robust as an iron tower. "Karen, gather dozens of nimble and resilient brethren, equipped with tools and the 2 reinforced wagons. Follow me." The team braves the biting cold wind, trudging along the riverbank, soon discovering an ideal narrow tributary entrance. Here, the water is shallow, and the current is relatively gentle. Dick directs the wounded soldiers, their robust shouts echoing as they drive thick wooden stakes deep into the muddy riverbed, firmly securing the long, cage-like fishing net between the stakes, effectively constructing a barrier beneath the water that completely obstructs the river's flow. Meanwhile, another group, armed with long poles, positions themselves along both banks upstream, rhythmically striking the water's surface, stirring up the silt from the riverbed. The sound of splashing is deafening. "Hey, hooray, put your backs into it. Don't let the fish slip away." Karen, leaning on his long pole, limps along the shore, commanding with a booming voice. The fish in the river, startled and panicked, flee, occasionally leaping from the water, glistening like silver. The commotion within the net grows increasingly intense, transitioning from sporadic thuds to a cacophony of flapping, culminating in the entire net rolling and thrashing violently, sending water splashing everywhere. Everyone on the bank holds their breath, their eyes fixed on the tumultuous surface. Halt in the net. Dick seizes the moment, raising his arm and shouting. Dozens of wounded soldiers form groups to pull the ropes, their synchronized chants resonating through the valley. 1, 2, pull. The heavy net is gradually dragged toward the shore. When the first catch is fully lifted from the water, an uproar of deafening, nearly frenzied cheers erupts from the bank. A bountiful harvest. The net overflows with lively fish, some as large as an adult's arm, others no bigger than a palm, crowd together, shimmering with intoxicating silver glints in the sunlight. The two reinforced wagons cannot possibly contain this immense bounty, and the men excitedly carry the remaining fish in large baskets. Dick's heart races with exhilaration. This is not only the dawn of relief from the food crisis, but these fish have also become the manifestation of his efforts. Countless pale green, nearly imperceptible specks of light are quietly drifting from the struggling fish, silently merging with his being. Excellent. Simply marvelous. He gazes at the abundant yield, his smile wide and uncontainable. The wounded soldiers scramble to distribute the catch. The group returns triumphant, laden with hope and bounty. The wagons piled high with fish, the faint green specks drifting along the way. The excited boasts and laughter of the soldiers create ripples akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring great waves in the villages along the route, and ultimately in the city of Everwinter. Look, my goodness, so many fish. Where did they come from? It is said that Lord Dick devised a new method for catching them. Remarkable. Along the way, gasps and cheers rise and fall in a chorus. People rush into the streets, eager to witness this incredible harvest. Dick, mounted on his tall steed, feels the devouring power within him, absorbing the subtle yet persistent flow of causality, a warm current filling him, his face aglow with a long-awaited, vibrant smile. The cart delivered the freshly caught fish directly to the castle smokehouse. The servants, upon witnessing the mound of flopping fish, were initially rendered speechless, only to be unable to suppress a wry smile. My lord, there are far too many. We cannot possibly finish this. It is utterly impossible. Dick, observing the vibrant and bustling chaos before him, felt the nearly ceaseless warmth of devouring within him, and an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged forth, prompting him to burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The soldiers, servants, and the gathered subjects were all uplifted by this laughter, filled with vigor and hope, their weary faces blossoming with smiles. Yet, amidst the clamor and joy, at the highest point of the castle, before the frigid window of the tower, stood his elder brother, Roger Stark, the heir of House Stark, quietly contemplating, his profound gaze pierced through the biting cold, resting upon his spirited younger brother below, as well as upon the mountain of fish that symbolized vitality and hope. Chapter 48. The Heart's not a small river, of course, could not resolve House Stark's grain shortage crisis. However, solutions are often more plentiful than difficulties. Dick led the team, traversing 4 different river sections in a single day, yielding commendable results. Seasoned fishermen guided the novices, imparting the intricacies of fishing. The group was further divided into smaller teams, scattering like a net to all water bodies within the territory that harbored fish. Dick understood the principle of sustainable fishing and firmly decreed, the mesh of the nets must not be smaller than the fist of an adult man. Better to catch less than to endanger the smaller fish, ensuring a future for the territory. The results came swiftly. Cartloads of fresh fish were transported back to the castle and village, significantly alleviating the food shortage. The subjects were first astonished, followed by jubilant cheers. Their simple understanding was clear. The more food, the better. Roger, witnessing this, resolved to host a feast to celebrate Dick's resolution of the food crisis. Family members, knights, and warriors from the Falcon tribe gathered in the hall, illuminated brightly by the flickering lights. The centerpiece of the feast was the fresh fish, grilled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within, accompanied by a creamy, fragrant fish soup, complemented by smoked meats and hearty dark bread, all bursting with flavor. The knights and warriors engaged in spirited drinking, their faces flushed with merriment. They toasted to the lord and lady, to Roger, and some even raised their glasses in high spirits to Dick. Meanwhile, a brave young knight dared to toast to the beautiful Anna Stark, eliciting a chorus of laughter. The atmosphere was exceptionally joyous, yet Dick dined slowly, savoring each bite. As the banquet drew to a close, the guests began to disperse. In the hall, Dick sat flanked by 2 lovely falcons, his cousins, Aaron and Martha, chattering excitedly on either side of him, their bright eyes sparkling. His younger brother, Torrhen, continued to eat, casting furtive glances at his cousins while eyeing the towering empty plate before him, his expression a mixture of dejection and determination, as if competing with someone. After Dick finished a plate, just as the servant had begun to stack the empty dish, Torrhen devoured another, creating a higher pile than Dick's. Brother Roger remained, holding a wine glass, watching Torrhen with keen interest. Once Dick savored his last bite and wiped his hands clean, Roger nodded toward Torrhen, saying, "Torrhen, escort my lovely cousins back to their room." Torrhen's eyes lit up, eagerly nodding in agreement. However, the two young ladies pouted, appearing somewhat reluctant. Roger turned to Dick, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Dick, follow me. I have a surprise for you." Surprise? Dick was puzzled, trailing behind Roger through a maze of turns, only to arrive at the door of his own chamber. Bewildered, Dick's expression conveyed a sense of confusion. Roger raised an eyebrow, wearing a mischievous grin, and stepped aside. "After you." As Dick opened the door, he was instantly taken aback. A line of young and beautiful maids stood respectfully, greeting him with curtsies and radiant smiles as he entered. Stunned at the threshold, Dick's mind raced with questions. What was his brother up to? Yet, he quickly recalled his mentor, Viscato's words. "Dick, you need servants. You must ask your brother for help. Do you like it, my dear brother?" Roger entered, closing the door behind him, gesturing to the maids. "You've been a tremendous help, and your brother is grateful. However, you never voiced a desire for anything. I took the liberty to arrange for you some attendants. They are all here for your choosing." Roger paused, a blend of mischief and concern flickering across his face. If you want them all." He leaned closer to Dick, locking eyes, his tone shifting to seriousness. "As long as you express your wish, your brother will accommodate you." Dick's gaze swept across the maids before returning to Roger, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. His brother had misunderstood. Unsure how to clarify, he sighed softly, meeting Roger's gaze earnestly. "Brother, you may indeed have misconstrued my intentions. Whether servants or maids, it truly is unnecessary." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Roger's eyes. Dick quickly added, "There's no need for selection. You may arrange it as you see fit. I will defer to your judgment." However, he carefully chose his words. "Brother, you might harbor a misunderstanding. I am constantly aware of my position as the second son of the Castark family. I have my own aspirations. Perhaps you could interpret it as a preference for hunting." Unable to confess his pursuit of the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends, Dick fell silent. Roger listened intently, gradually relaxing, a gentle smile breaking through. He opened his arms wide. Understanding that his brother's worries had dissipated, Dick stepped forward and embraced Roger. "My dear brother," Roger exclaimed, patting Dick's back heartily, his laughter ringing clear. "I only wish to give you a surprise, a reward you truly deserve." He released Dick, reverting to his playful demeanor, winking at the maids. "All right, ladies, you may leave now. Let my brother rest. He is still getting accustomed," he chuckled. The maids filed out in an orderly fashion, and Roger followed suit, the door gently closing behind them. Dixon exhaled softly and, moving to the corner, gathered the plump cat-fat bow into his arms, stroking its wriggling furry head as he settled down. Outside in the corridor, Roger's footsteps gradually faded away, yet the bright smile that had graced his face vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed, leaving only a shadow of gloom, his gaze swirling with complexity. Disappointment? Anger? Or perhaps a deeper doubt? He halted, leaning against the cold stone wall. As Dixon's words echoed in his ears, "Prefer hunting." The younger son, Roger, softly chewed on this phrase, his tone laced with a barely perceptible chill. Dixon's achievements were monumental. The cheers of the populace and the unabashed respect shown by the warriors of the Falcon tribe towards Dixon were vividly imprinted in Roger's mind. As the heir, he felt the pressing need to seize control, to discern Dixon's true desires: power, status, or perhaps women. The gifting of maids was not merely a gesture, it was a test, an attempt at alliance, and a demonstration of the elder brother's generosity and dominion. Should Dixon accept with eagerness, even displaying greed, Roger would feel a sense of relief. A brother who could be satisfied with material offerings posed a limited threat. He had even prepared himself to acquiesce should Dixon audaciously declare, "I want them all." Yet, to his surprise, Dixon initially refused. Although he later suggested arranging selections, and even invoked his status as the younger son to exhibit propriety, claiming he preferred hunting, Roger was skeptical. He had witnessed Dixon's commanding presence while fishing. Such demeanor was not characteristic of someone merely content with hunting. This refusal, akin to a thin veil, rendered Dixon even more elusive. Was he genuinely willing to play the role of the younger son? Or was there a deeper concealment? The energy Dixon expended on such matters, was it merely a hobby? The gifts he offered were evidently met with indifference from Dixon. Did he regard them as beneath his consideration? This sentiment was unsettling, even more so than if Dixon had demanded more, prompting Roger to remain vigilant. A brother who seeks nothing yet possesses capability is exceedingly perilous. Roger pinched the bridge of his nose. Dixon had recently resolved the food crisis, earning accolades. Roger could not, nor would he, take immediate action. Yet this vigilance, this doubt deepened by Dixon's refusal, had already taken root within him like a seed, quietly sown in his heart. He needed to observe more closely, to scrutinize Dixon's every action, to ascertain whether he truly preferred hunting. Straightening himself, he inhaled deeply, the shadows of the corridor casting a half-darkness across his face, his expression inscrutable. Then, he turned and his footsteps echoed in the empty hallway, imbued with an inescapable melancholy. He needed to contemplate carefully how to arrange the two most beautiful and most attentive maids beside Dixon in the room. Dick cradled Fatty in his arms, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts and sudden shifts in sentiment swirling outside the door, only feeling a wave of relaxation after fatigue. Having resolved the issue of provisions and navigated the evening feast, he had also temporarily appeased his elder brother's goodwill. He yearned for a moment of tranquility, yet his thoughts drifted involuntarily towards the fragment. Fatty let out a disgruntled meow, struggling to leap down. Dick released his grasp, watching the plump cat nimbly bound to the windowsill, gazing into the night. The night was still long, and the undercurrents within the Stark household seemed to have only just begun to stir. Chapter 49. Why? Before his journey through time, Dick was an utterly ordinary individual, devoid of lineage or connections, never even having been elected as a group leader during his school days. Now reborn as a noble Xi'an, he naively clung to the notion that if he refrained from grasping for power, if he simply remained honest over time, his family would come to understand his genuine desire to be an idle person. Alas, he failed to comprehend that within this whirlpool of authority, certain identities cannot be evaded merely by wishing to do so. Born into it, he was already a part of the game, breathing air tinged with the rust of power. Soon, Dick would taste an unprecedented flavor, awkwardness akin to a searing iron brand, anger like the undercurrents beneath a frozen expanse, and helplessness constricting his throat. Just days after the banquet, two young and beautiful maidens were assigned to Dick's chamber. He did not refuse. He knew such a denial would be futile. Much like the ever-present guards shadowing his steps, he had grown accustomed to this reality. To substantiate his claims, he even abstained from fishing, despite this decision costing him a considerable loss of soul essence. It mattered not. He would make up for it through hunting. Thus, these days, Dick reverted to his former self, spending his time outdoors with bow and arrow on horseback, pursuing game amidst the biting winds and sparse woodlands of the frontier. However, the tranquil days did not last long. One evening, after finishing dinner and intending to retire to his room, he was unexpectedly confronted at his door by his uncle, Tony Stark. Tony languidly leaned against the cold stone wall, gesturing toward the two maids tidying up inside, while casting sidelong glances and chuckling at Dick. Our little Dick seems to have truly grown up, ha ha ha, his laughter laced with a hint of mischief. With a resigned shrug, Dick was too weary to offer an explanation. What is it? Tony's laughter gradually subsided, his expression shifting from mischief to a more complicated concern. With a heavy sigh, he seemed to gather significant resolve before speaking. Dick, come with me to a place. Do not ask, you will understand when we arrive. With that, he produced a large, thick cloak capable of covering him from head to toe, handing it to Dick and signaling him to wear it, concealing his conspicuous silver hair and visage. Tony himself swiftly donned a similar cloak. Although Dick was filled with questions, he recalled his Uncle Tony's consistent kindness towards him, and thus he hesitated not. Wrapped tightly in his cloak, Dick quietly followed Tony out of the castle. The guard soldiers, recognizing Tony, dared not to obstruct their passage, nor did anyone attempt to follow. As they traversed the night of Everwinter, Dick was struck for the first time by the profound darkness that enveloped the land beyond the walls. It was a weighty, inky blackness that seemed to absorb all light. Only a few scattered torches at the intersections sliced through the thick gloom, casting a feeble, flickering glow that barely illuminated the cobblestones beneath their feet. Tony led him through winding paths, finally turning into the back alley of the only raucous tavern in the city. As they approached, the scene before them stood in stark contrast to the oppressive silence outside. The narrow alley was lined with numerous torches, their flames dancing and casting shadows that writhed like phantoms. A diverse throng of people surged through the alley, some clad in coarse linen, while others, more numerous, stumbled drunkenly. Soldiers and knights alike. The establishments lining the street were far from respectable, A mere glance was enough for Dick to grasp their nature. In the shadows illuminated by firelight, several flamboyantly dressed women leaned against the walls, their eyes casting flirtatious glances at the passing men. Dick silently acknowledged this with a thought, regardless of the world or era. Such establishments seemed perennial, a facet of nightlife that was all too familiar. Although it was his first encounter here, he merely raised an eyebrow, feeling no significant shock. For he had seen a modicum of life in his previous existence. He recalled how, before his crossing over, his supervisor Liu Dazhuang had once attempted to entice him with the promise of a technician to ensure his continued toil. What truly bewildered Dick was the purpose of his uncle bringing him to such a place. He quickened his pace, grasping Tony's arm in disbelief. His voice a muted blend of astonishment and irritation. "Wait, stop. My dear uncle, are you truly intending to bring your nephew to experience life?" he exclaimed, incredulity lacing his tone. "By the gods, do you find this appropriate?" This time, however, Tony did not respond with his usual playful demeanor. He simply shook his head in silence, urging Dick to continue following him. Resigned, Dick lowered his hood further, nearly obscuring his entire face, and stubbornly trailed behind Tony into the depths of the alley, which reeked of cheap perfume and inferior liquor. As they ventured deeper, the light dwindled and the chatter faded. Eventually, Tony halted in the shadows of a dilapidated wooden structure. He gestured discreetly to Dick, indicating that he should look ahead. Peering curiously, Dick's eyes widened as the firelight revealed an enormous silhouette that nearly blocked the small door of the cabin, sitting beside a modest fire. That familiar, rotund figure was none other than Arno, the giant who perpetually grinned and could only utter his own name. Beside him, nestled closely, was the slender silhouette of Yara. At this moment, an elderly woman stood in front of the wooden cabin, retaining a semblance of grace despite the weariness and worldliness etched upon her features. She forced a smile, half pulling and half shoving two inebriated soldiers, swaying unsteadily, towards the dilapidated wooden door. As the soldiers passed by Arno and Yara, they leered at Yara, whose youthful form was beginning to reveal its alluring curves, emitting lewd and suggestive laughter. Yet, even in their drunken stupor, they seemed aware of the boundaries they could not cross, and under the woman's coaxing, they stumbled into the door, giggling. With a creak, the wooden door shut behind them. Immediately, sounds from within the cabin pierced Dick's ears with excruciating clarity. His senses, heightened by the effects of the 72 fiends of the earth, became instruments of torment. The woman's voice, strained yet tinged with desperation, mingled with the soldiers' crude banter and heavy breathing. Each syllable felt like a searing needle, mercilessly puncturing Dick's eardrums. His body stiffened, as if his blood had frozen in an instant. For the first time, he loathed his own cursed sensitivity, wishing fervently to be deaf. Outside, Yara remained oblivious to the horrors unfolding within. Perhaps she had already come to terms with her mother's grim endeavors. Even though she and her brother had received food from Dick's workshop, Arno's massive form resembled a bottomless pit, demanding more money and sustenance to satiate his hunger. Yara sat beside the foolishly grinning Arno, absent-mindedly stirring a small stick in the fire. She buried her head deeply in the crook of her arm, revealing only her beautiful eyes, which stared vacantly at the flickering flames. The dancing firelight seemed to burn and distort within her clear gaze, gradually sketching a blurred yet heart-trembling outline. Silver hair, a handsome profile, radiating the youthful brilliance that made her shy to behold. The corners of Yara's mouth involuntarily curved into a bittersweet smile, one that could shatter hearts. The firelight cast a shy blush across her cheeks, obscured by her arms. Meanwhile, Dick, lurking in the cold shadows of the wall, felt as though struck by lightning, rendered utterly motionless. The unbearable sounds from inside continued to assault his nerves: anger, shame, an unfathomable sense of helplessness, and an inexplicable feeling of humiliation wrapped around his heart like numerous cold serpents, gnawing fiercely. His mind was a blank, as if frozen gears had come to a complete halt. The wide-brimmed hood of his cloak concealed much of his face, leaving only his tightly compressed, pallid lips exposed. After what felt like an eternity, Dick managed to squeeze out a low, hoarse question through clenched teeth, as if retrieving shards of ice from the abyss. Why? This question was directed at his Uncle Tony, who stood silently beside him like a stone. Tony offered no reply. He embedded himself deeper into the shadows of the wall, lifting his head to gaze at the inky, starless night sky above. Dick, met with silence, felt the pent-up volcano of his emotions finally erupt. He abruptly turned towards Tony, his body trembling violently beneath the cloak, as the suppressed fury overwhelmed his reason, his voice twisted by sheer rage and humiliation. Why? Why did you suddenly bring me here? What do you truly intend to do? This uncontrollable roar resonated sharply in the relative stillness of the alley, shattering the stillness before the wooden cabin. The creaky door of the dilapidated cabin swung open, revealing two soldiers who had just finished their business, swaggering out with their arms around each other and their clothes disheveled. Clearly still intoxicated, they caught sight of Yara by the fire and instinctively broke into lewd laughter. Yet, their mirth ceased abruptly the next moment. They looked up and beheld the two shadowy figures draped in mysterious cloaks at the corner of the cabin. Tony disregarded Dick's outburst. Slowly raising his head, his hood fell back, revealing the face of the infamous Castar family, well known in Everwinter City. There was no hint of a smile, only an icy demeanor that seemed to freeze the very air. Tony's lips curled into a cruel, emotionless grin directed at the two soldiers. The intoxicated soldiers felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss in the midst of summer, or as if they had encountered the legendary ferocious ice wolves of the tundra. The color drained from their faces, and cold sweat cascaded down their foreheads like a waterfall. Their legs weakened, and with a thud, they collapsed to the cold, filthy ground, trembling like leaves in a storm. Tony coldly articulated a single word through clenched teeth: leave. Like receiving a reprieve, the two soldiers scrambled away, crawling and stumbling in their haste, not daring to glance back. The commotion also drew Arnold's attention. He turned curiously, his massive frame resembling a moving mountain. Even though Dick was cloaked and concealed, Arnold's innocent eye seemed to recognize him instantly. Forgetting his previous confusion, he beamed at Dick, waving his giant hand with exuberance, calling out as he always did, "Arnold! Arnold! Arnold!" His voice boomed with joy, though Yara could not hear. Arnold's sudden movement and the soldiers' reactions jolted her awake from the illusion cast by the flames. She turned to follow her brother, and in that moment, her gaze locked onto the cloaked figure in the corner shadows. Although the face was obscured, the familiar posture and a glimpse of distinctive silver hair escaping the cloak filled her with a mix of surprise and delight. Yet, in the next instant, it felt as though she had encountered the most terrifying nightmare, as all light extinguished in an instant. Panic, fear, helplessness, and shame surged through her, culminating in an overwhelming despair that engulfed her like a cold tide, drowning her completely. As the stick that Yala used to poke the fire slipped feebly from her grasp and clattered onto the cold stone floor, the warmth that had briefly tinged her cheeks with a rosy hue vanished, leaving her pallid as parchment. Helplessly gazing at Dick's silhouette, her lips trembled, first releasing suppressed, fragmented sobs, which soon erupted into a heart-wrenching, hoarse wail. The piercing cry, laden with despair and collapse, cut through the tainted air of the alley. Dick seemed to hear, once more, the desperate screams that had emanated from Yala during years of bullying, a haunting echo of helplessness. In that moment, within Yala's tear-filled eyes, the specter of the silver-haired boy was swiftly receding amidst her cries of despair, shattering, ultimately vanishing into the frigid abyss of darkness. Chapter 50. The chill what maiden does not harbor the tender stirrings of youth? This sentiment encapsulates the secret and delicate yearnings of adolescence. Such longing mirrors the budding blossoms of spring, adorned with morning dew, basking in the warmth of the rising sun, embodying the purest pulse of life. It is as untainted as a stream reflecting the moon, untouched by worldly calculations. Perhaps it is a fleeting glimpse of a boy's profile, a name lingering in the heart, or a mysterious melody carried by the evening breeze that sends ripples across the tranquil lake of a girl's heart. Yala was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between her and that noble youth. She carefully concealed her feelings deep within, daring not to desire more. When praying to the seven gods, her solitary wish was merely to walk beside him. Yet tonight, the beautiful bubble she had treasured was ruthlessly burst. Feeling deeply humiliated, Dick's anger flared, and he contemplated fleeing the stifling embarrassment of the moment. But as he turned to leave, his gaze collided with Yala's eyes, filled with despair. Her heart-wrenching sobs echoed in his ears. Like a bucket of cold water dousing him, Dick abruptly realized it was he who felt shame. Yet the true bearer of humiliation and anguish was the innocent girl before him. Taking a deep breath, Dick forcefully removed his hood, suppressing his mounting ire towards his uncle, Tony Stark, along with the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. He approached Yala, the girl he had once helped escape bullying, who had now blossomed into an indispensable assistant in his leather workshop. Wait. The term leather workshop suddenly flickered in Dick's mind, his thoughts racing like lightning. He recalled the scholar, Viscount, who was originally meant to manage the workshop. However, with the departure of the old scholar, Viscount had also left Winterfell. And what of Dick himself? He had always seized any opportunity to hunt outside the city, showing little enthusiasm for the management of the workshop. Who then? is the true overseer of the workshop? The answer is all too apparent. Yara. Dick's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered Yara's position and influence within the workshop. The people there, perhaps out of respect for him, had consistently adhered to Yara's directives. As his thoughts deepened, Dick's emotions gradually settled. He felt he was on the verge of grasping the answer to the pressing question, why? Approaching Yara, he remained silent, opening his arms to gently embrace her trembling shoulders in a gesture of solace, his fingers swiftly gesturing before her. Everything that transpired tonight is not your fault. It is I who have entangled you. Do not weep. I cherish the sight of your smiling eyes. Yara's gaze remained fixed upon the silver-haired youth, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, her sorrowful weeping unabated. Dick felt somewhat at a loss, entirely inexperienced in handling such a situation. The door of the dilapidated wooden cabin creaked open, and a gaunt, exceedingly weary woman stumbled out, her voice fraught with urgency. Arno. Yara, clearly startled by her daughter's cries. When her eyes fell upon the prominent silver-haired youth before her daughter, astonishment swiftly supplanted her anxiety. This was the first time Dick had encountered her. Yet she recognized the Lord's second son, known throughout Everwinter for his kindness, benevolence, and intelligence. She was acutely aware of her daughter's sentiments. The identity of Yara's affections could not escape a mother's discerning gaze. Recalling the moment when she had led 2 soldiers into the house, it was highly probable that this young man had witnessed it all, causing her complexion to turn ashen with panic. She longed to approach her weeping daughter, but her legs felt as if laden with lead, trembling from fear and frailty. With a thud, she collapsed onto the cold, muddy ground. Beside her, Arno, though perplexed, immediately rushed to his mother's side, crouching down in an effort to help her rise. Arno. With her son's support, the woman struggled to stand, her gaze evasive, filled with trepidation and disarray as she deeply bowed to Dick, her words tumbling incoherently. My lord, Master Dick, you. The overwhelming dread rendered her speechless. As Dick observed the woman's abject posture, Yara's desperate sobs, and Arno's innocent unease, the sense of humiliation he had just begun to quell was once again pricked. He understood that remaining here was, in itself, a continuous source of pain for them, a sensation he had recently experienced. There is no need for such deference, madam. Dick spoke, his voice laced with a hint of regret, striving to appear composed. My unannounced visit to Yara's home was indeed presumptuous. Turning to Yara, he swiftly and clearly gestured in sign language, simultaneously addressing the woman. Since I am now aware of Yara and Arno's residence, I shall return to escort them tomorrow morning. I shall not intrude upon you any further tonight. His movements were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. After speaking, Dick embraced Yara gently once more, sensing that her tears had finally begun to wane. Finally, he made a distinct gesture. Wait for me tomorrow morning. Then, without hesitation, he turned decisively, his black cloak slicing through the stagnant air as he strode away with purpose. The silver strands of his hair traced a cold arc in the dim light, swiftly merging into the shadows of the alley. Dick, wait. His uncle, Tony Stark, called out behind him, chasing after him. Dick paid no heed until he turned the corner onto the main road leading to the castle, where Tony finally caught up, breathless, and blocked his path. Hey, by the gods above. Tony spread his hands, his expression a blend of innocence and a hint of supplication. My dear nephew, with your clever mind, you must surely comprehend that this matter has nothing to do with poor Tony. The initial fury had somewhat subsided, and reason regained the upper hand as Dick coldly stared at Tony, his voice as chilling as the eternal winter wind. Is it my dear brother Roger? After a pause, Dick's gaze deepened with complexity, as if probing a bottomless ice cavern, and he added in a low voice, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Or is it my father? Tony did not respond directly but shrugged and, without further discussion, wrapped his arm around Dick's shoulder, half pulling, half leading him towards a nearby tavern. Come, let us have a couple of drinks, my poor uncle. A little alcohol will clear your mind. Dick did not resist, as the searing humiliation and anger gradually cooled. The tumultuous thoughts weighed even heavier upon him. Chapter 51. The decision to leave in the raucous tavern, upon seeing Dick and Tony Stark without their hoods. The best table was immediately vacated, even the drunkards wisely moved aside. As 2 frosty mugs of ale were placed before him, Dick uttered a simple thank you. He lifted the mug and drank deeply. The coarse liquid cascaded down his throat, as if to wash away all the pent-up frustrations within his chest. Beside him, Tony shook his head, taking a long swig himself, sighing with satisfaction and nostalgia. Dick, you have always been different, quite special, shall we say? Dick slammed his empty mug onto the table, signaling the serving girl for a refill. The icy liquid brought a momentary gasp of numbness. In what way special? Tony scratched his scruffy beard, clicking his tongue. For instance, you actually say thank you to the serving girl. You, in this place, he gestured broadly at the rugged environment, are at odds. When I carried you out of Hornsby Keep as a baby, you were so small, not a peep from you, your eyes darting around. And now you've grown up. It's as if you've become too good for your own good. Impeccably so. Dick accepted the fresh ale, the sharpness irritating his throat. Old Bachelor Valentine once said something similar. That old man who stargazed that night? Tony grinned widely. What an amusing old fellow. Indeed, a soft-hearted one. He then leaned closer, lowering his voice. Listen, Dick, the moniker the Rat Catcher is quite thrilling. Or perhaps something more scandalous would serve better than the widely sung praises of clever and kind Dick, wouldn't it? It would save you a great deal of trouble. Dick scoffed, laced with a hint of self-deprecation and irony. Like you, my dear Uncle Tony? Ha! Tony, far from being offended, burst into hearty laughter, giving Dick a firm pat on the back. Indeed, if one is to be a rogue, one should tread lightly or meddle less. His words were laden with implication. Dick shook his head. Some matters cannot merely be evaluated on the basis of feasibility. They must also consider whether they ought to be done. His gaze drifted towards the swirling liquid in his cup. He then shifted the conversation. What about you, Uncle? With your unique perspective, what are your expectations? After all these years. What of my aunt? What of your children? This inquiry struck a chord, for in an era where blood ties reigned supreme, Tony's bachelorhood was glaringly conspicuous. Tony's smile faded as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. Juliet Christie, the one with the red hair. You've seen her. We have a child. His expression darkened. But what remains of House Stark? Just Winterfell and the frozen lands. The traitor Silas is like a ravenous wolf, smelling blood. Either we defeat Silas, and perhaps your father and brother might grant me a livable piece of land. Then Juliet shall be your aunt, and the child shall be a Stark. Tony paused, his voice dropping to a whisper. Or, if the gods are blind and allow the traitor to prevail, then let Juliet raise the child, naming him Snow or whatever else. Dick regarded his uncle anew, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. You think that far ahead? Of course. Tony resumed his nonchalant smile. Everyone has their plans. But what about you, Dick? His gaze sharpened. What do you truly desire? No one knew what Dick Stark genuinely yearned for. It was quite unfortunate. Tony began to enumerate with his fingers self-discipline, kindness, politeness to all, even to the kitchen maid. Do you aspire to be a monk? No, that's not right. Even monks occasionally sneak out to the back streets. Are you perhaps aiming to be a hermit, one who deliberately torments himself? Tony's tone was a blend of jest and earnest inquiry. I'm not that virtuous. Dick's face flushed with the warmth of the wine, fighting, running wild in the woods, bullying my younger siblings. I even flirted with the maid. He emphasized this point deliberately. Tony laughed heartily. Fighting? Bullying siblings? Your father and I were far more ruthless in our day. Flirting with the maid? Before he could finish, Tony abruptly reached out, playfully slapping the backside of the serving maid who was bending over to wipe the table. Smack. Ah. The maid jumped up, her face a mixture of shame and anger. Amidst the raucous laughter in the tavern, Tony unabashedly winked at Dick. See? That's what I call flirting. Not just with words. Even your brother Torrin has dragged a maid into an empty room. And you? Dick, do you intend to use your so-called virtue to humiliate us simple folk? Huh. Humiliate you. Dick's fury erupted as he slammed his goblet onto the table, wine splattering. It is you who have humiliated me tonight. And you've involved the innocent Yara. Tony's smile vanished, replaced by a bitter shake of his head. By the gods, it has nothing to do with me. Yet, he sighed, leaning closer and lowering his voice. You have done remarkably well, so well that you are nearly a hero. Dick, reputation is ill-suited for a second son in our family. It is more perilous than sword or dagger. Tony met Dick's furious gaze, patiently explaining. What transpired tonight was not intended to harm you. Who would truly seek to undermine their own hero? Only villains and fools. And as for House Stark, at least for now, we have no such fools. Want the workshop? Take it. Dick growled. Why must you humiliate me and Yara like this? I never intended to monopolize. How can I take it? Tony countered. Even if you are not present, Yara stands there as your representative in the workshop. As long as you are in Winterfell. As long as Yara remains in the workshop, it shall forever be yours. No one can take it away. Tony took a sip of wine, both admiring and lamenting. How much food and iron have been traded for the leather armor from the workshop? Wherever your bridges and roads lead, the reputation of merciful, kind, and clever Lord Dick follows. That is no empty title, Dick. That is power. It is the hearts of men. It is, moreover, a target. Tony leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting, I am beginning to understand why your grandfather sent the most formidable Carol to Winterfell and cast me to White Harbor. He chuckled at his own folly. Neither of us obeyed. Carol befriended the wildlings, while I slipped away to become a mercenary across the narrow sea. Your father likely now comprehends why the old man acted as he did. Yet understanding after the fact is vastly different from seeing clearly beforehand. Dick fell silent, his anger replaced by a deeper, icy weariness. Why must it be this way? Had my father and uncles remained at Horn Hill, perhaps, just perhaps, there would have been no opportunity for betrayal. Tony regarded Dick with a bemused expression, shaking his head. Child, there are no what-ifs in the face of power. I don't know if you've heard, but across the narrow sea, there exists a mercenary company called the Second Sons. He paused. It is said they were once destroyed, yet have been re-established. Can you guess why? Dick certainly understood. This world is never devoid of noble men, cast aside and marginalized due to their family's lesser standing. He seized his goblet, downing the wine, but the chill of his heart remained unquenched. I thought accepting my brother's guards and made it already signified my stance, his voice bitter and weary. After a long while, Dick raised his head, his emotions crystallizing into cold determination. Tomorrow, I will leave Winterfell with Arno, Yara, and the 3 rescued servants. Tony's gaze sharpened. Where to? The wilderness. Dick did not hesitate. There lay a tribe of wild men who had recognized their father as their master, the largest hunting party. Hunting, I have stated. It is the pursuit I desire. This has never changed. He turned to Tony. Why do you not believe me? Tony sighed in relief. Very well. The wilderness it is. By the gods above, I was prepared with a plethora of words to dissuade you from the front lines or from leaving home. Dick shot Tony an exasperated glance. Did you not say that no one would truly part with me, their treasure? Silently, he sighed within. The clamor of the tavern seemed to exist behind a veil of water. To depart. To leave, if only for a time, until Silas was resolved. Until sufficient strength was amassed. Until more secrets of the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends were grasped. Until one was capable of confronting the bizarre legends of this world. At that moment, Dick gazed out at the profound night enveloping Winterhold. Where could he not go? Chapter 52. The free folk outside Winterhold. The frost-cold river shimmered with silver under the morning light. Dick reined in his horse, halting at the riverbank. Behind him stood Arno, as formidable as an iron tower. And Yala, like a shadow. Further back were the brothers Sam and Cody. They were the wild boys taken in years ago, now grown into sharp-eyed, robust young men. Their father, Saya, suffered from an old leg injury, and Dick chose not to bring him along. He had hoped to depart quietly to avoid any complications. Yet his father, Count Carlin Stark, and his elder brother, Roger Stark, followed him to the icy riverbank. On the opposite bank, a dozen men stood on the shallows. Clad in heavy leather armor emblazoned with the Stark family crest, their disheveled hair and beards and the rugged aura of the northern tribes surrounded them. These were the reinforcements hastily summoned by Count Carlin from the allied tribe. The cold wind whipped the river's moisture, striking his face like a blade. The Count sat tall upon his horse, his back straight as a frost-laden spear. As the Lord, his countenance bore an unmistakable gravity. Yet, Dick understood certain truths. His inebriated uncle, Tony, clapped him on the shoulder, exhaling the scent of alcohol. Dick, do not blame your father. He was a pure warrior in his youth and the second son of the family, always preoccupied with how to grip the hilt of the sword. For the family's power was not destined for him. It was that upheaval, which nearly toppled the Stark house, that thrust Carlin into the lordship. He fought with all his might to preserve the family legacy. But waging war is unlike being a father, especially as sons grow. Their thoughts becoming as elusive as the winter winds, difficult to grasp. Carlin does not comprehend, nor can he manage it well. Dick sensed the concern hidden beneath his father's cold exterior, like a current beneath the frozen earth, subtle yet real. Dick and his companions rode over the wooden arch bridge. The men on the opposite bank hurried forward, and the leading father and son knelt on one knee before Count Carlin's horse. The senior man, with a resonant voice, proclaimed, "Esteemed master, your servant Austin, accompanied by his son Eli, has come to welcome the young master." The Count sat upon his steed, his gaze sweeping across the icy expanse, resting finally on Dick's slender party before turning to the kneeling father and son. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he uttered a single phrase, "Get up. Austin, take care of my son." As Austin and Eli rose, Dick hesitated for a moment. Letting out a silent sigh, he dismounted and approached his elder brother, Roger, who bore a complex and somewhat evasive expression. Standing before Roger, Dick raised his hand and delivered a light punch that landed firmly on Roger's sturdy shoulder, producing a dull thud. Roger paused, staring at his grinning silver-haired brother. Dick spread his arms wide, his face adorned with an exaggerated smile. "Hey, after our farewell, aren't you going to give your dearest brother a hug?" Roger's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His lips moved, yet no words escaped. Observing this, Dick urged him repeatedly, "Come on. For the sake of Fat Bo, hurry up, Roger." Roger looked at his brother's playful grin, and like a burden lifted, a relieved smile broke across his face. He stepped forward and embraced Dick tightly, giving his back 2 hearty pats, yet remained silent. Dick grinned widely but lowered his voice to say, "By the way, those 2 maids in my room, don't let them be reassigned. Ensure they take good care of Fat Bo for me. Do you hear?" Roger chuckled, laughing heartily, and returned the playful punch. "Got it, you little rascal." With a smile, Dick mounted his horse. He cast one last glance at the gates of Everwinter City. Enhanced by the 72 remnants of earthly calamity tome, his vision surpassed that of ordinary men. As the morning light slanted in the shadow of the city gate, Dick clearly saw Yara and Arno's mother gazing at her children. His gaze rose higher, and on the wall's parapet, his mother Helena stood alongside his aunt Kalia, also watching him depart. With a firm resolve, Dick turned abruptly, tightening his grip on the horse's belly as he called out, "Let us go." The hooves shattered the gravel along the riverbank, leading the group into the harsh morning light of the wilderness. However, Dick could not hear his aunt's words from atop the wall. "Kaelin is nothing but a deceiver. Back in the day, he broke his promise and ran off with you. He ought to compensate our Falcon tribe with one of his sons. In my view, Dick would be quite suitable." Dick could not see his mother Helena, rolling his eyes at his aunt's remarks. Once they crossed the frost-cold river and entered the wilderness, Dick immediately sensed the difference. No wonder it was called the wilderness. As the vast expanse opened up before him, towering trees were nearly absent, yet it was not a barren desert. Instead, the landscape was filled with low shrubs and wild grasses, the ground covered in a thick layer of green vegetation resembling moss or lichen, soft beneath his feet. Shadows of small animals flitted through the underbrush, and Dick suppressed the urge to draw his bow as he dismounted and approached the unmounted Austin and his son. "Is the tribe short on horses?" Dick inquired curiously. Austin quickly bowed, saying, "Young master, you need not dismount. The journey is still long." He smiled wryly. "The master requires war horses to confront the southern threat, and indeed, the tribe currently lacks any rideable horses. However, we do have old pack horses in the camp for work." Dick nodded and continued walking. "Do not feel constrained. Simply call me Dick. If you find it uncomfortable, you may address me as Sir instead." He pointed to the javelins on the backs of the men, their tips resembling obsidian. "Is iron also scarce?" Austin patted the long sword at his waist, his tone lightening. "This is manageable. Although iron is rare, there is always some to be found." Sensing Dick's amiable disposition, he relaxed a bit and praised Karen. "Our master is quite generous. Iron, salt, pottery, these are coveted by any tribe on the plains." He thumped his chest, clad in leather armor. "You see, we are now armored. A notion we once dared not entertain. By the way, what is the name of your tribe?" "The hunting tribe," Dick replied. Austin straightened his posture. "We exist to hunt for our master." In truth, they were a collection of unfortunate souls who had once been abandoned in the wilderness, waiting by the frostbite river for death. Fortunately, their master took them in, enabling them to survive together. Other tribes privately referred to them as the Hound tribe. He paused, his gaze resolute. "Yet we willingly serve as our master's hounds." Austin's son, Eli, could not resist interjecting. "They are merely envious. Envious of us who should have perished from cold and hunger, yet now live more comfortably and eat more abundantly than they do." Dick, surveying his surroundings with keen curiosity, remarked, "I have read that in the past, the lands beyond were inhabited by those who called themselves free folk, mostly composed of clans. Why now do we see so many tribes?" After a moment's hesitation, Austin began to explain. "According to the elders of our tribe, long ago, a commander of a black-clad legion, Jon Snow, became the duke beyond the wall. He divided the spoils among his followers, the crows, and southern nobles. The free folk who returned with him began to gather and form tribes, seizing territories and people." Austin shrugged, a tone of resignation and mockery in his voice, whether clans or tribes. "In the end, it is all about banding together for warmth and acquiring more resources. These new tribes, however, are larger and less scrupulous, having adopted the bad habits of the Southerners and begun to enslave others. Free folk? Who speaks of that now? Fortunately, the old gods were merciful. That black-clad duke inexplicably ventured into the eternal winter of the far north and ultimately vanished, leaving the plains unclaimed." Upon hearing this, Dick's curiosity was piqued. "The land further north is the realm of eternal winter, correct? What lies there?" Austin grimaced and shook his head. "I do not know. The unceasing blizzards render it impossible to stand firm, let alone venture deeper. It is a vast expanse of white, and no one knows what might exist there. When scaring children, elders often speak of wights, giants, and even ice dragons dwelling within, yet none have ever laid eyes upon them. The group initially headed north, circumventing a few moss-covered low hills before turning towards the sea breeze. The tribal gathering place was not far from the winter fortress, just half a day's journey away. Shortly after noon, they arrived at the trembling shores, beside a steep cliff. A rugged encampment is nestled against a cliff, utilizing the natural terrain and crooked wooden fences to delineate an area. Numerous caves of varying sizes have been hewn into the cliff face, some of which are obscured by thick animal skin curtains, while others have rudimentary wooden shelters erected outside. A few stone and timber houses are embedded within the crevices of the rock. Wisps of smoke rise from the cave entrances and the gaps in the roofs, mingling with the briny scent of the sea and the aromas of livestock and humanity. The entire stronghold resembles a beehive clinging to the rock face, chaotic yet vibrant, coarse and primitive, exuding a tenacious will to survive. Chapter 53. The seal's mockery. In the early morning, Dick awakens to the distant sound of crashing waves. Opening his eyes, he is greeted by the uneven ceiling of the cave. Sitting up, he surveys his new abode. The cave is spacious, measuring approximately 20 meters on each side. Interestingly, it is adjacent to another cave of similar dimensions, resembling a twin cave. The ground is level, and each cave has its own exit. Arno and Yara reside on the opposite side of the twin cave, while the other two servants, Sam and Cody, live at the foot of the mountain, conveniently close to the tribe's stables for the care of Dick's steed, Death Beast. As Dick emerges from the cave, the morning light, infused with the salty sea breeze, greets him warmly. The cave entrance is perched high on the cliff, offering a splendid view of the shimmering sea, making it quite a desirable sea view property. Before him lies a broad platform, adorned with a spacious shelter constructed from wood and stone, connecting to the cave. Yara, accompanied by Arno, carefully ascends the cliffside path, hauling two large wooden barrels. Upon spotting Dick, Yara's eyes light up, her smile curving into a crescent moon. She swiftly pours water into a large wooden basin, retrieves a clean cloth, a wooden comb, and a wooden cup, insisting on attending to Dick's morning ablutions. Unable to resist her eagerness, Dick relents, enjoying her service while gazing at the vast ocean that bridges heaven and earth. After completing his preparations, Dick instructs Yara and Arno to remain in the cave to tidy up, while he descends the cliff and strides toward the bustling clearing at the heart of the tribe. A number of men have already gathered there. Fortune is on his side, having just arrived the day before. He learns that the tribe is preparing for a hunt, a venture he is determined not to miss. As he passes the caves carved into the cliff, Dick observes women and children meticulously crafting obsidian spearheads. The tribe's members curiously regard the silver-haired youth, the son of their master. Whenever Dick's gaze sweeps over them, they break into broad smiles, displaying friendly and eager expressions. Quietly estimating, he concludes that the entire tribe, including the elderly, women, and children, does not exceed 1,000 souls. In the clearing, the men gather around various campfires, enjoying breakfast of uniformly roasted meat. Austin's son, Eli, sharp-eyed, spots Dick and promptly beckons him to join his group by the fire, where only the young men sit. Accepting a generous portion of roasted meat, Dick begins to eat heartily. Amongst the youthful camaraderie, he chews the somewhat tough yet flavorful meat, glancing around. Where's Austin? A young man with a faint scar on his face eagerly interjected. The chief has gone to arrange the pack horses and carts. He will be back shortly. Eli, tearing into the meat, added vaguely, we need to prepare more spears. The hunting grounds are far, requiring an overnight stay, and there is much to bring. Dick pointed to a row of slick, plump creatures, resembling seals, hanging upside down at the edge of the clearing, and asked, is this what we hunt? Is this what we eat? Indeed, Eli exclaimed, raising a half-eaten piece of meat, seal meat, abundant along the northern coast. However, their keen noses detect human scent from afar, and they dive into the water at the slightest whiff. Austin's voice interrupted as he finished his tasks and plopped down by the campfire, grabbing a stick to poke at a piece of roasted meat cooking nearby. When the chief arrived, the young man restrained his laughter and adopted a more solemn demeanor. However, the tribe was not overly formal. Everyone focused intently on their meat, and soon they had finished their meal. Dick expressed his desire to join the hunt. Austin hesitated visibly, his face a canvas of conflict. He feared that the curiosity of his young master would disrupt the hunt. Yet, seeing Dick's determined gaze, he ultimately sighed resignedly, embracing the notion of if it disrupts, so be it, and consented. The men gradually rose and gathered outside the tribe. Dick noticed that the campfire had not extinguished. Women and children sat around it, continuing to enjoy the roasted meat. This custom was indeed unique. Dick did not ride, instead, accompanied by Sam and Cody. He followed the tribe's procession of over 100 people, trekking along the coastline to the north. They camped overnight on the desolate shore. The further north they traveled, the more ice floes and icebergs appeared in the sea. Eventually, the group halted on a sheltered slope at a higher elevation. Gazing out, the northern coast was a vast expanse of glacial white, with enormous icebergs floating densely on the water. Austin, weariness etched on his face, looked at Dick with astonishment. After a day and night of travel, with only brief rest periods, the men of the tribe were thoroughly exhausted. The 2 servants brought by the young master were nearly spent. Yet this silver-haired young gentleman appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. This was truly beyond Austin's comprehension. Sir, this is our resting point. Tomorrow we will split into 3 teams to encircle the seals. Austin paused, genuinely stating, your stamina is remarkable. Dick merely smiled and nodded. He squinted, utilizing his enhanced vision from the 72 remnants of earthly evil to gaze northward. In the far distance, upon the glaciers and icebergs, countless dark dots were visible. Dick recognized clearly that they were all seals. Living souls. So many. The team swiftly erected a makeshift camp, setting up simple leather tents and organizing their watch, using the night to rest and recuperate. The following day, as dawn broke, the members of the chasing tribe divided into 3 teams and set off northward. Dick instructed Sam and Cody to remain at the camp, accompanying Austin and his son in this group. By midday, the party of over 30 individuals paused briefly near a higher coastal area. They retrieved long wooden tubes and applied a mixture of crushed grass and water to their exposed skin, leaving no part of their hair untouched. When it was Dick's turn, Austin hesitated slightly. My lord, this is a herbal juice that masks the scent. To successfully throw a spear, one must be within 100 paces. If not applied, the seals can easily detect the scent from afar. Dick, however, was not one to dally. Without waiting for Austin to finish, he took the juice and began to apply it. This decisive action immediately earned him warm smiles from the men around, indicating their acceptance of this young master. Each of you shall have 3 long spears. Austin made the final arrangements. Crawl forward, staying within 100 paces. Watch my gestures and throw together. Dick received 3 obsidian spears. The one distributing the spears was Austin's son, Eli. At that moment, he noticed that Dick did not have a spear thrower, the small hooked stick that enhances throwing distance. Eli, feeling conflicted, offered his own spear thrower. My lord, would you like to use mine? Dick shook his head, declining, and signaled for the group to proceed. On the beach, countless seals were resting or frolicking. Suddenly, a group of humans sprang up from behind the nearby rocks. In the next moment, a multitude of spears rained down upon them, like the harbingers of death. Many seals were caught off guard and struck. The once densely packed group of seals erupted into chaos, scattering and plunging into the sea. It was then that Dick understood why the hunting tribe, despite possessing iron tools, opted to use stone spears. The descending stone spears struck numerous seals, yet only 2 were pinned directly to the ground. The others, hit but not immobilized, dragged their hefty bodies into the ocean. If iron spears were to be used in such a manner, even an abundance would prove insufficient. The group rushed onto the beach, managing to catch only one severely wounded seal that had failed to escape into the depths. 3 seals from such a dense gathering and more than 30 people throwing resulted in merely 3 captures. Naturally, Dick had not thrown. The members of the hunting tribe assumed he had refrained due to lacking a spear thrower, believing he could not throw far enough. Others thought he was merely there to partake in the experience, satisfying the curiosity of youth. In the distance, several seals paused to observe, some barking and slapping their rotund bellies in mockery. 200 paces, Dick silently calculated. He carefully positioned the 3 spears before him in a row. It was time to act. Like lightning, Dick seized one spear and hurled it with great force. Using the momentum, he swiftly spun around, grasping the second spear in his left hand and launching it with vigor. Once more, he turned, and with his right hand, he sent forth the final spear in a flash. To the astonishment of all, the 3 spears sliced through the air with remarkable speed, impaling 3 seals that were flapping their bellies and barking along the shore. Chapter 54. Mark must throwing, insufficient distance? Strength to the rescue. As for accuracy, Dick had indeed unlocked the secret. Gazing at the 3 seals impaled on the rocky shore in the distance, the men of the hunting tribe stood utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. 200 paces away, the young master had effortlessly hurled 3 spears, each finding its mark with deadly precision, securing a bountiful harvest of 3 prey. It is worth noting that their 30-strong party had just completed a volley of shots, exhausting themselves to barely capture 3 seals. This extraordinary feat left their leader, Austin, utterly flabbergasted. By the old gods, what in the world have I witnessed? Recalling his earlier trepidation about bringing young Dick along and potentially ruining the hunt, he now found that the entire team's bounty paled in comparison to that of the young master alone. Austin's son, Eli, along with the impetuous youths in the party, now regarded Dick with unbridled admiration and excitement. A few quick-witted members had already dashed towards the rocky shore, eager to retrieve the 3 seals firmly anchored in place. Meanwhile, Dick gleefully observed the 3 azure orbs of light merging into his being, as the hunting tribe members were swept away in the euphoria of their victory. Rushing towards Dick's spoils, another group emerged from behind the distant pile of stones to the north, charging towards them with furious intent. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Austin's expression darkened instantly, as if shadowed by an impending storm. It was the Blackstone tribe. He growled, rallying his comrades. "Arm yourselves. Follow me." The 2 factions ultimately faced off beside the carcasses of the seals, a tense standoff brewing. The Blackstone tribe had the advantage in numbers, comprising around 50 individuals, most clad in coarse, unprocessed pelts, lacking any proper armor. Dick cast a discerning glance, noting that among their ranks were even a few women wielding rudimentary bone spears, their faces smeared with plant sap, attempting to project an air of ferocity. In contrast, although the hunting tribe numbered only around 30, they were all robust men, each adorned with well-crafted leather armor beneath their furs, their equipment evidently far superior. It was clear that the Blackstone tribe intended to seize their quarry, and a glimmer of intrigue danced in Dick's eyes. At that moment, a burly man with a gleaming bald head stepped forth from the ranks of the Blackstone tribe. He wiped away the green sap used for camouflage from his face and, displaying a grin of yellowed teeth, let out a harsh, mocking laugh directed at the hunting tribe. Well, if it isn't the pups of the Carlin family, stretching their claws a bit too far, huh?" The burly man spat contemptuously on the ground. "This rocky shore is our hunting ground. You have crossed the line." Undeterred, Austin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Dick, and responded with a derisive laugh of his own. "What utter nonsense. Quentin, just because you claim this as your hunting ground, does that make it so?" He exaggeratedly scanned the area, raising his voice. "Is there a totem of your tribe carved here? Or perhaps the grand name of your Blackstone is inscribed anywhere?" "I see none." The men of the hunting tribe erupted into laughter, their jeers filling the air. "Indeed, Quentin, your audacity rivals that of an old sea turtle's shell." The bald, robust man named Quentin was unperturbed. Instead, his smirk deepened, tinged with a sinister edge. He casually kicked at the corpse of a seal pierced by a spear at his feet and drawled, "Bark all you want, Austin. In any case, these 3 plump seals belong to us, the Blackstone." Beside Dick, the impetuous Ely was infuriated by these words, nearly bursting with rage as he shouted, "Nonsense. These were clearly hunted by Lord Dick himself. You Blackstone tribe members are more brazen than a walrus. Do you intend to steal openly?" Quentin paused, his gaze finally settling on Dick, who was shielded by Austin. He scrutinized Dick from head to toe without restraint, ultimately fixating on Dick's distinctive silver hair, and erupted into a mocking laugh. "Ah, so it is the offspring of the Karen family leading the charge. No wonder this old hound barks so eagerly today." As for Ely's claim that the seal had been hunted by Dick, Quentin dismissed it entirely, perceiving it merely as a puppy seeking to curry favor with its master. His eyes drifted past the standoff, greedily scanning the 3 additional seals stacked behind the hunting tribe. With a cunning glint, he suddenly gestured behind him. "Come on, bring forth the 3 seals we just hunted." Several warriors from the Blackstone tribe promptly dragged out 3 notably smaller, freshly bloodied seal carcasses and dropped them heavily onto the ground. With his hands on his hips, Quentin struck a pose of rationality and loudly proclaimed, addressing both Austin and Dick, "Enough squabbling. The men of the plains shall adhere to the old ways." He struck his chest with a thud, producing a dull sound. "Under the gaze of the old gods, let us engage in a sacred mark-by." Quentin raised his hand, first pointing towards the 3 smaller seals that had just been discarded, then gesturing to the large seals impaled on the rocks belonging to Dick. Finally, he pointed without hesitation to the 3 seals behind the hunting tribe. "Winner takes all. All seals shall belong to the victorious side. Do you dare?" The mention of mark-by silenced the once boisterous speech, as if even the sea breeze had been stilled. The expressions of all present grew serious. The relaxed demeanor on Austin's face vanished, replaced by a spark of combativeness in his eyes. He habitually rolled his shoulders, preparing to step forward to accept the challenge. Very well, Quentin, I shall accompany you today. Wait. Quentin abruptly raised his hand, halting him, a sly and triumphant grin spreading across his face. No, 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 Austin. Today, it is not you, this old hound, who will play with me. He raised a stout finger, emphasizing the rules. The sacred mark-by must be fought one-on-one between the highest-ranking individuals of both sides. Quentin deliberately elongated his tone. In ordinary circumstances, you, old dog, would be the leader. Then, with blatant malice, his finger slowly and steadily pointed towards Dick. But today, Quentin chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Your esteemed master, the son of Karen, is present. According to the rules, it is his turn. We, the Blackstone, pride ourselves on our fairness. He emphasized the word fairness. Karen has arrived, and naturally Quentin, shall accompany him. At this moment, Quentin stepped aside, revealing a young, muscular man, half a head shorter than him, with a face resembling that of a brutish beast, glaring at Dick with a ferocious gaze. Let my son, Leo, entertain your young master. How does that sound? Quite fair, isn't it? Chapter 55. Come over here. Outside the walls, by the coastal expanse of the wilderness, the ground was littered with remnants of unmelted ice and snow, while distant icebergs floated on the sea. Amidst this icy landscape, a multitude of seals observed the standoff between two groups of humans from afar. Faced with Quentin's challenge of Magpie, Dick did not immediately respond. It appeared to be some form of duel. While he harbored no fear of combat, he was curious to discern whether there were any additional rules besides the involvement of the highest-ranking individual. Thus, Dick crossed his arms and keenly observed the reactions of those around him. The Austin father and son from the hunting tribe, along with other men, bore peculiar expressions. Unlike the opposing party, they were well acquainted with Dick. Throughout their journey, his capabilities had been evident to all, especially just moments ago. The seals he had struck with remarkable precision from an extraordinary distance lay starkly before them. Austin caught a glance of Dick, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama, seemingly uninclined to speak. As the chief of the tribe, Austin felt compelled to step forward with a complex expression, attempting to dissuade Quentin. Lord Dick is not of the wilderness tribes. Magpie does not apply to him. However, this only served to bolster Quentin's confidence in his impending victory. Oh, come on, Austin. Quentin scoffed. Who in the wilderness does not know that blazing bear Karen wed the hunting tribe's fairest falcon, Helena? Thus, Karen's offspring carries half the blood of the wilderness. Observing Austin's conflicted demeanor, Quentin grew increasingly convinced of his own judgment and decided to raise the stakes. Hey, that silver-haired lad, Karen's progeny, cannot be so cowardly, can he? He shouted provocatively at Dick, his tone dripping with challenge. Make a choice. Either fight or concede. Surrender all your prey. If you concede, this will henceforth be our Blackstone hunting ground. Should you prevail, we shall henceforth steer clear of you. With such words laid bare, Dick shrugged, preparing himself for the impending contest. Austin stepped forward to intercept him, shaking his head to indicate that he should not rush. Markabi is sacred. Austin turned to Quentin, his voice growing grave. Do you believe that your 3 little seals can be exchanged for the 6 we have hunted? Do not claim that these 3 seals on the ground belong to you. Since we are to engage in Markabi, let the old gods witness and show your sincerity. Quentin was absolutely certain that Austin was merely posturing. He laughed heartily, scratching his bald head. Do you think I fear you, old dog? Then let us adhere completely to the ancient traditions of Markabi. The winner shall be a revered warrior for both tribes. If my son Leo triumphs, you must fulfill all his demands. If Karen's offspring wins, Quentin paused, glancing at Dick. Hey, silver-haired lad, Blackstone will certainly serve you well. The old gods bear witness. I speak no falsehood. Dare you accept the challenge? Such a substantial wager? Dick was taken aback, then chuckled as he approached Austin, inquiring, what other considerations should we heed regarding Markabi? It must be one-on-one, unarmed, without any protective armor, within a designated area, and no escaping until one side is vanquished or concedes. Austin spoke rapidly, still somewhat concerned, and quietly suggested to Dick, young master. Though Markabi is a sacred resolution for conflicts in the wilderness, few actually engage in combat. If we lack confidence, we can refuse, in the end. It is merely a brawl. We do not fear them. Dick smiled, shook his head, and signaled for Austin to remain calm. Just as Austin was explaining, Leo, Quentin's son, clattered his spear to the ground and began violently tearing at his fur garments. As he exposed his muscular torso, veins bulging, he fixed a ravenous glare on Dick. A sinister grin plastered across his face. Dick found himself at a loss for words. He too unsheathed the sword at his waist and handed it to Eli beside him. leisurely removing his own clothing while teasing his opponent. "Hey, brother, if you're going to strip, just do it. Why tear your clothes? Don't you intend to wear them again? It's quite cold." What else with the tearing and laughing at the same time? The members of the hunting tribe erupted into laughter at this, enjoying the lively banter. Dick was quite adept at exchanging jibes to enliven the atmosphere. This left Leo momentarily stunned, his hands frozen mid-tear, his grin solidifying into a scowl. Suddenly, his bare chest flushed a deep crimson. Even the thick tuft of chest hair seemed to stand on end. Leo was clearly seething with rage. Yet all he could manage was a dry shout. "Kid, I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Dick swiftly removed his upper garments, revealing a robust and chiseled torso. The definition of his muscles was striking and powerful, yet not cumbersome. It was evident that his opponent was ill-prepared for this exchange, and Dick had no desire to waste further words. Dick strode confidently to the center of the arena, flexing his neck and shoulders to warm up. Quentin, clearly eager to minimize his preparation time, shouted, "By the old gods, let the match begin." Dick nodded, extending his palm and beckoning Leo with a flick of his fingers, inviting him to come forth. This challenge ignited the explosive fury within Leo's chest, akin to a spark igniting a powder keg. With a primal roar that resonated from deep within, Leo launched himself forward, his feet pounding the frozen ground, which cracked beneath him like spiderwebs. He charged like a frenzied battering ram, his fists, each the size of a cauldron, cutting through the air with a deafening whoosh as he aimed a devastating blow at Dick's face. The force of his punch seemed capable of shattering icebergs. Dick's gaze was sharp as a blade. He remained steadfast, inhaling deeply and grounding himself. In an instant, the muscles in his left arm surged, his palm opened wide to meet the oncoming fist. A thunderous clap resonated through the arena as their strikes collided, reminiscent of two ancient oaks crashing together. An invisible shockwave rippled through the shattered ice beneath their feet. Though the ground beneath Dick sank slightly, he remained rooted, unwavering. Internally, he commended the resilience bestowed upon him by the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends. The immense power of Leo's punch only registered as a slight pressure in Dick's palm, bolstered by the blessing of the Temple of Strength, allowing him to withstand the onslaught with ease. Leo, possessing considerable combat experience, quickly adapted, failing to land his initial strike. He swiftly lifted his leg for a fierce kick aimed at Dick's knee, while retracting his fist to build momentum for another powerful blow. His other fist, coiled like a venomous serpent, was poised to deliver a lethal strike should Dick attempt to seize it. However, Dick did not go for the punch. Instead, he lifted his leg, striking first with precision, his foot connecting perfectly with Leo's incoming kick. The sound of impact echoed, and the tremendous force propelled Leo backward, staggering him dangerously close to falling. In this electrifying first exchange, Dick had managed to push the robust Leo back. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, with the members of the hunting tribe erupting in enthusiastic cheers, while those from the Blackstone tribe tensed with concern, their faces pale. Quentin, who had anticipated an easy victory, now wore a grave expression. Leo, steadying himself, wore an incredulous look that was swiftly replaced by a surge of furious determination. His muscles bulged like iron as he let out a low growl and lunged forward once more, unleashing a relentless flurry of powerful punches that rained down upon Dick like a torrential downpour, each strike accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. Perhaps it was the exhilarating sensation of his bare torso exposed to the biting cold wind, or perhaps the fervent and frenzied cheers of the surrounding crowd ignited Dick's ferocity. Even the dense congregation of seals in the distance seemed to serve as a catalyst. What a sight Dick was! He too clenched his fists, his gaze burning with intensity akin to molten lava, striking back with lightning speed, adeptly blocking every powerful blow from Leo. Bang! 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 The resounding cacophony echoed like war drums along the desolate coastline. The confidence and ferocity on Leo's face froze instantaneously. He felt as though he were striking not flesh and blood, but an unyielding, ancient black stone. Pain shot through his fingers, causing him to involuntarily grunt. The blood surging through Dick's veins left no room for Leo to catch his breath. With a sudden downward thrust of his left arm, he deflected his opponent's punch, while his right fist launched upward like a cannonball, slicing through the air with a piercing howl, delivering a devastating blow to Leo's solar plexus. Ugh! Leo's eyes bulged in an instant. All his strength seemed to be driven back into his abdomen by that single punch. His massive frame buckled in agony, while surged uncontrollably up his throat, and his face turned as pale as paper. Dick, relentless as a shadow, closed in swiftly. The moment Leo bent over, Dick's left knee surged upward with the force of a battering ram. Bang! A nauseating thud resounded. The knee strike landed precisely on Leo's chin. Leo's head snapped back uncontrollably, blood spraying from his mouth and nose in a blinding arc. He was propelled off the ground by that fierce blow, flying backward. At this moment, Dick's eyes blazed with fierce combat spirit. He stood firm, his right arm drawn back like a taut bowstring, channeling all his strength into his right fist. Just as Leo's body arched backward, old strength spent, and new strength yet to arise, Dick unleashed his right fist, imbued with devastating power, crashing down like a meteor. Boom. A thunderous sound that sent shivers through the soul. The imprint of his fist sank deeply into Leo's chest. He fell like a lifeless sack, devoid of bones, crashing heavily onto the frozen earth, emitting a heart-stopping thud. The entire coastline fell into an eerie silence. Only the howling cold wind and the restless stirrings of the distant seals could be heard. Leo lay limp in the icy snow. A terrifying fist imprint clearly etched on his chest, his eyes rolling back, body twitching slightly, and gasping for breath. Dick slowly straightened up, his silver hair billowing in the frigid sea breeze. His chest heaved gently, breaths forming white mist in the cold air. He cast a glance down at Leo, sprawled like a mass of mud, then raised his gaze, his eyes piercing like icicles into the pale-faced Quentyn. Quentyn had long since become rigid, and the warriors of the Blackstone tribe behind him were utterly paralyzed by the overwhelming force displayed before them. The fierce women who had previously feigned aggression now trembled like leaves in a tempest, having braved Leo's hurricane-like punches and Dick's thunderous counterattack of 3 fatal blows. Dick, in the most primal and ferocious manner, demonstrated to all present the insurmountable chasm of power that existed. Even the members of the hunting tribe had forgotten to cheer, replaced instead by a chorus of gasps. Chapter 56. The seal bore it all. The sound of the seal slapping its belly shattered the silence along the coast. The members of the hunting tribe erupted in ecstatic cheers. In this land known as the Wastes, strength is the sole law, the only currency of passage. Even the divine favors those who possess the power to shatter steel blades. Initially, Austin harbored a degree of concern when welcoming the young master, Dick. However, after days of interaction and journeying together, the silver-haired youth's affable nature and robust physique gradually assuaged his worries. Then came the breathtaking 3 throws. The spear sliced through the frigid wind, striking its target on the distant rocks with pinpoint accuracy. This spectacle left the warriors of the hunting tribe utterly astonished. In the sacred duel of Macbeth, Dick crushed his opponent Leo with an absolute force that was indisputable. His overwhelming martial prowess completely captivated everyone present. Dick, having quelled the fervor of battle, approached Austin's son, Eli. As he took his garments from the overjoyed Eli, who was practically dancing with excitement, he jested. "Is the victor about to freeze? Did no one think to hand over some clothing?" Laughter echoed in the cold wind. Dressed and adorned with his sword, Dick turned his gaze towards Quentyn. Quentyn was crouched beside his son Leo, examining his condition closely. The members of the Blackstone tribe behind him displayed fleeting panic at Dick's approach, instinctively retreating. Ignoring their trepidation, Dick strode directly to Quentyn and the unconscious Leo. He felt no fear for his own safety. His voice remained steady. "He won't be waking up just yet." He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Well, feeling dizzy upon awakening is quite normal. After all, he did take a solid punch to the head. As for the other injuries, they will only ache for a while." Quentyn silently removed his thick coat and draped it over Leo. He beckoned a few of his fearful tribesmen, signaling them to carry Leo away. Rising to his feet, the leader of the Blackstone tribe regarded Dick with a complex expression, staring for a prolonged moment before finally exhaling a heavy sigh. "Leo, I am well aware of his strength. Even I do not possess the confidence to easily defeat him now." Quentyn's voice bore a tone of defeat. "You are formidable, son of Carlin. We concede." He took a deep breath, as if summoning all his strength to make a decision. "From this day forward, whenever I encounter the hunting tribe on the wasteland, I, Blackstone, shall surely retreat. Son of Karun, whatever your demands may be, Blackstone will spare no effort to fulfill them." A decisive and trustworthy individual, Dick nodded slightly in approval. Once Quentyn finished speaking, he prepared to lead his people away to the tribe to tend to Leo's wounds. The 3 smaller seals, originally belonging to the Blackstone tribe, were left behind. The members of Blackstone turned back repeatedly, their eyes filled with fear and sorrow for their lost prey. However, Dick suddenly called out to them. Quentyn halted, his expression growing more bitter. He was ready to accept any harsh conditions. "Today, greed had clouded my judgment, leading me to attempt to have my elder son oppress a youth. Speak, son of Karun, any request." Dick merely smiled, approached the 3 massive seals he had hunted, and forcefully extracted the spear that pierced through their bodies. He circled the hefty seals, seemingly satisfied, and then, with a swift motion, kicked each one towards Quentin's direction. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy corpses of the seals did not strike Quentin but rolled to the ground near his feet. Quentin suddenly opened his eyes, which had been tightly closed in tension, and looked at Dick in confusion. Dick shrugged. Take your seals and go. This unexpected turn of events left everyone speechless. Eli rushed forward in a panic, trying to object. Sir, young master, this is unacceptable. His father, Austin, pulled him back firmly and said in a low voice, Eli, the prey belongs to the young master. He has the right to dispose of it. Dick ignored the reactions of Austin and his son behind him. He raised his hand, pointing to the herd of beasts moving like dark spots on the distant sea, and offered Quentin a calm smile. We will hunt our own prey. We have no need for yours. Quentin was taken aback. He looked down at his feet, where 3 seals far larger than the ones they had left behind lay, then lifted his gaze to the 3 small seals remaining in the center, his lips moving slightly. He regarded the silver-haired youth before him anew, the complexity in his eyes gradually replaced by a newfound resolve. He nodded decisively and waved to those behind him. Drag the prey. Let us go. Turning to Dick. His voice was loud and earnest. Son of Karun. Dick, please wait a few days. Blackstone will surely present a generous gift. With that, he said no more and quickly departed the shore with his kin, dragging the seals behind them. Eli's admiration for Dick remained, yet his face was now a mix of confusion and slight dissatisfaction. He approached Dick, his tone straightforward and youthful. Young master, Macbee has won. The spoils should rightfully belong to the victor. Why did you give them the best 3? You hunted them with your own hands. Dick gazed at the irate youth, raising an eyebrow. Although this was his first encounter with the Macbee duel on the wasteland, it was evident that the intent was to diminish the conflict rather than escalate it. His eyes swept over the receding Blackstone team before shifting to the warriors of his own tribe. Since they had opted for Macbee from the outset, instead of opting for direct confrontation, why not resolve the discord entirely in the end? Austin, upon hearing this, brightened. It seemed the young master possessed not only strength, but also wisdom. He stepped forward and playfully kicked Eli's backside with just the right amount of force. You little rascal. Learn from the young master. Engage your mind. He added with a smile directed at Dick. This lad has faced Leo 10 times and lost 9. Father. Eli's face flushed crimson as he shouted and promptly ran off, leaving behind a flurry of hurried footprints in the sand. Dick and Austin exchanged glances, unable to stifle their laughter. Their mirth echoed across the desolate coast, imbued with a peculiar warmth, as if even the biting cold wind had softened. All right, Dick said, suppressing his smile as his gaze returned to the tumultuous sea, where dark figures bobbed with the tide. Let us commence the true hunt. Warriors of the tribe, let us mobilize. Fresh prey awaits us. He raised his spear, his voice not loud, but resonant enough for each person to hear. Hoorah! The warriors of the hunting tribe erupted into an even more fervent roar than before. Chapter 57. The new bow. The shivering winds of the coast howled across the elongated shoreline of the wasteland. As one ventured northward, massive ice floes became increasingly abundant, resembling shattered armor of titanic gods scattered upon the gray-blue sea. A multitude of seals congregated upon them, seemingly endless. This icy expanse had become the most bountiful hunting ground for the hunting tribe. With Dick's presence, the tribe's ambush hunting transformed into an exceptionally efficient endeavor. His astonishing spear-throwing skill seemed as if blessed by ancient deities. Each strike resulted in the demise of 3 seals, sending the entire tribe into a frenzy of joy. Young master, use my spear. The exuberant Eli eagerly offered his spear, his eyes brimming with admiration. Other young men followed suit. Dick chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Such harmony is hard won. I do not wish to disrupt it so soon. He genuinely desired to integrate into the hunting tribe. This wilderness, with its untamed hunts, rekindled a sense of long-lost freedom within him, his blood surging with excitement. More importantly, there was an inexhaustible supply of prey, countless fresh soul essences pouring into the enigmatic 72 remnants of the Earth Fiend. What would have required 5 days of hunting concluded on the second day with Dick's inclusion. The heavily laden pack horses creaked as they returned to the tribe's dwelling. Upon re-entering the stone cave he called home, Dick felt a palpable change. The smoke-blackened stone walls have been polished to a smoother finish, and a thick, tanned leather curtain now hangs at the entrance, shielding against the biting cold winds. Most striking of all is the half-man-high, elongated oak barrel nestled beneath the entrance's awning. Steam rises from within, exuding the fresh aroma of pine. As Dick comfortably reclines into the warmth, enveloped by the hot water, a contented sigh escapes his lips. Yara's strong hands press perfectly against the area around his shoulder blades. The shrill cries of seabirds soaring over the cliffs intertwine with the distant roar of waves crashing against floating ice, creating a rugged lullaby. As Dick gazes at the vast icebergs gradually tinted crimson by the twilight, a long-lost, pure sense of relaxation washes over him. Perhaps remaining here is indeed a wise choice. After returning with a bountiful haul, they must transport their spoils to Everwinter City and then bring back supplies before embarking on another northern hunting expedition. The warriors also require a respite. Yet, Dick finds himself restless. He seeks out the young Eli, who has been avoiding him lately. The young man is sullenly polishing a stone spear, evidently still brooding over a defeat to Leo of the Blackstone tribe. Dick jests, "Young man, do refrain from being so temperamental." Eli, without lifting his gaze, mutters, "Indeed, the young master is both strong and generous. I cannot compare." The bitterness in his tone reveals his displeasure regarding Dick's casual offering of game. Dick bursts into laughter. "Come now, do not wear such a grim face. In a few days, Austin will return, and I shall ensure he brings something splendid for you to behold." He claps Eli on the shoulder. "For now, let us go. Do not sulk. Step outside, indulge in some fresh air, and soothe that unsettled heart of yours." Ha ha ha. Before long, the figures of Dick, Eli, and several other youths appear on the wilderness. Armed with rudimentary hunting bows, they wander through the cold wind and underbrush in search of rabbits and foxes. Dick manages to gather a few scattered soul essences while meticulously observing the bows employed by Eli and the others. These handcrafted hunting bows are pitiably crude. The bow limbs are rough, accuracy relies solely on instinct, and the draw weight is insufficient, leaving them only capable of firing short, lightweight arrows, barely adequate for small game. Dick recalls the formidable recurve bows crafted by the master of Visconti in the south, powerful yet exceedingly difficult to make. While he cannot fashion a recurve bow, he is adept at creating another type, the Penobscot bow. A few days later, Austin returns to the tribe with supplies. On the pack horse accompanying him are several fine pieces of yew wood, as per Dick's instructions. Immediately, Dick sets to work. He directs the tribe members to strip the yew wood and select 2 unblemished, straight-grained trunks, each approximately 1.8 meters long. This length will allow for longer arrows to be shot further, enabling the bow limbs to store ample power. Yara carefully follows Dick's instructions, using fire to dry the wood. Meanwhile, Dick employs a sharp stone knife to shape the wood, ensuring the grip is robust while the bow limbs taper gracefully towards the ends. He then meticulously sands the bow body with sandstone until it reaches a smooth finish. After affixing a makeshift bowstring crafted from tree bark fibers, Dick commenced the process of taming the bow, repeatedly drawing the bow while meticulously observing the curvature of its limbs. In areas where the wood was too rigid to bend, he cautiously shaved down the belly of the bow. Conversely, where it was overly supple and bent excessively, he gently scraped the wood from the back. Through repeated adjustments, the bow's limbs ultimately attained a flawless arc. He then carved a string groove at the bow's tip and replaced the temporary string with a more robust bowstring made from a blend of deer sinew and maple bark fibers. The most crucial step followed. The 2 curved limbs of the bow were to be stacked in reverse alignment and securely bound together with resilient sinew string that had been soaked. Instantly, the single bow limb transformed into a composite structure, imbued with double the strength. Finally, he applied a mixture of resin and ochre powder to the bow's body for preservation. The grip was meticulously wrapped in soft deer hide, ensuring both a non-slip surface and comfort, adorned with intricate tribal totem designs. When Dick presented this uniquely shaped bow with dual-layered limbs and reverse curvature, both Austin and Eli gazed in astonishment. By the old gods, Austin circled it, his rough fingers itching to touch, yet hesitating. What manner of bow is this? Dick did not respond. Instead, he thrust the bow into Eli's hands, also offering him a specially crafted long arrow. The arrowhead, fashioned from finely honed obsidian shards, gleamed ominously. Eli accepted the weighty new weapon, feeling a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. He inhaled deeply and summoned all his strength to draw the bowstring. The immense force from the dual limbs made his arm muscles strain, rendering the task significantly more challenging than usual. He aimed at a patch of frozen ground beyond the tribe's wooden palisade and released with a sudden flick. Thwomp! The bowstring emitted a resonant and powerful echo. The arrow transformed into a blurred black line, propelled forth with astonishing velocity. Its trajectory far surpassed Eli's typical shooting range, soaring effortlessly over the tribe's outer fence. "Let us go see," Dick exclaimed, dashing ahead. Austin and Eli, snapping out of their reverie, hurriedly followed. They reached the area beyond the palisade, where Eli had aimed, and discovered the arrow. The sharp obsidian tip had shattered completely. Yet, even more astonishing was the fact that a significant portion of the arrow shaft had embedded itself deep into the frozen earth, as hard as rock. What power! Eli marveled at the arrow lodged in the frozen ground, his voice tinged with excitement. "Let me try," Austin declared, seizing the new bow from Eli's grasp. With effortless strength, he drew the bowstring fully back, disregarding the broken obsidian tip, and extracted the fragmented arrow from the soil, knocking it onto the string. This time, he aimed at the tribe's formidable outer wall, constructed from thick logs, a sturdy barrier designed to withstand the biting winds of the wilderness and the onslaught of wild beasts. With keen focus, Austin's arm muscles tensed, and he released with a powerful thrust. Thwomp! Crack! The arrow flew forth with a velocity and force more fearsome than that of Eli, striking the wooden outer wall with a resounding thud. Following this dull impact was the sharp crack of splintering wood. The arrow itself could not withstand the overwhelming force, shattering into several pieces. Yet the stout log it struck bore a deep dent upon its surface, sending wood shavings flying in all directions. For a moment, silence enveloped the entrance of the entire tribe, as everyone stood astonished by the power of this new bow. The range, the penetrating ability. If the hunters of the tribe could all be equipped with such bows, they would hold an advantageous position during hunts, unleashing a barrage of concentrated fire. Austin slowly lowered the bow, his rough fingers caressing the log that had been indented, then gazing upon the uniquely crafted double-layer bow in his hands, his eyes igniting with ecstatic brilliance. He suddenly looked up at Dick. "By the old gods, young master, this bow will alter the fate of our hunting tribe." Dick flicked his silver hair from his forehead, his expression translating to, "Let the basics not be trifled with." As for whether the family would begin to meddle again because of this new bow, he dismissed the thought. His mind was set on clarity. Moreover, this was the wilderness. If pressed, he could always venture northward, seeking refuge with Uncle Damon. He had yet to meet his maternal grandfather. Chapter 58. Hospitality. The people of the Blackstone tribe have arrived. Leading them was Quentin's son, Leo, a mass of bulging muscles, accompanied by 2 heavily laden carts. Halting before the hunting tribe encampment. Upon seeing Dick again, Leo no longer wore the deliberately fierce grin and menacing gaze he had displayed previously. In this moment, he appeared rather amiable and genuine, resembling a friendly young neighbor. "Hey, Brother Dick." Leo beamed, gesturing for his men to unveil the thick furs covering the carts. Inside the cargo hold, it was brimming with semi-transparent black stones, obsidian. Under the sunlight, they reflected a profound sheen. Leo proudly patted the heap of obsidian. "Behold, the obsidian of our Blackstone tribe is of the finest quality across the entire wilderness. Even the commander in black, Duke John, has praised it in person." His face radiated with pride. Then, Leo drew a dagger from his waist. The blade, dark and glimmering with a cold light, was crafted from obsidian. "Obsidian is generally quite brittle," he explained, "but occasionally, exceptional specimens emerge, hard enough to match an iron sword in combat. Look at this one, razor sharp." With a flick of his wrist, the dagger sliced through the air, emitting a chilling glint. "Son of Karen, a formidable warrior. This is for you." Dick accepted the dagger, feeling its weight in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that it radiated a strange caramel-colored halo in the light, its texture even and exuding a sense of warmth. Just as his fingertips grazed the blade's surface, the dormant 72 remnants of the earth fiend scrolled deep within his consciousness suddenly trembled, distinctly conveying a singular message: spiritual essence. Dick's heart raced with astonishment. He abruptly lifted his head, urgently inquiring, "Leo, how many of these exquisite obsidian pieces do you possess? Are there many?" Leo was momentarily taken aback by his reaction. Scratching his coarse hair. "Very few, exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, within the entire Blackstone tribe, apart from this dagger, only my father, Chief Quentin, possesses a short axe of such quality." A wave of disappointment washed over Dick. Yet, he quickly found solace in the vastness of the world, believing that extraordinary treasures infused with the essence of the earth must exist somewhere. However, the insatiable thirst for spiritual energy within the fragment was overwhelming. He was unwilling to relinquish his quest. "Leo," Dick promptly stated, "I wish to visit the Blackstone tribe." His disbelief in Leo was not the issue. The significance of spiritual energy to the fragment was paramount. He needed to witness it for himself. Upon hearing this, Leo's face brightened with excitement. In the power-centric wilderness, every tribe yearned to befriend formidable warriors. "Excellent. Splendid." He clapped Dick on the shoulder enthusiastically. "My father will surely be delighted. Come, let us return immediately." That very day, Dick set off alone with Leo's party, heading straight for the Blackstone tribe. The tribe's encampment was situated atop a black hill, not far from the trembling coast. At the foot of the hill lay an expansive open-pit obsidian mine, where the traces of mining activities and heaps of ore were visible from afar. The tribe size was evidently greater than that of the hunting tribe, with a broader encampment and a more vibrant population. Upon his arrival, Dick received a warm welcome from Chief Quinton, Leo's father. It was already evening when they arrived, and a massive bonfire blazed in the center of the tribe, filling the air with the aroma of roasted meat. The tribe members encircled the fire, honoring the warrior who had shone brilliantly on the map by having once defeated Leo. Learning of Dick's particular interest in the rare obsidian, Chief Quinton generously presented him with his treasured short axe. The blade was equally dark and profound, emanating an extraordinary aura. Indeed, the fragment within the sea of consciousness once again sensed the presence of spiritual energy. The quantity remained scant, comparable to that of the dagger. Dick graciously declined Quinton's offer to gift him the short axe, and instead proposed, "Thank you for your generosity, Chief Quinton. Might I visit your mine tomorrow at dawn?" Of course, Quinton readily agreed. A trivial matter. Tomorrow, let Leo accompany you. As night deepened and the bonfire began to wane, the Blackstone tribe arranged the finest accommodation for their esteemed guest, Dick. A grand tent constructed from sturdy logs and thick leather awaited him. Leo personally guided Dick there, and upon lifting the tent flap, he was greeted by two young tribal maidens. They wore clean leather skirts and bore shy yet curious smiles. Leo pointed at them and grinned at Dick, saying, "Brother Dick, rest well tonight. They will take care of you." He paused momentarily, deliberately adding with a hint of mischief, "Behold, the one on the left is my sister." This revelation left Dick utterly astonished, as he had not anticipated that hospitality would encompass such a surprise. "Leo." Dick quickly called out to Leo, who was about to turn away, his face betraying his embarrassment. "Wait, Brother Leo, this is rather inappropriate. Perhaps it would be best for the two young ladies to take their leave." Observing Dick's flustered and crimson visage, Leo appeared to have uncovered a monumental secret, erupting into hearty laughter. The son of Karen. Dick, you, a formidable warrior, possess a weakness. Could it be that you are still a novice?" His laughter resonated loudly through the tranquil night. Dick's expression fell further, his gaze wandering. Noticing this, Leo grew more animated, having struck a chord. "Come now, cheer up. Brother Dick." He winked, his smile brimming with playful mockery. "This is splendid news. For you and for us at Blackstone. Henceforth, the Blackstone tribe shall be your second home. You are always welcome to visit, with a place to stay at any time." He gestured towards the tent. "Those two will belong solely to you, Dick." However, Leo deliberately elongated his tone, his face adorned with a teasing smile. "If you have children, they must be of Blackstone blood. Of course, if your family, the Karstarks, desire offspring, that is acceptable too, but you must marry both of them. This privilege is reserved exclusively for the victorious warriors of Macbee. Others cannot even dream of such a blessing. Relish in it." With that, Leo left no room for Dick to refuse, departing with boisterous laughter. Dick found himself standing alone at the tent entrance, caught in a dilemma. Inside the tent, although the two maidens were flushed with embarrassment, the children of the wilderness possessed a boldness of their own. They nudged each other and giggled softly, ultimately summoning the courage to gaze at Dick with sparkling eyes, inching closer to him. Dick felt utterly at a loss, unsure where to place his hands, his face burning as if it could fry an egg. The two maidens had drawn near, radiating youthful vitality and warmth. Outside the tent, the chilling winds of the steppes howled above the camp, causing the embers of the bonfire to flicker. Just as the esteemed readers from another realm might envision, that night, Dick merely engaged in a discussion about life and ideals with the two tribal maidens. Do not overthink it. Chapter 59. The mad lad. The winds of the wilderness carried a biting chill as they swept across the exposed obsidian veins. Dick Karstark had spent a full 5 days here, traversing the open mines of the Blackstone tribe. The soles of his boots were caked with black gravel dust, and his fingers glided over countless cold, smooth surfaces. Yet, Dick never managed to find a piece of obsidian that contained the peculiar spirit he sensed. He crouched beside a massive black rock, his fingers unconsciously scraping at the tip of his dagger. Obsidian, a natural glass formed by the forces of nature. From Dick's rudimentary understanding, it originates from the fiery fissures deep within the Earth's crust or near volcanic lava. Does this imply that such extreme landscapes are likely to yield extraordinary artifacts imbued with spirit? A thought struck him. Valyria, the apocalyptic ruins known as the Sea of Smoke. According to legend, the cataclysm of 14 fire peaks erupting simultaneously obliterated the magnificent freehold of Valyria. Even now, it remains shrouded in mist, rarely trodden by human feet. Unlike the Blackstone tribe's mines, which have long been exploited and perhaps depleted of their essence, the Sea of Smoke is the true crucible. If given the chance, he must go. Returning to the hunting tribe empty-handed, Dick found life settling back into the rhythm of the wilderness, tranquil, yet fraught with the tension of survival. He did not remain idle. He began instructing the members of the hunting tribe in the art of crafting the Penobscot bow. This hastily constructed double-limbed longbow, while lacking the precision of a finely crafted longbow, possessed formidable draw strength. Moreover, its quantity compensated for its lack of accuracy. When they ventured northward once more to hunt seals, the hunters no longer needed to risk crawling within 100 paces to throw their spear. They formed a line, and at Dick's command, drew back their great bows for a coordinated shot. The specially designed elongated arrows were propelled skyward by the powerful bowstrings. And with the force of their descent, they exhibited astonishing penetrating power. Buzz! The bowstrings sang in unison. The arrows sliced through the air, descending with a deadly shriek. The trained hunters could execute 3 simultaneous shots in a single breath. The results were immediate. Aside from the seals that escaped into the sea with arrows embedded in them, each raid consistently yielded around 10 prey. The time spent hunting in the north was significantly reduced. Upon returning from the hunt, the men required rest. Yet Dick's energy remained untethered. He ventured deeper into the wilderness with a few equally spirited youths from the tribe, hunting wild rabbits, solitary wolves, wild boars, and even a massive black bear. These adventures also introduced him to other small tribes surrounding the hunting tribe. Gradually, Dick began to sketch a mental map of the tribal dynamics in the wilderness. Small tribes like Hunting and Blackstone, each comprising hundreds or thousands of individuals, proliferated like moss across the plains. Meanwhile, the once mid-sized tribes had either been absorbed or merged over the years, ultimately forming 3 colossal entities: the White Bear tribe in the north, the ferocious Fong tribe occupying the central region, and the Falcon tribe, located in the vast valley of the far northwest of the wilderness. Dick's maternal lineage. Dick came to understand that only such formidable tribes could possess the enigmatic and revered shapeshifter, typically serving as priests. Some robust vassal tribes of medium size might also hold such power, while smaller tribes like the Hunters would remain untouched by it. To reach the Falcon tribe, Dick needed to journey to the northwestern valley, a venture that required traversing nearly the entire expanse of the wasteland, a long and uncertain path. Whispers suggested that the conflict between the 2 titans, White Bear and Fong, was particularly fierce. Of course, peace was not a luxury enjoyed even among smaller tribes. The law of the wasteland was both simple and brutal. Might dictates all. Dissent? Then let your fist speak. Dick immersed himself in this wild rhythm, even developing a fascination for its raw essence, the clash of strength, the struggle for survival. Before long, his name, or rather his new moniker, began to circulate around the vicinity of the Hunters and Blackstone tribes. A silver-haired youth, brimming with energy like a newborn bull, he would charge into conflict, eyes alight with fervor, shouting, "Mark it!" What further vexed the tribal warriors was this lad's extraordinary prowess in combat. He fought with an almost fervent excitement, employing a fierce and straightforward approach, relishing in head-on confrontations, delivering blows that left others sore for days. Though somewhat exasperated, they recognized that this silver-haired madman wielded his strength judiciously, injuring but not killing. Soon, everyone knew he was the son of explosive Bear Karen. The moniker Mad Kid Dick spread like wildfire. Unable to best him in battle, many were left gnashing their teeth in frustration. Yet, some men who revered strength admired Dick's candor and ferocity, eager to forge bonds with him. Such was the nature of the wasteland's rules. Dick felt a raw authenticity, and he genuinely relished it. One afternoon, after finishing a hunt, he had just put a defiant tribal warrior on the ground, covered in sweat and dust. He felt a sense of exhilaration. Upon returning to the dwelling of the Hunters, perched upon the cliffside, he immediately called for Yara and Arno to prepare hot water. Soon, he luxuriated in the large oak tub at the cave's entrance, enveloped in warm water. Yara quietly sat beside him, feeding him mashed wild fruits with a wooden spoon, while Arno busied himself nearby with freshly boiled water. Leaning back against the tub's wall, Dick gazed out at the shimmering expanse of the distant sea. A profound sense of satisfaction, of fullness, victory, and warmth washed over him. Unable to contain himself, he let out a joyous roar towards the vast sea. How exhilarating! Unbeknownst to him, Yara could not hear, and Arno had his back turned. Dick assumed this was merely a solitary outburst. However, a deep, resonant voice, imbued with the chill of the north, suddenly echoed back like a boulder crashing into a lake. The voice paused, carrying an air of scrutiny. You, my boy, seem to be thriving quite well here. Dick's body stiffened, and he abruptly turned his head. In the misty air, a towering figure loomed like a moving mountain, blocking the entrance to the wooden shed. The newcomer, clad in a thick leather coat, bore the marks of a long journey, his features chiseled as if sculpted by a blade. It was none other than his father, Count Carlin Karstark. Behind him stood the solemn Austin and Dick's cousin. The exhilaration on Dick's face instantly froze. He was unceremoniously soaking in a wooden tub, with a few petals of wildflowers that Yara had tossed and floating on the water's surface. The Count's gaze, sharp as icicles, swept over the wooden tub, Dick's rigid form, the bewildered Yara holding a wooden spoon beside him, and Arno, who had halted with a bucket of hot water. Within that gaze lay scrutiny, a hint of fatigue, and perhaps a glimmer of relief at seeing his son in good spirits. The air in the shed became thick with tension, leaving only the lament of the sea breeze and the sound of water sloshing in the bucket. Dick instinctively wished to submerge himself in the water, but found it even more awkward, leaving him only to hold his head high. Father, Dick's voice came out dry. What brings you here? He attempted to find a less embarrassing opening line. Chapter 60. The trap is set. In the lair of the hunting tribe, the flickering light of torches danced against the rough stone walls. Count Carlin Karstark waved away the others, leaving only Dick and his cousin, Riken Karstark. This young noble was the son of the Count's elder brother, rescued during the last prisoner exchange. Dick felt a twinge of apprehension. The glory of the new bow, the reputation gained within the hunting tribe, his father's predicament, and his brother Roger's jealousy all loomed large in his mind, leading him to believe that the Count's private summons would revolve around these matters. He had already mentally mapped out his escape north to join the hunting tribe. However, the complex expression on Count Carlin's face revealed an entirely different and more troublesome issue. Dick, the Count's voice was low and carried an undeniable urgency. This matter must remain confidential. Your sister, Lysana, has vanished. Dick's heart sank. Vanished? More precisely, the Count's brow furrowed. She has run away. Tony and Roger are at Trembling Coast Fortress, and I must attend to matters there immediately. Lysana is unlikely to head in that direction. Your mother and your uncle Archer have already taken a group into the Shadow Forest to search. A complicated gaze passed over Dick and Riken. You two must depart at once. Follow the frost-cold river westward. She is likely trying to circumvent the Shadow Forest via the Frostbite Mountains to the west before turning south. The command came as a shock. Dick scarcely had time to summon his two servants, Sam and Cody, let alone bring Yara and Arno along. Count Carlin dispatched a mere 10 elite cavalrymen, and amidst the heavy atmosphere, they galloped forth, breaking away from the hunting tribe. The hooves shattered the icy crust, and the biting wind cut across the face like a blade. It was only then that Dick learned from his cousin Riken the true reason for his sister's departure. She had fled to escape an unwanted marriage. Even the formal engagement ceremony had never taken place. It is the White Bear tribe, Riken explained, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind as they jostled on horseback. They expressed their desire for a union, and it seems your father was inclined to facilitate this matter. No one had anticipated that Lysana would so vehemently resist. He paused. Just yesterday, though the exact time is unclear, she went missing. Someone saw her leave the castle in the company of a wandering minstrel. Until then, I had been entirely unaware, having just returned from collecting taxes downstream of Frostcold River when I encountered two cloaked travelers hurrying through the wilderness. Upon learning of Lysana's disappearance, I suddenly recalled that one of them bore a striking resemblance to her. This was precisely why Count Karstark urgently sought the hunting tribe, commanding Dick and Riken to pursue westward. The Karstark family, a bitter tide, surged within Dick. The family's plight unfurled in his mind like a series of somber paintings. When his grandfather held power, he had banished his father Carlin and uncle, only for the ancestral stronghold, Horned Keep, to be betrayed and seized by distant relatives of Stad. Both his grandfather and uncle met their demise in that treachery, forcing the family to retreat to the winter hold by Frostcold River, where his father Carlin was reluctantly appointed as the clan leader. Yet here he was, effectively exiled to the hunting tribe, while his sister had chosen to flee from home to escape marriage. The family was already in disarray, teetering on the brink, with internal discord rampant. Along the frigid banks of Frostcold River, Dick and his companions pursued relentlessly for 2 days and nights. At last, beneath the colossal shadow of the Frostbite Mountains, they discovered the two cloaked figures described by Riken at the edge of a town called Lord Hawk. The pair huddled in a sheltered spot outside the town, igniting a small fire for warmth. Dick swiftly led his cavalry to encircle them. When the flames illuminated their weathered faces, hardened by wind and frost, a heaviness settled in Dick's heart. Before him stood only a sorrowful middle-aged man and a timid young girl. Neither Lashana nor any minstrel. My lord, Sir Dick, you have finally arrived. To his surprise, the middle-aged man, upon seeing Dick approach on horseback, did not exhibit fear. Instead, he greeted him with the fervor of a man who had just encountered salvation. Dick reined in his horse, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the man. From your words, it seems you were expecting me? A sense of foreboding arose within him. The man's face broke into a fawning smile as he eagerly explained, Of course. Your sister, the esteemed Miss Lashana, entrusted me with 3 golden dragons. Allow me to don this cloak with my daughter, as we traverse the frost-bitten river, journeying westward to await you outside the humble town of Lord Hogg. She mentioned that, should you manage to catch up to us, you would graciously reward us with 10 golden dragons. My daughter and I dared not delay for even a moment. You see, the middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with anticipation, casting furtive glances between Dick and Riken, the meaning of which was unmistakable. We fell into a trap, a complete smokescreen. Cousin Riken, instantly incensed, turned pale with rage, swiftly drawing the whip from his waist, poised to strike the man with all his might. Terrified, the man recoiled, cowering with his arms over his head, his face a canvas of fear and profound injustice, clearly bewildered as to why he was suddenly facing such wrath. Stop! Dick interjected urgently, his voice resonating sharply in the cold wind. After a moment of silence, his gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon the trembling man and the frightened girl before shifting to his still fuming cousin. Brother, this man is merely a hired hand, oblivious to the circumstances. I possess no golden dragons, so I implore you to lend him 10 dragons for the time being. What? Dick, you wish to give him golden dragons? Riken replied incredulously. Dick patiently elucidated, Brother, given that my sister, Lashana Casterk, has pledged to pay the dragons, Casterk must uphold the principle of honoring debts. In a hushed tone, he urged Riken, these innocents do not comprehend the intricacies at play. They only discern whether the family they serve holds a reputation for integrity. Riken, upon hearing this, silently nodded, mulling over Dick's words as he retrieved 10 golden dragons from his pocket and tossed them to the grateful middle-aged man. Dick gazed towards the imposing, icy silhouette of Frostbite Mountain in the west, letting out a profound sigh. The smokescreen orchestrated by his sister had successfully diverted the pursuers sent from home down the wrong path. It was likely that the specters of the forest would yield no fruitful pursuit either. Lashana had probably long since fled to safety. Let us return, Dick declared, turning the horse around, his tone weary yet resolute. Riken and the cavalrymen followed suit, preparing to embark on the journey homeward. Just as this disheartening retreat commenced, a piercing hoarse cry, laced with incredulous joy, shattered the cold air like a blade breaking the ice. Master Dick! Master Dick! Following the sound, Dick turned his gaze. At the town's edge, a group of ragged, emaciated figures toiled under the lash of a supervisor's whip, laboriously dragging hefty logs to repair a dilapidated wooden fence. Among these almost lifeless laborers, a few familiar silhouettes emerged, the stooped, white-haired elder, Bachelor Valentine Johnson, and the once stalwart, now gaunt and bearing the marks of the whip, his former mentor, Biscottoin. 2 individuals, utterly disregarding their own safety, were frantically waving their arms and shouting at him. Were they not the very servants whom he had specifically requested from his father, Count Carlin, before departing from the Winterhold? Without the slightest hesitation, Dick spurred his steed, and the warhorse surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the labor camp on the outskirts of the town. Shock and fury erupted within him. Although Riken and 10 cavalrymen were initially perplexed, they promptly urged their horses to follow Dick's sudden charge. The thunderous advance of 12 steeds startled the town's guards, who mistakenly believed they were under attack. An enemy assault. The guards of this town on the fringes of Hogg's territory were thrown into a state of panic by the unexpected cavalry charge. The piercing sound of a warning horn shattered the tranquility of the town. Soldiers, startled and disoriented, swarmed out from behind wooden barriers like a disturbed nest of hornets, their spears raised nervously in anticipation of the oncoming Dick and his cohort. Meanwhile, the 2 servants who were still calling out for Dick were met with the vicious crack of whips, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. Silence! You seek death. Their desperate cries swiftly transformed into heart-wrenching wails, echoing in the frigid air. Chapter 61. Who supports? Who opposes? Beyond the borders, the imposing shadows of Frost Snow's teeth loomed like iron, casting an icy chill. Outside a small town that bordered the Hogg family territory and the Karstark family, 12 warhorses kicked up clouds of dust as they charged forth. The thunderous sound of their hooves roused the town guardian, Cliff Hogg, nephew of the local lord. He hurriedly rallied his troops, as if facing a formidable enemy. Yet, upon assessing the numbers of the approaching force, he steadied himself and commanded his soldiers to raise their pikes, readying themselves behind barriers for combat. Dick Karstark arrived at the enclosure, reining in his horse, Death's Fury. He did not intend to recklessly storm the town. Rather, he had caught sight of a distressing scene from afar. His mentor, the scholar Viscodo, alongside the elderly scholar Valentine Johnson, was trembling under the lash while laboring under duress, with two servants nearby suffering grievously from their injuries. Rage surged within Dick. He was determined to ascertain the truth and rescue them. How could the two scholars, particularly the aged Valentine, endure such torment? As he watched a soldier's whip poised to strike again, Dick could no longer contain himself. He spurred Death's Fury, crashing through the crowd that obstructed his path, charging towards the center. With a swift kick, he dislodged the spear aimed at him, while expertly wielding his whip to ensnare the soldier's lash, yanking it away forcefully. Behind him, his cousin Riken and 10 cavalrymen followed closely, breaking through the encirclement of the town's soldiers. Dick leaped from his mount and rushed to the faltering Valentine and the equally dazed Viscodo, urgently asking, "Master, what is happening here? Are you not traversing the family estate with the old scholar, compiling tomes on agriculture and astronomy?" The gaze of Master Vis became unfocused, his lips moved without sound. The frail Valentine lifted his head with difficulty, his cloudy eyes straining to focus, his voice barely audible. "Am I truly not dreaming? Dick?" "Sir Cliff Hogg." The town's guardian knight felt a slight relief as the cavalry, upon breaching the encirclement, did not draw their swords but instead slowed to a halt. A cavalry without speed posed a diminished threat. Upon observing that they seemed to recognize the traitors they had captured, and noting the familiar family insignias emblazoned on the soldiers, Sir Cliff felt a flicker of familiarity. He adjusted his helm, puffed out his chest, and strode forward with an air of arrogance. "Hey, people of House Karstark. This is the territory of House Hogg. I am Sir Cliff Hogg, the Guardian Knight. What do you intend by charging into our town?" The two scholars appeared in a pitiful state, and pressing them for answers now would yield no fruit. Dick, filled with ire, turned to the questioner. "I demand to know. By what right do you lash at my Karstark servants? By what right do you compel my teacher and the elderly scholar Valentine to endure such toil? What is it that House Hogg seeks?" A knowing smile flickered across Cliff Hogg's face, swiftly morphing into a mocking sneer. "Those two servants? Huh. They did claim to be of House Karstark. But why should we believe the words of two recognized traitors?" He pointed a trembling finger at the scholars. "As for them, mere lackeys of Hightower. Yet they have never professed loyalty to your Karstark." This remark left Dick momentarily speechless. He suddenly recalled that in the present Westeros, scholars were indeed akin to pariahs in many regions. The protection of House Karstark over these two scholars was indisputable. "Now do you understand?" Dick observed the frail state of his teacher, losing interest in further argument. "We must leave. Not so fast," Cliff Hogg bellowed, raising his hand to instruct his soldiers to tighten the encirclement. "Those two servants belong to you. Take them away. But these traitors?" He scoffed. "You shall not take them. And state your names. You dare intrude upon my family's territory without even a proper introduction? Is House Karstark so ignorant of decorum? I am Dick Karstark." Witnessing the grim scene, Dick indeed forgot his manners, lacking the experience to engage in formal discourse with other nobles. The younger son of Count Caron? Cliff seemed to recognize this name. His gaze swept over Dick's striking silver hair and youthful visage, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Then, young Master Dick, by what authority do you negotiate with me? If Count Caron himself were present, vouching for House Karstark's protection of these two scholars, I would acquiesce. Or if your family's heir were to say so, I would also comply. But you?" He let out a derisive laugh. "You are a knight? Oh, despite the fact that it lies beyond the borders, ever since the disappearance of Duke John, the lords have taken to bestowing knighthoods upon their own accord. However, to the best of my knowledge, it appears that Count Caron has yet to confer such an honor upon you, his younger son. You assert protection merely by saying so? What a jest. Ha ha." My cousin Riken furrowed his brow and approached, whispering a caution to Dick. Dick acknowledged his point, stating that in noble discourse, the standing must be equal. There should not be a vast disparity. Perhaps we should return first and request a letter from the esteemed Count addressed to Lord Hogg. Reclaiming the individual should not be an insurmountable task. Dick's gaze swept over the frail old scholar, his dazed mentor, and the two servants on the ground who, despite enduring excruciating pain, had ceased their wails, their eyes solely reflecting an intense will to survive as they stared at him. Dick slowly shook his head. "A back and forth? I fear the person may already be lost." His thoughts raced, and suddenly his eyes sharpened like the icy winds of a frozen expanse. He raised his hand, tucking the wind-tousled silver strands behind his ear. In the next moment, with a speed so swift it was imperceptible to the eye, Dick moved slightly and drew forth a longbow from the side of the death beast. The motion of bending the bow and knocking the arrow was seamless. Executed with such swiftness, it became a blur. There was no need to aim. The bowstring thrummed. Bang! The arrow sliced through the air. So sudden, so rapid, so close. The crowd barely had time to react. Clang! The sharp sound of metal on metal reverberated. Cliff Hogg's iron helmet was sent flying. It was only then that Cliff and his soldiers seemed to awaken from their stupor, their faces drained of color, instinctively bending low to avoid the oncoming threat. Riken and the cavalry behind Dick were also taken aback, instinctively drawing their swords. Yet, the scene froze once more for everyone present. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows striking iron helmets continued relentlessly. Dick did not relent. His expression remained impassive, his movements ghostly swift, the bow drawn like a full moon. Arrows released like shooting stars. One arrow after another, each shot with remarkable precision, pursued the tumbling helmet in the air. 10 arrows. Every single one found its mark. The helmet was as if it were being relentlessly struck by an invisible hand, spinning and wailing, pinned high above the small town. Cliff Hogg, pale as a ghost, felt his throat constricting, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. He even forgot to issue a command to resist, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Dick slowly lowered his bowstring, his piercing gaze like ice, directed at Cliff Hogg. I am indeed not a knight. I possess no equal standing with you. He patted the quiver at his waist, his voice chilling. However, my arrows can engage in discourse with you. I still have 10 arrows remaining. You 41 individuals. Please believe me, you can only be counted as 31. Seeing the color return to Cliff Hogg's face, as if contemplating the advantage of 31 against 12. Dick smirked coldly, pointing arrogantly at his cousin. But, my cousin Riken Castark possesses even greater prowess in archery than I. He still has 20 arrows. Well, 31 minus 20. That leaves us with only 11 individuals. Cliff Hogg, like a performer in a Sichuan opera, turned pale once more. Dick's cousin, Riken, froze for a moment. But as all eyes turned towards him, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a frosty demeanor. He cast a sinister glare at Cliff Hogg, scrutinizing him up and down. The scrutiny made Cliff feel as if he were riddled with countless holes, a chill sweeping over him. Cliff's face instantly transformed from ashen to a ghastly gray. Dick stepped forward, his voice low yet suffocating. Now, I shall leave with 2 scholars and my servant. He surveyed the surroundings, and as his gaze fell upon them, the soldiers of the town lowered their weapons, afraid to meet his eyes. Who is in favor? Who is against? Silence ensued. No one responded. Only the wind mournfully whispered through the broken walls. No one dared to speak. Naturally, no one would jump up to say, in favor. Even less likely was anyone to rise against Riken's ominous stare and declare, against. Dick ceased to speak further, signaling for Riken and the others to assist. They swiftly helped the weakened scholars and the injured servant onto their horses. The hooves trampled across the frigid ground, stirring up dust as they departed from the border town under the rigid gaze of Cliff Hogg and his soldiers. Chapter 62. Choices along the frost-cold river. Dick Castark felt a heavy heart. His sister, Lashana Castark, remained unaccounted for. Fate offered a modicum of solace. At the Hogg's border, he rescued his mentor, the scholar Viscatoin, the elderly scholar Valentine Johnson, and 2 servants. The 2 scholars and the servants, tormented and frail, could hardly withstand the jolts of the horse ride, forcing the group to progress at a sluggish pace. Just after leaving the town, cousin Riken anxiously glanced back repeatedly. Dick, are they pursuing us? Dick appeared nonchalant, shrugging his shoulders. Hey, brother Riken, that look you had earlier. Such fierce intensity. You resembled a master archer. Well done. His laughter echoed along the riverbank. Riken slumped his shoulders, still shaken. Next time, let me know in advance if I need to act like a master. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. However, he continued earnestly, seriously, those arrows of yours were incredible. I never imagined your archery skills were so remarkable. Dick waved his hand dismissively. I've loved hunting since childhood. Practice makes perfect. During their rest, the scholars and servants cleaned themselves and consumed some provisions, regaining a bit of strength. Dick finally learned of their plight. The 2 scholars, while gathering astronomical and agricultural data on the Castark family's territory, ventured into the lands near Frost Snow Tooth for research. Disguised as merchants, their identity as scholars easily invited trouble. However, when they were laden with precious manuscripts and data while passing through the border town of Hogg, The unusual behavior of their wagon aroused the suspicion of the guarding knights. Upon interrogation, their true identity was revealed through the exposed texts. The knights detained them for hard labor until Dick intervened. Valentine, the scholar, lamented. Pounding his chest in despair over the manuscripts and months of painstaking work turned to ashes by the guards. Dick sighed inwardly and offered gentle consolation. What matters is that they are unharmed. Data can be recollected, manuscripts rewritten. As long as life endures, knowledge remains eternal. The journey back was arduous. The outward trip had taken 2 days and a night, yet returning with the scholars to Winterhold consumed 4 days and 3 nights. Upon their arrival at the castle, Dick's mother, Lady Helena, and his uncle Archer returned empty-handed from the Shadow Forest, just as Dick had anticipated. They too had failed to find any trace of Lysanah. His aunt, Kalia, had sent her hawk companion to scour the skies, but to no avail. His father, Count Karunk Stark, along with his elder brother Roger and Uncle Tony, had also returned from the trembling shores of the sea fortress. In the second-floor council chamber of Winterhold, the atmosphere was as tense as ice. Dick's cousin, Riken, cautiously broke the silence. Uncle, since Lysanah is adamant in refusing the marriage contract and we cannot retrieve her, why not allow my sister to substitute for her in the alliance with the White Bear tribe? Perhaps this could mitigate some loss. Count Karunk slowly shook his head. Fatigue etched upon his brow. Were it not for my daughter, the union would not involve the most favored son of the White Bear tribe's chieftain. It holds little significance and might even be perceived as an affront. He paused, his voice low. Let us set this matter aside for now. His gaze drifted into the distance. Perhaps when my youngest daughter, Jenny, is older, we can revisit this. Count Karunk sighed deeply, as if shedding a heavy burden or resigning to fate. As for Lysanah, there was no need to expend further efforts in search of her. She has chosen her path. Let her be. With the issue of Lysanah shelved, Count Karunk raised another pressing matter, his tone regaining its authority. Dick has developed new bows and arrows with the hunting tribe, boasting remarkable range and penetrating power, significantly enhancing hunting efficiency. This presents a splendid opportunity. I plan to summon 200 elite archers to form a specialized unit. He turned his gaze toward his eldest son. Roger will be responsible for training and commanding them. After a moment of hesitation, Count Karunk's attention shifted to his second son, Dick, his voice softening. My child, you shall refrain from going to the hunting tribe for now. Dick was momentarily taken aback and looked up at his father, a faint smile of understanding curling at the corners of his lips. It was as he had expected. Should there be any indirect harm to Yara and Arno, Dick would be incensed. Yet, at this moment, such a direct confrontation did not provoke his ire as much. He had no intention of vying for power. A dark thought flickered through his mind. What if he resisted? What if he rose in defiance and argued his case? Would it unfold like a melodramatic tale of succession with brothers at odds? The notion flitted past, leaving only absurdity and a chill in its wake. However, Lady Helena, Dick's mother, could not remain calm. She abruptly stood, knocking over an empty wine glass, the shattering sound piercing the air. With fire in her eyes, she fixed her gaze upon her husband. Previously, you sent Dick to the hunting tribe, an act that felt akin to banishment. Now he is thriving there, evident to all. The new bow and arrows have been crafted, yet you wish to send him away? Karen, Dick is also our son. Helena's voice trembled with fury. Aunt Kalia leisurely sipped her wine, casting a cold glance at Karen. Karen, do you truly hold such disdain for Dick? The Falcon tribe would gladly accept him. My father and brother would undoubtedly welcome him. Karen, confronted by his wife's wrath and his sister-in-law's icy words, wore a complex expression, rubbing his brow. Helena, I understand. But Roger is also our child. He is the eldest, more experienced, and better suited to lead the new army. I assure you. He raised his voice. Once we defeat the traitors and reclaim our lost territories, I will certainly grant Dick a prosperous land. He shall not be wronged. The council chamber fell into a deeper silence. The family's plight weighed heavily upon their hearts like a massive stone. Karen's promise of needing time felt hollow in that moment. Karen glanced at the silent Dick, his tone softening slightly. My child, I know you enjoy hunting, but it does not have to be in the wilderness. The Shadow Forest also has a family hunting party. You may rest in the castle for a while. Dick nodded calmly but rejected the notion of rest. Very well, father. I understand. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the others. However, at sunrise tomorrow, I shall venture to the Shadow Forest. I am tired now. I will return to my chamber. With that, Dick rose and left the oppressive council chamber without hesitation. His posture was upright, his steps steady, devoid of any lingering resentment. Helena watched her son's retreating figure, her heart tightening. She shot a fierce glare at her husband and hurried after him. The council chamber remained silent. The crackling flames in the hearth reflected Roger's somber face and Karen's furrowed brow. Helena caught up with Dick in the corridor. "Dick, my child." She grasped his arm. Her eyes slightly reddened, uncertain of how to comfort him. Her heart ached with the injustice. Yet the source of that injustice lay with her husband and eldest son, leaving her feeling powerless and tormented. "Dick," she stammered, struggling to speak. "Listen to your aunt. Go to the Falcon tribe. Seek out your uncle and grandfather. Leaving here is certainly preferable to suffering." Dick halted, turning to gently hold his mother's cold hand, offering a sincere smile. "It is truly fine, mother." His voice was gentle yet resolute. "My elder brother is indeed an exceptional heir, the hope of our family's future. Father's choice carries weight. I shall not contest it. Please do not worry." He gazed out at the dark green outlines of the forest, his tone light and curious. "The shadow forest seems splendid. I genuinely wish to see it. I have heard its scenery is quite different." Chapter 63. The Hunters of the Sellas family in the early morning. A cold wind whipped with fine snow lashed against the thick stone walls of Everwinter Castle. Dick Karstark donned a fur cloak, a steel longsword at his waist, a hardwood longbow slung across his back, and a quiver of arrows at his side, standing before the castle gate. His attendants, Sam and Cody, were clad in thick leather coats, leading the lost beast along with 2 other robust horses. Hunting forks and short axes dangled by their saddles. Lady Helena Stark clutched Dick's hand tightly, her breath forming white mist in the frigid wind. "Child, the haunted woods are no trifling matter. Even seasoned hunters must exercise utmost caution. Promise me, be vigilant." Her voice trembled, tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. "I will, mother," Dick replied solemnly, feeling the chill of her fingertips and the weight of her words. Aaron Hawkeye stood behind Helena, her cheeks flushed with cold, her bright eyes fixed intently on Dick, brimming with both admiration and concern. "Cousin Dick, you slipped away last time without a word, and now you are off again." Martha Hawkeye murmured, her head bowed. "You should join our Hawkeye clan." A warmth flickered within Dick, quickly subdued by the melancholy of parting. He squeezed his mother's hand firmly and nodded at his 2 cousins. "Fear not. Hunting is my forte. By the way, there's Yara and Arno. Their mother seems to be unwell. Aaron, Martha, please keep an eye on them for me." With that, he evaded the intense gaze of his cousins and mounted his horse with agility. Lady Helena pressed a soft leather pouch into his hand, containing provisions and precious healing salve. Dick took one last glance at the 3 women before him and tugged on the reins. Onward. The hooves shattered the thin ice as their figures swiftly followed the old hunter arranged by Count Karen, vanishing at the path leading to the haunted woods. Upon entering the haunted woods, the light dimmed abruptly. Towering ancient trees interwove their branches overhead, crafting a colossal cage that obscured the sun. The snow on the ground lay thick, while the shadows beneath the trees were blanketed with dense moss and decaying matter, exuding a chill and dampness. The air was piercingly cold, mingled with the scents of earth, rotting wood, and the heavy aroma of the primordial forest. An unsettling silence reigned, occasionally punctured by the distant howls of unknown beasts or the soft rustle of snow cascading from branches. Twisted stones and dense thickets seemed to harbor watchful eyes lurking within. Sam and Cody instinctively tensed, their hands gripping their weapons at their waists. Dick inhaled the icy air deeply, rather than instilling fear. The forest's formidable presence ignited an exhilaration deep within his veins. Over the next 2 days, Dick displayed astonishing hunting prowess. His senses, enhanced by the 12 remnants of the earth, surpassed those of ordinary men. As a snowshoe hare timidly emerged from beneath a moss-covered tree root, Sam and Cody remained oblivious while Dick silently nocked an arrow. The arrow flew true, piercing the hare's neck with precision. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, a famished wild boar, with its long hair bristling, suddenly surged forth from the dense thicket, roaring fiercely. Its enormous tusks glimmered ominously as it charged at Cody's flank. The fetid wind assaulted Cody's senses, leaving him utterly stupefied. In that critical moment, Dick swiftly drew his obsidian dagger from his belt and, with a deft twist of his body, struck with precision. A flash of darkness ensued as the dagger plunged deeply into the boar's eye socket, piercing straight into its brain. The creature emitted a haunting, anguished cry, propelled forward by sheer inertia before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, splattering mud and snow just a mere step away from Cody. His face drained of color, Cody struggled to catch his breath. The gaze he cast upon Dick was imbued with unprecedented awe and gratitude. Each of Dick's actions was executed with impeccable precision and grace, as if he were the sovereign of this forest. Sam and Cody were utterly captivated, silently attending to their quarry, their loyalty deepening immeasurably. Soon, The horses were laden with a bountiful harvest: snow hares, grouse, foxes, and that massive wild boar. By the evening of the third day, guided by the expertise of seasoned hunters, they arrived at their destination. The hunter's lodge nestled deep within the ghost shadow forest. A cluster of low longhouses constructed from sturdy logs and thick animal hides ingeniously nestled around the gnarled roots of a massive fishbeam tree. In the center of the camp, a great bonfire blazed vigorously, its flickering flames striving to dispel the forest's damp, chilling atmosphere. Various hunters encircled the fire, clad in thick leather coats. Some repaired bows and arrows, others tanned hides, while some engaged in hushed conversations, sharing strong spirits. Their faces bore a ruggedness akin to chiseled stone, their gazes sharp as eagles. The wooden walls were adorned with dried animal skins, enormous antlers, and an array of hunting tools. The black and white sigil of House Stark prominently hung above the main lodge's threshold. Amidst the warmth of the bonfire, Dick stepped forward, flanked by Sam and Cody. His arrival was abrupt, prompting all hunters to rise in respect. Dick scanned the crowd, seeking the leader of the local clan. His gaze soon fixed upon a figure rising from a wooden stump. The man donned well-maintained chainmail, draped in a thick cotton armor emblazoned with the Stark family crest, and bore a long sword at his waist. He was evidently a knight, James Park, the son of the venerable knight, Cohen Park, yet illuminated by the firelight. His complexion appeared alarmingly pale, tinged with evident trepidation. "Master Dick?" James's voice was tight and dry, his body instinctively recoiling. It was him. Sam and Cody's eyes were riveted on James, burning with a seething hatred, their hands instinctively resting upon the axes at their sides. Sam leaned closer to Dick, whispering, "Master, it was he who once threatened our father's life and that of my brothers with a cursed golden dragon, coercing us into relinquishing the wretched beast we had sold." The magnificent black stallion, Sang Biao, was forcefully taken away, and the humiliation surged through the hearts of the two brothers. The cold golden dragon coin served as a mark of disgrace, deeply etched into their souls. James's complexion shifted from pale to crimson and then to a ghastly hue. His gaze evasive, yet it seemed not directed at the two wild subordinates. At that moment, Cody's voice was taut as a bowstring, his finger abruptly pointing toward the shadowy figures behind James. "Master, look at those people by the campfire." Dick's eyes immediately darted in that direction, illuminated by the flickering flames. He distinctly recognized the figures resembling hunters, their leather coats adorned with a subtle, yet unmistakable emblem, the black rose crest. The Celis family. Dick's gaze turned icy, an invisible chill radiating from him, causing the air around to seem as if it had frozen. The crackling of the campfire appeared to vanish. James Parker's face had completely drained of color. The hunters of the Celis family began to retreat slowly and silently, their hands inching towards their weapons. Chapter 64. Drawing the sword, sheathing the sword. In the depths of the ghost shadow forest, the hunter's abode lay nestled against the massive roots of an ancient tree. The campfire crackled, casting light upon the seated hunters. However, when the figure of Dick Castak emerged at the edge of the firelight, the harmonious atmosphere abruptly froze. The hunters of the Celis family reacted swiftly, leaping to their feet, bowstrings taut, swords drawn, their blades pointed menacingly at Dick. James Parker, the camp leader and son of the venerable knight Cohen Parker, bellowed as he rose to his full stature, his iron sword unsheathing with a resounding clang. The blade glinted ominously, yet it did not point at Dick. Instead, it swung sharply towards the Celis hunters. His broad back stood completely exposed before Dick. In the name of the gods, James's roar drowned out the crackling fire. It was only then that the Castak hunters behind him snapped back to reality. Fumbling for their hunting knives, axes, and spears, unhesitatingly aimed at their former drinking companions. A palpable aura of bloodlust filled the camp in an instant. This bizarre scene compelled Dick to stifle his urge to draw his sword, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. James, with his back turned to Dick, bore a complex expression in the firelight, yet his gaze remained as steadfast as a rock. "Sheathe your weapons. Immediately. In our Castak territory. You dare to bare your fangs at the Lord's son? Are you out of your minds?" The Celis hunters exchanged glances, showing no intention of lowering their weapons, maintaining a defensive stance as they slowly retreated to the outskirts of the camp. James kept his eyes fixed on them, refraining from issuing any orders to intervene. Dick remained motionless as well, his gaze sweeping over his own hunters, who shockingly did not act to stop the Celis family. Some appeared ashen, their hands trembling around their weapons, while others were at a loss. Several seasoned hunters muttered silently, their eyes darting between James and the retreating Celis. The camp was engulfed in an eerie silence, broken only by the retreating footsteps and the crackling of the campfire. It was not until the Xi'an had completely withdrawn from the light, vanishing into the fringes of the forest, that James exhaled heavily, slowly sheathing his sword. He turned, casting a complex gaze at Dick, his throat constricting as he struggled to utter a single word. Behind Dick stood two servants, Sam and Cody, their grips tightening around the handles of their axes, knuckles paling as they glared at James like protective young wolves. "Master." Sam's voice trembled with suppressed anger and fear. "This man has betrayed us. He colluded with the Xi'an scum. This place is perilous." "Indeed," Cody growled. "We will block the traitor. You must flee." James initially regarded them with disdain, but soon refocused his gaze on Dick, his expression a blend of resignation and resolve, even a hint of pleading. "Listen, Dick Karstark." His voice was deep and authoritative. "My father, Cohen Park, and I have sworn fealty to Lord Count Carlin. This vow has never been forsaken. We hold our oath above life itself, past, present, and future." James's chest heaved. "The situation here is not as you presume. You may disbelieve every word I utter, and I care not how you perceive me or how you choose to act against me." Dick's countenance remained impassive, slightly lifting his chin to indicate for him to continue. Sam and Cody attempted to interject, but were silenced by a cold gesture from Dick. Years ago, James's voice was hoarse. "The land surrounding the Ghostwood Forest belonged to the Karstarks. This accursed thicket is your family's exclusive hunting ground. How vast is this forest? How treacherous! Packs of wolves, shadow cats, and countless unknown creatures make their livelihood within. Hunters who do not unite are doomed." James's gaze swept over the surrounding Karstark hunters. The Xi'an family's current hunters. Strip away that black rose emblem, and at their core, they are still the same Karstark hunters who once traversed these woods and forded icy rivers with us. They are not warriors charging into battle, nor knights, Master Dick. They are merely hunters, striving to feed their families from the bounty of the forest. James pointed around him. They are brothers, cousins, companions raised together. It is simply the forest that has divided, and the families that have split. One side dons the Xi'an's black rose leather, while the other wears our black with white sunburst insignia. His tone bore a profound weariness and candor. "It is that simple. I, James Park, stand guard here with the sole purpose of providing sufficient sustenance for the trembling stronghold along the coast, ensuring the garrison's bellies are full. This is my duty, and it is my father's promise to the Count." Dick fell silent, while Cody could not restrain himself from muttering a curse. "Master, do not believe the traitor's lies." Dick acutely sensed the shift in the atmosphere around him. After hearing James's confession and the accusations from his servants, the bewilderment on the faces of the Karstark hunters was swiftly replaced by a deeper fear. Their hands, clutching weapons, began to tremble uncontrollably, eyes flickering with evasion, and cold sweat beaded upon their foreheads. This was the palpable fear of their lord's wrath. Reflecting upon it, in this perilous forest, the two factions had once hunted together, harboring no animosity. However, they had been discovered and exposed by the Lord's son. Should their lord become aware of this, the consequences would be dire. The term traitor was anathema to Count Carlin. Dick felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. While James's words might possess a modicum of truth, these hunters, ensnared by fear, were far more dangerous than any foe. They could easily resort to desperate measures, fearing execution as traitors. He needed to stabilize their fraying nerves. Dick decisively raised his hand, his voice low yet commanding. "Enough, Sam, Cody. Sheath your axes." Reluctantly, the two complied, their gazes still vigilant. Stepping forward, Dick surveyed each of the Karstark hunters, his voice steady and clear. "Everyone, secure your weapons. I have seen it clearly. It was you who banded together to drive out the Sellas family to protect me." He emphasized his words. "This loyalty and courage shall not be forgotten. The Karstark family will remember those who stood for it." This statement resonated like a decree of clemency. The hunters' taut nerves abruptly relaxed, their weapons lowering and returning to their sheaths. A chorus of gratitude erupted. "Master Dick, thank you for your keen insight." The crisis momentarily abated. Dick turned to James Park, lowering his voice. "James, I shall verify your oath myself." His gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Did you not assert that your duty was to supply the trembling coastal fortresses with meat?" James stood tall, unflinching. "Indeed." "Very well," Dick replied, his expression impassive. "Let us depart at once. I shall accompany you." James displayed neither surprise nor reluctance, simply nodding in agreement. The camp bustled into action. The hunters swiftly dispersed, extinguishing some of the campfires, packing their gear, and tossing large slabs of cured meat onto the wooden carts. The sounds of clanging iron, labored breaths, and commanding shouts replaced the stillness. Dick stood aside, with Sam and Cody closely beside him, their vigilance unwavering. Chapter 65. Close the gate. The ghostly forest beyond the borders was so dense that light scarcely penetrated. Dick trailed behind the group, observing the hunters straining to push several small carts laden with their quarry, slowly inching toward the trembling coast. This cursed place was devoid of paths. Riding was a challenge, let alone maneuvering carts. The wooden carts departing from the hunter's home relied solely on human strength. Navigating through the thicket was arduous, each step contending with entangled roots and slick moss. The biting cold outside spared them the nuisance of snakes, insects, and rodents. Yet, wolves, bears, wild boars, and those elusive snow leopards were not only abundant, but also fearsome. Dick pondered that perhaps this world, nourished by a faint essence of vitality, surpassed his desolate homeland. Blue Star. The beasts here were of an astonishing size, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious hunger. It was rumored that within the forest roamed ice wolves as large as mighty bulls. However, throughout the journey, Dick had seldom engaged in combat. He had witnessed what true hunter collaboration entailed. The group did not recklessly cluster together, charging through the woods. Instead, several seasoned hunters dispersed like phantoms, swiftly and silently scouting ahead. A few individuals spread out on either side and behind, their senses attuned, vigilant for any rustle in the underbrush. Upon detecting danger, a mimic bird call would echo through the air. At times, the group would discreetly dispatch members to eliminate a solitary beast, while at other moments, they would swiftly regroup, standing back to back, poised with spears and bows, confronting the encroaching pack of colossal wolves. Observing their swift and precise movements, Dick noted how a mere glance sufficed for mutual understanding among them. He began to believe in what James Park had previously mentioned, that in the Shadow Ghost Forest, hunters must rely on one another for survival. As the tension eased slightly, Dick initiated a conversation with James nearby. He learned that recently, his father, Count Carlin, and his elder brother had been planning to rotate the stationed troops at the Trembling Coast Fortress. Once the rotation was completed, the position of frontline commander was originally meant to be handed to James's father, the old Knight Cohen Park. A few years ago, my father had single-handedly infiltrated the Horned Fortress, occupied by that scoundrel, Silas, and brought back vital intelligence regarding the enemy's severely depleted forces at the edge of the Shadow Ghost Forest. The Count had been quite pleased, thus promoting him to commander of the frontline fortress. But this cursed rotation, James spat in frustration, had been fraught with difficulties. The Silas family seemed to have gone mad lately, harassing and probing like rabid dogs, executing petty maneuvers that had severely delayed the troop rotation. And now, my father was still bearing the title of deputy commander. 3 days later, the once dense canopy of towering trees began to thin, and the terrain grew more manageable. At last, Dick and his companions emerged from the oppressive gloom of the Shadow Ghost Forest. As they stepped back into the light, a contingent of reconnaissance cavalry draped in thick cloaks approached, their hooves thudding heavily against the frozen ground. The lead cavalry captain clearly recognized James Park. After a brief exchange, he promptly dispatched 2 riders to escort the group to the crucial coastal fortress. After traversing for most of the day, as the briny, frigid sea breeze enveloped them, the family fortress by the trembling coast finally came into view. It stood majestically atop a steep cliff, with a flag emblazoned with a white sunburst on a black field fluttering in the cold wind. From the northern approach, where Dick and his companions drew near, the terrain remained relatively gentle, making it an ideal location for resupply. Conversely, to the south, facing the sea and potential foes, the landscape became exceedingly steep, forming a natural barrier. This wooden fortress was constructed in a sturdy bastion style, with several prominent angles resembling fangs pointing in various directions, ensuring there were no blind spots for firing. Dick's gaze swept over the outer walls of the fortress, which bore the harrowing scars of battle. Expansive charred areas were clearly the result of fire, while several arrow towers leaned askew, their broken wooden remnants grotesquely exposed. Though the main gate had been mended, dark red stains, stubbornly unwashed, lingered near the hinges, silently narrating the recent brutality. Accompanied by 2 cavalrymen, James Park engaged in negotiations, and at last, Dick and his party approached the battle-scarred stronghold. The heavy wooden door creaked open slowly with the sound of the winch. Upon entry, the hunters immediately began unloading their haul under James's direction, transferring the game from the cart to designated spots. Meanwhile, Dick stood in the small courtyard within the fortress, surveying his surroundings. In a war stronghold, a somber atmosphere was to be expected. However, the soldiers' expressions were taut with tension, leaving Dick puzzled. Suddenly, a hurried, heavy footfall echoed through the air. It was James's father, Cohen Park, the old knight, clad in tarnished armor besmirched with mud and dark stains. rushing towards them with several similarly armed and visibly anxious soldiers. The old knight's face was etched with anxiety and fatigue. His gaze swept over the crowd and abruptly fixed on Dick, his expression transforming into one of unadulterated terror. Without waiting for Dick or James to speak, he dashed to James's side, his voice strained with suppressed fury and dread as he growled, "You fool! How could you bring him here? And with only a handful of hunters?" The old knight abruptly turned to Dick, his voice rising in urgency to a near pitch as he implored, "Leave. Master Dick. Get out of here. At once." James, stunned by his father's wrath and words, froze in place. Yet, in an instant, Dick felt a chilling sense of danger slither up his spine like a venomous serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by instinct, he leaped onto the back of his steed. "Fangbiao." Simultaneously, he shouted at the equally stunned brothers, Sam and Cody, "Go." Alas, it was too late. A triumphant, mocking laughter suddenly erupted, echoing ominously across the fortress courtyard. "Ha ha, the seven gods truly favor us today. Look who has come knocking." Followed by a cold and commanding voice that ordered, "Shut the fortress gates." With a resounding thud, the heavy wooden door crashed down behind Dick, sealing off their escape route with a thunderous finality that rang like a death knell. It was over. Dick's heart plummeted into despair. He turned sharply towards the source of the sound, only to behold a throng of armored soldiers advancing aggressively towards a few individuals at the direction of the fortress's main keep. The young man at the forefront, who was laughing boisterously, was instantly recognizable to Dick. That striking face, tinged with a hint of malice, had been seen by Dick years ago during a prisoner exchange at Everwinter Fortress. Cassio Celis, the heir of the Celis family. Dick recalled vividly that this audacious young man had been utterly fearless in the presence of Count Carlin, his sharp wit and demeanor leaving a lasting impression. Even Dick's father, Count Carlin, had later remarked with a frown that this lad was a troublesome character. How could he be here, in his own family's fortress? Turning his gaze back to the old knight, Cohen Park, whose face was etched with desperation and anxiety, Dick realized he had unwittingly stumbled into a perilous situation. Chapter 66. The Loyal Soldier on the Trembling Coastline. This was the frontline fortress of the Castark family. The heavy gates thunderously slammed shut behind Dick Castark, as if sealing off any hope of freedom or escape. He forced himself to remain calm, his sharp gaze sweeping over the traitors encircling him. Just moments ago, he had been observing the state of the soldiers within the fortress, until the fortress commander, with his rugged face, one of the knights trusted by his father, Carlin Castark, had personally torn off the white sunburst insignia from his cloak, a symbol of loyalty. The piercing sound of the fabric ripping seemed to shatter the last vestiges of hope within Dick's heart. Cut off the white sunburst. The commander's roar echoed like a death knell. In an instant, the small square of the fortress was filled with the jarring sounds of metal scraping against leather. The soldiers, those he believed were safeguarding the family's honor, drew their swords and turned them against the Castark insignia emblazoned on their own attire. Fragments fell like withering snowflakes. Even among the ranks of the old knight Cohen Park, within the less than 100 men, some glimmered with uncertainty, ultimately gritting their teeth and turning to join the traitors' ranks. Dick's gaze swept across the square, where at least 200 soldiers brandished their gleaming blades towards them, the walls glinting with deadly light. The archers had taken their positions, their arrows mercilessly aimed at this small cluster of individuals. The architect of this chaos, Cassio Celis, now wore a smile of complete control. He elegantly gestured for his subordinates to remove their cloaks, revealing their finely crafted armor adorned with the black rose insignia. Dick's pupils dilated sharply. 10 well-equipped Celis knights. Cohen Park, my old friend, Cassio's voice, laced with feigned warmth, shattered the oppressive silence. Were we not just enjoying a pleasant conversation? Look, your son has even brought along Carlin's son, he remarked with a glance at James Park, who was surrounded by anxious hunters, his face pale as a ghost. The terms we just discussed remain unchanged. Additionally, I can reward your son with an estate. What say you, Cohen Park? The old knight's face darkened instantly, resembling the bottom of a pot. The muscles on his wrinkled visage twitched. His gaze swept over the two furious loyal servants blocking Dick's path, then settled on Dick, who was staring intently at him from horseback, before finally glancing at his panicked son, James. The air seemed to freeze. Ultimately, the old knight took a deep breath. His chest swelled, and with an odd tranquility, he pronounced an oath with crystal clarity. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a war hammer striking each listener's heart. By the seven gods, I, Cohen Park, swear to follow Lord Caron unto death with my iron sword. My shield shall eternally protect House Stark. This oath seemed to transport the old knight back many years, its echoes reverberating through the small square, imbued with resolute power. Upon hearing his father's vow, James Park trembled. He turned to the besieged Dick, forcing a bitter smile. Dick, it is I who have wronged you. No longer regarding the quaking hunters beside him, he abruptly drew his sword, striding to his father's side. Responding to the family's honor through action, Cassio Sellas, dramatically shaking his head and sighing, harbored only cold calculation in his gaze. What a pity. Those terms and the newly added estate, if converted into golden dragons, would be worth several tens of thousands. Now, Cassio raised his voice, infused with fervent incitement. Loyal soldiers of House Sellas, these golden dragons are now yours. This proclamation ignited the greed of the traitors. The encirclement tightened abruptly. Soldiers surged forward in excitement. The clash of steel resounding, and shouts of allegiance to Sellas rose like a pack of hungry wolves scenting blood. The loyal soldiers before Dick turned pale, many nervously unsheathing their swords, the metallic rasp sharp in the air. Cassio regarded the scene with satisfaction, raising his hands in a mocking gesture reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. Quiet now, loyal soldiers. The sarcasm in his words dripped like venom. His gaze traversed the crowd, locking onto the silver-haired youth atop the warhorse, Deathbringer. I must have a word with my distant cousin, he declared. Isn't that right, Cousin Dick? Dick pressed his lips tightly together, offering no reply, his eyes swiftly scanning the towering towers, narrow passages, and the gaps in the rebel formation. He was calculating, searching for any glimmer of hope. Don't be so aloof. It's worth a glance. Cassio spread his hands. Dick, as you can see, within this fortress, I have over 10 knights and more than 300 soldiers on my side. Whereas you have, he clicked his tongue disdainfully, Cohen Park and his son. 2 knights, along with a handful of terrified soldiers. Do not look any further. Dick, you stand no chance. Observing Dick's continued silence, Cassio adopted a tone of persuasion, his eyes glimmering with shrewdness. Join our Sellas family. I am aware that as the second son of Karen, you are not particularly esteemed within your household. What a remarkable talent you possess. In the desolate Winterhold, you have established workshops, cared for the wounded, and repaired bridges and roads, recently even alleviating the food shortage. Karen truly lacks discernment. Cousin, come to us. Your gifts will find unimpeded opportunities for expression. At last, Dick withdrew his gaze from the ramparts, coldly fixing it upon Cassio. A mocking smile gracing his lips. Am I, a mere second son of a family, to become a traitor simply because I am not favored? Cassio, do you truly mistake me for one who bends easily? Cassio, rather than showing anger, burst into laughter, the sound jarring in the tense atmosphere. Oh, I had no idea, Dick, that you were such a tough nut. I genuinely do not wish to harm you. Isn't it better to live and showcase your talents? He fixed his gaze on Dick, the young face beneath silver hair glinting with cunning. I hear you are passionate about hunting and have dueled several times with Karen's loyal hound, the son of Payne Brown, Eli Brown. Let us not say that I, a distant cousin, deny you an opportunity. Right here and now, let us engage in a duel witnessed by the 7 gods. Should you lose, you will accompany me without protest. Should you win, I shall grant you your freedom. Duel. The word struck Dick's mind like a lightning bolt, a glimmer of hope. Yet, with so many knights on the opposing side, Cassio could hardly be trusted to keep his word. Even if he triumphed, would the 300 rebels and 10 knights allow him to depart unscathed? Surely, they would unleash a barrage upon him the moment he turned. He needed a variable, an opportunity to disrupt this deadlock. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Sir Cohen, and in an instant, a plan began to form. Cassio, misinterpreting Dick's silence as fear, wore an even more mocking smile. Are you afraid, cousin? Oh, right, you have yet to be knighted. TSK, young man. You must strive harder. Dick keenly sensed that Cassio seemed unaware of his true prowess, oblivious to his recent successes on the plains. This could be a fortuitous opportunity. Yet, Dick also recognized that Cassio's words struck like a whip against the hearts of those soldiers still loyal to House Stark. He could feel the morale of his loyal men wavering, as uncertainty and fear spread like a plague. There was no time to hesitate. Dick resolved to act. He gently nudged Grimhowl, his robust northern steed, which immediately responded with instinctive grace, stepping forward past Sam, Cody, and the soldiers, halting beside the old knight, Cohen Park. Dick dismounted with agility, his movements exuding a sense of determined fluidity. He thrust the reins of sorrowful Biao into the gnarled hands of the old knight, leaning in with a hushed urgency that only the two could hear. Sir Cohen, whatever transpires, do not be astonished. Prepare yourself, and at my signal, swiftly gather the reliable men to the sidelines. Be quick. The old knight's weathered face instantaneously registered astonishment and confusion, Yet Dick had no time to elaborate. Nor did he pause to ascertain whether the knight understood. With a sudden pivot, Dick strode boldly into the invisible arena at the center of the square. Chapter 67. Provocation. Cassio Celis stood at the heart of the fortress, a smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze swept the surroundings with a chilling scrutiny. Surveying the soldiers driven to frenzy by the golden dragon. After years of infiltration, the stronghold of House Karstark had become but a hollow shell. The commander was in his employ, and half of the soldiers had defected to the Celis family. Yet this was insufficient. He craved more. Ideally, he wished to ensnare the Earl of Everwinter, Carlin Karstark himself, within this fortress. However, Carlin was as alert as an old wolf, always accompanied by an elite guard far exceeding the norm. Worse still, Carlin seemed to sense the disturbance. The garrison was changing hands, and Cassio could not relinquish control of the fortress. He feigned an offensive distraction to delay the transition. Simultaneously, he focused on the incoming new commander, the old knight Cohen Park. If he could win him over, the fortress would still belong to Celis. Perhaps it could even become the perfect trap to ensnare Carlin. Cassio resolved to persuade him personally, bringing 10 knights into the fortress as a display of strength. Beneath the surface of the fortress, marked only by the black field and white sunburst star, much of it had already been transformed into shields and black roses. The old knight, Cohen Park, proved to be quite the challenge, elusive, neither refusing nor conceding. Cassio scoffed inwardly. The old man was weighing his options. The gold and promises of Celis were enough to erode any oath. Just a little more pressure would suffice. However, fate's favor eluded him. A figure burst into the fortress, Dick Karstark, Carlin's second son. Dick's arrival was like ice water poured into boiling oil. Cohen Park's murky gaze sharpened instantly upon encountering the bloodline of Karstark. This old man had resolved to adhere to his ludicrous oath. The attempt to sway him had utterly failed. Cassio was vexed, soon replaced by a cold-blooded intent to kill. With a fortress officer and so many soldiers lost, Carlin Karstark could no longer harbor doubts. The matter was irrevocably exposed. Carlin would never step into this trap again. Years of painstaking efforts were on the verge of unraveling. No, he could not return empty-handed. Cassio's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Dick Karstark. If he could not capture Carlin, he would seize his son instead. This Dick. The intelligence from old friends at Winterfell reveals that it is this young man who, through years of bridge building and road construction, has managed to keep the precarious Stark family afloat. The brash and bear-like Karen has evidently underestimated the value of the second son. Capture him, Cassio decisively commanded. It is understood that this fellow Dick seems to have trained under the bachelor Viscount, who is a master craftsman. Thus, it makes sense that Dick has established workshops and repaired bridges. Even more intriguingly, the intelligence clearly states, this young lad is passionate about hunting, yet has not even earned the status of a knight. How much combat power could a craftsman youth, a young hunter, possess? Capturing him would be a simple endeavor. Dick stepped onto the training ground, dust suspended in the afternoon sunlight. He calmly regarded the fully armored Cassio Celis across from him. The fine plate armor gleamed coldly in the sun, and his opponent appeared unhurried, confidence radiating from his face as if he believed Dick was already in his grasp. Undeterred, Dick seized the opportunity to voice his lingering doubts. Your Celis family first betrays, then renames itself. Cassio, how do you manage to be so brazen, even self-satisfied? Do you not fear the wrath of Winterfell? Do you not fear the judgment of the North's king? Do you not fear the scorn of all the northern lords and those beyond the wall? Cassio erupted in laughter. Huh, it seems Karen truly looks down upon you, this second son. While others are in the dark, surely Karen knows the truth, yet you remain utterly oblivious. Ha ha ha. This fellow took the opportunity to sow discord. Observing that Dick merely shrugged with an impassive expression, Cassio appeared to explain, or perhaps to persuade him to surrender, feigning a sense of pity. Winterfell? I know Karen has contacted Winterfell, but has there been any movement in recent years? They are preoccupied with their own troubles. The collapse of the wall has connected the north with the lands beyond. Yet the region stretching from the Black Castle to the Eastern Sea is no longer under Winterfell's jurisdiction. Now it belongs to the Dreadfort. They have sealed off the passage between the lands beyond and the south. Long ago, after the disappearance of the Black Duke Jon Snow, the lands beyond became isolated from Winterfell, turning into a disjointed collection of self-governing entities. Your father's title of Earl is merely self-bestowed. Cassio lowered his voice, feigning a sense of resignation. The reality is harsh, Dick. Today, the Bolton family of the Dreadfort is the most formidable power in the north. We must either submit to Carhold, submit to the Dreadfort, or face annihilation. Do not hold on to hopes for Winterfell. That is a bygone dream. Dick felt a stir within, This was quite different from the television dramas of his past life. Finding a reason to press on, he inquired further. I recall from the chronicles that the Bolton family of the Dread Fort was said to have been annihilated. Cassio shook his head. That was far too long ago. I am not well informed. However, historical records are not always entirely truthful. The reality is that the Bolton family is at the zenith of their power. Carlin refrains from divulging the truth. Ensnared as he is in the vengeful reverie of eternal Caho City, reluctant to awaken. Cassio once again directs his ire towards the ineptitude of Count Carlin and his disdain for Dick. Dick, the Stark lineage belongs to Carlin. The future lies with your elder brother, Roger. What can you, a mere second son, possibly attain? Your talents are so prodigious that I feel an acute sense of injustice on your behalf. He continues to undermine Dick's resolve. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Dick's lips. Whether it is just or unjust should not be for me to declare. As for my own father, my own brother, my own family, and my own blood relatives, you need not worry about them. Dick paused, his words reflecting a wisdom that transcended his years. Gain and loss. All that I have lost was never truly mine. All that I seek is bound by its own constraints. All things are at my disposal. Yet none belong to me. Cassio appeared momentarily taken aback, contemplating the profound nature of these words. Although Dick's speech was somewhat convoluted, he grasped its essence. Dick continued, I desire very little to begin with. With no desires, one becomes resolute. Through non-action, one can achieve anything. Do you wish for me to betray my family? Betray my own kin? Cassio Celis, stow your thoughts and cease this futile discourse. As soon as he spoke, this state of mind resonated closely with the essence of the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends. Dick distinctly sensed that the consciousness of the remnants was absorbing the ethereal energies in the air, seemingly expanding. Cassio fell silent for a moment, his gaze complex. With no desires, one becomes resolute. Through non-action, one can achieve anything, he remarked. Well said. He sighed, as if lamenting, alas. It appears this will ultimately be resolved by the 7 gods. Cassio's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword, his demeanor suddenly fierce. Is he truly prepared to draw his sword against Dick Stark? You are not yet a knight. Think carefully. The 10 knights behind Cassio immediately rallied. Boy, open your eyes and see clearly. Our lord is the mightiest blade of Celis, the champion knight of the terrifying fortress tournament. You are not someone he can be challenged by. Surrender, it's not disgraceful. Amidst the clamor, Dick understood. No wonder he is so confident. He relies on the glory and strength of being a tournament champion. Cassio's title is indeed formidable, yet Dick felt no fear. The true challenge lies in his utter disbelief that Cassio would honor the duel's promise. In this fortress, permeated by the influence of Celis and shrouded in information blockade, the truth would be easily obscured. The issues he must resolve extend far beyond Cassio Celis alone. There are also those 10 knights, as well as the commander and soldiers within the fortress who may turn against him. To break the deadlock and survive, he requires overwhelming power. Dick's hand slowly moved towards the hilt of his sword, his gaze as piercing as a cold star, fixated upon his adversary. The air in the training ground grew thick with tension, a palpable aura of impending violence enveloping the scene. Chapter 68. I shall send you flying. Dick Castark stood on the trembling shoreline, at the heart of his family fortress's central square, the cold stone bricks reflecting his solitary figure. He slowly drew his long sword, his movements steady yet infused with a hint of resolve. With his right hand firmly gripping the hilt, his left hand held the simple scabbard. This iron sword, acquired from a Pantos merchant, gleamed ominously under the slanting rays of the afternoon sun, casting a blinding light that made Dick's silver hair appear like flames of burning ice. The tip of the sword steadily pointed toward Cassio Celis. By the 7 gods, let it begin. Dick's voice, though not loud, pierced the silence of the square with clarity. Upon hearing him, the smirk of nonchalance vanished from Cassio Celis's face, as if a mask had been ripped away, revealing a predator's focus beneath. He unbuckled his long sword from his waist with a swift motion. It was not a colossal two-handed blade, yet the moment it was drawn, its chilling edge seemed longer than an ordinary longsword, exuding an ominous sharpness. Clang! The valuable silver-inlaid scabbard was carelessly tossed to the ground. Cassio gripped the hilt firmly with both hands, raising the sword with deliberate slowness. His gaze swept over Dick's commonplace iron sword, a flicker of absolute confidence igniting in his eyes. The sword in his hand was a trophy earned from the tournament of Terror Fortress, a masterpiece capable of cutting through iron like mud. Without a trace of hesitation, Cassio surged forward. He did not charge directly at Dick. Rather, he advanced like a beast coiled with power, stepping forward with purpose. The long sword unleashed a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, fueled by all his strength. Mercilessly aimed at the iron sword in Dick's grasp. The target was clear: destroy the opponent's weapon. Dick's pupils constricted as he swiftly discerned his adversary's intent. He could not meet the strike head-on, nor could he evade too swiftly. With a flick of his wrist, he angled the blade just in time. The deadly slash grazed the edge of his sword, igniting sparks that danced like fireflies. Though his feet remained planted, beads of sweat began to form at his brow. After failing to shatter the sword, Cassio let out a low growl from his throat, his onslaught relentless, transitioning from a chop to a slice. The icy blade lunged once more at the iron sword in Dick's hand, its angle vicious and cunning. Dick was forced to retreat a step. The blade skimmed perilously close to his chest, tearing a fine slit in his leather armor. Following this, Cassio's assault erupted in full force. He surged forth like a tempest, each step sending shards of stone flying, each swing of his sword infused with the might to split gold and shatter stone. The long sword in his grasp transformed into a silver whirlwind of death, an unceasing barrage of slashes, cuts, and thrusts. Each strike bore the weight of a suffocating wind. The target remained locked on Dick's ordinary iron sword, wavering in the storm. Cassio was determined to force Dick to defend himself, to exploit the absolute advantage of his steel blade and shatter that mundane iron sword into pieces. Dick's figure faltered amidst the storm, retreating hastily, awkwardly sidestepping, and narrowly evading sweeping strikes. He was compelled to roll clumsily to escape the ferocious upward slashes. The iron sword in his grasp resembled a fragile boat adrift in tumultuous seas. Relying solely on utmost agility and foresight, he narrowly dodged catastrophic collisions time and again. The entire square echoed with the sound of Dick's heavy breaths, the dull thud of his boots striking the ground, and the terrifying shriek of Cassio's long sword slicing through the air. To the spectators, Dick appeared to be cornered at the precipice by a frenzied beast, escaping in a desperate flight driven by instinct and luck from deadly claws. Each evasion was heart-stopping, as if he would be entirely consumed by the cold gleam in the next instant. James Parker watched, his palms slick with cold sweat. Father, how can he keep dodging like this? At this rate, disaster is inevitable. Counterattack. Cohen Parker's brow furrowed in concern, his voice low and troubled. It was not a lack of desire to counter, but an inability. Cassio was exceedingly cunning, wielding a sword significantly longer than young Dick's. He meticulously controlled the distance to his advantage, slithering like a venomous snake, providing no opportunity for close combat. Each strike aimed directly at Dick's sword, with a singular, unmistakable intent to shatter it. Without the sword, what good is a duel? In stark contrast to the anxious atmosphere surrounding the Parkers, the knights of the Celis family appeared relaxed and at ease. With arms crossed, they wore unabashed expressions of mockery and certainty. Although Dick's evasions were swift, they perceived each as accompanied by staggering and peril, revealing his tenuously maintained stance. The outcome seemed all but predetermined. Several knights even lowered their hands from their sword hilts. Amidst his dodging, Dick remained observant. Sensing an opportunity, he continued his desperate maneuvers while deep within his consciousness. He channeled all the spiritual energy acquired from fishing and hunting over recent days, transforming the spirits into the Hall of Power within the 72 fragments. In an instant, the Hall of Power within the fragments erupted in radiant light. The hall manifested the phantom of a mighty bull. The brilliance continued to flicker, ultimately coalescing into the colossal silhouette of a primordial elephant. A surge of wild power flooded Dick's entire being, causing him to tremble. It evoked the sensation he felt upon first activating the sword control technique, an uncontrollable urge to unleash power. At that moment, Dick could scarcely contain his desire to erupt. In Cassio Celis's eyes, the once clumsily dodging Dick suddenly exhibited a change in expression, trembling all over. "I'm afraid now." The knights of the Celis family on the sidelines even let out scoffs. Cohen Parker and his father displayed expressions of despair. Dick could no longer contain himself. Taking advantage of the moment when he dodged near the knights of the Celis family, he gripped the sword sheath in his left hand and struck fiercely against Cassio's descending longsword. The speed was astonishing. The force was overwhelming. Crack! The sword sheath shattered with a resounding echo. Cassio Celis barely had time to register his astonishment. The tremendous impact violently jolted his hands, tearing at his palms, and his fingers twisted grotesquely. The long sword flew from his grasp, soaring high into the air. Yet, Dick did not halt his movements. He channeled all his recent gains into the power hall, not merely to defeat Cassio. He became a blur, gliding closer. Before Cassio's anguished scream could fully escape his lips, thrust. The iron sword in his hand pierced through Cassio's right knee with brutal force. One strike to incapacitate both his hands, and to cripple one of his legs. He must not be given any chance to resist or flee. The anguished had barely escaped Cassio's lips when Dick flung away the ruined sword sheath with his left hand. He didn't even have time to withdraw the sword embedded in Cassio's leg. His right hand shot out like lightning, seizing the gap in Cassio's finely crafted armor at his chest, and with a powerful twist of his waist, he hurled Cassio high into the air, crashing towards Sir Cohen Park, the old knight. Sir Cohen. Dick could only manage a loud shout of warning. There was no time for anything else. With a rotating body imbued with immense force, he lunged again towards the fortress commander nearby. The hard stone floor of the fortress cracked and splintered underfoot. The mockery etched on the commander's face had not yet fully faded when Dick's heavy fist struck like a meteor upon his forehead. Bang! The commander was propelled off the ground, arching backward. Dick pushed his strength and speed to the utmost limit. He seized one of the commander's ankles midair. Whoosh! With a fierce motion, he hurled him once more towards the direction of Sir Cohen Park. At that moment, Cassio, still airborne, let out a terrified scream. Dick, however, did not stop. He exerted force once more, stomping down with vigor. The boots could not withstand such violence and tore apart with a loud rip. Dick surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by terrifying power, charging recklessly towards the knights of the Celas family. Chapter 69. Overwhelming Pressure. In the realm of Westeros, an insurmountable chasm lies between the commoners and the nobility. Even if one's ancestors once basked in glory, should they fall from grace, the chance of returning to nobility without a divine opportunity is nearly impossible. Cohen Park is a fortunate soul favored by fate. Many years ago, when the Stark family faced a tremendous upheaval, retreating to Winterfell under pressure from traitors on the brink of ruin, Count Carlin Stark recognized the old warrior's martial prowess and resilience. Count Carlin personally laid the long sword upon Cohen's shoulder, elevating him to knighthood and bestowing upon him the title of Sir. The seasoned warrior, having endured countless seasons, understood the weight of this grace. Subsequently, Count Karen conferred knighthood upon Cohen's son, James Park. Deep within Cohen's heart, there resided profound gratitude and unwavering loyalty towards Count Karen and the Stark family. At this moment, amidst the biting cold and the roaring tumult of the sea at the trembling coastal fortress, the aged knight, Cohen Park, had resolved to embrace his fate. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he was determined to protect the Starks with his life, repaying the Count's kindness. The fortress commander had betrayed his comrades, aligning himself with the Celas family, while the enemy leader, Cassius Celas, was closing in relentlessly. Yet, in this moment of despair, Count Karen's son, Dick Stark, enacted an unimaginable maneuver that shattered Cohen's world. In the blink of an eye, Cassius Celas, who had previously enjoyed absolute dominance with a mocking grin, was suddenly swept away by a force so swift that Cohen's aged eyes could scarcely perceive it. He felt a fierce gale rush past, accompanied by a thunderous crash, as the once mighty Cassius was flung through the air as if tossed by a giant. No, it was not merely Cassius. The traitorous fortress commander was also ensnared by this immense force, hurtling towards Cohen with great ferocity. In that electrifying moment, Cohen seemed to glimpse the presence of the warrior among the seven gods. The speed and strength surpassed mortal limitations. Sir Cohen. Dick's furious roar resonated, arriving in Cohen's ears like thunder, awakening the astonished old knight from his shock. Decades of battlefield experience were etched into his very bones. Although he could not discern how Dick had turned the tide, he understood what had to be done in this critical moment. Those two must not perish. They were pivotal. The old knight abruptly seized the long spears from the hands of two dazed soldiers nearby. With lightning speed, he thrust the spears into the crevices of the stone slabs, using every ounce of his strength to press down firmly on the midsections of the spears. Bang! The resounding crash and the sound of flesh tearing erupted simultaneously. Cassius and the fortress commander collided forcefully against the spear shafts. The tremendous impact bent the spears into crescent shapes. Cohen felt a violent tremor in his arms, his palms splitting. Had it not been for his seasoned experience in dissipating force, coupled with the flexibility of the spear, the collision would have shattered him. Cassius and the commander emitted horrendous wails, firmly ensnared by the spear shafts, unable to move. The old knight was filled with a mix of shock and elation. He finally comprehended Dick's earlier whisper. Whatever happens, do not be astonished. Simultaneously, at the eye of the storm, Dick Stark moved with such speed he became a mere shadow. Barefoot on the frigid stone slabs, he channeled a force more ferocious than the bitter winds beyond the wall, charging towards the nearest cella's knight. The mockery that lingered on the knight's face had not yet faded when terror crept into his eyes. He had no time to react as a fist loomed larger in his vision. Thud! In the muffled sound of a heavy hammer striking an anvil, the knight's head snapped back violently, his helmet crumpling and deforming. He was propelled into the air, colliding with two companions behind him, and the three tumbled together in a chaotic heap. Dick did not pause. The stones beneath his feet shattered as he utilized the momentum to slide sideways, twisting his waist and delivering another powerful punch, concentrated with force and speed, that struck the center of another knight's breastplate. Crack! The armor caved in. The knight's eyes bulged. Blood and foam erupted from his mouth, and his body was hurled backward, crashing against the stone wall before sliding down. Swift. Too swift. Dick's speed transcended the ordinary understanding of combat. At that moment, the remaining 6 Solarians knights, their mocking smiles suddenly transformed into expressions of terror, their faces becoming both grotesque and comical. They shrieked in panic, fumbling to draw their swords from their sheaths. A cold glint flashed in Dick's eyes, and he surged forward with even greater ferocity. A towering knight in front attempted to draw his sword, but had only partially unsheathed it when Dick's foot struck his wrist with tremendous force. Crack! The sound echoed. The snap of bone was unmistakable. The metal bracer twisted and deformed. The partially drawn sword was forcefully pushed back into its sheath by Dick's overwhelming strength. The sheath, along with the hilt, flew backward at an angle, the immense pull yanking at the knight's leather belt. The knight screamed in agony as he was unbalanced by the flying sword, tumbling and knocking down countless soldiers in his wake. Dick's movements were fluid as he kicked. His right hand shot out like an iron claw, seizing the wrist of another knight attempting to draw his sword on the right. Instead of halting him, he utilized the knight's momentum, yanking and twisting with ferocity. The knight could only feel an irresistible force pulling him forward. Dick arched his back, executing a violent overhead throw. Thud! The heavy steel-clad body crashed onto the stone floor like a battering ram. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the surface. The knight emitted no sound, his body convulsing, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, and the sword slipped from his grasp. Dick seized the moment, securely grasping the newly unsheathed sword. The cold hilt intensified the gleam in his silver eyes. Clang! Clang! At that moment, the remaining 4 Solarian knights finally managed to unsheath their swords, the sound echoing like a delayed funeral bell. They finally drew their blades only to witness their comrades sprawled out, moaning in despair. It was then that Dick came to a complete stop. Barefoot, he stood firmly upon the cracked stones. He placed a foot upon the chest of the convulsing knight beneath him, applying slight pressure, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. The cold wind stirred his disheveled silver hair, revealing a youthful yet stern visage. Like a demonic deity, Dick slowly raised the sword he had just seized, its tip pointing straight at the 4 trembling knights. His voice was not loud, yet it cut through the wind and the groans like a chilling blade. Surrender, and you shall live. Otherwise, you shall die. The icy proclamation reverberated throughout the courtyard. Fear began to spread. The 4 knights, their faces pale, trembled violently as they gripped their swords. From turning the tide of battle to vanquishing so many knights, all transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Cassio Sellas and the fortress commander touched down, the call rang out in the name of the warrior. Halt! Cohen Parker, the venerable knight, roared fiercely, brandishing his longsword steadily towards Cassio's eyes. His thunderous voice echoed with Dick's imposing presence, instilling fear among the surrounding soldiers. The old knight's son, James Parker, snapped back to reality and immediately drew his sword, its tip poised against the throat of the fortress commander. The soldiers, witnessing the gruesome scene on the ground, gazed at the wailing Cassio and the commander, before their eyes fell upon the barefoot youth, standing triumphantly upon the chest of a knight, his silver hair wildly billowing. With a clang, at last, a soldier, overwhelmed with despair, relinquished his grip, causing his long sword to clatter onto the stone floor. He collapsed to his knees, cradling his head in anguish. Chapter 70. The storm was merely beginning to brew. Surrender seemed to evoke a contagion effect, as individuals dissolved their resolve amidst the collective atmosphere. At this moment, trembling by the seaside, within the fortress of House Castark, this effect silently spread. The fortress commander, alongside his newly sworn lord, Cassio of House Sellas, had been captured alive. Their cadre of elite knights crumbled before the silver-haired youth like stalks of wheat, crushed and defeated. In the midst stood Dick Castark, his silver hair stained with blood and dirt, wielding a long sword, enveloped in an oppressive aura that suffocated the air around him. As the first soldier could bear it no longer, his weapon clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. This served as a signal. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of falling weapons echoed in succession. The soldiers, who had betrayed Castark, fell like wheat cut down by a scythe, discarding their arms and kneeling in surrender. They prostrated themselves upon the ground, their bodies trembling with fear, too terrified to raise their eyes to the silver-haired demon. The cacophony of battle subsided. Only the mournful wail of the cold wind remained within the fortress, alongside the suppressed groans of the wounded and the heavy breaths of the captives. Against the wall, the 4 knights of House Sellas trembled as if sifting through chaff. Cohen Parker, his taut nerves loosening slightly, continued to point his sword at Cassio, yet his gaze was fixated firmly upon Dick Castark. The old knight's heart raced, filled with shock and elation. Dick's icy silver eyes swept over the kneeling soldiers, ultimately resting on the 4 knights cowering in the corner. He took a step forward, his bare foot pressing upon the congealed blood upon the ground, producing a sticky sound. Though the noise was soft, it pierced through the biting wind with clarity. By the 7 gods, the outcome was already determined. Now, you must choose, death or life. The 4 paled, exchanging terrified glances. Ultimately, their courage dissipated entirely. With a clatter, their long swords fell helplessly to the ground, weak in their knees. The 4 trembled and knelt before him. Dick exhaled a long breath, a plume of white mist dissipating swiftly in the frigid air. Trembling at the seaside fortress, barefoot Dick tread upon the cold, rough stone slabs, advancing towards the fervently gazing old knight, caressing the long sword seized from his foe. He glanced at the black rose insignia etched upon its blade. Shaking his head, he summoned his strength, and with a swift motion, the sword sliced through the air, plunging down with a resounding force. The tremendous power drove the blade effortlessly into the hard stone floor at the heart of the fortress, burying it up to the hilt, leaving only the solitary grip exposed, resembling a stark gravestone. Ignoring it, Dick strode directly towards the fallen Cassio Solaris. Cassio's right knee had been pierced by Dick's iron sword. Grasping the rough hilt firmly, Dick yanked it out without hesitation. A piercing scream echoed once more, the excruciating pain jolting Cassio's muddled mind back to a semblance of clarity. His contorted face, eyes bloodshot with terror and confusion, fixated on Dick. By the 7 gods, Cassio's voice cracked and shattered. This is no ordinary power. Do the 7 gods truly exist? Dick paid no heed to Cassio's horror as he wiped the blood from the sword. Cassio, unwilling to concede, felt the immense chasm of despair and agony sear through his sanity. With his broken palm and twisted fingers, he desperately attempted to push himself off the ground. Striving to rise, the agony in his knee caused him to collapse once more. Struggling, Cassio turned towards the old knight, Cohen Park. His voice, distorted by pain and malice, cried out, "Cohen Park, you old fool, do not forget. Dick has enmity with you and your son, that ridiculous death hound." Cassio gasped, his eyes flickering with venomous hope. Now endowed with such power, he would not spare you. Dick silently regarded the wounded man, who still sought to sow discord. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the instant shift in Cohen and his son's expressions. The old knight tightened his grip on the sword, while James instinctively took half a step back, both cautiously stealing glances at Dick's demeanor. The terrifying battle prowess Dick had just displayed was undeniably oppressive, and suspicion could not be allowed to fester. "Cohen, sir. The horse was offered to my uncle by the Solaris family, and my uncle later gifted it to me. Thus, it ultimately belongs to Cassio Stark. What dissatisfaction could I possibly harbor?" Ignoring Cassio's ashen visage and utter despair, Dick signaled the relieved father and son, instructing them to bind him securely. The old knight promptly commanded his loyal soldiers to tightly restrain Cassio, the color draining from the face of the fortress commander, along with 10 knights of the Solaris family. Just then, the bound fortress commander suddenly thrashed about, his voice hoarse and frantic. "Do you think this is the end? The Solaris family will not let you escape. The army is not far away. Once they arrive, you shall all perish." This frenzied outcry stirred Dick's alertness. Although the fortress had changed hands, the peril had not subsided. The walls, the small square, and the loyal soldiers kneeling around were unreliable. Dick's gaze sharpened, and he lowered his voice, resolutely commanding Cohen Park, "Open the fortress gates." Immediately, Cohen executed the order without hesitation. "Yes, my lord." He gestured for the soldiers to unfasten the heavy door latch. Dick then commanded, "Keep a close watch on Cassio and this commander, as well as those 10 knights. Aside from our own few dozen soldiers," he cast his eyes over the recently surrendered, still kneeling figures. "All others must be expelled from the fortress at once." The old knight's son, James, was bewildered by this. Though anxious, The recent events had unwittingly instilled a sense of respect in him. "My lord, the fortress is vast. A mere handful cannot even fill the walls. We must be wary of the army spoken of by the traitor. My lord, you could enlist these surrendering soldiers, allowing them to redeem themselves by guarding the fortress." Cohen Park suddenly turned, glaring at his son with fury, reprimanding sharply, "Fool, be silent. We hold the heir of the Sellers family. This is our most formidable shield." Lord Dick is correct. Retaining these turncoats, who would betray for mere gold dragons, would only invite disaster. He struck the hilt of his sword forcefully. "Execute the orders." Chastened, James turned pale, refraining from further protest. The old knight swiftly directed the loyal soldiers, who had been following them and now gazed at Dick with admiration, to act promptly. They securely detained Cassio, the fortress commander, and the 10 knights in a corner, while simultaneously opening the heavy gates of the fortress. A cold, biting wind rushed in. Dick resumed his position in the center of the fortress square, standing beside the black rose sword embedded in stone. His gaze slowly swept across the hundreds of soldiers still kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. Afraid? Dick's voice bore a steely edge. The traitors should indeed feel terror. After a brief pause, he raised his voice. "However, I, Dick Karstark, in the name of House Karstark, offer you one final chance for loyalty." He deliberately emphasized the word loyalty with a hint of sarcasm. "Now, you kneeling ones, cast aside your weapons, remove your armor, empty-handed, and exit through this gate. Go to Everwinter City, to my father, Count Carlin Karstark, and report truthfully all that has transpired here today. Of course, time will dull your fear. Perhaps soon, some of you may find yourselves kneeling once more before the Sellers family, beseeching their gold dragons. The choice is yours." Dick abruptly gestured towards the wide-open door. "Now, get out." With a thunderous roar, the crowd erupted. Over 300 soldiers, as if granted a reprieve from death or fleeing a plague, scrambled towards the exit, tumbling and rolling over one another. In their frantic bid for escape, they jostled and trampled each other, discarding weapons and tearing away fragments of their leather or chainmail armor. Terrified of lagging behind, that chaotic tide, if it could muster the courage to retaliate, would compel even someone as formidable as Dick to retreat. Alas, fear had shattered their resolve. Moments later, the fortress lay desolate and silent. With fewer than 100 soldiers remaining, those who had initially followed Dick in the parks with fervent loyalty, and the captives, pale and securely bound. Dick stood in the center of the vacant square, gazing at the dust raised by the fleeing soldiers beyond the gate. The fortress was momentarily in his grasp, yet the storm was only beginning to brew. Chapter 71. The arrival of the storm. The sea breeze tousled the boy's silvery hair, but could not disperse the furrow of concern on his brow. Dick had been standing there for quite some time, peering into the distant horizon. The old knight, Cohen Park, stood solemnly behind him. Should they abandon this recently reclaimed fortress and retreat with the captives to the safety of Winterhold, or should they hold their ground and wait for reinforcements? The two held differing opinions. Dick, who had never truly been on a battlefield before, leaned towards the former. The soldiers within the fortress were too few, and they held the enemy's heir, Cassio Sellers. This was undoubtedly a tremendous bargaining chip. With the enemy caught off guard, retreating to Winterhold seemed the most prudent choice. However, the battle-hardened old knight had a different perspective. Cohen Park, weighing his words carefully, spoke with utmost respect. "My lord, if I may be so bold, it is precisely because our numbers are scarce that we must not rashly abandon the protection of the fortress." The old knight gestured towards the desolate wilderness beyond the fortress. "Cassio Sellers is of paramount importance. His family will not remain passive." The lad dared to enter the fortress with only 10 trusted knights, which indicates that there are traitors within and that there are certainly reinforcements awaiting him outside, and their numbers will be significant. "We cannot reach Winterhold in a single day. If we venture into the wild, especially at night, we may fall victim to an ambush." The old knight paused, skillfully paying a compliment. "Your martial prowess is remarkable, and you are undoubtedly fearless, capable of overcoming the enemy. Yet amidst the chaos, the captives could easily be reclaimed or even escape. Moreover, if we abandon this fortress too readily, we will be left with only scattered outposts. In the future, Winterhold will be directly exposed to the might of the Sellers family. This fortress is easy to defend but difficult to assault. Though our garrison is limited, as long as we hold Cassio in our custody, the enemy will be deterred from launching a full-scale assault." The old knight's teeth clenched, a flicker of ferocity igniting in his eyes. "If they dare to attack, we shall bind Cassio to the battlements. His anguished cries serve as our most formidable weapon. The crows of the fortress have already been unleashed. The news will swiftly reach Winterhold." The esteemed Count will undoubtedly summon knights and soldiers for aid with utmost urgency. We need only hold our ground for 4 days. No, perhaps it suffices to withstand until the afternoon of the 3rd day. The judgment of the seasoned knight indeed carries more weight. Dick pondered for a moment and refrained from stubbornly insisting on abandoning the fortress for a retreat. Sir Cohen, let us proceed as you have suggested. We shall steadfastly defend the fortress. His gaze fell upon the old knight. You possess more experience in arranging defenses than I. You shall organize everything appropriately. Cohen Parker immediately bowed, placing his right hand over his heart, performing an exceptionally respectful knightly salute. As you wish, my lord. It was a moment of great solemnity. Dick observed the old knight's respectful demeanor, his eyes subtly shifting. The enemy arrived sooner than anticipated. Just as Dick regained control of the fortress, and the sun had yet to fully set, soldiers of the Sarah's family emerged from the biting cold outside the fortress. As if they had sprung forth from the earth itself, they shouted insults and provocations, attempting to probe the fortress's vulnerabilities. Standing atop the battlements, Dick estimated their numbers to exceed 500, with many cavalry figures among them. These were indeed the reinforcements that Cassio had strategically arranged. The old knight's assessment was indeed correct. Behind the raucous Sarah's soldiers stood an exceptionally tall knight, anxiously fixating on the fortress's blurred and towering silhouette. He was Sir John, a trusted confidant who had accompanied Cassio during the prisoner exchange at Winterhold. The appointed time had long passed, and young Lord Cassio Sarah's had yet to appear, with the 10 elite knights remaining conspicuously silent. Sir John sensed that something was amiss. He promptly led the reinforcement troops closer to the fortress, attempting to ascertain the situation through a challenge. At that moment, several original defenders, having fled the fortress, collapsed in disarray before his horse. They spoke incoherently, stumbling over their words as they recounted the tumultuous events within the fortress. A duel? Dick? Sir John's brow furrowed in confusion. Dick Castark. Sir John recognized this name as that of Carlin's second son. Yet, the subsequent descriptions from the kneeling men grew increasingly absurd. They spoke of the 7 gods manifesting, the warrior incarnation descending, bestowing upon Dick an unimaginable power, enabling him to vanquish the formidable young Lord Cassio, sweeping aside countless elite knights, even overwhelming the fortress commander and his hundreds of soldiers. These uneducated soldiers, kneeling in terror, nodded frantically, using chaotic language and gestures to convey that this indeed seemed to be the case. The 7 gods manifesting, the warrior incarnation. Sir John's fury ignited at once. This was utter nonsense. He abruptly brandished his whip and struck fiercely at the few individuals still nodding in agreement. Crack, crack, crack. The piercing sound of the whip, mingled with anguished cries, reverberated through the cold wind. You dare to mock me? John's roar drowned out the howling gusts. He swiftly retracted the whip, pointing towards the soldiers on standby, his voice as frigid as ice. Come here. Drag these blabbering dogs away. Beat them mercilessly until they reveal the truth. Inside the fortress, Dick listened to the ongoing commotion outside and sought the counsel of the old knight. Sir, shall we respond to their provocations? Or should we prepare to bring Cassio Sellas to the battlements? The old knight, Cohen Park, first gestured to his son, James Park, who was stationed below the walls. Young James immediately understood. He led over 50 soldiers to position themselves densely behind the battlements facing the enemy, creating an illusion of a formidable force. The remaining 30 soldiers were dispersed along other sections of the walls, remaining vigilant. Once the arrangements were complete, the old knight turned to Dick and patiently explained, My lord, the fortress towers high, and the terrain is advantageous for us. There is no need to respond to their taunts at this moment. Silence will sow seeds of doubt in their minds, leaving them uncertain of our strength. The longer we can delay, the more time we have to await reinforcements. As for Cassio Sellas, he is our most crucial asset. Revealing him now would be premature. The optimal moment to play this card will be when the enemy is truly resolved to launch a full-scale assault. Dick nodded in agreement. As night fell as expected, the enemy indeed initiated a tentative night raid. Flickering torches danced in the darkness, and long ladders were leaned against the frigid walls. However, without the support of heavy siege equipment, this small-scale incursion proved ineffective against the robust defenses. Dick's display of strength during the defense was astonishing. Those heavy ladders, which seemed to require several men to shift or move, appeared weightless in his hands. He effortlessly seized a ladder, lifting both it and the assailant as if tossing aside a bundle of hay. The old knight, Cohen Park, silently observed these events, his confidence bolstered. The enemy had not brought scaling ladders or siege towers. This force was evidently ill-prepared for a serious assault on a solid fortress, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. The second day passed in relative calm. The Cella's soldiers did not launch further attacks, but began to set up camp at a distance, down the steep slope. The old knight deemed this a positive development, as delays favored their side. On the dawn of the third day, just as the horizon began to blush with the first light of day, a horn sounded. The deep, penetrating sound of a horn shattered the tranquility of the morning. Echoing from every direction, Dick and the old knight surged simultaneously to the highest tower. Surrounding the fortress, countless banners adorned with black roses fluttered in the dawning light. Resembling a black tide crashing against the fortress's foundation, a dense array of soldiers stood in formation, their spears like a forest, gleaming ominously, sealing off the fortress completely. A cursory glance revealed that their numbers undoubtedly exceeded 3,000. The old knight, Cohen Parker's expression darkened significantly. The Cella's family's army had arrived with alarming rapidity. Chapter 72. He was anxious. He was desperate. In the morning light, the Cella's family's forces surged toward the coastal fortress of the Kashdaq family like three flowing torrents of steel, pressing in from three sides. The only remaining flank was the sheer cliffs that dropped into the sea. As the army encroached, Dick Kashdaq did not cast blame upon the old knight, Cohen Parker. At this moment, the debate over whether to retreat or hold their ground had become utterly futile. Instead, he humbly sought guidance. Sir Cohen, which side should I defend to alleviate the pressure most effectively? The old knight hastily interjected, My lord, the enemy arrives too swiftly, and their numbers are overwhelming. We must reveal our trump card. Dick's gaze sharpened as he instantly grasped the knight's implication. He immediately commanded, Bring Cassio up. The soldiers swiftly complied, dragging a figure with a gagged mouth, still struggling, up to the battlements. It was Cassio Celis. Secure him tightly. Use a cross frame. Muffle his mouth completely. His tongue is the true weapon, far more formidable than any champion knight. Equip him with another layer of armor. And a helmet as well. Ah, you clever one. Change the helmet. Don't cover his face. The soldiers followed the orders, and soon, Cassio, bound like a tin dumpling, was firmly affixed to the most prominent cross frame on the battlements. The moment Cassio Celis appeared, the previously advancing Celis army struck an invisible barrier and came to an abrupt halt. Their offensive ceased, yet they did not retreat. Dick contemplated for a moment before issuing another command. Bring the previous fortress commander as well, and those 10 Celis knights. Dick squinted as he observed the scene below. There were more than 20 long ladders alone. Although heavy siege equipment had yet to be spotted, a steady stream of troops continued to gather behind the enemy lines. He recalled a casual conversation from years past with his uncle, Daemon. The Celis family could easily mobilize an army exceeding 6,000. This force before him was likely just the vanguard. The true siege machinery would surely follow closely behind. Carlisle Celis. Before him stood a middle-aged man bearing a resemblance to Uncle Dick, the patriarch of the Silas family and father to Cassio, Count Carlisle. His brooding gaze swept over the 12 figures lined up on wooden crosses along the fortress walls, ultimately locking onto the familiar, dejected silhouette at the center. It was Cassio Silas, his stern and serious countenance betraying no emotion, merely gesturing dismissively behind him. The army retreated slowly, like the ebbing tide. At the temporary encampment of the Silas family, Sir John knelt before the entrance of a tent. Count Carlisle walked past him in silence. Behind him, a young man, adorned in opulent attire, could no longer contain his fury and delivered a vicious kick to Sir John's back. The knight stumbled forward, his body swaying. The young man staggered backward from the recoil, his embarrassment fueling his rage as he shouted, It's all your fault. You let my brother be captured. The word captured echoed thunderously, as if wishing to resonate throughout the entire camp. Inside the tent, Count Carlisle let out a cold snort. Enough. Lucas Silas. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Sir John, come in. I have questions for you. Sir John, his face flushed with shame, rose and entered the tent. Count Carlisle sighed deeply, breaking the silence. My son, I understand Cassio. He is perpetually confident, one might even say arrogant. He paused, his tone growing complex. He always desires to seize Castle Stark with minimal cost, to augment the family's power. In terms of martial prowess, he is the champion knight of the tournament. In terms of bravery, he dared to venture alone into Winterfell, confronting Carlin's raging bear. He is by no means a reckless fool. Count Carlisle fixed his gaze intensely upon Sir John. Sir John, you have served him closely. Tell me, why is it that my son Cassio now finds himself bound on the walls of Castle Stark, exposed for all to see? Sir John, both ashamed and bewildered, replied, My lord, at that time, the fortress was clearly under Master Cassio's control. You know that the fortress commander is one of ours. Women, children, and even you granted him fiefdom. He could never betray us. Count Carlyle nodded slightly. Indeed, that damned fool is up there on the gallows. Sir John continued his report. Master Cassio intended to prevent the change of guards at the fortress. He believed that most of the fortress had already surrendered to us, so he brought only 10 knights with him, hoping to persuade the newly appointed commander by Carlin directly. However, the appointed time has long passed, and neither the master nor his 10 knights have emerged. Count Carlyle's expression darkened completely. Is that all? Sir John Knight once again knelt upon the ground. My lord, I was stationed outside the fortress and truly know not what transpired within. However, we apprehended several retreating soldiers who fled from the stronghold, their faces betraying incredulity and hesitation. After enduring interrogation and torment, 2 of them perished, yet their words were disjointed and unreliable. Count Carlyle, nearly forcing the command from his clenched teeth, demanded, "Speak." According to them, John struggled to articulate the bewildering news that the son of Karen, Dick Karstark, had suddenly appeared within the fortress. Sir John, steeling himself, relayed the soldiers' frenzied claims of divine manifestations of the 7 gods, the warrior's descent, and one man's strength vanquishing hundreds, to a Count Carlyle whose visage had also grown exceedingly grim. Silence enveloped the tent for a moment. Count Carlyle slowly shook his head, suppressing the absurdity that surged within him. Madman's words. Yet, there must have been unforeseen calamities. His son Cassio, bound to the city walls, was an undeniable truth. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he murmured, "The son of Karen? Dick Karstark." He then decisively commanded, "Bring forth my orders. And you, Sir John, equip your shield. Follow me to the city below." Within the fortress, Dick wore an expression of puzzlement. To summon me by name? Or is it the head of the Sellas family himself? The old knight, Cohen Park, displayed deep respect intertwined with profound concern. "Indeed, my lord. Might we not simply ignore this?" After a brief contemplation, Dick shook his head. "We shall go see for ourselves. Is this not a delay as well?" A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he equipped his bow and arrows. Once more, Dick ascended the city walls and approached the wooden frame to which Cassio was bound. He reached out and deliberately struck Cassio's injured knee. A muffled cry escaped Cassio, causing him to tremble in pain, struggling more vigorously. "Quiet. I am conversing with your father," Dick admonished sharply, then turned towards the ground below, proclaiming, "Greetings. I am Dick Karstark." Not far beneath the walls, Count Carlyle Sellas, fully armored with his helmet lowered and clad in heavy plate, stood before a massive tower shield. Over 20 elite knights surrounded him like a formidable fortress. This extensive protective formation left Dick momentarily speechless. He had indeed planned to seize an opportunity to shoot an arrow at this Sellas patriarch, yet the opponent's defenses were far too meticulous. Beneath his helmet, Count Carlyle's gaze was fixed firmly upon the silver-haired head that protruded from the battlements. A resonant voice, muffled by the helmet, inquired, "Is that you, Dick? My dear distant nephew?" The tone was intentionally softened. "Surely, this is a monumental misunderstanding. How did you manage to bind your cousin Cassio? Release him at once. We must have a serious discussion." Dick chuckled disdainfully. "Old man, if you continue to treat me like a child, this conversation will lead nowhere." With that, he struck Cassio's injured knee with force. Cassio's body tensed instantly, emitting a stifled groan of anguish as he writhed violently upon the wooden frame. Count Carlyle, his voice laced with urgency, interjected, "No, stop." He no longer beat around the bush, adopting a serious tone. "I have heard that Cassio lost a duel to you. He is a champion knight. This is truly hard to believe." After a pause, Count Carlyle cast out a tempting offer. "Very well. My second son, Lucas Sellas, shall engage you in a fair duel. Rest assured, Lucas is far inferior to Cassio in strength. If you cannot defeat him, how can anyone trust that you could vanquish the champion knight, Cassio?" His voice carried an undertone of provocation and promise. "If you win, I shall immediately withdraw my forces. If you lose, simply release Cassio, and we shall likewise retreat. Furthermore, we will not utter a word regarding any methods you may have employed to tarnish the sanctity of the divine 7 duels." He gestured towards the open ground not far from the fortress gates. "The location shall be chosen there. I assure you, my army will remain at a distance and shall not interfere." The old knight, upon hearing this, grew anxious beside Dick. "My lord, you must not. Absolutely not. This is undeniably a trap. Their aim is to lure you out." A knowing smile played upon Dick's lips as he cast a reassuring glance at the old knight. "Sir Cohen, rest easy. I am not foolish enough to be deceived." He stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with calculation. However, Dick's gaze swept over the enemy forces poised below. "The old fellow down there is indeed growing impatient. Just as the old knight exhaled in relief, believing Dick would refuse, Dick suddenly leaned over the battlements, shouting down to Count Carlisle Sellers with a clear and resonant voice. I accept. Under the astonished, slack-jawed gaze of the old knight. It was settled. Chapter 73. The hunt at the Sellers family's encampment. Count Carlisle Sellers had just entered. He pointed with his gloved fingers towards the 5 most imposing knights. You, and the 3 of you. Disarm. Lay down your armor and helmets, and carry only wooden shields. Change into rags. The knights, not daring to hesitate, sprang into action. Move swiftly. Count Carlisle's gaze was frigid. Disguise yourselves as menial servants. Head to the open ground outside the fortress and prepare the area for the duel. Hunch your backs and act the part. You must resemble true commoners. His voice lowered further, imbued with a ruthless edge. As soon as that silver-haired boy steps into the center of the open ground, surround him with shields at once. Form a wall. Do not grant him an inch of space. Earl Carlisle Sellers had never intended to engage in such a ludicrous duel. Lucas Sellers, the second son of Carlisle, turned pale upon learning of his impending confrontation. He timidly approached his father, his voice trembling. Father, I think I will stay in the camp. You know I fool. Earl Carlisle abruptly turned, striding forward, his iron grip like a hawk's talon seizing Lucas's shoulder, causing the young man to gasp in pain. You ought to see. There is no necessity for you to actually face the challenge. Listen, bury those unwarranted fears. Do not forget. Your elder brother Cassio's offspring carries the blood of the dread fortress. Gazing at Lucas's despondent countenance, Earl Carlisle's disappointment deepened, his tone grave. Now, at once, strip off that ridiculous noble robe. Don your armor. Immediately. Lucas recoiled as if struck, his lips moving soundlessly, and in terror, he fled the tent under the icy gaze of his father. Earl Carlisle, watching his son vanish, turned to the knights standing solemnly within the tent. He drew his long sword with urgency. There is no time to lose. Karen is bringing 2,000 reinforcements, racing to our aid. We must resolve this Dick Karstark before noon. We must seize the fortress. He surveyed the assembled men, his gaze resolute. All cavalry, prepare to mount and stand ready. Regardless of that silver-haired boy's peculiarities, we shall encircle him, and the cavalry will charge forth without hesitation. All soldiers, launch an immediate offensive on the fortress. Capture it. As long as we can apprehend that Dick Karstark. His voice suddenly grew hoarse, his grip on the sword tightening. Cassio still has a chance. The knights responded in unison, thumping their chests, their armor clanging in agreement. Once the orders were given, the tent was left with only Earl Carlisle. He stood resolutely, encased in heavy armor like a shackle. He lowered his sword, his hand unconsciously resting on the cold breastplate, his helmet bowed, concealing his anguished breaths and murmurs. 7 gods above, please protect him. Cassio, my child, do not blame me. The Sellers' army retreated, leaving the area before the fortress desolate. Dick Karstark stood atop the battlements, his silver hair billowing in the wind. He watched with keen interest the empty ground below, where a few sluggish servants bent over, clearing the area, their clumsiness almost comical. Not far off, the flamboyantly armored Lucas Sellers paced anxiously. Even from a distance, Dick could sense his trepidation and fear, his hand trembling around the sword. Earl Carlisle Sellers remained clad in armor, his warhorse adorned in battle gear, resembling a moving iron tower. He sat astride his steed, facing the city walls, persistently urging the old knight, Cohen Park, who stood at Dick's side, his expression solemn. In his hands, he cradled an exquisite longsword, its scabbard inlaid with silver, the delicate black rose emblem on the hilt unmistakably marking it as Cassio Sellers' sword. The venerable old knight spoke respectfully. Your sword is rather ordinary. Please, use this one. It is a fine sword. Dick withdrew his gaze from the city below, glanced at the sword, and then fixed his eyes on the old knight's face. The knight's eyes were a tapestry of reverence, anticipation, tension, and fear. A smile curled at the corners of Dick's mouth. What is this? Have you discerned my intentions? His tone was teasing. Yet you are apprehensive that I might botch it up, create a monumental mess? The old knight, Sir Cohen, listened to the peculiar inflections of the youth before him and could not help but smile wryly. My lord, I have lived for decades and have never encountered a warrior as formidable as you. You are akin to a hero from myth. At times, I wonder if I am merely hallucinating. At this, Dick erupted in laughter, patting the knight's sturdy shoulder plate. Fear not, this is no illusion. There is no need to exchange swords. You understand, I wish to remain alive. Those pretentious fellows cannot thwart me. He winked at the old knight. Sir Cohen, brace yourself. Whatever transpires, do not be astonished. With that, He turned with flair and strode through the slowly opening gates of the fortress. The gates creaked ominously as they parted. Count Carlyle, upon witnessing the gates open, saw the silver-haired youth emerge, his expression obscured by his helm, yet radiating excitement. However, Dick, with a hint of mischief, halted before the gates. Not close enough. Count Carlyle, suppressing his emotions, spoke with a voice that strained for steadiness yet conveyed urgency. "Hurry, Dick." He gestured towards the motionless Lucas. "My second son has been waiting for quite some time. The arena is prepared. If you want me to believe you can vanquish my house's champion knight, I must witness it myself." Count Carlyle deliberately overlooked the 5 servants at the edge of the arena. Dick's gaze swept over the robust servants, Lucas's pale face, and finally settled on Count Carlyle's frigid helm. His smirk deepened as he no longer hesitated, stepping forward into the encroaching midday sun. He walked slowly, leisurely, the sound of his boots crunching on the gravel and dried grass. Humming an unintelligible tune, he made his way to the center of the open ground. Sunlight glistened on his silver hair and humble leather armor, almost blinding. Count Carlyle's heart raced. This was the moment. He raised his hand suddenly, his voice booming across the expanse, witnessed by the 7 gods. "Begin." The proclamation ignited the atmosphere like a fuse. In the arena, Lucas trembled violently as he drew his sword, yet the blade did not point at his opponent. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, his eyes wide with terror. "Useless." Count Carlyle cursed inwardly, delivering a swift kick to his son's back. Lucas, caught off guard, stumbled forward. At the periphery of the arena, the 5 hunched servants instantly straightened, their eyes glinting with menace. The 2 closest to Dick emitted a primal roar, their massive physiques bursting forth with astonishing speed, hands gripping heavy wooden shields, charging at him like rampaging bulls. The edges of the shields tore through the air with a deep, resounding whoosh. The other 3, slightly slower, seized their shields with unwavering resolve, swiftly maneuvering to encircle Dick from behind. They aimed to cut off his escape route. In an instant, 3 shields formed a moving barrier, resolutely surging towards Dick's back to encircle him. 5 men, 5 shields. The lethal noose tightened instantaneously. Their coordination was both instinctive and deadly. Count Carlyle, no longer hesitating, drew his long sword, its cold glint aimed directly at Dick. Dick found himself surrounded on all sides. In the distance, from the direction of the Sellers family encampment, clouds of dust began to rise. On the fortress wall, the old knight, Cohen Park, along with all the soldiers, witnessed this flash of a lethal trap. Even though they had anticipated it, they could not help but gasp in alarm. "My lord, be cautious." Chapter 74. Can you still go on? Under the midday sun, countless eyes fixated intently on the open ground before the fortress, focusing on the youth who was about to be crushed by the shield wall and trampled under iron hooves. Time seemed to freeze. In his ears, only the distant thunder of the cavalry's charge and the rapid convergence of 5 shields, resembling gates of death, remained. Dick Castark stood at the eye of the storm, his silver hair dancing wildly in the fierce wind. Faced with the imminent deadly encirclement from all directions, confronted by a tidal wave of iron, he slightly lifted his head. Not a trace of fear marred his visage. Instead, a spark of excitement ignited in the depths of his eyes. Though he was under siege, Dick astutely discerned that the 5 shield bearers were the strongest and fastest among them. In front, the young man who stumbled from a kick was evidently the weakest. On horseback, the fully armored Carlyle Sellers' true strength remained ambiguous. Though mounted, he merely urged his steed forward, sword raised slowly. In the blink of an eye, the wind pressure generated by the charging shield bearers had drawn near. Dick remained motionless, appearing almost stunned, just as the attackers around him wore expressions of ecstatic triumph. Dick's figure surged forward in an instant, leaving behind an afterimage. He charged directly at the resplendently armored Lucas Sellers. Behind Dick, the burly men on either side violently collided with his afterimage, producing a tremendous crash. The ferocity of the charge equaled the intensity of the backlash. The ordinary wooden shields could not withstand such an overwhelming force and shattered explosively. The 2 men were sent reeling, thrown off their feet. Dick paid no heed to those behind him and met the sluggish Lucas head-on. At that moment, this fellow had just regained his balance. The joy of seeing Dick about to be encircled still not fully realized on his face. Too sluggish. Too slow. Dick scoffed inwardly as he surged forward, seizing Lucas's wrist with a firm grip. As the absurd joy still lingered on the opponent's face, the formidable power bestowed by the Palace of Strength erupted with sudden ferocity. Lucas was hurled like a mere sandbag towards the pursuing trio of shield bearers behind him. Boom! The thrown Lucas, akin to a projectile launched from a catapult, struck the three burly men behind Dick with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, chaos ensued, with bodies and horses tumbling in disarray. Witnessing such a violent spectacle, the armored head of the Sellers family, Count Kyle, felt a jolt in his mind, recalling the mad ramblings reported by Knight John, the great gift crab. It was indeed true. Although Count Kyle brandished his sword menacingly at Dick, his advancing horse had never intended to engage in direct combat. Observing Dick effortlessly topple his 5 mightiest knights, who were now struggling to rise and continue their assault, Count Kyle was determined to vacate this terrifying place at the earliest opportunity. Gripped by sheer terror, he exerted all his strength to rein in his advancing warhorse. The force was so immense that the armored steed came to a sudden halt, its front hooves raised high. Count Kyle yanked on the reins, attempting to pivot the horse in place. It was evident that the Count possessed commendable equestrian skills. Yet, Dick's momentum remained unabated. Utilizing the force from launching Lucas, he executed a swift spin, his right foot striking the ground with tremendous impact. Boom! Dust and debris erupted from the shattering earth. Empowered by immense strength, Dick's speed surged dramatically. With another powerful step, his form became a blur, soaring into the air. He delivered a fierce kick to the side of the warhorse, which was in the midst of turning. Thud! The heavily armored steed was unexpectedly sent sprawling sideways. The rear legs that supported its weight snapped with a resounding crack under the overwhelming force. The warhorse let out a dreadful cry as it crashed down, pinning Count Kyle beneath it, encased in armor. The broken-legged steed struggled futilely to rise, each movement eliciting anguished cries from the trapped Count. Alas, how tragic! Allow me to assist you. Dick halted before the fallen warhorse, seizing its shattered hind leg. In the terrified gaze of Count Kyle, Dick audaciously lifted the entire heavy-armored steed in a sweeping motion, then brought it crashing down upon the 5 robust men who had just regained their footing and were now assembling to charge. Boom! Like a cannonade, a cloud of dust erupted from the spot where the 5 stood, engulfing them in an instant. Dick cast a glance at the Sellers family cavalry, who had charged up the slope towards the fortress below. Not lingering any longer, he grasped Count Kyle, who was desperately attempting to escape, and without regard for the Count's injured lower body, he dragged him amidst the cries toward the fortress gate. As he passed by, Dick was astonished to see Lucas Sellers, clad in magnificent armor, still managing to move. Perhaps the armor had shielded him during the collision with the shield, for he was now writhing on the ground in agony. With a swift motion of his left hand, Dick seized him and dragged him up, grabbing both father and son. He pulled them into the fortress like a dog being dragged by its tail. As the massive gate thunderously closed behind them, sealing off the outside world, despair enveloped the knights and soldiers of the Sellers family, led by Sir John. Their hopelessness deepened as 2 new crosses swiftly rose atop the fortress walls, those of their sworn lord, the Count, and his younger son, their mouths stuffed with rags, hung high for all to see. This surreal and horrifying scene sent Sir John teetering on the brink of madness. The cavalry and the encircling soldiers were plunged into utter chaos. A full frontal assault? Yet the very lord who commanded it was bound atop the walls. Observing this, Dick erupted into a hearty laugh that soared into the heavens. Beside him, the fortress soldiers, caught up in a frenzy of admiration, erupted into thunderous cheers. Their voices struck with the force of a hammer, further escalating the turmoil within the Sellers ranks. Countless soldiers, filled with terror, discarded their assault ladders and fled in disarray. Even many knights quietly turned their steeds, gradually retreating from the battlefield. Amidst all this, the aged Knight Cohen Park, witnessing the spectacle from the battlements, felt a flush of excitement color his weathered face, rendering him momentarily speechless. My lord, this is an opportunity. Can you still do it? Dick, caught off guard by the question, paused. What did he mean by can you still do it? With feigned indignation, Dick replied, of course I can. The old knight fervently explained, my lord, you need only take 50 men. No, 30. No, just you charging out with anyone will suffice to scatter this disorganized rabble below. They are already a house of cards, certain to fall. With no time to waste, Dick immediately instructed the old knight to take charge of the vital captives on the crosses. The opportunity was fleeting. He swiftly descended the walls, accompanied by the old knight's son, James Park, assembling a handful of soldiers, and charged forth like a tiger leaping from the mountain. The fortress gates swung open once more, and the air was rent with the thunderous cries of battle. Leading the charge was a white-haired youth, as if descended from the heavens, scattering men like chaff and overturning horses as if they were mere timber. To instill maximum pressure upon the enemy, Dick summoned the divine power bestowed upon him by the Hall of Strength. He plunged into the already terrified ranks of the fleeing soldiers, striking out at anyone in his path and toppling any horse he encountered. With unmatched might, he sowed chaos and dread. Were one to gaze from above at the trembling scene before the fortress of the Castark family, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. A battalion of merely a few dozen soldiers, led by a silver-haired youth, surged forward like a tempest, crushing and dispelling thousands of soldiers who had succumbed to panic and shattered morale as they fled from the fortress. The guards emerging from the stronghold were utterly deranged. On the battlefield, a commander embodies the courage of the soldiers, providing them with the audacity to charge into the fray. A leader who remains composed and takes the lead in perilous moments can solidify wavering spirits into an indomitable shield. At this moment, the white-haired boy, who swept through the enemy ranks with ease, inspired not only valor but also a fervent adoration. He ignited an unwavering courage within them, a willingness to follow him through the fires of hell and over mountains of blades. Count Karl Saris, bound to a cross on the fortress walls, closed his eyes in despair and trembled. The combat effectiveness of an army does not solely rely on numbers and equipment. It is profoundly influenced by morale. The soldiers of Saris, witnessing their supreme commander captured, watched in horror as countless allies were hurled through the air by the white-haired demon. Despair spread like a plague, as the thought that resistance is futile gnawed at the will of every individual. Dick Castak, leading the charge, found himself unable to advance, not because he lacked the strength, but because below the slope of the fortress, swathes of the enemy had discarded their weapons, trembling as they knelt in surrender. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. A sea of black-clad bodies knelt in submission, blocking Dick's path. Pursuing further was impossible. He could only watch as scattered remnants of the enemy, having discarded their armor, fled in every direction. Fueled by fervor and clearly unsatisfied, Dick found himself perplexed. With so many of them, despite their capability to fight, the number of foes they could engage at one time was ultimately limited. Why had they not fled? Was surrender their fate? Those seasoned in battle, having faced defeat time and again, understood the reason. With so many prisoners, Dick was clearly lacking in experience. Fortunately, at his side was the son of an old knight, James Park. James excitedly directed Dick to instruct the surrendering captives to discard their weapons and gather beneath the outer walls of the fortress. The defenders were few, and the number of surrendering enemies was too great to allow them entry into the stronghold. Hurry, James urged, his face alight with excitement. The supplies from the Saris family camp. If we delay, the fleeing soldiers may react, and, even if they cannot carry everything, they might waste it. As the fervor within him gradually subsided, Dick nodded. He swiftly left over 30 soldiers with James to oversee the surrendered captives at the slope. He himself gathered the remaining 10 soldiers and made haste toward the Saris family camp, acutely aware of their insufficient numbers. Upon entering the camp, Dick was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. The anticipated chaos and looting did not materialize. Within the encampment, order was maintained in a peculiar and submissive manner. Countless blades, spears, and shields were brutally amassed, forming a hill of weapons that glimmered ominously in the cold light. Nearby stood another small mound, constructed from a haphazard assortment of armor. Chainmail, plate armor, and leather armor intermingled, reflecting a dull sheen under the sun. An oppressive silence pervaded the entire camp. In the central clearing, Sir John, who had once crossed paths with Dick during a prisoner exchange at Everwinter Fortress, led over 20 knights, along with no fewer than 300 dejected soldiers, kneeling in unison. Their heads were bowed, none daring to breathe audibly. The air was thick with the weighty sound of labored breaths and the occasional soft rustle. Fear enveloped each surrendering soul as if it were a tangible shroud. Why did the Celis family, asked Sir John, yield? At that moment, amidst the chaos and despair of retreating with the routed forces, Sir John found himself in utter turmoil. Suddenly, shouts of the 7 gods manifest. The warrior's embodiment descends, and the white-haired demon single-handedly routs hundreds of soldiers. Echoed in his mind. Initially dismissed as the ravings of madness, yet they thundered like a storm in his chaotic thoughts. The clan leader had been captured. The heir had been captured. The second son had also been captured. The Celis family was finished. The tide had truly turned. With a grim determination, Sir John exchanged swift glances with several knights beside him, their faces ashen and steeped in confusion. Almost devoid of words, despair birthed resolution. They surrendered. They surrendered immediately. Sir John decisively quelled the remnants of chaos within the camp, rallying the surviving officers and commanding all to lay down their arms, disarm themselves, and kneel in submission. The swiftness of his actions and the resoluteness of his decision paradoxically upheld the camp's basic order. Dick glanced at the soldiers beside him, trembling with excitement, gripping their weapons, nervously swallowing. Then he turned his gaze to the center of the camp, where over 300 enemy prisoners knelt, heads bowed, a sea of darkened figures. An inexplicable absurdity surged within him. He found himself somewhat numbed by the situation. The manpower was insufficient. Dick felt a pang of concern. The captives on the slope of the fortress would surely outnumber those in the camp. It seemed inappropriate to usher so many prisoners away from the encampment. Moreover, the supplies within the camp required oversight. Resignedly, Dick instructed a soldier nearby to procure food from the supplies. He casually moved several crates and settled down in front of the prisoners to feast heartily. He was genuinely famished. The continuous battles, coupled with the high-intensity charges and outbursts, had instilled in Dick a sense of fatigue and a strong hunger. As a novice on the battlefield, he was at a loss regarding how to manage such a multitude of captives. The old knight is no longer by his side, leaving Dick without anyone to consult. Yet, he understands that action must be taken. The 300 souls gathered cannot be allowed to endure endless fear. Humanity, when gripped by terror, may well give rise to boundless courage. While dining, Dick waved at the somewhat familiar Sir John. "Hey, it's you." Dick called out, "Stop pretending. I know you've been watching. Come over here and share a meal." As Sir John, with a complex expression marked by trepidation, rose to sit before Dick, the tension in the atmosphere noticeably eased. The sole strategy Dick could conceive was to prolong the moment. Eventually, they would reach a point of satisfaction. Dick had never felt time drag on so slowly, engaging in awkward conversation with the knight until nearly dusk. Where was the old knight, Sir Cohen Parker? Sir John was on the verge of tears. He had already recounted childhood tales of inappropriate encounters with girls. As the sun began its descent, the sound of thundering hooves echoed from outside the camp. A familiar voice called out, "Dick, Dick." How had he not realized before just how melodious his uncle, Tony Stark's voice was? It was as if it were a celestial harmony. Count Karen Stark had arrived with reinforcements, arriving precisely on the evening of the third day of their siege. Tony, accompanying Dick on the way to the fortress, incessantly circled around him, hastily moving from side to side, occasionally patting this and that. He was astonished by Dick's unprecedented achievements, and Dick understood his uncle's amazement. Suddenly, Tony hesitated and reached toward Dick's groin. "What are you doing?" Dick exclaimed angrily, seizing Tony's wrist. Confusion clouded Tony's face. "I just need to confirm if you are indeed the nephew I once pinched in childhood." Fuming, Dick swiftly distanced himself from his oblivious uncle, who continued to chase after him, mumbling phrases like "just a pinch," and "just one pinch." As the last vestiges of twilight were consumed by the earth, the hall of the seaside fortress was illuminated by flickering torches, igniting the hearts of the Stark family with fervor. At the head table sat Count Karen Stark, flanked by his eldest son, Roger Stark. Surrounding them were knights whose expressions alternated between tension and excitement, shifting in the dancing light. Before Dick Stark and his uncle, Tony Stark, could step into the hall, the old knight, Cohen Parker, was fervently delivering his final report to Count Karen. "The situation is dire. My son and I are prepared to die for our vows." Cohen's voice trembled with emotion. "Under the divine blessing and witness of the seven gods, Sir Dick has triumphed in the duel. Cassio Sellus, the champion knight, lies defeated, both his hands and knees rendered useless. The traitor who betrayed our fortress commander has been captured by Sir Dick." There was a brief pause. This fellow, having sustained a heavy blow to the head, seemed dazed, repeatedly proclaiming, "They all must die." Among the 10 elite knights who infiltrated the fortress alongside Cassio, 6 were incapacitated and 4 surrendered. The Grand Army, led by Karl Sellus, has arrived. He attempts to lure Sir Dick out of the city while shamelessly besieging him, and suddenly, the army launches an assault on the fortress. Sir Dick, like a deity descended from the heavens, not only vanquished the enemies besieging him, but also captured Karl Sellus himself, along with his second son. Seizing the moment of chaos among the foes, Sir Dick led a charge, decisively shattering thousands of Sellus' forces. Over 500 were captured at the fortress gates. Just received news that over 300 more were taken prisoner in the Sellus camp. Additionally, more than 20 knights have surrendered. Upon seeing Dick and Tony enter, Count Karen could no longer remain seated. Typically stern, he rose in excitement. Beside the Count, Roger, Dick's elder brother, looked on with gleaming eyes, fixated on his brother. In the hall, all present, knights, soldiers, and vassals, cast incredulous, joyful, fervent, and ecstatic glances at Dick. This magnificent victory, this legendary tale, utterly astounded everyone, even Count Karen, who, in his excitement, could hardly articulate his thoughts. "What is this?" It was Tony, Dick's uncle, who broke the atmosphere with jovial laughter. "Has it been so long that you no longer recognize him? This is Dick. I assure you it is he." With a mischievous wink at Dick, he teased, "Not even a pinch of recognition?" As Dick knelt on one knee to pay his respects to his father, Count Karen. The entire hall erupted into fervent cheers and discussions. Finally, as the guards dragged Karl Sellas and his two sons into the hall, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Count Karen strode down from the high seat, circling the three captives, his gaze sharp as that of a predator assessing its prey. Indeed, there is no mistaking it. Traitors! Karl! Count Karen's voice was low, brimming with profound hatred. A dangerous glint flickered in his excited eyes. These were the very individuals who bore the blood feud for the murder of his father and brother. He longed to rend them apart immediately. The Sellas family's second son, Lucas, clad in resplendent armor now soiled and tarnished, trembled as he knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. The family patriarch, Karl Sellas, whose lower body was crushed by a warhorse and multiple bones were broken, could only lean against his quaking second son, barely managing to sit up, his complexion ashen. Only the heir, Cassio, his knees rendered useless, struggled futilely to rise. Clearly unwilling to face the House of Stark in such a humiliating posture, his gaze was filled with venomous resentment, teeth clenched in fury. "Humph, Karen, do not revel in your triumph," Cassio hissed, his voice rife with bitterness and malice. "Who does not know your past? You suppressed your second son for the sake of your first, nearly banishing him to the wasteland. And now behold, your second son, Dick, possesses a formidable power akin to that of an otherworldly demon." His laughter echoed, the insinuation of his words sharp and toxic. Roger, Dick's elder brother, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter as well, his mirth unmasked by scorn, rendering Cassio momentarily speechless. "Cassio, have you been so thoroughly beaten by my brother that you've lost your wits?" Roger sneered, shaking his head in disdain. "In the past, I considered you a formidable adversary, but now, you are but a shadow of your former self. The times have changed. You three, father and sons, are now prisoners of your own making. The name Sellas will soon fade from existence." As Roger's laughter subsided, he turned to Dick, a flicker of remorse crossing his eyes, before kneeling before Count Karen, proclaiming, "Father, our family, once besieged, has now been reduced to the remnants of Winterhold. Under duress, we have wronged Dick, who has rendered significant service to our lineage. With the imminent downfall of the traitor Sellas, the vast territories we lost will soon return to our grasp. I beseech you, grant Dick a worthy fief as a reward for his monumental contributions." A smile, previously as severe as ice, broke across Count Karen's face, a blend of relief, joy, and contentment transforming into a hearty laugh. Witnessing this scene, Cassio felt as though 1,000 serpents were gnawing at his heart. This was not how things were meant to conclude. How unjust the seven gods are. Overwhelmed by indignation, he howled anew. "We have been defeated. What is there to celebrate? Do you not covet eternal Keho City? You will face the Saran family that occupies Keho City. You will confront over 200 elite knights. You will face tens of thousands of soldiers. And the terrifying fortress, BM." The sound of a muffled thud silenced Cassio's frenzied outburst. Count Karen had delivered a brutal kick to his chest, sending him sprawling backwards. "Must you seek to provoke me on such a rare occasion of joy?" Count Karen seemed unsated, cursing as he advanced, poised to deliver more blows. The incapacitated patriarch of the Sellas family, Kyler, struggled to raise a hand to the younger son Lucas, who was nearly prostrate on the ground from the sudden violence. He let out a heavy sigh, alas. This lament caused Count Karen to halt in his tracks. "Enough, Karen." Kyler's voice bore the weight of resignation. "We concede. Take us south without delay. The Sellas territory shall offer no further resistance." He paused to catch his breath, emphasizing, "But do so swiftly. Cassio speaks the truth. If we delay, the southern towns of Cahair and Terror Fortress may react, making it exceedingly difficult for House Stark to reclaim its ancestral lands in their entirety. More importantly," he lifted his murky eyes to meet Carlin's gaze, "my eldest son shall unite with the second daughter of the Duke of Terror Fortress, thereby giving rise to a new bloodline. Carlin, do you comprehend the implications of this? Should they rally their forces upon realizing the situation, you will gain nothing." "Father," Cassio, seemingly oblivious to the agonizing pain coursing through his body, struggled to prop himself up, his voice a disbelieving roar. "What are you doing?" Khalil painfully closed his eyes, shaking his head vigorously. "Child, we have lost. Utterly defeated. Any struggle is in vain. The bloodlines are inherently intertwined. If Sellas can consume House Stark, then House Stark can likewise absorb Sellas, merging their bloodlines. There is no distinction. How can this be the same? It is absolutely not the same." Cassio bellowed in despair. Count Carlin waved his hand in disgust. "Silence. Remove him." Guards promptly advanced, seizing the still shouting Cassio and dragging him away from the hall. Stepping before his incapacitated rival Khalil, Count Carlin loomed over him, his eyes flickering with disdain. "What have you done?" He abruptly turned to a nearby guard, his tone laced with feigned reproach. "This fellow is of great use now. With such severe injuries, why has he not been treated first? What if he dies?" He raised his voice, commanding, "Come forth. Strip him of his trousers. Immediately tend to his wounds. Strip him bare." Clearly, he intended to utterly humiliate his old adversary in front of all. Upon hearing this, Khalil's eyes widened in shock, and he struggled violently, the movement exacerbating his pain and twisting his features in agony. "Carlin, you scoundrel." Observing Khalil's futile struggle, Count Carlin erupted in hearty laughter, filled with vengeful delight. "Ha ha, you old fool. I wish I could tear you apart right now. To act so defiantly in defeat is truly nauseating." He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. "Remove him. Treat him well. Do not let him perish." As if anyone would desire to gaze upon that old, withered flesh. The guards swiftly moved in, and Count Carlin suppressed his laughter, striding confidently to the main seat. He surveyed the hall, his gaze finally resting upon Dick. "Dick, my child, you have accomplished a great feat. You and the defenders of the fortress have toiled greatly. You shall rest at the fortress while awaiting the return of the recruited militia. Together, you will escort the captives back to Winterfell." Dick immediately placed his hand over his heart in acknowledgement. Then, with a fire of battle igniting in his eyes, Count Carlin declared, "Tony, Roger, we arrived to provide support. Yet we have not even drawn our swords and have already enjoyed a resounding victory. Inform all the knights who accompanied us. Inform all soldiers. Prepare at once. Feed the warhorses and sharpen the blades. Tonight, we shall embark on a decisive assault toward the stronghold of Ceres, reclaiming the lands that were unjustly taken from us." Chapter 77, The Acting Lord. Those frequently gracing the battlefield surely comprehend that an army does not act in a frenzied manner. At this moment, the opposing lord and his son have been utterly vanquished by Dick. Speed is of the essence. Dick's father and brothers have already descended south with knights and cavalry. Reports have reached us that the Ceres family encountered along the way offered little resistance, surrendering at the mere whisper of our approach. His kin even urged the infantry to hasten their pace, led by Dick's uncle, Tony Castark. This fellow, before departing, lamented with a hint of regret. "What a remarkable nephew. I wish to pinch him. I wonder what he is truly like." What could Dick, accompanied by the old knight, Cohen Park, who was there to bid farewell at the fortress gates, do? He could only maintain a stoic expression, disregarding the remarks of his unsavory uncle. The venerable knight, Cohen Park, has at last fulfilled his ambition of becoming the new commander of the fortress, commencing the discipline of the surrendered captives. Indeed, Count Karen has decreed their acceptance, directly integrating the voluntarily surrendered knights and soldiers, which necessitates their disbandment, evaluation, and training. It is evident that the Castark family's territory is on the verge of expansion. Personnel will soon be in short supply, leaving little room for concern. Shortly after bidding farewell to his uncle, the sun had just begun to rise over the trembling sea. The militia, originally intended to support the fortress, has arrived under the command of Dick's mother, Helena, accompanied by his aunt, Kalia. Among the ranks of the militia were familiar faces, with Austin of the hunting tribe leading over 300 of his kin. Together with a contingent of militia wielding new bows, they effectively formed a battalion of nearly 1,000 archers. Regardless of the world, a mother's nature remains unchanged. Helena, even upon receiving news of her child's seemingly miraculous accomplishments, could not help but circle around Dick, meticulously checking for any injuries. "Thank the old gods, all is well. Child, your father has received a Raven's message. The fortress commander has betrayed us, and you have captured the enemy's heir. The foe will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Surely, the situation was dire for you at the fortress. Your father and elder brother wasted no time gathering all able-bodied men in the territory, even summoning the hunting tribe from the wilds. It would be impossible for Dick not to feel moved. His family remains unaware of his blessing and are oblivious to his subsequent triumph in capturing the enemy leader, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. One could say that his family has rallied every available warrior to come to his aid. The human heart is often inscrutable and perplexing, yet, viewed from another perspective, it is precisely this complexity that renders each individual unique. Child, I have left you with 500 militia. Return swiftly to Winterfell. Torrin is still young and rather reckless, which causes me concern. Presently, only women and children remain in Winterfell. Your father has entrusted you with the lordship in his absence. Aunt Kalia, with half of her face adorned in vibrant blue paint and an eagle's eye depicted upon her forehead, exuded the wild spirit of a woman from the wasteland tribes. Ignoring the protests of her sister Helena, she commanded her tribal guards to engage Dick in a contest of strength. Witnessing Dick's unwavering stance, with one hand firmly holding back the guard, she seemed to radiate a fierce glow, her eagle eye gleaming with intensity. Helena, deliver Dick to us, the Falcon tribe. That wretched liar, Karen, owes us a son. As she spoke, she reached out, pinching Dick's shoulder through his clothing. Faced with the insistence of his elder aunt, Dick felt a sense of helplessness, while Helena, exasperated, tugged her sister away, joining the militia's ranks. The militia that came to their aid did not enter the fortress, but instead marched southward. The journey back to Winterhold was smooth, as they escorted mostly injured soldiers, while the intact were absorbed and disciplined by the fortress, becoming new recruits for the family. The surrendered knights and cavalry were taken directly by Count Karen. As for the injured soldiers, Dick was well aware of their fate. They would be scattered into teams for bridge building, road paving, and fishing. What truly troubled Dick was assuming his father's lordly seat. Endless tasks awaited him each day. In times past, his father was supported by his mother, elder brother, uncle, and numerous knights. Now, the council hall of Winterhold felt desolate, with only the old tutor Rod and his cousin Riken providing scant assistance. Dick felt like a puppet ensnared by countless threads. Each day, he was buried under mountains of parchment and the incessant cacophony of grievances, leaving him no time for the hunt. On this particular day, after enduring yet another heated dispute over the ownership of 2 fish, his frustration finally erupted. He slammed his palm onto the heavy oak table, causing the inkpot to jump. Dick could bear it no longer. He ordered the summoning of all the knights' sons within the territory, regardless of their age. As long as they could comprehend, they were to gather. Soon, the castle square brimmed with around 100 youths and children. So many? Aren't our family knights quite few? Dick was initially taken aback. Then, a sense of incredulity washed over him, his lips twitching. A few children at the front stood stiffly, attempting to appear composed, yet one discreetly wiped his runny nose. Tutor Rod stepped forward to clarify, though our family knights are scarce, we have plenty of offspring. Dick nodded, noticing that while this group of knights' sons did not form an orderly line and fidgeted restlessly, they remained remarkably quiet, devoid of anxiety or fear. He could no longer dwell on such matters. Ascending the steps, Dick began to address the assembly. Gentlemen, I am the son of Karen, and I have temporarily assumed the role of lord. As knight's sons, how can you lack an identity? I, the acting lord of Winterhold, hereby declare that from this day forth, you are all squire knights of Winterhold. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the arena became electrified, with children bursting forth in excitement. Dick, wearing a broad smile, made no attempt to chastise the ensuing chaos, but instead urged loudly, now, kneel and take the oath at once. Coach Rod observed the motley group of children, all clamoring to pledge, feeling a twinge of headache. Dick, will this lead to trouble down the line? What trouble could arise? Our family is on the brink of resurgence, and we are in need of hands. This is a fortuitous development, Dick replied, still beaming. As for any potential issues, my father and brother will undoubtedly address them. For now, let them assist me in getting the territory operational. Dick's gaze swept across the scene and caught sight of a figure lurking in the shadows, the son of Payne Brown. The very lad who had been disciplined by him multiple times for bullying Arno. You, Eli Brown. Don't think that just because your panda eyes have healed, I no longer recognize you. Step forward. In disbelief, Eli stepped out as Dick proclaimed, I hereby appoint you as the head of the attendants. Dick swiftly organized the gathered children into 5 teams, each led by an older member, dispatching them to patrol the territory and resolve trivial disputes. He would handle only the significant matters. Finally, Dick could breathe a sigh of relief, no longer burdened by endless minutiae. Although a gaggle of young boys handling affairs clumsily, some even resented being bested by them, they approached their tasks with earnestness, and the territory was beginning to resemble something coherent. As for future matters, they could be addressed in due time. Chapter 78. On outside Winterhold, thick clouds churned ominously in the sky. At Frostcold River, the lowly grasses swayed relentlessly in the fierce winds. Dick Castak, along with his 2 cousins from the Falcon tribe, Aaron and Martha, trudged forward against the biting gusts sweeping the riverbank. The guards stood at a distance, waiting patiently at the roadside. The cousins wore expressions of sympathy, tinged with regret, while Dick bore a grave countenance, sighing as they approached the cemetery outside the city. You ventured into the Ghost Shadow Forest not long ago, and soon after, Arno and Yara's mother passed away. Aaron's voice was fragmented by the wind. With the 2 of us keeping an eye on them, No one dared to bully the unfortunate siblings, Martha added. Yet, Yara remains at their mother-esque grave, spending day after day there with Arno. Now, good news has emerged from the south. The family's territory has been fully restored, and Dick is poised to lead the family of Winterhold southward, returning to their ancestral stronghold, Horn Fortress. This would mark the conclusion of his tumultuous tenure as regent. Today, he has come to escort Yara and Arno, the siblings, southward. In the cemetery, the tall and robust Arno quickly spotted Dick and the two cousins. He immediately waved his arms in excitement, repeatedly calling out, Arno, Arno. Yara, kneeling beside him, turned her head in response. Dick's keenly sharpened vision discerned that the once beautiful eyes of the young girl were now swollen and red, their glimmering tears being swept away by the wind. He approached the grave, meticulously constructed from countless small stones, and gently placed a paper flower, crafted by his own hands from resilient parchment, atop it, securing a petal with a small stone. Beside him, Arno joyfully pointed at their mother-esque grave, gesturing while repeating Arno, Arno. In that moment, Dick comprehended the boy's intention. Arno was proclaiming that his mother resided within. Do you know what your mother is doing inside? Dick inquired softly. Arno, Arno. Arno merely shook his head, repeatedly uttering his own name. Indeed, Arno surely did not understand. Dick shook his head, a bittersweet smile emerging. Not knowing is perhaps for the best. He then extended his hand to assist Yara, who had bowed to him. Come with me. Let us take Arno and go to Horn Hill. Yara nodded obediently, silently grasping her brother's hand. As they trailed behind the silver-haired youth, she turned back one last time, casting a deep gaze at their mother's south resting place. Her swollen eyes seemed to silently convey, Mother, rest assured, my brother and I have found a good master. Horn Hill, the ancestral stronghold of the Stark family, once lost to enemies, was finally reclaimed by its rightful owners. At that moment, Dick's father and brothers were not within the fortress. They were leading their troops in a challenging assault on the castle of Stonedance, determined to seize this pivotal stronghold for their family. Dick's younger siblings, born later, had never set foot in this ancestral home. Confronted with the grandiosity of Horn Hill, which far surpassed Winterfell, they were filled with exuberance, immediately pulling their two cousins along to run and explore the castle. Lady Helena, their mother, stood in the courtyard, affectionately observing her children's joyous frolicking, yet puzzled by Dick's calm demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the excitement of his siblings. Indeed, Horn Hill was grander than Winterfell. Dick mused, surveying the towering stone walls and lofty towers. However, in his eyes, the castle's scale was merely adequate. Having witnessed the grandeur of the Forbidden City in a past life, he found this medieval fortress lacking in comparison. Upon entering the city, he had noted that the population of the surrounding town barely exceeded 30 to 50,000, which hardly qualified as a true city in his eyes. Of course, the villages lining the banks of Horn River were far more densely populated and prosperous than the barren Frost River basin. Before long, Dick's father, Count Carlin, returned triumphantly with his forces. Horn Hill was engulfed in a sea of revelry. Wine flowed abundantly, bonfires blazed, and the sounds of celebration and cheer echoed through the night sky. Meanwhile, another delightful piece of news arrived. A delegation from Winterfell, having navigated perilous routes to circumvent the Shadow Tower, evaded the blockades of Black Castle and Eastwatch, and was on the cusp of reaching Horn Hill. Rumor had it that the delegation included high-ranking dignitaries from Winterfell. Count Carlin commenced grand preparations for the forthcoming matters, simultaneously embarking on essential internal purges. Thanks to Dick's capture of the patriarch of the Sellas family, the Count was able to seize the entirety of Horn Fortress and its surrounding towns without shedding a drop of blood. During the castle's cleansing, a multitude of letters were uncovered, revealing clandestine correspondences between certain knights under the banner of House Castark and the Sellas family during perilous times, demonstrating fealty and even collusion. The Count refrained from taking immediate action against these opportunists, although he was unaware of the historical precedent in another realm, where Cao Cao incinerated treasonous letters post the Battle of Guandu. As the head of his lineage, he naturally would not destabilize his foundation in the wake of victory. He publicly declared that, given the prior strength of the Sellas family, even he had struggled for self-preservation, let alone the knights and vassals sworn to him. He withheld the contents of those letters and explicitly announced a policy of forgiveness for past transgressions. The true targets of Count Carlin's reckoning were those traitorous families whose hands were stained with the blood of his father and elder brother. The Count harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these betrayers who had invited wolves into their midst, vowing never to show mercy. However, one matter perplexed Dick. Compared to Winterhold, Horn City was indeed more prosperous and vibrant, with a richer commercial atmosphere. while meandering through the city's shops during his leisure time. He was astonished to find that nearly everyone he encountered bore an unmistakable look of fear in their eyes. Initially, he attributed this to the tense atmosphere engendered by his father's cleansing of the traitorous families. Yet, he soon realized that even the seasoned soldiers who had accompanied him from Winterhold appeared especially reserved and even slightly awestruck upon seeing him. Confusion lingered in his mind until he arrived before a grand and opulent shop, seemingly owned by merchants from the distant shores of Pantos. By the light of the divine, it is you, the esteemed Lord Dick. A corpulent merchant, enveloped in thick furs and adorned with a vibrant satin robe, topped with a fur hat, joyfully emerged from the shop. It is indeed I, Richkel. Have you forgotten? That magnificent sword at your side, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. A true masterpiece procured at great expense from the finest master blacksmith in Pantos. Dick recognized him as the cunning merchant who could boast of transforming ordinary iron swords into legendary weapons. In the course of a stilted conversation with this merchant, Dick finally comprehended the source of the people's fear. His elder brother, Roger Castark, had committed an exceedingly ruthless act in a recent pivotal battle. My lord, the Count is truly formidable, having successfully reclaimed the family territory, which is indeed awe-inspiring. Richkel rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with an obsequious smile. Your brother is an invincible general on the battlefield. The word has spread far and wide that he led the infantry to steadfastly repel the cavalry charge from the elite forces of the Eastern Sea. What an awe-inspiring general. Oh, Dick astutely detected the unnatural flattery within the words of the rotund merchant. What does this signify? Please clarify. The man Rich wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and lowered his voice. It has spread, my lord, regarding your thwarting of the Eastern Sea's cavalry. At that time, the enemy charged fiercely, entangling with your family's infantry, and it appeared the defense would soon collapse. Your brother, Lord Roger, decisively commanded the archers to unleash a volley across the entire battlefield. The stout merchant swallowed hard. It is said that your family possesses a terrifying new type of bow, capable of striking far and hard. That rain of arrows inflicted devastating losses upon the enemy cavalry, leading to their utter disarray. The infantry, still engaged in fierce combat at that moment, was also affected. Dick finally comprehended the source of the pervasive expressions of fear. Chapter 79. The delegation and unexpected guests in the early morning, outside the town of Deerhorn. A young man with silver hair galloped forth from a splendid manor near the outskirts of a small town, accompanied by two robust servants. The trio racing towards the Shadow Ghost Forest comprised Dick Karstark and the brothers Sam and Cody. Deerhorn Castle lies at a considerable distance from the Shadow Ghost Forest, making it rather inconvenient for the hunting enthusiast Dick. Now, as a significant contributor to his family's triumphs, his opinions were highly regarded by the entire household. Even the exceedingly occupied Earl Carlin, after reclaiming vast lands, took special note of this matter, gesturing grandly to allocate a manor on the outskirts, closer to the Shadow Ghost Forest, to Dick. The Earl deemed this a mere token of gratitude, promising that a more substantial reward would be bestowed upon him once his current obligations were fulfilled, in recognition of his invaluable contributions to the family. The manor was quite splendid, equipped with every conceivable servant and maid. Dick, along with Yara, Arno, and the trio of wildling servants, promptly moved in, seldom returning to Deerhorn Castle. This was partly to accumulate soul essence through hunting to repair the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiend Scroll, and partly to evade the incessant curiosity of his two female cousins. At Deerhorn Castle, the two cousins from the Falcon tribe relentlessly pursued Dick, probing into the depths of his combat prowess. Frankly speaking, Dick's days in the manor were quite enjoyable. The manor was luxurious, the maids were lovely, and the food was plentiful. His beloved horse, Wretched Beast, received meticulous care from the wildling father-son trio. The plump cat, Fat Wave, grew even rounder under Yara's care. Dick needed only to practice swordsmanship daily and indulge in exhilarating hunts. However, this serene existence did not last long. One evening, upon his return to the manor, Dick was respectfully informed by a servant that his uncle, Tony Karstark, had arrived with a young visitor. In the hall of the manor, Tony sat languidly with his feet propped upon the table, occasionally gesturing for the nearby servant to pour more wine, while a rather timid stranger sat beside him. Upon seeing Dick enter, he immediately rose, appearing even more flustered. Do not be so dazed. This is your cousin Dick, and he feels at home here as if it were his own abode. Tony first expressed his dissatisfaction towards the youth, then flashed a playful grin at Dick. Remember how you were curious about whether I had children? Behold, this is my child with Christy, John. Dick promptly urged the young boy to sit down. attempting to soothe his discomfort while somewhat theatrically lamenting, "My dear uncle, how could you spring this on me so suddenly? I was utterly unprepared for our first meeting. One ought to have brought a gift." Tony shook his head. Nothing could compare to the abrupt turn our family fortunes have taken. A gift? What could be more precious than bestowing upon John the Stark surname? He paused before adding, "It is only fitting that I bring him to express gratitude for the family regaining so much territory. Even I, who have contributed little, have been granted 2 small towns as fiefdoms. John needn't even call him Snow anymore." Suddenly, Tony winked at Dick. "Dick, are you truly not the least bit anxious?" "Anxious about what?" Dick replied, unchanged. "Of course, it is about the fief." Tony leaned closer. "I have heard that it is the dread fort. Carlin intends to grant you the land of the rising house of Selwyn. Are you not excited?" Filled with envy and enthusiasm, Tony gazed at the composed Dick, momentarily at a loss for words. All right. Now everyone in the family believes you are indifferent to all this." Having consumed quite a bit of wine, Tony began to mumble, "This world is truly peculiar. The less one cares, the more Carlin and Roger wish to offer the best, those who do care." Dick interrupted with a smile, "My dear uncle, you cannot have come solely for these matters. Speak plainly. What else is there? What else could there be? Your father Carlin has sent me to inform you to return to Horn Hill. The delegation from Winterfell is set to arrive tomorrow." As the morning mist enveloped Horn Hill like an unfinished woolen blanket, Dick's brother Torrin had been waiting on the castle walls for an hour. The breath escaping from his nose formed delicate frost flowers against the cold stone walls. Suddenly, a cloud of yellowish dust arose in the distance, prompting the youth to shout at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing against every stone of the castle, "They are coming. They have arrived." The square below the battlements instantly resembled a disturbed anthill, as the guards of Horn Hill hurriedly adjusted the angles of their spears. Dick's mother, Helena, stood at the very top of the main castle steps, her fingers unconsciously caressing the fishbone bracelet on her wrist. Dick also observed his father Carlin beside her, his throat bobbing as the normally stern count repeatedly rubbed the hilt of his sword, as if the cold metal could impart some strength. The sound of hooves grew louder. Initially a sporadic clatter, swiftly crescendoing into a thunderous roar, as the leading warhorse broke through the morning mist. A banner adorned with 3 green sentinel trees on a brown background fluttered in the wind. It is the Tohar family from the northern stronghold of Torrin, whose motto is pride and freedom. Tony whispered an explanation beside Dick. His uncle Tony had ventured to the north, even crossing the narrow sea to serve as a mercenary, and was evidently well acquainted with the various families of the north. The howling northern wind seemed to pause for a moment. Beneath the banner of the Tohar family, a rotund man was surrounded by guards as he rode a tall steed, his belly protruding from his armor in unsightly folds. "Is it him?" Tony was somewhat taken aback. Herman Tohar, the head of the Tohar family, now serves as the chancellor of the Northern King, equivalent to the hand of the king in King's Landing. Herman jovially complained to the Earl and Countess of Cairn at the foot of the steps. They say the lands beyond are becoming warmer? Just look at this wretched wind. It's freezing." Without waiting for the groom to assist, he dismounted with a leap. The Earl of Cairn quickly approached, and the 2 men stood together in the center of the square. Herman opened his arms and warmly embraced Cairn. "Congratulations. You have successfully eradicated the traitors." His voice, tinged with the aroma of wine and weariness from travel, remained robust. "The news of victory reached Winterfell, and the king immediately sent me north with a reward. I did not dawdle for a moment. My gratitude to his majesty." Cairn naturally expressed his thanks. At that moment, another banner broke through the morning mist. The flag was of ash gray, featuring a tiered white tower at its center, with a blazing beacon atop. The banner of the Hightower family. As it appeared, a slight stir rippled through the crowd. The Hightower family, having betrayed the scholars, invaded and occupied vast territories in the south, and even in this remote land beyond, the news had spread. The Earl of Cairn's countenance darkened, his serious face seemingly cloaked in a layer of frost. Seeing this, Herman helplessly shrugged. "The Hightower's envoy, Abella Hightower, has insisted on accompanying us, claiming it to be a new diplomatic mission upon hearing of the Stark family's recent glorious victory in the south." Herman leaned closer to the Earl, lowering his voice. "In the north, aside from those scoundrels at the Terror Fortress, no one likes the Hightowers. However, given his status as an envoy, we cannot take any action against him. Rest assured, he will not stir any trouble in the north or beyond." The Earl of Cairn nodded. "Truly, he may not bite, but he is certainly repulsive." Just then, a gaunt middle-aged man, adorned in a deep red velvet cloak with silver trim that gleamed brighter than the snow, coughed as he descended from the Hightower carriage. With deep brown hair, he smiled and surveyed the crowd, but when his gaze fell upon Dick's mother, Aunt and two cousins clad in tribal attire. He subtly frowned before quickly restoring his smile. Only Dick, with his keen perception, noticed that Abella Hightower unconsciously touched the seven-pointed star necklace she wore. With so many eyes upon him, the Earl of Cairn could not afford to act too harshly. Fortunately, his naturally serious demeanor allowed him to welcome the envoy with a cold expression, which felt entirely appropriate. The knights and their servants, burdened with various boxes and crates, were bustling about, accompanied by several scholars from the Haytir family, their robes fluttering in the cold wind. As the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, Herman suddenly raised his voice. "Cairn, let the wine flow abundantly today. I wish to hear the tale of your glorious victory." Sir Cairn responded in his usual steady tone. "The castle is prepared. Please follow me." Dick was abruptly reminded of a childhood story he had heard. When guests from the south arrived in the north, they always brought tidings of summer. Yet at this moment, he felt only that their arrival rendered the air beyond the walls oppressively heavy, akin to the tension before a snowstorm. In the banquet hall, beneath the stone-vaulted ceiling, the long chamber was bathed in the warm glow of butter candles. 12 intricately carved oak pillars supported the lofty arch. Behind the head table hung the black and white sunburst banner of House Stark. Flanking it were the green sentinel tree banner and the white tower beacon flag. Herman Tohar, the corpulent patriarch of House Tohar, was escorted to the head table, laughing heartily as he gestured towards the Stark banner. "Our king is not present today, and there is no silver-gray wolf-head banner here, so there is no need for formality." He paused, his voice growing more resonant. "The journey from beyond is long. My king has commanded me to exercise his authority." He then signaled to Count Cairn that kneeling was unnecessary in the king's absence, and proclaimed, "Now, in the name of Wayne Stark, King of the North, Lord of Winterfell, and head of House Stark, I hereby declare Count Cairn Stark as the Lord of Horn Hill. He officially accepts the fealty of House Stark." Cheers erupted in the hall, signaling the long-established alliance with the King of the North to counter the threats from the south. Though this was merely a formality, it served as an official declaration. The long table extended from the head table to the entrance, its oak surface laden with tin platters overflowing with roasted wild boar ribs, honey-glazed duck, and towering mounds of dark bread. Serving maids in coarse skirts wove through the crowd, their copper jugs spilling frothy ale that occasionally splashed onto the polished leather boots of the knights. Herman thumped his gilded wine cup onto the table, splattering wine onto his deep red velvet cloak. "Cairn, the wine from this wretched place is surprisingly good." His laughter reverberated, causing the ruby-encrusted hilt of his sword to sway, humorously echoing the swell of his belly. Yet, this rotund man, while indulging in drink, kept his gaze fixed intently on Dick's beautiful aunt, Anna Stark. Dick, holding his wine cup, cast a sidelong glance in that direction, a barely perceptible cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He looked out the window, where dusk was tinting the castle's spires a muted blue-gray. In the distance, the faint echoes of wolf howls drifted into the hall, eerily blending with the revelry. Abella Haytir, holding her wine cup, wore a smile. His gaze occasionally swept over the unique tribal attire of Dick's mother and aunt. When his eyes landed on the eagle totem emblazoned on Aunt Kalia's forehead, he suggested, with a southern drawl, that such a grand feast would be regrettably lacking without the accompaniment of music. "It is unfortunate that we did not bring a bard along. Yet there are a few servants among us with decent singing voices, albeit with a limited repertoire. How about they perform the Song of the Seven Gods for everyone?" This seemed perfectly reasonable, and Count Carlin nodded slightly in agreement. However, as the sacred hymn of the Song of the Seven Gods resounded, a peculiar sensation swept through Dick's heart. As the melody faded, Abella Hyder once again raised her goblet in salute to Count Carlin. "Congratulations, my lord. The revival of your family is in sight. I've heard that the Seven Gods Church beyond the border is in a dire situation. Please forgive me for being a devout believer, but I wonder if the circumstances within your territory might improve." Count Carlin frowned. This Hyder spoke neither of family matters nor of collaborative affairs. After such a long visit, she chose to broach the topic of the church's predicament. What peculiar circumstances could the church possibly face? Those nobles driven beyond the border brought with them the faith of the seven gods, yet the indigenous people of that land predominantly worshipped the old gods. The count's wife was a follower of the old gods. He had no desire to delve deeper into this issue. "You are too far removed from the border. Your information is likely distorted," he replied in a neutral tone. "The Seven Gods Church is thriving beyond the border. Even our family's northernmost stronghold, Winterhold, has a church dedicated to the seven gods. There is no need for concern." "I see. That is splendid news indeed," Abella responded repeatedly, her demeanor humble. "If I may be so bold as a devout believer, Might I visit a few churches of the 7 gods within your domain? Count Carlin's brow furrowed even further. Religious matters are relatively autonomous, while the 7 gods church does not hold as much power beyond the border as it does in the south. The reputation of the Hyder family kept the Count ever on guard against her potential ulterior motives. After a moment's contemplation, an outright refusal seemed inappropriate. The Hyder family, distant from the northern territories, would likely find it difficult to stir trouble in such a remote land. Ultimately, the Count begrudgingly nodded in acquiescence. With her objective achieved, Abella Hyder sincerely expressed her gratitude before remaining silent, smiling as she sat quietly sipping her wine. The banquet at Staghorn Keep continued late into the night. Dick did not stay until the end. He retired to his quarters early to rest. However, in the dead of night, Count Carlin knocked on Dick's door. Under his son's surprised and puzzled gaze, the Count led the well-dressed Dick to the rear of the castle. There stood a towering fishbeam tree, its crimson leaves casting shadows over several gravestones of varying ages. Count Carlin stood solemnly before the gravestones, silent for a long while. These two are relatively new. He spoke in a low voice. Here lie my father and my brother. Those traitors, the Sellers. The Count shook his head, a complex array of emotions crossing his face. The matter has not been entirely resolved. In my youth, I heard from your grandfather that when our ancestors first arrived here, it was merely a small village. The Count's gaze seemed to penetrate through time. Dick chose not to interrupt, simply listening in silence. Today, however, it has transformed into a grand castle, with a burgeoning city rising beyond its walls. The prosperity of our family is unmistakably evident. Dick, your elder brother Roger is currently engaged in clearing the arduous fortress at Stode's Corner, the stronghold of the Silas rebels. The situation there is far more intricate than that at Deerhorn Castle. Roger feels a sense of guilt towards you and wishes to grant you a domain free from the shadows of chaos. He is even reluctant to allow your hands to be stained with blood, fearing that it might disturb your peace in your own territory in the future. My child, I too wish to make amends. The Count turned to face Dick, his eyes gleaming with intensity. An opportunity presents itself now, one that would be greatly beneficial for you. For me, and for the entire family. Sir Herman, the Chancellor of the North Kingdom, made a request to me following the banquet. Upon hearing this, Dick could not suppress a derisive laugh. That fat fool. He hardly took his eyes off our aunt during the feast. Surely, he does not harbor the delusion of wanting to marry her. Father, I have heard he already has a wife and many children. Count Karen was taken aback for a moment before laughingly reprimanding him. You mischievous boy, what absurd thoughts are you entertaining? Sir Herman proposed to facilitate a marriage alliance between Winterfell and our Deerhorn Castle. It would be the heir of the North Kingdom with your Aunt Anna. Dick awkwardly rubbed his nose, having just contemplated whether he should take action should that rotund man truly set his sights on their aunt. If this comes to fruition, your aunt could one day become the Queen of the North. The Count's eyes sparkled with excitement. Our family would gain immeasurable honor and support. Herman also laid forth his conditions. Our Stark family must form an alliance with House Tohar. Furthermore, to ensure the smooth execution of this plan, I must personally escort Anna to Winterfell. There is one crucial element. The Count's gaze fell upon Dick, filled with expectation. To demonstrate our unwavering loyalty to the North King, one of my sons must become a squire to the king, destined to be personally knighted as the king's knight. Dick, I hope you shall become this illustrious king's knight, and not merely a knight beyond the wall, unrecognized in many lands of the continent. Chapter 81. An open secret. Herman Tohar. He is the Chancellor of the North Kingdom, yet he is not the North King himself. Such a significant matter as a marriage alliance with the Crown Prince must be discussed with the distant king. The challenge lies in the fact that the envoy is at Deerhorn Castle, bearing the ravens from Winterfell, while Winterfell lacks the ravens capable of returning to Deerhorn Castle. To make matters worse, the convenient route north is blocked by the Black Castle and East Sea Watch, forcing one to take a detour through Ice Bay and Shadow Tower to return. The journey was long, and the terrain was complex and treacherous, leaving the delegation and House Karstark ensnared in a protracted wait at Hornwood. However, Herman Tohar exuded an air of confidence. According to the corpulent Prime Minister, Dick's aunt, Anna Karstark was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. In the current delicate situation in the north, with House Karstark being a crucial ally that Winterfell desperately needed, and with Herman himself facilitating this matter, success seemed nearly assured. During a moment of drunken revelry, Dick seized the opportunity to inquire why the once-fallen Terror Castle had not only survived, but had once again become a formidable adversary to Winterfell. Oh, this tale stretches back to a time long past. Herman, slurring his words, began to reminisce. The fall of the Baratheon dynasty had wrought devastation upon the north. Not only did House Karstark nearly face extinction, but the Tohars also suffered grievously. Their ancestral stronghold, Torrhen Square, was seized by the Ironborn, bringing them to the brink of annihilation. Even House Stark, the then lordly family, endured severe losses, with 2 of their leaders perishing in quick succession. Thankfully, Queen Sansa ultimately arose to unify the wildling leaders who had descended south, the noble houses of the Vale, as well as the forces of White Harbor and House Manderley. Under her and the Black Duke's leadership, they triumphed over Terror Castle. House Stark regained control of Winterfell, and with the support of the realm, Sansa was crowned queen in the north. Hermon shook his head, his tone becoming increasingly intricate. The Vale, White Harbor. Alas, Queen Sansa, by acknowledging the Vale's sovereignty over the Sisters' Islands, secured their backing. This, however, incited considerable discontent among the Manderleys of White Harbor, who were closely adjacent to the Sisters' Islands. The Vale provided troops and resources to aid the Queen in vanquishing Terror Castle, and one might even argue that the cavalry of the Vale turned the tide during the pivotal Bastards' War, a decisive confrontation that shaped the fate of the North. The nobles of the Vale believed it only fair to seek rewards for their efforts, and their demands were not exorbitant. They sought the old towns of Cape Xi'an and Bite Bay. Hermon, his face flushed, gestured emphatically. That territory belonged to White Harbor. The situation escalated. Queen Sansa struggled to maintain a fragile balance, while Hermon shrugged, a look of helplessness upon his face. At that time, House Manderley of White Harbor was rich in wealth and maritime trade, lacking the knights and heavy infantry to match the elite cavalry of the Vale. No matter how Sansa attempted to mediate or denounce, her efforts proved futile. The conflict intensified, ultimately leading to House Manderley losing even White Harbor. At this juncture, all the nobles of the north were watching closely. Faced with the lamentations of the Mandrell family, the queen found herself compelled to take a stand, opposing the nobility of the Vale. The outcome was rather awkward. Despite my profound admiration for Queen Sansa, one must concede that defeat is simply defeat. The chaotic conflict had stalemated for many years, resulting not only in the failure to reclaim White Harbor, but also the loss of even more territory. After such a prolonged struggle, the nobles of the Vale had become fiercely determined. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the queen turned her thoughts to Harrenhal. The territory of Harrenhal was vast and populated, and after the Bastards' War, in which the queen had vanquished House Bolton, she had originally intended to convert it into a direct military stronghold of House Stark, thereby seizing this significant land. Alas, the local populace had grown accustomed to the 1,000-year rule of Harrenhal. The sporadic resistance and non-cooperation from the inhabitants had never ceased, proving to be a drain on the queen's resources rather than serving her cause. Ultimately, Queen Sansa withdrew her forces. Under the escort of the Night's Watch, a youth named Robin Bolton arrived at Harrenhal. House Bolton reclaimed its status as the Lord of Harrenhal, with its vast territory and populace pledging their allegiance to Queen Sansa alongside Robin. It is uncertain whether the Bolton family's motto, "Our blades are sharp," carried some unseen power, or if Robin Bolton was simply a born warrior. In his youth, he managed to lead the reformed Harrenhal army and, astonishingly, drove the once mighty coalition of Vale nobles into the sea. This young man was not only a capable fighter, he returned all the lands he had reclaimed to their former lords, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Queen Sansa. In a fleeting moment, Robin Bolton, the youthful hero, captivated countless hearts, setting the stage for Harrenhal to once again become a formidable adversary of Winterfell. After hearing all this, Dick became somewhat curious. "My Lord Hermon, it sounds as though the queen is quite astute. How could she later allow Harrenhal to gain such power?" Hermon, leaning forward with a tipsy demeanor, lowered his voice and mischievously winked at Dick. "My boy, let me share a little public secret. The esteemed Queen Sansa, though never married, has borne quite a few children. There are rumors that Robin Bolton is one of them." Hermon then succumbed to intoxication, his words trailing off into a meaningful silence. His heavy body slumped, and with the assistance of several servants, he staggered out of the banquet hall. Dick, holding his wine glass, could not help but feel a genuine admiration for the legendary Queen Sansa. From the hazy memories of a past life as television drama, he recalled how House Stark had suffered a treacherous downfall in the south, nearly disintegrating. Sansa, possessing little beyond her bloodline, ultimately ascended to the throne of the north through the strategic alliances and unifications she forged among various factions. At that time, Dick, like many spectators, believed that Stark's bloodline alone could elevate her to the throne, rendering the plot rather simplistic. However, upon hearing first-hand accounts of the arduous ascent to power, he came to understand that while lineage may serve as the foundation of authority, mounting that frigid throne is not merely a matter of heritage. Each step is steeped in calculation, compromise, and unavoidable sacrifice, with the intricacies of strategy and the weight of choice far beyond the imagination of an outsider. Chapter 82. Arrival at Winterfell from south to north, extending to the eternally frozen lands of the far north. The entirety of the realm beyond the wall is divided by the towering, majestic Frostfang Mountains. It retains the ice and chill to the west, while nurturing vast expanses of the Shadow Forest and the desolate plains to the east. At this moment, the crumbled western end of the wall, the ruins of the Shadow Tower, welcomes a company braving the biting winds and snow. At the forefront, a green sentinel carries a banner that flickers in the storm, followed closely by a black flag adorned with a sunburst, and at the rear, the White Tower's beacon flag flutters. The procession comes to a halt, and servants along with soldiers commence their labors amidst the snowstorm. Dick, perched atop his steed Deathfawn, gazes at the undulating silhouettes of the ruins ahead, a twinge of regret tugging at his heart. This regret is not akin to the character Little Tyrant in the television series, who whimsically wished to relieve himself on the wall. Rather, it stems from the disappointment of not witnessing firsthand the grandeur of the 700 feet high, 300 miles long edifice, a marvel that seems to defy the laws of physics before its collapse. He urges his horse closer to the edge of the ruins, dismounts, and reaches out to caress the exposed massive stones, his fingertips tracing the cold, rough textures of their surfaces. Why does Dick deliberately approach this stone? Naturally, he seeks to gauge whether the remnants of the 72 fragments of earthly calamity within his consciousness might respond. Increasingly, he suspects that the so-called magic and mana of this world are, in essence, the spiritual energy he is familiar with, merely different terminologies across varying realms. Perhaps in other places, it might even be referred to as elemental power, spiritual energy, or ether. Just as Dick immerses himself in his contemplations, he hears the voice of Abella Hightower, an envoy from House Hightower, expressing her sentiments behind him. Legends tell that the ancestors of the king in the north, the builder Brandon, seemed to wield magic. Abella does not pause for Dick's reply and continues with a sigh. While ancient texts provide scant records, Dick, you must understand, magic does indeed exist. Having watched the Game of Thrones series in his past life, Dick is well aware of the depths of this world's mysteries. Tales of magic occasionally surface, and dragons, those mythical creatures, are known to all. Even the formidable existence of certain gods is not beyond the realm of possibility. Not being well acquainted with Abella, Dick refrains from delving deeply into these discussions. Although he cannot discern the envoy's intent in initiating conversation, he seizes the opportunity to probe the questions that linger in his mind. Retracting his hand, which failed to sense any spiritual energy, Dick inquired, Lady Abella, I have heard that your esteemed Hightower family has tamed a magnificent great bird capable of carrying humans. Is that true? Abella chuckled at this, her laughter seemingly eliciting a cough from her throat. Oh, is this news already reaching beyond the borders? Indeed, it is true. He stifled his cough and confirmed with a hint of pride. However, we do not refer to it as a great bird. It is a wondrous creature, a griffin, captured and trained through perilous endeavors from the distant continent of Westeros. A griffin? Dick exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment. Noticing the silver-haired youth's reaction, Abella assumed he was unfamiliar with the creature and patiently elaborated. It possesses the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, complete with mighty wings and sharp talons. Of course, Dick was well aware of the griffin's appearance. Such fantastical beings were commonplace in the films, anime, and games of his previous life. What surprised him was that griffins had never made an appearance in the Game of Thrones television series. As for the continent of Westeros, Dick only vaguely recalled it as a mysterious and vast land, thickly forested and sparsely populated, brimming with the unknown. It was undoubtedly a blessing bestowed upon the Hightower family by the seven gods. Abella continued her introduction, her words imbued with familial pride. Eventually, she shifted the conversation to inquire about Dick's beliefs, her tone almost resembling a gentle admonition urging him to devoutly embrace the seven. This individual resembled more of an ardent missionary than a diplomatic envoy. Departing from the ruins of Shadow Tower, the party continued southward toward Deepwood Motte. As the altitude diminished, the ice and biting winds gradually receded. Ahead of the party, the plump Lord Harmonta, the royal chancellor, appeared to be in brighter spirits. He walked alongside Count Carol Karstark, engaged in lively conversation, their hearty laughter echoing across the desolate road. Though the southern route was rugged and challenging, its remoteness spared them from any mishaps or interruptions. The party smoothly passed through Deepwood Motte, loyal to the king in the north, and spent several days cautiously traversing the deep, silent, and towering woods of the Wolfwood. Finally, their destination loomed into view. The entire Winterfell gradually revealed its grand silhouette beneath the leaden sky. It was a colossal structure forged from countless dark gray boulders, interlocked and piled high. The crenellations atop the walls appeared to bear the jagged marks of an ancient giant's axe. The highest bell tower, its spire entwined in a perpetual shroud of gray-white mist, stood sentinel over the fortress. The massive banner of the running wolf, emblematic of the icy expanse, fluttered in the wind. Guards clad in thick wolf pelts patrolled, their long spears striking the frozen ground with a resounding thud. The glinting tips of their weapons colder than the icicles dangling from the eaves. Under the guidance of the court's prime minister, Herman, and with the news of the future royal consort's presence already circulating, the entry into the city proceeded remarkably smoothly. Herman did not directly lead Dick and his companions into the core area of the main fortress. Instead, he temporarily accommodated the Stark family in his spacious residence within Winterfell. "My Lord Karen and Miss Anna, please take a moment to rest here," Herman said, a smile adorning his face. "Allow me to first pay my respects to His Majesty. I am certain that he will summon you shortly." This procedure seemed reasonable at first. Initially, Count Karen and Dick did not perceive anything amiss and could only suppress their anticipation while they rested. They also sought to reassure the anxious Anna Stark, who felt nervous about facing the unfamiliar court. Yet, as the days slipped by, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, there was still no word from the King of the North. Nor had Prime Minister Herman, who had brought them here, made another appearance. As the court's prime minister, his residence was naturally frequented by visitors, a constant flow of people. Meanwhile, news of the Stark family, particularly the rumored future royal consort, Anna, residing there, spread like wildfire. Curious, probing, and even scrutinizing gazes gathered around the residence. Amidst this invisible pressure and the prolonged waiting, Count Karen's brow furrowed deeper, while Anna Stark was enveloped in great unease, finding it hard to eat or sleep. Deep within Winterfell's main fortress, a young girl burst into her brother's room with a joyful smile. "Reed, have you heard? Your fiancée, Anna Stark, has come to Winterfell." "Sophia, how many times must I tell you? You need to knock before entering." The young man seated behind a large desk, absorbed in his reading, looked up with displeasure, frowning at his impetuous sister. This young man, with deep brown hair resembling aged leather and gray eyes almost as dark as ink, was none other than Reed Stark, the heir to the North. His sister, Sophia Stark, was the only other child of the North's king, Wayne Stark. Ignoring her brother's admonition, Sophia excitedly shared the latest intelligence she had gathered. "So many people have seen Anna. They are all marveling at her beauty. Who would have thought that such a beauty could arise from such a harsh land? That rotund Herman, who always contradicts you, has finally done something commendable." Seeing her brother still engrossed in his book, showing no signs of interest, the young girl pouted. "Hey, Reed, aren't you the least bit curious? Should we sneak over and take a look? Right at Herman's place." At her words, Reed's gaze shifted ever so slightly, and he swallowed hard. He fell silent for a moment, ultimately lowering his eyelids, his gaze returning to the pages of the book, his voice regaining its usual composure. There was no need for haste. He merely had to heed his father's arrangements. Chapter 83, A Web of Doubts in Winterfell. After days of fruitless waiting, Catelyn Stark began to seek information when Herman Tully, the Prime Minister of the North, made his appearance. He arrived with a grand entourage. Countless court servants and handmaidens flooded the room, respectfully surrounding Dick's Aunt Anna, commencing to assist her in her grooming. This sight quelled the fury that Count Catelyn had nearly unleashed due to the prolonged silence. Herman, the jovial prime minister, entered with a smile, incessantly apologizing to the Stark family. "I apologize for the long wait. However, I have been negotiating significant honors and benefits for House Stark, which has taken this time." This explanation left Count Catelyn at a loss for words, though he pointed with some confusion towards the bustling servants and handmaidens. "Is this preparation for the audience? It seems rather extravagant, doesn't it?" Herman cheerfully clarified. "This is reason for congratulations to House Stark. Congratulations to Miss Anna. Today is a fortuitous day. His Majesty has decreed that the wedding shall occur today." "What? So soon?" Dick could not help but gesture, at the very least. "My aunt should meet the Crown Prince first, right? Such an important union. And though the Prime Minister has communicated on behalf of both sides, they have yet to meet." Now, it seemed that the audience with the king and the wedding were to be one and the same. Count Catelyn was equally astonished, fixing his gaze upon Herman. His eyes filled with inquiry, seeking a reasonable explanation. Yet the rotund Prime Minister merely continued to smile, evading a direct answer, instead responding, "Come now. Is this not a joyous occasion? His Majesty, I, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Military Affairs, the Bishop, and numerous other ministers have been diligently negotiating these past few days. Now that a decision has been made, we must act swiftly. His Majesty can hardly wait to unite with House Stark. The leaden clouds hung low, the flurries of snow lashing against Winterfell's stone walls, the ice-covered boulders glinting coldly. On the battlements, the gray standard of the Stark direwolf billowed in the howling wind, flanked by dozens of other family banners, adding to the solemnity of the scene. The gates swung open, and a drawbridge spanned the frozen moat. Guards in black armor stood at attention, spears held firmly. An impressive array of knights, clad in finely crafted armor adorned with wolf-head engravings, filed out, their northern steeds draped in ironclad caparisons. A vast procession escorted the carriage bearing Dick's Aunt Anna, advancing slowly. On either side, a ceremonial guard of spearmen stood, their blades gleaming with a cold light under the dim sky. At the end of the square, the steps were laid with a deep crimson carpet, embroidered with silver heraldry. Unable to contain her curiosity, Anna leaned out of the carriage, gazing at Count Catelyn and Dick, who rode alongside her carriage. "Brother," her voice trembled with a hint of panic. "Am I truly to marry the prince today? What does he look like?" The suddenness of the arrangement left her engulfed in confusion and apprehension. Count Karen and Dick exchanged glances, both sensing that something was amiss. Yet, given the circumstances, they could only strive to comfort Anna. "Do not worry," Count Karen said in a hushed tone. "Lord Herman speaks with reason, since the decision has been made. An early union may indeed be for the best." Dick added, "I inquired about him. The prince's name is Reed, and I have heard he is a refined young man." As Dick endeavored to soothe his aunt, he keenly observed that the crowds gathering along the streets were sparse and wore expressions of bewilderment, evidently unaware of the unfolding events. For an occasion of such grandeur, the wedding procession of the crown princess, why had there been no prior announcement to the townsfolk? Could it be that this was all too hastily arranged? This thought deepened Dick's unease. Upon entering the main castle, Anna was ushered away by the steward and several maids. Herman approached with a jovial demeanor, grasping Count Karen's arm with one hand and gently guiding Dick with the other towards the throng in the hall. "Now that we are here, what is there to fret about? I am always generous to my allies. Soon, a grand surprise awaits you, and you shall be grateful to me. For now, allow me to introduce you to some of my friends." The hall was alive with activity, filled with numerous northern nobles. The throne was positioned upon a dais at the far end of the hall, directly facing the main entrance. Behind the throne, the wall was adorned with the wolf banners of the northern kings throughout the ages, flanked by weapons such as swords and pikes. At this moment, the throne stood unoccupied. Crafted from gray granite, the northern throne rose approximately 6 feet high. The armrests were intricately carved into the likeness of direwolf heads, while the backrest featured a bas-relief of a reclining direwolf. The hexagonal base bore ancient runes of the ancestors, and the seat itself was trapezoidal, devoid of cushioning. Beneath the flickering flames, the shadows of the wolf heads seemed to writhe, the cold stone surface reflecting glimmers of light. The rotund Prime Minister, Herman, led Count Karen and Dick into the throng of the Chancellor of Finance, the Minister of Justice, and various nobles gathered together. Dick noticed that on the opposite side, a crowd encircled a meticulously groomed young man. The hall was subtly divided into 2 distinct groups, each clearly defined. Herman, seemingly aware of Dick's gaze fixed upon the other side, raised his glass and offered a discreet smile. "That is Prince Reed Stark, the Crown Prince." "The Crown Prince? The very prince who was to become Anna's husband? His own uncle by marriage?" Dick and Count Karen swiftly exchanged knowing glances. The 2 clusters of people in the hall were evidently factions of power. Herman, the court prime minister, had orchestrated the union and forged an alliance with their family. Yet the Crown Prince was to be Anna's future husband. The Stark family finds itself perilously caught in the midst of a fierce rivalry. As Count Carlin and Dick exchanged furtive glances, their minds swirling with uncertainty, Herman approached, gracefully accepting 2 goblets of wine from a nearby servant. He offered one to Count Carlin and the other to Dick. "Care to join?" he inquired with a gentle shake of his head and a light-hearted chuckle. "Observe the prince's side, that formidable minister of war, the Earl of Geomormont from Bear Island. His gaze upon us is chilling, wouldn't you agree? The Minister of War is none other than the late Queen's elder brother, the prince's maternal uncle. We dare not provoke him, as both allies and friends." Herman lowered his voice, laced with a hint of seduction. "I advise you to exercise patience. Greater surprises and benefits await us. As I previously stated, I am generous as an ally. Do not forget to express your gratitude when the time comes." His words were steeped in significant implications, leaving Count Carlin and Dick in a state of unease. At that moment, a well-equipped contingent of guards strode into the hall, their helmets resembling the fearsome heads of wolves, marking them as the king's personal guard. They swiftly cleared a wide path through the center of the hall. Herman promptly alerted, "The Ice Wolf Guard has arrived. His Majesty the King is imminent." This was the elite guard established by Queen Sansa, he added with a shrug, a mere imitation of the King's Guard from King's Landing. Soon after, the last of the towering Ice Wolf Guards came to a halt at the entrance, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed loudly, "We welcome the head of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell, and King in the North." Chapter 84. The Queen and the Crown Princess in the Grand Hall of Winterfell. All present bowed respectfully, honoring the king's arrival. A man in his 50s, adorned with a crown, entered the chamber. His deep brown curls framed his neck, with a few strands of gray falling across his forehead, and his dark eyes glistened with a misty sheen. This was none other than the King in the North, Wayne Stark. Dick recognized him. He was a guest at Herman's residence, having conversed with the Stark family beforehand. What sent a jolt through Count Carlin and Dick was the sight of the king's hand clasping that of Anna, who had just been taken away, with careful adornment. She was stunningly beautiful, yet trembled slightly from nerves. In the astonished gazes of Count Carlin and Dick, Wayne Stark, the king in the north, took Anna's trembling hand, ascending the platform with measured steps, and seated himself beside her on the grand throne. A peculiar silence enveloped the hall. The meticulously attired Prince Red and the Minister of War, Earl Joe Mormont, along with the surrounding noble crowd, erupted in a wave of suppressed commotion and astonished gasps. In the royal court, Prime Minister Herman, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Finance, and numerous nobles appeared to have anticipated the unfolding events, their faces adorned with calm, yet profound smiles. An elderly man clad in the robes of the High Septon stepped forward, his resonant voice cutting through the chaos of the hall as he proclaimed, "Our King, His Majesty Wayne Stark, Lord of Winterfell, under the blessings and witness of the Seven, today takes a new queen. The bride is Lady Anna Stark of House Karstark, daughter of the Count from the distant lands of the Hornwood." The hall erupted into a cacophony of heightened tumult, as cheers and blessings from the Prime Minister's faction sought to drown out all dissent. Meanwhile, the prince and the military minister's camp descended into greater disorder, a blend of angry murmurs and astonished gazes filling the air. The young Prince Raid, pallid as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on his father upon the throne, alongside the unfamiliar bride. Count Carol and Dick stood frozen, struck as if by lightning, their minds blank in utter bewilderment. The Queen. At this moment, the military minister, the prince's uncle, Count Giamormont of Bear Island, stepped forward in fury. "Your Majesty, the royal union with the distant lands was not to be." King Wayne, gripping Anna's trembling hand, coldly interrupted Count Giamormont. "Today, we must proceed swiftly. The council has unanimously approved the royal union, and there is no cause for discontent, is there?" The king's icy gaze bore into the count, reminding him that Bear Island, since the reign of Queen Sansa, had been a loyal family to the kings of the north. "Surely, Count Giamormont, you have come to extend your blessings to your king?" Faced with the king's frigid stare, Count Giamormont faltered, his face reddening as he opened his mouth, only to kneel in resignation moments later. "May the Seven bless our king." Even the prince's uncle, the military minister, had withdrawn. Thus, no opposition dared to rise in the hall. However, the departing military minister could not meet the king's gaze, and when he glanced at Count Carol and Dick, who stood beside Prime Minister Herman, his expression turned intricate and cold. As Count Carol and Dick remained in a state of shock, King Wayne called out to Count Carol. The Count of Hornwood stepped forward. The king rose from his throne, descended, and gestured for the count to kneel. The guardian of the distant lands, Duke Jon Snow, had long vanished, leaving many nobles in disarray and severed from the north. "Today, I, as the king of the north, declare," the king's voice resonated throughout the hall, "the queen's brother, Carol Karstark, shall be appointed duke and shall lead the distant lands. Let the distant lands return to the north." Dick gazed at his bewildered father and listened to the cheers of the prime minister and the assembled nobles, realizing with astonishment that he had become the son of a duke. However, Dick cast a glance towards Prince Red and the Stark family, fearing they were being inexorably drawn into the maelstrom of court intrigue in Winterfell. Dick muddled through the feast in a haze, following his equally dazed father, Count Carlin. As they emerged from the keep, they encountered the Chancellor Herman, who awaited them by the carriage. Count Carlin, his face etched with frost, strode forward briskly, seizing the portly Chancellor and pinning him against the carriage door. Herman. Count Carlin's fury was palpable, yet he had to suppress his roar in that moment. "Are you mocking us?" Herman's corpulent frame swayed against the carriage door, seemingly unfazed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "What brings on such ire? Anna has become queen, and you, Carlin, have ascended to Duke, ruling beyond the wall. Are you not satisfied? Count Carlin's anger flared. The Starks have no intention of opposing the prince. Nor have we ever contemplated breaking our agreements, becoming a laughingstock among the nobility. What agreements have been breached? Have Anna and Prince Red met? Do they have a binding betrothal? As Chancellor, I am unaware of such matters. Herman patted Count Carlin's taut arm, still smiling. As for your claim of opposing the prince, Carlin, you wish to ally with the royal family for your own gain, yet desire to contribute nothing in return? Heh. Do you know how many families yearn to be part of the queen's lineage? Herman's gaze turned increasingly derisive. Without me, could your Stark family ascend so swiftly? Without my influence, in the eyes of the Northmen, you would forever remain mere country bumpkins from beyond the wall. Do you truly wish to oppose the prince? You could seek him out right now and see for yourself. The number of knights, nobles, and servants gathering at a distance grew, prompting Dick to step forward, signaling Count Carlin to be mindful of their surroundings. Sensing this, Count Carlin reluctantly released his grip, his expression darkening. You have reduced our Stark family to a laughingstock. Herman adjusted his rumpled robe, his tone turning frigid. I have only ever heard the strong mock the weak. I have never heard the weak dare to ridicule the strong. Carlin, in the north, aside from His Majesty the King, is there any status more esteemed than that of the Queen? Count Carlin replied helplessly, daring to mock in person is one thing. Can one not ridicule from behind? Herman appeared to find this notion utterly absurd, staring at Carlin with exaggerated disbelief. Do you wish to become a gold mine? Or do you aspire to be the beloved golden dragon? Carlin, you have taken a seat at the table of power, yet expect others to praise you from behind? Chapter 85. Count on arrival. Duke on departure. The afternoon sun lazily cast its rays upon the cobblestone streets of Winterfell, failing to dispel the cloud of gloom hovering over Duke Carlin Stark. This newly minted Duke was about to depart Winterfell, returning to his fief, Hornvale. Meanwhile, Dick Stark, now the Queen's nephew and a servant to the King, was required to remain in Winterfell, awaiting his formal investiture as a knight before he could return to his family and be granted lands. Accompanying his father, Dick stepped out of the magnificent residence generously bestowed upon their family by the king. The mansion exudes an extraordinary grandeur, almost adjacent to the stronghold of Winterfell. Recently, the king has summoned Karen with increasing frequency, his words imbued with a palpable esteem for the Stark family. The king has also revived the Shadow Tower at the far western end of the wall, a long-abandoned structure, dispatching royal craftsmen and soldiers to restore it, intending to circumvent the blockade of the Night's Watch. Henceforth, Winterfell will provide unwavering support to the Stark family from this site, empowering them to reclaim the lands beyond the wall and restore dominion over the north. Father Dick glimpsed the tightly clenched fist of his progenitor and softly spoke, attempting to shatter the stifling silence. Karen halted, turning back to cast a deep gaze upon the mansion, which resembled a resplendent gilded cage, and heaved a heavy sigh, as if to expel the tumult within his chest. Alas, his voice was low and hoarse, laced with profound regret. I have truly erred gravely. My child, with your assistance, the family has achieved a significant victory and risen anew. It has all transpired too smoothly, leaving me bewildered. I foolishly approached royal power, like a naive, believing in the honeyed words of Hermann Tohar. The Prime Minister, Hermann Tohar, was indeed the architect behind this scheme. Initially, it had been discussed to betroth Dick's aunt, Anna, to the heir of the Northern King. Who could have anticipated that the ultimate outcome would be the king, under Hermann's clever arrangements, forcibly claiming the beautiful young Anna for himself, directly elevating her to the status of the new queen? This scandalous affair instantaneously thrust the Stark family into the eye of the storm, becoming a pivotal element in the king's absurd machinations and embroiling them in the vortex of courtly power. Dick hesitated for a moment, but resolved to share the whispers he had heard in the taverns and stables of the capital in recent days. It was rumored that His Majesty had a penchant for fine wines and was consumed by certain indulgences. Many merchants were circulating tales that the expenses of courtly banquets had multiplied several times over. He lowered his voice further. The king previously masqueraded as a guest and met Aunt Anna in advance. Greedy for wine, lustful. The king's usurpation of the prince's betrothal does not reflect the attributes of a capable sovereign. In truth, Dick did not greatly concern himself with the Northern King's competence. However, he recalled tales from his past life, wherein the folly of emperors was often attributed to extraordinary beauties. If things went awry, his aunt, Queen Anna, might be branded as a disaster, becoming the target of scorn. Duke Karen twisted his lips into a bitter semblance of a smile. Indeed, if not for such circumstances, how could the Bolton family of the Dreadfort so brazenly challenge Winterfell? He firmly patted his son's shoulder, the weight of his hand conveying a sense of mission. Listen, after the ceremony for your knighthood is completed, do not linger. Immediately return to our family, to our lands. Go and claim the fief bestowed upon you. Our family must maintain a firm grip on the lands beyond the wall. This is the tangible reality, 100 times more significant than the king's hollow grace. Yes, father, I shall remember. Dick nodded earnestly. As the father and son descended the broad steps of their residence, a corpulent figure appeared conveniently at the roadside. Prime Minister Herman, wearing that familiar smile, seemingly measured with a ruler, resembled a fox that had just pilfered a plump chicken. Your Grace, are you setting off already? It is truly a moment of reluctance, he remarked, bowing slightly with an elegance that belied his physique. The affection your Majesty has shown towards the Stark family is indeed a source of envy for many. The reconstruction of Shadow Tower is bound to usher in new prosperity and tranquility for the North. Duke Karen, donning a similarly formulaic smile, nodded slightly, stifling all anger and disdain deep within his heart. The Stark family is immensely grateful for your Majesty's kindness, and we appreciate your concern, Lord Herman. Family matters are pressing, and we must return swiftly. We rely on your continued support here in Winterfell. Certainly, certainly, Herman replied with a beaming smile. We are allies, are we not? As allies, I eagerly anticipate Queen Anna giving birth to a young prince soon. His words were laced with significant implications. Duke Karen and Dick could no longer maintain their facade of calm, exchanging glances that revealed their profound worry. The king in the north, Wayne Stark, was nearly 60. It was entirely possible that if Anna indeed bore a prince, that old fox Herman, as the king's favorite subject, would be at odds with Prince Raed Stark. It was highly likely he would present Anna and the infant prince to vie for the throne. This was a clear reminder to the Stark family that reconciliation with the current heir's faction was utterly impossible. At that moment, a crisp and orderly sound of hooves approached from the distance. The crowd parted to create a pathway. A procession of knights clad in gray-black armor, adorned with the howling direwolf emblem, arrived with solemnity. Leading them were 2 members of the Ice Wolf Guard, their heads crowned with helms depicting the howling wolf, escorting a splendid carriage emblazoned with the royal direwolf insignia. As the carriage door opened, Queen Anna emerged, supported by her dedicated lady-in-waiting. Draped in a luxurious, deep blue velvet gown, with a snow-white fur shawl and a delicate pearl circlet upon her head, she descended gracefully. Though still beautiful, a persistent veil of melancholy shadowed her brow, her eyes searching eagerly for the figure of her brother. Brother! Anna's voice trembled slightly as she hastened towards Karen. The Ice Wolf Guard promptly formed a half-circle with the soldiers, enclosing the Queen, Karen, and Dick in their protective embrace. Prime Minister Herman's smile remained intact as he discreetly stepped back with his entourage, granting space to the Stark family. Duke Karen gazed at his sister. 1,000 unspoken words lodged in his throat, ultimately manifesting only as a heavy sigh. Beside him, Dick keenly observed the delicate, pale skin of Aunt Anna. Beneath her priceless pearl necklace, where faint crimson marks seemed to linger. The King of the North indeed, he mused. I hear you are departing. Anna's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she tightly clasped her brother's hand. Please, take care on your journey. Do not worry, Anna. The winds and snow cannot deter House Stark, Karen assured, returning her grip with silent strength. In Winterfell, his voice dropped to a hushed tone, laden with concern. You must also look after yourself. The Duke turned to Dick. During your time in Winterfell, keep your aunt company. I will, father, Dick solemnly replied, sensing the weight of his father's suppressed sorrow. As Queen Anna could not linger, she reluctantly boarded the carriage, escorted by the guards of the Ice Wolf. Through the window, she gazed deeply at her brother and nephew until the carriage vanished at the end of the street. Duke Karen inhaled deeply, as if to retain his sister's final essence within his lungs. He patted Dick's back firmly once more, imparting a heavy sense of urgency in every word. It has come to this. There is no turning back. We cannot offend Herman, yet we must not be gullible again. After the night of the king's ceremony, return home immediately. Not a moment's delay. With that, he turned away from Prime Minister Herman and mounted his horse with swift decisiveness. Accompanied by his guards, Duke Karen raised his whip and galloped northward, leaving behind only the echo of hurried hoofbeats fading in the afternoon sun. Chapter 86. The Squire's Camp. The hurried hoofbeats gradually faded under the afternoon sun in Winterfell. Dick's father, Duke Karen, had returned to the territory, and Queen Anna had gone back to the palace, leaving Dick standing alone. Prime Minister Herman Talha approached him. Dick, do not be disheartened. Parting is but a prelude to a more glorious reunion. Who knows, by our next meeting, you may be the esteemed knight of the king. Come. Let me escort you to the Squire's Camp. The Prime Minister, always with a cheerful demeanor, both comforted and endeared himself to Dick. The squire's camp was a military encampment designated for noble youths and attendants, a gathering place for the vibrant young blood from various northern families, serving as a cradle for future knights and a breeding ground for gossip, rivalry, and conflict. As they approached the camp, a figure emerged from the shadow of the heavy oak door, sporting an overly enthusiastic smile. Dressed in finery, with polished new boots and meticulously groomed chestnut hair. It was none other than Oliver Tauha, the Prime Minister's son. Prime Minister Hermann not only personally escorted Dick to the squire's camp, but also specifically instructed his son to await Dick's arrival. I feared you might feel out of place at first, and Oliver is here in the camp to help you acclimate. You are both young men. It is best that you become well acquainted. A subtle alarm rang within Dick, yet his demeanor remained composed and courteous. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hermann. And I appreciate you too, Oliver. It seemed Hermann perceived the underlying tension, and his smile only broadened. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I promised your father to look after you well. With that, he refrained from further conversation, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking his leave. One cannot deny that this prime minister, despite his cunning and lowly tactics, was adept at navigating social intricacies, engaging with others with remarkable finesse. As the king's favored, Hermann undoubtedly understood the monarch's virtues. Upon encountering Dick's beautiful aunt in the distant lands, he must have been calculating his next move. Not only did he exploit Anna's beauty to curry favor with the king, but he also suppressed the rival heir apparent. This maneuver rendered the Kashtark family a subject of private ridicule among the nobility, while simultaneously placing them in a position where, due to their connection to the queen's family, they could not retaliate, forcing them to begrudgingly cooperate for the time being. However, Oliver Tauha, Hermann's son, remained oblivious to Dick's aloofness. He enthusiastically draped an arm around Dick's shoulders as they strolled through the camp, introducing the barracks, training grounds, and dining hall along the way. Numerous young attendants cast curious glances their way. You know, His Majesty truly holds the Kashtark family in high regard. The king's attendants begin serving him from a very tender age. Although I may seem close in age to you, I have spent many years in the attendants' camp. In just 2 years, those of us at this age will officially be knighted. I envy you. You only have to wait 2 years. Dick was aware that the feudal lords would raise the children of their vassals from a young age to ensure loyalty. 2 years, alas, felt like an eternity. He murmured under his breath. Oliver, taken aback by his comment, could only exaggerate his admiration. Truly, you are the queen's nephew. Dick chuckled lightly, offering a dismissive response. I merely wish to become a royal knight swiftly. After all, what man does not aspire to knighthood? Yet, the mention of royal knight rippled through the air like a stone cast into still water. The curious gazes around them were suddenly joined by several discerning and contemptuous looks. A few attendants clad in the livery of other families halted in unison, their eyes fixed on Dick. He sensed the provocation in their stares, and the atmosphere near the camp gate grew palpably tense. Oliver hastily grasped Dick's arm, whispering urgently, Brother, becoming a royal knight only occurs every 10 years. The king selects the strongest from the attendants' camp to be personally knighted, and only one can be chosen. Coincidentally, 2 years from now, there will be a selection. Dick paused, astonished. Not all attendants become royal knights? Certainly not. It is an immense honor. The other attendants are collectively knighted as ordinary knights, Oliver replied, somewhat exasperated. Dick, even as the queen's nephew, this is not something you can simply wish for. He then muttered a curse under his breath. Which irresponsible fool informed you about the royal knight without clarifying the details? Who else could it be? Isn't that your cunning prime minister father? Dick cursed the old fox, Hermann. In his heart, what a shameless fellow. This rotund man began misleading his father, Karen, about the royal knights beyond the borders, causing everyone to believe that becoming a royal attendant would grant one the title of royal knight. With Dick's prowess, he had no fears of not qualifying. He was simply irked at being deceived. At that moment, a tall youth with an air of arrogance scoffed derisively from across the way, with arms crossed. He glared at Dick, his contempt unmistakable. Huh, so, you merely wish to hastily become a royal knight. Who dares to speak so boldly? It appears to be just a country bumpkin who managed to wrangle his way into the attendants' camp through connections. Dick furrowed his brow, glancing at the anxious Oliver beside him, and surmised that the youth before him was not to be trifled with. Deciding to avoid trouble on his first day at the attendants' camp, he took Oliver by the arm and attempted to leave. However, trouble was not inclined to let him go. The mocking youth swiftly maneuvered in front of Dick, blocking his path. Don't go. Weren't you just boasting about securing a place as a royal knight? What are you afraid of? He scrutinized Dick's armor, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Since we will all be in the same batch of attendants 2 years from now, why not have a little practice? Consider it an introduction. I am Xi'an from Xi'an City, and I extend a warm welcome to you, the one who snuck in through the back door. Oliver hastily whispered in Dick's ear. This fellow is the second son of the Earl of Xi'an City. He is quite formidable. Decline him, Dick, he added awkwardly. The Xi'an family is allied with Prince Reed. The people from the prince's camp are stronger than those from my side. We should leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Dick understood the situation better. Indeed, factions were present everywhere, even among the attendants in this modest camp, divided as they were by the court's allegiances. Suppressing his annoyance, he decided to take his leave. Yet, Xi'an's words halted him in his tracks. Indeed, the Stark family from the borders is merely a cowardly clan that relies on women to ascend. They wish to use beauty to sow discord between the king and the prince. What a disgrace. Initially inclined to let it slide, Dick could no longer tolerate the provocation. Since this Xi'an had sought conflict, he could not be blamed. If it was a battle they wanted, then let it be so, without further ado. What? Are you implying that the Xi'an family intends to incite discord between the king and queen? How absurd. That was not my intention, Xi'an exclaimed, agitated. Given the current king of the North's disposition, such statements would bring significant trouble to the Xi'an family. Dick smirked, thinking how such a lowly level of discourse could lead to unfounded accusations. Herman, that old fox, had indeed put Dick's family in a precarious position. But the queen remained the queen. Since their stances were irreconcilable, there was nothing more to discuss. Initially, I intended to interact with you all as a mere nobleman. Yet I have been met with provocation. I am the queen's own nephew, the son of a duke. I shall no longer feign humility. I lay my cards on the table. Not only do I possess a noble lineage, but I also intend to give you a sound thrashing. You may choose the manner of the contest. Xi'an was momentarily taken aback, before erupting into laughter. Very well. I await your attempt to strike me, ha ha ha. He did not believe that a rustic country bumpkin emerging from the outskirts could possess any real strength. Moreover, he noted that Dick was clad in leather armor, suggesting he had yet to procure proper plate armor upon his arrival at the squire's camp. Come, noble sir, let us engage in a joust. Oliver, standing beside Dick, had already covered his face, fully aware that Xi'an excelled in jousting. Chapter 87. Sophia Stark at the entrance of the squire's camp in Winterfell during the afternoon. The oppressive air was shattered by the sound of galloping hooves. Dick was addressing Xi'an's taunts when a thunderous commotion drew the attention of all the youths present. A cavalry unit was charging forth, led by a young woman atop a pristine white steed, her hair flowing in the wind like a cascade of deep brown silk. Adorned in shimmering silver armor, the plates reflected sunlight like a river of stars. 20 elite horsemen followed closely behind, their armor resounding with authority. It was Princess Sophia. Oliver exclaimed with excitement. The young squires at the entrance erupted in a flurry of activity, their faces flushed with exhilaration as they followed her figure with rapt attention. Dick had glimpsed this northern princess from afar at a banquet, where she had always remained quietly beside her brother, Prince Raed Stark. Since the tumultuous events surrounding the crown princess's transformation into queen, the faction to which Dick belonged had maintained a discreet distance from the prince's side. Sophia galloped to the camp's entrance, abruptly reining in her horse, which neighed loudly as it reared. Before the steed had even steadied, she gracefully dismounted. Her movements fluid and decisive. The youths bowed deeply, many of them unable to hide their fervent gazes. Sophia inclined her head in acknowledgement. As she brushed aside the hair from her forehead, her curious gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Dick, her eyes sharp and bright. What brings you all to gather here? Her voice rang clear and composed. Xi'an immediately interjected, raising his voice in an exaggerated tone of flattery. Your Highness, your arrival is most fortuitous. This newcomer has barged in, declaring his intent to claim the title of King's Knight. He skillfully sidestepped the awkward history involving the king and queen, striving to paint Dick as overly ambitious. We must certainly test his mettle. After all, he emphasized, casting a sidelong glance at the princess, even your cousin, Beta Mormont, the finest of the squire camp, would not dare to make such claims. Sophia regarded Dick with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. However, rather than responding to Xi'an immediately, she inquired, is Beta Mormont present in the camp today? Today, my assigned attendant has indeed arrived, yet he is nowhere to be found. Oliver, positioned beside Dick, whispered an explanation. The princess's cousin, the Minister of Military Affairs, the eldest son of Count Zhou Mormont, heir to Bear Island, and the most formidable fighter recognized within the camp. He paused, lowering his voice further. It is said that the princess admires those of prowess. Upon learning that her cousin was absent, Sophia pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. Her gaze shifted back to the two opponents confronting each other, her expression revealing a keen interest akin to that of an audience member at a play. "Oh, are you two about to engage in combat? I trust you won't mind if I observe?" Her tone brooked no refusal. At that moment, Clay's heart soared with joy. Jousting was indeed his forte, a splendid opportunity to showcase his valor. To vanquish this outsider before the princess would be nothing short of glorious. "Of course, we do not mind. It is our honor to have your highness as a spectator." His voice rang out clearly. This duel was in dire need of a distinguished referee. "Your highness, you are the most suitable candidate." Clay then discreetly instructed his attendant. "Quickly, inform everyone in the camp that the princess is at the duel arena." He had resolved to ensure that Dick would be humiliated before the eyes of all. Dick raised an eyebrow. Is this game to be taken so seriously? Those who frequently engage in romantic entanglements surely understand that when a captivating maiden enters the fray, youthful rivalries escalate to a whole new level. Clay's intentions were transparent to him. Was this fellow not afraid of losing? It must be noted that forfeiting the right to choose a mate is a most daunting prospect. The circular arena of the attendants swiftly became the epicenter of attention. At its center lay compacted yellow earth, layered with fine sand. Towering oak fences encircled the area, lined on the inside with thick leather. Arched gateways with pointed roofs stood at both ends. War horses and training lances were available, though one had to provide their own armor. As Dick and Clay rode in from the archways, the stands filled with numerous attendants, erupting in conversation. Clay donned a gleaming suit of steel plate armor, his helmet obscuring his face save for his eyes. Armed with a training lance, he sat astride a chestnut warhorse clad in protective gear, emanating an imposing presence. In stark contrast, Dick elicited gasps from the crowd. He wore merely a brown leather jerkin, with scattered iron plates at critical points. And he had not even donned a helmet. His silver hair shone brightly in the sunlight. Riding an ordinary camp horse and grasping his training lance, he appeared more suited for a leisurely excursion than a duel. By the gods, has he lost his senses? A leather jerkin? No helmet? Such audacity. It seems he has only just arrived today, unprepared with proper armor. Is he too impoverished to afford it? Foolhardy in the face of danger. Clay's lance would show no mercy. The murmurs were rife with astonishment, confusion, ridicule, and even pity. Observing the armored Clay and Dick's rudimentary attire, Princess Sophia, seated at the judge's table, furrowed her brow. She rose and spoke clearly. "Dick, if your equipment is not adequate, the duel may be postponed." It appears this princess possesses a measure of discernment, for Dick's thoughts were not solely fixated on the duel. As the princess rose, he keenly observed a detail. The necklace in Sophia's hand, intended for officiating the oath, bore not a seven-pointed star, but a meticulously carved wolf's head of fishbeam wood. Its lines both simple and powerful, a symbol of the old god's faith. Yet Dick distinctly recalled that on the day his aunt ascended to queen, a high priest of the seven stood to preside. Did the king and princess adhere to different beliefs? Shaking his head, he followed the princess's gaze, glancing at his own leather armor, and smiled. The blessing of the 72 remnants of earth and the strength Hall endowed him with absolute confidence in his physical prowess and control. He had weighed his options and concluded that even if his opponent donned armor, he could still topple both horse and rider in a clash. This leather armor was sufficient. Regarding the princess's suggestion, Dick raised his head to meet Sophia's concerned yet puzzled gaze. A confident smile curved his lips as he declared, "Your Highness, there is no need to postpone. Let it be now." He paused, raising his voice. "However, should I fortuitously emerge victorious, may I pose a question to you?" How audacious! Who did he think he was, winning in leather against plate armor? And asking questions too? How arrogant! His words, akin to boiling oil splashing onto water, ignited the crowd instantly. Everyone felt the silver-haired youth was extravagantly bold. Sophia, taken aback by this provocative confidence, was simultaneously amused and exasperated. She cast a deep glance at Dick, her eyes seemingly conveying, "If you seek death, do not blame others." No further words were exchanged as she returned to the judge's seat, her demeanor solemn. She reverently lifted the wolf's head necklace of fishbeam wood before her, raising it high to catch the sunlight upon its grain. Her voice rang clear and solemn. "In the name of the heart tree, in the eyes of the old gods, I bear witness to this battle. This duel shall adhere to the principles of fairness and justice. Violators shall face divine retribution. The judgment of victory and defeat. The one who falls shall lose. The one whose lance shatters shall lose. The one whose helmet is struck off shall lose. Should either party intentionally deviate from the charge, the judge shall raise a green flag to signal a pause. 3 violations shall result in defeat. If one party exhibits clear signs of defeat, The judge shall wave a white handkerchief, and the victor must cease hostilities. Prepare to begin. As the oath concluded, a heavy horn sounded. The air grew tense, and all eyes were fixed on the ends of the arena, holding their breath in anticipation of a thunderous clash. Dick gripped the rough wooden lance firmly, his gaze calm as he faced the menacing Cresseven. Chapter 88. The jousting duel. The sun blazed fiercely, and dust swirled beneath the hooves of the horses. In the attendants' camp and the duel arena, the stands were bustling with spectators. Today's main event featured the black banner of House Castark emblazoned with the sun, set against the silver banner of House 7 adorned with a battle axe. Dick Castark sat resolutely upon the northern warhorse provided by the attendants. Clad in finely tanned dark leather armor, his thick silver hair danced in the wind, with a few strands clinging to his forehead, exuding a languid yet wild confidence. He wore no helmet, his eyes, like a winter's cold pool, sharply locked onto his opponent. The oak lance he held felt weightless in his grasp. Cray 7, encased in a polished silver-gray plate armor, resembled a mobile iron fortress, each piece of armor reflecting the blinding sunlight. His helmet was adorned with exquisite horns, and with the visor lowered, only his eyes, filled with hostility and vigilance, were visible. His steed, draped in ornate barding, moved with precision, a testament to its rigorous training. He gripped his lance tightly, his posture as impeccable as that of a textbook example. Poised for action, Princess Sophia Stark occupied the most prominent seat in the viewing platform, her slender fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and inquiry. Oliver Tohar, the Prime Minister's son, stood behind the railing at the edge of the field, vigorously waving his fist and shouting to Dick, "Brother, go for it." His voice, though thin amidst the surrounding cheers, conveyed a heartfelt support that resonated clearly. The horns signaling the start of the competition sounded long and loud, cleaving through the tumultuous air. The jousting arena fell into an instant hush, leaving only the heavy breaths of the warhorses and the muffled thud of iron hooves against the ground. Cray 7 launched the first attack, sharply squeezing his steed's flanks, and the armored horse surged forward like a silver arrow released from a bow. The thundering of its hooves struck the ground, producing a heart-stopping thud. He leaned low, steadying his over 3-meter-long heavy lance, its tip precisely aimed at Dick Castark's heart. The silver armor gleamed in the sunlight, exuding an unstoppable momentum, as if intent on piercing through both opponent and steed. Charge 7. Victory is ours. The crowd erupted in fervent support for the Seven family. In the face of this thunderous charge, Dick remained remarkably calm. He did not bend low like his opponent until Cray's horse crossed the midpoint, his eyes suddenly igniting with a fierce brilliance. A deep roar, akin to a beast's growl, erupted from his chest. He forcefully struck his horse's flanks, igniting the primal spirit of the tall northern warhorse beneath him, which surged forward with explosive speed. There were no elaborate techniques, no deliberate evasions, not even a shield raised. Dick simply thrust the stout oak lance in his right hand straight ahead with raw, unrefined power. He did not lower his head. The wild wind tousled his silver hair, revealing a face chiseled with determination and fearlessness. This scene left the audience breathless. He displayed an utter disregard for the potential danger of being struck. Princess Sophia gasped, covering her mouth. Oliver's cheers caught in his throat, leaving only his wide eyes. The two warhorses, like uncontrollable meteorites, charged towards each other in the center of the jousting arena, poised for a cataclysmic collision. Time seemed to freeze. The tip of Cray 7's lance, propelled by the force of his full sprint and the weight of his fine armor, collided violently with the lance thrust by Dick. A masterpiece aimed with precision. A heavy, muffled sound echoed through the arena. The tremendous impact caused Cray 7's lance to leap high into the air, almost slipping from his grasp. He nearly lost his balance on the horse as the force surged through him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to stabilize himself. But the shield in his hand was utterly ineffective against the force. Meanwhile, Dick's lance remained steadfast in his grip. Beneath the seemingly flimsy leather armor lay the rock-solid muscles and bones of Dick Castark. The colossal force merely caused his upper body to sway slightly. Simultaneously, the oak lance, infused with Dick's sheer might, struck the center of Cray 7's breastplate with overwhelming force. A deafening crack echoed, not the clear sound of a break, but a thunderous explosion akin to a battering ram colliding with a city gate. At the moment of contact, the steel-crafted breastplate of Cray 7 visibly warped in a horrifying manner, forming a distinct, inwardly concave dent. Almost immediately, the lance itself could not withstand such inhuman power, and the resilient oak shaft began to splinter from the tip. Wood shards exploded around the impact site like shrapnel. A pained howl, muffled by the metal helmet, erupted from beneath Craesaven's visor. He felt not as though he were struck by a lance, but as if he had been collided with head-on by a rampaging mammoth. Fortunately, the training lances were all blunted. The plate armor blocked the lance's piercing tip, but could not entirely dissipate the sheer kinetic energy behind it. The force was so ferocious that it yanked him, along with his heavy armor, right off the saddle. He became like a ragdoll flung by immense power, his feet slipping from the stirrups as his body traced a brief, desperate arc through the air. With a crash, Craesaven fell heavily to the unyielding ground, dust swirling around him. The silvery plate armor emitted a piercing sound of metal grinding and deforming. The helmet askew, the visor jolted open, revealing a pale face twisted in agony and disbelief. He attempted to struggle, but the searing pain in his chest and the sensation of suffocation rendered him helpless. His startled warhorse whinnied and stumbled away in fright. As for Dick Cashtack, he remained firmly seated upon his steed, only leaning back slightly at the moment of impact. Before bouncing back to an upright position like an unyielding pine, he was left with only the splintered remnants of his lance, which he casually tossed to the ground with a dull thud, as if discarding a useless piece of firewood. He tightened the reins, and the northern horse beneath him reared up, emitting a thunderous, victorious neigh. Dick looked down at his struggling opponent, his expression devoid of triumphant ecstasy, radiating a calmness as steady as a mountain. Sunlight glinted off his flowing silver hair, igniting it like a silvery flame. The arena fell into silence. The crowd was awestruck by this raw, brutal, overwhelming display of power. Princess Sophia suddenly rose to her feet, her face a mask of incredulity. Beneath the unseen battle skirt, she instinctively tightened her legs, her eyes shimmering with a certain light. Oliver Tauha, in a fit of excitement, leaped into the air, waving his arms and shouting at the top of his lungs. "Did you see that? Did you witness it? This is Dick Cashtark, my brother." Dick, however, remained indifferent to the roaring crowd. With a gentle tug on the reins, his warhorse gracefully changed direction, its iron hooves calmly treading over the scattered fragments of lances and wood on the ground, producing a crisp sound that seemed to shatter the last vestige of his opponent's dignity. He did not glance back at Clay on the ground, but rode steadily towards Princess Sophia on the platform. Chapter 89. Throbbing, the blazing sun illuminated the wooden beams of the observation platform, casting shadows shorter than at noon. Suddenly, the wind shifted, sweeping up the unsettled dust from the center of the arena towards the stands. The air was infused with the salty sweat of horses, the acrid scent of leather, and the aroma of splintered oak shafts. Princess Sophia Stark found this coarse fragrance more authentic than any perfume. The black banner of House Cashtark, adorned with the sunburst star, unfurled violently in the wind, its golden embroidery glinting blindingly in the sunlight. Not far away, the silver-tinged battle-axe flag of House 7 drooped listlessly, its poles swaying as if bereft of support. Unconsciously, Princess Sophia bit her lip, leaving a faint mark. Her palms had grown slick with perspiration, dampening the soft lining of her gloves. The silver-haired youth galloped toward her. The iron hooves of the northern warhorse struck the dust, each step resonating like a drumbeat, sending subtle tremors through her chest. The thin clouds clung to the azure sky, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting playful spots of light on the ground where the silver-haired youth passed. He reined in a few steps before her, slightly nodding his head. His silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, revealing a sharply defined jawline. Sunlight danced through his tousled locks, casting fragmented shadows on his lowered lashes. As the youth lifted his gaze, his eyes, reminiscent of a winter's cold pool, locked onto hers with unwavering intensity. There was no display of triumph, nor any forced flattery. His gaze was akin to the northern wind sweeping across the wasteland, clear, direct, imbued with a nearly unadulterated strength. Princess Sophia felt a flush creep across her face, instinctively tightening her legs once more. She had encountered countless knights who cast glances at her after tournaments, their eyes like honey-coated hooks, eager to see something. Yet, in the silver-haired youth's gaze, there was none of that, only a pure, palpable presence that tightened her chest. It was not derived from heavy armor or sharp lances, but emanated from a life force within him, capable of cleaving through storms and snow. The earlier clash between Dick and Clay was not merely a display of skill, but rather a primal declaration, a proclamation of what true power embodies. And at this moment, that power lingered before her, wrapped in simple leather armor, imbued with the warmth of sunlight and the scent of dust. An unfamiliar thrill, carried on the breeze that brushed against the youth's silver hair, quietly ascended to the very core of her heart. She reminded herself that this was merely a tribute to the strong, an acknowledgement of the primal power revered by the Northerners. Yet, when that pair of piercing eyes turned towards her, she felt her breath momentarily catch, and the warmth on her cheeks intensified. "Your Highness?" Dick Lima paused at the edge of the grandstand, perched upon his steed at an elevation equal to that of the platform. Noticing the princess still gazing at him in a daze, he smiled and gently prodded her. "Are you perhaps awaiting the victor to present you with a laurel wreath?" He jested, shrugging his shoulders. "As you can see, I regret to inform you that I possess no such adornment." Princess Sophia beamed, her smile radiating brilliance. "It appears you are quite formidable, Dick." The jousting tournament had always demanded exceptional equipment, serving as an arena for both strength and wealth. She gestured towards Dick. "I have never witnessed someone triumph with such ease. It is worth noting that my cousin, Beta Mormont, acknowledged as the finest warrior in the retinue, could not best Creshaven in jousting with such finesse. It seems you have yet to unleash your full potential." Dick felt indifferent. This duel had scarcely stirred his desire for combat. Surely, he would not eliminate Creshaven merely due to provocation? The queen's nephew, defeating a noble Xi'an from the crown prince's faction? That rotund court chancellor, Herman Tohar, would be beside himself with glee. He shook off his thoughts, his gaze resting on a particular ornament adorning Princess Sophia's chest. "Your Highness, may I inquire about something?" The princess seemed to misinterpret the direction of his gaze. Even clad in silver armor, she could not suppress the blush that crept across her face, instinctively raising her hand to shield herself. Soon after, she lowered her hand, straightened her posture, as if to present her youthful form before the silver-haired youth, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I have made my decision. Your duty roster will henceforth belong to me. I shall confer with the chief instructor of the retinue, and do remember to come to me. Bring your questions." With that, she turned on her heels, feigning nonchalance, her cheeks still aflame. Duty roster? Dick was entirely unaware of such a matter. He hastily dismounted and sought out Oliver Tohar, who was approaching with enthusiasm. It turned out that the king's attendants were required to report to the royal palace every other day for a day of duty. Goodness! Was this an otherworldly version of a job, or a two-on-one-off arrangement? Dick felt displeased, attributing the entire situation to the machinations of that rotund Herman. Yet Oliver remained oblivious to Dick's inner tirade against his chancellor father. He eagerly pulled Dick towards the gathering crowd surrounding Creshaven. "What are you doing? You wouldn't harbor some twisted desire, would you? Just give him a good thrashing and be done with it." Dick assumed Oliver intended to drag him into further humiliation of Cress, and he was unwilling to act as the vanguard for the chancellor's faction. "Dick, what are you thinking?" Oliver quickly clarified. "As the victor of the joust, you are entitled, by tradition, to claim the weapons, armor, and even the steed of the vanquished. All personal possessions from the duel belong to you. To refrain from approaching him would be the utmost humiliation, akin to declaring that not only have you vanquished him, but you also hold disdain for everything he embodies." Dick, somewhat awkwardly, touched his nose, for he was indeed unaware of these intricate nuances. In the desolate expanses beyond the walls, brawls were devoid of such formalities. Clay 7 appeared to be unconscious. The attendant quarters did not permit noble Xi'ans to bring servants inside. Several close companions were assisting him in removing his contorted breastplate, revealing a large area of his chest that was bruised and swollen, the result of being struck by Dick's lance. Despite the protection of fine steel armor, he had sustained injuries, fortunately not life-threatening. He lay by the stands while those around him fanned him, attempting to rouse him. Through the enhanced vision granted by the 72 remnants of the earth, Dick discerned the faint fluttering of Clay's eyelids. It was evident he was feigning unconsciousness. Dick empathized with this sentiment, having convened everyone to showcase his prowess in lance dueling before the princess. He intended to make a grand display, yet found himself humiliated by a single round of defeat. Such a degree of social embarrassment indeed made one wish to faint on the spot. Dick believed that any spoils were temporarily out of reach. At that moment, a youth beside Clay, though his gaze towards Dick was laced with trepidation, bravely stepped forward. "Clay's armor is a family heirloom. We cannot relinquish it to you. However, we are willing to offer compensation in gold dragons, if that is acceptable." Upon saying this, he and several other youths swiftly produced 3 bulging coin pouches that jingled with the sound of clinking metal. "Here are 3,000 gold dragons. Please accept them." Dick was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that the prince's faction of youths was remarkably united, and Clay 7 was not without his fair share of camaraderie. Weighing the heavy pouches in his hands, he nodded in acknowledgement. This lance duel was indeed lucrative. Chapter 90. The daughter of Auntie. The duties of the king's attendants are, paradoxically, both complex and simplistic. They are scions of various noble families, sent to pledge their loyalty. Their status as attendants, rather than servants, exempts them from menial labor. In Winterfell, The concentration of northern noble youth is considerable, and naturally, not everyone can be positioned at the king's side. The younger ones are not typically assigned genuine tasks. Their primary role is to accompany knights to learn swordsmanship and literacy, as half-grown children are not suited for labor. The ones truly bearing responsibilities are those young attendants who are on the cusp of knighthood. Proximity to the king or the anterooms of the royal council places them nearest to the seat of power. Such positions are not merely attainable by the whims of the attendants. One must either possess a sturdy lineage or exceptional abilities, and moreover, earn the favor of those in power. The next tier is serving as rotating attendants to the king's offspring, an opportunity that many youths within the attendant quarters eagerly vie for. The remaining positions consist of arduous tasks involving standing guard and patrolling various areas of the palace, exposed to the elements without much hope for advancement. In the realm of the prince, Dick had no desire to venture over. At present, serving as a rotating attendant to the princess every 2 days was quite a favorable arrangement. Just like now, while Princess Sophia Stark was engaged in her lessons on etiquette, he could conveniently sneak away to his aunt, Queen Anna's palace, to indulge in some refreshments. The King of the North certainly knew how to enjoy life, showering affection upon Aunt Anna. Even fresh fruits from the southern lands of Westeros were sent over regularly. Such delicacies were scarce beyond the wall. It seemed that no matter the world, one could not escape the familiar scene of lychees have arrived. However, as Dick observed, despite her elevation to queen, Aunt Anna often bore a cloud of discontent upon her brow. He could only share tidbits from Winterfell or recount some of the cold jokes he had heard in his previous life to elicit a flicker of a smile from her. While he was speaking, a maid's announcement echoed outside. The princess was seeking her rotating attendant. Dick had anticipated that the meeting between the queen, a stepmother figure, and the princess might be somewhat awkward, considering their similar ages and the recent turmoil of the crown princess becoming queen. To his surprise, Sophia and his aunt conversed with remarkable ease, addressing each other by name without a hint of formality. Noticing the astonishment on his face, Sophia playfully grasped his hand as they exited the queen's palace, asking with a smile, "Why do you look so peculiar?" "Indeed, it is rather strange to see you getting along so well with the queen," Dick replied, nodding sincerely, attempting to convey the complexity surrounding his aunt's ascension to the throne. Sophia sighed in understanding, pausing to gaze at the snowy landscape beyond the palace walls. "What does it matter that I am a princess? Like your aunt, our futures have never truly been ours to dictate." Her words carried a weight of melancholy. But let us not dwell on such matters. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged Dick's hand, exclaiming, "Come, I want to show you something wonderful." They dashed through 2 palace walls, arriving at the blacksmith's workshop in Winterfell. This was the royal forge, where several burly blacksmiths were busily toiling around the anvil. Upon seeing the princess enter with a young boy, they promptly paused their work to bow in respect. A gleeful expression adorned Sophia's face, and it was then that Dick realized that the wonderful thing she referred to was a suit of finely crafted steel armor tailored specifically for him. Following her instructions, he removed his outer garment, revealing a well-defined chest and arms, the contours of his muscles highlighted by the flickering flames. Sophia stood nearby, her cheeks subtly flushed, yet unable to tear her gaze away from him. At that moment, an elderly blacksmith approached, holding a hefty black iron ball. "My lord, why not try this first?" he suggested. This was a test weight, typically too burdensome for an ordinary boy to lift, let alone move. Yet, with a mere stretch of his hand, Dick effortlessly cradled the iron ball in his palm, displaying no sign of strain. The old blacksmith, impressed, promptly summoned assistants to bring forth 2 even larger and heavier black iron balls. Dick set down the iron ball in his hand, then effortlessly grasped 2 iron balls, 1 in each hand. At the blacksmith's gesture, he began to circle around. "Goodness!" exclaimed the young blacksmith beside him. "This is the heaviest weight we have here." The surrounding blacksmiths nodded in admiration. It is worth noting that crafting full steel armor is not only time-consuming, but weight is also crucial. While thicker armor provides greater defense, if it is too heavy, it becomes a burden. Judging by Dick's demeanor, he clearly had no such concerns. He cradled the iron balls, extending his arms in tandem with the blacksmith's, allowing the measuring tape to glide across his shoulders, back, waist, and abdomen. As they departed from the blacksmith shop, Sophia's excitement lingered. After a few steps, she reached out to pinch Dick's arm, her voice filled with wonder. "By the old gods, is this truly a human arm? It feels as hard as iron." Dick felt somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny and seized the moment to inquire about something he had wanted to ask since their joust. "Your Highness, do you believe in the old gods? Yet I see that Winterfell has a high septon of the 7, and it seems His Majesty adheres to the 7. Are you curious about why my beliefs differ from my father's? Sophia turned to him, and upon seeing his nod, she began to explain. Our Stark family has long been devoted to the old gods, but due to frequent intermarriages with the South, the Seven gradually made their way into the North. Thus, family members have the freedom to choose their faith. I do not favor the Seven, nor do I like those scholars. And I certainly do not appreciate anything about House Hightower. Nowadays, the headquarters of the faith of the Seven has returned to the starry September in Old Town. Do you know what that implies? Dick shook his head, prompting her to continue. Hightower has manipulated the scholars of the Citadel to control the nobles across the lands. Will they once again employ the clergy of the Seven in their endeavors? My father, she replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head, does not care about such matters at all. Noticing the inquisitive look in Dick's eyes, Sophia seemed to resolve to be more forthcoming. My father loves beautiful women more than he loves power. He delegates the kingdom's affairs to the small council and to his most trusted advisor, Herman Tully. You may not be aware, but the discord between the Prime Minister and my brother has long been sown. Now that your family is embroiled in this, you must exercise caution. Sophia gazed at the patrolling guards atop the distant city walls, lowering her voice further. My brother advocates for reforms inspired by House Hightower in the South, seeking to send educated individuals to assist the nobles in governance. But the nobles are not foolish. This is clearly an attempt to decentralize power, which completely contravenes the feudal customs of the North established over 1,000 years. Naturally, the old nobles led by Herman oppose this vehemently. Currently, my father supports your house Stark's control beyond the wall, which is why Herman wishes to draw you to his side. As they strolled along the pine needle-laden path, Dick suddenly recalled the furrowed brow of his aunt, the Queen. Perhaps her discontent was also intertwined with these power struggles. Indeed, you need not worry too much, dear Stark, for your Aunt Anna is the Queen, possessing a gentle disposition. And my father stands protectively by her side, allowing her to remain untouched by these distressing affairs. She sighed softly, expressing, in truth, we are all alike. Though we appear to stand atop great heights, beneath us lies a treacherous ice surface, uncertain of when it might crack. As they spoke, they approached the vicinity of the princess's chambers. Sophia halted, extracting a delicate wolf-head pendant from her bosom and placing it into Dick's hand. Take this. It is crafted from the teeth of the ancient ice wolves and is said to ward off misfortune. The pendant, warmed by her touch, felt slightly coarse against Dick's palm, provoking a gentle itch. He grasped it tightly, on the verge of uttering a word, when he noticed Sophia, her cheeks flushed, turning away and waving her hand. You should return at once. Dick understood the unspoken sentiment of the young lady, yet he pondered how his own aunt had nearly become the princess's sister-in-law, only to be claimed as queen by the king of the north. Was it not true that Princess Sophia was the daughter of his queen aunt? The entangled relationships became rather convoluted. Chapter 91. The moon under the sea is the moon in the sky. The one before me is the one in my heart. Time flows swiftly, a year fleeting by in the blink of an eye, before one can savor its essence. The pages have turned. On this day, a rare day of respite arrived, far removed from the clamor of the castle and the weight of duty. Dick Stark often chose to venture into the ancient forest adjacent to Winterfell, hunting amidst the wolf woods. This vast and profound woodland stood as the confluence of legend and reality in the north, where ancient tales of the children of the forest and the green seers were whispered. Faces were carved into the gnarled fishbone trees, silently observing intruders from the shadows. For Dick, hunting had become second nature. It required relentless perseverance to continually restore the 72 remnants of the earthly fiend scroll. Frost crept silently upon the tips of the grass. With a longbow slung across his back, Dick moved like a specter through the depths of the wolf woods. The forest was eerily silent, save for the sound of his footfalls crushing the brittle twigs beneath him. Holding his breath, he focused intently, his keen gaze sweeping over a sparse thicket ahead. There, a solitary wolf, its coat a muted gray and its form robust, stood alert, scanning its surroundings as if sensing impending danger, emitting a low, menacing growl. Dick deftly knocked an arrow to his bowstring. Whoosh! A second sound of air being pierced coincided almost perfectly with the vibration of his bow. 2 arrows, like lethal lightning, tore through the air in an instant. Dick watched as his arrow found its mark, embedding itself in the left eye of the solitary wolf. Almost simultaneously, another arrow, whistling sharply, struck the base of the wolf's right ear, the fletching quivering in place. The wolf collapsed with a thud, convulsing a few times before lying still. A chill ran through Dick as he swiftly lowered his bow, shifting his stance with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, scanning the direction from which the arrows had flown. Emerging from the shadows of the forest was a tall, robust figure. A figure approached, clad in robust, deep brown leather armor, draped in a dark green cloak adorned with the emblem of a roaring bear. Beneath a thick mane of brown curls lay a youthful visage, sharply defined, exuding the rugged essence of a northern man. He grasped a formidable longbow, his expression a blend of surprise, scrutiny, and unabashed pride. "A good shot," he remarked, his voice deep and resonant, tinged with a Bear Island accent. Dick remained vigilant, recognizing the emblem upon the cloak, the roaring bear of House Mormont. "Your aim is not lacking, merely a hair's breadth away," he replied, his tone steady. "I am Dick Karstark," he announced, both as an introduction and a declaration of his identity. Beta Mormont, the other man lifted his chin. "The one acknowledged as the strongest in the retinue before your arrival?" Beta stepped closer, scrutinizing the arrow nocked in Dick's wolf-eyed bow, then glancing at his silver hair, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Karstark, are you accustomed to residing in Winterfell? It is considerably warmer here than beyond the wall." Dick sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt as he advanced. Noticing Dick's continued wariness, Beta shook his head. "I understand your concerns, but having spent so long in Winterfell, have you witnessed what my father and the prince have done for House Karstark?" Dick pondered, recalling that indeed he had not. The prince and the chancellor engaged in fierce political battles, yet the queen and House Stark had never been embroiled in them. "The rise of the princess to queen does not stem from your family, nor even from Chancellor Hermon Tohar," Beta paused, "but from our king." This statement resonated profoundly. The old king of the north commanded a subtle respect from Dick. As their conversation unfolded, topics meandered from the beasts of the wolf woods and hunting techniques to the current affairs of Winterfell. Suddenly, Beta erupted in laughter. "I imagine there are quite a few challengers confronting you now." He emphasized the word challengers deliberately. "In the past, even though I am but a cousin to the princess, merely being close would provoke all manner of self-important fellows eager to prove themselves, which was rather tiresome." Beta mimicked the suitors, chuckling anew. "Now it seems, you two are paired. Those young men secretly infatuated with the princess must be seething with jealousy, perhaps breaking countless practice swords behind your backs." A smirk tugged at the corners of Dick's mouth. Beta's teasing was candid yet devoid of malice, embodying the forthrightness characteristic of northern men. "Indeed," Dick conceded, his voice tinged with a mix of resignation and quiet pride. "There have been an increased number of sparring requests, especially since I became Sophia's rotating attendant. This role allowed him to protect the princess more frequently, drawing the attention of many. Yet Princess Sophia seemed wholly indifferent to the gazes of others. She would cheer for Dick's victories and naturally sit beside him to share in the feast at the banquets. Even so, she unabashedly fixed her deep, dark eyes upon him, her admiration and affection unmistakable. Sophia's enthusiasm radiated like the unyielding summer sun of the north, direct and forthright. She would happen upon ancient tomes he favored, seizing the opportunity to engage in discourse, and would casually bring a pair of warm leather gloves on frigid mornings. Her proximity, marked by sincerity, was far more compelling than any deliberate enticement. A woman pursuing a man is often shrouded in subtlety. Yet, Sophia's fervor and pride effortlessly penetrated Dick's heart. He found himself increasingly eager to encounter her smile around the corners of the corridors, to hear her call his name. Faced with challenges born of jealousy, he no longer regarded them merely as nuisances. He particularly relished the gun duels, the charging thrusts of the lance. They were the ultimate tests of strength, skill, and courage. To be candid, the practical reality was this: the victor would claim the entirety of the vanquished's armament, swords, breastplates, and pouches filled with golden dragons. Each triumph was accompanied by Sophia's cheers from the viewing platform and the glimmer of light in her eyes. Their relationship, amidst Sophia's relentless advances, swiftly heated up. Finally, on a snow-laden dusk, as Dick escorted Sophia to her chamber, he was abruptly pulled into her room. "I like you." Her confession was both direct and fervent. "It began the moment you unseated Cresaven in the duel. I wonder, can the ice of House Stark be melted by the fire of Winterfell?" This candor surged through Dick's heart like a wave of warmth, shattering the last remnants of his frozen barriers. He reached out, gently caressing her cheek. "Your fire is sufficient to melt any frost." In that moment, even the ancient stone walls of Winterfell seemed to absorb a hint of warmth. Soon after, Dick presented Sophia with a gift, a dagger, its sheath and hilt crafted from dark ancient wood and leather, unadorned yet elegant. However, as Sophia drew it forth, a shadowy gleam emanated. The dagger, polished from pure obsidian, was exceptionally sharp, its edges revealing a near-translucent quality under the light, as if the depths of its blackness harbored ancient ice. Among the tribes of the wilderness beyond the wall, there exists a sacred duel known as Mokbai. This was my prize after triumphing over the Blackstone tribe. It's beautiful. Sophia delicately traced the cold, smooth blade with her fingertips. Dick nodded. It is sharp enough to protect you. Moreover, it possesses a certain magic, rendering it less fragile than other obsidian. This was not merely a weapon. It symbolized his heartfelt intentions. Instinctively, he touched the wolf-headed pendant that Sophia had gifted him, resting against his chest. Sophia clasped the dagger tightly to her heart, gazing up at Dick, her eyes brimming with deeper affection. From that moment forth, the courtyards of Winterfell, the corners of the library tower, and the snow-laden edges of the Wolf Woods were graced by the presence of a young couple. In the storeroom of Dick, the golden dragons and equipment won in battles silently bear witness to the challengers he has toppled. Chapter 92, The Exiled Crown Prince. In Winterfell, snow is a frequent visitor, piling up layer upon layer, enveloping the ancient castle in a thick shroud. Within the corridors and towers of the castle, the young Dick Stark has recently become inseparable from Princess Sophia Stark. Their intimacy requires no words. A shared glance or an accidental touch speaks volumes of the sweetness unique to youth. Even the ancient gray stone walls of the castle seem to lose some of their chill in the presence of this pair. Their thoughts have already soared towards early spring. The decennial nights of the kingdom ceremony is imminent. This crown is the highest honor coveted by all young squires. Dick swears to Sophia that he will exert every effort to claim the title of Knight of the Kingdom. The day he secures this honor will also mark his request to the King of the North, Wayne Stark, for Sophia's hand in marriage. This anticipation warms their ardent young hearts like a bonfire on a cold night. They dream of a union adorned with glory, envisioning it as a bastion against the harshness of the North. However, while this sweetness flourishes in the corners of the castle, a tempest has erupted in the great hall of Winterfell. The heavy oak doors are shut tight, yet they cannot muffle the fierce argument within. The voices piercing through the stone walls and echoing in the empty corridors. The mercy of a woman. Prince Red. A shrill voice pierces the air, that of Prime Minister Hermann Tohar. The cavalry from the Dreadfort has invaded our territory with blades drawn. These are not mere lost travelers. Mercy? Your mercy will only invite mockery from that old fox of House Bolton. It will leave every treacherous lord believing Stark's claws have dulled. Following this, the voice of Prince Red Stark rises, restrained yet simmering with anger. Lord Hermann, fear cannot be exchanged for loyalty. It only sows the seeds of hatred. Shall we paint the walls with the blood of captives? What distinguishes that from the Boltons? Moreover, Winterfell is not officially at war with the Dreadfort. There is still room for negotiation. Not at war? Hermann's voice escalates sharply. The treachery of the Dreadfort is known to all. What you must do now is act like a true Stark heir. Behead those vipers and hang their heads upon the gates. Let everyone witness the fate of betrayal. Enough. This ends today. A deep, impatient roar cuts through the tumult, silencing all arguments. It is the king, Wayne Stark. Yet, he sits upon the throne, visibly weary from indulgence. The council chamber falls into silence, save for the sound of heavy breathing. Prince Red Stark strides out, his face ashen, lips tightly pressed, eyes ablaze with humiliation and indignation. His boots echoing coldly against the stone floor. Prime Minister Hermann Tohar follows him out, his expression finely controlled, a subtle curve at the corner of his lips. Yet his narrow eyes glint with icy calculation. He adjusted the fur-trimmed sleeves of his coat and strolled towards the king's study, casting a seemingly casual glance in the direction the prince had departed. Hermann Tohar ascended the spiral stone staircase leading to the study. The flames of the fireplace danced fiercely, casting the imposing silhouette of King Wayne Stark against the walls adorned with maps. Your Majesty. Hermann spoke with a tone of respectful gentleness as he approached the oak desk and poured himself a glass of deep red wine. Wayne did not turn around, emitting a vague response from deep within his throat. Hermann held the glass with both hands, placing it delicately at the edge of the king's table. Lowering his gaze, he spoke in a soft, almost plaintive tone. Your Highness, being so young, it is only natural for you to harbor some resentment towards me, especially after I assisted your Majesty in securing a new queen. He paused momentarily. The king's back stiffened for an instant. He slowly turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his deep-set eyes resembled a frozen, dark pool, weighing heavily upon Hermann's countenance. Hermann slightly bowed his head, evading the scrutiny. Yet his words pierced like tiny ice shards. Young people often place too much weight on love. He sighed gently, infused with resignation and concern. The king remained silent, a barely perceptible fissure appearing within the icy depths of his gaze. He lifted the wine glass, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, the deep crimson liquid swirling within. He did not drink, merely fixated upon the undulating liquid. The study was enveloped in the crackling sound of the fireplace, the air thick with tension. Hermann stood with hands at his side, eyes directed downward, the lines at the corners of his mouth deepening slightly. The fire cast heavy shadows beneath his lowered eyelids. Days later, a tempest, accompanied by ferocious thunder, erupted in the king's private banquet hall. A long table was laid with pristine linen, silver candlesticks illuminating the exquisite tableware. King Wayne occupied the head of the table, his countenance grim. Prime Minister Hermann sat to his right, carving venison. Prince Raid was positioned to the king's left. Closely beside his sister, Sophia. Dick, serving as the princess's attendant, stood by Sophia's side. The atmosphere was oppressive, akin to the calm before a storm, with only the faint clinking of cutlery breaking the silence. The conversation inevitably turned to the captives from the Terra Fortress. Hermann set down his utensils, elegantly dabbed at the corners of his mouth, and addressed the king. Your Majesty, regarding the spies from House Skinner. The captain of the guard has reported that the executioner's block and executioner are prepared for tomorrow at noon in the castle square. Father, Raid implored, his face etched with stubborn sincerity. Please reconsider. Executing them will only hasten the division of the North. When has House Stark needed to prove its strength with the blood of innocents? Innocence. The king's voice, though not raised, struck like a boulder plunging into an icy lake. He set down his wineglass. The cavalry of Terror Fortress that invaded my lands are innocents in your eyes? Forgiveness towards them is a betrayal of those who fought valiantly. Raid, to whom do your sword and your heart truly belong? King Wayne's chest heaved violently as he pointed towards the door, each word like a dagger of ice. Leave. Get out of Winterfell. Go to the Long Lake encampment. Start among the lowest of soldiers. See if their blood is warmer than your cheap mercy. Until you truly comprehend the weight of responsibility, the cost, and the unwavering laws of the King of the North, return to me only then. Now depart. The final roar echoed like thunder. Raid staggered slightly, initially in disbelief. Gazing into his father's icy eyes, he slowly bowed deeply, as if his spine were about to snap. Then, like a prisoner walking toward the gallows, he stepped out of the banquet hall, each movement heavy with silence and rigidity. Sophia, stumbling, burst into Dick's room in the dead of night. The cold wind swept in, swirling with snowflakes, causing the flames in the fireplace to flicker wildly. She wore no cloak. Her hair was disheveled, her face devoid of color, lips turning purplish, and her entire body trembled. Dick, she cried, her voice laced with sobs as she collapsed into his embrace, the force of her entry nearly toppling him. She clung desperately to the fabric of his back, her forehead resting against his neck, her hot tears instantly soaking his skin. I begged him, truly begged, father. Sophia's voice shattered and quivered, drenched in despair. I knelt outside the study, pleading with him not to send my brother to Long Lake. She shivered uncontrollably. Father wouldn't see me, she gasped. That old fox Hermann came out and said the king was in a rage, telling me not to make matters worse. Then I heard him inside, yelling for me to get out. Sophia's weeping gradually subsided into muffled sobs, her body still quaking. She raised her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting Dick's, reflecting the desperation of a drowning soul clutching at a final piece of driftwood. Dick, how did things escalate to such a dire state? What am I to do? I cannot bear the thought of my brother being cast out from Winterfell. Chapter 93. Position the Prime Minister's residence. Adjacent to the main fortress of Winterfell, was constructed of dark stone, the heavy doors imposing. The emblem of House Taha, depicting 3 green sentinel trees upon a brown backdrop, was engraved above the entrance, glimmering faintly in the dim light of the day. Dick Karstark inhaled a deep breath of the crisp air, the northern wind, laden with icy particles, stung his face, yet it could not quell the rising tide of disdain within him. Were it not for the sight of Sophia's tear-stained eyes, he would never have set foot in this place. The door opened silently. Accompanied by servants, Oliver Taha appeared, his face always bearing a hint of a smile. Dick. His voice carried genuine surprise. You finally decided to grace us with your presence? Come in, it's warm inside. A wave of warmth enveloped him, infused with the fresh scent of burning pine, dispelling the chill from outside. The hall, though modest in size, was adorned with opulence. Thick, rich carpets, silver candlesticks, and walls draped with vividly colored tapestries depicting scenes of hunting and warfare. Prime Minister Hermann Taha sat in a large oak chair by the fireplace. A hefty book sprawled across his lap, a glass of deep red wine beside him. The firelight danced across his smooth, well-kept face, illuminating his deeply set eyes, which resembled 2 dark pools. Dick Karstark, Hermann's voice, though soft, strangely overshadowed the crackling of the fire, imbued with a silken quality. What a rare visitor we have. Oliver has mentioned you numerous times. He closed the book and casually set it aside, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of the chair, showing no intention of rising. At the subtle indication of his gaze, Oliver discreetly stepped back. Dick approached the fireplace, the warmth of the flames attempting to thaw his cold armor. Yet he felt not a trace of heat. "My Lord Prime Minister," he nodded slightly, his courtesy impeccable, but his voice resonated like a block of frozen iron. Herman's lips curled into a faint smile, one that hinted at an all-knowing awareness. "Let me take a guess," he said leisurely, lifting his wine glass to take a sip, the deep crimson liquid leaving a damp trace at the corner of his mouth. "Is it for our sorrow-laden princess? The matter concerning Prince Reed is indeed regrettable. This old fox perceives too much. The prince advocates for the forgiveness of captives, as their crimes are not so grave." Dick stared into Herman's eyes, attempting to catch a ripple in those deep waters. Within and beyond Winterfell, who is unaware of the rift between you and the crown prince? Rift? Herman seemed to find amusement in this, emitting a low chuckle from his throat. "Young man, on the chessboard of power, that is called a position. Is Prince Reed too merciful, releasing the wolves of Terror Keep? That would merely allow them to sharpen their claws, biding their time for the next opportunity to tear into the flesh of the North. His Majesty is wise. He merely seeks to expel him," prompting a proper reflection on the cruel laws of this northern winter. Herman set down his wine glass, leaning slightly forward, the firelight dancing in his eyes. "As for me, I am simply a dutiful Prime Minister, reminding His Majesty of the potential threats certain individuals may pose. Nothing more." Dick's voice lowered, tinged with an almost imperceptible challenge. "Is such a position worth inciting such turmoil? Even," he paused, recalling his discontented Aunt Anna, "even at the cost of involving the innocent? Becoming a queen?" Anna's sorrowful visage flickered through his mind. "Involve?" Herman's smile deepened, taking on a particularly cruel edge. "Your aunt becoming queen, the Stark family ascending to prominence. Does that not represent a glory that others covet? Glory?" Dick nearly spat the word through clenched teeth. The Starks hold commitment and honor in higher regard. His aunt's transformation from crown princess to queen, such glory is but the mark of a barbed whip striking one's face. Had you directly facilitated her ascension to queen, the Stark family, at the very least my father, would regard you as a benefactor rather than. He left his words hanging, their unspoken weight piercing through the crackle of the fire. "Benefactor?" Herman chuckled, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence, his deep laughter echoing within the warmth of the room. "Dick Stark, your sword can easily topple a warhorse. Your strength is unmatched in the North. You shall undoubtedly become a warrior of formidable strength, rivaling the legendary Dawnblade. Alas, your intellect remains ensnared in the childish pursuit of confectionery." Herman's smile faded, his eyes, as deep as a secluded pond, bore into Dick's. "Your gratitude? Your affection? They hold no significance for me. Have you heard of the rules for joining a band of brigands? A newcomer must shed blood, preferably by plunging a blade into an adversary, sharing the debt of blood to be deemed one of their own." He fixed his gaze on Dick, each word resonating with clarity. "Your gratitude is inconsequential to me. The act of stabbing the prince is of paramount importance." Herman did not seek the support of House Stark. He yearned for the unbreakable bond of enmity between House Stark and Prince Raid. He desired the prince to be isolated, forsaken by all. He sought the demise of Raid Stark. "The prince is the son of His Majesty." Dick's voice was dry. "A son personally banished by an enraged king?" Herman's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. "A prince bereft of paternal affection and trust? An heir destined for a bleak future? Dick, you are a warrior, well-versed in the victories and defeats of the battlefield. When the enemy is fated to fall, will you show mercy and allow them to rise again before striking?" Herman shook his head slightly, his tone laced with a barely perceptible, condescending pity. "Prince Raid is already a dead man. It is merely a matter of time." He paused, his gaze deepening as though he could see through Dick to the sorrowful maiden hidden within Winterfell's depths. "As for you, your heart is set on the princess, and I can comprehend that sentiment. Ah, the folly of youth, love." Herman lifted his glass, yet did not drink, merely gazing into the deep crimson liquid as if it were flowing blood. His voice lowered, imbued with a strange, prophetic allure. "Princess Sophia is a clever girl. The wisdom of ice and snow courses through the Stark lineage. She may be grieving now, but soon enough, she will come to understand. Indeed, she may even express gratitude for all that transpires today." Herman's gaze rose, sweeping meaningfully over Dick's youthful and vigorous form. "You believe in your strength, and I in mine. Neither is mistaken. It merely depends on where this strength is wielded. The snow and political machinations of Winterfell are far too intricate and prone to rust for a blade such as yours. Perhaps the lands of House Stark or any realm that requires the edge of a sword, would be a more fitting sanctuary for your grasp upon the hilt. Hermann waved his hand dismissively. Go back. Return to your princess. The order to depart has been given, wrapped in honey, yet laced with poison. Chapter 94. Transformation. The Blackstone gates of the Prime Minister's residence closed behind Dick, severing him from the false warmth and the naked treachery that hung in the air. The northern wind immediately embraced him once more, carrying the bone-deep chill unique to Winterfell. He strode purposefully towards the tower where the princess resided, each step echoing dully against the frigid stone steps. Hermann's words, "She will be grateful for all that transpires today," slithered through his mind like a venomous serpent, refusing to dissipate. As he pushed open the familiar oak door, intricately carved with vine-like patterns, the figure of Sophia came into view. She sat upon a soft couch by the window, the roaring fire casting a warm glow upon her pale profile. Dick perceptively noted her transformation. The redness beneath her eyelids, a remnant of tears, had faded significantly, although a veil of melancholy still shadowed her brows. The heart-wrenching sorrow that had nearly engulfed her had indeed lessened. Sophia's posture was now straight, no longer the fragile curl she had displayed days prior. Upon seeing Dick enter, she lifted her gaze, her lips even curling into a gentle, reassuring smile, though the warmth did not quite reach the depths of her eyes. "You have returned," she said softly, her voice steadier than before. Dick approached and seated himself beside her on the couch. He noticed her attire today, a newly crafted deep blue velvet gown, adorned with delicate silver embroidery at the collar and cuffs, a style reserved for noble maidens of the north on significant occasions. Her hair was meticulously arranged in intricate braids, adorned with a small silver hairpin shaped like a tundra wolf's head. "My father was willing to see me today," Sophia remarked naturally, offering Dick a honeyed berry from a dish on the small table nearby. "I accompanied him for a stroll in the sacred woods." Her fingertips casually brushed over an open book lying at the corner of the couch, and Dick caught a glimpse of the heraldic emblems of the great families of the north illustrated on the pages. "What of the queen?" Dick inquired, taking the berry but not consuming it, merely holding it between his fingers. Sophia's voice remained calm and unruffled. "I sent her some spices that arrived from White Harbor." Her gaze drifted towards the overcast sky outside, her tone tinged with a feigned lightness. "I passed by the West Tower earlier and encountered the Minister of Military Affairs, my uncle, and exchanged greetings." The Minister of Military Affairs, Giamormo, the Earl of Bear Island, was a significant supporter of the prince's faction. Yet, Hermann had just openly expressed murderous intent towards Prince Raid before him. Sophia was beginning to engage with the court ministers. Hermann's prophecy, that word grateful. Dick observed Sophia's serene profile, the face he cherished, now tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity. As evening descended upon Winterfell, in the grand hall of the ancestral castle, massive logs blazed in the stone fireplace, dispelling the chill of winter but failing to alleviate the restlessness infused with the warmth of spices in the air. Today marked the name-day feast of Sophia Stark. Due to Prince Raid's absence and the looming uncertainties surrounding the succession of Winterfell, the banquet was enveloped in an atmosphere laden with intrigue and ambition. The nobles, adorned in resplendent garments, their goblets clinking, filled the grand hall with exaggerated laughter that reverberated beneath the vaulted ceiling. Yet their gazes, sharp as that of a falcon, scrutinized the regal figures of the king, the queen, and the radiant princess seated beside them. Dick Casterk, cloaked in the shadows near the stone pillars of the hall, stood in stark contrast to the opulent spectacle around him, his armored form a jarring presence. He observed as Sophia sat beside her father, King Wayne, graciously receiving a continuous stream of congratulations and accolades from the assembled nobility. Dressed in a pristine gown adorned with silver-threaded embroidery and crowned with a delicate diadem set with tiny moonstones, her flawless, princess-like smile responded to each bowing guest. In the fleeting moments of her gaze, it occasionally intersected with that of the Minister of Military Affairs, Count Giamormont, the Treasurer, and even Prime Minister Hermann Taua. The gift-giving segment commenced, with exquisite boxes and splendid chests presented by the attendants in a continuous flow. Place Evan was among the first to leap forth, cradling an opened ebony box that revealed a dagger of Valyrian steel, encrusted with rubies, its cold glint captivating. "Esteemed princess," he boomed, his voice infused with deliberate ostentation. "May this ancient blade safeguard your path to future glory." His provocative gaze unabashedly swept over Dick lurking in the shadows. Next came Oliver Taua, who presented a complete ensemble of vibrant, dazzling shawls and feather fans crafted from the feathers of the tropical islands, eliciting a soft chorus of admiration from the ladies in attendance. Other attendants and noble scions soon followed suit, bestowing lavish gifts, perfumes from across the narrow sea, exquisite tapestries woven by Milrays, a case of golden wine from Qingting Island, and even a chestnut colt purportedly of pure Dothraki lineage paraded outside the hall. Each offering surpassed the last in rarity and brilliance, the air thick with commendations and awe. Look, these are gifts truly befitting a princess. And what of young Casterk? Surely he has not arrived empty-handed? As the second son, what could he possibly present? Perhaps he is cowering in the corner, too afraid to emerge. Clay7's mocking tone rang particularly harsh, as he deliberately inclined his chin towards Dick. Dick, where is your gift? Perhaps still en route from the far lands? Or do you intend to entertain the princess with some display of your valor? Laughter erupted among his companions. Sophia maintained her smile from her elevated seat. Yet her gaze subtly searched the crowd, laced with an unmistakable glimmer of hope. When her eyes finally landed on Dick, that hope gradually shifted to confusion and disappointment. Time trickled by, the remnants of the sunset swallowed by the encroaching night. As the final gift, a necklace strung with dozens of perfectly round EC pearls, was presented to resounding admiration. A brief silence enveloped the hall. All eyes, laden with derision, sympathy, or mere spectator-s intrigue, converged upon the silent young attendant lurking in the shadows. In this day and age, who does not recognize the princess's frequent companionship with this silver-haired youth? The smugness on Clay7's face was nearly overflowing. At that moment, the heavy oak windows and doors of the hall were thrust open with a sudden force. A powerful gust of frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, surged in, causing the flames in the hearth to flicker violently and the candlelight to waver erratically. Everyone instinctively recoiled, murmurs of discontent and astonishment rippling through the crowd. Dick stepped forward, first bowing slightly to express his gratitude to the Ice Wolf guard beside his Aunt Anna. Without their assistance, Dick's gift would not have come to fruition. Please, gather by the windows or on the balcony. Beneath the shroud of night, at the castle walls, two robust servants clad in thick fur coats and hoods were collaboratively hoisting an enormous, weighty clay cauldron. Within it, a certain molten substance churned with a blinding, heart-stopping crimson gold radiance, emanating an astonishing wave of heat that clashed violently with the invading cold air, warping the very atmosphere around it. What on earth is this? What is that? The servants bearing the cauldron paid no heed to the surrounding commotion, their steps steady and swift. Under the astonished gaze of all present, they simultaneously let out a low growl, channeling their strength to heave the heavy cauldron outward with great force. The crimson gold flow erupted like an enraged, roaring dragon, bursting forth from the window and cleaving through the profound darkness of Winterhold. Boom! A deep, resounding explosion echoed beyond the cold stone walls of the castle, akin to the roar of an ancient beast. In an instant, the entire inner courtyard was illuminated as brightly as day. Countless points of crimson gold, fiery white, and orange light cascaded like a celestial rain of stars, spilling forth from the furnace of the gods. Splattering and blooming against the cold stone walls and the deep night sky, they danced, spun, and stretched, leaving behind long, resplendent trails of light that intertwined to form a vast tapestry of illumination covering nearly half the castle. Upon contact with the icy stone and the chill of the atmosphere, the molten metal exploded, transforming into myriad dazzling, wild, yet fleeting metallic flowers. Towering trees, purely composed of light and fire, sprang forth from the darkness, their branches bursting forth, silver blossoms cascading like waterfalls, draping the ancient black stone walls of Winterhold in a flowing, burning layer of gold leaf. Fire trees and silver flowers, a night without end. The breathtaking scene of myriad sparks in the night echoed like fireworks, reminiscent of a simple name from Dick's past life, Iron Flower. Inside the hall, a deathly silence prevailed. All laughter, mockery, and discourse were swiftly silenced by this sudden, unfathomable spectacle, choked in the throats of those present. Every individual, from the exalted monarchs to the most humble servants, stood agape, crowding by the windows or rushing to the doors, gazing at the breathtaking spectacle outside that illuminated the entire courtyard, as if it sought to incinerate the very essence of night. On their faces lingered only the raw, unadulterated shock of total capitulation. Clay7's mouth hung open, while Princess Sophia, with her hands tightly clasped over her mouth, widened her eyes in astonishment, reflecting the ever-changing, breathtakingly brilliant flower trees beyond the window, filled with incredulous ecstasy and profound impact. The radiance danced upon her pristine gown and moonstone adornments, flickering and igniting with fervor. Dick beheld the miracle he had conjured from memories of a past life, observing Sophia's side profile, illuminated in the light, a canvas of beauty and emotion. Yet, Herman Tohar's whispers of gratitude cascaded over him like icy water, as the explosive iron blossoms above took on a bittersweet and unsettling hue, akin to a carnival of doom. Chapter 95. The spark yearns to ignite the embers in Winterfell had extinguished, leaving only wisps of stubborn smoke clinging to the stone walls. While the air was thick with a sense of searing anxiety, the revelry had dissipated, and the great hall returned to the stillness of the night. Within Sophia's chamber, the flickering firelight cast elongated shadows of the two figures upon the stone walls, entwined in an intimate embrace. The scent of sweat lingered. Entwined with the warmth of their recent joy, Sophia lay on her side, her cascading chestnut hair spilling over the pillow, her cheeks aglow with the remnants of passion, appearing even more exquisite under the dim, wavering candlelight. Her fingertips, imbued with languid warmth, gently brushed against Dick's sturdy chest, her ebony eyes gazing at him, shimmering with a tenderness akin to water's gentle caress. Dick, her voice emerged, tinged with post-ecstasy huskiness yet imbued with an unusual calm. The tournament for the king's night is approaching. Dick, eyes closed, savored her touch, still enveloped in the warmth of their shared moment. He murmured softly, tightening his embrace around her. Do not worry, I will prevail. Once I claim that title, I shall approach His Majesty. He paused, the subsequent words hanging unspoken in the air, to fulfill the vows they had exchanged, to petition the king for her hand in marriage. Suddenly, Sophia's fingers stilled. She propped herself up, the silk sheets slipping from her shoulders, candlelight tracing the graceful contours of her form. She regarded Dick, her gaze shifting from softness to a cool, almost unfamiliar intensity. Dick, this time, let it be for Beta Mormont. Dick's eyes flew open, as if doused with icy water. What? He questioned, doubting his own hearing. Let it be for Beta Mormont, Sophia reiterated clearly, her tone devoid of jest. My cousin, the eldest son of Count Gior. He requires the title of King's Knight. It is of great significance to him. And so is the support of the Minister of Military Affairs. Dick felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, instantly straightening his posture as the thin blanket slipped away. The warmth that had enveloped them moments before vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling sense of dread that surged from the depths of his heart. Let it go for him. He fixed his gaze on Sophia, his voice taut with disbelief and fury, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. Sophia, have you forgotten our vows? Removing the title of King's Knight is the only way I can stand before your father and formally request your hand in marriage. This is our shared oath. And now you wish for me to relinquish it? To appease your cousin? To secure the support of his father, Jorah Mormont? Sophia did not shy away from his burning stare. Rather, she met it head-on, her demeanor exhibiting a resolute tenacity that Dick had never witnessed in her before. She lifted her chin slightly, the candlelight dancing in her eyes, reflecting something cold yet fervent. Dick, look outside. Look at Winterfell. My brother has been exiled. The bloodline of the North's king now rests solely upon my shoulders. Her voice, though soft, carried an unyielding strength. The rightful claim to the throne lies before us. My father has but one child. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means I, Sophia Stark, am poised to be the heir of Winterfell. In the future, I shall become the Queen of the North. She reached out, her fingertips attempting to graze Dick's taut cheek once more, her voice softened yet imbued with undeniable determination. I love you, Dick. That will never change. We can be together, forever. But my father, the king, will never consent to marry the future Queen of the North to a noble's younger son. Not even if you are valiant. Not even if you become the King's Knight. Nor if you were to acquire a small fiefdom in the future. Dick violently swatted her hand away, the gesture brusque. He swung his legs off the bed, his bare feet meeting the cold carpet, a jolt of chill racing from his soles to the crown of his head. So, he turned to face her, his towering figure casting a colossal shadow in the candlelight, nearly engulfing Sophia. His voice was low, laced with a terrifying gravity. So, what do you mean? Am I to live as a hidden shadow, lurking behind the curtains of the Queen's chamber? Climbing into your bed when you desire? To be your kept man? Sophia's complexion paled instantly, a flicker of pain flashing in her eyes, quickly supplanted by an even stronger resolve. Do not speak so harshly. She raised her voice, tinged with impatience. You are still the one I cherish most. We are merely finding a different way to be together. I need you, Dick. I require your strength, your loyalty. Help me, assist me in ascending to that position. Once I am queen, what else in the North? Save for the crown, can I not offer you? We shall always be together. Be silent. Dick bellowed, a wave of absurdity and revulsion crashing over him. Betrayal. Utter and complete betrayal. She not only betrayed her vows, but also sought to use him as a mere stepping stone for power and a plaything in her bed. He abruptly raised his hand, seizing the pendant that hung around his neck, a wolf's head intricately carved from the sharpest canine tooth of an ice wolf, its fangs bared and lifelike. This was a gift from Sophia, symbolizing their pure and fervent oath. The cold wolf's tooth pressed against his palm as Dick glanced down at it, then at the still beautiful, yet utterly unfamiliar girl before him. "Do you wish for me to be your whore?" His voice was frigid, devoid of any tremor, yet it resonated with a chilling intensity more disheartening than any roar. Sophia's lips pressed into a pale, straight line, the last vestiges of softness in her gaze completely frozen. She threw aside the thin blanket, her bare feet meeting the cold floor, straightening her spine as if donning an invisible armor. Her dark eyes locked onto Dick's, ablaze with an undeniable and pure ambition. "I am the blood of the king in the north. The goddess of fate shall not allow me to debase myself to become the lady of a mere lord. My destiny lies upon the throne of Winterfell. I, Sophia Stark, shall undoubtedly become the queen of the north." Dick's fingers clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking under the strain. He lowered his gaze for one last look at the wolf's tooth pendant, warmed by his touch. The fangs remained sharp, the wolf's eyes still icy. Yet they could no longer reflect the girl who had sworn her oath to him beneath the moonlight. He then released his grip. The pendant fell straight down, tracing a brief, decisive silver line through the dim candlelight. The crisp sound of its impact upon the carpet resonated softly, yet it echoed like a funeral toll between them. Dick no longer regarded the fallen token, nor did he look at the woman on the bed, whose eyes burned with ambition. He turned abruptly, snatching the clothes discarded on the floor, striding toward the door. The heavy oak door swung open, allowing the cold draft of the corridor to rush in, causing the flames in the hearth to flicker violently. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, reverberating through the doorframe like a muted groan. "The King's Knight." His final words pierced through the thick door, resonating with the clang of iron will, cutting through the room with utter clarity. "I am resolute. With my sword." Chapter 96. No god can impede me. That is what I declare. The mist over the long lake in the north lingers perpetually, seemingly swallowing the size of those far removed from the center of power. Raid Stark, once the heir to the north, has become like a forgotten pawn, silently sinking into the frigid waters of this lake. The whirlpool of the court offers no mercy to the vanquished. Exile inevitably leads to obliteration. The news of his demise merely confirms the ancient and brutal law. A royal bloodline stripped of its protection often struggles to survive in the wilderness of power. At the training grounds of Winterfell, banners fluttered and voices surged. The decennial ceremony of the King's Knight was among the North's most significant events. Upon the elevated dais, the King of the North, Wayne Stark, sat regally upon his throne, flanked by the newly crowned Queen, Anakar Stark, the court's chancellor, Herman Tauha, and the Minister of Military Affairs, Jammer Mormont, stood solemnly on either side, while nobles from various realms filled the observation platform, the air thick with reverence and anticipation. In this moment of collective attention, the king's commanding voice resonated throughout the hall, announcing a momentous decree. Princess Sophia Stark shall be the heir to the north. A thunderous cheer erupted, reverberating against the ancient stone walls. The esteemed honor of the King's Knight derives from the tradition of the squire camp. Young nobles from across the land serve the king, and upon reaching adulthood, they compete in trials, with the strongest among them personally appointed by the king as the King's Knight. The rules have always been straightforward: ascend the dueling grounds, accept challenges, and emerge victorious until no one dares to face the champion. However, this time, the rules subtly shifted, abolishing the highly anticipated jousting duel in favor of a pure foot combat contest. This nuanced alteration seemed to cast a shadow of the new heir, Sophia. She was acutely aware of Dick's formidable prowess with the lance, having faced countless challengers on her behalf, establishing an undefeated domain laden with gold dragons. Foot combat might diminish his absolute dominance. According to an unspoken understanding, it was customary for eager young squires to engage in preliminary contests, with the acknowledged strongest among them taking the stage last. Yet, Cray Seven leapt onto the sandy dueling ground first, his gaze locking onto Dick Carr Stark among the crowd. Dick's voice, laced with feigned nonchalance, bore a provocative edge. "I hear your spirits have been low of late. Why not come up and stretch your limbs?" His words were laden with meaning. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Dick's mouth, and without a moment's hesitation, he strode into the arena. Without uttering a word, as Cray's sword tip had barely emerged, Dick's figure darted forward like a wraith. He had not even drawn his weapon, with only his gauntlet left hand. He swiftly seized Cray's wrist, twisting and propelling him. Cray felt an overwhelming force, as if cut loose from a tether, sent sprawling onto the sandy ground. his sword slipping from his grasp, utterly disheveled. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, Cray's dismal defeat did not curtail the challenges, one after another. Squires seemed drawn by an invisible thread, leaping onto the dueling ground with their sights set on Dick. The wheel of battle commenced. Above, Chancellor Herman Tauha bore a barely perceptible smirk. Indeed, the princess is remarkable. She is truly born to adapt. In a corner of the observation platform, figures cloaked in heavy capes, their emblems obscured, whispered among themselves. The leader's voice was hoarse, thick with regional dialect. Wayne, that old wolf, has taken his son's woman and driven him to death. How blind he has become. His daughter, too, exhibits a lamentable lack of foresight. Such a formidable warrior, yet unaware of the art of persuasion, resorting instead to such despicable tactics. How many has it been now? He inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the silver-haired figure in the arena. A subordinate murmured in response, 23. TSK, 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 the leader shook his head, a flicker of something unusual flashing beneath the shadow of his cloak. His sword remains sheathed to this day. The incredulity in his voice was palpable. In the duel arena, Dick's eyes were as cold as the ice of a harsh winter. Faced with the 24th challenger, he exhibited no intention of drawing his sword. The opponent charged with a fierce roar, the glint of his blade flashing menacingly. Dick merely sidestepped slightly, evading the lethal edge, and with a motion as swift as a steel whip, he delivered a precise kick to the junction of the challenger's chest and abdominal armor. A dull thud resonated as the challenger, sword and all, was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the hard ground outside the arena, struggling futilely to rise. Silence enveloped the training ground. Despite the multitude of attendants below, none dared to step forward. All eyes were riveted on the silver-haired youth at the center. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. 24 consecutive victories in a war of attrition, and not a soul could compel him to unsheath his sword. Even more astonishing was his ability to modulate his strength with precision, defeating foes without inflicting severe harm. This was not merely a display of strength, but a testament to his effortless confidence and control. Not a single drop of sweat had escaped him. His chest rose and fell with a remarkable steadiness, as though the preceding battles were merely a warm-up. An invisible pressure radiated from him, instilling trepidation in the hearts of those who dared to challenge him. Sophia Stark sat poised in the stands, her gaze locked with Dick's across the arena. Watching him stand unwavering like a mountain, having bested 24 challengers without losing his composure, an indescribable complexity seized her heart. Deep within that emotion, it felt as if something immensely precious had shattered and slipped away, leaving behind a chilling void. Yet, in the next moment, she straightened her spine, her nails digging deep into her palm, nearly breaking the skin. No, she silently screamed within. I am the crown princess, the future queen of the north. What does individual valor matter? Even the legendary Dawnblade must bow to Targaryen. My choice is not wrong. Coldness swiftly replaced her momentary doubt, and her gaze hardened once more. Resolute as iron, Dick's eyes pierced through the clamor of the crowd, seemingly comprehending the finality and denial reflected in the gaze of the figure on the dais. The last remnants of lingering thought extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind, leaving only a seething fury burning within his chest, nearly erupting forth. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena like a tempered blade, ultimately resting upon the robust young man beside the Minister of Military Affairs. Gia Mormont, Beta Mormont. A thunderous roar of rage erupted from his lips, drowning out all whispers and gasps of astonishment. Beta Mormont. The roar resonated with the clangor of iron and blood, proclaiming his unwavering resolve. Such meticulous arrangements were made solely to pave the way for his ambitions. Today, as the knight of the kingdom, I am resolute. Even the 7 gods cannot impede my path. Chapter 97. The art of shelling Beta Mormont, a towering figure, heavily stepped onto the dueling ground. His furrowed brows and complex gaze were fixed upon Dick, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Dick, I swear, this situation is neither of my making nor my desire. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he gripped his battle axe tightly. I merely seek a fair contest based on strength. Unmoved, Dick retorted, you stand here, relishing the so-called fairness of exhausting my stamina through a war of attrition. I endure the inequity while you reap the benefits, such is the outcome. Slowly, he unsheathed the iron sword at his waist, an unadorned, ordinary weapon acquired from a Pantos merchant. Its blade gleaming with a cold, hard sheen in the pale daylight. At this moment, I began to grasp the meaning of the position that old fox hermit spoke of. Words were futile. Let us commence. With a mighty roar characteristic of the warriors from Bear Island, Beta Molman swung his massive axe down with the force capable of cleaving both knight and steed asunder. Dick moved. His form melded with the wind like a phantom, executing an exquisitely nimble sidestep that narrowly evaded the axe's edge. In the instant that Beta's colossal force met empty air and his balance faltered, Dick's mundane iron sword sprang to life. The blade flashed like a viper striking, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. It was neither a cleave nor a block, but a piercing thrust, precise and unerring. A faint yet crisp sound echoed as Beta felt the strap at his right wrist deftly severed at an astonishing angle, causing it to slip away and fall to the ground. A surge of shock coursed through Beta. He had never envisioned that a sword could be wielded in such a manner. Enraged, he roared, attempting to sweep his axe horizontally to force back this enigmatic adversary. Yet, Dick's sword was swifter. The iron blade seemed to possess a life of its own, gently gliding along the arc of Beta's axe swing, utilizing the momentum to whirl closer to Beta's left side. The blade slipped silently into the narrow gap between the shoulder guard and the breastplate, akin to the most dexterous of probes. With a swift snip, the resilient leather strap snapped. Beta's left shoulder guard sagged heavily, revealing the underlying leather armor and robust arm beneath. A significant vulnerability was laid bare. Startled and furious, Beta instinctively reached for the tilting shoulder guard, attempting to mount a defense. But Dick would not grant him such an opportunity. The swordplay was relentless, flowing like water. Dick's footwork was unpredictable as he darted around Beta, each evasion perfectly timed to avoid the axe's deadly edge, while every strike landed with precision upon the weakest joints of the armor. The tip of the iron sword, the spine, even the hilt, transformed into the most lethal instruments. It is no longer a weapon for slaughter, but rather an exquisitely precise, armor-piercing cone. With a swift stroke, the sword tip glides past the hidden clasp beneath the right armpit of the breastplate. With a deft flick, the blade skillfully dislodges the securing leather strap around the abdomen of the armor. With a swift motion, the iron sword performs a rotational cut along the edge of the armor plate, severing the resilient leather cord with a crisp snap. Piece by piece, the heavy steel components of the armor are peeled away under Dick's masterful swordsmanship, as though by an invisible hand. Greaves, armguards, shoulder plates, and the front piece of the breastplate. Each flash of the sword is accompanied by the resounding thud of metal hitting the ground and the harsh sound of leather tearing. Beta Mormont, the heir of Bear Island famed for his strength, now resembles a clumsy marionette, futilely swinging a massive axe, unable to even graze the hem of Dick's garment. His pride in his might and the sturdiness of his armor appears utterly ridiculous and fragile before Dick's lightning-fast and exquisite swordplay. He feels not as though he is in a battle, but rather as if he is being systematically stripped away. The deathly silence surrounding the dueling ground has been shattered, replaced by increasingly loud, uncontrollable gasps and exclamations. By the gods, he is disarming Beta. How can this be? It is merely an iron sword. What exquisite swordsmanship! Each strike seems like a work of art, akin to a crab being shelled. In the viewing platform, the nobles are left speechless, unable to comprehend this unprecedented manner of combat. This time, it is not a mere display of brute force, but rather the supremacy of skill, a complete humiliation. In the shadowed corner, figures cloaked in heavy robes are rendered mute. The leading mysterious figure, with eyes ablaze beneath the cloak, fixates intently on the figure resembling a silver tempest in the arena, their breath quickening. His deep voice, laced with unmistakable excitement and a hint of barely concealed greed, resonates. Do you see? Do you see? He possesses not only brute strength. This swordsmanship, he has yet to unleash his full power. Such a talent, such strength, is being squandered by Winterfell. At any cost, he must be obtained. The terrible fortress requires such a sword. When the last piece of the breastplate is sent flying by Dick's blade, Beta Mormont is left clad only in a linen shirt soaked with sweat. His robust arms exposed to the cold air, his heaving chest revealing utter exhaustion and profound humiliation. His complexion pales, his gaze becomes vacant, and his hand gripping the massive axe trembles slightly. He parts his lips, as if to concede defeat or plead for mercy. Yet, Dick affords him no opportunity to speak. In that fleeting moment when Beta's resolve falters, a fierce glint ignites in Dick's eyes. His body dips slightly, and with a powerful thrust of his left foot, he strikes. Boom. A profoundly resonant sound reverberates. This kick lands squarely upon Beta Mormont's broad chest, now bereft of armor, unleashing an inhuman force that erupts in full fury. Beta Mormont, with his robust physique akin to that of a bear, was unexpectedly hurled through the air as if cast by a catapult, his feet leaving the ground in a dramatic arc. He soared over the astonished crowd, accompanied by gasps and the sound of shattering tables and chairs, before crashing heavily before the royal box where Princess Sophia Stark sat. Dust billowed around him as Beta lay sprawled on the ground, struggling momentarily before succumbing to unconsciousness. Princess Sophia, seated upright, turned pale as a ghost, devoid of any color. She gazed down at the fallen, disheveled Beta Mormont, and then shifted her gaze to the figure standing resolutely in the arena, a silver-haired warrior wielding a sword. King Wayne Stark was abruptly roused from his stupor by the commotion. His eyes, shadowed with dark circles, widened in disbelief as he surveyed the chaos before him and the incapacitated Beta. The remnants of his slumber ignited a spark of fury within him. He rose abruptly, trembling finger pointing towards Dick in the arena, seemingly poised to issue a harsh command to apprehend the audacious squire. Queen Anna Castark swiftly stood, a radiant smile gracing her lips, her voice ringing clear with joy. May the gods favor the North. Under your majesty's wise leadership, Winterfell has birthed such a valiant knight, a master of the sword. This is surely the mightiest king's knight to have emerged in the North. What a blessing for our realm. Her words, like a gentle rain, swiftly extinguished the king's burgeoning wrath. Herman Tohar quickly followed suit, bowing deeply and robustly, echoing her sentiments. Such a prodigy graces the North. All thanks to your majesty's brilliant rule. Congratulations to your majesty. Congratulations to the North. The sudden accolades left King Wayne Stark momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the silver-haired figure in the arena, who had single-handedly vanquished many, now besting even the strongest of the squire camp. Indeed, such a formidable warrior would become the king's knight he would personally endorse. Was this not the most potent testament to his authority as the ruler of the North? The minor accident and disrespect that had just transpired paled in comparison to such a dazzling achievement. Ha! Excellent. Well said. The king's scowl transformed into a look of triumph, his laughter resounding with satisfaction. May the gods bless the North. He surveyed the assembly, noting the hushed silence of the squires, none daring to challenge further, before fixing his authoritative gaze upon Dick. From this moment forth, Dick Castark is declared the king's knight of this assembly. The king paused, as if contemplating an even greater honor. His eyes scanned the gathered nobles and landed on Dick with a glimmer of cunning. I bestow upon you the Black Castle, a bastion guarding the North and the outer realms, as your fief as a knight. May you use this stronghold as a foundation to achieve further glory for the kingdom. At the utterance of these words, many nobles, well-versed in the North's affairs, felt a shiver run through them. The Black Castle? The once formidable stronghold of Terror Fortress, long dominated by the Bolton family, is hardly a gift. It is, in truth, an empty decree. The king has granted a semblance of legitimacy while directing Dick, this newly forged blade, towards the kingdom's most perilous foe, Terror Fortress. On the training grounds, all eyes are upon him. The horn sounds again, solemnly heralding the birth of the new king's knight. Dick Castark kneels slowly on one knee, accepting the accolade that symbolizes both glory and bondage. His head bowed. None can discern the expression hidden beneath his silvery locks, whether it be a frozen flame or the chill of an abyss. Only the unremarkable iron sword, now dusted with sand, stands silently in the earth before him, whispering of the astonishing battle of the shedding armor that has just transpired. Chapter 98. The iron sword faces north. The frigid northern wind lashes against Dick Castark's cheek, carrying with it flurries of snow. He halts his steed outside the shadow of Winterfell's grand gates, casting a glance back at the somber, wind-swept citadel. The horn falls silent, the clamor of the ceremony dissipating. Dick's fingers graze the unassuming Panto's iron sword at his side. The title of King's Knight was once seen by his father, Carlin, as a ladder to familial glory, a stepping stone into the very heart of power within Winterfell. For this, his father had been beguiled by the words of the court chancellor. Her mantle, Anna, would become the prince consort, and the Castark family would ascend as the royal lineage, entering the ranks of the squires. The title of King's Knight seemed within easy grasp, a tantalizing vision. Enchanted by the false promises, his father readily surrendered his sister, Anna. What was the outcome? A sordid power trade between the chancellor and the king, transforming the prince consort into a queen. Dick's aunt, Anna, became a thorn deeply embedded in Prince Red's heart and a most effective tool for her mantle to undermine the prince. The Castark family emerged as the royal lineage, reaping both benefits and hollow fame. Yet their honor was nailed to the pillar of shame, having clung to the powerful and offered their daughter for glory. The title of King's Knight was merely an additional lure. Dick and his father had believed that enduring a few years and becoming a royal squire would naturally lead to the coveted title. It was only through whispers from other squires and a reminder from Oliver Tull, the Chancellor's younger son, that he grasped the truth. The title of King's Knight must be earned by defeating all rivals within the squire camp. Life in Winterfell is akin to a thorny bush draped in lavish garments. Dick's strength commanded attention, the most piercing of which came from Princess Sophia Stark. Her affection radiated warmth like the winter sun. The tender feelings between youth blossomed under the shadow of power. They had once wandered the sacred woods together and shared secrets in the Tower of Tomes. That period was fleeting, as fragile as ice crystals. However, when Prince Red was cast out and abandoned by the king, and Sophia was elevated to the position of heir apparent, everything changed. The crown of power had yet to be placed upon her head, yet its cold gleam had already begun to reflect in her eyes. At that moment, Dick comprehended the truth. His emotions paled in comparison to Sophia's awakened thirst for power. She had chosen the path of authority, while he, Dick Cashtark, became the first to be cast aside. The gift of the North's king, Black Castle? It was an unvarnished mockery. A castle long held by the Bolton family. A mere promissory note, and a command directing his newly sharpened sword towards the fortress of terror. A cold smile crept across Dick's heart, nevertheless. It was fitting. Holding the title would ensure legitimacy in the future. Winterfell seemed entranced by the allure of power, from the highest to the lowest. The heavy gates creaked open with a jarring sound. A small troop filed out, led by Queen Anna Cashtark and Prime Minister Herman Talha, followed closely by their guards. Queen Anna, draped in a dark, thick cloak, bore a beautiful face marked by fatigue, yet her gaze towards Dick held a warmth that surpassed the biting cold. This woman, who sacrificed her happiness for her family, exhibited a resilience akin to the fierce northern winds, mingled with traces of weariness and solitude. She had attained the honor of a queen, but at the cost of so much more. The northern snowstorms, I feel I can scarcely recall their nature. Anna's voice was soft, yet it struck Dick's heart like a hammer. No matter how roaring the hearth in Winterfell, it could not warm the depths of the frozen earth within. Dick, return and diligently manage your domain. She paused, her eyes sweeping over Dick's youthful visage. Your father's intentions were for the family. Please convey to him that I bear him no resentment. Anna said no more, extending her hand to gently pat the back of Dick's tightly grasped reins, a gesture filled with care and poignant sentiment. Then, she turned her horse, retreating through the gates surrounded by her guards, her elegant attire rendering her silhouette fragile and solitary. Herman Talha approached on horseback, his face adorned with a characteristic smile. He rode alongside Dick, gazing towards the northern snowscape. An awe-inspiring victory, Sir Dick. Herman's voice was rich. The art of disarmament is indeed remarkable, unprecedented even. The king has bestowed upon you Black Castle. Though held by the Boltons, it signifies the kingdom's highest expectations of your capabilities. He deliberately avoided the term utilization. Dick's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon, his tone indifferent. You flatter me, Prime Minister. Herman chuckled lightly, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. In this land, power itself is the assurance of survival. He shifted his tone, adding layers of meaning. Winterfell resembles a vast birdcage. And you, Dick Cashtark, I know you are no mere captive. Your wings belong to a far broader, more ruthless sky. The bricks and rules here, and certain individuals, will only bind your claws and obscure your vision. He slightly tilted his head, capturing Dick's expression, his voice dropping to a whisper. Power is like the finest wine. Some sip and become intoxicated, while others succumb to its depths. Her Highness Sophia has chosen her own path, one that requires her to bravely navigate through thorns, leaving no room for anything that may obscure her brilliance. Your strength demands a battlefield where it can truly flourish. He subtly conveyed to Dick. The princess has opted for a throne of power and solitude, no longer the Sophia she once was. Winterfell, along with all it represents, is incompatible with that transformed princess. I have lingered in Winterfell for so long, not without the grace bestowed by Lord Herman, have I? A cold smile curved Dick's lips. Herman shook his head, his smile unwavering, his eyes glinting with brilliance. You see, whether it be elevating your family to prominence or crowning you as the Knight of the Realm, I have ultimately honored my promise, have I not? I have merely acted as a Prime Minister ought, respecting and wielding this power. Today, Sir Dick, you have chosen to return to the lands beyond the wall with your strength, a judicious choice, for there lies infinite potential for the strong. There, your sword can truly shape destiny, rather than being a mere pawn on another's chessboard or a subdued accessory in the shadow of a throne. He raised his hand in farewell. Go forth, young eagle. I anticipate the resounding cry of your triumph across that land. The future? Who can say? There may yet be a possibility for collaboration when our goals align. Herman's words served as both a farewell and an investment, a subtle hint towards the future. He recognized Dick's strength and potential, understanding that this young man departing from Winterfell for the lands beyond was akin to a dragon returning to the sea. His ascent was inevitable. Rather than fostering enmity, it was wiser to extend goodwill. Dick gazed deeply at Herman. He spoke no further, nodding slightly in farewell towards Herman and Winterfell. Then, with a sharp dig of his heels into the steed, the horse whinnied and galloped forth, kicking up clouds of snow. He did not look back. The biting wind seeped into his cloak, the frigid air filling his lungs, bringing a pain akin to awakening. The silhouette of Winterfell diminished behind him, ultimately obscured by the swirling snow. Ahead lay the vast, snow-laden expanse of the north, the direction leading to the lands beyond. To the territory of his family. The second son of House Stark, the newly minted knight of the realm, bore with him strength and swordsmanship. Along with the bitterness of being exploited, the wounds of betrayal, and a chilling understanding of the essence of power. Like an arrow released from its bow, he soared towards the next chapter of his destiny, one filled with iron, snow, and the true battlefield of freedom. In a tower of Winterfell, a young girl gazed into the distance, watching the silver-haired knight's vanishing figure, whispering softly, "My choice is not in vain. He shall come to regret it." Yet, a black obsidian dagger was clutched tightly against her chest, her knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Chapter 99. A reunion in the Wolf Woods. The fierce northern wind whistled through the towering ancient trees of the Wolf Woods, emitting a mournful howl. Dick Stark rode northward, his silver hair billowing in the wind like scattered strands of ice. He declined all the servants and soldiers arranged by his Aunt Anna, traversing the wilderness alone. This was not arrogance, but a profound awareness of his own capabilities. In solitude, he found greater comfort and heightened acuity. The longbow in his grasp seemed akin to an extended arm. Each draw of the string and release of the arrow resonated with chilling precision. In the distance, a grouse pecking in the snow collapsed at the sound of his shot. A snowshoe hare darting from the underbrush was impaled against a tree trunk by his arrow. With unerring accuracy, each twang of the bowstring heralded the arrival of death. Skillfully, he hung his quarry behind the saddle, a provision for the journey ahead. As the sun dipped towards the west, he reined in his horse beside a partially frozen brook in the forest. He efficiently prepared a plump moose, igniting a campfire and skewering the tender ribs over the flames. The fat dripped into the fire, crackling and hissing, while the rich aroma of roasting meat wafted through the woodland. Leaning against a massive frozen rock, he appeared relaxed, yet every sense was taut as a drawn bowstring. The frigid air, the warmth of the flames, the savory scent of rendered fat, and the gentle murmurs of the brook mingled with the subtle sounds of deliberately restrained breathing and the rustle of armor. A multitude, at least 100, crept silently like a pack of wolves from all directions, blocking every escape. Dick did not rise. He merely moved the roasted venison away from the fire, his hand resting on the hilt of his Panto's iron sword at his waist. The flickering firelight reflected in his eyes like two cold stars. Such fragrant meat, such swift arrows, such a vigilant young man. A booming voice shattered the stillness of the woods. The crowd parted, revealing a towering figure clad in a black cloak with crimson trim, with a rugged visage and keen, eagle-like eyes. It was none other than the mysterious man who had observed the duel in Winterfell's arena, Baelor Bolton, the Lord of the Dreadfort. His voice resonated like thunder, straightforward and brimming with the characteristic candor of the North. Baelor unceremoniously settled across from the fire, his gaze fixed intently on Dick, radiating pure admiration. Dick Stark, the King's Knight. TSK, TSK. How could that drunken fool, Wayne Stark, who has softened his bones with wine and women, dare to bestow a title upon you? His capacity is so limited that he cannot even contain the cold glint of your blade. Baelor seized a piece of the well-roasted venison, unperturbed by the heat, tearing into it with gusto, juices streaming down his scruffy beard, his movements coarse yet imbued with a certain grandeur. Look at what he has done. He has stolen his son's woman and favored a viper like Tohar, turning the North into a pot of spoiled broth. Baelor's voice brimmed with strength as he boldly proclaimed his ambitions. And my bloodline can be traced back to the true queen of the North, Sansa. In terms of merit and fortitude, that seat in Winterfell is long overdue for a change. Join me, Dick. The gates of the terrifying fortress stand wide open for you, offering a glory and true dominion far surpassing that of the illusory King's Knight. Stark, the respect and space you cannot provide, I can. Just utter the words. Dick's gaze swept over the silent, yet formidable soldiers behind Bolton, ultimately landing back on Bedell, whose face radiated sincerity and boldness, calm and unyielding. Your lordship has shown great favor. The House of Stark, once the ancestral stronghold of Castle Caho, is now occupied by your vassal, the Thurn family. Is it possible that your lord's earnestness could persuade the Thurn family to return the city of Caho, which has been seized for over a century? His tone dripped with unabashed sarcasm. Badel's smile remained undiminished, indeed becoming more forthright. Castle Caho, that is a matter of years long past. Now, you Stark family have taken root beyond the wall. Your rise in the north is imminent. Why linger on grievances from so long ago? Broaden your perspective, lad. The terrifying fortress never holds back from true strength. I am not a hypocritical Stark, but if you nod, at that moment. Dick's gaze fixed upon a hooded figure behind Badel, whose posture was slightly hunched. The individual seemed to strive to conceal himself, yet the evident stiffness and weakness of his knees betrayed him. A gust of wind rustled, slightly lifting the edge of the hood, revealing a face that Dick would never forget. Cassio Celeris, the heir of the Celeris family, once the champion knight of the terrifying fortress, now a traitor who had been rendered crippled by his own hand at the trembling seaside fortress. A surge of icy rage instantaneously seized Dick's heart. Cassio Celeris, this worm, who tarnished the family honor and should have rotted away in the dungeons. How could he be standing behind Badel Bolton? His father, Carlin Stark, harbored an unyielding loathing for traitors. How could he allow this traitor to escape so easily? Unless something has transpired at Hornhill? This thought pierced through his mind, bringing a chill of dread. If even the oversight of a cripple could falter, then surely something has gone awry at Hornhill? How could he be here? Dick's voice suddenly turned frigid, like ice daggers piercing, his gaze fixed on Cassio as if he intended to pin him once more. Badel followed his gaze, his jovial smile unwavering, even tinged with an air of entitlement. Oh, you mean Cassio? The Bolton family would never abandon one of its own. Rescuing him is merely a trifling matter. Is this not 100-fold better than Stark's coldness? He spread his hands, seemingly showcasing the loyalty and strength of the Boltons. Dick slowly rose to his feet. You have rescued the traitor of our family and brought him before me. The fire behind him flickered, casting his upright figure like a drawn sword against the cold stone wall. An invisible, suffocating pressure began to permeate the air. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Bardell furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Dick's vehement reaction. Why must you act in such haste, young man? If you can save him, I can certainly capture him again. Dick's voice was resolute, unyielding in its conviction. Subdue him. Capture this burden. Only by wielding sufficient leverage can we swiftly uncover the truths hidden within the Horned Fortress. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang into action. The otherworldly power bestowed by the 72 remnants of the Earth Fiends erupted within him. He surged forth like a streak of silver, his aim unwavering, directly targeting Cassio, who stood behind Bardell. However, his true intent was to flush Bardell out or seize him outright. Stop him. The boldness that had once graced Bardell's countenance was swiftly supplanted by astonishment and urgency. Instinctively, he retreated while gesturing for his men to respond. He held a certain admiration for Dick, yet the sudden ferocity and speed of this youth far surpassed his earlier estimations. It was not fear that gripped him, but a desire to avoid losing his elite forces in this desolate forest and an aversion to engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the young man he respected. Several elite soldiers of Burden reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing their swords and knives in a bid to intercept the rampaging Silver Wolf. Yet, Dick's speed was beyond imagination. His iron sword remained sheathed, wielded as a weapon in its casing. Bang, bang, crack. The dull thud of impact and the sound of shattering bones resonated almost simultaneously. The first two burly soldiers were sent sprawling, armor and all, as though struck by a maddened beast of the frozen tundra, their breastplates visibly crumpling as they spewed blood. Toppling those behind them, the third soldier's curved blade was deftly knocked aside by the sword's sheath, shattering his grip, and before the agonizing pain could register, a booted foot struck his abdomen like a battering ram, propelling him skyward and crashing him against a dead tree as thick as a bull. Such terrifying strength, such inhuman speed. The wolf forest transformed into a coliseum for Dick's unleashed might. His figure flickered amidst the shadows of withered wood, snowdrifts, and the glow of campfires. Each appearance was heralded by the muffled thud of impact, the groans of armor, and the anguished cries of fallen foes. The sword sheath in his grasp became the most ferocious of bludgeons, sweeping and smashing with unstoppable force. He sought not to kill, but rather to clear a path with the most brutish of displays, relentlessly pursuing his objective. Bardell shielded Cassio as they retreated, watching in disbelief as his proud elite fell before Dick like straw before the wind. His eyes brimmed with astonishment, confusion, and a tinge of offended ire. Bardell, while issuing sharp commands to his soldiers to encircle, shouted at Dick, "Stop. We are not enemies." Chapter 100. Concern deep within the wolf forest. Silence intertwined with the stench of blood. Dick fixed his gaze on the terrifying figure of Bardell Burden, his ears dulled to all other sounds. In his eyes burned a cold fire, a gnawing anxiety over the potential upheaval at the Horned Fortress. They must be captured. Capture this Burden leader and that traitor. Only by unlocking the truth with utmost swiftness. His onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. Each strike bore the resolute determination to shatter all obstacles. The sword sheath transformed into a blurred shadow, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Boom! Another knight of the Borton, who dared to impede his path, was sent flying, both man and shield, the latter splintering into fragments. Dick surged forward like a human avalanche, an unstoppable force trampling over the fallen foes. Each step eliciting a groan from the frozen earth. He was now less than 10 paces away from Bader Borton, who was desperately retreating to protect Cassio. The bravado had vanished from Bader's face, replaced by a grave demeanor and a hint of ferocity driven into a corner. He drew his sword, an ominous two-handed broadsword. "You lunatic!" Bader bellowed, retreating further, the heavy sword braced before him, poised to confront the lethal charge of this silver wolf. Behind him, Cassio's eyes brimmed with resentment and despair. A chilling light surged in Dick's eyes, power coursing through every sinew and bone, his target fixed. Bader. He aimed to subdue this formidable lord of the fortress in one decisive blow. With a powerful stomp, the hard frozen ground cracked beneath his foot, stones flying in all directions. He launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, enveloped in the tempest of wind, snow, and murderous intent. A hand infused with terrifying strength outstretched, fingers like iron hooks, reaching for Bader. The velocity was so great it left only an afterimage on the retina. In that fleeting moment, as if frozen in time, a clear yet furious voice rang out, "Stop." A slender figure darted forth from Bader's side, unhesitatingly spreading her arms wide, resolutely placing herself between Dick's formidable hand and Bader. The distance was too close, the speed too swift. The gale generated by Dick's hand, capable of crushing stone, collided violently with the girl's hood, lifting it away as if torn by an invisible hand. Time seemed to freeze for Dick as an enraged and terrified visage of a young girl filled his vision. Her emerald eyes blazed with unyielding fury, resembling two boiling jade lakes, fearlessly confronting the wrathful beast before her. Her light golden hair, freed from the confines of the hood, cascaded like a molten waterfall, dancing wildly in the chilling wind and the scent of blood, with strands brushing against Dick's hand, suspended in midair, imparting a curious, cool softness. In that moment, she resembled a crystal rose blooming defiantly amidst a blizzard, fragile yet incredibly resilient. Dick's overwhelming force, poised to obliterate all, met an invisible barrier as it touched those eyes. Ablaze with pure anger, and was astonishingly restrained. His hand, capable of splitting stone, halted mere half an inch from the girl's smooth, radiant forehead, imbued with residual gusts of wind. The wind that swept through stirred her golden hair, brushing against her lashes that trembled slightly with excitement. "You." The girl's voice rose with anger, laced with a barely perceptible quiver, yet it cut through the cacophony of the battlefield with crystal clarity. "You madman. Barbarian. My father sincerely sought your alliance, so earnestly. Yet you, without a second thought, resort to violence. How can there exist such an unreasonable person as you in this world?" Dick's palm remained suspended in midair, his fingertips grazing the warmth of the breath exhaled by the girl. He forcefully suppressed the surge of inexplicable emotions within him, directing his gaze past her furious visage to fixate on the sinister figure of Cassio Celas lurking in the shadow of Bader. "Sincerely?" Dick's voice lowered, yet it still carried a chilling edge as he pointed towards Cassio, each word striking the ground like an icicle. "What of him, Cassio Celas? A traitor to my Stark family, a defiler of our honor, a scum that ought to have rotted away. Why is he standing behind your father? The Bolton family rescued him. What does that imply?" Dick's gaze sharpened like a blade, sweeping over Bader and the girl, rife with unmasked anxiety and inquiry. His presence here, unscathed, bore the mark I left him. There could be but one explanation. Something has gone awry at the Hornburg. It may have even been attacked. The last of his words erupted from between clenched teeth, filled with suppressed fury. Lola Bolton, upon hearing this, froze momentarily, the flush of anger on her face ebbing slightly. A flicker of astonishment and understanding passing through her emerald eyes. She glanced back at her father, who bore a pallid countenance yet still shielded Cassio. Then at her resentful brother-in-law, as if suddenly comprehending the root of Dick's rage. "Are you worried about your family?" Lola's voice softened, tinged with disbelief and absurdity. "Is that truly the reason? What else could it be?" Dick retorted coldly, his hand finally lowering, though his muscles remained taut, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. Lola inhaled deeply, striving to quell her emotions. She turned to face Dick, her green eyes meeting his with a mix of misunderstood grievance and an urgent desire to clarify. "You fool. How long has the Sellas family occupied Hornburg? Rescuing a person from a dungeon is as simple for us as plucking fruit from our own backyard. What does this have to do with attacking your Hornburg? My father genuinely admires your strength. He sought your alliance and came to see you in person out of sincerity. Who would have thought you?" In frustration, she stamped her foot, her pale golden hair once again billowing with emotion. "Like a mad savage, you lash out indiscriminately." At this moment, Bader Bolton also let out a heavy grunt, propping his sword against the ground, surveying the surrounding area, filled with fallen, groaning soldiers. His face contorted with tension. He gazed at Dick with an expression of profound complexity, a mixture of lingering shock at the other's terrifying strength, compassion for the knights and soldiers, and a simmering anger at the offense he felt. Yet, beneath it all, there remained a faint glimmer of incredulous admiration. Badel spoke in a low voice, laced with restrained fury, yet also bearing a hint of the magnanimity of a formidable leader. Lola was right. Capturing Cassio was merely a matter of convenience. You are powerful, shockingly so, but also absurdly reckless. The crackling of the campfire punctuated the air, mingling with the lingering scent of blood that hung in the cold wind. Dick stood resolutely, his gaze sweeping over the enraged girl and the complex Duke of Bolton. The cold doubts did not dissipate. Rather, they sank deeper into his heart under the weight of the other's nonchalance about his so-called convenience. How could one trust those who consort with traitors? He slowly straightened his back, the shattered sword sheath pointing to the ground, his voice growing somber. "Silas is a traitor to Castark. By standing with him, you position yourselves as my enemies. This matter will not end here." His gaze finally rested on Badel and Lola. "You had best pray for the safety of my family." Chapter 101. Sometimes, the adversary understands you better. The wolf's forest returned to silence, save for the crackling fire, the howling wind and snow, and the muffled groans of the wounded. The scent of blood lingered, a testament to the brief yet brutal clash that had just unfolded. Badel Bolton, his daughter Lola, and Cassio Silas remained rooted in place, staring in the direction where Dick Castark had vanished, as if frozen by the chill that still enveloped them. After a long moment, Badel exhaled a cloud of white breath. He surveyed the scene, noting that most of the 100 elite knights he had brought lay fallen, though none had perished, many suffering fractures and serious injuries, rendering them unable to fight. He has truly departed. Lola's voice trembled, uncertain whether it was from lingering fear or unbridled excitement. Indeed, Badel bent to retrieve his heavy sword, sheathing it slowly. Weariness etched on his face. "Cassio," his tone unusually grave, "your earlier warning proved accurate. I once believed that with 100 loyal knights at my side, I could handle any unforeseen circumstance, demonstrate my strength and sincerity, and ensure absolute safety. I was mistaken." He shook his head, his gaze once more drifting to the now empty woods, as if he could still see that indomitable figure. Such power has transcended reason. It cannot be simply thwarted by sheer numbers. Cassio's pale face contorted with a mixture of hatred and fear. "My lord, he is a monster. He defies all logic." Badel nodded, his eyes sweeping over Cassio's crippled leg. "Rescuing you was merely the first step. Bolton will never forget Silas's loyalty. There will be opportunities for you to reunite in the future." He shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. "You harbor hatred for him and have crossed paths with him. Beyond his monstrous strength, what else do you know? Any detail could prove invaluable." Cassio inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. "This man is peculiar. He appears to place great importance on family. It is said that during his childhood, when the House of Stark was on the verge of collapse, he began to assist his family through various means, constructing workshops, repairing roads, and even personally tending to the wounded veterans. Even though his father, Catelyn, did not seem to hold him in high regard as his younger son, suppressing him and later effectively exiling him to the tribes of the wilderness, he continued his endeavors. It seems that family holds significant weight in his heart." Beside him, Lola could not help but interject, her emerald eyes wide with realization. Was his sudden, frenzied assault merely a reaction to the belief that we had attacked his home and harmed his kin? It would appear so. Cassio nodded gloomily and continued, noting that he possesses an inexplicable sense of morality, whether within the confines of their family estate or in the wilderness. He treats his soldiers and even his servants with remarkable kindness, never resorting to oppression. There have been no whispers of greed associated with him. Even more perplexing is the fact that, as a nobleman, he shows little interest in women. There are no reports of him having dallied with maids or frequenting brothels. A most astonishing trait among those of noble birth. Cassio's tone brimmed with incredulity. Lola blinked, her curiosity piqued. Tinged with the typical malice found in Westerosi speculation. Could it be that he favors men? Such inclinations are not unheard of within noble circles. Cassio immediately shook his head. It seems unlikely. After being coaxed by that old fox, Herman, to Winterfell, he quickly became infatuated with the Princess Sophia. It is said that the two indeed shared a romantic liaison, suggesting he is rather susceptible, perhaps even naive, lacking experience in matters of the heart, and easily captivated. Bardell Bolton listened, his rugged brow furrowing deeply. As a standard noble steeped in the power dynamics of a quasi-medieval realm, he found it utterly incomprehensible that one could eschew ambition, shun carnal pleasures, and refrain from amassing wealth. What, then, does he pursue? Surely, he must possess some passion. Indeed, Cassio affirmed, his tone growing even more peculiar. Hunting. He is utterly obsessed with it, bordering on madness. It is said that at a very young age, unable to contend with large beasts, he began hunting mice, earning himself the unflattering moniker of rodent slayer, much to the amusement of other noble youths, yet he remained unfazed. Later, when exiled to the wilderness, where the struggling wildlings acknowledged Catelyn as their lord, he enjoyed a high status as Catelyn's son and had no need to worry about his livelihood. Nevertheless, he continued to partake in every hunting expedition. And even when the tribal hunters returned from their pursuits to rest, he could be found, accompanied by a few companions, scouring the plains for game as if under a spell. Lola gasped in astonishment. Could it be that his formidable strength stems from this fervent hunting? This was met with a firm rebuttal from Bardell Bolton, who categorically denied the possibility. I have encountered numerous seasoned hunters from the north, whose skills may be exceptional, yet none can possibly possess such terrifying power. While hunting may hone one's technique and courage, it cannot bestow upon him this extraordinary strength. Bader gazed at the final rays of the setting sun, gradually consumed by the wolf-infested forest, his tone laced with a sense of fateful lament. The world is perpetually unjust. Every few years, a select few emerge, favored by fate itself. They are born destined to be different, endowed with powers or talents that mere mortals cannot attain. After a moment of contemplation, Bader mused thoughtfully. Thus, we behold Dick Castark, endowed with superhuman strength, holding family in utmost regard, possessing a peculiar moral compass, eschewing hedonism, yet harboring an extraordinary passion for hunting. Cassio hesitated before adding, additionally, my lord, this information is rather difficult to verify, but through extensive investigation and personal experience, I have formed a rather strange impression. Dick seems never to take a life. Bader and Lola turned to Cassio in unison. Cassio continued, at least, in all the records and rumors I have managed to uncover regarding him, whether concerning disputes within the Castark territory or conflicts with wildlings or other factions on the plains, even during that battle at the fortress by the trembling sea, his actions, though seemingly brutal, left countless individuals injured rather than dead. It appears he harbors a peculiar respect for human life, or perhaps a moral boundary. Yet, this is merely my intuition. I could be mistaken. Moreover, upon encountering him again, he seems to have grown more irritable and impulsive than before. Bader caressed the hilt of his sword, his gaze profound. People change and grow. It is entirely natural. Valuing family, possessing eccentric morals, and a penchant for hunting. A powerful yet contradictory young man. He murmured softly, injuring but not killing, injuring but not killing. Suddenly, he turned to his daughter, who had been listening quietly, a smile gracing his face. Lola, my daughter, have you not frequently lamented that the suitors I have arranged for you are all weaklings unworthy of you, yearning for a genuine strongman? Lola paused, her beautiful azure eyes meeting her father's, a flicker of premonition crossing her face. Bader gestured toward the direction Dick had vanished, raising his chin slightly. Look, the true strongman stands before us, young, powerful, and according to Cassio's description, seemingly innocent in matters of love. My daughter, you are more beautiful, bolder, and more captivating than the scheming princess of Winterfell. Why not take a chance? Pursue him, and court him in your own way. My lord, Cassio exclaimed, his face awash with shock and disapproval. This is far too reckless. He has just, Bader interrupted him, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Precisely because he has just demonstrated both his strength and his vulnerability. He signaled to the two knights beside him to escort the eager Lola, as she disappeared into the woods. Vader's gaze became incredibly sharp and profound. From time to time, the world gives rise to formidable individuals. Those who wield the power to alter the course of destiny. The tall Duncan, single-handedly capable of bringing an end to civil strife. The fearless Baristan, able to determine the outcome of the 9 copper coins war. This world adores the strong. Yet, Dick Cashdack, so young, yet already displaying a terrifying prowess that surpasses even the legendary heroes. Not even 100 riders could impede his advance. And we, at this moment, understand his might and his vulnerabilities better than anyone else. To attempt to seize this crucial thread of fate before he has completely become an enigma would be the greatest folly and a lamentable loss. Cassio inquired with difficulty, but what if we fail? Bader Bolton laughed heartily. I shall seize every opportunity that fate bestows. Yet I, Bader Bolton, shall always be prepared to confront any possible answer destiny may offer. We shall return back to Horror Fortress. We need more champions, more knights, more soldiers, stronger fortifications. Since this world has begun to reveal its perilous side, we must become more perilous than the danger itself. Chapter 102. A taste of feast. The night in the wolf forest was as dense and black as ink poured and solidified. The cold wind swirled with snowflakes, weaving through the trees, emitting a mournful low howl, as if countless invisible spirits were wandering in the darkness, lurking. Dick Cashdack found a rocky cliff, slightly elevated, allowing for a meager view of a small clearing among the trees. He cleared away the snow and skillfully kindled a campfire. The orange flames leaped, dispersing the surrounding chill and unsettling darkness, casting his tall figure against the jagged stone wall, flickering uncertainly. He placed the hind legs of a plump deer over the fire, the fat dripping into the flames, producing a sizzling sound, and the rich aroma of meat began to waft, slightly alleviating the forest's inherent chill. Just then, the sharp and sudden sound of hooves shattered this fleeting tranquility, growing louder as they approached. Dick tightened his grip on his sword, his muscles instinctively entering a state of alert, his eyes, sharp as an eagle beneath silver hair, fixed on the source of the sound in the darkness. The crimson-skinned emblem of the Bolton family adorned the riders' cloaks. Dick frowned slightly, observing them as they reined in their horses, not advancing further. Soon after, a magnificent white horse emerged, and a young lady, agile and poised, dismounted with the characteristic grace of a northern noblewoman. She tossed the reins to a knight and waved her hand. 2 knights appeared hesitant, yet under the undeniable gaze of the young lady. They ultimately turned their horses around and silently vanished into the darkness from whence they came. Lola Bolton, alone, strode directly towards Dick's campfire. She approached the fire without hesitation, even naturally reaching out to turn the perfectly roasted legs of deer, as if it were her own encampment. Dick found himself at a loss for how to respond. What peculiar behavior from this skinned lady? He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an unabashed mockery. What? Has the Bolton family fallen so low that they cannot afford a decent dinner for their own daughter? Or is it the tradition of the Boltons to feast upon the scraps of others, including your father? This marks the 2nd time today. Lola lifted her head, the campfire illuminating her youthful and vibrant visage. Her pale golden hair cascaded like molten gold, and her emerald eyes sparkled with a bold and unwavering light in the fire's glow, meeting Dick's mocking gaze without flinching. Castark, your grilling skills are far inferior to your swordplay. You flipped it too late, and the other side is almost charred. She offered her critique before addressing his question, her tone assertive. I did not come here to mooch. Then what is your purpose? To admire the nocturnal beauty of the Wolfwood? Or to continue your father's unfinished solicitation? Dick's voice remained frosty, laced with suspicion. He simply could not fathom why this young Bolton would dare to venture here alone. Lola clapped her hands, placing her hands on her hips, her figure accentuated by the firelight, exuding a wild beauty. I am here for the reputation of House Bolton. Her voice rang clear, infused with a distinctive frankness. You made a harsh remark this evening, saying, you had better pray that my family is unharmed. Humph. Childish. Absurd. Lola lifted her chin slightly. My father has said, that which has not been done, has not been done. Though the Dreadfort may bear a notorious reputation, we stand by our actions. Why should we? The Boltons, take the blame for your Castark family's possible misfortunes and endure your childish threats? Lola stepped closer, nearly treading upon the edge of the fire, her emerald gaze fixed intently on Dick. You don't believe me, do you? You think the Boltons are cunning and treacherous, that nothing we say can be trusted, right? Very well. She pointed to herself. I, Lola Bolton, the 3rd daughter of the Duke of the Dreadfort, Bader Bolton. I will follow you now. You shall see for yourself. Investigate personally. If you ultimately discover that the attack on your family, the harm to your kin, is indeed linked to House Bolton in any way. Lola's voice was resolute, imbued with a near-reckless candor. Then I will stand by your side. At that moment, do as you will. With my blood, cleanse your suspicions and insults towards my family. Will that suffice? Dick was rendered speechless. He had anticipated various scenarios, even the possibility of another ambush. Yet he never expected such a simple, direct, and even brazen rationale. Gazing into the depths of the girl's clear, tenacious eyes, the taut string within him, strained from excessive worry for his family, quietly loosened. In that moment, she had provided assurance in a manner akin to hostage security. He fell silent for a moment, diverting his gaze from her unwavering stare, his tone softening slightly. There is no need for such extremes. You may return. The night in Wolfwood is not a place for you. To Dick's astonishment, Lola remained completely unfazed. Instead, she plopped down on the flat stone beside the fire, crossing her arms. Return? My night has been sent away by me. In this pitch darkness, amidst the treacherous ravines and beasts of the wolf forest, you expect a fragile maiden like me to find her way back alone. Lola blinked her emerald eyes, suddenly donning a slightly provocative expression. Hey, silver-haired one, you are a knight, aren't you? Is the chivalry of the Castark family merely to abandon a noble lady in a perilous forest at midnight? Before Dick could respond, a long, mournful wolf howl pierced the night, shattering the silence. Soon, a second and then a third howl echoed, multiplying into a chorus of chilling cries. Icy malevolence swept in with the howling wind. The provocation and feigned composure vanished from Lola's face in an instant. She sprang up, instinctively stepping closer to Dick, genuine fear flashing across her features. Strands of her light golden hair were tousled by the wind, brushing against her fair cheeks, while the flickering firelight danced in her azure eyes, reflecting both the vibrant flames and the unfathomable darkness. The facade of bravery was swiftly replaced by primal terror, rendering her strikingly vulnerable in the warm glow of the campfire. Yet, Dick remained composed. He did not immediately reach for the iron sword at his side. His gaze swept through the darkened woods, where several ghostly green lights flickered, resembling will-o'-the-wisps, approaching with gluttony and hunger. Stay by the fire. He calmly instructed the trembling girl beside him. He turned, retrieving the longbow and quiver from the saddle. With fluid precision, he nocked an arrow, showing no sign of hesitation. Drawing the bowstring with inhuman strength, he felt the tension in his muscles, yet the act seemed effortless. The wolf's green eyes became the most conspicuous target in the dense blackness. With a sharp twang, the arrow was released, its flight slicing through the air, nearly drowning out the howling wind. In the next moment, a brief, anguished cry resonated from the distance, and one pair of green eyes extinguished. Dick's movements were unceasing. He nocked another arrow, drew the bow, and released it with a seamless rhythm, embodying a cold and efficient grace. The arrows flew in rapid succession. Each twang of the bowstring was invariably accompanied by a wolf's wail and the snuffing out of another pair of green lights. The speed was astonishing, seemingly requiring no aim, relying solely on instinct. Lola's initial terror was swiftly supplanted by the unfolding scene before her. With her mouth slightly agape, she watched the silver-haired youth beside her with wide, unblinking eyes. He stood before the campfire, his posture straight as a pine, his profile starkly outlined by the flickering flames. His gaze focused and serene. Each draw of the bow was a harmonious blend of strength and precision, embodying a captivating contradiction of extreme calmness and fierce intensity. The howls of the wolf pack, once filled with menace, swiftly transformed into panicked whimpers as the remaining green glow retreated in disarray, ultimately vanishing into the darkness, leaving behind only faint, reluctant barks and a subtle scent of blood in the air. Dick slowly lowered his longbow, returning the remaining arrows to his quiver, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Turning his head, he noticed Lola staring at him, the flickering firelight dancing in her clear eyes, which now seemed to hold a newfound complexity and brilliance. Chapter 103. Riding the morning light pierced through the shadows of the wolf-infested forest, dispelling the chill of the night. The embers of the campfire still glowed, and Dick was already packed and ready to continue his journey northward. Lola, rubbing her eyes, sat up, her tousled golden hair lending her a wild charm. She watched Dick as he tightened the girth of the saddle, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Hey, silver-haired one, are you just going to leave like this?" Without glancing back, Dick replied, "What else? Stay behind to watch the sunrise. You seem to have forgotten something." Lola stood and brushed off the dust from her leather skirt, stepping closer to him, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. "What about me? You scared away my night. And I drove off my horse yesterday, which now seems rather foolish in retrospect." You can't just abandon me in this desolate wilderness, can you? Dick shot her a glance. You can make your own way back to the terrible fortress. Make my own way? Lola exaggerated, gesturing dramatically. Look at this forest. It's riddled with ravines, wild wolves, and beasts. You expect me, a delicate noble lady, to traverse the wolf woods alone? Has the knightly spirit of House Castark been devoured by dogs? Her arguments were sound, yet tinged with a hint of stubbornness. Dick frowned, and seeing his silence, Lola pressed on. You're heading back to the steppe. And just south of Castle Castark lies Black Castle, now under the jurisdiction of our terrible fortress. Observing his expression, she continued lightly, my father has always admired you. He mentioned that if you are willing, we can negotiate the governance of Black Castle and East Sea Lookout as a symbol of friendship. Pausing briefly, her cheeks flushed. She lowered her voice. Even as a bonus, a daughter of the Bolton family who can assist you in administration. This was a blatant invitation and a hint at a potential alliance. Dick glared at her, but the clarity in her gaze made it difficult for him to react with anger. Had he tacitly accepted? Seeing he did not object, Lola's face lit up with a triumphant smile. All right then, it's settled. We shall head to the steppe. Yet the question returned to its origin. How would they proceed? Lola spread her hands. I have no horse. Shall I walk on my 2 legs to the steppe? Her glance darted to Dick's warhorse, and suddenly a cunning smile crossed her face. With agility, she grasped the saddle, mounted the horse, and inched closer, looking down at Dick from her elevated position. Her eyes sparkled with provocation. What are you waiting for? Are you, the illustrious Dick Castark, afraid to ride with me? Or are you worried you might not be able to control yourself? She deliberately puffed her chest out. Dick was momentarily taken aback by her boldness, but a surge of defiance welled within him. With a snort, he grasped the saddle and mounted the horse, pressing closely against Lola's back, his arm encircling her as he took the reins, drawing her snugly into his embrace. Am I afraid? His deep voice dripped with mockery, warm breath brushing against her ear, causing her body to tense slightly in his embrace. We share this ride. The one at a disadvantage is certainly not me. Behave yourself and refrain from playing with fire. Yet, Lola could not suppress the upward curve of her lips. She distinctly felt the heat radiating from his body behind her, the firmness of his muscles, and the intoxicating blend of leather, cold iron, and masculine scent that quickened her heartbeat. Instead of complying, she deliberately leaned back in rhythm with the horse, each jolt drawing them closer together. Dick maintained a stern expression, striving to ignore the soft sensation against his chest and the fragrant tendrils of hair brushing his face. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. He tightened his grip around her, steadying the reins as he gruffly commanded, hold on tight. The warhorse broke into a brisk trot, increasing the jostling. Lola gasped, instinctively leaning back, nearly embedding herself completely in Dick's embrace. She could even feel his vigorous heartbeat thudding against her back. A blush crept onto her cheeks, yet her azure eyes sparkled with excitement and a sense of triumph. The silver and gold figures were tightly entwined, riding the same steed, traversing the melting snow in the forest towards the north. Silence enveloped them, not awkward, but charged with tension, an undercurrent of unspoken intimacy. After days of travel, the silhouette of Shadow Tower emerged at the horizon's edge. The ruins had been rejuvenated, with a rough yet sturdy wooden and stone structure rising prominently. The Arrow Tower soaring high, and the newly unfurled direwolf banner fluttering in the cold wind, proclaiming Winterfell's absolute dominion. As they approached the outpost, a familiar, boisterous voice echoed across the snowy expanse. 7 hells. Look who it is. The mightiest knight of House Stark has returned. Dick dismounted, revealing a rare, genuine smile. His uncle, Tony Stark, strode forth with purpose. Tony remained unkempt, with scruffy facial hair and a mischievous glint in his eyes. Uncle Tony, Dick exclaimed, dismounting as his boots sank into the snow. Tony laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder, but his gaze quickly shifted to the horse, where Lola was gracefully sliding down, her landing slightly unsteady as she steadied herself with Dick's arm. Tony's eyes lit up, and he whistled, nudging Dick with his elbow, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Well, look at you. You've snagged quite the fiery little wildcat. Where did you find her? This fair-skinned blonde is certainly not a girl from beyond the wall. Is she? Dick felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, coughing awkwardly as he cast a cautious glance at the direwolf banners and soldiers nearby. He pulled his uncle aside, hissing through clenched teeth, don't shout. Do you want to draw everyone's attention? This is Lola Bolton. Bolton. Tony's teasing demeanor froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he struggled to suppress an exclamation. The Boltons of the Dreadfort? The kin of the flayed man? How did you get entangled with them? If Winterfell learns of this. Tony's expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief, unconsciously tugging at his unruly beard. Dick replied with an extremely complex look, conveying a silent "It's complicated, don't ask further." Tony stood dumbfounded for a moment, his gaze drifting back to Lola, who stood poised, the morning light accentuating her delicate profile and vibrant figure, a striking contrast to the rugged surroundings. He turned to regard his nephew, whose formidable countenance was now devoid of shock, replaced by a blend of understanding and playful mockery. Suddenly, Tony chuckled again, nodding to himself as he murmured softly, "Well, that's all right." The formidable, akin to the nocturnal allure of a flame, invariably attract the most numerous moths and the most exquisite butterflies, irrespective of their variety. Understanding this, the elder man clapped Dick on the shoulder, wearing an expression that exuded a condescending familiarity, as if to say, "I have been there, I understand." At that moment, Lola turned, extending an impeccable greeting to Tony, her cerulean eyes glistening and her lips curling into a subtle, cunning smile. "Good day, sir. I am Lola. It is a pleasure to meet you." Sir Dick fortuitously came to my aid while I was lost. She deliberately employed innocuous and ambiguous phrasing. Tony returned the greeting with a smirk, his gaze sweeping between the two like a searchlight, laden with meaning. "Now, let us address the matter at hand." Tony, suppressing his jest, spoke earnestly. "Your father has tasked me with escorting you. Your tenure as the king's attendant has concluded, and it is time for your family to bestow upon you the title and lands of a knight. He instructed me to take you directly to Difficult Fortress. As the Stode's Point has been prepared, henceforth, it shall serve as the foundation of your fiefdom." Hearing that the family lands remained intact, Dick felt a measure of relief. Seizing the opportunity, he posed a pressing question. "Uncle Tony, what transpired at Horned Fortress? How was Cassius Sellers rescued?" Tony's expression darkened instantaneously, and he spat in frustration. "Damn it, do not even mention it. It was a sheer oversight. Horned Fortress has been occupied by the Sellers family for years, and there are always die-hard loyalists who have managed to ascertain the layout of the dungeons. They took advantage of a lapse during the changing of the guard to facilitate his escape." He paused, noticing Dick's frown, and quickly added, "But fear not. The patriarch and the second son of the Sellers family remain imprisoned in the deepest, darkest dungeon. They are trapped with no means of escape. Occasionally, they are paraded before their former comrades for use." Tony surveyed the surroundings, his tone shifting to one of conviction. "Rest assured, they cannot overturn the situation." Chapter 104. Sprouting in the northern outskirts, beneath the stark white rays of the sun emblazoned upon a black flag, a contingent braved the snowstorm, journeying northwards. Dick Karstark was en route to the domain that belonged to him, Difficult Fortress. As they traversed the gradually reviving Ghostwood Forest, they ultimately halted at the pinnacle of Stode's Point. Difficult Fortress loomed there, overlooking the Deepwater Harbor. This stronghold, once deemed a cursed land, later reconstructed by the ancestors of the Karstark lineage and seized by the Sellers family, now welcomed its new master. At the harbor's edge, the venerable Knight Cohen Park and his son James Park led nearly 100 spirited retainers, standing in neat formation, reverently awaiting Dick's arrival. Many among them bore expressions of excitement and reverence for the triumphs that had pacified the coastal stronghold, while others remained oblivious. The inhabitants of the Karstark territory were acutely aware of the formidable nature of their lord. At the forefront of the crowd stood the mute Yara and her brother Arno. Yara clutched the plump cat, Fat Bob, tightly in her arms, her beautiful eyes gleaming with joy and dependence as she gazed at Dick. His eyes swept across the youthful retainers, many of whom bore remarkably familiar faces. These were the very ones he had summoned to serve during his tenure as the acting Lord of Winterfell, for lack of anyone else to employ, young lads. All sons of the Knights of House Karstark. He had initially believed that after his resignation, those individuals and kin would manage the aftermath. Little did he expect that his father, Duke Caron, with a sweeping gesture, would assign this group of scouts, who had undergone preliminary training and harbored considerable affection for him, entirely to his service, serving as the foundation for his ascent. Truly, the tides of fate are unpredictable. Dick's lips twitched slightly. "Well, I must take my leave." Tony clapped Dick on the shoulder. "Your father and brother are making significant moves. Their first target is Castle Castor. Those noblemen from beyond the wall, emboldened by their isolation, dare to use the long-missing Black Duke Jon Snow as an excuse to deny the guardian of the South title bestowed by the king in the north. Humph. It is high time they are awakened. I must hasten to assist. You should focus on managing your own territory, keeping a watchful eye on Black Castle and Eastwatch. Although they appear tranquil now, proximity breeds caution." With that, Tony exchanged a knowing wink with Dick and Lola before mounting his horse, departing in a whirlwind accompanied by a cadre of Stark soldiers. Uncle Tony had set forth to the front lines. Meanwhile, Lola Bolton made herself at home within the castle, as if she were the true mistress of the abode. Standing atop the battlements, Dick surveyed his domain and harbor, assessing the situation. The conditions were indeed favorable: arable land, abundant fish, and immense trade potential. He murmured, "The only threat emanates from Black Castle and Eastwatch. Is such a matter truly worthy of distress?" Lola's voice chimed in beside him. Leaning against the parapet, her golden hair danced in the sea breeze. She added, "My father is inclined to recruit you. Black Castle and Eastwatch, along with myself, could all be yours." Her words were direct and enticing. Dick shook his head, his resolve unwavering. "I am the nephew of Queen Stark, a knight sworn by the king himself. The Starks of Castle Castor shall not betray Winterfell. Moreover, the Carys family are traitors to Castle Castor, and the Saran family, occupying Caho, has also allied with your Boltons. We are destined to," Lola scoffed. "Is it not common for adversaries to arise within the same camp? Do not the Prince of the North and the Prime Minister engage in a deadly struggle? As a lord now, you must consider your own interests, and then become like the Carys?" Dick retorted. Lola did not respond directly. Turning away, her back to the sea breeze, her expression grew profound, as if poised to unveil a secret. "Do you know how the Bolton family fell and then rose again? Most only remember the War of Bastards, the defeat of Ramsay Bolton, who met his end by hounds, nearly leading to the obliteration of the Bolton lineage. Yet, many are unaware that during the dark days when the Queen of the North, Sansa Stark, was still the maid of Winterfell, she was forced to wed Ramsay Bolton. In that time of his dominion over the North." Lola lowered her voice. "They bore a son, my ancestor, Robin Bolton. Sansa escaped and ultimately became the queen. In her quest to reclaim the power of Harrenhal to counter the pressures from the nobles of the Vale, she acknowledged Robin Bolton's identity, reappointing him as Duke of Harrenhal. Thus, the blood of House Stark courses through the veins of our Bolton family, an ancient royal lineage." Lola gazed intently at Dick, her eyes aflame with fervor. "Look at the current state of Winterfell. The king seizes the betrothed of his own son, while the prime minister clings to the feeble ruler, suppressing the rightful heir. Chaos reigns supreme. What right do such Starks have to lead the North? The strong devour the weak. This is the immutable law of the world. Even the mighty Targaryens, with their dragons, are not exempt from the turmoil of blood and fire in their internal strife." Lola stepped closer, her voice imbued with potent persuasion. "Dick, you possess such formidable strength at this tender age. You are destined for greatness. Yet, it seems you fail to grasp that in this world, strength is revered above all. Often, the choice is not yours to make. Those in power will never tolerate subordinates wielding uncontrollable might. If you have the power to threaten them, you become a danger. If you possess the capacity to pose a significant threat, you are deemed exceedingly perilous. Dick, how is it that you possess such formidable power, yet lack the heart of a true warrior?" Her words echoed with the harsh reality and cold logic characteristic of House Bolton. After some time, Dick busied himself with inspecting his lands, fortifying defenses, training new recruits, and contending with Lola's incessant presence and verbal provocations. He supervised the servants' training at dawn, inspected the port and tenants at noon, and reviewed documents by night, embroiled in a relentless routine. Under his governance, Hardship Keep gradually restored order, and merchant ships began to appear in the Deepwater harbor. On a tranquil afternoon, a guard approached with news. "My lord, Lady Kalia has arrived, accompanied by 2 young maidens from the Falcon clan." Dick stepped outside to greet his Aunt Kalia, her hawkish gaze still captivating. Beside her stood 2 statuesque young women, his cousins, Aaron and Martha. Upon seeing Dick, their cheeks flushed crimson, their eyes shimmering with admiration and shyness. "Dick," Kalia began, her tone gentle yet resolute, "the House Stark is rising anew, and no longer do I require the assistance of a shapeshifter to defend against threats. I wish to avoid further entanglements." Her words carried weight. "Your father is intent on unifying all the nobles beyond the wall. This place is no longer a sanctuary. I plan to return Aaron and Martha to the Falcon clan. They have awakened the Eagle Dream and must return to ancient traditions for their education. However, the journey will traverse perilous territories. I wonder if you might spare the time to escort your unfortunate aunt and cousins?" Dick nodded immediately. "Of course, Aunt, it is my duty." Yet, a frown creased his brow as he glanced southward, evidently concerned about the threats posed by Black Castle and Eastwatch in his absence. Suddenly, Lola Bolton chuckled lightly, stepping forward. Her azure eyes sparkled as she glanced at Dick. "Fear not as you head north. Leave the matters in the south to me. It is time for me to return home. With my presence, I assure you that neither Black Castle nor Eastwatch will dare send a single soldier to harass Hardship Keep." Her words were imbued with confidence, laced with the unique haughtiness characteristic of the misses of the Bolton family. Subsequently, she rose onto her toes and leaned closer to Dick's ear. Her breath was fragrant, her voice a mere whisper meant for their ears alone. Tinged with allure and provocation, "Rest assured, my knight, I shall watch over our home." She paused, gently placing her hand on her flat abdomen. Her azure eyes sparkling with bold anticipation, murmuring softly enough for only her to hear. "Here lies a seed that belongs to you, taking root and blossoming." Chapter 105. Near joy and distant woes, the morning mist enveloped the difficult castle like a delicate veil. The biting wind at Stodd's corner remained fierce, yet it carried a hint of gentleness. Dick Castark stood outside the castle gates, his gaze not immediately drawn to the departing escort, but rather, somewhat helplessly, to a minor dispute unfolding before him. Lola Bolton, the third daughter of the Duke of Terror Castle, was currently grinning as she attempted to wrest the corpulent Fluffy from the mute Yara's arms. Yara clutched Fluffy tightly, her small face flushed, shaking her head vigorously while voicing silent, desperate protests. Fluffy, seemingly unsettled, squirmed in her embrace, emitting faint whimpers. "Don't be so stingy." Lola's voice rang out, clear as a bell, with a hint of deliberate petulance. She glanced up at the approaching Dick, mischievously winking. "Dick, shouldn't you bestow upon me a parting gift? I find this large cat delightful, warm, and charming. It would be perfect company to alleviate my boredom on the journey." Before Dick could respond, Lola swiftly snatched Fluffy from Yara's arms, her movements so quick that Yara was caught off guard. "Look how much it adores me," Lola proclaimed triumphantly, cradling Fluffy. Despite the cat appearing rather stiff in her grasp, she cast a glance at Yara, whose eyes were reddened and on the verge of tears, and a victorious smile curled her lips as her gaze shifted suggestively towards Dick. Or perhaps, a certain gentleman finds it hard to part with it? Or is it a particular little maid who is reluctant? Her tone was laced with jealousy and insinuation, clearly noting Dick's special attention towards the silent girl. Dick regarded Lola's defiant demeanor, reminiscent of a child determined to be willful, and then looked at the helpless Yara, understanding that this was merely a small act of petulance from the young lady before her departure, or perhaps a form of declaration. "Do not worry. I shall take good care of it," Lola assured, fully aware that Dick would not publicly rebuke her over a mere pet. A radiant smile blossomed on Lola's face, as if she had achieved a significant victory. Satisfied, she held onto the still struggling Fluffy and turned towards the carriage. Just before climbing aboard, she deliberately glanced back, waving Fluffy's furry paw in the direction of Dick and Yara, before finally disappearing into the carriage. Dick watched as the guards escorted the carriage away, until the procession faded into mere black dots at the horizon. At the foot of the stone steps stood the old knight, Cohen Park, draped in a heavy cloak, waiting with a solemn demeanor, as if he had not witnessed the preceding scene. His temples were already flecked with gray, yet his posture remained resolute. After concluding his official duties with the old knight, Dick made his way to the castle's side entrance. The mute Yara stood in place, her eyes slightly reddened, hands empty and lost in thought as she gazed in the direction where the carriage had vanished. Sensing her lingering sorrow, Dick gestured reassuringly. "Take care of the castle, and also of yourself. In a short span, merely a few sunrises and sunsets, I shall return here, and I shall bring back Fat Bo, if the opportunity allows." Yara lifted her head to look at him, nodding vigorously, then began to gesture, conveying the sentiments of safety and waiting. Dick understood her. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, and he gestured back. "I promise you." Before long, the gates of the arduous fortress swung open once more. At the forefront was Dick Karstark, clad in a deep gray, fur-trimmed uniform. Behind him rode 20 elite attendants, each mounted on sturdy northern steeds, fully equipped and radiating an aura of fierce determination. Among the ranks was Dick's aunt, Kalia, accompanied by her two nieces, Erin and Martha. They were wrapped in warm cloaks, their lovely faces peeking from beneath their hoods. Several formidable guards from the Falcon tribe flanked their sides. The hooves of their horses crunched through the thawing frost as the procession moved northward. Viewed from above, this contingent resembled a dark line, steadily advancing across the vast canvas of interwoven snowfields and limestone toward the colder north. The land traversed by this line was no longer the desolate wasteland it had been months prior. Kalia rode alongside Dick, her keen gaze sweeping the roadside. What began as a habitual vigilance quickly transformed into astonishment as she beheld the sights along their journey. The remnants of estates once ravaged by war and pillage had undergone a remarkable transformation. Many areas now sported new wooden frameworks, replacing the charred remains. Craftsmen and villagers worked industriously like ants, transporting timber and erecting stone walls. The rhythmic sounds of hammers and saws resonated through the crisp air, replacing the former silence. Further afield, wisps of smoke rose from chimneys of completed dwellings, heralding stability and vitality. The road itself had also been transformed. The previous muddy pits and scattered stones had been cleared and leveled. While it could not yet be deemed a broad thoroughfare, it was at least passable for carriages. Certain crucial stretches had even been simply paved with gravel, indicating considerable effort had been expended. The most striking feature was the cultivated land flanking the road. Expansive fields had been meticulously cleared, the black ash from the burn and the rich, dark soil intermingling to outline orderly furrows. The melting snow had nourished the earth, rendering it fertile and brimming with promise. In the distance, a few early risers could be seen busily inspecting the fields, making final preparations for planting. On the distant slopes, newly planted saplings stand resiliently against the wind, their tender forms defying adversity. The pace of restoration here surpasses my expectations, as the astonishment in Kalia's voice dispels the chill among our ranks. I have heard that the Cape of Stad was once the stronghold of the treacherous Sellas family, repeatedly purged until it resembled a desolate wasteland. Yet, you have managed to breathe life back into it within such a short span. She turned to her nephew, who gazed intently down the road, his profile now defined and mature, shedding the remnants of youth. His eyes reflected the rejuvenating land, deep and tranquil. Your father and your brother Roger, they wield flames to settle scores. Yet you, Kalia's voice bore a tinge of complex admiration, seemed to grasp more profoundly how to imbue the things a sword protects with greater worth. You have revived your domain. Dick withdrew his gaze from the horizon. I merely provided them with order, tools, and the hope to survive. The grain seeds and iron farming implements procured from Hornburg and Winterfell stabilized the hearts of men far more effectively than swords ever could. By recruiting the displaced, distributing land, and promising tax relief for the initial 3 years, they can muster the strength to rebuild their homes. Only by repairing the roads can we bring in the much-needed supplies and ensure the produce of the land is transported out. He pointed towards the distant, barely visible new watchtower. Restoring patrols and eliminating sporadic banditry will allow them to sleep soundly at night. Kalia chuckled softly. This requires immense dedication and time. I have even heard that you have forsaken your once fervent passion for hunting. This is unlike you of old. She was well aware of her nephew's extraordinary enthusiasm for deep forest hunting. The cold wind stirred the silver strands of hair that fell across Dick's forehead. With the territory newly established and countless tasks awaiting attention, every moment is invaluable. The forest remains, it will not vanish. However, should we miss the planting season, many will once again endure hunger. Kalia regarded Dick with concern. Your father, Karen, is now the Duke beyond the wall, a guardian of the realm. His status has changed, and he has grown increasingly formidable and inscrutable, making him difficult to approach. Roger, too, is becoming more like your father, his actions more decisive and ruthless. She sighed softly. Yet you, Dick, seem unchanged, still someone whom others are drawn to. But Kalia shook her head, self-reflecting. No, you have changed significantly. The strength you possess now is almost superhuman. Power alters a person, Dick. Just as titles and authority have transformed your father, rendering him unfamiliar to me. I recall that silver-haired boy who, alone, climbed the high tower of Everwinter, pursuing me with inquiries about the legends of the shapeshifters, as if it were just yesterday. Kalia fell silent, her gaze drifting over the endless plains and distant mountains, her eyes reflecting a sense of longing. She seemingly beheld the figure of a silver-haired youth, fervent and inquisitive from many years past, slowly intertwining and then gradually separating from the imposing and steadfast visage of the young lord before her. Chapter 106. The Grand Assembly. The procession ventured deeper into the desolate wilderness beyond the mountains, revealing a landscape raw and vast. The sky appeared infinitely high and distant, a frigid and pristine azure. Boundless expanses of snow blanketed the undulating hills and frozen marshes, resembling a solidified white ocean. The black, rocky mountain ranges jutted forth like the spine of a colossal beast, piercing through the snowy mantle, stretching toward the horizon. Amidst this desolate panorama, other moving black dots gradually materialized. Initially, a few riders clad in thick hides, armed with bows and arrows, scrutinized Dick's party from afar. Their gazes were sharp as eagles. Upon confirming the absence of threats, they nodded in acknowledgement or turned to other directions. As they progressed, such groups multiplied, some herding long-haired yaks burdened with cargo, while others were elite warriors, most advancing towards the same destination. Dick's aunt, Kalia, reined in her horse and pointed toward a distant banner, flapping in the wind. adorned with a menacing tusk totem. "Look," she said to Dick, "the emblem of the Tusk tribe. We need not traverse the entire wilderness to return to the Falcon Gorge. Simply guide us to the Tusk tribe." Dick cast a questioning glance. Kalia elaborated, "There exists a tradition in the wilderness." The biting wind lifted her cloak's hood, revealing the sharp contours of her profile. Every few years, the major tribes gather. The priests commune with the ancient gods to select a time and place for a grand assembly. Ostensibly, it is to determine the great chieftain who will rule over all tribes. At this moment, Aaron, trailing behind Kalia, could not suppress her interjection. Her voice carried a hint of familiarity and playful mockery regarding the unspoken rules of the assembly. In name, it's to elect the great chieftain. But in reality, it is utterly impossible to select one. Martha nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the rules are quite terrifying." Kalia smiled gently and continued, "Aaron speaks the truth. To become the great chieftain, one must stand alone in the arena and accept the sacred challenge of Macbeth. Yet, there is no limit to the number of challengers, nor to the time allowed. Even those who have previously been defeated may, if they possess the courage, enter the fray to challenge the one who remains standing." Aaron eagerly supplemented, gesturing animatedly, "Just imagine, even if you defeat 10 or 20 of the mightiest warriors, as long as you remain upright, there could be a 100th challenger who believes they are in fine form and wishes to take their shot. This is not an election. It is an endless gauntlet until only one stands," Kalia summarized. "No one has ever truly managed to endure until the end, earning the respect of all tribes. Thus, this grand assembly has evolved into a stage for the youth of the tribes to display their valor and attain renown. It has transformed into a vital occasion for intertribal communication, trade, and the resolution of grievances. This time, the priests have chosen the location of the Fang tribe. Our Falcon tribe shall also partake in the festivities." Kalia's gaze swept across the desolate expanse, seemingly recalling distant memories. Her tone softened. "Your father, Kaelin, once shone brilliantly at such an event in his youth. He triumphed over 9 valiant warriors, his ferocity and strength leaving all in awe, winning the favor of the most beautiful eagle of the Falcon tribe." She smiled. "That would be your mother, Helena." In Dick's mind, the tender yet resilient visage of his mother emerged, alongside the stern and formidable countenance of his father, making it difficult to reconcile the two with the passionate romance of this barren land. Just as they were conversing, a rapid and synchronized sound of hooves approached from behind. A contingent of about 90 riders surged forth from a snowbank, their horsemanship impeccable, each clad in leather armor, bearing longbows and throwing spears. At the forefront was a robust middle-aged man with sharp eyes. Dick recognized him as an old acquaintance, Austin. Upon noticing the stark sigil on Dick's banner and his silver hair, Austin's face immediately lit up with respect. He gestured for his party to slow down and approached, clasping his chest in salute. "Young master, what a surprise to encounter you here." He was the chieftain of the hunting tribe, who had already acknowledged allegiance to his father. "Kaelin." Austin appeared quite pleased. "Are you heading to the Fang tribe for the festivities?" "As it happens, Eli and I are also on our way. May we accompany you?" Dick nodded. "Of course, let us travel together." Thus, the two parties merged, their numbers swelling to over 100, their momentum growing as they continued toward the Fang tribe. The closer they drew to their destination, the more frequent the encounters with other groups became. As the sun dipped low, painting the snowy plains in hues of gold and crimson, they finally reached their destination. The camp of the Fang tribe sprawled across a vast valley shielded from the wind. Its scale immense. Countless tents dotted the snow like mushrooms, with the central area encircled by a massive stone ring and bonfire. Rough-hewn totem poles loomed, adorned with carvings of beasts and deities. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat, the sharpness of mare's milk liquor, and the distinct vibrancy of a gathering crowd. Towering tribesmen, draped in furs and adorned with bone and tooth ornaments, scrutinized the newcomers with unabashed intensity. Sturdy yaks and neighing warhorses proclaimed the tribe's might and martial spirit, just as Dick and the others reined in their horses, searching for the banner of the Falcon tribe. A booming voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the clamor of the camp. Oh, let me see who has arrived. Is this not my remarkable, powerful, and handsome nephew?" The crowd parted as a tall figure strode forward, arms outstretched. He was a man of robust build, with a wild beard and tousled hair, clad in a magnificent fur coat, yet open at the front to reveal a hairy and muscular chest, adorned with a grand collection of beastly fangs and bronze medallions that jingled as he ran. It was indeed Dick's long-lost uncle, Damon. He rushed towards Dick's horse, almost dancing with joy, his radiant smile blinding and his voice loud enough to unsettle the surrounding steeds. "By the old gods, Kalia, my dear sister, Have you truly managed to entice Dick back to the tribe? Ha ha, Dick, I have heard of your exploits by the Trembling Sea, the pups of the Fong tribe, the softlings of other tribes. Open your eyes and behold, a true warrior has arrived. Daemon, oblivious to Dick still perched atop his steed, extended his enormous hand and slapped Dick's calf with such force that, had it been anyone else, their leg might have shattered. With exuberance, Daemon exclaimed, "Come down. Quickly, let me have a good look at you. Oh my, what presence! What muscles! TSK, truly my nephew. Flowing through your veins is the noblest blood of our Hawk tribe." He abruptly turned, addressing the curious or defiant tribal warriors drawn in by his booming voice, his thumb gesturing towards Dick, his voice ascending yet another octave. "Mark my words. This is my nephew, Dick Castark. Those so-called champions of your tribes are mere bleating lambs before him." As he bragged, he surveyed the onlookers with pride, as if Dick's glory were solely his cultivation. Then, he pivoted back, nearly pulling Dick down from his horse in his fervor. "Hurry, come with me. The finest tent, the strongest drink, the most sumptuous roast. I have prepared it all for you. You must be weary from your journey, but fret not. With your uncle, it will feel just like home." Daemon wrapped his arm around the finally dismounted Dick's shoulders, almost dragging him deeper into the camp, all the while calling back to Kalia. "Aaron and Martha, hurry up. Ha ha ha. Tonight we shall celebrate in style. Let the other tribes hear what formidable reinforcements have joined our Hawk tribe." Daemon's boisterous welcome, full of his unique flair, created ripples akin to a boulder cast into a lake, drawing countless gazes at the entrance of the Fong tribe camp. Under the captivity of this uncle, Dick could only manage a resigned smile as he stepped into the chaotic and wild atmosphere of the tribal festivities. Chapter 107. Silverhair what? The Lord of Hardcastle? Daemon, Dick Castark's uncle, felt his excitement extinguished in an instant, as if a bitter winter wind had swept through. Upon learning that Dick had not been enticed by Kalia to join the Hawk tribe, but had instead become the Lord of Hardcastle at Stodd's Corner. This visit was merely to escort his aunt and cousins, after which he would promptly return to his own territory. The flush of enthusiasm that had adorned Daemon's face collapsed in an instant. "You are not, are you, here to join our Hawk tribe?" Dick nodded affirmatively. Daemon murmured to himself, "I thought." He exhaled deeply, his face etched with profound disappointment and despair, as if a rare treasure had slipped through his fingers. Nevertheless, being Daemon, his moment of despondency was fleeting. He abruptly lifted his head and grasped Dick's arm with renewed urgency. "No, you cannot leave just yet. You have yet to meet your grandfather." Daemon invoked the name of the venerable chief, Kasamoto. "Your father will arrive at the Tusk tribe in a few days. If he learns that his beloved grandson came and left without so much as a glance, he would surely peck me to death with his old hawk's beak. Dick, you must stay, at least until you have met your grandfather." Considering that he had indeed never encountered this blood relative, it was both a matter of sentiment and reason to pay his respects. Dick pondered briefly. "I will wait for my grandfather's arrival and see him before returning to Hardship Fort." Instantly, Daemon sprang back to life, his eyes darting with excitement. "Fear not. Uncle will ensure you are far from bored during these days. This celebration is most captivating." In the following days, Dick lingered in the vast and bustling encampment of the Tusk tribe. He did not confine himself to the tent area of the Hawk tribe, but rather wandered among the gathering places of various tribes. Observing intently, through his observations and conversations with relatively amiable tribespeople, Dick gained a deeper understanding of the power dynamics across the desolate plains. Presently, the plains had gradually coalesced into a triad of the strongest tribes, with smaller tribes aligning themselves with them. Dominating the central region of the plains, and occupying the finest hunting grounds, was the host of the current festivities, the Tusk tribe, with a large population and valiant warriors. It was said that they could muster up to 5,000 mounted fighters, making them the most formidable force at present. Their emblem was a fearsome totem of wild boar tusks, and their warriors were renowned for their fearlessness in battle. To the northwest lay the White Bear tribe. They thrived in harsh environments with their robust physiques, boasting around 3,000 warriors. Second only to the Tusk tribe, their totem was the White Ice Bear, and their warriors were generally tall and imposing. In the northeasternmost corner of the plains resided Dick's mother's tribe, the Hawk tribe. Though they had a smaller contingent of warriors, approximately 2,000, they remained resilient due to their advantageous terrain and unique lineage of shapeshifters. Speaking of shapeshifters, Dick learned that all three of these major tribes possessed an ancient heritage of this ability. The Hawk tribe was without doubt notable, as his aunt Kalia was a powerful shapeshifter bonded with the spirit of the eagle. The White Bear tribe's shapeshifter had a fierce bond with a magnificent white giant bear. whose strength and defense on the battlefield rendered it a veritable mobile fortress. Conversely, the shapeshifter of the Tusk tribe was often underestimated, linked instead with a colossal wild boar of the plains. This beast is far from a docile domestic pig. Its tough skin and robust flesh make it charge like a war chariot. Its tusks can effortlessly pierce leather armor and even tear open a horse's belly, exhibiting a ferocity that rivals that of bears and tigers. A formidable new force has arrived, flying the banner of the White Bear, heralding the arrival of the White Bear tribe. Before long, a remarkably tall and imposing young chieftain, draped in a heavy cloak and accompanied by several equally robust guards, made his way directly to the camp of the Falcon tribe. The individual in question is none other than Kraft, the young chieftain of the White Bear tribe. Kraft's gaze swept over the crowd and ultimately settled on Dick's striking silver hair. In a deep voice, he inquired, "Are you of the Castark family? The brother of that runaway bride?" Dick stepped forward with a calm demeanor, stating, "I am Dick Castark." He was prepared for a confrontation. To his surprise, Kraft did not display anger. He waved his hand dismissively, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. The old chieftain's decisions are his own. The Union may have faltered. Perhaps it is the will of the old gods. Kraft examined Dick's handsome face and prominent silver hair with keen interest. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, revealing his stark white teeth. "Your silver hair is indeed remarkable. The Castark family bears the blood of our plains, that much is true. You are quite handsome. I imagine your sister must be very beautiful as well. What a pity." Having said this, he offered no further words, nodded at Dick, and turned to leave, striding away with his entourage, leaving the members of the Falcon tribe in a state of bewilderment. This action revealed a semblance of the gravitas and elusiveness characteristic of a chieftain of a great tribe. Dick watched Kraft's retreating figure, feeling a flicker of curiosity towards this White Bear chieftain, coupled with a deeper question. He had noticed that, whether among the Falcon, White Bear, or Tusk tribe, the prevalence of silver-haired individuals was significantly higher than in the south. Even his own silver hair was inherited from his mother, Helena, of the Falcon bloodline. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to his uncle Daemon and asked, "Uncle, why does it seem that many of the larger tribes on the plains have a considerable number of silver-haired individuals? I recall that such hair color is quite rare in the south, except for those legendary Targaryens who ride dragons, correct?" Daemon chuckled softly. This matter does indeed have a connection to the dragon-riding Targaryens. He glanced around, guiding Dick to a quieter spot before explaining in hushed tones. In the past, warriors from beyond the wall followed the Night's Watch commander, Jon Snow, and some witnessed the might of dragons firsthand, truly apocalyptic. Later, some returned to the lands beyond and brought those tales back. We, the people of the plains, are not like the southern nobles, who are often circuitous in their ways. We revere the most straightforward power. Daemon's eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity as he spoke. The power of dragons represents the ultimate force. Silver hair and violet eyes. The ability to tame dragons, possessing Targaryen bloodline signifies, to many, the potential to wield the strength and qualifications to command dragons, even if that hope is but a distant dream. Henceforth, a fervor arose across the plains, embracing the allure of silver hair. The tribe sought in every conceivable way to infuse their lineage with the so-called blood of the dragon, although it was later revealed to be mere flights of fancy. Individuals possessing this silver-haired trait became exceedingly desirable. Over the years, the number of those with silver hair within various prominent tribes naturally surpassed that of other locales. Daemon patted Dick's arm, his tone imbued with pride. "Your mother was once the most resplendent silver hawk in the tribe, with suitors lining up from the Falcon Canyon to the Frostbite Peaks." Dick was struck with enlightenment, realizing there was such a historical legacy. As the conversation drifted to the legends beyond the borders, he seized the opportunity to voice a long-held question. "In the books from the south, I read that giants and mammoths once roamed these lands. Why have I never encountered them? Did they truly exist?" "Ha! My dear grandson, giants and mammoths? Your inquiry is akin to that of a curious fledgling hawk." A resonant, aged voice echoed from behind. Turning, Dick beheld an elder, striding forward amidst a throng of warriors, hair and beard as white as snow, yet his complexion remained robust, his stature still imposing, and his gaze sharp. Smiling warmly at him, it was none other than the chief of the Hawk tribe, his grandfather, Quasimodo the Hawk. Quasimodo approached Dick, delivering a hearty pat on his shoulder, the force momentarily causing Dick to falter. Who can truly say what resides in those ancient tales? He waved a dismissive hand, yet his expression shifted, a glimmer of mystery igniting in his eyes as he lowered his voice. "I have never witnessed them myself. However, in the ancient legends of the frozen shores west of Frostbite Peaks, Some claim to have seen towering figures shrouded in thick fog and heard earth-shattering roars. Even more fantastical are the tales of the untraversed lands of eternal winter in the far north, where a slumbering ice dragon might lie. He clapped Dick on the back. Laughter booming forth. Who knows? Perhaps only the old gods hold those secrets. Quasimodo's laughter resonated through the bustling encampment, infused with the unique grandeur and poignancy of the elder from the wilderness. Chapter 108. Returned to the territory after spending several days in the camp of the tribe within the vast plains, Dick Castark had the opportunity to meet his grandfather, Quasimodo the Hawk. This brief sojourn was sufficient to allow him to feel the rugged pulse of tribal life, yet his heart remained tethered to his own territory and responsibilities. Thus, he bid farewell to his kin and prepared to embark on his journey homeward. Accompanied by his retinue, Dick traversed the raucous encampment of the Tusk tribe. The air was thick with the scent of charred meat, the odor of sweating horses, and the restless energy of the crowd. As they neared the edge of the camp, a deliberately heightened cacophony of mockery and laughter captured his attention. The source of the ruckus emanated from a rough stone circle designated for the Mockbee duel. The throng encircled the area in multiple layers. Within the confines, Eli, the son of the chief of the hunting tribe, stood with flushed cheeks and clenched fists, glaring furiously at a larger warrior from the Tusk tribe. His father, Austin, stood outside the circle, his expression ashen, yet bound by the traditions and rules of the tribes. He could not directly intervene in the contest of the youth. "Look who it is," sneered a fanged warrior, scarred visage pointing rudely towards Eli with his thumb. "Isn't that the little hound of the hunting tribe? What brings you and your father, who has pledged allegiance to the southern nobility, out of your warm doghouse to our arena of true warriors?" Another fanged warrior spat, his voice rising. "Hunting? What do you hunt? The bones tossed out by the southerners? You wear collars around your necks and have long forgotten how to chase prey across the snowy plains. To even call you hounds is an elevation. Get lost, little pup." Laughter erupted, each word striking Eli and all the warriors of the hunting tribe like a whip, the sting of humiliation searing through them. Eli, in his youthful fervor, could no longer endure it. He let out a roar akin to that of an enraged wolf cub, charging fiercely into the arena towards the first fanged warrior who had spoken, Samuel Fong. Samuel was the son of Lars Fong, the old chief of the Fangs. "For honor," Eli bellowed. Yet, courage could not bridge the chasm of absolute strength and skill. Samuel, a more seasoned and robust warrior, effortlessly sidestepped Eli's furious lunge. He did not exert himself fully, as if toying with him, blocking with his brawny arms and skillfully tripping him. Eli lost his balance and stumbled forward. Rather than seize the opportunity to strike, Samuel forcefully shoved him, sending him tumbling into the mud like a rolling gourd. Laughter intensified. Samuel placed a foot on Eli's back, forcing him back into the mire. Eli lifted his head, his gaze inadvertently crossing the crowd, where he spotted Dick Castark, halted and watching with an impassive expression. A more sinister smile crept across Samuel's face as he raised his voice, ensuring all present, especially Dick, could hear his taunt. "Look, the loyal hound of Duke Carlin, truly deserving only to wallow in the dirt. Your master is watching, little pup, and your performance is quite the spectacle for your southern lord. Is this the sort of creature the Castark family raises?" Dick's brow twitched ever so slightly. He had no intention of engaging in the affairs of this wild tribal gathering. But the insults directed at his family and father could not go unchallenged. The hunting tribe recognized his father, Carlin, as their master, and to humiliate them was to insult the Castark name. Seeing that Dick did not respond immediately, Samuel assumed he was intimidated and grew even more arrogant. "Hey, that silver-haired kid, Dick Castark, I have heard that you possess the blood of the wildlands coursing through your veins. It seems that the feeble southern lineage has prevailed, leaving you to merely observe, like a timid maiden, as your dog endures punishment. In this arena of conflict, do you not possess the courage to step forward?" At that moment, Dick heard a familiar booming voice. His uncle Damon had somehow pushed his way to the front of the crowd, excitedly waving his fists in encouragement. "Dick, my dear nephew, show them what you're made of. Let them witness the might of the Falcon bloodline." Not far away, his grandfather Quasimodo stood quietly amidst several tribal elders, his keen eagle-like gaze fixed upon Dick. Though silent, the slight nod of his head conveyed a tacit approval and anticipation. Dick inhaled sharply, the cold air filling his lungs. He knew he could no longer evade the impending confrontation. He unsheathed his sword and handed it to a companion nearby before beginning to remove his armor piece by piece. The chainmail, breastplate, and greaves clattered to the ground with a heavy thud. Soon, he shed his shirt, revealing a robust and well-defined torso. Though not as exaggeratedly muscular as some of the tribal warriors surrounding him, each sinew of his physique exuded remarkable strength. The frigid air met his skin, causing his blood to warm slightly. With determined strides, he approached the stone circle. Upon witnessing Dick finally enter the fray, Samuel broke into a grin, finally lifting his foot from Eli's back. Eli, embarrassed, was helped away by his companions. "You've shown a modicum of bravery, Castark," Samuel remarked, cracking his thick neck with a series of pops. "Let me see what your Duke father has bestowed upon you." But his words were cut short. Dick sprang into action without warning, his speed rendering him a mere blur. In an instant, he was upon Samuel. Samuel, though quick to respond, let out a furious roar. His massive fist, like a stone hammer, swung toward Dick's face with tremendous force, capable of toppling a sturdy stag. Dick did not flinch. He did not even attempt to block. Instead, he simply extended his right hand, palm open, and thud. A muffled sound resonated. Samuel's powerful punch, strong enough to shatter stone, was caught firmly in Dick's grasp, suspended in midair. Where their hands met, a subtle ripple of energy seemed to emerge. Samuel's menacing grin faltered, transforming into shock and disbelief. He attempted to retract his fist but found Dick's grip unyielding, as if forged of iron. With a frigid glint in his eyes, Dick's fingers tightened. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Samuel let out a piercing scream, the pain of his crushed knuckles overwhelming him. Yet, this was not the end. Dick, maintaining his hold on Samuel's fist, yanked it sharply to his side. The immense force sent Samuel sprawling forward, completely losing his balance. Meanwhile, Dick's left leg swung like a battle axe, delivering a rapid and unyielding knee strike directly to Samuel's unprotected abdomen. Ugh! Samuel's eyes bulged instantly, all sounds being choked back into his throat, as the acidic mixture of bile and food erupted uncontrollably. His massive body curled up like a boiled shrimp, momentarily lifting off the ground. Dick released his grip, and Samuel was sent flying nearly 10 feet, crashing to the frozen earth like a heavy sack. Rolling a few times before lying limp, his body convulsing involuntarily. The entire dueling arena was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the howling wind. From the moment Dick entered until Samuel's disastrous fall, the entire event transpired in mere breaths. Too swift, too powerful. Dick slowly retracted his leg, casting a cold glance at the unconscious Samuel before turning away, preparing to leave the stone circle. However, a towering warrior from the Fong tribe, his body adorned with sinewy muscles and his face painted with fierce war paint, leaped into the arena, blocking his path. "Halt, Castark. The challenge of Markby is not yet over." Dick's steps faltered. He suddenly recalled the laughter of Aunt Kalia and his cousins along the way. Once the Markby commenced, one must endure an unending series of battles until no one dares to challenge or until one succumbs. He surveyed his surroundings, witnessing countless ignited gazes, a blend of reverence, defiance, and fighting spirit. Chapter 109. Conquest. The cold wind swept through the stone circle at the heart of the Fong tribe camp, stirring up fine snow dust, yet failing to disperse the palpable fervor and bloodlust. Dick Castark stood firm in the arena, his silver hair damp with sweat, clinging to the sharp contours of his forehead. His bare torso emitted white steam, reminiscent of a hot spring in a land of eternal winter, while fresh scratches and bruises adorned his solid muscles, akin to barbaric battle markings. Scattered around him lay dozens of warriors from various tribes, groaning in pain, their suffering forming a direct accompaniment to the Markby gathering. With a clean and decisive shoulder throw, Dick slammed a renowned Iceflow tribe warrior into the mud and snow. The opponent struggled briefly, but ultimately could not rise. A brief silence enveloped the onlookers, leaving only the sound of the wind and heavy breaths, both Dick's and those of the crowd. This silence was not one of fear, but rather a brief loss of voice, washed over by the overwhelming force of Dick's prowess. From Samuel of the Fong tribe to the agile warrior of the Black Crow tribe, then to the wrestler from the Giant Rock tribe, followed by the berserker of the Bonebreaker tribe and the predator of the Tundra Wolf tribe. One by one, young champions from the wilds leaped into the stone circle, showcasing the fighting techniques their tribes held in high esteem. Without exception, they swiftly succumbed to the concise, brutal, and shockingly precise assaults of the silver-haired youth. Dick moved with an unyielding vigor, his actions devoid of any hint of fatigue, and his strength showed no signs of waning. Each strike was accompanied by a muffled thud or the heavy sound of bodies crashing to the ground. This was not merely a contest. It was a grand display of personal prowess, a stark embodiment of the ancient law of the wasteland. Might is truth. The ranks of the Falcon tribe were already in a fervor. Dick's uncle, Damon, shouted hoarsely, his face flushed with excitement as he waved his fists, wishing to personally step in and accept all challenges on behalf of his nephew, despite knowing he would likely last only a few rounds. Yes, just like that. Let these fellows taste the might. The blood of the Falcon never shies away from a challenge. The young members of the Falcon tribe surrounding Daemon were equally passionate, each of Dick's victories filling them with pride, their cheers never ceasing. Dick's grandfather, Quasimodo, retained the dignity of a chieftain, yet the slight elevation of his chin and the unmistakable fiery glint in his eyes spoke volumes. He did not even attempt to quell Daemon's near-manic outbursts, as if they were an outward expression of his own inner fervor. On the other side, the atmosphere among the Tooth tribe was frigid. Lars Tooth's countenance was ashen, his grip tightening around the hilt of his bone knife. Those beside him cast dark glances, whispering curses. Yet within their mutterings lay an undeniable hint of fear towards the monster in the arena. The White Bear tribe, led by Craft White Bear and his warriors, maintained an almost frozen silence. They stood like silent giants on the snowfield, observing with cold detachment. Craft's gaze was fixated on Dick, scrutinizing his every exertion and evasion. Shock and gravity replaced any initial condescension, yet his resolute face revealed no inclination, only deep contemplation. He had once entered into a matrimonial arrangement with the Kashdak family, which fell through due to the bride's flight, rendering his perception of this Kashdak Xi'an particularly complex. Just as the crowd anticipated a pause in the challenges, an extraordinarily imposing figure pushed through the throng, stumbling into the stone circle. This individual, towering and broad, resembled a moving mountain of flesh, with a thick beard nearly obscuring half his face and greasy hair haphazardly tied at the back. Clad in a filthy leather coat that hung open, revealing his furry, rotund chest, he was most unsettling for his small eyes, which fixated hungrily on Dick's bare torso and handsome visage, glinting with an unsettling fervor. His thick lips curled into a grotesque grin, even allowing a glistening droplet of saliva to escape. With a chilling, boisterous laugh, he rasped, "Handsome, strong, and very handsome." The newcomer was Gorm of the Rockshatter tribe, infamous across the wasteland for his brute strength and even stranger proclivities. Dick furrowed his brow, not out of caution, but from an instinctive revulsion, as though a viscous, slimy substance were creeping across his skin. "Little beauty, let Gorm embrace you. Just a hug, and you'll understand my worth," Gorm said, rubbing his enormous hands together, saliva dripping freely as he stomped forward with earth-shaking steps, arms outstretched in an approach that resembled not a duel, but rather a nauseating entanglement. A suppressed laughter erupted from the onlookers, mingled with a few disdainful hisses. Dick's gaze turned icy. In the instant that Gorm's corpulent form was about to collide with him, Dick moved, not retreating, but swiftly sliding to the left, narrowly avoiding that repulsive embrace. Gorm stumbled forward, momentarily disoriented, and before he could emit another nauseating laugh, he found Dick's figure closing in. Dick was reluctant to even touch him. As they crossed paths, he sank his center of gravity low, and his right leg lashed out like a steel whip, executing a swift, powerful sweep that struck precisely at Gorm's ankle, the pillars supporting his weight. Arg! Gorm's grotesque grin instantly transformed into a piercing wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His massive body lost its footing and collapsed with a thunderous crash, like a mountain of flesh crashing onto the frozen earth, sending up a spray of mud and snow. The entire sequence unfolded with dizzying speed. Dick scarcely spared him a glance. He retracted his leg, maintaining an air of composure, as if that devastating blow capable of shattering a giant tree had been nothing more than a casual gesture. The arena fell into an eerie silence once more. Then, a crescendo erupted, more intense than any preceding roar, a mix of shock, uproarious laughter, and complete admiration. This dramatic scene, coupled with its clean and decisive resolution, and the unabashed disdain it conveyed, strangely ignited a flame in the hearts of all the neutral tribe's youth. Great Chief Austin, the chief of the hunting tribe, nearly leapt with excitement, his voice hoarse, yet filled with uncontainable exhilaration. Great Chief, echoed Eli and all the hunters, their voices merging into a torrent of fervor. Daemon of the Falcon tribe paused for a moment, then erupted into even louder laughter and cheers. Well done, my nephew. Great Chief. The tribe's youth screamed in unison. Leo of the Blackstone tribe summoned all his strength to shout, Great Chief. Following suit, those who had previously been defeated by Dick from the Boulder tribe, the Bonebreaker tribe, the Iceflow tribe, and even some from the Tusk tribe, were utterly captivated by this power, this momentum, this dramatic victory. They were left with nothing but pure admiration for the strong, raising their arms in fervent tribute. The roar grew, swelling like a rolling snowball, ultimately merging into a unified, deafening chant that swept across the arena. Great Chief. Great Chief. Dick Castak. Great Chief. The thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the camp, as if even the distant snow-capped mountains were responding to their cries. Countless arms rose like a forest, pointing towards the figure at the center of the stone circle. Dick stood there, breathing heavily, sweat and melting snow cascading down his athletic frame. The intensity of this wheel battle was truly overwhelming. Amidst the almost earth-shattering fervor of cheers, two silent figures stood out starkly. The White Bear tribe remained silent. Chief Craft of the White Bear gazed deeply at Dick, who was hailed by the multitude. His expression complex and inscrutable. He and the robust warriors behind him were like rocks in a torrent, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding frenzy. Their silence was a testament to their unbroken contemplation and calculation. In stark contrast, the area occupied by the Fong tribe was enveloped in an unbearable stillness. Chief Lars of the Fong tribe wore a countenance as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. The thunderous cheers for the great chief surged like a tsunami, almost toppling the bonfire and uprooting the tents in the Fong tribe's camp. This cacophony was a pure homage to strength, yet it pierced the heart of the elderly Chief Lars like searing steel needles. His complexion shifted from a purplish hue to one resembling deep soy sauce, his gaunt frame trembling slightly with wrath. He gazed at the silver-haired youth in the center of the stone circle, the second son of the Stark family. This half-baked southern noble had actually dared to claim the mantle of the universally acknowledged great chief of the wasteland with his inhuman prowess? No, absolutely not. The Fong tribe would never allow an uninvited great chief to overshadow them, especially one with southern blood coursing through his veins. Lars's malevolent gaze swept across the frenzied crowd, ultimately fixing on the direction of the Falcon tribe, landing upon the smiling Kasimodo, who was caressing a falcon. He understood that he must shatter this cursed atmosphere and find a reason. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to emit a sharp, piercing howl, akin to a cornered wolf. Silence. This roar barely managed to overpower the tide of cheers, capturing the attention of all. The crowd gradually quieted. Filled with confusion and curiosity, their gazes directed at the pale-faced Lars. Lars pointed at Dick in the arena, his voice trembling with agitation. The great chief? Just because of him? A young noble from the south? A Stark clad in silk, sipping wine, raised in a warm castle. His words fell like cold water into boiling oil, instantly igniting unrest, particularly among those from smaller tribes who were already wavering. Macbee is an ancient tradition of the wasteland. It is meant to select the strongest warrior among us, not a playground for southerners. Lars waved his arms, attempting to stir the emotions. No matter how skilled he might be, his roots lie in the south. If he can be here today, he can return to his father's side tomorrow. Why should we allow outsiders to meddle in our affairs? To have him ascend as the great chief? This remark indeed incited a flurry of whispers. The notion of exclusion in the wasteland is deeply entrenched. At that moment, Chief Quasimodo of the Falcon tribe stepped forward. Although this venerable chief was not particularly tall, he stood there as steadfast as a cliff, his falcon perched upon his arm, emitting a menacing shriek. Lars. Quasimodo's voice resonated like a thunderclap, silencing the clamor. Refrain from your narrow rhetoric. Dick Castle's mother is my daughter, Helena Falcon. He carries within him the purest blood of the falcon. How can he not be considered one of the wasteland tribe? The warriors of the Falcon tribe immediately erupted in supportive roars. Dick's uncle Damon, infuriated, shouted, Old Tusk. If you can't handle the loss, just admit it. Spare us your nonsense. Lars was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he retorted sharply, half. Ultimately, it is merely half. Who knows if that other half, of southern noble blood, might one day lead him to forsake the wasteland. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand with the argument of bloodlines, he quickly pivoted to another core tradition of the wasteland, one he believed would allow him to overpower Dick. He raised his voice, nearly screaming, very well. Even if he possesses half the blood of the wasteland, what of it? The Markabi determines the strongest warrior, but is the true strength of our wasteland tribe solely reliant on individual prowess? He spread his arms before all the tribes, striving for support. Our closest allies, our most formidable power, are the spirits of the beasts with whom we share a bond. They are the companions of the shapeshifters. Upon hearing this, many tribal elders and warriors instinctively nodded. Indeed, while individual valor is significant, it is the shapeshifters who forge bonds with powerful beasts that symbolize the pinnacle of the wasteland tribe's combat prowess and constitute one of the cornerstones of tribal survival. A mere victory in hand-to-hand combat seemed to lack something essential. Seeing the acknowledgement from some, Lars grasped at the lifeline, his tone growing ever more fervent. Does he aspire to be the chief? Fine. Let him abide by the true rules of the wasteland. Let him prove that he can not only defeat unarmed warriors, but also contend with our wasteland's true war beasts. Otherwise, his title of chief is nothing but a facade. I, the Tusk tribe, shall be the first to contest it. Chief Quasimodo scoffed. Lars, cease your antics. Do you wish to send your Tusk tribe's brutish wild boar into the fray? This Markabi stone circle is hardly spacious enough for its antics. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Although the wild boar bonded with the Tusk tribe was fierce, it would indeed be clumsy in this arena of one-on-one combat. Lars's face flushed with indignation, yet he seemed to have anticipated this. His cold gaze suddenly turned toward the long silent camp of the White Bear tribe, focusing on the tall, stoic young chief, Craft White Bear. Lars's tone dripped with derision and provocation. In the wasteland, who does not know that the White Bear tribe's White Thunder is the true sovereign of the land? A symbol of strength and authority. Chief Craft, are you, the White Bear tribe, truly willing to watch as a young man, possessing only a fragment of the wild bloodline and never having stood shoulder to shoulder with the great beasts, dons the crown of great chief solely through brute strength, towering over both our tribes? If he can conquer even the mightiest war companions of the wilderness, then I, Lars, have nothing further to say. Otherwise, this title is naught but a fortress of sand, easily toppled. In an instant, all gazes converged upon the figure of Craft the White Bear. He remained silent, his resolute countenance betraying no emotion, yet his eyes cast towards Dick held a complexity of sentiments. As one of the three great tribes, the White Bear tribe holds its pride. Thus, the sudden emergence of a great chief raises profound doubts within him. Though Lars's words were laced with malice, they struck a chord with the innermost thoughts of many tribesmen. After a brief moment, Craft slowly spoke, his voice deep and resonant. The White Bear tribe respects strength and honors tradition. The bond of the shapeshifter is indeed a pivotal part of our strength in the wilderness. His gaze shifted to Dick in the arena, scrutinizing yet resolute. Dick Karshtak, I have witnessed your prowess with my own eyes. However, our White Thunder is a living legend of the wilds. Should you manage to defeat it in direct combat, I, Craft the White Bear, will solemnly acknowledge your claim to the title of Great Chief and embrace you wholeheartedly, without a hint of doubt. His words resonated with authority, embodying the straightforwardness and grandeur characteristic of the White Bear tribe. He neither outright rejected nor easily approved, but instead proposed an ultimate challenge that bordered on the impossible. As his proclamation echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. White Thunder, that is a true beast, rivaling the ancient mammoths. It serves as the guardian of the White Bear tribe, possessing the strength to shatter ice walls and rend mammoths asunder. To allow it to enter this stone circle for a duel? Even the fervent Daemon fell silent. A look of concern etched upon his face. Chief Quasimodo furrowed his brow tightly. Yet, a cold smile of cunning spread across Lars's lips, reveling in his success. Dick stood in the center, bearing the weight of every gaze. He was prepared to declare his disinterest in contending for the title of Great Chief in this wilderness. But as his eyes met those of his grandfather, the elder seemed to perceive his thoughts and shook his head. Dick understood the meaning behind his grandfather's gaze. Now was not the time to refuse. To do so now would offend all tribes of the wilderness. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, his resolve unwavering. Craft the White Bear had already turned, signaling to a figure clad in priestly garb behind him. The individual nodded and, under the protection of the warriors of the White Bear tribe, took a seat, retrieving an ancient horn fashioned from the tusk of a great beast. Drawing a deep breath, he closed his eyes and blew with all his might. Immediately, his eyes rolled back, and a deep, mournful, penetrating sound resonated, drowning out all noise, as if calling forth the echoes of the ancient past. As the echoes of the horn faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the encampment of the White Bear tribe at the distant edge, reverberating like a cataclysmic storm. The sound was terrifying, akin to thunder cracking in one's ears, infused with unparalleled ferocity and strength, causing the very earth to tremble and instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. Soon after, a palpable vibration coursed through the ground, one tremor after another, heavy as if a colossal beast were drawing near. All eyes, including those of the Fong tribe, were drawn in trepidation toward that direction. Emerging from the throng was a moving snow mountain, gradually coming into view. It was a bear of unimaginable size. Its shoulders towered above those of warhorses, its massive body resembling a small fortress, with stout limbs akin to stone pillars draped in white fur, each step sending forth a resonant thud. Its coat was pristine white, marked with hints of yellow and gray from the elements, only enhancing its ancient and formidable aura. The immense paws could easily shatter rock, and its exposed claws resembled curved short swords, glistening with a chilling sheen. Most chilling of all were its eyes, glimmering with a cold, wise yellow light, fixated intently on the diminutive figure of the human at the center of the stone circle. The White Thunder, a living legend of the wilderness. Its mere presence instantly siphoned away all sound and breath. The earlier cheers, debates, and doubts paled into insignificance before this overwhelming, primal force. The great bear unleashed an even more ferocious roar, exhaling white mist that rose like steam as it advanced with earth-shaking steps toward the stone circle. Chapter 111. Fists Against Thunder. The entrance of White Thunder was akin to an avalanche descending, its colossal form parting the crowd, its pale yellow eyes burning with raw, icy fury, locking onto Dick Castak at the heart of the stone circle. It stood nearly as tall as two adult men, its thick fur concealing muscles as resilient as steel. Each step it took elicited a deep groan from the ground, causing even the bonfire to flicker violently. An overwhelming, suffocating sense of pressure enveloped the scene, rendering all previous human struggles trivial in comparison. Chief Craft of the White Bear tribe wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. He stepped forward, his voice piercing through the bear's heavy breaths. Castak, listen. Abandoning honor at this moment is not disgraceful. The rules of Macbai are but shackles, especially for you. Facing White Thunder unarmed is tantamount to suicide. Our priest can only barely guide its fury. Complete control is beyond reach. This is not a battle you should confront. Onlookers could see Dick's uncle, Damon, nearly unable to contain his anxiety, as if he might leap into the stone circle. He shouted hoarsely, Dick, don't be foolish. This place has never adhered to such rules. You've already bloodied the faces of those Fong bastards. No one dares to underestimate you. Yet, how could the Fong tribe forego this opportunity? Old Lars wore a perpetual frown, remaining silent, while his son Samuel and several tribesmen began to jeer with sharp, piercing voices. Oh, our half-blood warrior is faltering? Samuel scoffed. What happened to your earlier bravado? Faced with the true power of the wilderness, does the blood of the Southerners tremble first? Return to your warm nest, young Master Stark. Another tusked warrior laughed. The title of Great Chief must possess the spirit of the wild. It seems half-blood is ultimately diluted, revealing cowardice in the presence of a true deity. Dick observed the tense faces of the warriors from the Falcon tribe, anger etched upon them, and he noted the profound chill in his grandfather Kasamoto's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the biting air of the icy plains, suppressing all distractions. A flash of sharp determination gleamed in his eyes as he subtly shook his head at Kraft, then turned towards the Tusk tribe. He swept his silver hair back, his handsome visage revealing a dangerous glint. With a slight shift in posture, he assumed a combat stance, confronting the oncoming White Thunder, which bore down upon him like a crushing snow mountain. The gigantic bear, thoroughly provoked by the challenge of this seemingly insignificant being, emitted a deafening roar. Its sound waves, almost tangible. It suddenly reared up, its shadow engulfing Dick, and its massive forepaw, propelled by a terrifying gust of wind, descended like a battering ram. Dick did not confront it head-on. In a split second, his body glided sideways with an almost ghostly swiftness, his movements fluid beyond belief. Boom. The bear's colossal paw smashed into the very spot where he had just stood, sending shards of stone and frozen earth flying, leaving behind a gaping, horrifying crater. By the gods! Someone gasped from the sidelines. The members of the Tusk tribe, witnessing this, grew even more raucous. Dodge. Let us see how long you can evade. White Thunder, crush him into a pulp. Dick's heart was as cold as ice, his gaze keen, diligently tracking the rhythm of the bear's movements. Though its strength was cataclysmic, its massive form and relatively straightforward attack pattern inevitably left fleeting openings. He pushed the enhancements of the Earth Fiend's 72 fragments to their utmost potential, skillfully weaving through the bear's relentless onslaught of strikes and bites. The bear's toothy maw narrowly grazed his body on several occasions, the fetid, hot wind stinging his skin, with the shadow of death looming constantly overhead. After several harrowing evades, Dick seized upon an opportune moment. The bear's full force pounce missed, its old strength spent, and new energy yet to be summoned. He lunged forward, the frozen ground beneath him cracking with every step, his entire being taut like a bowstring, all power coalescing in his right fist. With a fierce shout, a simple yet powerful punch struck the bear's robust shoulder muscle like a cannonball. Bang! The sound erupted, a dull thud reminiscent of a resounding defeat, yet resonating with the weight of metal and stone. The colossal bear emitted a howl, a mixture of excruciating pain and astonishment, its massive form staggering dangerously as it was struck by a single blow, retreating half a step. Dick himself felt a tingling sensation in his fist. The force of the backlash was truly astonishing. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. All the warriors from various tribes widened their eyes, as if they were witnessing a miracle. Did he just repel the White Thunder? A warrior from the Blackstone tribe murmured, his face a mask of disbelief. His strength could actually contend with a living legend of the wilderness? The members of the White Bear tribe were the most stunned, as they understood better than anyone the terrifying power of their guardian beast. Kraft's pupils dilated suddenly, and for the first time, a look of near stupor crossed his rugged face. The taunts from the Fong tribe abruptly ceased, as if their throats had been choked. Samuel Fong stood with his mouth agape, his expression frozen in shock. This confrontation allowed Dick to fully grasp the level of his opponent's strength, formidable and unparalleled, yet still within the realm of the earthly fiend's might. Confidence surged within him, and his fighting spirit burned fiercely like boiling oil. No longer content to evade, he began to maneuver actively around the colossal bear, his steps as nimble as the wind, each pause and advance executed with pinpoint precision. His fists and legs transformed into heavy war hammers, striking relentlessly at the bear's ribs, shoulders, and even its sturdy hind legs. The resounding thuds echoed continuously. While he could not easily pierce through that thick hide and tough flesh, the accumulating pain ignited the deepest ferocity within the White Thunder. It had gone completely berserk. The White Thunder rose up on its hind legs. Like a towering white mountain, it loomed over Dick, descending upon him with overwhelming force. Dick's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of opportunity. He stomped heavily on the ground, the erupting surface providing him with immense rebound power. His dodging form leaving afterimages in its wake. He easily evaded the bear's charge, and in the moment the White Thunder stood up, he seized its side fur, leveraging himself to leap onto the bear's back. The White Thunder let out a deafening roar of fury, its massive body twisting with an uncharacteristic speed, thrashing about in an attempt to dislodge the bug upon its back. It even rose upright, spinning its body, its gigantic claws sweeping through the air with fierce winds, narrowly missing Dick on several occasions. It opened its cavernous maw, twisting its neck at astonishing angles, attempting to bite him. The interlacing fangs grazed perilously close to Dick's flesh, sparking gasps of horror from the crowd below. "Be careful." Aunt Kalia could not help but shout urgently. Dick's cousin, Erin, clutched her sister Martha's arm tightly, her face pale as a ghost. Chief Quasimodo of the Hawk tribe clenched his fists, the hawk on his arm emitting a sharp warning cry. In this frenzied dance of power and death, Dick Castark pushed his agility and balance to the utmost limits. He clung to the back of the colossal bear, his legs locking around it like iron pincers, his body pressed low against its fur, seeking balance and an opportunity amidst the violent jostling and spinning. He focused on the bear's relatively vulnerable ear roots, the sides of its neck, and the joints where its limbs connected, delivering blows that fell like raindrops with pinpoint accuracy. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike was immensely heavy, imbued with the force to penetrate its defenses, eliciting a haunting wail that intertwined pain and fury from the great beast. As it struggled more violently, attempting to throw its entire weight backward in an effort to crush Dick, he anticipated its moves, leaping aside just in time. And as it rose, revealing an opening, he sprang back with the swiftness of lightning, landing precisely to continue his terrifying assault. The scene was primal, savage, yet suffused with a breathtaking beauty of raw power. A single human, in the most unadorned manner, engaged in the fiercest battle with the totemic beast of the wilderness. After countless rounds and enduring numerous heavy blows, the struggle of the White Thunder visibly diminished, its wild howls gradually giving way to pained and reluctant whimpers. Its massive frame heaved and gasped, movements growing sluggish and cumbersome. Ultimately, its forelegs buckled, crashing down to the ground, its colossal head drooping in defeat, emitting heavy, intermittent breaths. Within its pale yellow eyes, the ferocity and madness gradually faded, replaced by an ineffable weariness, profound pain, and a flicker of confusion and fear born from being conquered by sheer strength. It no longer sought to attack, even averting its gaze from Dick slightly. Standing upon its broad, platform-like back, Dick's silver hair was soaked with sweat and the beast's scent, his chest rising and falling vigorously, skin glistening with beads of sweat and shallow claw marks. Yet his spine remained as erect as a spear. He refrained from further assault, instead gazing down calmly at the subdued giant beneath him, his eyes radiating the authority of a king. An oppressive silence enveloped the camp, punctuated only by the crackling of the campfire and the bear's heavy breathing. Suddenly, a roar erupted, a cheer more fervent than a volcanic eruption. the sound threatening to upheave the frigid night sky. Warriors from all tribes, regardless of their origins, were engulfed in a frenzy. They pounded their chests, straining every sinew to howl, their faces etched with primordial reverence and adoration. Great Chief, Chief of the Wilds. The chants surged like a tsunami, reverberating across the icy expanse. Here, ultimate strength was the supreme authority and faith. Craft, the white bear, stepped forward first, his face devoid of doubt, replaced solely by pure admiration. Approaching Dick, he struck his chest with his right hand, the sound resonating like thunder, then knelt on one knee, bowing his head that had never before lowered to another. The white bear tribe submits to you, Great Chief. Your strength has conquered the heart of the white bear. Your courage has earned us eternal friendship. He fulfilled his promise, wholeheartedly and sincerely. Lars Fong, his face ashen, surveyed the chaotic scene around him. Noting that even the white bear tribe had bowed in submission, he realized that the outcome was irrevocably sealed. His lips trembled as he struggled to contain the humiliation and resentment that surged within him, finally pulling his son Samuel close and lowering his head alongside the crowd. The Fong tribe had capitulated, and one by one, the chieftains of various tribes stepped forward, thumping their chests and pledging their allegiance. Dick Castark, a youth of noble southern lineage, was crowned the universally acknowledged Great Chieftain of the Wasteland, thanks to the earth-shattering mark by. At that moment, Quasimodo the Falcon stepped forth, raising his hands as his resonant voice drowned out the cheers. Warriors of the Wasteland, lend me your ears. I know that today's crown was not originally sought by Dick. He intended to return south to his domain. Yet, provocation and insult after insult compelled him to step onto this mark by arena for the honor of his family and clan. Was this merely a coincidence? This is the will of the old gods. It is divine decree. These words made the muscles in Lars Fong's face twitch, as if an unseen force were tugging at his very being. The cheers erupted once more, mingled with fervent prayers to the old gods. Austin, the chieftain of the hunting tribe, shouted with excitement, his voice trembling with fervor, Great Chieftain. As a great chieftain, he must have a retinue befitting his majesty. Since all tribes have submitted, each should contribute half of their warriors to form the Great Chieftain's Guard. This pronouncement doused the enthusiasm of many smaller tribe chieftains like a bucket of cold water. Half of their warriors? This would essentially drain the very foundation of their tribes. The atmosphere grew tense, as uncertainty and fear seeped into the cheers. Though no one dared oppose Dick out of fear of his might, a silent resistance began to spread. The hunting tribe and the falcon tribe insisted that this was a symbol of tradition and the authority of the great chieftain. Dick observed all of this keenly, understanding the subtle shifts in the crowd's demeanor. He stepped forward, slowly raising his right hand. With this simple gesture, silence fell upon the assembly, all eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his final decree. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating clearly in every ear. Your loyalty has been noted. However, the authority of the great chieftain should not rest upon the weakening of the tribe's very foundations. The primary duty of every warrior is to protect their kin and homeland. As Dick's gaze swept over the visibly tense chieftains of the smaller tribes, his tone became resolute. There is no need for half. Each tribe shall contribute 1/10 of their warriors. This is my command. The impact of his words was immediate. The worries and hesitations melted away like snow under the sun, and relief washed over the faces of nearly all the chieftains, transforming into genuine gratitude and deeper respect. 10 draws yield but one, a modest number indeed. In a tribe of fewer than 100, the warriors scarcely exceed 10. The chieftain's call was met with an even more fervent and sincere chorus of support, imbued with deep reverence. Craft, the white bear, promptly responded, declaring, the white bear tribe shall contribute 300 warriors. Quasimodo, the falcon, proclaimed with a resonant voice, the falcon tribe shall send forth 200 warriors. Lars, the Fong, with a shifting countenance, ultimately gritted his teeth and declared under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the Fong tribe will offer 500 warriors. With the largest population base, 500 was the sum of their 10 draws. Other tribes, both large and small, such as the Blackstone and the Hunters, soon followed suit with their numbers. In no time, a grand chieftain's guard, comprising 2,000 elite warriors selected from various tribes, was established amidst this fervent yet orderly atmosphere. The vast expanse of the wilderness united in an unprecedented manner under the banner of this young, silver-haired chieftain. The icy winds of the plains seemed to subtly alter their course. Chapter 113. Cloud of Doubt. Dick Castak ascended to the position of chieftain of the wilderness, a transition that bore significance far beyond a mere title change. The power dynamics of the plains were swiftly being redefined amidst the biting winds. The Fang tribe, once ambitious and ever-expanding due to its substantial population, had long since aroused unease and vigilance among the other tribes. The White Bear and Falcon tribes, formidable in their own right, had forged an unspoken yet fragile understanding to counterbalance the Fang's relentless expansion. However, this tacit agreement was far from a solid alliance. Dick's rise was akin to a boulder cast into a delicate lake, creating ripples throughout the region. As the grandson of Kasimodo, the chieftain of the Falcon tribe, he naturally garnered the unwavering support of the Falcon tribe and its affiliates, possessing half of their bloodline. With unmatched valor, he had engaged and subdued countless warriors of the wilderness, even conquering the formidable beasts of the White Bear tribe with his bare hands, earning their respect and loyalty. Overnight, the once loose alliance of the two major tribes, along with numerous smaller factions within their sphere of influence, were bound tightly under the flag of Dick, the great chieftain. This development rendered the Fang tribe's advantageous position null and void, plunging them into a state of counteraction and encirclement. Lars Fang's resentment could only be buried deep within. For on the surface, he was compelled to submit to this new order forged by the will of the ancient gods and absolute power. The celebratory bonfire blazed brightly in the cold night, the crackling of roasting meat mingling with the rich aroma of strong liquor and the boisterous songs of warriors. In the midst of this jubilant atmosphere, Dick did not indulge in the euphoria of victory. He calmly initiated the first step of power consolidation, the organization of the newly established 2,000-strong Great Chieftain's Guard. Standing high above, his voice resonated through the clamor. Warriors of the wilderness, from this day forth, you shall no longer be solitary warriors of your respective tribes, but rather the formidable swords that defend the order of the wasteland and the dignity of the Great Chieftain. This elite guard shall henceforth be known as the Wasteland Chieftain's Guard. His gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the uncle who was boasting about his nephew's prowess while embracing a female warrior. Daemon the Hawk. Startled by the sudden shift in attention, Daemon stood upright, exclaiming, "Present, Great Chieftain." His face flushed with excitement and alcohol, his chest puffed out with pride. "I appoint you as the leader of the Wasteland Chieftain's Guard. Do not disappoint me, nor bring shame to the Hawk tribe. At your command, Great Chieftain, I, Daemon, shall ensure that the guard becomes the sharpest spear of the wasteland." Daemon excitedly pounded his chest, the sound resonating with his uncontainable joy. While this appointment certainly considered familial ties, Daemon's valor and unwavering loyalty indeed rendered him suitable for this role. Next, Dick's gaze shifted to a young face in the crowd that bore a somewhat complex expression. Rio Blackstone. Taken aback by the unexpected call, Rio quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee, saying, "Great Chieftain." His voice carried a note of surprise and gravity. "I appoint you as the vice leader of the guard. You have proven your strength, and now, I require your assistance in uniting warriors from diverse tribes into a cohesive force." This appointment served as a clear signal. All tribes, as long as they pledge loyalty, shall have a place within the new order. Rio bowed deeply, declaring, "In the name of the old gods, I swear to serve you with all my might." With the core personnel of the guard arranged, Dick approached the largest bonfire and leaped onto a massive log. The cheers gradually subsided, and all eyes focused upon him. Chieftains of the tribes, priests, warriors, Dick's voice boomed, "Tonight, we gather here by the will of the old gods and the courage we share. I, Dick Castark, the Great Chieftain, hereby establish the rules. The traditions of the wasteland remain unchanged. The internal affairs of each tribe shall still be managed by your chieftains and priests according to ancient customs, and the Great Chieftain shall not interfere." This declaration brought a quiet sigh of relief to many chieftains, particularly those from smaller tribes. However, Dick pivoted his tone. "From this day forth, should disputes arise between tribes that cannot be resolved independently, be it plundering or vendetta, they must be reported to me for arbitration by the Great Chieftain. No tribe shall engage in large-scale brawls clandestinely. Violators will be deemed public enemies of the wasteland and will be jointly punished by the guard and the tribes." He understood that in this vast and fractured wasteland, a great chieftain who sought to centralize power and meddle in each tribe's affairs could not endure for long, but would instead swiftly incite rebellion. His foundation lay in the southern Stad's corner, where he was recognized more as a leader who had achieved acclaim through consecutive victories over the Macbai and the overwhelming might of conquering colossal beasts. His primary objective is not integration, but rather consolidation. Seizing the current momentum of victory, he aims to establish a preliminary set of rules designed to minimize internal losses and present a unified front, thereby solidifying the loosely formed tribal alliance, making it easier for him to exert influence and maintain control. a divided yet orderly wasteland, capable of heeding commands, holds far greater value than a forcibly integrated realm rife with undercurrents and incessant rebellion. As for the Wasteland Chevalier camp, he does not intend to transform it into a permanent standing army. His vision is far more expansive. The warriors of the Wasteland Chevalier camp will not be permanently stationed. Dick announced, I shall implement a rotation system. Each year, the tribes will send new warriors to serve, replacing the soldiers of the previous year who will return home. This decision once again garnered the favor of numerous chieftains. Yet, Dick's foresight extends further. The rotation system means that year after year, he will have the opportunity to nurture, influence, and win over the elite warriors of the Wasteland. The Wasteland is deficient in iron, quality weapons and armor, food, salt, and many other resources commonly found in the South. He can easily utilize the resources from Stod's Horn to provide better equipment and supplies to the rotating warriors, even bestowing upon them personal rewards. Over time, these warriors, who have benefited from his generosity and witnessed his strength, will return to their tribes as steadfast allies. The Wasteland will truly become an inexhaustible reservoir of quality troops and a strategic rearguard for him, just as the celebratory atmosphere reached its zenith. With the aroma of roasted beef permeating the night sky and laughter and revelry abounding, a warrior from the Falcon tribe rushed through the crowd, leading several weary figures clad in armor towards Dick. The fatigue of their long journey was etched on their faces, and their leather boots were caked with mud and snow. Among them, the youngest, whom Dick recognized as James Park, the son of the old knight Cohen Park who had been managing affairs during his absence. Upon seeing Dick, James immediately knelt on one knee, his voice urgent and tense. My lord, Lord Dick, we have finally found you. In an instant, the joy in Dick's heart turned to ice. Cohen Park, his trusted knight left in charge of Stod's Horn, would not have sent his son into the wasteland without a pressing emergency. He gestured for James to accompany him into the tent behind, and with a lowered voice, he inquired, James, what has happened? Why the haste? His gaze swept over James' weary and anxious face, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Was there trouble in the territory? Had there been an internal rebellion? Or perhaps from the south? Could it be that during his absence of over 10 days, Black Castle and East Sea Watch had seized the opportunity to launch an attack? That should not be the case, judging by James' arrival in the wasteland. He must have set out only 6 or 7 days after Dick's departure. In this era of delayed communication, how could the South have mounted an assault so unprepared? At this moment, Duke Carlin, my father, has already assembled a formidable army at his side. It is improbable that he would choose this time for a direct confrontation. Clarify. James. Dick's voice bore an unmistakable authority. Chapter 114. Urgent orders. The biting wind swirled the embers of the celebratory bonfire, bringing with it the scent of distant lands. The spacious tent temporarily insulated them from the songs and revelry outside. James, rise and speak. Dick's voice was deep and steady, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Tell me, has something transpired at Stode's Corner, or has the South finally lost its restraint? James Park stood, his face a mixture of fatigue and relief, hastily shaking his head. No, my lord, your lands are secure. Black Castle and Eastwatch remain undisturbed, showing no signs of mobilization. A weight lifted from Dick's heart, yet his suspicions deepened. Then why the haste to seek me out in the wilderness? It is an order, my lord. From your father, Duke Carlin. James produced a letter sealed with wax from his close-fitting satchel and respectfully offered it. By the time the messenger reached Stode's Corner, you had already departed for several days. My father deemed this matter urgent and instructed me to bring the finest guide and escort to follow your trail. Dick accepted the letter, crushing the wax seal emblazoned with the Stark family sigil beneath his fingers. He swiftly scanned his father's somewhat coarse handwriting, his brow furrowing with concern. The letter was succinct and direct. He was to set forth immediately to rendezvous with Duke Carlin's camp situated on the eastern side of Frostfawn, beside the River Milk. Dick raised his gaze. What has transpired with my father and brother? This letter is vague. They command a formidable force. Could they not even capture a single castle? James inhaled deeply and began to relay in detail the information provided by the Duke's emissary. Over the past 2 years, thanks to Winterfell, primarily through Shadow Tower, supplies and support had been continually delivered to Duke Carlin. He had successfully reclaimed territories from the Serres family. Dick's father and brother had recruited and reorganized the majority of the former Serres soldiers, selecting and absorbing those knights willing to pledge their loyalty, resulting in a significant increase in strength. Under the Duke's banner, there were now over 10,000 battle-hardened soldiers and a full 100 armored knights. James spoke with a hint of reverence. The forces were robust, well-equipped, and adequately provisioned. Not long ago, the Duke believed the time was ripe and decided. under the guise of safeguarding the lands beyond, to formally demand the allegiance of all nobles along the River Milk, west of Frostfawn. In order to truly unify the realm beyond the wall and establish the Duke's authority. James hesitated momentarily, but the outcome was that they claimed they remained loyal to the Black Duke, Jon Snow. They assert that unless the Black Duke personally absolves them of their oaths, they cannot swear fealty to another duke. Dick could hardly suppress a laugh. Jon Snow? That figure long lost to the annals of history and legend? Such an excuse was nearly insulting. Thus, my father and elder brother opted for brute force, Dick stated. Indeed, my lord. The Duke believed that a show of strength was necessary, and the target chosen was none other than the formidable Locke family of Castle Black. According to prior intelligence, the Locke family could muster no more than 2,000 soldiers, with scarcely 20 knights among them. The Duke was convinced that this would be an effortless victory. Dick could envision the confidence radiating from his father and brother at that moment. 10,000 against 2,000, 100 knights against 20. This was practically a guaranteed triumph. The army advanced towards Castle Black, aiming for a swift resolution to instill fear in their adversaries. Yet trouble arose. Dick calmly articulated the conclusion. A bitter smile crossed James's face. Yes, my lord, a considerable predicament. Everyone underestimated those mountain lords. The Duke's formidable strength did not intimidate them. Rather, it compelled them to unite in opposition. En route to Castle Black, nearly all the lords from the eastern side of the Frostfang Mountains dispatched their forces, some with hundreds, others with dozens, and even a few minor lords personally leading their militia. They all converged upon Castle Black. How many did they muster? Dick pressed. Close to 8,000 soldiers, my lord. Although their equipment and training pale in comparison to ours, they are familiar with the terrain and have taken up defensive positions. Together with the 2,000 from the Locke family, there now gathered a total of 10,000 enemies near Castle Black. Furthermore, it seemed they had hastily assembled dozens of knights and an even greater number of cavalry. The balance of power had now equalized. Dick fell silent, deep in thought. Before posing a pivotal question, what of Shadow Tower? Winterfell has stationed over 2,000 soldiers and numerous knights there. Given that my father has secured the support of the king in the north and the prime minister, why has the garrison at Shadow Tower not been dispatched to assist? Even a flanking maneuver would suffice. James shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. The commander of Shadow Tower stated that he had not received direct orders from Winterfell to engage. He continues to follow previous directives, opening the passage for us and providing supplies, but chooses to remain an observer regarding direct military action against the lords beyond the wall. He asserted that his primary duty was to guard the passage of the wall, a splendid display of observing. Undoubtedly, the shadow of the king in the north looms over this decision. He seeks to harness the strength of House Stark to consolidate power beyond the wall, while simultaneously wishing to prevent House Stark from gaining too much momentum and expanding their influence too swiftly. Thus, the stalemate persists. Dick concluded, our forces do not hold the advantage. A full frontal assault on a stronghold like Castle Black would undoubtedly result in heavy losses, and may even lead to failure. James nodded in agreement. The Duke made several tentative assaults, yet they yielded little success, as the Locke family and their allies resisted with remarkable tenacity. Just as your father and brothers found themselves in a state of exasperation, a knight who had surrendered proffered a suggestion. Who was it? Sir John, my lord. He was once a subordinate of Cassio's Celeris and witnessed firsthand, at the Trembling Sea Fortress, the manner in which you fought. James seemed to deliberate for a moment on his choice of words. He had seen how you engaged in battle. He advised the Duke that the current stalemate might only be broken by your valor. He claimed he had never encountered anyone capable of combat as you were, even capable of lifting a warhorse. He believed that your presence on the battlefield would undoubtedly elevate the morale of our troops. Dick could scarcely fathom that the knight who had surrendered had become such a staunch admirer of his martial prowess. James concluded by stating that it was for this reason the Duke urgently dispatched a courier to Stode's Corner, summoning you to the camp forthwith. My father deemed this matter crucial to the Duke's strategy and the honor of House Castrak, and thus commanded me to bring you back without delay. The tent fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the distant sounds of revelry from the plains. Dick's gaze swept over his father's letter once more. The hurried script seemed to convey the anxiety of the front lines. He rose and tucked away the letter. The celebration of the chieftains on the plains was yet to conclude, but the commands from the south had arrived. I understand, James. Dick's voice regained its steadiness. He lifted the tent flap, the cold wind ruffling his silver hair, as his eyes turned towards the snow-laden mountains in the south. Chapter 115. Objective. Hog's territory. The biting wind sliced through the vast plains, lifting fine snowflakes that struck the advancing troop. 2,000 warriors of the plains, forming the chieftain's guard, marched silently southward, clad in heavy leather and wielding rugged weapons, their faces smeared with frost-resistant oils and tribal totems, their gazes sharp. The formation resembled a great black serpent, winding its way across the desolate snowscape, exuding an air of lethal intent. At the forefront of the procession, Dick Castrak sat astride a tall warhorse, his silver hair tied back, revealing a sharply defined profile. Draped in a heavy cloak and armed with a long sword at his waist, he stood tall like a pine tree. Even among these fierce warriors of the plains, he stood out like a crane among chickens, emanating a tranquil yet formidable presence that dared not be directly gazed upon. On a distant, towering hill, the chieftain of the Hawk tribe, Quasimodo, stood alongside his daughter, Kalia, observing the troop gradually vanishing into the southern snow mist. Quasimodo, with hair and beard as white as snow and a face etched with the marks of time, possessed eyes as sharp as a true eagle's. Leaning on a rough-hewn staff topped with an eagle's head, he spoke slowly. He has departed, like a young eagle, leaving the nest to soar into broader skies. Kalia, a shapeshifter, possessed eyes that were deeper than those of ordinary mortals. He is no longer a fledgling, father. Her tone bore a subtle hint of pride. I observed him evolve from a boy into the formidable figure he is today. At the trembling sea fortress, he confronted a dozen armored knights single-handedly. In this desolate expanse, he has vanquished countless of the mightiest tribal warriors and even triumphed over the icebound behemoth of the White Bear tribe with his bare hands. Indeed, he possesses a formidable power. Quasimodo nodded slowly, his gaze still following the nearly invisible black line in the distance. Yet, what is even more commendable is the manner in which he wields this power. His conquests are not merely achieved through brute force. He inspires those proud warriors to willingly follow him, not simply out of fear. It is an innate charisma that resonates with the human heart. The old chieftain paused, his staff gently tapping against the frozen ground beneath him. I have heard tales sung in the south of the conqueror Aegon, who commanded dragons and compelled the seven kingdoms to bow in terror beneath his unparalleled flames. People fear the insurmountable power. However, his voice deepened, imbued with the wisdom of ages. There are always those who can comprehend fear, even master it, and in dire straits, unleash an unparalleled bravery. Kalia, the songs of mortals celebrate courage. The greatness of humanity lies in its valor. Legend has it that even Aegon, with his dragons, faltered before the courage of the Dornish, losing even one of his dragons. Ultimately, his unification of Westeros relied not solely on flames, but also on alliances and compromises. Quasimodo shook his head slightly. Some individuals, once they obtain world-shattering power, forget that they too were once mere mortals, viewing all life as insignificant. They will never comprehend the terrifying strength and courage that the so-called ants known as humans can unleash when defending what they hold dear. Kalia gazed at her father in mild astonishment. You possess such profound knowledge of Southern history. A knowing smile danced at the corner of Quasimodo's lips. After the collapse of the Great Wall of Despair, this land is no longer the traditional beyond. The noble eagle lacks fangs and the might of a giant bear, yet we soar high and see far. Kalia chuckled, the cold wind tousling her hair. So you, old eagle, have already placed young Aaron into Dick's company. Martha is quite displeased, claiming you are too biased. What is there to be displeased about? Quasimodo replied nonchalantly. When the next rotation of tribal warriors occurs, let Martha take Aaron's place. Allow them both to witness and experience firsthand. They will inevitably become the tribe's priestesses, requiring a broader perspective of the world, beyond just tents and bonfires. Quasimodo's gaze turned once more to the south, becoming distant and profound. Some individuals possess not only immense strength, but also an innate understanding of how to wield that power. Such individuals are the born rulers. The wind sweeps across the hills, stirring the whispers of the elderly, scattering them into the vast and frigid air, imbued with a sense of prophetic destiny. The biting wind, laden with snowflakes, lashes against Dick's sharply defined visage. His silver hair dances lightly in the breeze, and his gaze is fixed upon the snow-enshrouded horizon to the south, deep and composed, as if capable of penetrating the distance to discern the circumstances beyond the mountains. His countenance, a blend of his mother's tribe's profound features and his father's resolute lines, reveals little emotion, only an air of tranquil determination. Suddenly, Dick tightened the reins, and his warhorse whinnied, raising its forelegs before stamping heavily on the frozen ground. He raised his arm, making a distinct gesture. The entire marching wasteland chieftain's camp seemed to slow its pace in unison, the warriors perplexed yet awaiting orders with unwavering discipline. Turn west. Dick's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of the nearby leaders. imbued with an undeniable authority. West. James Park rode closer, his face etched with confusion. My lord, are we not to continue south to rendezvous with the Duke? The Duke commanded us to hasten to the main camp. Dick's gaze remained fixed on the western expanse. We shall proceed directly to my father's main camp. With our numbers, the provisions consumed merely to cover ground have left us weary upon arrival, achieving nothing beyond exhaustion. He paused, then finally turned to face James. A fortnight ago, from north to south, the Frostbite mountain range saw all lords from the eastern side emerge to support Castle Cast, did they not? Indeed, my lord, James nodded. Thus, Castle Cast has amassed nearly 10,000 troops. Then, Dick's voice emanated a calmness that suggested mastery over the situation. Which house claims the territory farthest to the north? James hesitated, then as if struck by a realization, his eyes widened. Dick did not wait for his response, continuing with a hint of reminiscence in his tone. The wasteland lies directly north of them. I recall traversing along the Frost River to their northernmost territory. He paused briefly. A fleeting thought of his runaway sister crossing his mind, then swiftly moved on. Ah, it is the Hog Estate. Their castle must be exceptionally vulnerable at this moment. No sooner had he spoken than a robust and fervent voice erupted nearby. Dick's uncle, Damon, emphatically slapped his thigh, his face illuminated with a mixture of clarity and combative fervor. I understand. Let us go behind their lines. Their troops are clustered at Castle Cast, leaving their home as nothing but an empty shell. We shall pierce through from the north, like a red-hot knife slicing through frozen oil. Damon's crude metaphor. As the leader of the chieftain's camp, precisely articulated Dick's strategic intent. Dick did not deny it. He merely turned his gaze forward and urged his steed onward. In a calm tone, he commanded, Objective, Hog's Domain. The troop, akin to a colossal beast awakening, carved a sharp arc under the guidance of the silver-haired youth. Chapter 116. Reunion. The frost-laden river flowed silently eastward, its murky, frigid waters ensnared by shards of ice. Once a northern bastion of Hog's Domain, this barrier was effortlessly crossed on this cold morning. 2,000 warriors from the desolate steppes formed a silent, yet formidable torrent as they set foot on Hog's Domain's soil. At the forefront of the formation, Dick Castackler reined in his horse, his silver hair fluttering in the chilling wind. His profound gaze swept across the sparse trees on the southern bank and the faint outlines of fields and villages in the distance. Without uttering a word, he raised his arm, making a simple gesture. The massive serpent behind him halted in response, exhibiting an unsettling obedience. High above, a barely perceptible shadow circled. It was Aaron, the hawk of the hunting falcon, whose keen eyes had already surveyed everything ahead. What do you see? Dick's voice was steady, inquiring of the girl beside him who was gazing skyward. Aaron, his cousin, appeared momentarily vacant, sharing her vision with her airborne companion. After a brief moment, she blinked, regaining her focus. Empty, Cousin Dick. The nearest village has only a few old men with pitchforks and a handful of listless guards. There is no discernible resistance. Dick nodded slightly. All of this had been anticipated. All able-bodied men in Hog's Domain had long been summoned by their lord to march southward to Castle Fort to confront his father's army. What remained was but an empty lair and lambs awaiting slaughter. Advance, he commanded softly. The black torrent surged forth once more, propelled by an unstoppable momentum toward the south. The ensuing march resembled less a battle and more an armed procession. As they approached the first village, wisps of smoke rose lazily into the air. Only when the figures of the steppe warriors drew near like ominous clouds did the shrill alarm bells sound in panic, yet their toll seemed feeble and filled with despair. A few gray-haired sentinels, clad in faded cloaks, trembled with their spears in hand. They gazed upon this disordered yet menacing army and wisely discarded their weapons, kneeling by the roadside in supplication for mercy. The women and children within the village peered fearfully from behind wooden windows, children clutched tightly by their mothers. The muffled sounds of suppressed sobs permeating the frigid air. Their imagined visions of plunder, slaughter, and flames had not materialized. Those warriors, appearing as if born of the wild, scanned their surroundings with fierce looks, yet none strayed from the ranks, nor did anyone kick down the flimsy doors of the humble abodes. They merely traversed the village silently, like a chilling tide flowing around rocky outcrops. Occasionally, warriors cast their gazes toward the barns stocked with provisions for the winter, their eyes betraying a primal yearning for sustenance innate to the nomadic tribes. Yet, in such moments, their attention inevitably drifts toward the commanding silver figure at the forefront of the procession, prompting them to quell their inner restlessness and continue onward. Lord Dick has issued a strict edict: no harassment of civilians, with the sole aim directed towards the castle. His decree, coupled with his formidable power and the tangible victories and benefits gained along the way, has thoroughly subdued even the most obstinate of tribal warriors. Dick did not divide his forces to occupy these villages, for that would be futile. Instead, he commanded the removal of grain and weaponry from the village warehouses to replenish the troops' supplies. The warriors, brimming with exuberance, loaded bag after bag of grain and large cuts of salted meat onto the pack horses, their faces radiating the joy of harvest. Following this youthful chieftain, the battles were effortless, and the spoils were substantial, far superior to their previous struggles over a few meager prey on the plains. A profound sense of reverence, self-interest, and allegiance to the powerful took root in their hearts. The procession continued southward, herding a few captive village leaders and trembling guards. Before long, the stronghold of the Hogg family, Hogg Castle, with its lowly towers and rudimentary walls, emerged on the horizon. Within Hogg Castle, the Lord's nephew, Sir Cliff Hogg, was lost in a warm slumber. Approaching midday, he remained naked, entwined with a similarly unclad maid, snoring in the Lord's chamber. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and the decadence of indulgence. Sir Cliff, something is amiss." The frantic shouts and urgent knocks jolted him from his reverie. "Get away," Cliff grumbled irritably, pushing the woman aside, his tone laced with annoyance at the interruption of his dreams. "Is the sky falling?" Yes. The savages, the wild men. They've crossed the river. They are already outside the castle." The voice outside trembled with desperation. Savages? Cliff's stupor and slumber were abruptly shattered. He hastily donned a pair of trousers, threw on a coat in disarray, and neglected to put on shoes as he stumbled outside. As he was pulled up onto the castle walls by the guards, the scene before him plunged him into a state of icy dread. In the open ground outside the castle, a dark mass of soldiers had completed the encirclement. Clad in animal hides, their fierce visages resembled a pack of wolves fixated on their prey. They stood in eerie silence, a stillness far more terrifying than any frenzied shout. At the forefront of the throng, a silver-haired figure mounted on a tall steed appeared, radiant like a blazing silver flame. Though the distance was considerable, Cliff Hogg recognized that face almost instantly, the visage that had haunted his nightmares countless times. The very silver-haired youth who, in the border town, had repeatedly shot arrows with precision to knock off his helmet, subjecting him to humiliation and terror. How could it possibly be him? A chill surged from Cliff's feet straight to the crown of his head. Instinctively, he shrank his neck and hid behind the battlements, gripping his helmet tightly. He unconsciously pulled down his visor with a clatter, as if it could shield him from the unpredictable arrows. The old guard beside him observed his comical yet terrified demeanor, displaying a peculiar expression. Taking a deep breath, Cliff forced himself to appear calm. He cautiously peered out from behind the battlements and called down in a trembling voice. "Dick Castark, what do you intend to do? Haven't you received back everyone you captured years ago? If you're still unsatisfied, I can offer you gold dragons. We can negotiate any amount." His shout fell into a heavy silence below, which was soon shattered by a boisterous laugh from a rugged voice. Beside Dick stood a towering man, bearded and broad-shouldered, known as Daemon the Falcon, who laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha. Compensation? Gold dragons? Are you still dreaming, you fool? Look around you, lad. We have come to seize the castle. Surrender now, or my grandfather Daemon will raze your pitiful nest to the ground." Cliff Hogg suddenly awoke to the grim reality, his face paling instantaneously. He remembered that his uncle, Lord Hogg, had already marched south with all the elite soldiers from their territory to support Castle Castark. Now, Hogg Castle had barely 50 old, weak, and ill soldiers remaining. He attempted to bluff. "Why, you shall not succeed. Hogg Castle is impregnable. We can hold out until reinforcements arrive." At that moment, a girl in tribal attire, Erin, beside Dick lifted her head, her cold voice laced with unabashed mockery. "Impenetrable? Are you referring to those 47 men behind the walls who are too frightened to wet themselves? 10 of them are still in the kitchen hiding bread. Do you need my eagle to fly a little closer to count them for you?" Cliff Hogg felt as if struck by lightning. The last vestige of hope shattered completely. Dick Castark finally spoke, his voice steady yet imbued with a chilling authority that resonated up the walls. "Cliff Hogg, open the gate. I swear by the Castark family name that if you relinquish your feudal resistance, I shall not harm the family of Count Hogg, and will ensure the safety of those who surrender." He paused, his tone turning icy. "But if my warriors begin their assault..." His words trailed off, yet the warriors below seemed to receive a signal, unleashing a guttural roar while pounding their weapons together, creating a menacing rumble. Countless bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the walls, their faces twisted in expectant and savage grins. The terrifying spectacle left every guard on the walls trembling. In despair, Cliff Hogg closed his eyes. He felt that every encounter with this silver-haired man had brought him nothing but misfortune. Last time, dignity lay in ruins. This time, it seems he is destined to lose everything. Observing the pale, fearful countenances of the surrounding guards, he realized that any act of resistance would be futile. "Open the city gates," he said resignedly to the captain of the guards, his voice as dry as sandpaper. The heavy gates creaked open, and Cliff Hogg emerged dejectedly, symbolically surrendering his sword. He was led before Dick Karstark's steed, raising his gaze to the silver-haired youth upon the horse, whose demeanor was calm and whose eyes were profound. Cliff was filled with bitterness and a sense of absurdity. He never anticipated that you would become the King's Knight of the North in Winterfell. Once, he had mocked Dick for not even being a knight, forcing him to negotiate with arrows. Now, he was indeed the glorious King's Knight, my Lord Karstark. He deliberately emphasized the words King's Knight. Dick's lips curled into a slight, almost teasing smile. "Sir Cliff, standing before you is also the great chief revered by all tribes beyond the wall. However, you have surrendered. Now, I shall abide by the rules of chivalry. So you need not worry about Hogg." Cliff stammered, "Your standards are indeed flexible." At this, Dick burst into hearty laughter. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Chapter 117. Breakthrough in the courtyard of Hogg Castle. Flames flickered, illuminating faces twisted with excitement. The conquest had not brought the anticipated slaughter and chaos. Rather, it yielded rewards far beyond the wild warriors' imaginations. The doors of the granary were thrown wide open, and bags of grain, blocks of salted meat, and barrels of light beer were continuously transported onto requisitioned carts. The air was thick with the rich aroma of food and fat, a scent that inspired the frontier folk, accustomed to hunger and scarcity more than any battle cry could. However, the true ecstasy emanated from the armory. When Dick commanded the distribution of the iron weapons and armor stockpiled by the Hogg family to his chief's guard, the scene nearly spiraled out of control. These warriors from various tribes, many touching true steel for the first time in their lives, greedily caressed the sharp edges of long swords with their rough fingers, weighing the heavy iron axes, emitting low growls of astonishment and desire. "Look at this. It can withstand a blow." A warrior clumsily donned an antiquated iron-studded breastplate, excitedly showcasing it to his companions, though the armor was evidently tight on him. A dramatic scene unfolded in a corner of the courtyard. An exceptionally tall and stout warrior from the White Bear tribe eagerly seized a helmet with a face guard, attempting to fit it upon his large, bushy-haired head. The helmet lodged above his brow, and despite his best efforts, baring his teeth and straining, he could not shift it down a single inch. Amidst the raucous laughter of his companions, the colossal figure was evidently reluctant to relinquish the precious iron trinket. With a guttural roar, he forcefully hurled his helmet to the ground and seized a nearby battle axe. Without hesitation, he struck down fiercely upon the rear of the helmet. A harsh clang reverberated through the air as the metal was indeed cleaved open by his raw strength. Casting aside the axe, his large hands grasped the sides of the helmet, veins bulging at his temples, and with a muffled grunt, he forcefully distorted and expanded the helmet, eventually donning it with a sense of triumph, albeit somewhat strained. The warped helmet rendered him even more fearsome. However, he paid no heed, simply grinning widely and emitting a deep, rasping laugh of satisfaction. Initially, there was a moment of silence, which was soon shattered by a louder uproar of cheers and applause, laden with admiration and envy. For them, waste was an unforgivable sin, and any means of acquiring and utilizing such precious iron was worthy of praise. Dick stood upon the steps of the main fortress, observing this spectacle with quiet contemplation. His silver hair glimmered coldly in the torchlight, while weapons were relatively abundant. The armor was regrettably scarce and disorganized. Dick tilted his head slightly and remarked to his cousin Aaron, a hint of barely perceptible regret in his tone. Aaron's gaze had just shifted away from the warrior who had modified the helmet, her bright eyes blinking in surprise. To them, this was already a boon from the old gods. Aaron replied softly, her voice imbued with the pragmatic sensibility characteristic of the denizens of the wasteland. In the bearclaw slope of the wasteland, a rusted iron dagger could easily be exchanged for 2 plump sheep and a sack of oats. She fully comprehended the fervor of the warriors below, even finding it to be a matter of course. However, in the next moment, her attention was drawn to those gathered around numerous bonfires, ravenously devouring the black bread, salted meat, and hot soup provided by Hogberg. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing an incongruous hint of youthful concern that belied her mature demeanor. She leaned closer to Dick and, in a hushed tone, as if sharing a secret, cautioned him. "Cousin, are they truly consuming that? I mean, could that food be poisoned?" Aaron's apprehension was not unfounded. in tribal legends and the arcane knowledge of the shapeshifters. Poison was often a despicable trick employed by the nobility. Before Dick could respond, Daemon, who was voraciously gnawing on a roasted leg of lamb nearby, choked upon hearing her words, erupting into boisterous laughter, his greasy palms nearly slapping Aaron's back. Ha ha ha, my dear little Aaron. Your worry is as comical as fearing that a snow wolf would be slain by a mere rabbit. Daemon wiped away tears of laughter. Do you think it would take enough poison to fell over 2,000 of us brave souls who can wrestle ice wolves barehanded? It would require at least 2 full carts, and that poison would need to be thoroughly mixed. How dull must the Hog family be to have nothing better to do? In this small castle, 2 large carts of poison are always at the ready. Ha ha. A faint smile played upon Dick's lips as he gently gazed at Aaron, explaining, Aaron, the mass poisoning of an army is exceedingly challenging. Not only does it require an unimaginable dosage, but one must also ensure that it takes effect simultaneously. Our warriors do not dine together. Some stand guard while others patrol. Moreover, his gaze swept over the flickering lights in the higher windows of the main fortress. The family of Count Hog is being tightly monitored there. We possess a guarantee far more effective than any antidote. They dare not, nor do they need to, act in such a manner. Dick turned his attention to the heavy sky in the south. Rather than the elusive notion of poisoning, my greater concern lies with time. We must penetrate their defenses before Frostbite Ridge and the other territories to the east receive word and react. The respite did not last long. After a hearty meal and a change of equipment, the Wasteland Vanguard transformed once more into a chilling torrent of war. Dick honored his promise to Cliff Hog, refraining from slaughter but seizing all available resources for warfare. He did not even leave personnel to occupy Hog Castle. Holding a solitary fortress was futile. The troop, laden with captured carts and pack animals, escorted the dejected members of the Hog family, akin to beasts released from chains, continuing their march southward. The ensuing advance became a veritable armed procession, a tempest of despair intertwined with bounty. As Dick had anticipated, all forces from the territories east of Frostbite Ridge had been drawn southward to the battlefield of Castle Castor. What remained were empty fortresses, terrified elderly, women, and children, and, symbolically, feeble guards unfit for defense. The vanguard swept through with relentless momentum. They ravaged villages, emptied granaries. When they approached a castle, often the mere sight of 2,000 fearsome tribal warriors at the gates, coupled with Aaron's accurate report of the pitiful number of defenders, would cause the castle doors to slowly creak open in despair. Resistance was negligible and swiftly crushed. The spoils, however, were astonishingly abundant. The resources of a single castle may be limited, yet as one after another fortress storehouse was opened, the amassed weapons, armor, food, and cloth, every material necessary for war, were ruthlessly confiscated. Dick promptly distributed the vast majority of these resources. The Wasteland Vanguard underwent a visible transformation. Bone spears and stone axes were entirely phased out, replaced by iron swords and long spears in the hands of the warriors. Iron-plated armor began to appear sporadically over their leather coats, with chainmail and even a few complete breastplates. Almost every warrior donned various styles of iron helmets. Although they varied in design and size, no one needed to alter their own battle axes to fit their helmets anymore. The eyes of the soldiers burned with a fervent desire for combat and an insatiable greed for wealth. Victory came with such ease, and the rewards were so bountiful that the young silver-haired chieftain's prestige soared to unprecedented heights in their hearts. As Dick's company finally approached the southern end of the Frostbite Mountains, poised to gaze upon the battlefield of Castleburg from afar, behind them lay a thoroughly breached and paralyzed chain of territories on the eastern side of the mountains. Among the ranks of the company were over 300 pallid noble captives, all offspring of various lords. The warriors of the chieftain's guard had been equipped with formidable new weapons, their gear varied but their spirits high and fierce. It was in this relatively open hilly terrain that they unexpectedly collided with a hastily assembled coalition of approximately 1,000 troops, dispatched to return to their stronghold. This coalition, thrown together by lords from the eastern side of the Frostbite Mountains who happened to be leading their forces south, had just received the alarming news of an assault on their home by a mysterious army and were rushing back in desperation. Then, they beheld a nightmarish sight, a disordered yet impressively equipped army, far surpassing their numbers and exuding the scent of blood from the wasteland, surged towards them from the north, the direction of their homeland, like an avalanche. The coalition was immediately plunged into profound shock and chaos. Their formation began to waver, and the faces of the soldiers were etched with incredulous fear. Among the ranks, a middle-aged nobleman clad in ornate armor, adorned with a buffalo crest on his helmet, Count Hog, was desperately attempting to stabilize the morale of his troops. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the flank of the fierce army, where a group of captives, dressed respectably yet in disarray, were being held. His pupils dilated in shock. There, he recognized the familiar attire of a dejected young man, his nephew, Cliff Hogg. Following that, he saw his wife and daughter trembling, encircled by tribal soldiers. By the gods! The color drained from Count Hogg's face, and his long sword nearly slipped from his grasp. All shouts and commands choked in his throat, leaving only a disheartened, desperate whisper. Chapter 118. Infighting and the dawn of the white flag in the open expanse at the southern end of the Frostbite Mountains. The two armies stood unexpectedly at a standoff. The savage warriors pressing from the north were as silent as the mountains, their eyes glinting with primal ferocity. In contrast, the hastily returning coalition was thrown into disarray, panic spreading among the soldiers. Count Hogg's gaze remained locked on the group of captured family members. He saw the pale visage of his wife, the trembling form of his daughter, and his ineffectual nephew Cliff, who looked as dejected as a drenched sparrow. By the gods above, the Count murmured, his longsword quivering slightly in his hand. The lords beside him also began to recognize their own kin, cries of alarm rising in a chorus. That is my wife and my son. Oh my, how did they all gather there? The coalition camp was suddenly engulfed in chaos. Faced with the grim reality of their loved ones' lives resting in the enemy's hands, any semblance of fighting spirit crumbled. Dick Karstark advanced a few steps, his silver hair billowing in the cold wind. He did not draw his weapon, but calmly gazed at the agitated troops across from him. Retreat! Earl Hogg shouted hoarsely. All troops retreat. The coalition withdrew like a receding tide, retreating at a pace several times faster than their arrival. Within the hall of Castle Castor, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. The lord of this domain, Ulrich Locke, sat at the head of the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the oak surface. Surrounding the long table were the lords of Frostfangs, each from the eastern mountains, and all wore ashen expressions. This is impossible. Did we not prepare defenses against the Ghostwood Forest to the east? How could such a multitude of savages emerge from the north? A bearded earl slammed his fist onto the table, causing the wine goblet to clatter. My castle has 30 elite guards. How could it be breached overnight? Earl Hogg let out a dry, sardonic laugh. 30 elite guards? You and I both know those so-called elite are merely feeble old men and weaning children. All our true warriors have been brought here. Another lord leaned forward anxiously. But that is a horde of 2,000 savages. Are there not only scattered barbarian tribes beyond the wall? Clearly, we underestimated Karstark. Ulrich Locke finally spoke, his voice low and weary. Scouts report that Carol's son has not only united the tribes of the plains, but has also become what they call a great chieftain. The hall erupted in uproar. Unite the plains? How could that be possible? Those savages have been slaughtering each other for generations, even more than we have. Yet that silver-haired youth has accomplished it, Earl Hogg said grimly. And now he stands at our doorstep, holding our fates in his grasp. A stifling silence descended upon the hall. Earl Hogg suddenly rose. Gentlemen, perhaps we must confront reality. The era of the black-clad Duke Jon Snow has long since passed. Since Winterfell has conferred upon Carol Karstark the title of the new guardian beyond the wall. Acknowledging his position may be our wisest choice. A tall, slender earl scoffed. Oh, planning to kneel and beg for mercy so soon, Hogg? I recall not long ago you were adamant about staining the snow with Karstark's blood. Hogg's face flushed with anger. When your wife and daughter fall into the enemy's hands, come speak to me of honor. The slender earl surveyed the room with a cold smile. Speaking of which, I've heard that someone's territorial borders have recently shifted southward, conveniently annexing some fertile lands from neighboring realms. Hogg stood abruptly. What do you mean by that? The meaning is quite clear, the slender earl replied leisurely. It seems someone may have long been in collusion with the Karstark family. Otherwise, why would your nephew? He paused deliberately, casting a sweeping glance at the lords present. Ah, my apologies, I meant to say. The son you procured from your brother's wife, who just so happens to be left in the castle during the enemy's assault. How fortuitous that he remains unscathed. Captured rather than executed on the spot? A stifled gasp echoed through the hall. Count Hogger's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid as he trembled, pointing a quivering finger at his adversary. You dare? Who among us is unaware of your family's disgrace? Should I publicly recount how your father's title came to be? It is said that the old count perished quite suddenly, now witnessing your father's downfall. Enough. Ulrich Rock struck the table with a fist, the resounding thud reverberating through the hall. We stand before a formidable enemy, yet we bicker like market harpies. Count Hogger scoffed, pushing back his chair. Very well, gentlemen. Carry on as you wish. He strode out of the meeting room, slamming the door behind him. The assembly fell into an awkward silence, the only sound being the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Ulrich's son, Aerys, leaned closer, whispering, "Father, should I follow him? I fear Count Hogger may." Old Rock subtly shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "No need, my child." His gaze swept across the remaining lords. "Look at them." Aerys followed his father's line of sight and noted that several lords were quietly vacating their seats, attempting to slip out of the hall unnoticed. The others had formed small clusters, engaging in fervent yet hushed discussions, each face etched with fear and calculation. But if Hogger is, he seeks to preserve his family's power. As any prudent lord would, Ulrich interjected, his voice lowered. "The tide has turned, Aerys. When one sees the ship beginning to sink, the wise do not squabble over who should steer, but instead seek lifeboats." Old Rock rose slowly, patting his son's shoulder. "Remember, in dire circumstances, a noble's loyalty is akin to the winter sun, bright yet devoid of warmth. Ultimately, each will choose their own path." Aerys turned to his father. "So what path should we choose?" Ulrich did not respond immediately. His gaze traversed the raucous hall, as if piercing through the stone walls to glimpse an uncertain future. "We choose survival, my child, regardless of the cost." Just then, a snow-laden sentinel burst into the hall, breathless as he reported, "My lord, the barbarian army has begun to camp on the southern slope. They have even bound men before the camp as a display." Panic seized the assembly anew. Several lords hastily rose to depart, neglecting even the customary farewells. Ulrich observed quietly, then murmured to his son, "Go prepare a white flag." "Father." "This," Ulrich offered a wry smile. "Sometimes, surrender is not a disgrace. Rather, it is the necessary wisdom for survival. The Stark family has triumphantly secured victory in this war." The aging Earl of Locke, casting a final glance at the chaotic hall, turned away, leaving behind the lords who continued their disputes. Reminiscent of a spectator departing early from a performance, no longer concerned with the remaining acts on stage. Night was descending upon Castle Stark, yet no one would find solace in slumber this evening. Chapter 119. The Night Watchers of the Camp Castle Stark. The not particularly lofty gates creaked open, the heavy wooden doors emitting a long, weary sigh that echoed through the frigid air. Outside, the noblemen still standing on the eastern side of the Frostfang Mountains. Along with the Lord of Castle Stark, Earl Ulrich, had laid down their arms, removed their gloves and helmets, and stood silently in the snow. When Duke Catelyn Stark, his imposing figure emerging from the shadows of the gate, appeared, these once unruly lords knelt on one knee, their heads bowed deeply like wheat bending in the wind. Snowflakes fell silently upon their richly colored cloaks and cold shoulder plates. Dick Stark, mounted upon his steed, positioned slightly behind his father, observed the scene in silence. He witnessed his father, Duke Catelyn, accept the sword presented by Earl Ulrich, who then gestured for them to rise. The nobles gradually stood, their expressions a mixture of submission, trepidation, and a flicker of relief at having survived the ordeal. There were no cheers, no clamor. Only the mournful whisper of the cold wind sweeping across the plains and the fluttering of banners. This was a solemn ritual belonging to the conquerors. Dick's gaze swept over the faces of the nobles, catching sight of Earl Hogg, who eagerly searched among his liberated kin. Upon locating his nephew, wife, and daughter unharmed, he visibly relaxed, his posture slightly stooping. The victors accepted the submission of the vanquished as a matter of course. And Dick was the linchpin of it all. His riders of the Waste had pierced the coalition's spine like a cold dagger from behind. Now, the Stark family was no longer merely the nominal guardians beyond the wall, but had truly seized control of the vast territories stretching from the lands of eternal winter to the Frostfangs. The nearly 10,000 soldiers initially under his father's command, combined with over 100 knights and these subjugated noble allies, had swelled their ranks to 20,000, with the number of knights doubling. Furthermore, there were thousands of warriors from the tribes of the Wastes, forming a powerful and loyal force for Dick personally. The Stark family had indeed risen. That night, the hall of Castle Stark was ablaze with light. To celebrate their victory and to curry favor with the new sovereign, Earl Ulrich was to host a grand banquet. The long table was laden with golden roasted game, whole roasted lambs, and barrels of ale, the fragrant aroma mingling with the scent of charcoal, filling the entire hall. The ladies of the castle and their attendants were dressed more splendidly than usual, weaving through the guests and imparting a touch of softness to the festivity. However, this evening, the most striking and emotionally complex guests in the hall are none other than the noble lords and their families, who not long ago were held hostage by Dick's wasteland vanguard as pawns in a perilous game. In a certain sense, this moment may represent the most significant gathering of the northern aristocracy prior to the commencement of the banquet. Duke Carlin, along with his eldest son Roger and his brother Tony, sought out Dick, who was still in the military camp inspecting his equipment. "Dick, come along." Duke Carlin's voice was imbued with a rare lightness and satisfaction. "The Locke family has prepared a feast, and you, the hero of the night, ought not to be absent." His uncle Tony chuckled heartily, giving Dick's shoulder a hearty pat, and with a playful wink, he added, "Indeed, lad. Stop fiddling with those iron trinkets. The castle is warm. The wine is plentiful, and I've noticed that among the ladies of the Locke family and several others, there are many lovely maidens with eyes as bright as fawns. They surely wish to make the acquaintance of our young chieftain." Dick shook his head, sheathing the polished iron sword. "You go ahead. I will remain here." Roger furrowed his brow. "Dick, this is quite against the protocol. We have triumphed. This is a time for celebration. Father requires all family members present to showcase the unity and strength of House Karstark." "I have no interest in displaying strength," Dick replied, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Safety is paramount. We have all entered the castle, leaving the army outside. If," he paused, refraining from uttering the phrase red wedding, continuing instead, "if something were to occur inside, the outside would be left leaderless." Tony burst into laughter, finding Dick's concerns utterly ridiculous. Something unexpected? What could possibly go wrong? The Locke family's courage was shattered the day they surrendered. Moreover, Sir Payne Brown has stationed our most loyal soldiers guarding every corner of the gates and walls. Not even a stray mouse could slip through. "Dick, you are overly cautious. This is a feast of victory. Nothing will happen." Yet Dick's stance remained unyielding. He held no trust in the so-called safety within the stone walls of the castle. "Father, I shall stay here," he emphasized slightly, seeing his determination. Both his brothers and uncle could only depart in resignation. Before leaving, Uncle Tony muttered about fine wine and beautiful maidens. As the banquet progressed, Count Ulrich's son, Aerys Locke, arrived at the Karstark encampment outside the castle, accompanied by several servants bearing large barrels of ale and roasted meats. "Lord Dick," Aerys beamed with enthusiasm. "My father sent me to extend gratitude to the valiant warriors. A small token of appreciation for the generosity of House Karstark." Dick did not refuse, he nodded, signaling for his men to accept the provisions. However, he himself did not remove his armor, nor did he loosen his cloak. He orchestrated the rotations of patrols and sentries, ensuring that at least half of the personnel remained vigilant and sober during the distribution of food and drink. Under his command, the barracks were meticulously organized, and the soldiers, despite enjoying their rewards, maintained their discipline. Aerys Locke cast a seemingly casual gaze over the encampment, yet beneath the surface lay a subtle scrutiny. He leaned closer to Dick, attempting to bridge the distance. "My Lord Dick, honestly, witnessing today's scene, I cannot help but recall the shared tribulations of our two families." He sighed, his tone growing heavy with nostalgia. Following the demise of Robert, the usurper of the Baelish dynasty, Westeros was engulfed in the maelstrom of the War of the Five Kings. The northern nobles descended southward, spilling their blood, only to be forgotten and betrayed in the end. Your castle Carhold, and our ancient Locke stronghold, were ultimately devoured by those we once considered our own, while we were discarded like refuse, relegated to the fringes. Dick's motion of wiping his sword sheath paused momentarily as Aerys lamented. "Yet, the future shall undoubtedly belong to House Stark, and to formidable heroes such as yourself." After a brief silence, Dick suddenly inquired, "Aerys, I am rather curious about the Black Duke Jon Snow. What became of him? Did he leave any heirs? Where was his domain located?" Aerys' eyes brightened, sensing he had struck a chord with this powerful young man. "You have inquired wisely, my Lord Dick. There are still some elders in the castle who recall tales of old." He lowered his voice. "Duke Jon Snow did not leave behind any descendants. It is said that in his later years, he became rather peculiar, growing taciturn, and perhaps even a bit unhinged. My grandfather encountered him a few times in his youth and remarked that he often muttered strange words." "What words?" Dick pressed. "Bran and dragons," Aerys replied, his tone laced with mystery. He repeatedly uttered Bran and dragons. Eventually, during one winter, he insisted on journeying north to the land of eternal winter, and he was never seen again. It was as if he had been swallowed by the ice and snow, vanishing without a trace. "Bran, dragons," Dick murmured, his brow furrowing. The fate of Jon Snow seemed shrouded in a mist even more enigmatic than the snowstorms beyond the wall. This narrative bore similarities to what he had heard, yet was riddled with perplexing discrepancies. "Indeed, quite odd, isn't it?" Aerys shrugged. "But that was over 50 years ago. However, the castle Carhold he left behind now welcomes a new and more formidable master." He raised his cup once more, toasting to Dick. Dick lifted his goblet to his lips, yet his gaze transcended the campfire, peering into the profound, endless darkness of the north. As if striving to penetrate time and tempest to glimpse the ultimate fate of that Black Duke. The wind and snow persisted, history appearing as relics buried beneath ice, revealing only scattered and eerie facets. Chapter 120. Feast and vigil. Fire within the main hall of Castle Hurled. The revelry threatened to overturn the stone-carved dome. In the grand fireplace, flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow upon faces flushed from wine and hearty fare. The long table was laden with sumptuous dishes, generously provided by the House of Locke. The castle's servants animatedly played the bagpipes and struck the drums, the joyful melodies momentarily alleviating the somber shadows of war and the humiliation of defeat. Duke Carlin Karstark occupied the seat of honor, his posture still regal. Yet the comfort and satisfaction brought by victory were evident in his countenance. He graciously accepted toasts and navigated the genuine and sycophantic compliments of the nobility with the steadiness of a rock, occasionally exchanging a glance with his eldest son, Roger, which conveyed the pride in the rise of the Karstark lineage. Roger Karstark endeavored to maintain the solemnity befitting an heir, yet the slight elevation of his chin and the glimmer in his eyes betrayed the tumult within him. This bloodless conquest far exceeded his initial expectations when he set forth with his father. Meanwhile, Tony Karstark had long since cast aside the notion of caution. With his collar unbuttoned, one hand grasping a massive horn cup and the other carelessly encircling the waist of a passing maid, he erupted in boisterous laughter, his voice overpowering the music. He regaled a few nobles, whose expressions were somewhat awkward, with tales of the valor of House Karstark, particularly his own and the fearsome prowess of the warriors of the plains, all under the sagacious leadership of his nephew. "I dare say, you should have done this long ago," Tony exclaimed, spitting wine as he clapped one noble on the shoulder. "Following Duke Carlin is far better than that long-gone Black Duke. Come, let us toast to the new order beyond the wall." Within the hall, the air was thick with warmth, mingling the aromas of wine, roasted meat, sweat, and a certain insincere fervor, creating a vivid tapestry of victorious revelry. Yet, just beyond the formidable walls, the atmosphere was starkly different. In the main encampment of House Karstark, bonfires were methodically arranged, their flames burning steadily, dispelling the chill of the frozen north, yet failing to dissolve the solemn vigilance that hung in the air. There was no clamor, no music, only the occasional snort of warhorses, the subtle sound of iron armor brushing against itself, and the rhythmic, heavy footfalls of the patrols. Dick Karstark stood resolute, clad in the armor stained by the dust of battle, resembling a silver statue beside the largest bonfire, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the encampment. The provisions of wine and meat sent by House Locke had been distributed, but he himself had only a cup of water and a piece of hard bread before him, the meat and wine untouched. He did not interfere with the soldiers' moderate relaxation. Yet the sentinels doubled their watch, and the frequency of patrols remained unyielding. More than half of the warriors were ordered to stay alert, their weapons within easy reach. His chieftain's guard had grown accustomed to this vigilance. They quietly consumed their rations, conversing in hushed tones, their eyes still sharp, as if keeping watch against the lurking dangers of the night on the plains. The entire military camp resembled a slumbering beast, seemingly tranquil yet coiled with tension, poised to unleash its ferocity at any moment. Ares Locke observed this scene silently from the fringes of the camp. The fervent smile that once adorned his face had long since faded, replaced by a profound sense of emotion and a barely perceptible awe. He beheld not a young hero intoxicated by victory, but a commander whose composure was chillingly formidable. He chose not to intrude further, offering a respectful farewell bow to Dick before hastily returning to the castle. High within the castle's main keep, Count Ulrich Locke gazed through the window of his study, his eyes penetrating the cold night, directing his sight towards the orderly military encampment outside. He noted the luminous arcs cast by the patrolling torches, forming an invisible ring that steadfastly guarded the camp. When Ares gently pushed open the study door, Ulrich did not turn. "Is he still outside?" The elder Locke's voice resonated, low and calm. "Yes, father," Ares replied, shutting the door to insulate himself from the raucous festivities below, his tone imbued with the gravity of a report. "Lord Dick has not yet removed his armor. The provisions have been distributed among the soldiers, yet he himself has scarcely taken a sip." The camp was under stringent vigilance, the density of sentinels and patrols surpassing what was customary, as if the specter of war lingered still. Ulrich slowly pivoted, the candlelight dancing in his profound gaze. "Is this the will of your father? The Duke of Carlin revels in his victory within the hall, yet permits his second son to remain vigilant and armed." Ares pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not know." The Duke of Carlin and Lord Roger seem enmeshed in the revelry, while Lord Tony is particularly unrestrained. Could this be a test of our resolve? A test? Ulrich mulled over the word, moving deliberately to the hearth, extending his hand to warm by the fire. The victors amidst revelry are most vulnerable. How many feasts throughout history have culminated in bloodshed? The Duke of Carlin is a formidable leader. Does he perceive the shadows lurking behind the glory? He paused, lowering his voice further. It appears that the ascendancy of the Castark family is no mere coincidence. They warrant our utmost investment. Ares listened with bated breath, comprehending the weight of his father's words. Ulrich fell silent for a moment, as if arriving at a final resolution. At last, he lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as they met his son's. Ares, at the edge of the Phantom Forest, 3 guests from the south still reside in the manor. You know to whom they belong. Ares's expression shifted slightly. Father, you mean the terrors I know whom they represent? Ulrich interrupted, his tone brooking no dissent. The situation has changed. Castle Castark has welcomed a new master, and our Locke family has made its choice. He approached the desk, striking its surface emphatically with his finger. We cannot allow any potential threat that might arouse the Duke of Carlin's suspicions to persist. It is time to sever ties with the past completely. You are to eliminate them, swiftly and decisively, leaving no trace behind. Ares inhaled deeply, understanding the gravity of this command. It severed any remaining ties to the fortress of terror. He gazed into his father's resolute eyes and nodded solemnly. I understand, father. Before dawn, they would vanish without a sound. Very well. A trace of fatigue mixed with relief crossed Ulrich's face. Proceed and prepare. Tomorrow, all the families shall accompany Duke Karen to his residence, the Stag Castle. On the following morning, the biting wind persisted, yet the sky was clear. In the open space outside Castle Castor, a formidable assembly was forming. The main force under Duke Karen, along with newly allied nobles and their retinues, and the re-equipped, formidable wasteland vanguard, led by Dick Castor, combined to create an imposing spectacle. According to ancient tradition, the defeated nobles, after surrendering their swords as a sign of capitulation, were required to journey to the victor's stronghold and, before the hearth of their ancestors, formally pledge their fealty to the family tree. This was not merely a ceremony. It was a pivotal step in establishing a new master-servant relationship, solidifying the reality of surrender into a stable feudal contract. Count Ulrich of Frostbite led all the nobles from the eastern side, impeccably dressed yet not fully armed, quietly awaiting their turn in the procession. Their expressions were even more submissive than the previous day, devoid of hesitation or scheming. Only acceptance of the established facts and reverence for their new lord remained. This reverence deepened following Ares' return with news from Dick Castor's encampment. Duke Karen, mounted on his steed, surveyed the vast assembly and the subservient nobles. A surge of pride swelling within him. He gestured, let us depart. Our destination is Stag Castle. The sound of the horn echoed, and the procession stirred like a waking dragon, slowly moving southward toward the heart of House Castor's power. Wheels crunched over the frozen earth, and the thunder of hooves heralded a new order of power in the realm, irrevocably altered from this moment onward. Chapter 121. Oath of the Southern Tide. Behind Stag Castle lies a tranquil sanctuary encircled by ancient stone walls. Here, the clamor of the great hall and the heat of the hearth are absent, replaced only by the mournful whisper of the cold wind through the treetops and the delicate sound of snow-laden branches. A tall fishbeam tree stands sentinel, its pale trunk etched with profound human faces, and its blood-red leaves remain vibrant even in the chill of winter, resembling congealed blood, appearing both eerie and sacred beneath the gray sky. Beneath this tree, 7 or 8 gravestones of varying ages stand quietly, blanketed by a light layer of snow. They are the slumbering ancestors of House Castor, silently bearing witness to the family's rise and fall and their solemn vows. In this moment, the usually somber grounds have transformed into the epicenter of power. To the east of the frost and snow teeth, all the surviving noble lords stepped forward in turn, kneeling before the ancient heart tree to pledge their allegiance to Duke Karen Karstark. They removed their gloves, pressing their bare palms against the cold roots of the tree, which were adorned with a scattering of red leaves, and recited their oaths of fealty to the Karstark family and its newly appointed guardian of the north. Their breath formed white mist in the frigid air. The sound, unlike the reverberations in the great hall, was absorbed by this sacred ground, rendering the moment all the more solemn and irrevocable. Duke Karen stood before the heart tree, his imposing figure resembling a mountain. He did not occupy any throne, for before the heart tree and the ancestral gravestones, any man-made seat would seem presumptuous. The Duke's countenance appeared particularly stern amidst the dappled shadows cast by the red leaves of the fishleaf tree, his gaze sweeping over each oath-taker as if piercing into the authenticity of their hearts. His eldest son, Roger, stood to one side, his stature upright, striving to uphold the dignity of the heir, yet the excitement and ambition reflected in his eyes, illuminated by the crimson leaves, were difficult to conceal entirely. Uncle Tony stood on the other side, unusually temperate, glancing occasionally at the gravestones as if fearing to disturb the slumbering ancestors. Dick Karstark lingered at the edge of the shadows, his silver hair glinting with a cold sheen against the backdrop of the blood-red foliage. He calmly witnessed the proceedings, feeling a faint resonance with the ancient magic of this land, yet his heart remained largely untroubled. The oath-taking ceremony felt more like an inevitable culmination of his southern expedition. A preordained act scripted long ago, yet beneath the heart tree, it carried a weight of destiny. Halfway through the ceremony, an uninvited guest quietly entered the periphery of the crowd, guided by the guards. He was clad in a dark travel cloak, his gaunt figure and tousled dark brown hair betraying an air of disarray, punctuated by intermittent deep coughs. It was Abella Hightower, the emissary of House Hightower in the north. His arrival stirred subtle murmurs and countless inquisitive glances. The Hightower family rarely ventured into the remote north. Upon the conclusion of the oath-taking, Duke Caron's gaze shifted to Abella, his brow slightly furrowing in discernible displeasure at the presence of the fervent follower of the Seven. However, as Abella respectfully offered his congratulations and engaged in brief, hushed conversation with Caron and Roger, Dick keenly perceived a subtle shift in his father and brother's demeanor. It was a cautious acceptance. Having weighed the benefits and drawbacks, the prior sense of rejection significantly diminished. What had Hightower offered? Dick pondered. The larger scheme was set. His thoughts drifted back to his own domain, the arduous fortress of Stad's Point. In just over 20 days since his departure, he had become the great chief commanding 2,000 warriors from the wilderness, aiding his family in solidifying their dominance in the north. Behind the glory, the number of warriors under his command surged dramatically, including the 2,000 soldiers originally recruited and trained by the difficult fortress. This meant more than 4,000 mouths to feed. The family's support could alleviate immediate needs, yet it was far from a sustainable solution. The territory remained in a recovery phase, and sustaining an army of such magnitude imposed a significant strain on finances and resources. Dick's gaze swept over the banquet laid out on the long table for the nobles. Even the salt used by them was merely a coarse, impure powder of a dull brown hue, tinged with bitterness. A thought crystallized in his mind. Salt. White, pure, and precious sea salt. Dick recalled having seen an ancient method of refining sea salt in a video from his previous life. This endeavor required manpower, location, and knowledge. Master Dick approached his father and elder brother with a request. Father, the difficult fortress is in dire need of revitalization. I beseech you to transfer Bachelor Valentine Johnson and Bachelor Viscatoin to my territory to assist me in management. Duke Carlin nodded in agreement almost without hesitation, a hint of relief crossing his face as if to say, you have finally asked for something. Roger immediately expressed his support as well. Of course, Dick. Your contributions merit greater requests. Duke Carlin's voice boomed. With a grand gesture, he not only readily consented to the transfer of personnel, but also added further gifts. Additionally, I shall allocate a shipment of grain, oats, barley, legumes, and cured meats, 50 carts in total, sufficient to sustain your army for a time. This generosity exceeded Dick's expectations, and he expressed his gratitude earnestly. Having resolved a significant concern, as Dick exited the hall, he was stopped by a gentle yet slightly hoarse voice. My Lord Dick. Abella Hightower appeared at his side, wearing a humble smile. Lady Abella, Dick replied politely, albeit with a sense of distance. Your deeds at the Trembling Sea Fortress have spread throughout the north, Abella continued, her tone infused with the admiration of a bard. The soldiers speak of witnessing your prowess in battle as if the embodiment of the 7 gods' warriors had descended upon the world. Dick felt a slight heaviness in his heart. His strength belonged to the 72 remnants of the earthly fiend scroll, and he wished to avoid any association with deities. Soldiers needed tales to inspire their morale. Dick subtly shifted the topic. I am more curious as to why Mr. Hightower would appear at Horned Fortress. I had thought your responsibilities primarily lay in Winterfell. Abella coughed gently, smiling as she replied. The Hightower family's mission to illuminate the path ahead sometimes necessitates a broader reach. The formidable Stark family has become guardians beyond the wall, a significant turning point in the northern landscape. Thus, our family ought to send envoys to convey congratulations and goodwill. His words were smooth yet vague. Goodwill? Dick's tone remained even, concealing a barely perceptible sarcasm. The Hightower family's recent path of illumination seems to have ignited considerable conflict in the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and even Dorne. Even beyond the Wall, we have heard of the ambitions of Old Town. Dick shrugged. It is quite difficult for one to feel close to you. Abella, unfazed, chuckled softly. Her laughter interrupted by a fit of coughing. Lord Dick, you are indeed a man of candor. Sometimes, maintaining neutrality and refraining from assistance is a precious stance in itself. Dick remained silent, merely observing him. Abella lowered his voice. It is within human capability, Lord Dick. Your forebears were all men of great vision. And now that the family's great affliction has been resolved, with your esteemed status, it is indeed a time to gaze towards the future. They have perceived a multitude of possibilities, such as forging closer ties with equally ancient families. He cast a meaningful glance at Dick. Your brother, Lord Roger Karstark, is engaged in a union with Miss Dany's Hightower, the second daughter of the head of our Hightower family. In an instant, Dick comprehended the source of his family's change in attitude. A marriage with one of the most formidable, yet troublesome families of the South could indeed enhance the Karstark family's influence across the continent of Westeros, serving as a certain counterbalance to Winterfell. No wonder they no longer shunned this devotee of the Seven. So it was. Dick's expression remained impassive. Congratulations to the Hightower family, and to my brother as well. Abella graciously accepted this tepid congratulation, then shifted the conversation. I sought you out not only to express my congratulations, but to convey a personal goodwill. You see, King's Landing has already begun to decline, and the High Septon has long since relocated the Holy See back to the Starry September in Old Town. The Citadel is a beacon of wisdom, while the faith serves as a sanctuary for belief. He coughed, yet his words rang clear. However, whether they be scholars or septons, they are first and foremost human. And humans, more often than not, find themselves inevitably tethered to power or serving specific purposes. Beneath the radiance of Old Town, shadows also linger. Dick narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze at Abella. Abella met his look with composure, stating, the Citadel and the Starry September profoundly influence us, and in turn, we reflect that influence. In summary, Miss Dany's, she is deeply influenced by the ideals of the Citadel, favoring scholars, while maintaining a certain distance from the faith of the Seven. As for me, he straightened his gaunt frame slightly. I am a devoted servant of the Seven. What I wish to convey is. Abella's voice turned low and laden with implication. After Miss Dany's weds into the Karstark family, her representation of the Citadel may not align closely with one whom the soldiers privately refer to as the incarnation of the warrior of the Seven. Having spoken, he once again bowed humbly, leaving behind a significant glance before blending into the distant crowd, his low coughs gradually dissipating in the air. Dick stood in place, his gaze profound. Indeed, conflict is omnipresent. The clamor of loyalty continued unabated, the fires still burning bright, yet he sensed a subtle current from the south, infused with the scent of scrolls and incense, quietly surging over the stone walls of Hornhill. Chapter 122, Wealth Building and Dual Trust. The cold wind howled from the trembling, gray-green sea, carrying with it ice particles and a heavy, briny scent, striking against the newly constructed earthen walls at Stodd's Point. This coastal territory was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. As the newly appointed lord of this realm, Dick Karstark stood upon a slightly elevated slope, his silver hair simply tied back, his gaze serenely sweeping over the land he governed. Sturdy logs had replaced some of the dilapidated shanties, and newly cultivated frozen fields stretched inland. A company of freshly trained militia patrolled along the coastline, their movements somewhat awkward, yet beginning to show semblance of order. In the coastal area designated for workshops, where Dick had invested the most effort, wisps of white smoke rose, merging with the fog from the sea. Dick's uncle, Daemon, now the commander of the Wasteland Vanguard, strode over, his leather boots crunching on the frozen ground. Hey Dick, that old coot Cohen is complaining again about my men, scaring his new recruits. Daemon's voice boomed, carrying the ruggedness characteristic of the Wasteland. If you ask me, it's not about formations. What matters is having that fierce spirit. A slight smile graced Dick's lips as he did not turn to face him. Discipline and ferocity are both indispensable, uncle. The old knight is responsible for the shield and sword of the territory, while your men are the sharpest spears. Daemon scratched his scruffy beard, still feeling awkward about those rules, yet he had long since come to trust Dick's judgment. All right, I'll heed your advice. But you'd better include me in the next hunt. I've been here so long that my bones are itching. Hunting. A soft sigh escaped Dick's heart. How he longed to gallop deep into the forest, seeking the profound powers within the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends. Yet, the responsibilities of lordship bound him like invisible chains, anchoring him firmly in place. Military training, territorial disputes, and resource allocation. An endless array of trifles consumed his energy, leaving him with little time for himself. Nevertheless, the very act of building and developing was itself a manifestation of power, a strength derived from the memories of his past life. The territory's economy could not rely solely on limited farming and sporadic trade with the port. Dick cast his gaze toward the tumultuous, trembling sea. The salt of this world was mostly coarse and bitter, tainted with brownish impurities, yet it commanded a high price. He recalled an ancient and effective method of purifying sea salt. He summoned his mentor, Viscatoin, that bald, unaccredited yet practically wise scholar, along with the silent mute, Yara. In the days of scarcity at Everwinter Castle, it was the three of them who collaborated to establish a leather armor workshop, enduring the initial hardships. We need to build a new workshop, not for leather armor, but for salt. Yara raised her clear eyes, quietly nodding to indicate her understanding. Scholar Viscatoin, however, appeared somewhat curious. The process of boiling seawater to extract salt is exceedingly fuel-intensive, and perhaps it is not solely about boiling. Dick presented a meticulously crafted sketch. We shall harness the power of wind and sunlight. He elaborated on the procedure, excavating tiered evaporation ponds, introducing seawater through tidal action, and subsequently allowing for multiple rounds of sedimentation and natural evaporation to concentrate the brine, culminating in the crystallization of salt in the final basin. The most crucial step involves dissolving the initially obtained coarse salt, filtering it, and recrystallizing to eliminate impurities, thereby yielding pure snow salt. Bachelor Weiss listened in awe, his excitement causing his bald head to shine. Brilliant. Truly remarkable. My lord, this method is akin to the secret teachings of scholars. Implement it, Professor Weiss. Yara will assist you in managing the workers. Dick commanded. Recruit the impoverished from the territory, as well as those who can no longer fight due to injuries, and provide them with employment. Just as we did in Winterhold, the workshop was swiftly established. With the assistance of Bachelor Weiss and Yara, the process quickly fell into place. When the first batch of snow-white, delicate, and utterly unbitter salt crystals shimmered in the sunlight before Dick, all involved held their breath. This was unlike any salt they had ever encountered. It was as pure as the first snow of the north, with a taste both pristine and intense. Word spread rapidly, first capturing the attention of merchants from Pantos at the port. A rotund merchant, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, "How much? We want as much as possible. The price? We can negotiate based on the weight in gold." This monumental change finally caught the attention of Duke Caron. He and Roger personally journeyed from Hornhorn Castle. Upon witnessing and tasting the pristine salt and comprehending the immense profits it could yield, even the composed Duke Caron could not conceal his astonishment. "Dick, you have once again exceeded my expectations," Caron said gravely in Dick's lordly hall, his gaze laden with complexity. Roger's eyes reflected a blend of excitement and a subtle hint of jealousy. "Father, the value of this snow salt is extraordinary. We must handle this with utmost caution." He used the word we. At this, Dick raised his eyelids slightly, but refrained from further comment. "Indeed," Duke Caron nodded, his demeanor turning serious. "Dick, we must keep the origins of this salt as discreet as possible. From this day forth, we shall uniformly declare that it is a rare mineral salt discovered in the far north of Winterhold, which we shall name snow salt. All trade will be conducted through Hornhorn Castle to obscure the truth." Dick merely inclined his head slightly. "Father, I fear this secret cannot be kept for long. We shall maintain it for as long as possible," Duke Caron declared decisively. "In the meantime, the family will be responsible for protection and sales. With profits divided, the family will retain 70%. Duke Caron abruptly paused, casting a guilty glance at his second son. "The family will take 50%, and your territory will receive 50%. This arrangement will fortify Stod's Horn and significantly bolster the family's power." Dick held no objections. The protection of his family was indeed essential. The value of the snow salt far exceeded even Dick's most optimistic estimations. It rapidly became the most significant source of wealth for Stod's Corner and the entire Karstark lineage. The landscape of the territory transformed at an astonishing pace. Roads were repaired, granaries filled with provisions, and the docks began to accommodate larger and more numerous merchant vessels. The air of prosperity began to dispel the harshness of the winter beyond the wall. A steady influx of golden dragons and resources commenced, and Stod's Corner alongside Hornvale visibly flourished and prospered. Dick's life grew increasingly hectic as he surveyed his domain, trained his troops, and managed workshop affairs, spinning like a top in his relentless pursuits. Yet, witnessing the smiles gradually emerging on the faces of his subjects and feeling the revival of his lands filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. This achievement was distinct from the breakthroughs in swordsmanship or growth in strength. Just as he had completed a series of tasks and was preparing to catch his breath, a servant delivered 2 letters. One bore the gray wax seal adorned with the sigil of the dire wolf from Winterfell. The other, sealed with a dark crimson wax, bore the grim emblem of the flayed man from the Dreadfort. Dick's gaze lingered on the 2 letters, his expression deepening with inscrutable contemplation. Chapter 123. The storm of bloodlines. The cold wind swept across the freshly turned earth and fragrant timber as Dick Karstark stood atop the fortress walls, gazing down at the bustling territory below. The rhythmic sounds of artisans hammering, soldiers drilling, and livestock braying intermingled, creating a vibrant symphony of life. Within him, a non-human strength lay dormant, akin to a slumbering giant, while the knowledge of his past life offered insights that transcended the confines of his era. In his hands lay 2 sealed missives, one bearing the sigil of Winterfell's dire wolf, the other emblazoned with the flayed man of the Dreadfort. His fingertips paused momentarily on the direwolf emblem before he ultimately chose to open the letter from House Bolton. The wax shattered, revealing a parchment inscribed with a somewhat erratic yet clear and forceful script. Dick could almost envision the glint of mischief and passion in Laura Bolton's bright eyes as she penned these words. To Dick Karstark, the Eagle of the North. Or should I call you, my beloved knight? I hope this letter finds you before your lands are buried beneath the snow and that you still remember me, Laura Bolton, the girl who caught you in the Wolfwood and rode alongside you on a single steed. The Dreadfort remains as grim as ever, yet recent events have ignited a fervor within its blood. A slight smile involuntarily graced Dick's lips as he recalled the audacious and spirited girl, who was anything but a typical noblewoman. My father, Duke Balder, has resolved to no longer endure the inept rule of Winterfell and the furtive whispers of that fox. Hermon Tully, we shall proclaim a truth to all the families of the North. A truth that has been deliberately forgotten for many years. The man who presently occupies the throne of Winterfell, Wayn Stark, does not possess the noble lineage that he appears to boast. Upon reading this, Dick's smile faded. He continued to delve deeper. Who is his father? No one can ascertain with certainty. Perhaps he is a lowly squire, or perhaps a glib bard. Who can say? But he is certainly not, as they claim, descended from some long-forgotten branch of the Stark family. His bloodline, when compared to ours, the Boltons, appears dubious and ignoble, even inferior to the lineage of the Karstarks. And we, the Bolton family of the Dreadfort, have a lineage that is robustly asserted in this letter. Our bloodline is derived from the formal union of Queen Sansa Stark and Ramsay Bolton. Both the Starks and the Boltons trace their heritage back to the Age of Heroes, ancient and esteemed. Therefore, the progeny born of their union possesses greater legitimacy to rule the North and wear the crown than that uncertain scion, Wayn Stark. This is self-evident. My father should rightfully be the true Lord of the North. Dick inhaled the frigid air deeply. This was no mere private grievance, but a public declaration of war. The Dreadfort had finally revealed its long-hidden fangs, attacking at the very core of the question of bloodline. They dared to challenge the legitimacy of Winterfell's rule. This maneuver was particularly ruthless. In the latter half of the letter, the tone softened slightly, as if Laura feared that this overly fierce declaration might provoke Dick's disdain. She began to narrate a family secret, a tale regarding her grandfather. Dick, I understand this may sound insane, but please bear with me. I am not here to defend Ramsay Bolton, my infamous great-grandfather. He was a monster, a butcher who rose to power as a bastard, and he met the fate he deserved. Ultimately, he was defeated in the Bastards' War and executed by his own wife, Queen Sansa, a fact known to all, and none can deny it. Yet, it cannot be denied that the marriage between Ramsay and Queen Sansa did indeed exist, witnessed by both the old and new gods, as well as by the world. During that nightmarish year for Queen Sansa, they did bear a child, my grandfather, Robin Bolton. It is said he was a premature infant, frail as a whelp in the biting wind. Everyone believed he would not survive the winter, including Ramsay himself, who sought merely to gain legitimacy through marriage. Indifferent to the child, however, a knight named Warden Layswell, known as Iron Leg Warden, was the most trusted captain of the guard to my great-grandfather Ramsay, loyal to House Bolton, and perhaps with a trace of respect for the Stark bloodline. Iron Leg Warden secretly cared for and protected the infant, ensuring that this poor child survived. Whartons, a scion of the Lysewell family, intertwined through generations with the Bolton lineage, stood as the most loyal vassal. He harbored little regard for the brutal Ramsay, yet he placed his hopes in the infant who bore the dual bloodlines of Stark and Bolton. In the dark hour of Ramsay's defeat, as the Bolton family faced reckoning, Iron Leg Whartons made a profound sacrifice, offering his own son of similar age in place of Robin Bolton, enduring the wrath of the Avengers. With his son's life, he safeguarded my grandfather Dick, who could feel the weight and cruelty borne upon the letter's parchment. Behind the Game of Thrones lies an ever-present tide of bloodshed. When the nobles of the Vale, under the pretense of demanding recompense for the bastards' war, greedily sought to extract land from the north, and even besieged it, forcing the Northern Coalition into retreat, Queen Sansa found herself in dire straits. She desperately required all available strength to repel the adversaries. Iron Leg Wardens, accompanied by the now-grown Robin Bolton, arrived at Winterfell, presenting him before his mother, Queen Sansa. The Queen confirmed Robin's identity, a fact that had nearly become an open secret among the highborn at the time. Ultimately, it was my grandfather Robin Bolton, fueled by the fierce valor of the Boltons and the wisdom of the Starks coursing through his veins, who united the remaining forces of Harrenhal with other families loyal to the Starks, driving the avaricious Vale lords into the sea. My grandfather Robin Bolton restored all reclaimed lands to the respective families, remaining unwaveringly loyal to his mother, Queen Sansa. In the closing lines of her letter, Lola's tone once again became resolute and compelling. Thus, Dick, you see, we are not rebels. We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. The Bolton family possesses a lineage more pure, more noble, and undoubtedly superior to that of the current Lord of Winterfell. The title of king in the north rightfully belongs to my father. Consider this, Dick. The House Stark was once exiled beyond the wall, enduring scorn. When a new era dawns, whom shall you pledge your loyalty to? A king of uncertain lineage? Or a true monarch who can restore ancient honor and order, rewarding loyalty with bountiful returns? You know my heart towards you. I sincerely hope that we can be together. Lola Bolton. Dick slowly folded the letter, his gaze turning southward, as if he could pierce through the mountains to glimpse the outline of Winterfell and sense the rising ambition of Harrenhal. The winds of snow and storm were approaching, and another letter from Winterfell in his hand felt particularly weighty at that moment. Chapter 124. The cold letter burns beyond the wall, at Stone Door, upon the walls of Harrenhal. Dick Karstark gazed at another letter in his hand, the missive from Winterfell, the cold and silent sigil of the Ice Wolf emblazoned upon it. At last, he broke the seal. The handwriting on the letter is exquisite and meticulously arranged, exuding a deliberate elegance that unmistakably belongs to Sophia Stark. The beginning of the letter lacks any lengthy titles, merely presenting a simple name, as if they still share the same intimacy as in days past. It is with great exhilaration that I hear of your father, Duke Carlin, successfully unifying the lands beyond the wall, emerging as a true guardian of those territories. Please extend my most sincere congratulations to him and to your entire family. The Northern Realms are rendered more complete due to your accomplishments, and the Stark family shall never forget the efforts and bloodshed of its loyal vassals. I have also learned of your elevation to the lordship of Stod's Point, a well-deserved recognition. Dick, I am genuinely pleased for you. Possessing your own domain is truly splendid. Do you recall our past dreams? Envisioning a day when you would earn the world's respect through your sword and wisdom? You have now achieved that. Dick gazes expressionlessly at the words. Her joy sounds impeccable, overflowing with the appreciation and encouragement of a princess and heir towards a capable vassal. Yet, he discerns the calculated undertone woven within the lines. House Stark's unification of the lands beyond the wall has significantly bolstered their power, warranting her joy as a measured response to the value of political currency. However, Dick, the situation in the north has grown increasingly tumultuous. Dark clouds are gathering. The tone of the letter shifts to one of gravity, as if revealing heartfelt concerns. Surely, you have sensed it too. Certain families, blinded by ambition, have begun to spread vile rumors, attempting to undermine the foundations of Winterfell and question the purity of my father's bloodline. These lies are despicable and hollow, yet they spread like a plague, ensnaring the foolish or the malicious. Lola's declaration of fact has transformed into malicious rumors in Sophia's hands. The Bolton family may have exaggerated, or even fabricated, but Sophia's outright dismissal and condemnation of these tales as lies is, in itself, a form of embellishment. Is truth truly of significance? In the face of power, truth is invariably the first to be strangled. I cannot help but feel concerned for you, Dick. The care expressed in the letter resonates with striking realism. Your domain of Stod's Point borders the territories of the Dread Fort and the Eastwatch, under the control of House Cern. Occupies your ancestral land of Castle Cow. They are the most faithful minions of the Dread Fort, and those savages do not conceal their animosity towards the Starks and the Karstarks. Dick's fingertips lightly tap against the cold stone wall. Contemplating the Cern family, those wildlings placed in Castle Caho as a reward by Jon Snow and Queen Sansa following the War of the Bastards. In the past, The Stark family utilized the ancestral castle of House Karstark to reward their allies and solidify their dominion. However, as time has passed, those former allies have transformed into adversaries, now threatening Winterfell, while the descendants of the original lords of Karhold must bear the bitter fruits of this historical legacy. The irony of this situation elicited a faint smile from Dick as he reflected on the decisions made in Winterfell that now seem misguided. He shook his head. Sophia's concerns, though heartfelt, were not for him, Dick Karstark, but rather for the formidable military power that the Karstark family had newly acquired. The tone of the letter shifted abruptly, becoming soft, even tinged with an imperceptible melancholy. Dick, sometimes I reminisce about the moments we spent in Winterfell, the training grounds, the corners of the library, the sacred grove, and my chambers. Those memories hold significance for me. I often ponder, if the world were simpler, perhaps we would not have arrived at this juncture. Dick read quietly, his heart unperturbed. These nostalgic words were akin to meticulously crafted lines, intended to evoke his past affections and soften his stance. She had chosen power, once arrogantly believing that Dick should be content as the shadow behind her authority, a clandestine paramour. Now, witnessing the burgeoning strength of him and his family, she sought to ensnare him with the warmth of their shared past. Dick, your talents and strength surpass those of ordinary men. The Karstark family has risen to become the sole dominion beyond the wall, its might and prestige rivaling that of any great house. Yet, fate has a cruel twist, alas. As the second son, you are destined never to inherit the title of head of House Karstark or the ducal title of the Northern Protector. What a tremendous regret that is. Today, I am the Crown Prince, the future Queen of the North. My marriage transcends mere personal sentiment. It pertains to alliances and the stability of the realm. The Crown Prince must unite with the most formidable heir to ensure the seamless transfer of power and the continuation of House Stark. Dick, if you were the heir, many things would differ. My father, the king in the north, might not oppose a union between a duke heir of such strength and potential and the Crown Prince. That would forge the most stable alliance in the north. We might not have to part ways. She refrained from uttering the provocative words herself, instead laying bare the harsh reality alongside an alluring possibility. Look, what hinders our union is merely your status. If you possess the claim to inheritance, how splendid everything would be. This was the most subtle yet vicious implication. She was encouraging, or rather, enticing him to contest, to challenge his elder brother and his father. Dick sighed, yet you are not worthy as he slowly set down the letter. He gazed into the distant, leaden sky, and beyond it, the snow-capped mountains. Sophia Stark. She is beautiful and intelligent. However, at this moment, she is thoroughly soaked in the desire for power from head to toe, every strand of hair. Her only criteria for valuing anything is power and utility. Love and past affections are merely chips for her to trade and manipulate. Dick saw through this exquisite letter. She cared not for him, but for the strength he represented. If House Stark had not truly unified the lands beyond the wall, would this letter have ever reached him? She had no regard for the harmony within House Stark. She merely wished to wield the family's power entirely, even if it required him as a means to that end. The cold wind tousled Dick's silver hair. He was acutely aware that as long as he possessed the 72 remnants of the earthly fiends, he would stand invincible, more genuine and formidable than all this hypocrisy. Silence enveloped the castle by the crackling hearth. Dick brought a corner of the letter, filled with false greetings, insincere concerns, veiled provocations, and calculations of power, closer to the flames. The orange-red tongues of fire leaped up swiftly, greedily consuming the parchment, devouring those elegant yet icy characters, obliterating the final vestiges of hollow warmth from the past. Ultimately, everything was reduced to a heap of charred ashes, scattered by the northern winds, vanishing amidst the bustling clamor beneath the fortress. Chapter 125. Rotation and turbulence. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate. Yet the training grounds at Stod's Corner were already abuzz with voices. A new contingent of warriors from the tribes beyond the wall, clad in fur and coarse leather, their eyes a blend of savagery and anticipation, stood in line to receive armor and weapons. The blacksmith's assistants brought forth crates of gleaming axes, broadswords, and ironclad shields. Every piece distributed elicited a wave of suppressed awe. The old knight, Cohen Park, stood upon the stone steps, his grizzled beard quivering slightly in the cold wind. He watched the jubilant warriors donning their gear, feeling a momentary sense of disorientation. A year had passed since Lord Dick Stark had become the lord of this land and implemented the wilderness chieftain rotation system. This marked the first official rotation. Each tribe had dispatched new warriors according to their quota to replace the veterans returning home after a year of service. Many chieftains were deeply grateful for this initiative, as the rotation system alleviated the population pressure on the tribes and afforded more warriors the opportunity to journey south to witness the opulent territories, even bringing back precious iron goods and rewards. Yet Cohen understood that the young lord had a broader vision. The rotation system meant that year after year, Lord Dick would have the chance to cultivate, influence, and win over the most elite warriors of the wilderness. The plains lacked iron, grain, salt, and other resources common in the south, and Stod's Corner could provide these. As time passed, the warriors who had been favored and witnessed the might of their lord returned to the tribe, becoming the backbone of his benevolent influence. The wasteland was transforming into an inexhaustible reservoir of high-quality soldiers and a strategic stronghold for Dick Karstark. It was truly unimaginable, the old knight mused. He still recalled the scene from a year prior when he first arrived in this place. The corner of Stode and the Hardship Fortress had once been the stronghold of traitors to the Karstark family. Under the vengeful purging of Duke Carlin and Master Roger, this land had been nearly soaked in blood. All nobles, manor lords, and even the affluent townsfolk with the slightest connection suffered devastating blows. In this quasi-medieval world, the noble class monopolized nearly all wealth and knowledge. Their sudden disappearance signified a plunge into paralysis and silence for the territory. Even during Lord Dick's absence at Winterfell, competing for the honor of the King's Knight, the purges had not fully ceased. When Cohen was ordered to take command of the defenses, all he beheld were ruins, scorched earth, and an oppressive silence. He despondently believed that it would take a decade or even longer for the area to regain its former glory. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the resounding clash of metal. The newly arrived tribal warriors were awkwardly, yet excitedly, trying on their newly issued chainmail, their faces aglow with a childlike joy. For them, a complete suit of armor was often regarded as a treasured heirloom of the tribe. Dick Karstark's heart had also been stirred by the notion of cleaning up as espoused by his father and brothers. Out of guilt, they had bestowed upon him this relatively fertile land as his domain, promising to clean it up. Only upon witnessing it firsthand did he comprehend the brutal implications hidden behind the term clean. Yet, Dick did not dwell in the past. Utilizing the knowledge acquired from his travels, he improved the extraction of sea salt. Today, the salt fields along the coast of Stode's Corner produced fine, white snow salt, far superior to ordinary coarse salt. Upon its introduction, it immediately incited a frenzy among merchants across the narrow sea, who were eager to exchange vast quantities of grain, ingots, finished weapons, and even gold coins for it. Wealth began to flow in, and the stagnation that had once plagued the territory resumed its motion. Mills operated tirelessly day and night, and caravans from the south arrived in a steady stream. The once desolate town gradually regained its vibrancy, as newly arrived freemen and craftsmen began to rebuild their homes under protection. The market was graced with previously rare goods, finely milled flour, southern fruits, high-quality woolen fabrics, and even books. Dick promoted a group of knights' sons whom he had favored during his time at Winterfell, appointing them as squires regardless of their age. Now, over 30 of those who were older and performed admirably had been knighted and assigned to various regions of the territory to assist in governance. The newly recruited army was trained by Cohen and his rugged yet loyal uncle, Daemon, with the castle lacking a lady of the house. The daily affairs were managed by two sworn brothers of the Wild, Sam and Cody. The workshop and market were entrusted to the capable yet taciturn mute, Yara, along with Dick's mentor, Biscottoin. A new ruling cadre, centered around Dick Karstark, was beginning to take shape. However, Dick was acutely aware that governing a territory recently purged in bloodshed would not be a simple endeavor. Communication relied primarily on horses and ravens, and it was commonplace for edicts to remain confined within the castle walls. Many farmers in remote villages might still be oblivious to the change in lordship, believing that the former traitorous family continued to reign. Consequently, Dick had been exceedingly diligent over the past year. He tirelessly traversed the lands, made appearances before the newly recruited soldiers, presided over courts, distributed provisions, and dealt with transgressors. His presence needed to be indelibly etched into the memories of the subjects to truly supplant the former lord and establish new authority. Only recently did matters begin to fall into a semblance of order. Dick, as lord, could finally afford to take a brief respite from his relentless involvement. In the woods, the sharp and swift sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated. Whoosh! Another arrow struck true, piercing the eye of a stag 200 paces away. The stag collapsed, its hooves thrashing for a moment before becoming still. Incredible! Cousin Dick, the young maiden, Martha, cheered as she leapt from her horse, rushing towards the quarry, her face aglow with admiration. She had just rotated to Stod's Corner, succeeding her sister, Eileen. and had been learning the ways of the shapeshifters under the guidance of Dick's aunt, Kalia, in the Falcon tribe. Dick Castark lowered his longbow, a rare smile of relaxation gracing his features. Cloaked in a heavy wolfskin mantle, his tall frame exuded a formidable strength, and even when standing at ease, he emanated an imposing presence. The strains of the past year had left little mark upon him. Instead, they had imbued him with a greater sense of composure and authority. Merely a basic skill, he remarked in a neutral tone. Beside him, his uncle Damon bellowed, urging the horse forward. What a splendid shot, Dick. Those antlers are quite magnificent. They would look perfect hanging in your hall. Haha. He never missed an opportunity to boast and flatter his nephew. Yet, upon another horse, Eileen, the falcon, wore a sullen expression. She tugged at the reins, glancing at the exuberant Martha and the smiling Dick, unable to suppress her complaint. I've been here a year, and my cousin is perpetually occupied in his study or flitting between work sites, hardly ever sharing a meal with us. Now, as I must return, he has the time to take the new sister hunting and shooting. Her tone was tinged with bitterness, harboring the unique grievances and envy of youth. Dick could only respond with a resigned smile. Indeed, over the past year, he had devoted himself entirely to the revival of the territory, leaving little room for other concerns. Now, as the rotation period approached, Eileen must return to the Falcon tribe. Eileen, you have witnessed the state of the lands firsthand, Dick explained, his voice softened. Initially, everything was in disarray. I could not afford to be distracted. Now that matters are on the right track, I can finally spare a moment. Your assistance has always been appreciated. Ellen pursed her lips. Though her spirits had not entirely lifted, she refrained from further complaints. Martha circled around the stag, attempting to extract the arrow while exclaiming, What strength, Dick! Your archery is nothing short of miraculous. I dare say it surpasses even the finest hunters of our tribe. Damon nearby chuckled heartily, as if the praise were directed at him. Meanwhile, in the serene moment of Dick's hunt, the direction of the trembling sea revealed a burgeoning silhouette on the distant horizon. A fleet was cleaving through the gray waves, making its way towards Hornport. Among them, the tallest vessels bore distinct emblems on their sails, a tiered white beacon, flames flickering from its pinnacle. Set against a field of sea blue, this was the sigil of the Hightower family. In contrast, other sleeker ships, their prows adorned with intricate exotic carvings, displayed banners of black, featuring a golden seahorse surrounded by silver waves. This was the flag of the Sea King of Bravos. This formidable armada silently proclaimed its power and wealth as it glided into the frigid waters beyond the wall. Chapter 126, North and South. Horn and Old Town. In the Grand Hall of Horncastle, dozens of stout torches blazed, illuminating the stone walls. A massive oak table was draped in vibrant satin, with silver candelabra and gilded goblets reflecting the light. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meats and the sweetness of honeyed wine, while musicians in the corner played lively tunes, nearly drowned out by the clamor of the guests. Dick Stark stood at one side of the hall, wine goblet in hand, observing the center of this splendid wedding feast, his brother, Roger Stark, and the second daughter of House Hightower, Dennis Hightower. The bride wore a deep blue velvet gown, intricately embroidered with silver threads, the emblem of the Hightower beacon sparkling upon her breast. Her deep brown hair was meticulously styled in a complex updo, adorned with tiny pearls. In contrast, Roger donned the gray and white attire of House Stark, embellished with the family's sunburst emblem. Who would have thought such a feast could take place beyond the wall? A voice, slightly hoarse, interrupted Dick's thoughts. He turned to see the slender figure of Abella Hightower. The envoy of House Hightower still wore her dark robe, occasionally covering her mouth with a handkerchief to stifle a cough. The generosity of House Hightower had greatly enhanced the wedding's splendor. Dick raised his goblet in salute, remarking, My brother is indeed fortunate to have found such a match. Abella inclined her head slightly, responding, The union of our two houses is mutually beneficial. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the blaring of a horn. The hall doors swung wide, and a servant strode in, making a beeline for the table of Duke Karen. Moments later, Dick's father stood, raising his hand to signal the musicians to cease their playing. Esteemed guests, Duke Karen's voice resonated powerfully. We are fortunate to witness a union that intertwines the resilience of the northern frontier with the wisdom of the south. At this moment, a gift symbolizing this union is approaching from the sea, as another fleet from the Hightower family has arrived at Hornhill. The hall is instantly filled with a cacophony of discussions. Duke Karen smiles and gestures for silence, then invites all guests to the castle's observation deck. Dick follows the crowd up the stone platform, and a wave of cold air strikes him. Gazing into the distance, he notices dozens of large ships docked at Hornhill. Most striking is a grand vessel with towering masts, its sails emblazoned with the Hightower family's white beacon emblem. There are also banners with a black background, featuring a golden seahorse encircled by silver waves. Bravos, Dick murmurs to himself. Iron Bank, ever in pursuit of profit. At some point, Abella reappears at Dick's side. Please accompany me to the docks. You will witness the Hightower family's gift to the newlyweds. Dick nods in agreement as the docks bustle with activity. Sailors are unloading heavy wooden crates. Dick observes that boxes filled with provisions, fabrics, and tools are being transported ashore. But what captures his attention most are the dozen or so scholars clad in gray robes, along with a batch of uniquely designed crossbows. What are these? Dick inquires of Abella. Scholars from the Citadel, or rather, former scholars, Abella explains, a hint of pride curling at the corners of her mouth. Some have diverged from the Citadel's philosophies, while others prioritize tangible benefits. The Hightower family has offered them an opportunity to showcase their talents. Now they will serve House Stark. She gestures towards the crossbows. These are the latest design from the Hightower workshop, boasting a range twice that of conventional bows, capable of piercing even the thickest plate armor. I believe this will greatly enhance the defenses of the frontier. Dick approaches to inspect the weapons. They are exquisitely crafted, merging the design elements of Westeros and the Free Cities, with metal components polished to a gleaming brilliance. Impressive, he assesses candidly. The Hightower family has always been dedicated to blending strengths from various realms, Abella states. We preserve ancient traditions while embracing new technologies. Dick chuckles softly. It seems the Hightower family has also been devoted to forming alliances through marriage. At this, Abella lets out a laugh, only to be interrupted by a cough. Every noble house, even those of former royalty, has a penchant for Hightower women. With that, she raises an eyebrow at Dick. As the unloading continues, the local folk gaze in astonishment at the bountiful gifts arriving from the south. Dick realizes that this union is indeed bringing tangible benefits to House Stark, just as his father had hoped. Not only is the alliance with the formidable families of the South paramount, but it is also imperative to recognize the strategic maneuvering at play. Reminiscent of the concept of distant alliance, close attack. Though Hightower may not fully grasp this notion, their actions clearly reflect such a strategy. The two return to the banquet hall, taking their place in a relatively quiet corner, silver goblets brimming with deep crimson wine in hand. I have heard that tensions are rising in the south, Dick cautiously remarked. Rumors suggest that the Hightower family is embroiled in an unyielding conflict with the Free Cities of Dorne, even fracturing Dorne into two factions. Abella lightly coughed, dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. The news has certainly traveled far, reaching even the outer territories. However, the reality is far more intricate. He sipped his wine and continued. The Free Cities indeed wield considerable influence across the narrow sea, had it not been for our Hightower family. They may have successfully invaded Westeros long ago. The capture of Sunspear and Dorne stands as testament to this. Dick furrowed his brow in contemplation. So, does this mean that the narrow sea is now entirely under the dominion of the Free Cities? How then did your Hightower fleet safely traverse to this point? Abella offered a subtle smile. The narrow sea is indeed narrow, enabling the trade cities to easily assert control over most of the waters. Yet, the cities are not monolithic in their unity. Bravos remains relatively neutral, maintaining extensive trade relations with the Hightower family. Our fleet departed from King's Landing, navigating through the northern waters of the narrow sea, which fall under Bravo's jurisdiction. In fact, as you can see, Bravos even dispatched a convoy for protection. Dick pondered this. Abella continued. Their interests always come first. The Iron Bank is concerned solely with the repayment of debts and the smoothness of maritime trade, while Tyrosh and Mir are engrossed in political machinations. The Hightower family capitalizes on these rifts, nurturing amicable relations with some. He sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Unfortunately, the great families of Westeros only fear the might of the Hightowers, unaware that we are still on the front lines, fending off the potential incursions of the Free Cities. Dick gazed into the swirling liquid of his goblet, realizing that the absence of a powerful central dynasty renders the political landscape of Westeros far more complex than it appears. Abella suddenly coughed again, this time with a prolonged fit. Once recovered, he smiled apologetically. Please forgive me. The northern climate is rather unkind to my old afflictions. Yet, I am confident that this union will herald a bright future for both our houses. Even though my niece, Daenerys Hightower, leans towards the Citadel and distances herself from the faith of the Seven. With that, Abella winked at Dick. Dick raised his goblet in a toast. I too sincerely wish for your success. Abella raised his goblet in return, to the warrior embodiment of the faith. Dick frowned slightly, politely holding his goblet as he distanced himself from this fervent acolyte of the Seven. The banquet continued into the late hours, guests reveling and toasting, celebrating the union that bridges the North and the South. Dick occasionally gazed out at the dark expanse of the sea, contemplating the implications of Abella's words regarding the southern situation. Chapter 127, Preparations. In the conference hall of Hornburg, a heavy oak table dominated the center, its meticulously polished surface glimmering with a muted sheen in the flickering firelight. Fresh tapestries adorned the stone walls, depicting the radiant sigil of House Stark alongside vibrant hunting scenes woven from wool. The crackling fire in the hearth dispelled the characteristic chill of the north. The beams and columns of the hall were intricately carved with motifs of elk, a recent addition to the decor. Metal candlesticks lined the walls, sturdy tallow candles burning steadily, casting a warm, inviting glow throughout the space, a rare brightness amid the harsh winter of the north. Even the stone floor was laid with a floral-patterned carpet from the south, an unimaginable luxury in the former Stark territories. Seated at the head of the long table was Carol Stark, his visage appearing particularly resolute in the dancing firelight. To his right sat Lady Helena, as composed and dignified as ever. Dick chose a slightly off-center position, his gaze sweeping over the family members present. His Uncle Tony grinned widely, occasionally casting admiring glances toward the serving maid. His elder brother, Roger Stark, appeared somewhat distracted, his fingers unconsciously caressing the hand of his newlywed wife. The newcomer to the family, Dennis Hightower, sat beside Roger, clad in a deep blue, fleece-lined gown, the sigil of House Hightower delicately accentuating the neckline. She inclined her head slightly, exuding modesty, yet her keen eyes were observant, capturing the subtle nuances of every conversation within the hall. A black raven flew in from the south, bringing with it the scent of blood and iron. The deep voice of Duke Carroll shattered the silence, his hands resting flat on the table. The Terror Fortress had openly rebelled, and the banners of the Bolton Flayers stood in stark opposition to the Stark's dire wolf along the banks of the White Knife River. Bader Bolton had summoned his vassals, and it was said that troops were pouring forth from the realm of Terror Fortress like a swarm of ants. The horn had sounded in Winterfell, as the noblemen loyal to Winterfell were gathering at the banks of the White Knife River. A murmur rippled through the conference hall. Dick noticed Dennis gently nudged Roger's arm, whispering something to him. Roger then spoke up. "Father, do we have any precise intelligence on the strength of the Bolton forces?" Reports indicated that the troops directly controlled by Terror Fortress numbered approximately 50,000 soldiers, and with the support of their vassals, the total might reach 80,000. Carol's voice was heavy. More alarming still, they possessed 20,000 cavalry and nearly 2,000 knights. The Cern family, occupying our ancestral lands in Caho City, has provided Bolton with over 30,000 soldiers and 5,000 cavalry. The mere mention of the Cern family felt like an unhealed wound, piercing the hearts of every Stark. Duke Karen let out a low growl. Never forget the winter sun. Eternal city of Caho. At that moment, a rare smile suddenly graced Karen's face. Good news has arrived from Winterfell. Queen Anna has given birth to a healthy prince. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference hall became lively. Lady Helena, Dick's mother, gently patted her heart and let out a sigh of relief. Tony laughed heartily, striking the table with enthusiasm, while the other Stark family members engaged in fervent whispers. "May the old and new gods bless us. Anna's child will forge an unbreakable bond between our family and the royal lineage." Uncle Tony raised his glass, exclaiming, a toast to the young prince. "May he grow strong and become a great king of the North." Amidst the jubilant cheers, Denise Hightower leaned slightly forward, her voice clear yet cautious as she interjected into the conversation. "This is indeed joyful news. However, I recall that the King of the North had previously designated Princess Sophia as his heir. With the arrival of a prince, will the line of succession be reconsidered?" A hush fell over the conference hall as everyone grasped the weight of her question. Duke Karen pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. A female heir typically ascends only in the absence of a male successor, or in certain exceptional circumstances. King Wayne appointed Sophia as heir because he had no sons at the time. Roger chimed in, "Denise is right. Now that there is a prince, the king will likely reassess the succession issue. According to tradition and law, male offspring take precedence." "Indeed," Denise gently added, skillfully framing the perspective as though it originated from Roger rather than herself. "This presents an opportunity for our Stark family. With Queen Anna and the newborn prince sharing our bloodline, we ought to support the prince's claim to the throne. It is essential for securing our family's future." Dick quietly observed his new sister-in-law. Her words were humble, yet each one was precise. Duke Karen scanned the room, his gaze ultimately settling on Dick. "Dick, you should also weigh in. You are now a lord in your own right. And the princess. The past. Unfulfilled romance between Dick and Princess Sophia in Winterfell was no secret. All eyes turned toward Dick, who remained composed. Denise speaks wisely. Supporting Winterfell is not solely due to my father being the appointed guardian of the realm, but also because my Aunt Anna and the newborn prince are of our blood. This is a matter of legal rights and familial ties. Duke Karen nodded emphatically. The Stark family shall fully support Winterfell in its stand against the rebellion of Terror Fortress. As the guardian of the realm, I command 10,000 soldiers and 100 knights directly, with the support of our vassals. We can muster approximately 20,000 troops and 200 knights. In the eyes of all present, a glimmer of pride shone brightly. A few years prior, the Stark family had been driven to the desolate Winterfell by traitors, on the brink of collapse. Today, however, they had emerged as a formidable force not to be underestimated. Carlin regarded Dick with approval. In a remarkably short time, Dick had revitalized the Horn of Stone, not only recruiting and training 3,000 soldiers, but also leading over 2,000 tribal warriors in the Wilderness Chieftain's camp as the chieftain of the wilds. By all accounts, he commanded over 5,000 soldiers and more than 30 knights. Dick inclined his head slightly, accepting his father's recognition. Carlin continued to assess the strength of the two houses to the south. Winterfell boasted approximately 60,000 soldiers, 10,000 cavalry, and 1,000 knights. The formidable Fortress of Terror, on the other hand, could muster 80,000 soldiers, 20,000 cavalry, and as many as 2,000 knights. Even more daunting was the presence of House Xi'an, located just to the south near East Sea Watch and Seal Bay, indicating that we would likely face their threats head-on. Dick's uncle, Tony, ground his teeth in anger. Let us settle both old scores and new, those savages who have seized our ancestral lands. Duke Carlin surveyed the assembly one last time, his voice resolute as steel. Once the formal decree from Winterfell arrives, the Stark family will march south. For the king in the north, for Queen Anna, and for the newborn prince, and to reclaim all that is rightfully ours. The meeting concluded with an atmosphere charged with fervor. Family members began to leave the hall, each face a tapestry of tension and exhilaration. As Dick passed by Daenerys, he respectfully nodded to his sister-in-law. The daughter of House Hightower returned the gesture with a smile, though a flicker of something danced in her eyes. Chapter 128. The Call to Arms, a heart-wrenching message. The air around the Horn of Stone was taut, akin to a drawn bowstring. The specter of war had eclipsed the bustle of days gone by, replaced by a sense of urgent order and grim resolve. Commands swiftly emanated from the Lord's Hall of the Fortress of Hardship, rippling through the realm like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake. The old knight, Cohen Park, moved with decisive speed. Messengers rode swift steeds, racing to the various villages, estates, and outposts within the territory. They conveyed the orders of Lord Dick Stark. All conscripted soldiers were to assemble immediately at the Fortress of Hardship. In the days that followed, the roads teemed with soldiers hastening to the designated location, their expressions a blend of fear regarding the impending conflict and obedience to their lord's command. Under the guidance of local elders or knights, these conscripted soldiers coalesced into a flowing stream, ultimately converging at the temporary encampment outside the Fortress of Hardship. Meanwhile, the 30 newly appointed knights under Dick's command played a pivotal role. They rode their steeds through the camp, their voices hoarse from incessant shouting. Following Cohen's directives, they organized the conscripts by region, appointed temporary captains, and distributed standardized weaponry retrieved from the storerooms, predominantly spears, iron swords, and shields. The artisans erected makeshift shelters at the edge of the encampment, clanging away as they mended armor and sharpened weapons. Maintain the formation, you fool. Do you wish to be treated as a mere target by the folk of the Terror Fortress? A young knight bellowed at a bewildered recruit. Yet, he soon patted the lad on the shoulder and offered him a piece of dark bread. You'll need sustenance to wield your spear with strength. Don't bring shame upon Lord Stark. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Riders of the Waste's encampment was distinctly different. Warriors from various tribes, accustomed to the rigors of military life, meticulously inspected their armor and honed the edges of their battle axes. These formidable fighters possessed robust physiques and sharp gazes imbued with the wild spirit of the plains. They were the sharpest spears in Dick's arsenal. My lord, the 2,000 valiant warriors of the Riders are fully prepared, announced Dick's uncle, Daemon, as he swaggered into the Lord's Hall clad in newly polished chainmail, exuding a fervent warrior's spirit. The lads have heard whispers of impending conflict, and they are all like wolves on the scent of blood. Dick stood atop the battlements, surveying the assembly below, where troops gathered like an ant swarm, coalescing into a formidable force. With 3,000 conscripted soldiers, 2,000 warriors from the plains, and the existing corps of guards, Over 5,000 troops were swiftly mobilizing under his command. The machinery of war had commenced its relentless operation. At that moment, a guard announced the arrival of his uncle, Tony Stark, accompanied by Lady Gillichrist and their son, Jon. Dick welcomed them into the Lord's Hall. Tony, as boisterous as ever, embraced Dick vigorously, his voice resounding. "My dear nephew, look at you, now a grand lord commanding an army. It fills me with envy as your uncle." Lady Gillichrist appeared somewhat reserved. She had witnessed Dick's transformation from the days at Winterfell, when he sought her aid as a little lord, to now commanding thousands as a man of authority. She gently nudged the youth beside her. Jon Stark, freckled and bashful, stepped forward, visibly anxious and unable to meet Dick's gaze. "Dick, my lord," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with embarrassment. "Please forgive our intrusion during your busy time." "Not at all, my lady," Dick replied kindly, his attention shifting to the youth. "Jon, it has been quite some time. You have grown considerably." Jon's face flushed crimson as he fumbled. "Why yes, my lord Dick." Unable to contain himself, Tony interjected, wrapping an arm around Dick's shoulders with warmth. "Hey, Dick, we are family, so I shall speak plainly. Jon here is not a child anymore. It is high time he sees the world. I understand the customs dictate that attendants must be trained from a young age. His age is indeed a bit awkward, but," he thumped his chest with conviction, "you are my most cherished and promising nephew. I entrust him to you without a second thought. Bring him by your side. Let him polish your armor. Tend to the horses and sharpen your sword. Command him as you wish. Allow him to learn true skills, unlike—" Though his words were coarse, Dick could discern the sincere emotion intertwined within, along with a subtle plea. It appeared that his uncle wished to secure the best possible future for his son, and he genuinely believed in Dick. Julie added, her voice laced with concern and hope, "My lord Dick, we understand this is unconventional, but he truly admires you. He has heard of all your deeds. We only hope he can have the opportunity to follow you and become a man of integrity and strength like yourself. Please." Dick nodded slightly, turning to Jon. "What do you think, Jon? War is imminent, and following me will be perilous and arduous." Jon suddenly lifted his head. Although tension still lingered on his face, his gaze was resolutely steadfast. "I am not afraid of hardship, my lord. I want to learn from you. I aspire to be a true knight." His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Observing this family trio, the well-meaning yet bumbling uncle, the mother filled with hope, and the boy brimming with admiration and anxiety, Dick comprehended that this was more than a mere request for a squire. It was a familial entrustment and acknowledgement. "Very well," Dick conceded. "Jon Karstark, from this day forth, you shall be my squire. Go find Yara outside. She will provide you with suitable armor and equipment. Remember, from now on, your words and actions reflect upon my honor." Instantly, a radiant and incredulous joy illuminated Jon's face. He was so eager he nearly leapt from the ground. Hastily kneeling on one knee, clumsily yet emphatically responding, "Yes, my lord. Thank you. I will not let you down." Tony erupted into hearty laughter, delivering a playful punch to Dick's arm, only to wince in return. Julie, with tears glistening in her eyes, repeatedly expressed her gratitude. A swift horse from Winterfell bore formal orders to Dick. He unfurled the parchment and swiftly scanned its contents. The missive was addressed to his father, Duke Carlin, but its implications were critical. A fierce battle had erupted at the White Knife River between the forces of Winterfell and those of the Dreadfort, with the situation proving dire. The army of Bolton displayed remarkable combat prowess, particularly the immense cavalry, which had forcefully crossed the river, compelling Winterfell's troops to retreat and regroup. To alleviate the immense pressure on the front lines, Winterfell urgently required the Karstark family to descend from the north and launch an offensive against the territories controlled by the Dreadfort, including Eastwatch and the Black Castle, striking at the flanks and rear of the enemy forces, thereby compelling them to divert troops for reinforcement. Time was of the essence. Dick immediately ordered the army to prepare for departure, intending to rendezvous with the main force at Hornhill before heading south. The call to arms had sounded. The Karstark family was finally poised to reveal their fangs and surge toward the south. However, on the eve of the great army's departure, a letter from the south quietly arrived at Hardhome, intended solely for Dick Karstark. The wax seal bore the familiar emblem of the Skinner. Lola, under the flickering candlelight, carefully unsealed it. The handwriting on the letter lacked its usual vigor and confidence, appearing somewhat hasty and uncertain, even marred by a few ink blots, as if the writer had lingered in contemplation for far too long. "Dick," she omitted all titles and playful epithets this time. "I hope this letter reaches you before your departure. I have come to learn some news about Karstark and about you. I am aware that you have chosen your path. As for me, born into the Bolton family, This is my destiny. It seems we are perpetually at odds with fate, do we not? It was so when we first met in the wolf's den, and now it remains true. My intention in writing this letter is not to defend my family or to plead for anything. Once war begins, only iron and blood can determine the outcome. I merely wish to convey a few thoughts before you step onto the battlefield. I cherish the fleeting moments we shared in the saddle, longing for the frosty breath that lingered around you. Those were the most vivid and luminous memories of my life. I once sincerely believed that perhaps one day, but it appears the gods have not granted us such a blessing. My father is resolute in seizing the throne, while your family is destined to defend the Starks. The chasm between us is not merely the river of blades. Thus, this may be my final letter to you. When we next meet, we may find ourselves bound by enmity alone. The thought of this pierces my heart like a shard of ice. Dick Cashtark, farewell, my beloved knight. May the old and new gods protect you. Forever unable to ride alongside you, Lola Bolton. The letter trembled slightly in Dick's fingers. He felt as though he could see through the hasty script the vibrant girl seated by the window of the dread fort, grappling with her struggles and disappointments as she penned these farewell words. He remained silent for a long while. Outside, the gathering army's campfires blazed like a sea of stars. Chapter 129 East watched the biting wind cut through Dick Cashtark's cold visor. He tightened the reins as his steed, Death Fong, exhaled clouds of vapor on the frost-covered ground, restlessly stamping its hooves. Behind him stood a phalanx of nearly 1,000 soldiers from Hardhome, standing in solemn silence, their spear tips glinting with a cold sheen in the grayish light. Further afield, a more loosely organized group of 2,000 savage warriors led by his uncle Daemon, donned in newly forged armor and wielding battle axes, surveyed the silent castle ahead with eyes sharp and watchful, like wolves in search of prey. Eastwatch. The fortress at the easternmost end of the wall rose like a forgotten black fawn above the storm-tossed tidal flats of Seal Bay. Its low walls, battered by the saline winds, appeared weathered and ancient. Several towers silently pointed towards the overcast sky, devoid of any fluttering banners. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil. Dick subtly raised his hand, and the army behind him instantly ceased all faint sounds, leaving only the mournful whispers of the wind. He had embarked from his stronghold, the arduous fortress, journeying southward, yet the anticipated scouts, disturbances, and even minor skirmishes were conspicuously absent. The path leading to East Sea View was remarkably unobstructed, as if they were merely conducting a military drill. This unusual serenity allowed Dick's doubts to burgeon like creeping vines. James, Dick spoke, his voice muffled behind his visor. A young knight promptly urged his horse forward. He was the son of the old knight, Cohen Park, agile in movement, his countenance reflecting the characteristic vigor of youth. My lord, gather men and approach for reconnaissance. Be wary of traps and ambushes. At once, my lord. Excitement flickered in James Park's eyes. He selected 10 youthful soldiers and stealthily advanced towards the desolate city. Dick's gaze remained fixed upon their figures. He observed as James led the group, cautiously maneuvering around the outer walls before carefully entering the gaping gates. Time slipped by, the biting wind swirling with snowflakes striking against Dick's armor, producing a delicate sound. After a considerable duration, James's silhouette reemerged. He galloped back, his earlier excitement now replaced by profound confusion. Pulling his horse to a halt before Dick, he shook his head. My lord, the city is deserted. His voice brimmed with disbelief. The gates were even left ajar. We entered and found no soldiers, no guards. Most warehouses are empty, save for some irretrievable debris. This is simply... Dick fell silent, furrowing his brow beneath his visor. An empty city? The orders of his father, Duke Karen, echoed in his mind. The last time Dick's elder brother wielded the new bow, a design he had conceived using knowledge from a previous life. It was a simple yet powerful double-limbed longbow that greatly outperformed ordinary longbows in range, albeit with slightly less accuracy. It had severely diminished the cavalry in this region. The cavalry of the Xi'an family was engaged in a fierce battle along the southern front with the forces of Winterfell, making it improbable for East Sea View's cavalry to reinforce. Thus, with the strength at Dick's command, seizing East Sea View should pose no insurmountable challenge. Even if immediate conquest was unfeasible, it could effectively distract the enemy forces at Black Castle, providing a more advantageous opportunity for his father and brother to launch their assault. Meanwhile, Duke Karen himself was leading his own contingent of 10,000 troops, uniting with the Locke family of Castle Castor and other recently allied noble forces from beyond the wall, totaling over 20,000. Directly targeting the larger and strategically more significant Black Castle. Everything had been meticulously planned. Yet now, broaden the search radius, Dick commanded. James, take 2 teams to scout westward, assessing the situation at Greenwatch Fortress and other outposts. The rest of you remain vigilant and accompany me into the city. The orders were swiftly executed. Dick personally led the weary soldiers of the fortress into East Sea Watch. The interior of the castle appeared even more dilapidated than its exterior. The narrow streets lay deserted, with only the cold wind swirling up the accumulated snow and debris. The stone houses on either side had their doors and windows tightly shut. Yet Dick's keen perception detected the presence of fearful eyes peering at them from behind the thick wooden boards. He did not trouble the local inhabitants, merely commanding the soldiers to secure the main streets and towers. "My lord," reported a squad leader, his face marked by confusion. "We have searched thoroughly. There is not a single soldier to be found." From the locals, they learned that the Xi'an family had evacuated days prior in a great hurry, even taking all the ships from the military port, leaving not one behind. The small military port of East Sea Watch was now desolate, the gray-green waters lapping against the cold stone pier, producing a monotonous sound. The warships that once docked here, belonging to the Xi'an family and controlling Seal Bay, had long since vanished. Dick ascended to the highest tower, surveying the frigid bay fortress. Had the Xi'an family truly abandoned East Sea Watch? What were their intentions? Were they consolidating their forces to defend Black Castle? As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the sky with a haunting shade of crimson. James Park returned with his reconnaissance team, the young knight's face etched with frost and deeper confusion. "My lord, we ventured to the adjacent Greenwatch Fortress, and it too is deserted," he panted, clearly having rushed back. "It is utterly empty. Not a single civilian remains. It has become a forsaken military bastion." "My lord, what on earth is happening?" Dick remained silent, gazing at the sun sinking into the western horizon, an unease swelling within him. The Xi'an family, along with the ominous Black Castle behind them, could not have so easily forsaken such a vital stronghold along the Great Wall of Despair. This unusual retreat eluded his understanding for the moment. "Relay the orders." Dick's voice rang clear in the chilling dusk. "The army of my domain is stationed within East Sea Watch. Let my uncle Damon lead the chieftain's guard to camp at the original site outside the city, and reinforce defenses both inside and outside to guard against a night assault. Without my command, no one is to lower their vigilance." Despite the passage of a night, the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any incidents. Yet this excessive calm weighed heavily on the hearts of all. At dawn, as the light barely began to break, Dick immediately ordered, "Send swift horses westward at once to report to the Duke about the vacancy of East Sea Watch and Greenwatch Fortress, and caution them to remain vigilant." Before he could finish his sentence, his acute hearing compelled him to abruptly turn towards the winding road to the west. A dark figure was racing along the path, moving with remarkable speed. Dick narrowed his eyes, his extraordinary vision piercing through the morning mist. Approaching him was a knight. The sunburst emblem on his breastplate, though sullied with mud, remained discernible. He was a knight of House Karstark. However, the knight's condition caused Dick's heart to plummet. The armor was severely damaged, riddled with the marks of sword and blade, stained with dark crimson blood and filth. The tattered cloak barely revealed its original color. The knight slumped over his steed, his body swaying with the horse's gallop, appearing utterly exhausted, yet his urge to whip the horse revealed a desperate madness. The gaunt face bore an expression of inexpressible urgency. Dick raised a hand, halting the messenger who was about to depart. Chapter 130. The Black Castle. The Black Castle, with its towering walls, was whipped by the cold wind, which rustled 3 flags. The red-skinned flare on a crimson background, the terrifying emblem of House Bolton. The black rose blooming on a shield, the symbol of House Serwyn. A white background encircled by scarlet flames, the mark of House Xi'an. These 3 banners danced ominously beneath the gloomy sky, proclaiming an undeniable dominion over the land. Behind the battlements, 3 figures stood side by side, gazing down at the vast army surging forth from the castle gates, heading eastward. A multitude of cavalry galloped fiercely, while the infantry marched in neat rows, their spears resembling a dense forest, armor reflecting the cold light of the day. Even from a height, the atmosphere of impending slaughter was palpable. The voice of Lord Ethern, the Lord of East Sea, shattered the silence, laced with feigned disdain. "That naive fool, Carol Karstark, the man who offers his daughter for glory." He spat on the ground, his saliva splattering into the snow beneath his feet. "He only dares to launch sneak attacks while our main force is entangled in Winterfell, a truly cowardly act. And that Wayne Stark of Winterfell, sitting in his wolf's den, only knowing how to indulge in women. What a complete imbecile, a worthless wretch." Yet, Duke Bolton is unwavering. As soon as he gained the upper hand at the White Blade River, he unhesitatingly divided his forces northward, 6,000 elite cavalry, traveling day and night along King S Road. They are heading straight for the Black Castle. Carol probably never dreamt that while he believes he is besieging an isolated stronghold, his sweet dreams are about to be shattered by the iron hooves from the south. A cruel smile crept across Ethern's face. 20,000 rabble, before the true tide of cavalry, will be utterly crushed. They didn't even have the chance to organize an effective defense before being overwhelmed. He shook his head, feigning regret. Yet his eyes gleamed with delight. What a pity that Carol and his precious firstborn fled swiftly, plunging into the ghostly forest to the north of the Black Castle. Dense woods, gnarled roots, and deep snow. There's no way to pursue effectively or expand our victory. Otherwise, it would not merely be their defeat. Carol's head would be ours. Atherin's tone shifted abruptly as his gaze slanted towards the figure leaning against the parapet, reliant on the city walls for stability. The sarcasm in his voice was almost palpable. Yet, one could hardly blame anyone, were it not for a certain noble champion knight, whose leg was crippled and hand rendered useless. Only able to command the 6,000 cavalry from a cart, the march would not have been so severely impeded. They could have arrived much sooner, and the spoils of battle would have been far greater. Perhaps they would not even have had to chase into that accursed forest. Cassio Seles's pallid face flushed with a sickly hue of anger and humiliation. His right leg below the knee was rigid, encased in an unsightly metal brace. His fingers were twisted and deformed, swathed in a layer of soft leather. Once the champion knight of the Terror Fortress, he had now been reduced to a dependent cripple. Nevertheless, deep within his sunken eyes burned an unquenchable hatred and a lingering pride. Mind your words, Atherin of the Saran family. Cassio's voice rasped, icy as winter's breath. I act on the orders of Duke Bolton. Are you questioning the Duke's decisions? Or perhaps his judgment in granting me command? Questioning? Atherin flared like a spark igniting a powder keg, his fury swiftly redirected towards Cassio. What I question is your audacity, Cassio Celes. You were the one whose spine was shattered by that wretched pup from House Stark, that boy named Dick. How dare you, under the Duke's trust, command me to abandon East Sea Watch? That is my territory. To speak of temporarily avoiding the brilliance of the Stark heir is nothing short of a farce. It appears not only has your body been broken by him, but also the last vestiges of your wretched courage have been cast aside. To flee before a mere lad is utterly disgraceful. Cassio Seles's breath quickened, and he abruptly pushed himself off the wall, glaring fiercely at Atherin. Disgraceful? Atherin. Let us not forget who foolishly sacrificed almost all of East Sea Watch's cavalry beneath House Stark's new bow 2 years ago, and who, when the Karen army loomed, fled like a terrified woman, desperately seeking aid from Castle Carhoon and Terror Fortress. Now, I have brought forth the Duke's reinforcements, 6,000 iron steeds that I devised and commanded, who have shattered Karen's 20,000 troops. I salvaged your defeat, and you have the audacity to complain here? Your arrogance and ignorance are truly nauseating. Enough. A deep, authoritative voice resonated, abruptly halting the impending clash. Orlando Bolton, commander of the Black Castle and the Duke of Terror Fortress's second son, stepped forward, interposing himself between the two men, whose tempers were on the brink of eruption. My lord Saran, Sir Celes acts on his father's command. His authority is not to be questioned. Cassio, while your deeds will be evaluated by my father, you must temper your words. Orlando's gaze shifted to Cassio, bearing a hint of inscrutable curiosity. Sir Cassius, your father repeatedly mentioned that Dick Cashtark in his letter. Is he truly as fearsome as you say, single-handedly? There was a hint of skepticism in his tone, for it sounded too preposterous. Cassius inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage towards Saran, and turned to Orlando, his expression becoming gravely serious, even tinged with an unmistakable trace of fear. My lord Orlando, his voice lowered. I, Cassius, was once the champion of the Tournament of Terror. This fact has been witnessed by countless individuals. My swordsmanship and strength are far from mere boasts. Yet, when I encountered him with 10 elite knights, it was not a battle at all, it was a mere slaughter. We lacked even the qualifications to compel him to take us seriously. In the blink of an eye, I was reduced to this wretched state. He paused, the fear in his eyes intensifying. Later, the Duke, valuing talent, personally led 100 knights into the Wolfwood, hoping to recruit him. What was the outcome? When the conflict erupted, 100 knights, 100 elite warriors of House Bolton, could not possibly halt him. He charged through us like an ancient behemoth invading a flock of sheep, his strength surpassing that of ordinary men, his swordplay so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. The Duke himself was nearly captured on the spot. Those were 100 knights. He is not a man. He is a monster, a creature clad in human skin. Cassius's voice trembled. It is precisely because I am acutely aware of his terror that the Duke has ordered me, during the lull in the southern conflict. To lead this mobile force northward, our primary objective is to repel the threat posed by the Kashtark family. Ideally, we would utterly crush them. If that proves impossible, we must at least ensure the safety of Black Castle and drive them back to the frozen wastelands beyond the Sea of Ice. He cast a glance at the troops still advancing below. After providing support here, I must swiftly return with these 6,000 cavalry to the main battlefield in the south, where the situation remains tense. Cassius shifted his position with difficulty, pointing towards the exceptionally towering walls of Black Castle to the north, which seemed to reach the heavens. My strategy is predicated upon my apprehension of this monster, Dick Kashtark, and my assessment of the situation. My lord, please observe the northern wall of Black Castle. It is a remnant of the ancient Great Wall of Despair. Although, according to legend, that wall infused with magic was long ago destroyed and melted by the cursed ice dragon's blue flames, losing its wondrous protection. The exposed earthen base has been eroded and collapsed over the years. However, the guardians of Black Castle throughout the ages have fortified and repaired it, and it remains our most formidable shield against the north. Cassius's finger shifted eastward. But what of East Sea Watch? According to records, the section of the Great Wall destroyed by the Ice Dragon coincidentally lies where East Sea Watch is situated. The walls there were reconstructed later, their height and thickness far inferior to those of Black Castle. Dick Kashtark's fief, difficult fortress, is located directly north of East Sea Watch. Kaelin is certain to send his most capable son south to attack the Eastern Sea Watch, thereby restraining us. As for Kaelin himself, he will lead the main force to assault the Black Castle. A glint of calculation flickered in Cassio's eyes. Rather than allowing the meager forces of a Tersan to engage that monster in a futile confrontation at the Eastern Sea Watch, it would be wiser to relinquish that hard-to-defend fortress and concentrate our troops at the Black Castle. We shall utilize these towering walls to exhaust Kaelin's coalition. And then a cruel smile curled at his lips. 6,000 fresh troops will suddenly emerge from the south, encircling them? No, that would be too advantageous for him. We must wait until Kaelin's army grows weary and complacent from their prolonged assault on the walls before unleashing our cavalry, like a torrent, to break them. Indeed, it proved that Kaelin had never anticipated our reinforcements arriving with such swiftness and ferocity. He was caught completely off guard and was routed in a single battle. Orlando Bolton gazed at the retreating army below, nodding slowly in acknowledgement of Cassio's strategy. Kaelin's remnants fled into the ghostly shadow forest, where cavalry could not pursue deeply to expand our victory. He turned his gaze towards the east. Thus, at this moment, you shall lead these 6,000 cavalry, combined with the forces that Lord Cern has withdrawn from the Eastern Sea Watch, to regroup and mount a counteroffensive with overwhelming superiority. That lad named Dick, even if he can indeed take on 100 or even 1,000, when faced with the might of an army at his doorstep, even if he were a true dragon, he would have no choice but to flee. Cassio Celas's hands, now long crippled, clutched desperately at the cold rocks of the city wall. The muscles of his twisted face twitched incessantly, a boundless hatred nearly bursting forth from his eyes. If he does not leave, he squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth, his voice cold as the winds of the ghostly shadow forest. Surround him. Trap him within the Eastern Sea Watch. I wish to witness his struggle and despair, until I want him to pay the most excruciating price for all he has done to me. His whispered words dissipated into the cold wind, yet they carried an unsettling obsession.